Artemis, 26th rank in the Lord and 19th in the Ragnarok Guild, pulled the bowstring of her bow and shouted angrily as she used her blood destruction combat skill. Head, ranked 33rd in the Lord and 22nd in the Ragnarok Guild, teamed up with the girl to confront the powerful enemy and shouted out, also using his Void Blade skill. At the same time, Helios, who was ranked 19th in the Lord and also ranked 9th in the Ragnarok Guild, using his physics attack, which was the best among the team, confidently shouted, "This is your end, Rokan!" Immediately after these words, a powerful punch passed through the ground, leaving behind a rather large crater as a result of the attack on the opponent that everyone hated so much and wanted to finish him off. Despite how powerful this attack was, the same hated enemy named Lorhan was able to easily stop it by catching the sword with his hand and standing on his feet without even wavering. Smiling happily, the boy who was being hunted said in surprise that it was the end of me. Clutching the sword that they wanted to finish him off with until it began to crack and collapse, the boy happily continued to mine. The next moment, Lorhan waved his spear in front of him and broke the enemy's sword into 2 pieces, and at the same time finished off his opponent so that he would not interfere with him in the future. Having been severely wounded by his enemy, Helios received a system notification that said he was dead and that the activation of the forced exit was about to begin. The guy added, "This bastard is a real monster." Raising his axe above him to prepare for the attack, Lorhan confidently spoke to his enemy who was on his deathbed. "Do you really think that I, the mighty Lorhan, will die so easily?" This very powerful warrior who confronted 3 opponents at once and kept the upper hand was the king of cruelty named Lorhan, who was ranked 12th in the Lord. He is not a member of any guild and is a lone player of SSS rank. Having finished with the 3 enemies that attacked him, Lorhan felt a chill go down his spine and heard someone's angry voice behind him saying, "You are a pest in the Lord." Preparing to cast his magic spell to defeat his hated opponent Skadi, who was ranked 17th in the Lord and 11th in the Ragnarok Guild, Lorhan angrily added "die." The next moment, the boy used his skill called Ice Storm and covered the entire area within a radius of several tens of meters with a layer of ice, freezing everything in its path. After receiving a system notification from the system that informed him that he had 60% of his health left, Lorhan said with a grudging grin, "Am I really a pest?" Immediately after saying these words, Lorhan's mood and rhetoric changed. Using his powerful skill to free himself from the enemy's attack, the guy angrily exclaimed, "Then you are my friends are annoying flies!" Using his battle cry skill, Lorhan got out of his opponent's frosty trap and also broke the ice on everything he covered with it. As a result of using his battle cry, Lorhan was able to stun Artemis Head and Scud, who were still on the battlefield unable to move. Scud said with a heavy breath, "Damn, what a cruel beast," to which Head added, "My head." After completing his shock attack to incapacitate the enemies, Lorhan shouted gleefully, preparing to finish them off while they were in a defenseless position, "I will exterminate you all, you frauds." As soon as Lorhan started to approach his enemies to finish them off, he suddenly noticed that lightning bolts were appearing from the clear sky in front of him and were heading straight for him. Having made a forced stop to protect himself from the enemy's sudden attack, Lorhan received a system message informing him that he had only 30% of his health left. His attempt to finish off his stunned opponents was thwarted by Zeus, who was the 2nd-ranked player in the Lord and the deputy leader of the Ragnarok Guild, and Thor, who was the 4th-ranked player in the Lord and the deputy leader of the Ragnarok Guild. Raising his head up to see who exactly prevented him from doing his job, Lorhan angrily shouted, "Boogaloo, and how dare you, Pikachu unfinished, hey, come down here." Hearing the proposal from his enemy, Zeus only bowed and walked away from his seat, followed by Thor. Immediately after that, Lorhan felt something wrong behind him, after even these enemies retreated from him without a fight. And looking back, the boy saw Odin, the king of creation, who was the 1st in the Lord, and also the leader of the Ragnarok Guild. Seeing Odin, whom he hated so much for obvious reasons, namely because he always got in his way, and when he appeared he threw him to the bottom of the top, Lorhan sighed heavily and shouted his name. Once on the battlefield, the Ragnarok Guild leader proceeded to his main goal of destroying the enemy, who again advanced quite a bit in the top of the game, sending his attacks at him, which Lorhan effectively fought off. Despite the skills and repelled attacks of the enemy, Lorhan saw a system notification that informed him of some unknown force that was holding him back, and because of it, his movement speed was reduced by 30%, and his attack speed was also reduced by 30%. Having lost the ability to resist a powerful enemy, Lorhan crouched down, leaning on his knee, and then raising his head up to see the enemy. The guy said angrily, "You imbecile piece of shit." The next moment, a lot of lightsabers appeared in the sky and covered Lorhan from all sides, shredding his body, leaving him with less than 2% health, as reported by the system, and adding that his body functioning was reduced. When Lorhan was almost at death's door and could not do anything to his enemies, Odin descended from heaven and faced his enemy, who had to spend a lot of energy. Stopping in front of the defeated enemy, Odin began to drill him with a haughty look as if he could easily handle everything. After some time of silence, the dead silence finally broke, and looking down, Odin looked at Lorhan with a contemptuous look and said, "What a shame." Immediately after these words, lowering his head to him, Odin added, "What a disappointment it is for the king of cruelty, Lorhan, who had previously held the first rank, to stoop so low. Should you have given up by now? How many times has this happened to you?" Immediately after these words, which were supposed to lower his opponent's self-esteem and push him to a deal, Odin stretched out his hand to Lorhan and said, "Join me. I will give you back everything you lost. No, I will give you even more." Looking down at his enemy's arrogance, Lorhan only laughed as he listened to his offer, but what made him laugh the most were Odin's other words. "This is your last chance, so think about it carefully." As soon as the leader of the Ragnarok Guild finished making his offer, Lorhan made an obscene gesture to him and added, "Shut your mouth, you bastard, I'll soon destroy you, so watch out." Hearing the refusal of his enemy, who had no chance to fulfill his words, the head of the Ragnarok Guild said in disappointment, waving his hand, "What a pity." Immediately after these words, he waved his hand to cut off his enemy who was on his knees, but rejected the offer of cooperation to the head. At the same moment, Lorhan received a system notification informing him that he was dead. As soon as death occurred in the game, Lorhan noticed the following message on the white screen from the system, which informed him of a penalty for death that entailed a decrease in his level and the loss of a random piece of equipment, and a forced exit was also activated. After some time in Lorhan's room in the real world, steam came out of the full immersion capsule, after which it opened the next moment and a guy came out of it saying angrily, "It happened again." Grabbing his head and starting to tear his hair out of anger, the guy added angrily, "I lost again, damn it." Nervous in the capsule of a certain immersion, the guy got out of it, and trying to somehow release his anger began to bang on the floor, creating a loud noise in the room. Everything would have been fine, but this noise was heard in the room below where his father was sitting, and when he heard the noise, which was not the first time, he said, "Again, he's at it." The Lord is a game that appeared just a few years ago. It was completely unique and unlike any other game that had ever been made, and it shocked the whole world. This game had just fantastic graphics that could be safely compared to reality, and it was quite difficult to find a difference. All the effects and feelings were as close to reality as possible. Also, the Lord had a rather huge open world that was clearly much larger than the land on which the players from the real world lived. But that's not all the impressive facts about this game. The Lord also had amazing NPCs who could easily be confused with real-life players because their behavior was just unrealistically believable. And it was Lorhan, who had just been defeated by the Ragnarok Guild, who until recently was the strongest player in it, sitting on a mountain of corpses of brave men who dared to challenge him. He was the first in the game ranking, and also the first in single combat abilities, and the strongest SSS-ranked player with the berserker class of the King of Toughness Lorhan. But one day, everything changed dramatically in the game. A new player appeared after which everything went wrong. Those bastards changed everything dramatically after they appeared in the game. Sitting near his immersion capsule, Lorhan, who was once again destroyed by the Ragnarok Guild, said in his head, "This Odin is too strong. How did he get so much power?" Recalling the last battle with the Ragnarok Guild and all the times they prevented him from playing and maintaining his title, Lorhan added, "Those Ragnarok bastards have defeated me for the 8th time in a row, and with each death my level drops and my equipment is lost." Unable to contain his anger after thinking about it, Lorhan slammed his hand against the full immersion capsule and angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, don't make me laugh, I am the king and the strongest player in the Lord." Remembering other players of the Lord who bragged about it, Lorhan angrily continued, while others bragged about how much money they could make from this game, "I put everything into the Lord." As Lorhan reflected on his thoughts after being destroyed by his enemies once again, he angrily exclaimed in his head, "I would rather die than leave these bastards after my next defeat by them." Activating his immersion capsule, Lorhan headed for it again, thinking, well, we'll see who will surrender first after a long confrontation. After logging into the game again, Lorhan immediately went to his enemies to take revenge on them for another defeat, angrily shouting, I will destroy them all one by one, trying to overcome all the obstacles in his way, destroying the lightsabers that Odin had launched at him. Lorhan angrily added, I will never give up to such losers as you. However, once again he was defeated, his level decreasing with each passing moment, and thus his chances of winning decreased. But he did not give up, and this is what happened. Lying defeated in the rain, waiting to be disconnected from the game, Lorhan said in frustration to the bastards. The next moment, instead of the reauthorization notification, another system message popped up, informing him that Lorhan could no longer hold the title of King of Cruelty due to failure to meet the minimum requirements. Seeing that his title of the King of Cruelty would disappear after this defeat, Lorhan, who had been working towards his goal for so long and had lost it in a flash, exclaimed in confusion, No, please don't do this. Seeing the system notification sent to his opponent, Odin, who was again standing near his defeated enemy, looked at him with disdain and said in surprise that you had lost your status as a runner. Immediately after these words, Odin turned back and walked away from the battlefield, saying before he left, I don't see any point or reason to kill you again. At the same time, Lorhan, who was again lying on the ground without the ability to show anything to his opponents, shedding tears and gritting his teeth, said in disappointment, Now it's definitely over. I've lost everything. Recalling himself as the most powerful fighter in the Lord until recently, where he had taken first place, Lorhan said the title of King of Cruelty, and the level that was higher than the 100th, and all the items I owned. Lying on the wet ground after being robbed of everything he had strived for and achieved with such hard work, the disappointed boy said the legend of Lorhan, the strongest and most brutal character in the Lord, ended so miserably, it was the end. When he was reauthorized from the game, the disappointed boy went to bed after a while and heard the alarm clock ringing to wake up. And after finishing his dream, Lorhan sighed heavily, but there was no turning back. Each time he was defeated, he became weaker and weaker, reaching the point where his level dropped so low that he could not stand up to the enemy alone, who only grew stronger after defeating him. Calming down after another failure and a heavy sleep after a very hard day, Lorhan rubbed his neck and thoughtfully said, Oh shit, tomorrow I have to pay the rent for my apartment. Realizing that his situation was quite difficult, and he had no money for that now, the guy got out of his bed and headed for the full immersion capsule, saying tiredly that he needed to sell some gold. After walking a few steps to the side to his virtual reality capsule, the boy realized that it had disappeared somewhere. Waving his head around in confusion, the boy thoughtfully said, Where is the capsule that should be here? Did it really get brought in for repair yesterday? No, it can't be. Even if I called someone, I definitely did not open the door. Immediately after these words, the boy looked around to find the capsule in his room, or at least traces of its disappearance, and suddenly exclaimed in confusion in his head, Wait a minute. Confused by the fact that his capsule had disappeared without a trace, the boy did not pay attention to what was happening around him until recently, when he suddenly noticed that he was in a completely different apartment, and added in surprise where I was now. Suddenly, Lorhan noticed a phone lying on at his feet, with the news that a virtual reality game called The Lord was about to be released. Unable to believe what was happening, he immediately ran to the nearest place to find out what was going on. When he received the answer to his question, Lorhan exclaimed in surprise that it was 2021. Are you serious? Hearing the surprise in his visitor's voice, the bartender said to him, Of course, brother. Why did you suddenly decide to ask me about this? And he sighed heavily. Immediately after these words, the young man thoughtfully asked his friend who worked in the public house, Your name is Haichel Young Haichel, right? And the bartender replied in a surprised tone that everything was definitely fine with you, brother. Realizing what had happened to him, Lorhan put his head down and thought about his next steps, and then immediately rushed out of the establishment and headed for the world. Watching what was happening to his friend, young Hochel nervously rubbed his head and said awkwardly, He ended his relationship with his girlfriend only a few days ago, but it's already clear that he seems to have gone crazy. Leaving the place where his friend worked and running for some distance, Lorhan stopped somewhere in the streets, realizing what had happened to him. And then he said in his head, This is definitely the same neighborhood I lived in 3 years ago, the same store I used to visit so often, and the same employee I was close to. Immediately after these thoughts, the boy nervously exclaimed in his head what had happened to me, trying to figure out what had happened to him and why it had happened. Lorhan began to recall the sequence of events that had happened to him, and said in his head, after those damn children had lynched me in the Lord, I lost my title. Recalling what exactly happened to him before he was transported back a few years, Lorhan added thoughtfully, and after that I of course died after losing my level. Sighing heavily, the boy also added, and at the very end I was pierced by a blue lightning bolt. Immediately after saying that, the guy looked at his hand and said in surprise, yeah, and after that lightning, I opened my eyes and went back in time 3 years, and at that time the Lord hadn't even been released yet. Looking down and staring at his hand and at the floor at the same time, Lorhan said in confusion in his head, is this it? Am I really dreaming? After a short time of wondering if he was dreaming, Lorhan finally realized what had happened to him as he thought, and confidently exclaimed in his head, oh yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Thinking of his hated enemy who had caused him to lose his title in the past, and now some strange things were happening to him. Lorhan angrily said in his head, Odin, it was definitely his fault. When the idea of why he was here and what was happening to him suddenly came to him, he laughed and said confidently, it's definitely his fault. Raising his head after thinking about it and starting to stretch his legs, which were stiff from the uncomfortable position, Lorhan thought, my mind is probably being played with right now with some strange skill, trying to attract the attention of the thief who had done this to him. Lorhan went to the center of the square, near where he was standing, and took a full lungful of air, and angrily shouted Odin. Immediately after shouting the name of his hated opponent, Lorhan angrily added, come out here, you bastard, stop doing this. Let's deal with this face to face, you son of a bitch. Hearing his friend's sudden scream, the shopkeeper was surprised to hear what was happening, and a woman passing by was very frightened by the sudden scream. It wasn't long after Lorhan's actions that a passerby called the police, and the boy was taken to the police station to find out what was going on. While looking through Lorhan's personal file, the policeman said thoughtfully, your friend's name is Odin, which means it's strange. A few minutes later, after questioning the guy who had no prior offenses, he was released with the words, I'll let you go, but just this once, don't do it again. Having survived the interrogation at the police station for hooliganism, Lorhan, in shock from what he had to go through, nervously said, the psychological attacks were always so detailed. I don't know what he will get for making me see this. The next moment, the boy saw a stone pillar in front of him and decided to come to his senses through the pain. Grabbing it, Lorhan crashed into the pillar with his head, scaring ordinary passers-by, and hearing one of them say in a nervous voice, you're crazy! What are you doing? Looking at the consequences of the impact, the passers-by were confused and wondered what was wrong with him, and he was definitely some kind of crazy person, despite the bystanders who were around him. Lorhan breathed a sigh of relief and said in surprise, it felt quite plausible, didn't it? Immediately after he realized that he was really in reality and not in some kind of dream, he immediately went to the gym to train his skills and body. Training in his own martial style, Lorhan immediately attracted the attention of local visitors who began to discuss his martial art, saying, what kind of martial art is kickboxing? To which another replied, I don't know, I've never seen such sweeping movements before. Maybe it's Sambo. Hearing the discussion of his own fighting style, Lorhan happily said in his head, of course you don't know it, and have never seen it before. It's my own fighting style that was optimized for me alone. I developed it for the Lord. The popularity of martial arts grew suddenly, and it all happened at the same time as the virtual reality game The Lord appeared in the world. All this was caused by a reason. Players in games were too often killed by low-level monsters, even though there was a big difference in their levels. And all this was caused by poor control and management of their bodies. For players who are used to only controlling games with a keyboard and mouse, full immersion virtual reality like The Lord was not what they were used to. Having finished practicing his skills on the mannequin, which no longer looked very fresh after a series of blows from Lorhan, the man moved on, leaving the audience to watch him in fear. They were more surprised that the guy didn't finish his training even though he had been practicing with the dummy for a long time. But he also went to the barbell, which is more important. Throwing the barbell on his back and starting to do a squat with it, Lorhan confidently said that this dominance over his body was something he needed to achieve by understanding his muscles and feeling them. Feeling all the muscles he used in his workout, Lorhan mentally added over every muscle from head to toe. Only the ability to fully and perfectly control your body in reality depends on the ability to control it in the Lord. After completing a set of barbell squats, Lorhan was finally able to throw the bar off and confidently added, it's finally time for me to accept it. Leaning against the wall after a hard set, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, "I've actually gone back 3 years in time." Recalling the very times when he last waited for the release of the same game, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head 1 month before the release of the Lord, "This game was everything to me." Standing in the same position where he was already shaking from exhaustion, Lorhan just smiled ominously to himself, but his laughter was loud enough to be heard by the cats that were nearby, and he even scared them, remembering the very Odin he hated so much, and who had annoyed him quite a bit in his past life. Lorhan angrily said in his head, "Just wait for me, you bastards." Thinking of all the guild members and their guild leader, Lorhan added menacingly, "And also Odin, I have been reborn as someone you simply cannot control." Preparing for what was about to happen, Lorhan leaned on the wall and spoke angrily, imagining what awaited him this time when he knew everything in advance. "I will tear you to pieces." And finally, a month has passed since Lorhan was transported 3 years back in time. The Lord game has already been released, and the boy immediately bought the very capsule of full immersion. After launching the capsule and turning on the system, Lorhan saw the light of a star somewhere in the distance, and a system notification that said, "Connecting to the Lord, countdown starts 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 launch." After completing the connection to the game, Lorhan saw the cosmic light in front of him, and the world of the game he was looking at from afar, after which he was surprised to say the same thing to the Lord. But his surprise was abruptly interrupted as soon as a few seconds passed after entering the system said, "Please state your name, traveler." Hearing that everything was exactly the same as it was 3 years ago when he first connected, the boy smiled slyly and confidently said Lorhan. While his avatar and image were being created, which was quite similar to his real body, the boy happily exclaimed, confirming the choice of his name, "My name is Lorhan." Upon completion of authorization, the system said finally, before throwing the guy into the game, "Welcome to the Lord Lorhan." A few seconds later, the boy found himself somewhere in a burning village that was just being stormed by monsters, where he heard the frightened voices of the inhabitants shouting out to run away from the goblin ambush. At the same time, Lorhan saw monsters mercilessly destroying civilians, after which he saw a system notification that said, "Whether you want to start game training, you will not be able to receive rewards if you refuse yes or no," to which Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "Of course." Immediately after these words, Lorhan heard a strange growl behind him, and looking back he thoughtfully said, "A second-level goblin." Looking down with a laugh, Lorhan gripped the spear tightly in his hand and said happily, "Yeah, I'm definitely going to like your guts." Immediately after that, Lorhan stood majestically over the goblin, ready to smash him to the ground. The next moment, Lorhan struck the enemy with all his might, cutting it into 2 pieces, and as a result of the blow, Lorhan created a small hole in the place of the hit, after which he said in an ominous tone, "Fall down before me, for the king of cruelty has returned." After some time after confronting the enemy, Lorhan saw another system notification appear in front of him, which said, "You have defeated an opponent stronger than you. You have received the achievement Natural Fighter Ordinary. You have defeated your opponent who was superior to you. Be proud of your fighting talent." After notifying Lorhan of the achievement, the system also reported the effect of the strength increased by 1, and noticing this, the boy happily said, "Great job, keep it up." This was a feature of the Lord, where there was an achievement system when one of the players performed something incredible. Immediately after that, the system gave the player a special effect for his amazing skills. Thinking about how he could save the village, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "But the usual hunting of monsters to level up is the most useless activity that could only be done in the Lord." After killing several enemies, the boy said disappointedly, "As I thought I would not be able to gain experience here." Hiding from the crowd of goblins that continued to arrive in the village, Lorhan thoughtfully said the condition for training is actually too simple. Looking out from his hiding place into the square where the goblins were ruthlessly killing people, Lorhan added thoughtfully, "I just need to survive in a village overrun by these monsters." Recalling how most people were trained in the game, Lorhan thoughtfully said to avoid the goblins and leave the village, you can't gain experience in it, but meeting 2 goblins for a first-level player does not bode well. Recalling the same method of completing the tutorial in the game, Lorhan smiled slyly and said ominously, "But what if there is a true way to complete the tutorial?" 2 months after the Lord was released, a rather eccentric player appeared in the game, whom everyone called Tolkien, and everyone remembered him because of one event that he created. And Tolkien had a question about why the task in the training was to survive and not to escape. After delving into this question, Tolkien came up with another question that sounded like this. It will not end until you survive in this case. After trying hundreds of different options, Tolkien finally found the one that would complete the training and happily said booga. Of course, there had to be something like that. And indeed, Lorhan had heard that Tolkien received an additional reward that was much larger than the basic one. Recalling the rather nice bonus that awaited him somewhere nearby in this initial place of study, Lorhan decided to be the first to receive the same inhuman bonus. Heading to the very place where the survival prize was located, Lorhan slyly said, "The Lord has just recently been released, and the only one who knows the perfect method of passing is me." And at the same time, the city was in complete chaos, with residents fleeing for their lives to somehow escape the monster invasion. At the same time, Lorhan found the perfect plan to clear the enemies. He waited for them in the meshes and then attacked them by surprise, catching small groups or single enemies by surprise. Throwing his weapon at the enemies from the ambush, the boy also killed a considerable number of goblins, shouting out a strike when he hit them. The main requirement for destroying the goblins that attacked the village was to leave no one alive. After destroying a certain number of thresholds, Lorhan suddenly froze in place and thoughtfully said in his head that if he believed the data he had, there should be 25 goblins in total. The first stage of the plan to destroy the enemies was a divide and conquer strategy, where he had to defeat them one by one. Pulling an axe from the corpse of one of the goblins, Lorhan said with a grudging smile, "Hiding and ambushing is not my style." Recalling his tactics against enemies, which consisted of attacking single enemies, and after their destruction, Lorhan thought happily, "Thus I have already managed to destroy 9 goblins." Going further in search of the remaining monsters, Lorhan threw his weapon on his shoulder and continued in disappointment. But this tactic will not work on them anymore. When the number of goblins falls below 15, the boss begins to feel the danger and calls the rest of the goblins to him. Following his order, the rest gather together, regardless of what the player is doing. As soon as the enemy changed his tactics, Lorhan immediately headed to the inn in the city and confidently said, stopping in front of the entrance, "Now it's time to move on to the second stage." Once inside, where he had to take on 3 enemies at once, the boy still managed to win sitting under the bar table. Lorhan saw a system notification that said 20% of his bodily functions were reduced, after which the tired guy said, "Damn, I thought I was going to die here. Fighting 3 at once was too reckless." Immediately after these words, Lorhan reached into the rack to get a bottle of healing potion from there. As soon as the coveted bottle was finally in his hands, the guy immediately opened it and started drinking. Then he noticed an inscription from the system that said that the lowest healing potion was used and bodily functions were restored. Having drunk the potion that brought him back to health, Lorhan exhaled happily after holding his breath while consuming the product and exclaimed, "There is nothing better than healing potions on the brink of death." As soon as the healing potion took effect, and Lorhan felt relief all over his body, at the same moment someone's loud cry sounded somewhere nearby. And listening to it, the boy thought it was quite familiar, and he thoughtfully said this voice. At the same time, the leader of the goblins, who was just nearby Lorhan's location, gathered all his subjects together and wandered in search of him. Leaving his hiding place and going out in front of the monster that was making a racket in the middle of the ruined city, Lorhan soon noticed him in the square and joyfully exclaimed, "Hey, isn't it me you're looking for?" After revealing his location to the enemy, Lorhan confidently added, beckoning the enemy with his hand, "Come and take it if you need it so badly." The goblin leader immediately turned his head towards Lorhan when he heard the voice, and the monster was very angry at the enemy's self-confidence, and that is why he first sent all his subjects to attack him. As soon as the crowd of enemies headed for Lorhan, he immediately reached behind his back where he had some magic items hidden and shouted, "Come on, let's attack!" Taking out a lower strength potion and a lower agility potion from behind his back, Lorhan gloated as he drank both bottles. "I have something for you," and then mentally said, "The second stage is to maximize your strength." The strength potion used below increased his strength by 10 points, and the agility potion increased his agility by 10 points, both of which worked almost instantly. And thanks to that, Lorhan could confidently face the enemy that was approaching him. When one of the goblin leader's subjects approached him, Lorhan effortlessly grabbed him by the head and threw him away from him, thus neutralizing one of the monsters. Having been seriously injured, the goblin who had just been thrown into the wall was very angry and was preparing to get up to take revenge when Lorhan caught up with him and chopped off his head with his axe, after which he shouted, "Okay, Now the next one. Immediately after that, a fight broke out, and all the enemies who were near Lorhan rushed at him to take revenge for his insolent behavior. But the boy easily defeated them all, and then accidentally saw a new system notification appear behind him. Looking through its contents, Lorhan realized that only those who fully utilize the achievement system can grow the fastest in this game. At the end of the battle with the goblins, Lorhan received an unexpected achievement that said you could easily defeat a huge number of opponents who were stronger than you. Immediately after that, the following notifications also appeared saying that you received the title of Natural Fighter. You were the first to receive this title, the first Natural Fighter Magical. You were able to easily cope with a large group of opponents who were 3 levels stronger than you. This is a gift from heaven. The effects of this title were as follows. Strength and dexterity increased by 3. And the chance of a critical hit increased by 5% in battles with enemies 5 or more levels above his own. Seeing what he got, Lorhan slyly said, "Oh, and here is also a bonus for the first receipt." Looking at his characteristics, Lorhan said, "I'm only at the first level, but my characteristics already amount to 15 points of strength and 14 points of agility, which can be seen at the 10th level." At the same time as Lorhan was looking at his characteristics, a crowd of enemies began to run at him again, trying to finish him off. Grabbing his weapon to deal with the monsters that were coming at him, the boy smiled ominously and said, "You still don't understand me, fools." Rushing to meet the goblins and chopping off each of their heads, the boy confidently added, "You are no match for me." While Lorhan was bragging about his strength, the leader of the goblin gang attacked him and was already preparing to behead Lorhan. Having noticed an elite armored goblin of the 15th level approaching him in time, Lorhan was able to block the enemy's blow. Holding his axe above him, which he used to block the enemy's sword, Lorhan said with a grudging smile, "Oh yeah, you're here too, huh, idiot boss?" After getting out of the enemy's way, Lorhan continued to dodge the enemy's attacks that were coming at him with quite a high intensity. But still, the armored goblin managed to hit Lorhan by hitting his armor, and after a few seconds his sword hit the ground and he thought he had won. But it was not that simple. When the boy's armor broke, he jumped back from the enemy, but his armor was destroyed, and the boy nervously said, "He's much stronger than a normal goblin," and he knew that the boss would be different. Immediately after that, the boy again rushed into battle against the armored goblin, smiling madly and mentally saying, "But even so, a goblin is still a goblin." Approaching his opponent, Lorhan managed to dodge several of his attacks that he made as he approached, and when he was right in front of the enemy's face, the boy thought, "I've already analyzed your attacks." Immediately after that, an attack from Lorhan flew at the enemy's neck, which was supposed to take the monster's head off. Jumping behind the enemy's back, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "Well, it should have worked." But it didn't work out exactly as the boy wanted it to. Despite his strength, which was quite large for the first level, his weapon got stuck in the enemy's neck. Noticing that the enemy was still alive and his efforts were not enough to win, Lorhan said in confusion, "I'm probably doing badly." Immediately after that, the armored goblin who remained alive and recovered from the attack grabbed the boy's arm and slammed him to the ground. Having been attacked by the enemy, Lorhan saw system notifications in his already not the best condition, 355 damage and 20% of his health left. Immediately after that, Lorhan also noticed that the enemy had already let him go and was preparing to kick him with a foot that was directly above him to trample him. Having dodged what could have been his last attack, Lorhan said in his head, "Hell, the problem is not his strength or even his agility." Realizing that his plan did not work because some peculiarities were not taken into account, the boy added unhappily that the goblin was very hard. Watching the enemy approaching him, Lorhan also added an incredible defense to it. "I will not be able to make a fatal blow with my status and weapons." Calculating his ability to resist the enemy, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head that there were probably about 5 minutes left before the potion ended. Well now, preparing for something incredible that would help him defeat the enemy, the boy got to his feet and confidently shouted to the enemy, "Come on, let's get ready." Hearing such words from his opponent, the armored goblin expected something quite incredible to happen now and froze in place in anticipation. But Lorhan began to run away, shouting a strategic retreat. Not realizing what had just happened, the armored goblin just stood there trying to understand why he had just recently ordered him to get ready so confidently. Realizing that it was a distraction so that he could escape, the goblin leader became very angry and growled loudly in Lorhan's wake. Immediately after that, the monster grabbed his weapon and ran after the fugitive who had just deceived him to escape. Having lost sight of his enemy, who had hidden in the city, the monster decided to rely on his sense of smell, which led him to a house. Realizing that he was hiding there, the armored goblin who found his enemy smiled ominously and then confidently headed for the house. At the same time, the boy who was seriously injured hiding in the house was breathing heavily, trying to come to his senses and catch his breath after a hard run. The next moment, Lorhan sat down on the floor and grabbed his side, gritting his teeth and saying, "It hurts. I broke my rib. What a damn game. Why is everything so realistic?" Having recovered from his injury and escape, Lorhan took a scroll from his pocket and confidently said, "Now it's time to use the last item from the general store." After using the scroll, a system notification appeared, saying that you had used the lowest fire protection scroll, and your fire protection had increased by 30 points within 10 minutes. Glad that everything was going according to plan, Lorhan happily said, well, now all that was left was to lure him in, and before he could finish speaking, the wall behind him was destroyed. Immediately after the destruction, the same armored goblin who was looking for the boy to destroy him ran inside. Looking around in search of his enemy, the armored goblin accidentally saw the boy behind him and awkwardly said, waving his hand, "I see that you look quite angry. Let's talk nicely." Ignoring his opponent who wanted to resolve the conflict peacefully, the armored goblin rushed at him with his weapon to finish off the impudent man. Dodging the enemy's attack so that he would not accidentally hit him, Lorhan noticed that another attack was flying right at him, but he had no way to escape, so the guy nervously thought, "I have little room to dodge." Trying to somehow avoid the enemy's attack, the boy blocked his attack with his weapon, but still he was thrown back, stopping in the wall from the impact. The boy saw a system notification that said 74 points of damage were received and less than 10% of his health remained. Immediately after landing, Lorhan noticed an enemy coming out of a cloud of dust to finish him off. Preparing for the third stage of his plan, he gripped his weapon tightly and prepared to throw it at the enemy. Gathering his remaining strength, Lorhan launched his axe towards the armored goblin. At the same time, the enemy, who had dodged such a ridiculous attack, smiled ominously, preparing to finish off his unarmed opponent. Having fulfilled his plan, Lorhan joyfully said to the enemy standing in front of him, "What's so funny about it?" "Of course, laugh as much as you like." The guy who had lowered his hands and was waiting for the plan to take effect added joyfully, "Because this is the last opportunity you will have to laugh before you die." Hearing such words from his opponent, the armored goblin immediately looked back to understand what he meant by his words. Behind him, he saw that the axe thrown by Lorhan had hit one of the pillars that supported the building that was about to collapse. Rising to his feet and climbing out the window, the boy joyfully said to his enemy, "See you again, maybe," and then said in his head, "Stage 3, use all your weapons." Realizing that he would soon be finished, the armored goblin rushed to the window to try to escape from the collapsing building, but it was useless. He could not escape the speed of the building's fall. As soon as the boy jumped out of the window, he immediately heard the sounds of the building collapsing and trapping the enemy inside. After completing the game training, the boy said thoughtfully, "I do it for the reward, but it's sad to see the former king of cruelty suffering like this from the possibility of depending on the strategy found by others." At the end of the battle, the system said you have defeated the armored goblin. You have less than 1% health left immediately afterwards. Lorhan added, "One guy is the one who made me feel so ashamed." Immediately after Lorhan mentioned his hated rival who had put him through a lot of suffering, the guy clenched his hand into a fist and said angrily, "Well, wait, I will make you go through it 10 times, no 100 times. At the very moment when Lorhan was expressing his dissatisfaction with Odin, the system informed him that you have completed the training. Immediately after these words, the system also displayed other notifications informing you of an incredible achievement. You defeated an opponent whose level is 10 times higher than your newly obtained title, a descendant of David, and you are the first to receive this title. After that, another notification appeared, announcing an incredible achievement. You defeated a horde of opponents who were stronger than you, and you received the title 17-1, the first to receive this title. And finally, the most long-awaited system notification, which reported an impossible achievement. You have passed the training perfectly, you have received the title, nothing is impossible. You are the first to receive this title. Looking at the ruined village, Lorhan received another notification from the system that said you will receive a basic reward for completing the training. You received stale bread, you received 50 copper, you received an additional reward for clearing the training, and you received 5 unknown chests. Sincerely rejoicing that he had received 3 new titles upon completion of the training, Lorhan happily said it was just incredible, and of course, wonderful rewards. Immediately after expressing his joy, the boy decided to find out what the benefits of the new titles were and thoughtfully said, "Now let's see what these titles give us in the status window." Reviewing his characteristics and skills that he had acquired through the recent fight, the guy happily said in his head, "I can't believe this is happening." Looking at what he had gained and what characteristics and data his titles had, the guy was amazed and added, "It's just incredible." Looking at the title, "Nothing is impossible," and its description, Lorhan said in amazement, the legendary title, "I just can't believe it." Breaking out in a cold sweat from how lucky he was, the guy said with this, "I will achieve my goals much faster. No, I should even look at them again." Reviewing the other titles he received, such as 17-1, and David's descendant Lorhan happily added other titles, and their effects are also impressive. After reviewing all of his titles that he received and learning their descriptions, the boy also took out all 5 chests he received as a reward, and confidently exclaimed, "Okay, I'm going to open all the chests with rewards, all of them." Upon completion of the reward review, Lorhan moved to the starting city where all newcomers appear after completing their training. Moving to the starting city, the boy happily said as he got out of the teleporter, "It's been a long time since I've been here." Raising his head up and spreading his arms around him, the boy happily said after appearing in the starting city of Phuket. Before he could enjoy his appearance, he heard a commotion and put his hand over his eyes to look around, saying, "I knew there were a lot of people here, even if it had been a few hours since it opened." Looking around at the players that were in the initial area, Lorhan said nervously in his head, "Now that I think about it, maybe some of the bottom ones are already here." Looking around to find the same hated enemies, the boy angrily said in his head, "Odin and his henchmen?" Recalling the appearance of all the members of the Ragnarok Guild, Lorhan added these members of the Ragnarok Guild. Gritting his teeth in anger and imagining what he could do to them now, the boy mentally said, "I would like to find them immediately and beat them all to death," but a few seconds after Lorhan had been grinding his teeth in anger, he calmed down with a sigh of relief, exhaling a disappointed sigh of disappointment that the boy had spoken too soon. Recalling how he had learned about the leader of the Ragnarok Guild, the boy mentally spoke of Odin when he was named King of Creation 2 years after the game's launch. Recalling the times when the world finally began to know about Odin, Lorhan said it was rather strange, no matter how much I thought about it. Recalling how quickly the Ragnarok Guild was formed at that time, Lorhan continued, "Dozens of high-level players joined it." Immediately after these words, an image of Helios, who was also a member of Ragnarok, appeared in Lorhan's mind, and he unhappily added and even changed nicknames and appearance. Also recalling the others who also changed their appearance to match the guild, Lorhan said unhappily, "That's why I call them Kringle role players with all this embarrassing Greek and Viking cosplay. In any case, it's impossible to find these guys now." The next moment, Lorhan grabbed his beard and thoughtfully said, "But who is this guy? What did he promise them to achieve such loyalty?" Deciding not to fill his head with guesses that were now useless, Lorhan walked away from the square, saying thoughtfully, "Let's forget about it for now. Thinking about it will not lead anywhere anyway." Immediately after that, he sat down with his head down and thoughtfully said in his head that the most important thing at the moment is to prepare for the moment when I will meet him. Walking through the images of the people around him, immersed in his thoughts, Lorhan also added that I need to become much stronger and also pumped much faster than anyone else. Preparing to go to training to improve my level and raise my skills, Lorhan said in his head in this case, the first thing I should do. Before he could finish the thought and get too far away, he heard a voice behind him saying, "Hey, you want to get stronger?" Looking back to see who had spoken to him, the boy saw a pumped-up NPC looking at him and then added, "Then come here and become as strong as me." Looking at the training ground with a thoughtful glance, Lorhan froze in place, wondering if he really needed it, and if it was a good offer. Turning his gaze to the newcomers who were already on the training ground, hitting the dummies, the boy thoughtfully said, "Maybe it's just because it's the first day, but there are a lot of people here." Thinking about the suggestion of the old man who was standing near the training ground, Lorhan thought that soon they would leave. And then the boy said confidently, "I want to use the training ground." Hearing that he was ready to accept his offer, the non-game character happily said, "Oh, I see your potential. I can't afford to let a future star pay the standard price for you. It will cost 20 copper." After these words, a system notification appeared in which it was written that your relationship with neutral and allied NPCs starts from a friendly level. Hearing the offer from his grandfather, Lorhan was surprised to hear that this was the effect of the title. The usual use of the training ground would cost 30 coppers. Having paid the subscription fee, Lorhan headed for a free dummy, and upon arriving at the place, the boy began to warm up, saying happily, "I missed this feeling." After completing all the preparations, Lorhan finally began his training. Training dummies is one of the ways to gain experience in Pokemon in the early stages. Here you could get experience points just by hitting the dummies, which is not even possible. And many people used it from the very beginning, but after spending quite a long time training, one of those present at the training room tiredly said, "Damn, when will I get the level? I've been hitting it for 5 hours." But over time, everyone began to realize that this was quite ineffective. Experience could also be gained by completing tasks from NPCs, which gave much more experience and also rewarded with money or food. So one girl, having completed the task, came to the NPC and said, "Here are your 10 squirrel skins as ordered," and received a good job in return, which was the reward. Even if you continue to train on the site, you will still need to pay for its use and also eat something. You will need to save money at that time. One of the couple of guys who decided to leave the site said it's useless. "Let's go hunt goblins or do something else," to which the other replied, "God, we just finished wasting time." Continuing to beat the training dummy, Lorhan confidently said in his head, "But leveling up is not what the training ground is really for." After some time of training to check the accuracy of the information, Lorhan saw a system notification that said his strength had increased by 1. Seeing this system notification, Lorhan immediately stood up and exclaimed in his head, "This is it. My hard work has paid off. If you spend some time beating the dummy until your stamina is exhausted, you can increase your stats by 1. This is completely different from what you get for leveling up." Taking out some stale bread from his inventory to replenish his health and stamina, Lorhan mentally said, "I'm the only person who knows about this, and even if someone else knows about it, it's unlikely they'll do the same." Eating the bread in between training, the boy mentally said further, "You need to use the time to level up through quests. This will allow you to raise your characteristics faster." After finishing his meal, the boy added thoughtfully, "But there is one thing. Will it always be like this?" Wiping the crumbs from his face and remembering his past, the boy thoughtfully added in his head, at the initial stage of rising to the 10th or 20th level, "It will take a day or two, but will it be as easy on the 100th or 200th? Recalling his past quests from NPCs that he had done to level up, Lorhan also added in his head, "Now it was boring and hard, but the day would come when this increase in characteristics would pay off." After thinking about raising the characteristics and everything else, Lorhan restored his stamina with food and said confidently, "And now let's get back to work." 10 days after Lorhan decided to continue training, he was still on the training ground. Noticing the same guy on the training ground who continued to fight with the dummy, a couple of players said to him what he was trying to achieve, to which the other replied, "Forget it, he's just craving attention. Let's go do quests." Hearing some 2 players who were near him, Lorhan said in his head what these stupid upstarts are talking about when the level is growing. Simple blows are not enough to raise the characteristics. Immediately after these words, the boy hit one of the dummies with all his might, shattering it to pieces. And immediately after that, a system notification appeared that said an incredible achievement. You have increased strength, agility, and physical resistance to the maximum possible on the training ground. You will no longer be able to increase characteristics on the training ground. Noticing the system notifications and the fact that further efforts would be futile, Lorhan finally stopped to rest. Then a new system notification appeared which said you have received the title of hard worker. After one title he received, the next system notification appeared, announcing an incredible achievement. It is no exaggeration to call you the strongest man in the village after you destroyed the dummy in less than a minute. You received the title of the strongest man in the neighborhood. After receiving such coveted notifications and titles, the boy joyfully exclaimed, "I'm done, and now it's time to go and level up." No sooner had Lorhan finished with his triumph than he heard a voice behind him saying, "Hey, don't you want to get even stronger?" Watching with an excited look and drooling, the NPC of the training ground added, "I've been watching you closely for these 10 days, and hearing such words from your grandfather." The boy nervously replied that, "Why does it sound rather strange?" The NPC from the training ground confidently said, "A person with your courage and perseverance can do it," which surprised Lorhan. Immediately after that, stretching out his hand in front of him, the grandfather added, "If you want, I will show you a new bar, so that you will follow me." Hearing the wind NPC's offer, the boy nervously said in his head that the hidden quest was something I had never heard of before. Without hesitation, Lorhan followed the NPC who offered to show him a new level of training. Following the grandfather who led him underground, Lorhan was surprised to hear the same thought in his head, just thinking that there would be an underground tunnel under the site. Noticing that the guy was looking around, inspecting everything on the way, the NPC said to him, "Be careful not to stumble in this darkness." Recalling the same words the NPC had spoken to him on the surface near the training ground, Lorhan thoughtfully spoke in his head. He remembered the new bar he had in mind. Immediately after these thoughts, the boy happily said in his head that he definitely knew something about a hidden class or skill, and before he knew it, he heard his grandfather's voice saying, "Okay, we're here." Immediately after these words, a huge iron gate began to open in front of Lorhan, behind which there were some steel mannequins. Seeing the guy's dissatisfied face, the NPC confidently announced that this was an improved platform for the chosen ones, to which Lorhan exclaimed in displeasure, "Oh shit, this is what you meant by a new bar and another training device." Hearing the boy's displeasure, the grandfather said that it was not as simple as you might think, to which the boy replied in surprise that it was. Hearing such words from the boy, the NPC added, "Paying attention to the fighters? They move exactly as people react to attacks and counterattack. You can even die if your level is less than 10th. Immediately after these words, putting one index finger in front of him, the NPC added, "Well, you want to try, but I'll tell you in advance you only have one try." Hearing such a proposal from his grandfather, Lorhan stopped for a few seconds, thinking about the proposal, and a few seconds passed when the boy punched his fist in his hand and confidently said, "Although it annoys me, it might be fun." Immediately after these words, the boy took the first step inside, and after a few more steps into the training room, Lorhan heard the door close behind him. Immediately after that, the training began, and one of the wooden dolls in the room attacked him with a punch, but the boy managed to dodge it. Looking at the number of enemies after the sudden attack, the boy realized that he would have a lot of fun here. Starting to warm up after realizing that these dolls were quite nimble, Lorhan happily said, "You're pretty strong for simple toys." Dodging a few more attacks from the mannequins in the room, Lorhan exclaimed, "That's great! That's just incredible!" Jumping up to finally launch a counterattack instead of just fighting back, the boy smiled ominously and exclaimed, "Great! Let's have some fun then." 5 whole days had passed since Lorhan had been brought to the underground training ground, and the sounds of battle were becoming less frequent. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and one of the dummies appeared, trying to crawl out of the doorway to escape. But unfortunately, all his efforts were destroyed by Lorhan, who was following the last opponent, simply crushed him with his foot, after which he happily said, "I have reached the 10th level and received additional characteristics." Immediately after these words, the guy happily added, and more importantly, looking at the system notification that informed him about receiving a new title called Unshakable Determination, "No one can break his will now." Looking at the system notification that appeared after the training, Lorhan thoughtfully said the epic title of Unwavering Determination, "To think that I got it in a place like this." Immediately after that, the boy immediately recalled all those moments when his enemies trapped him in a room and forced him to strain in the confrontation. Then Lorhan said disappointedly, "If you think about all the suffering I endured to get this title," also recalling those moments when the dolls beat him in a crowd to reduce his chances in one-on-one battles, the boy also added the fact that I got this title just by fighting with wooden dolls. Reflecting on what he had to go through for this, Lorhan happily added, "Well, now it's definitely the right time." Immediately after these words, the boy finally left the dungeon and hurried to another city called Katon, where he planned to advance his skills. Arriving in the city he needed, Lorhan immediately rushed to the Berserker Guild to change his class. Upon arriving, the boy noticed a man inside the building who was then Lorhan's master, and happily shouted out to him. Hearing a strange noise that suddenly appeared near him, the guild master stood up in a sitting position and looked at the boy in surprise. Then he said to him, "I'm a visitor, maybe you want to work for me?" And the boy replied that he didn't know what this place was. Hearing the question from the head of the Berserker Guild, Lorhan smiled broadly and said happily, "Of course it's a Berserker Guild, right?" Immediately after these words, Lorhan raised his index finger at the level of his eyes and added happily, "If you are a man, then become a berserker." Hearing such words from the visitor, the guild leader smiled happily and said, "Boogaloo, boy, you know what you're saying." Immediately after these words, the leader of the Berserker Guild also said, before changing the boy's class, "You know that you can't change the class if you get one," to which the boy replied irritably, "I know, let's hurry up and get it over with." Hearing these words from the guy who came to him to change the class, the guild leader hurried to put a stamp in the application, happily adding, "You're pretty quick to make a decision, I like it." As soon as the stamp was put, Lorhan noticed a system notification above him that said you changed your class to berserker. Then the boy's joy knew no bounds. Immediately after that, the guild leader happily told him, "Congratulations, Lorhan, you are now a berserker." Immediately after these words, the head of the berserker guild threw a lot of weapons in front of him and said, "Now, as a gift for getting the class, choose what you like among all the weapons." The boy chose an axe and began to test it along with his own fighting style. After observing how skillfully the boy wielded the weapon, the head of the guild said to the man sitting behind him, "That's pretty impressive." Hearing these words from the guild leader and feeling the same sensation he hadn't felt in a long time after the time travel, the boy happily said in his head, "This is exactly what I've been craving." Immediately after that, the boy spoke in his head, imagining all the player classes that were available to him. "To be honest, I was thinking about choosing a class. Unlike in my past life, now I know about hidden classes and how to get them." Immediately after these words, Lorhan immediately remembered the very hateful Odin and all his subjects, and then added with a grudging smile. Immediately after his thoughts, the boy confidently said, "If I'm going to deal with all of them, there's nothing better than becoming a berserker." After these words, Lorhan again remembered Odin and one of his battles against his guild, after which he mentally said, "Odin always goes with his lackeys, and berserkers get bonus characteristics when they are in the minority." Immediately after that, recalling his training with the dolls in the underground room, the boy added that in addition, they could use the berserker skill, which increases their characteristics. And that is why this work is most effective for those who want to pump their skills as quickly as possible, because I can increase my characteristics simply by activating this skill. After thinking about whether he had chosen the right class and what additional opportunities the berserker he chose gives him, Lorhan thoughtfully added what was most important of all. Raising his weapon in front of him and looking at it with a sinister smile, Lorhan thought to himself, "Odin, since he's already cut my throat once, it's only fair that I cut his head off." Looking at Lorhan, who had just received his new class, the guild leader noticed the boy's strange behavior and asked him what happened. "Are you proud of your new class?" To which the boy thoughtfully replied, "Oh no, not really." His strange behavior was justified by the fact that after changing the class, a new system notification appeared in front of the boy, which plunged him into shock, and Lorhan said in surprise what it was. In front of him was a system notification of a hidden quest that said, "Search for traces of the wild faith trace of the wild wind that destroyed the world long ago was found. Find the remaining traces and fulfill the dying wish of the Wild Wind Advanced Training Ground completed before the first class change. The remaining items are hidden." Not understanding where it came from and how to proceed with it, Lorhan said in surprise as he looked at it again and again, realizing that it was a hidden quest of the Wild Wind. After a while, Lorhan, who had received a new secret quest, ran to the bank to take money and find information on this task. Arriving at the bank, he was met by an employee who happily said, "Welcome, Arok Bank always gives you joy. How can I help you?" Before she could finish, Lorhan interrupted her by shouting out a loan. Hearing why he had come here, the manager nervously continued, "Of course, name your class and name," to which she heard in response the berserker Lorhan as much as possible. Then the girl added, "Well, if this is your first class, then a possible loan will be 30 silver pieces at 3% per month." As soon as the guy received the money, he immediately rushed to the berserker guild, where he excitedly exclaimed upon the arrival of the first-class berserker skill book. All the guildmaster heard this and said in surprise, "Oh really, this is a big purchase." Then Roken nervously added without talking how much. Then the guildmaster said 10 pieces of silver. Immediately after that, Lorhan noticed a system notification that said you have learned axe skills and 4 other skills. A description of the skill you can use skillfully with an axe. The strength and speed of the attack directly depend on the degree of skill. You also learned the jerk, which allowed you to move quickly while using this skill, and the agility increased by 110%, as well as the strike, battle cry, and berserker skills. Having learned the berserker skills and everything possible from the books, Lorhan still did not get what he needed so badly, and seeing the fighter's thoughtful look, the guildmaster asked him what was wrong. Hearing the question from the berserker guildmaster, the boy decided to ask him if he knew anything about the skill, saying, "Hey master, I have a question." Attracting the guildmaster's attention, Lorhan approached him and said, "Do you know anything about Wild Wind?" Hearing this question, the guildmaster thoughtfully replied, "Yes, what is it?" Having learned nothing new from the guildmaster, Lorhan went to the central square where there was a fountain and sat down on it, and said thoughtfully, "I wonder what the wild wind is," trying to remember if he had heard anything about it before, or to derive logical chains to figure it out. Lorhan said mentally, "At first I thought this quest was related to the berserker class, but even the guildmaster didn't know anything." Remembering his past life where he was the best of the best, the guy confidently added in his head, "I've never even heard of this before, even when I was the first in the berserker rankings." Gritting his teeth in disappointment, the boy continued, "Did someone already take him before me?" Having started his thoughts in this direction, Lorhan grabbed his head and exclaimed angrily, "Damn it, I can't do anything without hints." Calming down after he lost control and began to attract attention, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "The rewards of hidden quests are certainly tempting, but I don't have any clues yet, so let's put it off for now." Immediately after that, opening his status window and looking at his data, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "I changed my class, so now it's time to level up." Immediately after these words, the guy smiled ominously and confidently added in his head, "Well, then it's time to start a leveling course as I planned." A few seconds after that, a sign appeared above Lorhan with the inscription, "Harsh Forest looking for a person to lead me to the orc camp. Reward 15 pieces of silver." A few minutes after the sign was posted, Lorhan heard a voice behind him say, "Do you want to hire me to take you to the orc camp?" Pointing to himself, the man in iron armor who stood behind the boy confidently added, "I'll help you, brother." As soon as Lorhan looked back to see who exactly had approached him with an offer of help, the big man in iron armor added, "And as for the reward for the task, give it to me right away." Looking at the arrogant guy who offered him help, Lorhan looked at him thoughtfully, and then asked him with a heavy sigh, "You're the only one who has a level." And he heard in response, "I'm a heavy knight of the 25th level." Hearing the answer from the self-confident knight in iron armor, Lorhan answered unhappily, "I don't believe you. If you are here alone, then just get out of here." Hearing the refusal from the boy who was looking for someone to lead him into the forest, the knight angrily exclaimed that after that, he took out his badge and began to poke the boy angrily, saying that this is the badge of an orc warrior. "I got it by killing one." To which Lorhan replied disappointedly that "you are just acting arrogant after mowing down 1 or 2 orc patrols near the forest." Immediately after that, Lorhan also added, "I need at least 2 people with a level above 30th to get to the orc camp, which is located in the heart of the forest. Don't get carried away and just go on your way." Hearing that he was still trying to fight him off, the knight in steel armor looked around and angrily said in his head, "That bastard is mixing me with dirt in front of all these people." Immediately after these thoughts, the knight pointed his hand at Lorhan and used the penetration skill as soon as it happened. The guy noticed a system notification that said your opponent used a hostile skill on you. After this notification, another one came, informing him that self-defense skills would be available for 5 minutes, a period that could increase if the opponent resisted. Noticing that the enemy decided to attack him, Lorhan raised his head and angrily shouted to the insolent boy, "Hey, what are you going to do?" When the knight heard that the boy was angry with him, he began to mock him, because what could a 25th level do to a 1st level? As soon as Lorhan got to his feet, the knight continued his mockery between pauses, saying, "1st level, you really are so arrogant when you are just a nubile newly graduated." Immediately after these words, the knight of the 25th level added, "If you don't have the strength, you should just sit there in silence." Hearing how insolent he was being, Lorhan looked at him with an angry look and said, "What are you talking about? Are you tired of living or something?" Hearing that he began to threaten him, the knight of the 25th level said to Lorhan, "Come on, try it, you fool. You're just an upstart who wanted to get into the camp with the orcs on the 1st level." With a sly smile at the fact that the enemy underestimated him, Lorhan happily said on the 1st level, "Then." Immediately after that, the boy decided to raise some money and said to the knight, "Hey, don't you want to bet with me?" To which the knight replied in surprise that he didn't know what you meant. As soon as the enemy swallowed the bait, Lorhan added, "You and I will fight, and the winner will get 15 pieces of silver, so you won't feel bad if no one dies, right?" Hearing the offer from the self-confident boy, the angry knight said to him, "You're out of your mind." Hearing that for some reason he did not want to agree, Lorhan said rather provocatively, "Are you afraid of losing to a player of the 1st rank with your 25th rank?" As soon as these words came out of the boy's mouth, the knight immediately challenged the boy, and then Lorhan saw a system notification that said the player Baikal had sent a request for a duel with a bet of 15 pieces of silver. After sending the request for a fight, Baikal angrily said to his opponent, "Come on, you loser." A few seconds later, People gathered around the fountain where the fight was taking place and shouted, "Hey, there's a duel right next to the fountain." Hearing what was happening in the city, one of the players who was passing by with her team was surprised to hear a duel in the city, as if they really had nothing better to do. Preparing for the fight after Lorhan accepted his challenge, Baikal clenched his weapon in his hands and angrily said, "I'll finish you off, you arrogant scoundrel." To which the boy happily replied, "Yes, good luck." The next moment, Baikal noticed that he was completely unarmed and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, where is your weapon that you will use to fight me?" Hearing the words of his opponent, who suddenly noticed Lorhan's bare hands, the boy boldly replied, "My weapon and will are right here." Seeing how bold his opponent was, Baikal said angrily, "Do you really think I'm going to dirty this sword on you, you insolent rascal?" A few seconds after the conversations ended, a system notification appeared informing him that the duel had begun and that the one whose health dropped below 5% would lose the battle. Immediately after the battle began, Baikal decided not to waste time and hurried to strike the enemy with his first blow, but the latter easily dodged it. Continuing to strike at Lorhan, which he always dodged, Baikal angrily exclaimed, "You rat, you're done dodging. Let's start the real fight." Unable to fire at his opponent, the angry Baikal said nervously, "Damn, do berserkers have to be so fast?" After thinking for a second about the skills and speed of the berserker class, Baikal heard the ominous voice of his opponent, who said in surprise that, "I can start." Immediately after these words, Baikal tried to attack the enemy again, pointing his spear at him and shouting menacingly, "You're arrogant." Before he could speak, a direct blow flew into his jaw, which not only pierced his armor but also knocked the enemy out of action with just one blow. After delivering his first blow, Lorhan immediately remembered the training dummies on the advanced training ground and mentally said, "Stupid bastard, I pushed my performance to the limit on the training ground." Preparing to strike the next blow, the guy added in his head, "My level is not only because of the class change but my true characteristics." Having struck the enemy, Lorhan confidently added at least one more. After a short pause between words, the boy added the 50th level. What happened on the square near the fountain made everyone freeze in their tracks. It was something incredible. The first level with the bare hands of a knight in armor of the 25th level. Also noticing what had just happened, a passing player who was in the group but decided to stop and look at the fight was amazed and said, "My God," with his bare hands against the armor. Having struck the next blow to the body and pierced the enemy's chest armor, Lorhan smiled ominously, enjoying the victory and the look on the face of the arrogant enemy he had punished. Immediately after the enemy could no longer resist him, Lorhan grabbed the enemy by the face and smiling ominously said, "Not all players of the first level." After a short pause to throw the enemy to the ground, Lorhan confidently added one more. At the end of the battle, Lorhan was awarded additional experience after defeating the enemy, and he stood triumphantly over his defeated opponent, smiling ominously. When the enemy had completely lost consciousness, a system notification appeared, informing the player that Baikal had lost and that you would lose 15 silver coins. Immediately after that, a system notification appeared over Lorhan, which said the player Lorhan won, you get 15 silver coins, after which the guy smiled happily and said, "Here's my money." Watching Lorhan walk away from the battlefield, the amazed crowd nervously said, "You saw it with your bare hands in an instant. I heard that he was only level 1, he can't be a cheater." Having defeated a rather strong opponent, Lorhan clenched his hand into a fist and confidently said in his head, "I'm fine, I can handle this." Heading back to the fountain to look for someone to help him with the road, the boy thoughtfully said the only problem was how to get there, and then he heard a voice behind him say, "Sorry." Looking back to find out who exactly was calling him, Lorhan noticed a group of 3 people behind him, a boy and 2 girls, one of them a sorcerer and the other a healer. Noticing that Lorhan had paid attention to him, the boy happily asked if it was true that you wanted to get into the orc camp, to which he pointed to the sign above his head and said, "Well, you can see for yourself." Hearing that he really intends to get there, the boy looked back at his companions and said, "We have not been inside the camp yet, but we often pass by it. Do you want to come with us?" Hearing that there are good candidates who can help him in his plan, Lorhan said thoughtfully, looking at the team, "What is your level?" And the boy happily replied, "I am 35th and these 2 are 32nd. Looking at the group that agreed to help him in the campaign to the orc camp, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "The equipment looks normal, a balanced group with a tank, a main healer, and a healer." After thinking about whether they were really suitable for this mission, Lorhan pulled out the payment and thought, well, they passed. Holding the money out to the players, the boy said, "Instead of forming a group, I just need you to escort me to the entrance of the camp." Having said that, Lorhan also added, "I will give you 10 silver coins in advance, and the rest as soon as my request is fulfilled. Moreover, I will just watch and not participate in the battles. Of course, all the items that fall out will be yours." After announcing the conditions of this escort mission, the group immediately headed for the harsh forest, and after a while was already in it, heading for the camp. And finally, the group of players had a view of the defense tower, which was located at the main entrance to the orc camp. Noticing that the enemies were walking around their camp, making sure that no one whispered, the boy said that this was where the orc territory began, and they were carefully patrolling the area. Hearing this information from his guide, Lorhan said in his head, "I know it's an idiot," and then asked what you're going to do about it. Stretching his hand back to one of his teammates, the boy confidently said, "Rose, can you give me this?" Hearing the order from the group leader, the girl hurried to find what he asked for, saying, "Yes, now a second." A few seconds later, the girl took a piece of meat from her inventory, which the boy successfully threw away. Hearing a noise that suddenly came from nearby, a couple of guards on patrol turned back and headed for the place of the noise. Arriving at the spot, they found a piece of meat on the ground, and one of the monsters shouted out with joy that it was the same meat. Seeing that the enemies had taken the bait, the squad proceeded to the next stage of their plan, while the patrolmen were happily exclaiming at the food, wondering if the hunters had lost it somewhere along the way. As soon as the road was cleared, the leader of the group spoke to his men as he headed for the place where they would be able to get into the orc camp. "Come on, let's go quickly." While a couple of patrolling orcs were distracted by a piece of meat, the whole team of players headed for the entrance. Following behind the group, Lorhan thought, "They are much more experienced than I thought. Not bad." After some time, the group arrived at the very place where there was a hole in the fence of the orc camp through which it was fashionable to get inside. Noticing that one of the orcs was standing near this hole, guarding it from sudden intrusion, the guy said disappointedly, "No, that was our only option." Looking at the enemy who stood to protect the passage in the fence, the disappointed guy said sadly, "Maybe they realized that and put up guards here?" Immediately after these words, the boy did not take his eyes off the enemy and said, "Well, there's nothing you can do about it." Elfie heard that she was given the command to act and meekly replied, "I understand." Immediately after that, Elfie began to cast a spell that was supposed to neutralize the enemy for a certain time so that Lorhan could get inside. After reading the full text of the spell, the girl shouted silence at the same moment the group leader was ready to act. Running out of his hiding place, the group leader gave himself away and was noticed by the enemy, only to shout out that he had noticed the enemy on the horizon when he realized that for some reason he could not say anything. Having lost his voice after a spell of silence was cast on him, the orc did not even have time to react to repel the enemy's attack, and therefore he simply fell as one of the victims of the group of players. After finishing the enemy who stood guard at the entrance, the leader of the squad pointed to the free passage and said, "Everything is ready. You will get to the orc camp as soon as you pass here." Hearing that all the work had already been done, Lorhan handed the rest of the payment to his assistants and said, "Thank you for your work here." The rest of the reward, to which he heard in response, "Thank you, and I wish you good luck." As soon as Lorhan paid his assistants, he immediately headed for the orc camp when he suddenly heard Rosa's voice nervously saying, "Are you really going to go there alone? It's much more dangerous there." To which Lorhan replied, "Yes, I know. Bye." Hearing Lorhan's answer that he knew what he was doing, the leader of the squad who helped him prepared to go back and said to his friends, "It's dangerous here. Let's go." Walking back after completing the task, Rosa nervously said, "I don't understand what he's up to, even if he spent money to get here." To which Elfie replied, "Leave him alone. He's digging his own grave." Hearing the conversation of his friends who were following him, the leader of the group confidently said that we don't need to worry about him. To which Elfie replied in surprise, "What exactly do you mean?" Immediately after that, the boy added, "I don't know the reason, but it doesn't look like he was asking for help because he's weak." Hearing this, Elfie replied, "Really, you're not overestimating him." And the duel was certainly impressive, but it was a duel. Hearing such words from his friend who was in the same group with him, the boy was surprised to hear why he had arranged it at all, and Elfie replied in surprise that he did not know what he meant. Immediately after these words, the guy added that judging by what those who saw everything from the very beginning said, the knight was the first to use the attacking skill. The next moment, recalling the rules of the game, the guy added, "As you probably know, The one who starts attacking the other player will receive a temporary permission to defend himself. Mentioning some additional aspects of dueling and self-defense, the boy also added that they could also gain experience for defeating the enemy. Hearing such words from her leader, Elfie was surprised to say that this was indeed a great opportunity to level up, after which Rose added in surprise, then why would he? Moving only forward and not stopping for a second to return to this harsh forest as soon as possible, the leader of the squad answered, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'm not sure. Recalling the same boy they had escorted to the orc camp, the leader of the group said thoughtfully, Lorhan definitely had a reason. After a short pause, remembering Lorhan, the boy added why he wanted to stay on the first level until he reached the orc camp. At the same time, somewhere in the orc camp, the monster saw a boy enter their territory and nervously said that he was a human man. Immediately after seeing this, someone in the crowd shouted out loud to inform the others about the intruder. A few seconds after the orcs reported the intruder to the entire camp, Lorhan took a full lungful of air and shouted to the entire camp, Who among you knows about warrior honor? If there is a real warrior here, let him come out. Hearing what Lorhan had just shouted, the orcs were immediately confused, whispering among themselves in surprise that a man knew about orcish honor. Was this the first time this had happened here? With a sly smile after he shouted this phrase, Lorhan confidently said in his head that this was one of the methods to defeat the orcs that no one had been able to discover yet. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan remembered his past life and thoughtfully added that if he shouted this in the middle of their camp, they would only fight in one-on-one duels to defend their honor. With a sly smile after he used one of the secrets of his past life, Lorhan mentally said, Yes, I came here not just to improve my level, but there is also a very important condition to become strong in the Lord. Recalling the important conditions for becoming stronger in this game, the boy recalled the powerful monsters he had fought before and said that he needed to complete impossible achievements. Immediately after that, after a short pause, Lorhan added that he would receive legendary titles as a reward. Realizing what could be waiting for him in the near future, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, A battle in a harsh forest with war orcs gives an incredible reward, and not only hunting grounds. Recalling what he had used to make it easier for him to achieve his plan, Lorhan also added, They will allow me to fight one-on-one without anyone being able to interfere in the battle. Immediately after that, Lorhan confidently shouted to the entire orc camp, Let's see who is the strongest among you. A few seconds after these words, the orc leader appeared in front of Lorhan, smiled ominously and confidently said, Here's your chance to test your honor, come on, man. Seeing the enemy before him, Lorhan nervously said in his head, I was out of luck, I got too drunk, I didn't think there could be an orc leader here. Recalling the strength of this character, Lorhan nervously said in his head, This bastard is as strong as a 70th level player with a second class. Raising his head up to look at the enemy, Lorhan added in a frightened tone, I have no chance against him now. Scrunching up his face, the boy nervously said in his head, Too bad, I was too confident, so in that case I only have to use my own weapon. Before he could finish his thought, he heard the voices of other orcs from the village nearby shouting, No, he is our leader. Let us fight him. Hearing these words from the crowd, one of the orcs confidently shouted out that the leader was too strong for him. Immediately after that, someone from the crowd following Lorhan said, Give us at least some chance to prove our honor. Hearing such words from his comrades in the camp, the orc leader smiled slyly and said, Indeed, you must pass the selection to be able to fight me. Immediately after these words, finding a comfortable place where he could sit, the orc leader said to his subject, Kalo, come fight with me. Kalo was an orc warrior of the 4th level. Hearing that his opponent would not be a leader who could easily slam him, Lorhan nervously said in his head, I will survive well. That will be enough for me. Before he could finish his thought, Lorhan suddenly realized a truth and nervously said in his head, What is it now? I am glad to see a weak opponent. Gritting his teeth in anger and anger at himself because of what had just happened, the boy mentally said to Lorhan, Pull yourself together immediately. Remembering immediately after those thoughts of Odin, who was several heads stronger than him last time, Lorhan nervously thought how I could become much stronger than him with such thoughts. Sighing heavily after his heavy thoughts, Lorhan heard the orc's voice saying to him, Human, you are fighting me now, so you better pick up your weapon. Ignoring the words of his opponent, Lorhan opened the characteristic window and began to distribute the additional characteristic points he had left. Watching this, Halo said in surprise, What are you doing? And at the same time, Lorhan poured all his extra points into his strength to gain an advantage over his enemies. After completing the distribution and receiving 112 points of power after the distribution was completed, the boy confidently said, "Well, let's get started." Immediately after these words, Lorhan pointed his hand at the orc leader and confidently said, "Hey, you're the leader." With a sly smile right in the face of his powerful rival, the boy added, "Let me guess, today you will die by my hand." Hearing these words from his rival, the orc leader smiled happily and said, "What a wonderful person you are." Hearing these words from the boy who dared to threaten their leader, Kalo could not help but attack Lorhan, angrily exclaiming, "You impudent boy." Seeing the weapon wielded by the enemy, Lorhan said in surprise, thus attracting Kalo's attention, "And your axe will be much better than mine." Having blocked the attack of the orc warrior with his pen, Lorhan added, "I like it very much, don't worry, I will take good care of it." Feeling the powerful resistance from his enemy, the monster nervously said, "I'm not doing well, this man, I underestimated him." After completing his attack and breaking the distance between himself and the enemy, the monster confidently said in his head, "Then I will do this." Immediately after these words, Lorhan's enemy used one of his skills to gain an advantage over his opponent. He used a war cry. As soon as Kalo used his shout, a system notification appeared near Lorhan, informing him that his stats had been reduced as a result of the war cry skill. Seeing what Lorhan had just done, he smiled slyly and said, "This skill is very similar to my war cry. It's definitely something like that." And at the same time, Kalo, who already thought that the advantage was on his side, confidently shouted to the guy he was opposing, "You're weak now. I'll definitely beat you now." Hearing the self-confident words of his enemy, Lorhan gripped his axe tightly and, preparing to strike a powerful blow, exclaimed in surprise, "Do you really think so?" As soon as Kalo heard such words from his opponent, he became very angry because now he was sure that the advantage was on his side, and immediately rushed at the guy indignantly shouting, "Impudent man, die!" Having made several blows that were in vain because Lorhan was able to dodge them, the orc said in a confused voice, "Kalo can't understand. The human must surely be weaker as a result of using my skill." Seeing their comrade fighting, the orcs who stood nearby and watched the fight shouted out in displeasure, "What are you doing, Kalo? Hey, fight him, or rather push him away, Kalo." Continuing to fight against his human opponent, Kalo looked back at the leader of the camp who was also watching and said in his head, "Kalo is definitely stronger and faster." Turning his attention back to the battlefield, Kalo, whose attack was blocked and began to push him, nervously added, "Then why haven't I defeated him yet?" After blocking the attack and moving on to the fight of who would knock who down or pair the attack correctly, Lorhan smiled slyly and said to his enemy in a sarcastic tone, "You're surprised why it's like this." Immediately afterwards, throwing the enemy's attack aside, Lorhan confidently added, "It's because all your attacks are stupidly formulaic." Standing proudly over his enemy until he fell to the ground after the last clash, Lorhan added confidently, "I have seen all your attacks since the very first move." With no intention of giving up and no desire to believe the words of his enemy, who for some reason had been holding the upper hand throughout the fight, Kylo immediately got up and rushed at Lorhan with words of nonsense. Before he could complete his attack, he saw that Lorhan had launched a counterattack, which made him freeze in place waiting for it to continue. At the same time, Lorhan gripped his weapon tightly and jumped up to prepare to strike his enemy. Preparing to finish off his enemy who had first attacked him, Lorhan shouted out in joyful exultation, "Orc warrior Kalo, I will remember your valor." Noticing that Lorhan's axe was already right in front of his forehead, Kalo, who realized that he had lost this battle, said in surprise, "This man is quite strong." The next moment, the dead body of a rather strong warrior fell to the ground for all the orcs who were rooting for him to see, and one of the observers said in confusion, "The man has won." Immediately after that, as soon as all the observers came to their senses, the verdict of the battle was announced, which declared that this man was incredibly strong. Delighted that he had defeated his opponent, Lorhan clenched his hand into a fist and exclaimed happily, "Great! My first goal is accomplished and I have reached the first level of Orc Slayer." Immediately after changing your class, if you suddenly defeat a certain number of designated monsters on your first hunt, then you may be given the title of First Level Slayer. Looking at his new title, which he received by killing a strong enemy at the first level, Lorhan happily said in his head, the higher the level of the defeated enemy, the better the effect. It would be great if I also rise in levels with this title. Planning how this title could help him in the future, Lorhan happily added, "I will also be able to defeat this stupid orc leader." But before he could rejoice in the title, he saw some sad news. A few seconds after he received the title of first-level assassin, Lorhan saw a system notification that said the title and characteristic points were withheld. After that, another notification appeared that said you have taken on the task of Warrior Honor. You will receive titles and experience points upon completion of the task. Seeing this, Lorhan exclaimed in confusion, Warrior Honor is a quest. What kind of quest when it's me? While Lorhan was nervous about not getting the title, he noticed the orc leader above him, who said menacingly, You have proven yourself worthy to fight me. Hearing these words from his next opponent, Lorhan looked at him with a displeased look and said, So it's all you're doing. Looking at his disgruntled enemy, the orc leader recalled the boy's appearance in their camp and said, What's the problem? You came first and started shouting about Warrior Honor. Looking at his enemy with an angry look, Lorhan heard in addition, That is why you must adhere to this honor to the very end. Hearing this, the boy thought, What a pity that in the past this was not mentioned in the guide to a special method of conquering orcs. Immediately after what happened to him and the mention of guides from the past, Lorhan assumed that monsters are technically NPCs, so there is nothing wrong with them being able to give quests. The Lord is primarily a game. Looking at the formidable enemy he would soon have to fight, Lorhan thought in his head, That's why if I defeat the leader, I will get additional rewards as a bonus. Immediately after that, he just could not help but assume another scenario that could happen and added, And if I lose, I will be punished for death, but I will still be able to get the previous reward, right? Having assumed the outcomes of both cases of the battle with the enemy, Lorhan suddenly exclaimed in his head that he was going to die. So enough of this nonsense. Preparing to fight with a serious opponent, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, And still I will finish you if you want it so badly, grandfather. Hearing such words from his opponent, the orc leader happily replied to him, Boogaloo, and you are really quite an interesting person. Go ahead, I accept your challenge. Applying his main berserker skill, which he had been saving for the moment when it would be impossible to do without it. Having received plus 200% to all his characteristics, the guy felt the same surge of energy and joyfully said, Yes, this is exactly what I've been waiting for. Looking at his hands, where he felt the power flowing, the guy happily said in his head, This feeling of boiling blood and overwhelming strength is why I never regretted choosing the berserker class last time. Noticing that his opponent was changing right in front of his eyes, the orc leader wondered in his head what kind of terrifying power had suddenly appeared in the air and was now enveloping my body. Realizing that he would still be fighting an enemy he hadn't fully studied, the orc leader nervously shouted to Lorhan, You bastard, you've been hiding your true power from me all this time. Immediately after his words, the orc leader noticed that the enemy was already heading straight for him with his weapon, preparing to deal a serious blow. Putting up a block to repel the enemy's attack, the orc leader heard a menacing voice from his opponent. What is it? Do you have a problem? Having failed to break through the enemy's defense from the first time, Lorhan stepped back and said in his head, Enemies and friends are not distinguished during berserk, but here everything is clear as day. Thanks to his unwavering determination, I will not be able to confuse him with anyone else. Immediately after that, remembering that he had activated his berserker skill and all its additional effects and duration, the guy thoughtfully said, At the moment, berserker lasts only 180 seconds. Realizing that he had no time to delay, Lorhan immediately rushed at his enemy using a jerk and thought, I have to make it within this time because after it is over, everything will be over. Immediately after that, a heavy and fierce fight began. The enemies exchanged blows, and again there was a short pause in the battle. Catching his breath after the battle, Lorhan thought, As expected, his strength and endurance are incredibly high. Immediately after these words, preparing for a new counterattack, Lorhan rushed at his enemy and confidently said, But that's not all. Trying to strike the enemy again, the guy who was making the most of himself confidently added, Now I have the advantage in speed. Watching the battle on the battlefield, the orcs who watched the duel between their leader and the stranger said nervously, This just can't be. Seeing how hard it is for their leader in this confrontation against Lorhan, the orc warriors nervously said our leader is being squeezed. Striking hundreds of blows to his enemy to break through his defense, Lorhan nervously said in his head, Damn it, this is not going to work. Striking a barrage of blows at the enemy trying to pierce the orc leader's defense, Lorhan added worriedly, Things are not looking good. It seems that right now I am outnumbered, but pausing his barrage of blows to catch his breath after a hard run, Lorhan added in his head how strong he is because of our level difference. I can't deal enough damage to him. I need a critical hit. Rushing at the enemy who tried to counterattack him, Lorhan bypassed his defense and exclaimed in his head, "Great, he's opened up. This is my chance to break through him." Seeing that the enemy had reacted to his sudden change of heart and the trajectory of his attack, the boy threw his weapon at the enemy and stepped back to avoid getting caught. Noticing Lorhan's maneuver, the enemy repelled him and quickly moved in to strike at him. As a result of the sudden attack, the orc leader was able to destroy the boy's axe. As a result of this sudden attack, not only one axe was damaged, but also system notifications appeared, informing you that your health supply has dropped below 30% with 80 seconds left in the berserker skill duration. Realizing that all this was planned by the enemy from the very beginning, Lorhan, who had lost his weapon, nervously said to his head, "Oh shit, I just can't believe I made such a stupid mistake." Looking back at himself where his broken weapon should have been, Lorhan added thoughtfully, "He is a boss of monsters, and that is why it simply cannot be that his movements are simple." Sometime after the fight between the boy and the orc leader began, the leader himself said arrogantly, "I expected a lot from you, but what you showed me was somehow disappointing." Hearing such words from his rival, Lorhan suddenly burst out laughing. Immediately afterwards, having calmed down a bit after the words of his enemy, Lorhan covered one eye with his hand and said menacingly that he expected a lot, as it was arrogant for a coward who relies on tricks. Immediately after these words, recalling his fight with Cal, Lorhan added, "Do you think I didn't notice that you could have fought me from the beginning? But didn't you postpone it until your subject started talking about selection?" As soon as Lorhan said this, he pointed his finger at his opponent and added with a sly smile, "All in order to determine my level of strength." Hearing such words from his opponent, the orc leader laughed out loud and then said menacingly, "You're talking nonsense on the verge of your defeat. How dirty of you, human." Hearing such words from his opponent, Lorhan, who was already on the verge of his capabilities, smiled slyly and said, "I guess so." Remembering Odin, whom he wanted to take revenge on, Lorhan confidently added that because of my desire to become as strong as possible, I began to count too much. Immediately after these words and reflections on his becoming too rational and thoughtful, Lorhan menacingly shouted out a head-on attack is best suited for a guy like me. Immediately after these words, Lorhan again rushed to attack his enemy and began to push him around, repelling the enemy's attacks, the orc leader said nervously. Trying to somehow resist Lorhan, the orc leader began to gradually minimize the guy's blows and try to counterattack, saying in his head that he was deliberately continuing the attack without even trying to dodge. Having calculated the right moment in his opponent's attacks, the orc leader still managed to strike back at Lorhan and inflict damage. As a result of the next attack on Lorhan, the enemy changed to inflict critical damage on him. Then a system notification appeared informing you that your health level had dropped to less than 20%. Seeing that he really only continued to attack, taking on all the oncoming attacks of the enemy, the orc leader said in surprise that you were really disappointed in the thoughtlessness of the man. Seeing the system notification that said that the berserker skill would last for another 60 seconds, Lorhan angrily shouted to his opponent to shut up. Watching Lorhan still trying to somehow resist him, the orc leader blocked his opponent's attacks and happily said in his head, "I've already won for futile attempts." As a result of the battle with the enemy, Lorhan has less than 10% of his health left and is now suffering from bleeding. Seeing these messages, the boy fell to his knees and began to laugh nervously. A few seconds after the bleeding stopped, another system alert came up saying, "Your critical health level has dropped below 5%. Seeing the last percentage of health left, the orc leader who managed to survive smiled slyly and happily said in his head that it was over. Immediately after these words, raising his sword over Lorhan, the monster boss said arrogantly, about to end the fight, "Goodbye, man, I won." At the same moment, the orc leader saw that Lorhan was again affected by a strong effect, and his strong aura began to languish. It was the activation of the skill of Unbreakable Will, which was activated at low health. Noticing that his chances of victory had fallen to the very bottom again, the orc leader nervously said in his head, looking at the boy, that it was impossible he had become even stronger. Preparing for his final push that would lead him to victory or to ruin, Lorhan saw a new system notification that informed him that all stats were increased by 50% until his health was less than 5% with 30 seconds left in the berserker's duration. Feeling another surge of power after activating his skill, Lorhan shouted to his opponent, "Well, now let's get this over with." Seeing how much his opponent had changed, the orc leader nervously said, "This looks pretty dangerous." Feeling the intense danger that enveloped his entire body, the orc leader activated his Iron Body skill, which covered him with a steel layer of protection. Holding the block in front of him to protect himself from Lorhan's next attack, the orc leader nervously said, "I have to hold this at all costs." But unfortunately, the enemy was unable to withstand the new power of his opponent. Lorhan changed to destroy the sword of the orc leader during his next attack. Seeing that his steel sword was broken, the orc leader angrily said the impossible. Preparing for the next blow that was to finish the orc leader, Lorhan shouted in an ominous tone as he approached the enemy, "Nothing is impossible, you wretch!" As a result of the last attack from Lorhan, the orc leader was defeated with one final blow lying on the ground. The strongest warrior of the camp said in disappointment, "I can't believe it. I'm just an ordinary man." Hearing such words from his defeated opponent who was about to die, Lorhan stood over him with a proud posture and confidently said, "Didn't I tell you about this before?" Throwing his weapon over his shoulder and smiling joyfully at his victory, Lorcan added, "Today you will die by my hand." Hearing these words from his opponent, the orc leader finally laughed and spoke in a hoarse human voice. Disintegrating into thin air, the orc leader, who had not yet completely disappeared, added, "Finally, I recognize you as a great warrior." Seeing that the battle against their leader was over, the crowd of onlookers watching the battle exclaimed in surprise that how could it be possible that our leader had lost? Looking at Lorhan, who was standing inside the battlefield all beaten up, one of the crowd of observers said in surprise, "It's incredible, man. You are very strong, a real warrior." Hearing these words, Lorhan thought, "Finally, these ill-mannered orcs have recognized me." Looking at his status window, Lorhan saw that it said that the berserker effect was about to expire in 5 seconds, and he nervously said in his head, "Oops, I'm going to die so soon." Pulling out a regeneration potion from his inventory, the boy quickly restored his health, mentally saying, "Berserker is just an incredible skill, but the penalties are too high." Having received 2 titles for defeating the orc leader, which gave him quite wonderful effects, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "Great, just great. This is quite a wonderful reward for my efforts." Immediately after that, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, "I had to work hard, but I even exceeded my initial expectations, and to think that I received the legendary title." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan confidently added in his head, "I will continue at the same pace and raise my level like crazy," and then exclaimed, "Let's go. Let's see who's next." Hearing the call for the next battle from Lorhan, the orcs were surprised to hear him say, "What are you talking about, man? The battle is over. You defeated the leader, so now you are a respected orc warrior." Hearing such words from the monsters, Lorhan exclaimed in surprise that he meant that after that he looked at the descriptions of his titles, saying in surprise, "What nonsense!" Seeing the effects of his title of victory over the orc leader, Lorhan nervously exclaimed, "No, wait, I'm not done with my hunt yet." Realizing that he would not be able to match his level with the orcs anymore, Lorhan said in his head, "What a shame. I wanted to hang around and earn some character points. I didn't think that defeating the leader would lead to that." Sighing heavily after realizing that his plan had gone wrong, Lorhan resigned himself to it and added, "There are also niche ways to build trust with the orcs. I'm sure it will come in handy in the future." Immediately after these words, Lorhan suddenly heard the voice of the orcs behind him, calling out to him, "A man who has shown and proven his honor." Looking back to see what had happened, the boy saw the orcs kneeling down, after which one of them continued, "May the warrior spirit come with you." Immediately after that, the other orcs added in unison after the words of their new leader, "May the warrior spirit come with you." The next moment after the greeting from his new comrades, Lorhan opened his characteristic sheet and said in surprise, "Wow, this is just incredible." Raising his hand to his chin, he happily said in his head, "To level up to the 18th level in 2 battles is pretty fat." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan imagined how he could now scatter the remaining orcs in the camp around him and mentally said, "If I defeated the remaining enemies, I could easily level up to the 30th level." Moving to the city after a difficult test and receiving the title of Lorhan, sitting at the table with a sigh, "I thought I needed to accept it. My level was enough for this." Immediately after these words, the boy remembered something and suddenly exclaimed in his head, "Oh yeah, if I'm already in the city, then shouldn't I get some more skills?" Arriving at the butcher shop to get a new skill, the boy heard from the seller that you have to cut bones with one blow like this, and after a while, Lorhan got the skill of development. After completing the training and then trying out his skill in action, Lorhan passed by perfectly crafted pieces of meat and happily said in his head, "If I sell the skin and meat of defeated monsters, I can get some money and it will help me with a set of rare materials." After a while, Lorhan arrived at the hospital to learn a medical skill. While reading a book on medicine, he heard a nurse say, "If you read this book, you will learn everything instantly, but you will also need to clean the bandages." Practicing in medicine after reading the book, Lorhan began to prepare bandages for himself and became a first responder. Cutting the fabric that would serve him to make bandages, the boy thoughtfully said in his head, "I learned first aid, so now I can save money on potions." Looking at the first aid bandage Lorhan had made, he thought in his head, the healing effect of first aid is much worse than that of potions, but it is much more profitable. After preparing the bandages, Lorhan arrived at the smithy where he was handed the repaired axe and told that the repair was complete. "1 silver coin, please." Having repaired the orc warrior's axe, which he received after a hike in the forest, Lorhan looked at his new weapon and said thoughtfully, "I learned additional skills and repaired the equipment, so the training is over." Immediately after these words, the boy smiled slyly and said in a sly voice, "Well, then we begin our main quest of this game." After some time, Lorhan went to the very place where he was supposed to start the main quest, namely the sewers of Catan. Walking through the sewers, Lorhan said, "It stinks in here. What a mess. I knew where I was going, but it really stinks." Accepting the task of cleaning the sewers from rats, Lorhan headed for his assignment. Barely restraining himself from vomiting, he said mentally, "Just to think that I would perform such a task immediately after a life-and-death battle with the orc leader? Maybe I should just leave everything and go away." Closing his nose from the stench and moving on, the guy said confidently, "But let's get this over with. I need to complete 10 related quests to start the main one. It's best to end it all as soon as possible." Having walked a relatively short distance after his thoughts, the boy suddenly saw one of the enemies in front of him, whom he took the task of destroying. Immediately after Lorhan spotted the enemy, the sewer rat itself felt someone approaching it from behind and looked back to see who it was and noticed Lorhan there. Seeing how disgusting this monster looked, Lorhan said with a grudging smile, "Well, that's disgusting, but hey, everything is fine." As soon as he said that, the monster suddenly became active and for some reason started running at Lorhan to finish off the intruder. But Lorhan was not a simple guy either. He easily managed to deal with the enemy by cutting it into 2 parts, leaving the mouse no chance to win. Having cut off the tail of the defeated monster, the boy simply watched him disappear and then indignantly said, "How dare you, you vile rat!" Immediately afterwards, Lorhan smelled a terrible stench and covered his nose with his hand and said, "Well, it looks like I really found the right place where these rats live." Walking a few steps forward, the boy noticed a whole herd of the very monsters he needed to get rid of, and Lorhan happily said, "I'd rather you come to me." A few seconds later, he was attacked by the crowd of monsters that occupied the sewer, preventing peaceful life for all those who tried to clean it. Sometime after the mission to clean up the enemies began, Lorhan was able to deal with everyone, and then said disappointedly how many of these losers there were after all. At the end of the mission, the guy got a new achievement that said, "An unusual achievement. You killed 200 sewer rats, you got the title of Rat Hunter." Gathering the tails of the defeated enemies that had not yet disappeared, Lorhan thoughtfully said their bodies looked rather strange because of the plague, which means that it must be nearby. Not long after waiting for the very moment when the monster he was looking for would appear, Lorhan heard a strange noise and then saw a level 23 plague rat nearby. Clutching his weapon in his hand to complete his task of destroying the enemy he needed, Lorhan joyfully shouted bingo. Immediately after these joyful words, the boy again felt that feeling of nausea and nervously thought, "Oh, every time I see him, I want to vomit. Let's get this over with as soon as possible." Dodging or deflecting every attack of his enemy, Lorhan said in displeasure, "You stinking rat." Striking at the enemy and cutting off the tip of his tail, Lorhan said, "How dare you wave that horrible tail at me?" Immediately after these words, as soon as the monster froze in place, Lorhan spun his axe behind him and said to the monster, "Now, if you would be so kind as to show me your neck, I will finish you quickly and painlessly." As soon as he said this, the enemy gathered all his strength and fired a bolt of poison at Lorhan, which flew at him with considerable speed. Having dodged the main attack of the enemy, the boy said in surprise that the poison was long ago, and I had already forgotten about it. Looking at his arm after receiving a system notification that said you were poisoned by a plague rat, your health will decrease by 1% every 10 seconds. Lorhan noticed that he was really a little pissed off. He was unhappy that the enemy was able to get him, and said to himself, "You're really annoying." Not long after thinking about what to do next, Lorhan decided not to hold back, and first of all used a battle cry to weaken his enemy. After using his skill, all of the enemy's characteristics were reduced, and the rat boss lost some of his characteristics. Immediately after the enemy became weaker, Lorhan began to deal with it and struck the rat with a punch that pierced its body and caused a fatal wound. Thinking that he had already defeated the enemy, the boy said joyfully, "Did you really think you could defeat me with just a little poison?" Seeing that the enemy was beginning to regenerate after a severe wound, Lorhan was surprised to hear that you were holding up pretty well. "You are one of those bosses who have healing." Pointing his weapon at his opponent, Lorhan said happily, "Well then, it's even more fun. You can attack me. I'm ready." Rushing at the monster with the regeneration skill again, Lorhan exclaimed in an ominous tone, "Great, let's see how long you can hold out." After a few more blows that tore the enemy to pieces, Lorhan gleefully said, "You look terrible. It's all for naught." Looking directly into the eyes of the enemy, whose only remaining head was angry and trying to bite the boy, Lorhan said, "Just look at yourself. You're not enough." Immediately after these words, Lorhan kicked the enemy in the face to finally destroy him, and added confidently, "You're just too weak, so don't even try." At the end of the battle with the monster, a system notification appeared, informing you that you had raised your level and defeated the Plague Rat Field boss. After completing the battle with the monster, Lorhan wrapped his wounded arm with a bandage, and then saw a system message that said, "You have removed the poison from your body." The resistance to poisons was developed immediately afterwards, Lorhan said with relief. "It was annoying during the battle, but in the end I even got the resistance to poison." As soon as he was healed after the fight with the enemy, Lorhan got to his feet and looked at the corpse of the enemy and said thoughtfully, "And now I will get what I want." Using the butcher's skill, Lorhan began to develop the monster's body and finally got what he wanted so much. Holding the crystal in his hands, the boy joyfully exclaimed that he had found the plague stone. As soon as Lorhan picked up the plague stone, a system notification immediately appeared informing him that you were exposed to the plague curse. All characteristics will be slightly reduced. Your health is reduced by 5 units every 10 seconds, and if you do not heal quickly, you may die. Seeing this, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "As expected in my past life, I would have been shocked by such a curse, but now everything is different." Having taken the main reward for which he came here, Lorhan confidently said, heading away from the sewers, he could finally get out of this rotten place and go to get treatment. Bringing a bag with the tails of the defeated rats to the customer, Lorhan was met by a guard who checked the contents of the bag and said thoughtfully, "That's right, we've had problems with rats lately." Taking the tails that confirmed the murder of the monsters, the guard happily said, "Good job. I will reward you immediately." And immediately after that, a system notification appeared informing Lorhan that you had cleaned the sewers, counted the tails of sewage rats, and earned 10 pieces of silver. After handing over the rat tails, Lorhan also took a plague crystal from his pocket, saying happily, "By the way, I found a suspicious stone on the way." The guard was frightened when he saw it. When the guard saw what the boy was handing him, he exclaimed in fright that it was a cursed object. "Just look at yourself. You have marks on your face. You are cursed." Immediately after these words, the guard turned away from the boy and said nervously, "This is a problem. Can you bring it to Sir Steroyan? I'll let him know and go get better." Hearing such words from the guard who was taking his assignment to exterminate the monsters in the sewers, Lorhan said in his head, "You bastard, just take it yourself." Immediately after these words, Lorhan confidently said, taking the crystal from his hands, "Of course, rely on me." To which the guard replied, "Thank you. It seems to be unwell. Here you go." As soon as the guard handed Lorhan 5 low-level health potions, he immediately added, covering his nose with his hand, "And also take a shower as soon as possible. Otherwise you can smell the stench of the sewer." Having accepted the task of delivering the crystal, Lorhan went to the specified address. Arriving at a certain house, the guy mentally said, "Well, they must have invested a whole lot of money in the construction. It is completely different from the bad berserker guild." Going further to the place he needed, Lorhan said in his head in disappointment, "Well, wizards were quite a popular class even in my past life, so scoundrels give at least a little of this time to the berserkers." Walking down the road, Lorhan suddenly felt a heaviness in his body and grabbed his sore arm, saying heavily in his head, "Damn, it's getting harder to move." And then the system said less than 30% health left. Heading to the main building of the district, Lorhan, who was having a hard time walking, nervously added, "I need to hurry." Arriving inside the tower where the sorcerers lived, Lorhan opened the door wide and immediately shouted out, "Is anyone here?" Hearing the stench coming from the visitor, one of the people in the building pressed his fingers over his nose and said, "You should take a bath before coming here." Hearing such disappointing words from the old man who spoke to him, Lorhan confidently said, "I'm here for healing, and I found this in the sewer and was told to bring it here." When the old man saw what the boy was holding out to him, which stank from a kilometer away, he picked up the stone and said, "Oh my God, this is a plague stone." Immediately after these words, the leader of the Wizards Guild said joyfully, "You were right to come here. I specialize in diseases caused by curses. Give it to me." Just as he was about to take the stone, Lorhan looked at him with a thoughtful look and pulled the stone back to him, and the old man exclaimed in displeasure, "What are you doing? Give it to me. This cursed stone is eating you right now." Looking at his visitor with a disgruntled look, the guild leader said in a menacing tone, "I will give it to you if you are a real Steroian." To which the old man exclaimed in surprise, while my grandfather was at a loss and nervously exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" Lorhan was already drawing his weapon. The next moment, Lorhan pointed his axe at the old man, who screamed out in fright, "What are you doing?" Looking into the eyes of his visitor, who suspected him of something, the old man added frightenedly what it all meant. Putting the axe to the old man's throat, Lorhan confidently said, "If you are really a real Steroian, then you should be able to easily block my attack, right?" Immediately after these words, Lorhan grabbed his grandfather by the collar and said menacingly, "Well, try it, or I will really kill you by accident." Immediately after these words, the boy swung and prepared to strike as his grandfather screamed out in fright, "Wait a minute!" The next moment, a bird landed on Lorhan's head, and the same double that Lorhan was holding disappeared. And then Steroian's voice was heard saying, "Ugh, I lost." Appearing in his true form in front of the boy, Steroian said thoughtfully, "It was my double to test the skills of mages. I didn't even expect that a berserker would be able to identify him." Hearing these words from Steroian, Lorhan thought in confusion, "I thought he would turn out to be a bird by the window. Don't they usually turn into animals?" Realizing that he could have accidentally done something stupid, Lorhan happily said in his head, "Well, I knew about this trick from Tolkien's tutorials, thanks, dude." At the end of the mission with the NPC of the Wizards Guild, Lorhan received a new title. Looking at it in his map, the guy happily said in his head, "Wow, a unique title. I would not have gotten it if I had not found a real lucky one." Immediately after these dreams, Lorhan Steroian angrily shouted to the guy stretching out his hand to him, "And now give it back immediately, you are in great danger." Hearing these words from the guild leader, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "He's right, I don't have much health left and I've used up all my bandages." Immediately after these words and the system notification that he had less than 10% of his health left, Lorhan spoke incredulously and still. Pulling out a bell from his inventory, the guy started ringing it and slyly saying, "I'll check if you're real this time, you won't fool me." Using the bell of truth, Lorhan found out that it was the real Steroian, and handing him the plague stone, Lorhan looked at the irritated old man and said happily, "You're the real one, take it." Taking the plague stone from the boy's hands, the leader of the Magicians Guild immediately shoved a bottle of healing potion into Lorhan's mouth to cure him and said irritably, "Drink it immediately." Drinking the last drop of the potion that Steroian had given him, Lorhan saw a system notification that said the plague curse had been lifted, and starting to stretch after healing, the boy said in surprise, "Oh, I feel better." Taking his place at the table, Steroian began to examine what the boy had brought him, and thoughtfully said the plague stone that had been found in the sewer. After sealing it in a dome so that it would not spread its spores, Steroian added in a thoughtful tone, "I need to study it better." Immediately after these words, turning to Lorhan, the head of the guild asked if he had any other important details, to which Lorhan replied that it seems that the sewer rats have changed under the influence of this stone. Hearing these words from the boy, Steroian said thoughtfully, looking at the found plague stone, "It is so interesting to use rats to wreak havoc. No soldiers would easily cope with it." Hearing these words from Steroian, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "It seems to me that this stone is deadly to humans." The old man replied, "Well, you know this from your own experience." After a bit of thinking about what the hell this was all for and who could have done this, Steroian confidently exclaimed that the ultimate goal was definitely people. Unsealing the stone to begin his experiments, Steroian confidently said, "If the infected rats had entered the streets and houses through the sewers, oh no, now I know what they were trying to do." Seeing how quickly the leader of the Mage Guild figured out the reason for the appearance of this stone and the motives behind its appearance, Lorhan happily said in his head as expected from a high-ranking wizard, he quickly understood everything from a minimal clue. Recalling the 3 evil sorcerers who exist in this world and who could have done this, Lorhan said in his head they were trying to infect the entire city with the plague through the sewers. Also recalling how he had fought the last time the plague had already spread throughout the city, Lorhan added worriedly, "Last time they started in the slums and spread the plague everywhere before they were discovered." Recalling how hard and long it was to fix it and how much effort it took to complete this mission, Lorhan said hard in his head, and that's why the players had to deal with 10 related quests from hell to drive the plague away. But that's how I missed all 10 related quests. After finishing his thoughts about how he prevented the appearance of long and boring linked quests, Lorhan heard from Storoyan, "I have to tell the captain of the guard." Getting up from his workstation, Storoyan headed for the exit of his office, saying, "Before leaving, find me in 2 days." Having completed one of the rather boring quests ahead of schedule, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "Where should I go now? I've never played this game like this." Immediately after these words, a general system message appeared in front of Lorhan, which said that due to the user's actions, the first quarter of the first story scenario was completed ahead of schedule. Immediately after that, another message appeared that said the task of the first quarter was to reject the plague and the rest would be removed. Noticing the name of one of the quests that was in the chain of related quests, the boy thoughtfully said, "Reject the plague. This is the first of 10 related quests. The task disappeared because of me." Having completed the chain of quests ahead of schedule, Lorhan thoughtfully spoke in his head, which means that the rest will not be able to even come close to the main task. Immediately after these words, being infinitely happy with what he had accidentally done, Lorhan happily added that now to complete it, I would need to complete a bunch of difficult missions instead of 10 linked quests. Immediately after these thoughts, the guy smiled slyly and said, "I have time. He told me to come back to him in 2 days." Raising his head up and thinking about what he could do in that time, the boy confidently said in his head, "I have a suitable place where I could spend them." After a while, Lorhan headed to the cemetery to fulfill a secret quest that was known only to him. Walking among the graves, the boy thoughtfully said, "Let's see where the entrance is." Inspecting the graves that he passed in search of the entrance to the secret dungeon, Lorhan thoughtfully said to the east. Immediately after these words, examining the new equipment he bought especially for such missions, the boy said thoughtfully, "I bought a throwing axe and some armor for the rest of the money. Maybe I will use them until level 50. Walking further through the cemetery in search of its secret, the boy happily said in his head, "This cemetery has already been confirmed that there is nothing here." Immediately after these thoughts, with a sly smile, the boy confidently added, "But I know the secret of this place, naive people. No one knows anything about it anyway because the information appeared only a month later." After some time of active searching for the very object that was supposed to open the entrance to the dungeon, Lorhan noticed the lost prosthesis in front of him and exclaimed joyfully, "I found it." Right in front of Lorhan's eyes was the gravedigger's prosthetic leg, a rarity he had in his possession. It was the prosthetic leg that the gravedigger had lost. He might like it if you returned it to him. Recalling the mysteries this task entailed, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "But even if you take the prosthesis to the gravedigger, he will simply kick you out without any reward, which is why many people think it is a useless object." After some time of searching, Lorhan finally found the tombstone into which the prosthesis was inserted to open the secret passage and said joyfully, "Here it is at last." Immediately after these words, the boy hurriedly inserted the prosthesis in its place, after which the secret passage began to appear in front of Lorhan. As soon as the entrance was free, a system notification immediately appeared in front of Lorhan, informing him that you have discovered a secret dungeon, a cemetery under the moon. Immediately after that, a new notification appeared, saying that it was an incredible achievement, applauding your senses for discovering the secret dungeon and awarding you the title of Seeker, the first to receive this title. Having received the title, Lorhan said happily before heading into the dungeon, "Great, I can use this to get money." Immediately after reviewing the characteristics of his new title, the guy happily said in his head, according to this title, "Not only my eyesight has improved, but there is also a chance that I will be able to see hidden mechanisms, which is quite convenient." As soon as Lorhan took the first step into the dungeon, a system notification appeared, informing him of the characteristic points gained and the rarity of dropped items as a bonus for the first passage. Seeing this notification, Lorhan happily said, "Since I got a bonus for my first pass, why don't I go and make some money on it?" Once inside the dungeon, the boy noticed that the exit was closed and torches suddenly lit up along the road ahead. So he thought, "I can't get out until I clear this place," which is quite typical for secret dungeons. But on the other hand, recalling the typicality of secret dungeons, Lorhan also had time to assume what might be waiting for him here, and nervously said, "What if ghost monsters appear and I can't hurt them with an axe?" Walking a little further along the narrow corridors of the dungeon, Lorhan accidentally stumbled upon 25th level skeletons that blocked his path. However, these enemies were not quite scary for him, and he easily destroyed all the skeletons that came his way. Having smashed one group of skeletons, Lorhan came across another, and then said to the skeletons, "Well, hello, you old bags of bones." Breaking his enemies into small pieces, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "But let's have you rather than some sewer rats." Rejoicing that he did not meet any ghost monsters here, Lorhan easily defeated all the skeletons that came his way and quickly killed them. After finishing the battle against the skeletons, which were quite a few in this dungeon, Lorhan breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "It was easy." And then a system notification appeared, telling him that you had leveled up. Opening his table with skills, titles, and characteristic points, Lorhan said thoughtfully, waiting for it to appear, "Let's see. I'm sure there's quite a lot of them already." Seeing that he had more than 100 of them, the boy thoughtfully said, "Wow, I've already collected more than 100 extra points. There's no point in collecting them anymore after all." After that, reaching out to distribute them, the boy added, "Now there's no need for that, but if I want to increase my hunting speed." After distributing all his available points and raising his strength to 200, Lorhan happily said, "Booga, that was pretty good." Reviewing his characteristics after redistributing the characteristic points, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "My strength is 200, so I need mana to upgrade my skills. So this time I invested a little in intelligence." Having distributed all the available points to facilitate my hunting and clearing the dungeon, Lorhan exclaimed happily and ran on to look for opponents. Well, there are 2 days left before the main task. Preparing for the fact that in 2 days the main quest should begin after the return of Storoyan, Lorhan thoughtfully added, "I need to reach the 30th level during this time." After running around the dungeon and destroying all the enemies on his way for several days, Lorhan said disappointedly, "This is starting to get boring." And after a while, the boy finally got to the boss of the dungeon, a skeleton warrior of the 30th level. Having quickly dealt with him, Lorhan said with dissatisfaction he was so nasty, although he was quite weak. At the end of the battle, the guy saw that his level had risen and happily said, "Finally, I'm 30th. I'm done with this damn place." Thinking back to the time he was in this dungeon, Lorhan said unhappily, "I've been wandering around non-stop for the last 2 days, defeating everyone around me." Thinking about how he had spent his last 2 days instead of relaxing and resting, the boy sighed heavily and said, "But I have reached the 30th level." Immediately after that, looking at his balance to find out his monetary status, the guy added that I must have more money. So I have 1 gold and 80 silver. In addition to all this, Lorhan mentioned the armor he now had and said, "Moreover, I have received the armor of the skeletons of knights, which is popular with warriors. Of course, I will not wear it because it looks terrible." Looking around to see how many he had after the battle with the skeletons, Lorhan said, stretching his neck, "I now have countless of them." Immediately after these words, collecting the trophies received as a result of the battle, the boy thoughtfully said, "Why not sell and invest in something? Since I know the future of the Lord, investing will not be difficult for me at all." Realizing that he had little time left, the guy said disappointedly, "It's time to pack up. Unfortunately, I have to leave these wonderful hunting grounds." After finishing his training and preparing to go back, Lorhan suddenly thought that maybe I could make some money selling information about this place, though it would be of interest to many people, especially guilds that always need a place to train recruits, and they will definitely come here soon. Imagining how much he could earn from selling information, Lorhan happily said as he left the dungeon boogaloo, "And where should I spend this money on a new weapon, or maybe an accessory with good performance?" After a while, the door to the office of the head of the Wizarding Guild opened, and Lorhan entered with the words, "Hey old man, I'm back," to which Storoyan replied, "Oh, you're finally here." After the visitor appeared in his office, the old man got up from his seat and said, "I'm sorry to leave you so suddenly. It really was something that couldn't wait." And Lorhan replied thoughtfully, "Well, we found something." Hearing the question from his visitor, Storoyan said disappointedly, "We didn't find anything even after a fairly thorough investigation, no witnesses." Having received such an answer to his question, Lorhan thought disappointedly, of course, they did not find anything. It cannot be that simple. Recalling the main villains of this game, the boy added in his head that with these fallen followers, the plot of the game revolves around stopping them. Taking a thoughtful pose after recalling the main plot of the game, Lorhan added, "However, I confused their plans in the beginning, I think I can find out something if I do my investigation. Interrupting the boy's thoughts, Storoyan suddenly spoke after a short pause in his speech. And that's why I decided to read the memory of the earth hearing this, Lorhan said in astonishment in his head. It was just as well. That plague stone was an ordinary earth stone. It is rare, but it has a magical quality. It is a stone that is filled with the energy of the earth. Even though it has no value as a gemstone, it has a special use in magic. Looking at this stone, Lorhan thought that although it seems weak due to its low level, using the skill of earth memory, you can see what was happening in the area where the stone was located, and with its help, we have successfully found monsters many times. Holding in our hands the ability to determine the culprits of what could have happened if Lorhan had not prevented it, Storoyan confidently said, "With this, we will be able to find out its origin." Immediately after these words, clutching the stone in his hands, Storoyan said to the boy, "I'm going to ask you for something. You'll help me." To which Lorhan replied, "I can at least listen," and then thought, "I'll do it anyway, it's the same basic task." Hearing that the boy had almost agreed to his request, Storoyan said to Lorhan, "Thank you, even though we stopped them this time. But we never know when they might strike again, so to prevent that, I need you to get something." Immediately after these words, Lorhan had a new mission to get the blood of two types of monsters, and he needed to get the blood of orcs and savages. Thinking about how he could get the blood of these monsters, Lorhan thought disappointedly, they won't want to share their blood voluntarily, so I'll have to hunt. Immediately after these thoughts, the boy remembered that he had a slightly awkward situation. Now he remembered that I had received the title of Honorary Orc Warrior, and that is why I cannot hunt other orc warriors. I even improved relations with them to trust. Immediately after these mentions, the guy suddenly thought to fight them at the cost of possible loss of the title. This is my only way out of this situation. There is nothing I could do. After some time, having come up with a plan of action, Lorhan went to the forest to collect the necessary materials. Arriving at the orc camp, Lorhan shouted, "Hey, open the gate!" Peeking out from behind the fence to find out who was shouting after him, one of the orcs watching him said in surprise, "Oh, warrior man, I remember you. You're the one who knows about honor." Letting Lorhan inside the camp, all the orc warriors surrounded him, accompanying him on his way and began to ask him questions. Hearing the questions of his comrades, Lorhan confidently answered, "No, nothing happened. But can I ask you for one favor?" Hearing this, the orc confidently pounded his chest with his fist and said, "I will help you speak." Hearing that he was ready to help him with his request, Lorhan told him why he had come here, saying, "I need your blood. Can you give me a little bit of it?" The orc warrior was surprised by the request and replied that he needed blood. Immediately after that, the orc was approached by his other comrades. Then one of the orcs said, "I can't give you the blood of a warrior," after which the other added that warriors shed blood only in battle. After saying that they could not fulfill his request, one of the orcs added that it was a disgrace to shed blood outside the battlefield. Hearing this, Lorhan thought angrily, "They dare to talk about honor. I do not care about such nonsense." Realizing that this would not be the case, Lorhan decided to go the other way, and asked in this case if someone could lend me an axe. Hearing this request, one of the orcs said, "Yes, I can." Having received the orc's axe, Lorhan headed away from the monster camp. Seeing this, one of the orcs exclaimed in surprise that you were already leaving, to which Lorhan waved goodbye and replied, "No, I still have something to do. I'll see you soon." Hearing such words from their comrade, the orcs waved him goodbye and exclaimed joyfully. With a sly smile after he left the orc camp, Lorhan clutched the axe he had received and mentally said, "It would have been much better if they had just given me their blood." Raising the weapon to eye level, Lorhan added in an ominous tone, "But unfortunately they chose to keep their honor." Walking a short distance towards the savage camp, Lorhan spotted one of the monsters he needed standing guard on the perimeter. Sensing someone's presence and a strange rustle in the bushes, the savage immediately swung his swords and angrily shouted, "Who is here? Show yourself immediately!" As soon as he finished his sentence, a battle axe flew right by him and got stuck in the fence. As soon as the savage dodged the axe and turned his attention to the weapon from the bushes ahead, Lorhan's voice was heard saying that he had managed to dodge impressively. As he approached his enemy to draw some blood, Lorhan added, "I knew savages were much faster than orcs." A few seconds after the roll, Lorhan easily defeated the monster and collected the reagent he needed in the vial. Then a system notification appeared in front of him. "You have received 1 piece of savage blood." Looking at the monster's dead body, Lorhan said in disappointment, "I'm sorry, Savage. I have nothing against you." A few seconds after the massacre of the enemy, the boy heard screams that were getting louder and louder with each passing second, and eventually he could hear who it was. Arriving at the scene of the murder, 3 savages found the body of their dead comrade. Then one of them nervously exclaimed, "Who did this to him?" To which the other added this orc's axe, "These pigs did it." Hearing what one of the savages had just said, Lorhan immediately remembered that savages are humanoid creatures that oppose orcs. According to the stories, these 2 races are fighting each other for control of the forest. With a sly smile, Lorhan prepared to implement his plan. He said in his head, "I will provoke a war between these 2 groups. It would have happened anyway. I just accelerated the process." And at the same time, the savages headed for the orc camp where one of the warriors stood guard and watched the environment. Suddenly, his quiet stay at the post was interrupted when a savage sickle flew a few millimeters from his head and stuck right in the fence of the orc warrior camp. Confused by the sudden attack, the orc guard nervously said that it had just happened, and after looking at the shape of the object stuck in the fence, the orc nervously exclaimed, "It's a sword! It's a savage sword!" And I recognized it. After figuring out what had happened to them, one of the orcs nervously shouted out that they were attacking us, which was clear as day. Then one of the orcs looked back to find the enemy and shouted angrily, "We will not forgive you." Seeing the reaction of the monsters, with whom they had friendly relations, Lorhan, who was standing nearby and had arranged this provocation, smiled slyly and said in his head, "Bugaga, fools." The next moment, the boy went to the orc warriors to settle the situation a little and set everything up in a way that was beneficial to him. When the orcs noticed him, the boy said what was going on here. Then one of the monsters answered him, "You are back. We have an emergency here. The weapons of savages." Seeing that they were ready to fight, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, "I think I saw some savage warriors over there. They must be trying to attack the village." Hearing this, one of the orcs shouted angrily, "I knew it, warriors. We will fight. We will not lose to these weaklings." Hearing this, Lorhan spread his hands and said cunningly, "Quiet, quiet, calm down. Do you think that will be enough for you? Why should we wait until they come here?" Immediately after these words, Lorhan pointed behind him and added menacingly, "If we're going to fight, maybe we'll strike first. If everyone else goes, I'll help." Hearing that they were supported by Lorhan, one of the orc warriors exclaimed joyfully, "That's a great idea. The man is quite clever." Hearing the screams that were taking place at the main entrance to their camp, one of the orcs who had just come out from inside asked what was going on. Seeing a huge orc who was clearly superior to the others, Lorhan nervously wondered who the hell he was. While the orcs were sharing information with the newcomer, Lorhan thought in his head that he hadn't been here before, and that he was most likely the new leader of this camp. Hearing what the orc warrior sentry had told him, the new leader of the camp raised his sword above his head and confidently shouted, "We will attack them first after me." Immediately after these words, the new leader of the camp confidently added immediately, "Gather all the warriors," seeing that they were already going to go to war against the savages. Lorhan smiled slyly and mentally said, "Then everything is much simpler." Hearing that the war would soon begin, and the troops were already gathering to attack the enemy, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "Well, let's go then." Having provoked a conflict in the DOH races to get his way, Lorhan confidently added, preparing for a war between savages and orc warriors, "We will have fun." After some time, the entire orc warrior army was fully assembled, and they were preparing to go to war with the savages who attacked their village. Being near this place, a knight in iron armor nervously said this madness, and they all demanded to smell the blood. Looking at the strange behavior of the monsters, Baikal added anxiously that it was quite unusual. What happened to them? To which his friend replied that he thought they would continue like this. Looking at the army that was moving towards the savages, Baikal's friend nervously said, "We have to get out of here." To which he replied, "You're crazy. You saw how many of them will kill us if they catch us while we're running away." Immediately after these words, Baikal nervously added, "We'll hide here for a while." Immediately after these words, the knight saw something that made him change his position at once. Looking closely at the orc army, Baikal accidentally saw Lorhan walking with them and said in surprise, "Wait, why is there a man with them? He's definitely a player." Seeing the same player in the orc army that was heading somewhere, Baikal's friend replied anxiously, "But how is it possible that a player is among the orcs? Who is he?" Realizing that things were now quite bad, Baikal nervously spoke to his friend, "Hey, we have no choice now, let's get out of here." To which he replied, "But you just said that it doesn't make any sense." As soon as his comrade said this, Baikal replied, "Shut up and listen to me. If we don't run away now, if we get caught, we'll be in trouble." And at the same time, an orc warrior was already sitting behind the knight. Suddenly, Lorhan, who was happily walking in the company of orcs, heard a strange noise from the bushes nearby and turned his attention to the side where something was happening. A few seconds later, two players appeared in front of him, caught by one of the orcs, one of whom he knew and the other was unknown to him. Looking closely at Lorhan, who stood with the orc warriors in the ranks of their army, Baikal thought, "Isn't that the guy I had a duel with?" Immediately rushing to the guy to ask him for help, Baikal grabbed his shoulder with one hand and said in a frightened voice, "Hey, these orcs are on your side. I don't know what's going on here, but please save me if we already know each other." As soon as he said this, he was hit in the jaw by a blow from one of the orcs. Removing the insolent from his guest, the orc said menacingly, "How rude it was. How dare you touch our respected warrior Lorhan? You know him." Looking at his old enemy with an evil look, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "I don't remember him." Immediately after these words, not wanting to help someone who did not respect him before, the boy confidently added, "Take care of him as you see fit." And immediately after that, the pair of orcs' eyes lit up. Realizing that no one would save him, Baikal, who was hovering over two monsters who would punish him, said nervously, "Oh shit." Gathering his last strength to try to break through the crowd of monsters, Baikal pulled out his sword and began to swing it around, scared, shouting, "Get away from me!" When he was finally grabbed by the orcs and dragged somewhere else to deal with this impudent man, Baikal nervously shouted at the end to Lorhan, "Next time, be careful, beginner." After these adventures, the army of orc warriors finally reached the camp of the savages and began to storm the base of their hated enemies. Breaking down the gates, the orc leader shouted, "Kill all these vile savages! Do not let anyone from the bottom escape!" At the same time, Lorhan just watched the battle and collected the blood of the orcs who suffered as a result of the war against the savages and gloated quietly. After a while, the vial was filled. Then the boy saw a system notification that said you have received the blood of an orc warrior, and seeing it, the boy said happily, "Finally." Watching the battle between the orcs and savages, and how quickly he was able to get the materials he needed, Lorhan also mentally added that everything was even better than I expected, noticing that both sides were really desperately fighting for their rightness, which was not there because it was all set up. Lorhan happily said in his head that they were really angry. Watching the battle go on, Lorhan slyly said in his head, "They don't even know that I had a hand in it, so let me join in the fun." Immediately after thinking that it was time for him to join the battle against the savages, Lorhan first used his battle cry skill to lower his opponent's characteristics and make the fight easier. Noticing that their bodies were weakened and their stats were rapidly decreasing, one of the savages nervously exclaimed how a man could do such a thing, and these scoundrels called for a mercenary. Realizing that their main problem was Lorhan, one of the savage fighters shouted angrily, "Finish him off as soon as possible." Hearing that he was being hunted by the savages and attacked by the crowd, Lorhan, who easily dodged and counterattacked, cheered and exclaimed, "Do you really think you can do it?" After killing several enemies within minutes of entering the battlefield, Lorhan shouted to his opponents, "Bring me your leader." Tearing apart the savages who attacked him and tried to finish him off, Lorhan happily reflected during the battle, "Another reason why I started this war. If I only wanted the blood of an orc, I could pretend to be a savage and kill one of them." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan pictured the image of the enemy leader in his mind and added that my real target was the savage leader. Imagining the level of strength of this enemy, the boy nervously continued, "The monster boss is stronger than even the orc leader, and the savages don't have that strange fixation on one-on-one battles like the orcs, so it's harder to get along with them." Destroying the enemies to get to the savage leader, Lorhan happily said in his head, "Use the orcs to take care of the savage leader for the best chance. It's hard to imagine what is good where you are." Immediately after his words, Lorhan saw a huge pillar of dust and a loud sound of impact not far from him. Turning his attention there, the boy happily added, "Ah yes, there he is." Throwing his weapon behind his back, Lorhan confidently headed towards the enemy with whom the new orc leader was currently fighting, but it was clear that he was having a hard time fighting the savage leader. Covering himself with a shield and at the same time closing himself with an axe, the orc leader barely restrained the onslaught of his enemy, who was confidently going on the offensive and did not allow him to relax for a second. The savage leader was 73rd level, and facing the new orc leader, the savage leader said menacingly, "I will definitely kill you, clan enemy." Just as he was about to strike again, he was interrupted by a blow from Lorhan, who suddenly intervened in the fight between the camp leaders. Dodging the sudden attack, the savage leader said haughtily that such covert attacks would not work. As soon as the enemy believed in himself and relaxed for a moment, Lorhan immediately took advantage of this moment by using his strike skill and ominously shouting, "So, you've opened up!" Realizing that he might have a hard time now, the savage leader who underestimated his opponent thought nervously, trying to put his sword under the blow from the trouble he needed to block immediately. Unfortunately for the savage leader, his defense did not help at all when Lorhan struck. He easily pierced his quick defense and caused quite serious damage. Being in a difficult situation with a wound after a missed punch, the savage leader said hard, "Bugaga, you are much stronger than you look." Hearing such words from his opponent, Lorhan said disappointedly, "I wanted to take away your 2 arms, but you managed to save one of them." Well, that's a bit offensive. Immediately after that, Lorhan put his axe to the throat of the savage leader and said arrogantly, "But what are you going to do now? All your subjects are dead and you have nowhere to run." Smiling slyly into the face of his enemy, whom he was about to kill, Lorhan said joyfully, "I am not very patient, so I will soon come for your head." Hearing these words from Lorhan, the leader of the savage camp growled angrily and then added, "How dare a man like you?" Before the savage leader could finish speaking, Lorhan beheaded him. And then he received system notifications that said your level has been raised. A great achievement. You have defeated 2 genomes of the lush forest, and you have been awarded the title of Conqueror of the Lush Forest. As soon as the heart of the enemy leader stopped beating in his chest, the new leader of the orc warriors exclaimed joyfully, enjoying the victory of the defeated leader. The next moment, Lorhan noticed that he had another system notification. Then the boy said in surprise that another system notification said you have received the title of Grey Cardinal. You are the first to receive this title. Then the boy said thoughtfully, "But look at this." Looking at the characteristics of the second title, Lorhan slyly said in his head, "I certainly expected to get the Conqueror of the Lush Forest, but the Grey Cardinal was a complete surprise to me, since the system says more than one, which means that the system does not recognize orcs as allies." Immediately after these words, Lorhan thoughtfully spoke in his head, covering his face with his hand. "I have only a good reputation with him, but does this mean that there is a chance that they can turn against me?" Immediately after that, Lorhan looked at what he had received in addition to the first title and said thoughtfully, "Well, the characteristics and special skill of disguising my identity will definitely come in handy." Having destroyed the leader of the enemy army, one of the orc warriors who was not far from Lorhan confidently shouted to his comrades, "It's incredible! Now kill the rest of them." Seeing that the whole army went to kill all the savages who remained in the village, Lorhan thoughtfully said they really enjoy it. Watching his comrades having fun destroying the remaining enemies, the boy added thoughtfully, "Well, I'd better get back to my old ways." Arriving at the Wizards Guild and handing over the 2 vials of blood needed to make the potion, Storoyan said to Lorhan in surprise, "Is everything ready? I thought it would take some time because of the high weight." Hearing the surprise in Storoyan's words, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, "Well, it wasn't as difficult as you think." And the old man replied, "Good, then wait for me here." As soon as Storoyan left Lorhan alone in the room, the boy saw that new system notifications appeared above him, saying that he had received the title of Storoyan's first assistant. "You are the first to receive this title." Looking at the effects that the title of first assistant gave him, Lorhan said happily in his head, taking a proud pose, "Wow, the effects of the title are also quite good." A few seconds after Lorhan began to rejoice at his new title, Storoyan said to him, holding out a vial of the potion, "Here it is. Take it to Mother Intrinsic." Taking the vial with the potion created by Storoyan, Lorhan smiled happily and looked at the vial and happily said in his mind this last task in Katong. Recalling how this task had gone in the past when he had done it, the boy confidently added the time to go to Trinsic. As soon as he thought about it, he was disconnected from the game and the capsule he was in opened, opening his eyes to the real world, and he sighed heavily. Rising up to a sitting position, Lorhan scratched his head and said, "Why did they do such a thing as limiting the time I can join when I need all the time I have?" Getting out of his capsule completely and moving to the center of his room, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "Well, you don't have to worry about my health in the Lord." Moving directly from the game capsule to the computer, the boy happily said, "So I have 5 hours before I can reconnect, so why don't I take a look at the post I recently published?" Recalling what he had done to post his article on the internet, Lorhan mentally said, I prepared for this kind of situation by taking screenshots of the dungeon's items and interior and posting them, hoping for a lot of comments. Looking at the status of his post, Lorhan was very surprised to see it on the first tab of the site and said, wow, he even got into Hot Topics. Seeing that his post was in the Hot Topics tab, Lorhan said thoughtfully, I expected that many people would be suspicious, but why are there so many comments saying it's fake? In addition to his post, there was also an attachment on the front page that said, a secret dungeon has been discovered here. And there is a secret dungeon besides the public ones. The brave reporter Rover conquers the secret dungeon. Lorhan said in surprise, shouldn't the brave reporters have already started coming out? Popular game web reporter and player Rover writes about secret dungeons and reveals information about them in an adventure format. Looking through the comments under his post, Lorhan suddenly saw that the same popular reporter had written there, hi, this is Rover. From my experience, I think this post can be trusted. I don't think I can buy this information, but if you agree to give an interview, please contact me. Seeing other comments with a request to buy information about the dungeon, Lorhan happily said, wow, it looks like my post became popular because of this comment. If not for it, my post could have been mistaken for clickbait. But I'm better off because of this comment. I received a bunch of emails. Going through all those messages offering to buy information about the dungeon, Lorhan said thoughtfully, first we will sort out those who offer little and those who need to be given special attention. Looking through the emails that were sent to him, Lorhan thoughtfully said players who are grouping up and thinking about creating a guild, although there is no such possibility at the bottom. Recalling the rather famous guilds that will be on everyone's lips in the future, Lorhan said thoughtfully, I know enough names from my previous life that will become famous, so it will be quite simple. Moving the mouse across the table to find a letter from the guild that would be the best option for him, the boy said thoughtfully, and the safest choice would be. Recalling one guild that was quite useful in the future, Lorhan thoughtfully said a guild called CG. They got their name from the term cultural game. Recalling what exactly they did in their past life, Lorhan said thoughtfully, they help newcomers, re-educate PCs, and so on, and they made their name on their excellent reputation. Answering the guild, KG, Lorhan leaned back and said happily, great, if I've already set the time to meet, I just need to wait. It's even scary how well things are going. Scratching his nose with sadness during a break from the game, the guy also added thoughtfully, it all makes me wonder if it's really normal when everything is going so well. And if it's normal, shouldn't I be a little more aggressive in my pumping? Recalling what happened to him in his past life because of his haste, the boy said anxiously, no, we will go step by step as planned. Reflecting on what had happened in his past life, the boy thoughtfully said, it will all happen much later. Nothing will be resolved if I rush too much. Immediately after that, he decided to go outside to get some fresh air while he took a break from the Lord before reconnecting. Passing by a group of guys discussing the game, Lorhan overheard how much you leveled up killing goblins, to which another proudly replied, I leveled up 3 levels in 2 days. And then the third added, not bad. I only leveled up 1 after trying really hard because of the level difference. Passing by a crowd with a bag of groceries, Lorhan heard one of them say that maybe it was a matter of control. Realizing that they were discussing the Lord, Lorhan joyfully said in his head all about the Lord, and the people talking about it could not but rejoice. Passing by the first group of people, he saw that there were quite a few people around him, and was surprised to hear that for a university campus at the beginning of the year, there were quite a few people. After walking a little further, Lorhan suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of him that he could not just pass by. He saw a girl standing next to a young man and having a nice conversation about various things. Passing by this pair of young people, the boy suddenly heard a woman's voice speaking to him, addressing him by his full name, Kim Yun Min, and saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Hearing the voice of the girl who spoke to him, Lorhan thought angrily, Lim Soo-hee, my ex who betrayed me and left me, I completely forgot about her because of the Lord's coming. Seeing how nice she was with the guy standing next to her, Lorhan said in his head, she's probably seeing me for the first time in 4 months, but I haven't seen her in years. Irritated at seeing her with a new partner, Lorhan added, looks like the person behind her is her new boyfriend. I heard he also plays the Lord. Well, Lim Soo-hee loves games, so she prefers guys who are good at them. Without waiting for him to say anything, Lorhana's ex-girlfriend said, I was told that it's still hard for you to hear that. And the boy mentally said in a displeased tone what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Reacting to the girl's words, Lorhan indignantly replied just so she knew, but I didn't take a break from playing the Lord because of you. Immediately after these words, the girl pointed to her boyfriend and confidently said, Contact me if you get stuck in the game. My kid is an expert in the Lord. I'll ask him to help you. Approaching his ex-girlfriend's boyfriend, Lorhan asked in a menacing tone what his ID was and what he had, and hearing Lorhan's question, the guy confidently replied, Philia, maybe you've heard of him before. Hearing the name of this guy in the Lord, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, I wonder if Philia has ever heard of this guy. He's probably some kind of nub. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan went on about his business, waving goodbye and saying to the machine, I'll remember you and save you if we meet again. Hearing what he had just said, the ex-boyfriend of the ex-girlfriend exclaimed in Lorhan's wake, What are you talking about? After which the girl also added Yunmin and what it should be. Not letting the girl finish what she wanted to say, Lorhan looked back and confidently said, Good luck with your training. Contact me if you have any problems right after that. The guy thought Lim Soo-hee should know that my nickname in the game is Roken. Walking away from that overconfident couple, Lorhan happily said in his head that she would soon realize what a stupid thing she had just said to me. After a while, returning home and reconnecting to the game, Lorhan headed to the meeting point with the KG guild member. Noticing that a man appeared near him, the guild member nervously said, Congratulations, to which Lorhan replied, It looks like you found the way. After using his gray cardinal talent to change his account and name, Lorhan thought there was no need to reveal my identity through one hidden dungeon. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan asked if you came here alone, to which guild member KG confidently replied, Yes, this is too valuable information, so you should not draw too much attention to it. Immediately after these words, the KG guild member looked at his informant and confidently added, But my companions are waiting nearby so they can come to my aid at any time. Hearing that he did not come alone, Lorhan was surprised to hear that he was not talking nonsense. And then the guild member said to Lorhan, Well then, go ahead. And Lorhan confidently answered no. Immediately after the refusal, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, First you have to give me payment. Haven't you ever made a deal before? You have to give me something to motivate me. Hearing this, guild member KG confidently replied to Lorhan's offer. Then I will use one skill first. I also need guarantees. To which Lorhan confidently replied, Of course. The next moment, the player who came to Lorhan to buy information about the dungeon used the detection skill to find out Lorhan's identity and whether he was alone. Seeing the guy's name and level, the KG guild player handed over the money and confidently said, Thank you for your cooperation, Krypton. Here's part of the amount, let's go. As soon as he received a part of the promised amount for the information, Lorhan immediately took him to the dungeon and activated the entrance with the lost prosthesis. As soon as the door opened, Lorhan said the entrance opens if you do this. Seeing how exactly you can get inside, the guild player said in surprise, Ah, I see. So it was a mechanism. After telling him everything he had to tell about the dungeon and showing him the entrance, Lorhan said, Make sure it's kept secret, and what about the rest of the money? Hearing this from the informant, the guy handed him a bag of money and said, Here, I'll contact you if there are any problems. As a result of the successful conclusion of the deal, Lorhan received 51 gold coins, 98 silver coins, and 20 copper coins for his information, and he was impressed to hear that he had received more than 50 gold coins for selling the hidden dungeon. Walking away with his hard-earned money, Lorhan happily said in his head, The guild is the best at this point. It's impossible to just get so much money. He must have squeezed the rest of the guild members out of the story. I wouldn't be surprised if he added his real ones to the mix. Tossing the bag of gold in his hands, Lorhan added happily, changing his image to the real one. Well, if we're done with that. Heading back after selling the information and with the money he earned, the boy added the time to go to Trinzik. On his way to another city to deliver an improved plague potion, Lorhan stopped halfway and said in frustration, Lord God, how far is it to go? With his face wrinkled with fatigue, the boy said, Lord, it's too realistic. I've been walking to that city for almost half a day. After walking some more, Lorhan finally saw the city of Trinicus in front of him and said joyfully, But nevertheless, my walk is finally coming to an end. Realizing that he still had a long way to go to that city, Lorhan said anxiously in his mind, But I must not let my guard down. If I suddenly die, I will have to start from the beginning. Suddenly, Lorhan heard a strange noise behind him, and looking back, he suddenly noticed that the bushes were moving strangely, and he thought to himself, Someone is watching me. It's definitely not a monster or an animal. What kind of rat is it? As soon as Lorhan noticed the enemies who were following him, They immediately left their hiding place, raising a column of dust behind them, heading towards Lorhan to meet him. Since he would not be caught off guard, the leader of the gang of players' killers said disappointedly, "Oh, it's quite interesting. This time we caught a rather large fish." Licking his lips with impatience to start the fight and take away everything he could, the leader of the PKers said thoughtfully, "Your equipment is quite expensive. You must be a high-level boogeyman." Hearing this, his friend replied, "How do you know? Maybe he's a donator." Seeing the PKers in front of him who decided to attack him, Lorhan, with eyes full of admiration and bloodlust, said in his head, "There are such people here too." Looking closely at the enemies in front of him, Lorhan confidently added that their red pupils proved that they had already killed other players and had become paishers. Looking at all the enemies he faced, the boy also added that they hunt those who travel between cities and collect things that fall from players. As he approached Lorhan, the leader of the group of players killers said in an ominous tone, "Hey bro, do you have a minute to talk to you?" Hearing these words from his arrogant enemies, Lorhan, who was no less happy to meet the PCs than they were, took out his weapon and replied in an ominous tone, "I like to talk." Approaching Lorhan, the leader of the PCs noticed that their victim was acting strangely and wondered what was wrong with this guy. Looking directly into the eyes of Lorhan, who looked rather strange, the PCer added that he was completely out of his mind with fear. Looking at the enemies who decided to challenge him, Lorhan confidently said, "I'll let you go if you drop one item of equipment each." Hearing this, one of the thieves said in surprise, "What are you talking about?" Seeing the confusion in the eyes of his opponents, Lorhan confidently added, "What's the big deal? Isn't that what PK sharers usually say, or maybe I'm confused?" Recalling why such players exist, Lorhan mentally said, "Usually when a player dies at the hands of another player, an item can fall out of it. Of course, there is a chance that it will not. This probability is greater than when killing monsters, but still, about 10 to 20%. Hearing Lorhan's suggestion, the leader of the murderous gang said in a joyful tone, "You think we're completely stupid? You're seriously scared out of your mind?" Pulling out his weapon to intimidate Lorhan, the thieves' leader added that if you die here, you will have to walk all the way back from Katong, so stop showing off. Hearing that his interlocutors did not accept his offer, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "Well, the negotiations have failed." Preparing for a fight with his enemies, Lorhan added happily, "To be honest, I didn't really want us to part ways with you from the very beginning." Hearing such words from his victim, the leader of the players' killers laughed a little and replied with a displeased expression, saying that it sounded arrogant. Preparing for the battle with the traveler they met, the strongest of the gang prepared to throw his axe at Lorhan with the words, "This level is very different from Catan." The next moment, the huge axe headed straight for Lorhan's side, with the intention of finishing him off with just one throw. However, things didn't go according to plan, as Lorhan easily dodged the enemy's attack and even approached him to strike while he was open. Preparing to destroy one of the bandits who attacked him, Lorhan confidently shouted, "I'll finish you first." Before he could strike, his attack was deflected by the leader of the group of PCs, who used his shield to shield his comrade from certain death. Seeing that his attack was deflected, Lorhan muttered in surprise in his head as he flew back to the physical attack, deflecting skill he is a knight of defense. As soon as one of the group of assassin players deflected Lorhan's attack, the defended healer was approaching the guy to strike him from the air. While Lorhan was trying to break through the deflecting shield, he heard a voice from somewhere in the air say, "Here I am." Realizing that his tactics were ineffective, Lorhan stepped back, thinking that their attacks were well coordinated. Before he could speak, his words were interrupted by another enemy attack that reached him at a distance. A rain of arrows fired by one of the enemies who specialized in ranged attacks. Covering Lorhan with a rain of arrows, the PKer who was waiting for the dust to clear after the battle said thoughtfully, "You can't dodge that, no matter how fast you are." Pulling one of the arrows that hit him from his shoulder, Lorhan said with a grudging smile, "I'm in trouble." Immediately after that, he was answered by the leader of the bandit group who said, "Now you see the difference between us." Immediately after these words, the leader of the killers smiled ominously and added, "If you change your mind, I will have mercy on you. Why don't you take off your gear and run away from here?" Hearing these words from his enemy, Lorhan thought in his head that they were using group tactics. Imagining their strategy in his head, Lorhan added, "If I keep my distance, I will be hit by arrows, and if I get closer, I will get more from the knight, and they are so close that they can easily cover each other." Realizing how the enemies were fighting, Lorhan thought about how he could win in this situation, and said to the enemies, "Well, If you want my items so badly, I'll give you a chance. Changing his weapon to a tomahawk, Lorhan slyly spoke to his opponents. I have something interesting for you to catch. As soon as he had the tomahawks in his hands, the boy immediately threw them at his enemies, as he had bought the throwing weapons to hit the enemy from afar. Standing in front of his comrade who was hit by these short axes, the leader of the opposing gang, hiding behind his shield, confidently shouted, "Everything is fine, I'll cover you." Seeing what happened to his comrade after the tomahawk hit his shield, the burly man wielding the heavy weapon nervously wondered what kind of power he had. Sitting on the ground after taking a blow that knocked him back, the leader of the group of PKshers angrily exclaimed, "What the hell is wrong with me? Hurry up and finish him off!" Hearing the order from his leader, the burly uncle rushed at Lorhan to take revenge on him for his comrade, angrily shouting, "You're a bad guy!" Seeing that their battle formation was destroyed and the teamwork was over, Lorhan wondered if they really had enough of such a provocation. Dodging the attacks of the enemy who no longer controlled his emotions and simply waved his weapon trying to hit the guy, Lorhan thought happily. Taking out his weapon from his inventory to strike back, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "Well, now we'll see how good your skills are." Having struck only one blow with the handle of his axe on the enemy's body, Lorhan saw that it was enough for him and then said disappointedly, "That I thought you could take it, you are even worse than I thought." Having dealt with one opponent, Lorhan prepared to deal with him completely by swinging his axe and saying one is. The next moment, the boy took off his opponent's head with just one swing of his axe, making sure that he would not be able to interfere with him. Immediately after this action, the boy noticed that an arrow was flying in his direction. Grabbing it with his hand to stop it, Lorhan said menacingly, "No, it won't be like that." Looking at the enemy who had just tried to harm him with it, Lorhan confidently added, "If you wanted to shoot me with it, you should have done it while I was dealing with your friend." Having broken the caught arrow into two parts, Lorhan also added in surprise, "Did it really happen that I finished him off much faster than you expected, Bugaga?" Angry at his opponent who was mocking him, the archer from the group of player killers shouted out angrily while pulling on his aunt's multi. Before he could use his skill and attack, Lorhan was already behind him, and the archer nervously said in his head, "Damn, he's too fast, I can't hit him." Deciding to use another option to take out the enemy who came to his rear, the archer thought, "Well, then we will do this." Immediately after these thoughts, he changed his weapon from a bow to a combat knife. As soon as he had the new weapon in his hands, the archer tried to strike Lorhan with a couple of blows, trying to cut him to pieces. Dodging the enemy's attacks, Lorhan said in amazement, "Wow, he switched to a melee weapon against me." As soon as the enemy made a mistake, Lorhan dodged the attack and grabbed his enemy's hand and thoughtfully said in his head, "But even so," cutting off his enemy's arm, which he had grabbed after his last attack, Lorhan said menacingly, "Do you really think an archer like you can win in close combat?" Seeing how the enemy began to squirm in pain at the loss of a limb in the game, Lorhan said ominously, "Well, how does it feel when your arm is cut off in the game is quite realistic for VR, isn't it?" As soon as he took out the second PK Shiro, he heard a noise from behind him, and it was the same shield maker who was lying nearby after being hit by the axes. As he approached Lorhan to harm him, he angrily shouted, "Die." As soon as Lorhan stopped his attack with his hand, crushing the shield with his bare hands, the enemy suddenly began to tremble, and Lorhan said in surprise, "Fool, you really want to fight me in strength." Taking his axe in his other hand, Lorhan spoke menacingly, "Earlier you could only throw me back because you used the defensive skill." Continuing to put the enemy in a state of total fear, the boy added, "But did you really think you could kill me with something like that?" Realizing that he no longer had a chance to win, and that his only chance for victory was now collapsing in Lorhan's hands, the boy screamed out in fright that you were a monster. Hearing the brutal slander and frightened shouts in his direction from his opponent, Lorhan confidently said, "You are deeply mistaken, it's not like that." Having dealt a fatal blow to the leader of the gang of PKshers that even the ground broke under him, Lorhan confidently added, "You guys are just real weaklings." Having dealt with two opponents, Lorhan remembered that he had killed only two, and the third must still be around. Immediately afterwards, he heard a noise behind him and said, "Oh, there's definitely one more." Looking back at the enemy, and then looking at the stone that lay in front of him, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, Interesting. Well, let's see what happens." Trying to escape from the monster they had accidentally encountered and decided to rob, the archer who had lost his arm in the battle with Lorhan said in his head, "Oh shit, I'm definitely not going to die here." Feeling no danger behind him, The archer who was running away from Lorhan looked back and said in his head, I don't think he realized that he was really not chasing me. The archer laughed madly and shouted, I will survive. Remember my words, you rascal. I will certainly take revenge on you later. Running away from Lorhan, he did not even realize that a huge stone was flying straight at him. A few seconds after the throw, Lorhan watched the trajectory of his thrown projectile and said happily, Boogaloo, I hit it perfectly. Having defeated the player's killers, Lorhan laughed ominously and then said, It's been a long time since I felt so refreshed. Fighting players is much more fun than fighting monsters. After all the enemies were defeated, Lorhan saw a system notification that told him that you had raised your level and received a large number of items, and the boy was surprised to see it and said, Wow, that's a lot. Seeing how many different accessories he got from the defeated enemies, Lorhan thoughtfully said, The chance of dropping items has increased due to the penalties of the PK shares, but it looks like this time I hit the jackpot, loser. They should have just listened to me. Feeling that another one of the gang of PK shares was hiding near him, Lorhan added menacingly, Am I right, little rat? Immediately after these words, looking in the direction where another enemy was hiding, Lorhan added, Don't even think about doing anything. Come out before I cut you down along with the tree. Seeing no action from the enemy who was hiding behind the tree, Lorhan shouted angrily, I told you there was no point in hiding. I will really kill you. Hearing these words from Lorcan, the boy who was hiding behind the tree ran out of his hiding place and screamed out in fear. Who are you? Lorcan said in surprise. Do you really think you will recognize me if I tell you? Looking at the frightened enemy, Lorhan thought in his head, He is definitely with these PCs, but he doesn't have red eyes. It looks like he is just giving signs. Disappointed in his last enemy, Lorhan looked at his prey and said, What a disappointment. Stay there if you're not going to fight. I'm not interested in weaklings. Hearing that he had called him a weakling, the last of the PC team swallowed hard and decided to act as he saw fit. Then he used his detection skill on Lorhan. Sensing that he was being attacked, Lorhan immediately raised his head and grabbed his weapon to finish off the brazen enemy. When the enemy saw Lorhan's name in level 35, he exclaimed in surprise that he did not realize he was only level 35. Immediately after that, the boy saw the enemy's hand approaching him and thought nervously, remembering the fight against his comrades and how he had managed to defeat 3 players of the 40th level like that. It was crazy. He must have used a bug or a cheat. The next moment, Lorhan grabbed the enemy by the head and slammed him into a tree for not listening to his advice and deciding to do things his way. After the enemy was seriously injured, Lorhan said irritatedly, You rascal, I told you I was letting you go, but you didn't even want to listen. As soon as the last of the attacking team was killed, Lorhan saw a system notification that said the player Lorhan won. You get the opponent's items. And the guy said in surprise, Wow, something fell out of it. I'm blessed with a lot of luck. As soon as all the enemies were defeated, Lorhan hurried to pick up what fell out of them and examine everything he got as a reward for the fight. The boy mentally said, These items are not bad as expected from Trinsic. Even a bow with a very rare chance of falling out, they were probably disappointed. Gathering up everything he had gotten, Lorhan headed further into the city, thinking thoughtfully, I guess reinforcements will show up soon for revenge or something. Heading straight for his goal to complete the task that Staroyan had assigned him, Lorhan thoughtfully added, Maybe I should be gentler with them. This is all rather disappointing. Arriving in the city, Lorhan found himself in a square with a large number of players and wondered in his head, There are a lot of people here. All of them are level 40 players. Looking around to find the building he needed and to see the number of people present, the boy added, I'm starting to realize how popular this game really is. Arriving at the building he needed, Lorhan was surprised to hear that the Wizarding Guild here was really huge. Finally, Lorhan got to the place he needed after such a long period of time. Now he was standing right in front of the entrance to the Trintia Wizards Guild. After a few seconds, he finally walked inside, opening the door wide. Looking at the number of people inside the building, Lorhan thought that although there wasn't much of a crowd compared to the size of the building, sorcerer was one of those professions that was becoming harder and harder to level up in. Walking past all the wizards in the building to find the one he was supposed to deliver the vial of advanced potion to, Lorhan added that perhaps that was why the people here looked so decent. Looking at the people in the room, Lorcan thoughtfully added that some of them seemed to have already completed their second year. Walking through the main hall, Lorhan finally reached the magic shop, where a charming girl was standing behind the counter, and as he approached her, he heard her greet him. Immediately after the greeting, Lorhan also heard in addition, Welcome to the magic shop. You can ask me about the things that are sold here. Approaching the shop, Lorhan confidently spoke to the girl. "Can I have one set of rune books, please?" Hearing the customer's request, the girl replied, "Okay, wait a minute." Recalling what exactly this item is, Lorhan mentally said, "Rune book is an item that you should use when you see a PK share. It is a magical book that allows you to get to one of the 5 locations described in it when you are not in battle." Recalling its features, the guy continued, "It's a tethered item so you don't have to worry about it falling out, and if you have enough money, you can expand the number of locations to 20 zones. I have to get one of these." Having completed the search for all the materials for the set, the girl said 1 rune book and 5 marking scrolls plus 20 teleportation scrolls in total. You have 5 gold pieces. Hearing the price of the purchased materials, Lorhan nervously said in his head, "The problem is that they are terribly expensive." Thinking back to the PCs who had decided to attack him in the forest, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, 5 gold pieces is not an easy amount to get intrinsic. How much did these scoundrels steal from people? They each had one. As soon as Lorhan took all the materials he had bought for a fabulous amount of money, the girl happily said goodbye to the buyer. "Thank you, come back and visit us again." Having bought the book he needed for teleportation, Lorhan raised his head up and said thoughtfully, "Let's see, now I need to go up to the 3rd floor." Finding the right person, Lorhan told him what he needed, and upon hearing this, Materian replied in surprise that Sir Storoyan had sent you to me. Having handed over all the necessary items he was to deliver to the boy, Lorhan also added the antidote and a letter from him. Reading the letter and trying to figure out if it was really Storoyan's handwriting, Materian said thoughtfully, "It really looks like I need to prepare in advance, and you're here to help me." Seeing the level of his assistant, Materian said to the boy in surprise, "And you will be fine at this level." Lorhan confidently replied, "Of course, rely on me." Looking at the boy who was quite confident even though he was at a low level, Materoyan thought incredulously, "He looks quite useless to me, but I can't ignore Sir Storoyan's recommendations." Immediately after these thoughts, Materoyan spoke to Lorhan, deciding to test him. "Well, I have one errand for you. It will also serve as a test for your abilities." As soon as the sorcerer spoke of the errand, Lorhan spoke confidently. Recalling his past experiences, Materoyan is known to players as a sinister NPC, starting with the elixir of the forest goblin witch doctor. Recalling why he was nicknamed the sinister NPC, Lorhan added that he asked for all kinds of ingredients that were not related to the main task and used them for other experiments. Going out into the city to find everything he needed for this material, and Lorhan mentally said, "Usually you can't abandon the main task, so you have no choice but to be reluctant to accept it." Walking across the square in search of the auction, the boy added slyly, "But that doesn't apply to me." Going to the system menu to view the information he needed, Lorhan happily said, "Well, let's check out the auction." Going to the tab where he could see what was being sold on it, Lorhan mentally said, "I can hardly remember what kind of materials he will require later." Immediately after that, remembering what he had in his inventory after traveling to the initial locations, the boy slyly added in his head, "Since I came here, I will get rid of the items I knocked out at the same time. There is no need to walk back and forth and do everything myself." Looking at the tab with the items he needed, Lorhan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Great. Most of the materials are labeled as common items, so it will be pretty cheap." Pulling gold coins out of his pockets to quickly purchase everything he might need, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "Well, let's get started." After a while, having bought everything that Materialan needed in his research, Lorhan returned to the researcher's office with a huge bag of materials, and seeing it, Materialan exclaimed in surprise what it was. Hearing the surprise in the words of the ominous NPC, Lorhan threw off the bag of materials and tapped on it, saying, "I brought everything. Here you can see it." Hearing these words from Lorhan, Materian said in surprise, reaching for the bag, "I need it right now. How did you know about it?" Lorhan confidently replied, "You didn't think I needed to know much to be Sir Storoyan's assistant." With a sly smile after examining all the materials Lorhan Materian had brought him, he said, "It seems I was wrong about you being useless." Immediately after that, having closed all his queries that he was supposed to give Lorhan every time he brought him the previous materials, Materian said, "Here is your reward." Immediately after Materialian gave the reward for the assignment, Lorhan saw a system notification above him that said, "You have raised your level. Your current level is 36. The next moment, having checked everything that Lorhan had brought him, Materian said confidently, "Okay, then I'll leave this to you as well," and then gave him a new task to get the materials. Seeing that he would not calm down and continued to demand different materials, Lorhan said in frustration in his head, he began to show his true nature. Looking at the task in which he had to bring the blood and heart of a forest ogre, Lorhan added in frustration, I knew I had a lot of tasks to do, but he gave it to me as if he was waiting for this moment. Recalling the same moment with the auction when he was looking for the materials he needed, Lorhan added in frustration, plus there were no ogre items at the auction. I wanted to get this done as soon as possible. Thinking about how he could get the materials to complete Materialen's assignment, Lorhan said thoughtfully, but on the other hand, it makes a lot of sense. Realizing how difficult this mission was, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, the heart of a forest man-eater could only be obtained by defeating the level 80 boss of a great forest man-eater warrior. With a disappointed sigh, the boy said in his head, I can't defeat him now, so I'll put this matter on hold for now. It's more important to complete the main task. Realizing that he could not complete the main storyline due to lack of strength, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, but that's not all there is, Intrinsic. Let's see what can be done starting with the simplest tasks. After a while, Lorhan arrived at a statue of a hero who held his hand up in the air pointing in the right direction, and the boy said, this is the place. As Lorhan approached the statue, he saw that the numbers on the pedestal were torn out, and he thought in his head, in my past life, the player who saw this clue said, recalling the words of the guy from his past life who had solved this riddle, Lorhan said in his mind where the hero points to is where his heritage lies. Then he was simply ignored. But eventually he found it. Looking at the statue that pointed in the direction he needed to go, Lorhan mentally said, it took a while for the news to spread, but I know the trick, so I have no problem. After taking the appropriate position, Lorhan thoughtfully walked 1,123 steps in the direction of the statue. Looking in the direction he needed to move, Lorhan added 200 steps to the left. Moving in the direction indicated by the numbers carved on the pedestal, Lorhan said in his head, and then continued walking in the same direction for another 130 steps. Arriving at the right place, Lorhan put his hand behind his head and said thoughtfully, rubbing the back of his head, it should be somewhere around here, according to the clues. Approaching a sufficient distance to the wall that led to the secret dungeon, Lorhan saw a system notification above him, which reported the activated effect of the rare title Seeker, hidden device found. Clicking on the brick that stood out thanks to his skill, Lorhan opened a passage to the dungeon where the hero's legacy was supposed to be. As soon as the wall parted and the door opened, a system notification appeared above the guy, informing him that you had found a secret dungeon. Looking at the gate that appeared in front of him, Lorhan thoughtfully said, okay, now the question is whether I should enter it. Without hesitating for a long time about whether he should go there, the boy confidently took the first step towards adventure. Having already walked a long distance, Lorhan thoughtfully said that it was a little different from what I had heard. Continuing his rather long journey, the boy said in his head, how many times have I gone up and down? My senses are confused. I can't tell how high and far I have gone. Continuing his journey in the pitch darkness, Lorhan said irritably to the guy who found it, he had deliberately spread false information to scare others away. Before Lorhan could express his dissatisfaction, a system notification appeared above him, announcing that the first-level hero test had begun. As soon as the announcement was made, Lorhan noticed that a monster appeared in front of him and began to attack him immediately. Realizing that he had little choice, the boy said, I can't dodge the attack, I have to block it. Using his skill to stop the stone that was rolling towards him, Lorhan increased his strength and agility by 110%, after which he still managed to resist the stone that was rolling towards him. With all of his strength, Lorhan managed to stop the huge rock that was rolling towards him and stopped in place with it. Lorhan exhaled heavily and said, oh, somehow I stopped it. Breathing heavily after stopping the rock, Lorhan said, all I did was block it. But my health is already significantly reduced, damn it. He blocked the climb. What do I do now? Realizing that he had no choice but to roll it up, Lorhan said heavily, oh shit, it's too heavy. Continuing to push the stone up, Lorhan thought wearily, a heroic test. Of course I knew that the first stage would be the test of will, but I didn't think it would be so stupid. Pushing the stone up to pass this first stage, Lorhan said in frustration, it has been several minutes since I started climbing up. Tired of this hard and monotonous work, Lorhan, who was barely holding on with his last bit of strength, said he was tired and how much longer I had to do this. After some time, Lorhan rolled the stone to the right place and the system informed him that he had completed the first stage, and Lorhan breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's much better. Walking a little further after the first stage, Lorhan found himself in a room with traps and thoughtfully said, "This is the next stage of the hero's trials." Approaching a little closer to the beginning of the path, a system notification appeared, informing him that the second stage of the heroic test had begun. Then Lorhan said in frustration in his head, "Meh." It did not give any new information about the stage. Noticing a stone on the ground near him, Lorhan reached for it and thoughtfully said, "Well then, we need to use this opportunity." Immediately after these words, the boy grabbed the stone and prepared to throw it on the path to find out what awaited him. A few seconds later, the stone landed on the path where Lorhan was supposed to be walking. As soon as he stopped for a second, 2 laser beams hit the stone, breaking it into molecules. Recalling what he had been told in his past life about this test, Lorhan thought in his head, if the information he had found was true, then this must be a test of wisdom. As he thought about how he would pass this stage of the test, Lorhan thoughtfully said, most likely they wanted people to use their brains to identify or remove traps. Warming up for this second stage of the challenge, Lorhan thought in his head, but that's not how I do things. Preparing for the race to simply cross the road with obstacles and traps before they have time to hit him, Lorhan added, I'm going to pass this test in a few seconds. Immediately after these words, Lorhan used his berserker skill and jumped at breakneck speed from his seat and headed to the other side of the room. While crossing the obstacle course, Lorhan encountered traps, of course, cats aimed at hitting the enemy and destroying him, but thanks to his leap skill, he was able to avoid them all. As soon as the notification about the completion of the second stage of the test appeared above his head, Lorhan exhaled heavily and said, Deactivate the berserker skill. I thought I was going to die here. As soon as the berserker was deactivated, a new system notification appeared saying you are low on health and will die if you do not restore your health to at least 10% in 5 seconds. So Lorhan used a healing potion to quickly restore his health. Walking a little further along the path that led him forward, Lorhan noticed a system notification above his head that the third stage of the heroic test had begun. Looking in front of him to understand what exactly was going to happen, Lorhan remembered and said in his head, The third stage is a test of temptation. I've heard that here a very strong psychic magic is supposed to tempt the applicant. Recalling what other players had said when they passed this stage, Lorhan said, According to the information, a rather seductive woman appeared here. Making a lustful face, Lorhan, who imagined what he could expect here, lustfully added a pile of treasures and objects or a table full of various delicacies. Looking forward to finding out what exactly he would get, Lorhan said excitedly, I wonder what I would get out of all this for me personally. As soon as he entered the third stage room, system notifications appeared over Lorhan, informing him that the epic title effect of unwavering will had been activated and negative psychic influence had been repelled, and the boy exclaimed in surprise. Disappointed that he would never know what his secret desires were, Lorhan said in his head as he crossed the bridge of temptation. How disappointing. After crossing the bridge, the boy saw a system notification that said you have passed the third stage of the heroic test, the temptation test. Moving to the path that would lead him further, Lorhan immediately wondered if he would be going the right way, if he went straight and decided to call the bell of truth. The next moment, Lorhan used the bell and said, Tell me this is the right path. Immediately afterwards, Lorhan noticed a system notification above him that said this was a lie, and with a sly smile, Lorhan thought to himself, I thought so. Recalling what had happened during the interview, Lorhan added that the guy hadn't really explained what came after the third stage, so I tried to guess and I was right. Rushing to search the road to find a secret exit, Lorhan said, Then we need to find another way which is hidden. Suddenly, while searching and feeling around the room, Lorhan accidentally pushed a brick that moved down, and the boy was surprised to hear that it was really here. As soon as the door opened, Lorhan flew forward before he could catch his balance and fell to the ground, saying in disappointment, Oh my God, what a shame. After completing the 3 trials, Lorhan reached the secret room where the reward was placed, and he saw the helmet of the sealed power of the Lion King. Looking at it, the boy said in amazement, This is crazy. Taking it in his hands and looking at the characteristics, Lorhan said in surprise, But it has such characteristic points. Even with the seal, I can use this item to the level of the 100th or 150th. Imagining how good this item of equipment is, Lorhan said thoughtfully, It alone will give me more protection than the average warrior. It is very good. Looking at what a beautiful item he had found in this dungeon, Lorhan added disappointedly, Too bad there were no clues as to where to find the rest of the pieces, but even that was much more than I expected. As soon as Lorhan took the reward from the pedestal and held it in his hands for more than 5 minutes, a system notification appeared, informing him that the heroic test was completed and the Tomb of the Lion King dungeon was no longer in existence. Immediately after that, another system notification appeared that said the parts of the Lion King's armor are attracted to each other. You will know when you are close to other parts of the armor. After that, the countdown began, and upon its completion, Lorhan was brought back outside to the main square where the statue was located. Looking around after teleportation, Lorhan said in surprise, looking around, I returned to the park. And at that very moment, the statue of the hero began to slowly collapse, spontaneously cracking and crumbling, and one of the passers-by nervously exclaimed that cracks had appeared on the statue. Not paying attention to the statue that was collapsing right before his eyes, Lorhan looked at other tasks he could perform in this city, saying thoughtfully, let's see the messenger of love. Recalling how to perform this task, Lorhan thoughtfully set in his head this crawling quest that can only be obtained after reaching the reputation level of friendship, but thanks to my titles, I had already reached it in the previous region. Walking away from the square where the warrior statue was being destroyed, Lorhan confidently said, well then, let's continue to collect the best of the quests. 3 days had passed since Lorhan had decided to complete the messenger of love, and after completing this task, the boy said, damn, I realized after working as a problem solver for the last few days, life is hard, both in reality and here. Immediately after that, recalling the scene from the last assignment, the guy added unhappily in the messenger of love, I had to deliver love letters. I could not miss it, so I had to watch it and almost vomited. Immediately after that, the boy said thoughtfully in order not to waste time, I completed a considerable number of quests, so I earned many titles and also raised my characteristics and leveled up and also received a useful item. Examining the emerald pendant, Lorhan said, I need something to raise my health because of the effects of the berserker, but for now this will do, he said. But he thought about it when he heard a sound behind him. You heard it. Behind Lorhan stood 2 players who were talking to each other. Then one of them exclaimed in surprise, there are already those who have reached the 70th level. Hearing about the 70th level, the other replied, I heard that there are already players with the 80th level, to which the first replied, I envy you when I reach the 50th. Making a disgruntled face, Lorhan heard that it was so hard to level up because of these PK shares, and accidentally overhearing the dialogue between the 2 players, Lorhan said in frustration that it seemed like everyone was passionate about leveling up. Immediately after listening to this dialogue, Lorhan clenched his fist and mentally said to be the first to close important tasks and get titles. I also need to level up as quickly as possible. It's time to speed up. Immediately after these conclusions, Lorhan and the rest of the game's players received a general system notification saying, Good afternoon, everyone. This is a notification about today's update. When everyone was going about their business, the system announced innovations that had already taken effect. The first of which was that the guild system had been updated so that you could buy a guild stone to create a guild. Seeing this, Lorhan happily said, well, the time has finally come, they've added guilds. Immediately after that, an add-on appeared in the system notification window, informing him of the price you could buy a guild stone for 50 gold pieces, and Lorhan nervously exclaimed that it was 50 gold pieces for a guild stone. Remembering the price he had been paid for the information about the dungeon, Lorhan thought happily, 1 gold is worth 200,000 won. Guilds must be hard enough now with the price of 10 million to create a guild? But most of all, Lorhan was interested in another update. Then he smiled slyly and said in his head, but what is most interesting? The second item in the update was the housing system in the system notification that it had been updated. Having learned that now it was also introduced in the present tense, Lorhan slyly said in his head with this update, I can buy a house in the city or land to build this house. Spreading his hands to his sides, Lorhan said slyly, other people may think that this is just a rather tame thing, but there are several ways to use it. I must meet with the realtor before anyone else. Arriving at the realtor's office immediately after learning about the upgrade, Lorhan looked around and heard the realtor say, Hello, how can I help you? Seeing Lorhan's strange behavior, the realtor nervously said, Sir, what's wrong with you? And at that time, Lorhan looked around and thoughtfully said in his head, It's great that no one is interested in the housing system yet. Putting a bag of money on the realtor's table, Lorhan confidently said, Here are 65 gold pieces. Putting all his savings on the table, Lorhan confidently said, I want to rent all the 3-room and 2-story houses in this area. Recalling the reason why he decided to do this, Lorhan slyly said in his head something else happened after the house system was released. Imagining how rich he would become after such a purchase, Lorhan thought that the number of houses was limited, but the number of people who wanted them would only grow. Looking at the nervous realtor who did not understand the point of such an expensive purchase of all the houses for one person, Lorhan confidently said that real estate is a real investment. Looking at the number of golden moments that the realtor gave him, the guy was surprised to add that you want them all. But after hearing this, Lorhan confidently said that's exactly what he wanted for a long time. Imagining how rich he would become and how he would be able to bathe in gold coins, Lorhan mentally said to me, I will need to pay the rent every month for 1 year. Remembering the rent of the buildings, Lorhan thoughtfully added in his head, but since I am the first to get all the houses, I will get enough money to not have to pay it. Picking up the calculator, the realtor nervously said, 10 3-room houses and 5 2-story houses are correct, to which Lorhan confidently replied, of course. Hearing that he had understood everything correctly, the realtor pointed to the lease agreement and said, well, but you will need to pay for the first month in advance for 3-room houses, 3 gold pieces, for 2-story houses 5, and a total of 65 gold pieces. Taking the money in his hand, the realtor also added a commission of 32 silver and 50 copper pieces, please. After hearing the full price, Lorhan paid the realtor and saw a system notification. 65 gold pieces, 32 silver pieces, and 63 copper pieces available. After concluding the lease agreement, Lorhan went about his business with only 13 copper coins in his pocket. As he left the realtor's building with the document that certified his ownership of the houses, Lorhan exclaimed joyfully, now I will be rich. Looking at the contract of ownership of the houses, Lorhan slyly said, maybe I should be a little more lenient with them and only double the price, or maybe triple it. But what about inflation? Recalling his past life, Lorhan immediately thought to himself, the guilds need a building. A guild house will keep their guild stones safe and will also show the power of the guilds. They will not be satisfied with ordinary small houses. Tossing the scroll with the agreement on the ownership of the buildings in his hands, Lorhan said happily, well, I'm done here. Heading for the exit after he had carried out his simple manipulation with the lease, the guy slyly said, let's go take some tasks and go hunting. Having completed all his business in the city, Lorhan went to perform tasks in the forest of lizard men. Walking through the thickets, the boy thoughtfully said in my past life, the forest of ogres was quite a popular location, but I think that it is not so far. Remembering the dangers of this forest, the boy thoughtfully said in his head, well, maybe a great warrior of forest monsters will appear, so it makes sense. I also did not come here until I raised a decent level. Preparing to begin the task for which he had come to this forest, Lorhan said thoughtfully, well then, let's start hunting. Immediately after these words, Lorhan used a battle cry to lure at least some cannibals out of the forest. Hearing the noise of the enemies approaching him, the boy happily said, it's great. I managed to provoke 2 of them. Preparing to fight the ogres he provoked, Lorhan happily said in his head, well, come on, come on, come on. The next moment, one of the ogres jumped out right next to Lorhan and was about to finish him off, reacting to the battle cry of the intruder. Seeing the enemy's blade almost hit his eye, Lorhan immediately reacted and repelled the enemy's attack at the last second. Having defeated one enemy, the boy immediately switched to another, who was already preparing to attack him, and spoke to the monster too slowly. He used a shoulder attack to knock the enemy down in flight and prevent it from attacking him. Lorhan spoke to the injured enemy, I haven't mastered this technique yet, but it should still hurt quite a bit. Swinging his axe at the ogre he had neutralized but left alive, Lorhan said, in any other situation I would have finished much faster. Preparing to cut off a part of the enemy he had gone hunting for, Lorhan added, but now I can't let you die. Looking at the still living enemies who could not harm him, Lorhan licked his lips and said ominously in his head, I can get their tail with 100% guarantee if I cut it off while they are still alive. Having cut off the tails of the enemies, the boy received 2 materials for which he would be paid in the contract. And then he thought, if I finish him off and I'm lucky, something else might fall. Recalling what kind of task he had taken, the boy thought in his head about doing the butcher's quest to supply meat from the tails of forest cannibals. Imagining how much he could earn by killing ogres and also by extracting their tails for another task, Lorhan added that his earnings could double or even triple. Noticing enemies near him hiding behind trees and in the foliage of the forest, Lorhan immediately exclaimed, Hey, what are you all doing there? Stopping in place to observe the behavior of the enemies who were hiding near him, Lorhan confidently added, "Let's play tadpoles." As soon as Lorhan said this provocative phrase, all the monsters immediately jumped out and started attacking Lorhan, but he easily dealt with them and grabbed the last enemy by the throat and lifted it up. Then a system notification came. Your level has increased. Having calculated how many enemies he had defeated and how much he was to be paid for it, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "I have earned well." The next moment, Lorhan heard a trap he had set up for such an occasion go off near him. Looking back to see the same spy who had been watching him for so long, Lorhan happily said in his head, "They finally fell into my trap." Recalling all the moments he had felt them during his battle with the monsters, the boy mentally said, "They had been watching me all this time and they had finally shown up because they thought I was tired." Arriving at his trapped comrade, the leader of the group said thoughtfully, showing himself in all his glory in front of Lorhan, he was the one who was able to defeat the ogres 1-for-3. Looking at Lorhan, who was holding the last enemy in his arms, the boy added that it looked like he had defeated the forest ogres alone. He must be much more talented than he looked. Looking at the enemies that suddenly appeared in front of him, Lorhan activated his frightening aura so that they did not even dare to approach him. Noticing the sudden change in the enemy, a girl from the squad nervously said, "What was that all of a sudden?" To which the boy replied with his energy. The next moment, the leader of the bandit group confidently said, looking at the enemy, "Don't be afraid. He doesn't seem to have any reinforcements nearby." The next moment, seeing his old hated acquaintance in one of the uninvited guests, Lorhan pointed his weapon at him and said, "Hey, I didn't expect to see you here." Immediately after these words, angry with his enemy, Lorhan added that suddenly the Six of Odin wanted to die. Hearing such words from his rival, the leader of the band of robbers said in a haughty tone, "I don't know what you're talking about, but we have never killed you before." Immediately after these words of the bandit leader, Lorhan remembered his past life where this same Helios fought with him and caused him a lot of trouble in his past life. The same guy who stood in front of Lorhan was Helios in his past life, and his rank in the Lord was 19th in the Ragnarok Guild, 9th. Looking at his opponent, who for some reason hated him quite a bit, Helios said haughtily, "It's even better that way. You won't run away like a coward." Lorhan smiled angrily and gritted his teeth and said, "I'm going to beat you so good that you'll never be able to sleep again in your life." And then thought, "Well, we finally meet again," Ragnarok said excitedly, pausing between his words and remembering the very guild he hated Lorhan. Preparing to finish off the enemy with the worst method he had ever known, Lorhan said in an ominous tone, "I'm going to kill you now. I promise you it won't be pretty." Looking at Lorhan, who had come to avenge his comrades whom he had killed with Helios, he said, "Well, it looks like we won't have to waste our energy catching him." Hearing these words from his rival, Lorcan looked around the crowd of enemies and said thoughtfully, "He doesn't know me right now, but it's for the best." Preparing for a one-on-one battle with Lorcan, Helios confidently said to his comrades, "I'm going to teach him a good lesson that he'll remember for the rest of his life." Noticing a very interesting emblem on the face of a girl who was in the group with this Helios and with red eyes, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "The emblem is in the form of a sword and bow." Recalling this emblem from the very robbers who attacked him, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "I remember that this is the emblem of the PC Guild, the Bloody Chasers." After these thoughts, assuming that all those who attacked him were part of the same guild, the boy added confidently, "If they were following me, then those three must be members of it as well." Thinking about how much they had to do to be standing here in front of him, Lorhan said in surprise, "I'm honored that you would treat me this way." Looking at the number of people who had come for his soul, Lorcan added, "You brought so many people with you for the sake of me alone." Hearing such words from his target, Helios said confidently, "I just like to solve problems thoroughly. We need to completely destroy those who crossed our path." Hearing such words from his enemy, Lorhan slyly smiled and replied, "Well, what a coincidence. I think the same as you. I don't care about the PCs who ambush others." Immediately after these words, Lorhan took off his cloak, which could hinder him, and said confidently, "But if you are targeting me, I will destroy the entire guild, including you." Hearing such words from his opponent who was 1 against 5, Helios confidently spoke and commanded his subjects to attack. What a bluff from some boy. As soon as all his subjects rushed to Lorcan, Helios confidently said, "Don't rush to talk about the GOP until you jump over." Hearing such words from his confident opponent, who again sent his subjects forward and stayed behind them, Lorhan said, "What are you talking about?" The next moment, all 4 of Helios's subjects were defeated by Lorcan and could no longer continue the fight. When all 4 subjects of the leader of the Pakshur clan were defeated, Lorhan rushed at Helios himself with his fists to finish him off with one blow and shouted menacingly, "I think I did it now." However, Lorhan's attack was caught and stopped by Helios, who did not even move while blocking his opponent's attack. As he prepared to use his skill on the enemy he had just caught, Helios said arrogantly, "You're even better than I thought. I can hardly believe you defeated those three by yourself." As he used his skill against Lorhan, Helios added confidently, "But there's something sad about you. You just swing your axe around mindlessly." Immediately after these words, Helios used a stream of flames on Lorhan, throwing him away from him. Imagining that he had already defeated his opponent, Helios, who was a 41st level swordsman, mockingly said, "What a fool. This is the power of a swordsman's current goal." Immediately after these words, looking at the pile of smoke that appeared after his attack, Helios added, "Although I doubt very much that you will hear what I just said." As soon as he said this, Lorhan appeared from the pile of smoke and was already heading straight for him with an axe and preparing to strike a powerful blow. As soon as he approached the enemy, he immediately struck at Helios, who for some reason was very nervous about his appearance. Closing Lorhan's attack, Helios, who already thought he had won, said in his head that, "I don't believe it, my attack failed." As he prepared to unleash his next attack on the enemy, Helios confidently said in his head, "Then I will use something a little stronger than my last attack." His next attempt to defeat Lorhan was an attack called the Explosion, which was stronger than the previous one, but not strong enough to destroy his opponent. Standing next to his opponent, who was trying his best to defeat him, Lorhan looked down and said, "You really haven't changed? You've always been like that." Immediately after these words, Lorhan added to his opponent's fear by playing him into a sense of fear that he still couldn't defeat him even after all this. "You think you're strong just because your level is a little higher than the others?" Blowing off steam after the enemy's attack, Lorhan angrily said, "You're just a nobody. In reality, your magic and sword skills are worthless." Looking at his enemy, who was already boiling with anger, Lorhan also added to him, "Do you have any other talents besides that?" Preparing to use his most powerful attack that he had in his arsenal, Helios said angrily, "Don't be a bastard." Having easily deflected the attack of the enemy who was putting all his energy into his next idea, Lorhan spoke in frustration in his head too slowly. Recalling the past times in his previous life when he had fought Helios, Lorhan thought, "If I have fought him many times in my past life, I can easily predict his attacks." Looking at a weak enemy who was unable to do anything to him because of his lack of knowledge and skills, Lorhan added in his mind in frustration, he could only scratch his tongue, and that was all his strength. After finishing his thoughts, Lorcan used his jerk skill and showed Helios what real strength is and what he needs to surpass in order to defeat him. Feeling the pain in his body from the wound inflicted by his opponent, Helios immediately groaned, and Lorcan said to him, "You are a fool." Gritting his teeth in anger, Lorcan confidently added, "Did you really think you were so tough? But you're just a big fish in a small pond that only preys on those weaker than itself." As soon as Helios heard these words from his opponent, he began to shout angrily to intimidate his opponent while he used his new spell, which he kept for emergencies. Preparing to use mid-level magic on Lorhan, Helios confidently said before attacking, "I recognize that your skills do live up to your words." Using a mid-level scorching skill, Helios spoke menacingly, "If you can really withstand this, take this." Assessing the power of the skill used by the enemy, Lorhan nervously said in his head, "He is some kind of crazy. This is a mid-level burning fire. He has already learned it for as long as he has been playing this game." Noticing that Lorhan was visibly nervous before an attack of such power, Helios shouted out with a crazy laugh, "Boogaloo! The arrogant upstart has never seen anything like this in his life." Throwing a fireball directly at Lorhan to finish him off with his last trump card, Helios confidently said, "Not even ashes will be left of you, you bastard." As his eyes glowed red after the attack of insane power, Helios confidently said, "How dare you look down on me?" Before he could say that, he saw his enemy survive even such a mid-level attack with his level, and Helios screamed out in fright that it was simply impossible for a level 35 to survive a fire spell of that level. Gritting his teeth because it wasn't fair at all, as he thought, Helios shouted out insulted, "It's all lies, it's all mistakes, you cheater, you bastard, how dare you play with me?" The next moment, approaching the enemy who could not believe that his strength was not enough to finish off the 35th level, Lorhan shouted menacingly, swinging his axe at the donkey, "And I told you that you were just too weak." Having finished the battle against the 5 PCs, Lorhan took off his Lion King mask and also raised his level. Clutching the helmet he had taken off to his chest, the boy said, "I have to thank this helmet, I almost died." The next moment, looking around him, The boy noticed the drop that remained after the death of his opponents, and happily said, "Wow, the loot is pretty good this time." Damn, PK shares looked like they were running around stealing items. Recalling the mid-level magic that Helios Lorhan had suddenly used, he nervously said in his head, "To be honest, he almost got me. I didn't expect him to be able to use such a spell." Thinking back to his past life when there was a guild of PK sharers, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "In my past life, it was quite dangerous to hunt when these guys were around. I guess in this life they did the same." Immediately after, Lorhan also remembered how it all worked out, adding that to counter them, the regular players grouped up and drove them to complete disbandment. Now that I think about it, those who attacked them were from the KG Guild. Immediately after that, remembering that he had single-handedly taken away the ability of the KG Guild to resist the PKshers, Lorhan mentally said, "But this time it's completely different. The KG Guild won't be able to do it right now. It looks like I'll have to take care of the PKshers before they get out of hand." Thinking about the fact that he was going to exterminate the killers of players, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "Maybe I could even get the title of PK Share Killer." While Lorhan was thinking about his new title, he heard a teleporter appear behind him and a crowd of people came out of it. This crowd turned out to be other PCs who came to the aid of their comrades who were fighting against a powerful enemy. Before he could even realize what was happening, one of the PCs felt himself being grabbed by the face and held tightly in his hand. The next moment, Lorhan grabbed the first of the PCs who came to fight him and pushed his victim into the ground, neutralizing one of the possible threats in the future. Raising his head after destroying one of the enemies with his bare hands with just one blow, Lorhan said menacingly, "You have come to the right place, for you are here as a rearguard." Looking at his enemies with a fearsome gaze and choosing his next target, Lorhan said menacingly, "Come on, come to me one by one, don't be shy." Smiling with a friendly smile from the anticipation of a grandiose battle, Lorhan joyfully said, "It will be 15 against 1. Having destroyed the rearguard that appeared behind him, Lorhan noticed a system notification that informed him that his level had risen again. After a few seconds of traveling to the rest of the opponents, who were supposed to be nearby, Lorhan said in his head, "Now it's 9 against 1. As soon as Lorhan was in range, all the other enemies who were sitting in the trees waiting for the right moment used the targeted shot skill together. Much to the surprise of the enemies, Lorhan was able to block all the bark arrows that flew at him, thus avoiding harm to his health. Seeing what he had done, the PCs were frightened to hear how he was able to block them, as this skill has a 100% probability of an accurate hit. Noticing where exactly those rats were who were afraid to fight honestly in one-on-one, Lorhan also heard if he was a cheater. Hearing such words from his opponents, Lorhan said in frustration in his head, "These idiots don't even know about their skills. They don't even know that deflecting an attack is also considered a hit." After that, Lorhan used a jerk and mowed down a few more people who were hunting him, and after completing his sudden attack, Lorhan noticed that his level had risen by another one, as reported by the system, while one of the PKshers shouted angrily, "You scoundrel, I'm definitely going to report you." Listening to the irritated shouts of the enemies who threatened him with complaints about the use of cheats, Lorhan confidently said, "I'm tired of being called a cheater. Go ahead if you want to report me." Having finished the battle with the enemies who attacked him and fought 15 against 1, Lorhan said happily, "Well, now it's time to collect what I got from this battle." While sorting through his belongings, Lorhan accidentally found one rather interesting thing and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, what is that?" He was holding a cloak of stealth that was extremely rare. Looking closely at the description of the cloak he was able to get, Lorhan was surprised to hear an item of a rare rank that has skills and is difficult to get a jackpot immediately afterwards. Lorhan said in his head, "What were they thinking bringing such a thing here?" Putting everything he had collected from his enemies into his inventory, Lorhan thought to himself, did they really think they wouldn't lose just because of their numbers? Well, there are idiots in the world. I guess they should be thankful for their stupidity. Noticing that the teleport marker appeared in front of him again, Lorhan said in frustration, "They don't even give me a break. Maybe I should test drive the cloak with stealth." A few seconds later, when the teleport marker was moved, 2 guys appeared, one of them wearing armor, and asked his subject in surprise if he was here. Seeing the very spot where everything was happening, the guild leader's subject said yes, it's definitely here, but it looks like they ran away. Seeing what kind of guests came to the battlefield, Lorhan said in surprise in his head, "Wow, he really invested a fortune in the game." After these thoughts, the guy heard, "Well, I guess he's not so crazy to stay in one place." Immediately after that, asking about the battle that took place between him and the PK Share Guild, the guy in the armor asked, But are you really sure that he is a cheater? To which the subject replied yes without any doubt. Recalling Lorhan's fight against Helios, the subject said that he had withstood a mid-level flame spell without taking damage and even blocked the arrows directed at him with his weapon only. I will send a report now. Hearing what he was going to do, the guy in the armor said in a calm tone, "And what did you say his name was?" Hearing the question from the leadership, the subject said confidently, "Lorhan, one of our vanguard used detection before he died." Watching the enemies who had come to reconnoiter the place where the battle was taking place, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "Wait a minute." Looking closely at the pattern on this cape, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "This emblem seems to be something I've seen before." And immediately after that, the guy in the armor said that reporting it would not be enough. Immediately after these words, the guy angrily said we must find him immediately, no matter by threats or brute force. But we must regain our cloak of secrecy. Clutching his head, the disappointed armored man angrily asked why she had put it on in the first place. Hearing what the boy had just said, Lorhan thought to himself, "Interesting. It looks like the previous owner of this cloak was his girlfriend, but judging by the way he talks about her, it won't be for long." While Lorhan was thinking about the previous owner of the cloak, the knight's subject asked what we should do with the items that fell out of the hunting group. Immediately after these words, the subject added disappointedly, "Some of them lost their weapons." Hearing this, the guy in the armor gritted his teeth and said, "Oh, those fools." Immediately after he said that, the guy exclaimed angrily, "Things are getting even harder after that secret dungeon I bought." Hearing about the dungeon, Lorhan was surprised to hear that secret dungeon in his head. Immediately after that, Lorhan heard from the same KG guild leader, "We still need them, so give them something." Lorhan suddenly realized and mentally said, "I remembered where I saw that emblem." Seeing in full view the same emblem worn by the same guy in armor, Lorhan confidently said in his head, "This is definitely the KG guild." Remembering how he used to think about this guild, Lorhan said in disappointment in his head, "The guild that acted as a guarantor of justice was actually behind the PK shares." Recalling what had happened in the past between the shares and the KG guild, Lorhan was surprised to hear that the suppression of the shares was just a game. Thinking back to the old days, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "I used to work with the KG guild to attack the Blood Chasers guild, that guy who joined the guild after repentance." Recalling some of the strangeness that happened after that incident, Lorhan continued in surprise. Was he really just part of the plan? Now that I think about it, the situation does look a little strange. Recalling the very moment when he was attacked by the PKshers after the battle, Lorhan added in surprise, "They attacked me when I was still suffering from the side effects of the berserker KG guild, most likely leaked information about me." Realizing that he would soon be hunted, Lorhan could do nothing but train and become stronger. He said in his head, "I definitely need to strengthen my body." Sometime after saying this, Lorhan finally achieved the desired results and went to battle against a great level 75 forest ogre warrior. Although the enemy was large and powerful, Lorhan himself would not have gone against an enemy he could not defeat on his own. After some time of heavy confrontation, Lorhan finally finished off the enemy and thus was able to raise his level, as the system informed him. As soon as the great forest orc warrior was defeated, Lorhan shouted with joy and received a system notification informing him of an incredible achievement. "You defeated more than 100 enemies who were stronger than you without resting." Sitting down on the ground after a hard fight, Lorhan received the title of Endless Trial. He was the first to receive it. Then resting on the ground, the guy said to deactivate the berserker. After finishing the battle with a powerful enemy, Lorhan happily said, "I had to suffer a bit, but I defeated a great warrior and achieved my goal even earlier than expected." Looking at his stats, which were updated again with the new level, Lorhan said happily, "I finally reached the 50th level, which usually takes a month to reach the 30th. Taking the scroll of return from his inventory to avoid walking home, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "I guess I should have expected it since I killed 100 monsters whose level was 30 higher than mine. It's a fast leveling up." Immediately after saying this, the boy tore open the scroll and shouted back to use it and returned to the city. While warming up after returning to the city, Lorhan happily said, "Return scrolls are really handy. Well, it's time to get a new class." Before he could even do anything, he noticed a crowd of red-eyed people around him. All of them were PKshers who were looking for Lorhan on the orders of the KG guild leader. Looking around, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head what was going on here. What were these guys looking at? Realizing why so many enemies are in this place, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, looking up, "It seems that they could not find me anywhere, and so decided to just wait in the city." Suddenly, one of these menacing guys approached Lorhan and said in a menacing tone, "You and I need to talk." Pushing away the guy who was trying to hold him down and lead him into the alley, Lorhan confidently said, "I'm sorry, but I'm a little busy right now. I don't have time for you." Hearing that he had refused the offer to talk and pushed away peaceful negotiations, one of the PCs who had come to Lorhan angrily said, "You didn't understand us." Grabbing Lorhan by the shoulder to drag him to the right place, the PKer repeated irritably, "I said we need to talk. Let's go get some mana before I go." Before he could finish, he saw that Lorhan was concentrating his attention on the status table and said in surprise, "This nerve, he's completely crazy to look at his status right now." Searching through the settings to find the tab he needed, Lorhan said in a calm tone, "Just wait a second. I'll show you something very interesting." Having found the tab he needed, Lorhan went into the sound settings and switched from speaking to shouting. The next moment, folding his arms to make his voice even louder, Lorhan shouted loudly to the entire city guard. Noticing some soldiers in armor around him, one of the crowd of PCs nervously said, What is this?" to which another surprisedly replied, "NPS guard." Preparing to beat Lorhan, one of the PCs nervously said, "We are surrounded," to which another replied, "Is there even such a possibility?" Immediately after that incident, Lorhan thought about the picture that is happening now. Usually PCs do not walk around the city because NPS guards forbid them to enter. Realizing how the situation was this time, Lorhan happily added in his head, "These guys must have used the return scroll or the back door, but they didn't realize they could call the guards like that." When things didn't turn out well for the PCs, Lorhan slyly spoke to one of them. "You fools! Did you really think there would be no fines for PCs inside the city? You guys are evil and shameless." Hearing such a provocative speech, one of the PC guards attacked him with his fists and angry shouts, "You insidious bastard, die." As soon as the guard pierced the enemy who decided to attack the player in the safe zone, Lorhan said in a sly tone, "Well, who did you just call treacherous?" After inflicting fatal wounds on the PKer who decided to attack, 2 level 99 guards stood over him and made sure he did not get up. Then Lorhan added, "You are just trash that attacks people from the grid." Immediately after this incident, Lorhan, who had said everything he wanted to say about the PKers, confidently exclaimed, "Great guards, I ask you to protect justice." Noticing that they were being hunted, all the PCs who were present in the city began to run away from the city to avoid being caught by the guards. Otherwise, they would simply kill them. Watching the enemies scatter in different directions, Lorhan haughtily shouted after the enemies, "If you want to get back the items you lost, you can find them at the auction." After a while, Lorhan arrived at the auction to sell all the items he didn't need and confidently answered the host's question. "Yes, I want to register all these items at the auction." After some time, Lorhan completed the registration of the lots, and one of the auction workers happily said thank you, to which Lorhan replied, "I think it will be difficult to put up such a large number of items for auction." Imagining in his mind the same packers from whom he had taken the items, Lorhan said happily, "I have found the right price for them, even if they are a little expensive, but not so much that people do not want to return them, so I'm sure they will have little trouble." After doing this, Lorhan opened the list of houses there on the main page. It said Lionheart Guild is looking for members, has a 2-story house in Munglo. Mowgli Guild. Book of the Jungle is recruiting. We have a 3-story house in series. Seeing these announcements about recruitment in the guild, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "I wonder if the guilds that have already left the second city have rolled out recruitment posts." Imagining how this is all happening now, Lorhan thoughtfully said, as expected, "They use houses to attract new people after all. Owning a house shows the power of the guild." Going to the comments to see what was being written there, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "That was why there were so few posts about recruiting from Katong. I bought all the good houses. That was why users joined the best possible guilds." Immediately after that, Lorhan pointed to the screen in his status bar and said thoughtfully, "I think it's time to put them up for sale." Sometime after the ad for the houses in Konkane appeared, Lorhan noticed that comments appeared under his post that it was true, and he thought, "It's okay, people will call me a fraud." Immediately afterwards, Lorhan spoke confidently, but everything would change as soon as they realized that the guild could actually buy one of the houses. After a while, new comments appeared under Lorhan's post. "And isn't this the same guy who previously sold information about the secret dungeon?" "You're right. The Skeleton King's equipment became available after he posted the news about the sale of this dungeon. I think he's telling the truth again how he got all these houses." Also, unlike all the comments, Lorhan also saw 2 offers to buy the houses by guilds and said in surprise, I didn't even expect to get a response so quickly. Remembering how he sold the information about the secret dungeon, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, maybe it was because I used a fake name. Immediately after that, Lorhan noticed 2 responses to his for sale ads. The first one saying, please let us know if the offer is still valid. KG Guild. The other one saying, we are looking for a 3-story house, we won't hurt you. So please let us know if they are for sale, bloody stalkers. Seeing that the most interesting guilds had left bids to buy the houses, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, this is going to be fun, looking forward to next week. After all the work seemed to be done, Lorhan went to another place where he had unfinished business and said, touching the door, all I have to do is this. Arriving at the Berserkers Guild in the second city, Lorhan opened the door to the building and asked if anyone was there. Going inside the building, which was empty as usual, Lorhan thoughtfully said in Khatan or Trinsic, the Berserker Guild is always so empty. Seeing a visitor, the guildmaster asked what brought you here. Hearing the question from the guildmaster, Lorhan confidently said, I came here for a new class. Receiving an answer to my question, the guildmaster said that's how it is. Immediately after that, taking Lorhan's hand, the guildmaster of the Berserker Guild said, so yes, huh? Immediately after that, knocking Lorhan on the head, the guildmaster, shedding tears, said, isn't it too early for you to throw your life away before he could finish? As Lorhan angrily replied, damn, I was wondering what you would say. Immediately after these words, the guildmaster looked at Lorhan, who wanted to get the Berserker class, and said, now listen carefully. You may have been told this when you got your first class, but if you make a choice, it cannot be reversed. Immediately afterwards, the guildmaster added that if you really choose the same class as before, your skills and abilities will be strengthened, but you will not have a great variety of skills. As soon as the guildmaster said this, he immediately added that you will not be able to use synergies to unleash the full potential of your skills. So you still want a second class of the same name. Thinking about the choice of class, Lorhan mentally said, as he had said, the second class does not give me as much as the first. Immediately after that, he added, you can also choose a different one when you get the second grade. Suddenly recalling the image of Helios, Lorhan added that for some classes, if you come to a certain place and do certain things, you can get a hidden class. The next moment, thinking about the choice of class, the boy added, but no matter what choice you make, you can still regret it, because each class has its pros and cons. After reflecting on how much everything depends on the choice of class and many other aspects, Lorhan happily said, so it all depends on your skills. Hearing such a confident tone from his Lorhan, the man who was putting the stamp said happily and realized, I'm giving the documents to the bugger. Okay, this is what a berserker should be like. Putting the stamp to give Lorhan the second class of berserker, the man added, sometimes we need people like you. Immediately after that, a system notification appeared, saying congratulations on receiving the second class of berserker. Immediately after Lorhan received the second class, the man who stamped him happily informed him that you have advanced to the berserker level. The next moment, laying out 3 different items on the table, the man said, since you've gotten a new class, I have to give you something. Looking at the choice before him, Lorhan looked at what was on the table and said disappointedly, unfortunately, they don't have an axe, although the mace looks good. After some thought, Lorhan chose the backpack, and the man was surprised to see it, saying that people usually choose weapons. And then a system notification appeared, saying that you have received a sturdy leather ogre backpack. Holding the backpack in his hands, Lorhan thoughtfully spoke in his head, justifying his choice. I have quite a few weapons, but backpacks are hard to come by. Taking the reward for obtaining the class, Lorhan said, now show me the skill books of the second class. To which the guildmaster replied, yes, of course. As soon as the guildmaster handed him the books he had ordered, he noticed something strange in his face, and then said something was wrong. Looking at his wallet, Lorhan nervously said, oh, I'm out of money. Realizing that things were not going well, the boy immediately remembered that he could take a loan from the guild and immediately looked at the girl who was sitting at the loan desk. Approaching the frightened girl, Lorhan said, I want to take a loan. And the girl replied, yes, you've come to the right place. Immediately after that, the girl said anxiously, we are Irog Bank, the bank that brings happiness. Please tell us your class and name. It's part of the procedure. Hearing this, Lorhan spoke in a menacing tone to the already frightened girl. Berserker, my name is Lorhan. Seeing how frightened the girl was by his words, Lorhan wondered in his head what they were thinking of sending a scared mouse to work for the Berserker Guild. After giving the maximum amount of credit, the girl said, if this is your second job, you can get a loan of 3 gold coins. Hearing this, Lorhan immediately replied, well, okay, Then the girl said, "Well, thank you for contacting us." Immediately after that, Lorhan took the loan and paid for the books he had ordered. After reading them, the boy immediately improved his skills. Seeing that his skills had really improved, Lorhan mentally said, "Well, I have improved all my skills." After that, looking at the shoulder strike skill that deals significant damage on impact, Lorhan was surprised to hear the words in his head and even got new ones. Looking at another skill he had gained, namely the jumping attack, the boy added another skill for mobility. Reviewing his skills that he had gained after choosing a new class, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "Well, I guess it's better to become a master of a few skills than to have a bunch of weak ones. Many players take quite a few classes." Recalling the 3 players who had only improved one class, Lorhan said in his mind, "But I am the great sorcerer Ares." Listing all the players who did not combine their classes and stuck to one, Lorhan mentally added 3 speed of light, as well as the 3 successful players who stuck to one class. Immediately after these words, Lorhan remembered Odin and spoke nervously in his head, even though he was the king of creation. Thinking about whether he chose the right class, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "It's definitely a mix of unknown classes that is covered in mystery. I guess I have to think of ways to defeat it as a berserker." Sometime later, after completing all his plans, Lorhan went to take the materials he had obtained to Materialan, and after receiving the blood of the forest ogre, Materialan happily said, "That's it, now things will go well." As soon as Lorhan had the blood, he saw a system notification that said, "You have completed 11 endless experiments," and immediately after that, Materialan said, "You can get something else." Noticing that he was so engrossed in the experiments that he didn't even pay attention to him, Lorhan said in his head, "He doesn't even look at me anymore. I've completed 15 of these tasks and have 4 more to go." Having received a request for new material, Lorhan went in search of it. Considering what he needed to get and its description, the boy thoughtfully said, "I think that the fruit of forest monsters can be obtained in the swamp." Heading to complete the task from Materian, Lorhan mentally said, "Melee warriors avoid swamps because their feet get stuck in the mud, so it's not a good idea to go there when PK shears are everywhere," but with a sly smile, Lorhan said, "Let's see what happens. I couldn't have done it before, but now I can smash them when I see them." Putting on the mask of the Lion King, Lorhan said confidently, preparing to go in search of fruit, "Well, it's time to move." After walking a short distance, Lorhan saw the PK shears and thoughtfully said, "Aren't you the guys who were recently beaten up in the village not long ago? You were waiting for me outside. I'll be happy to take care of you." Hearing these words from Lorhan, one of the enemies suddenly said, "Wait, we're not here to fight. Let's talk about a deal first." Raising one hand at eye level, the man said menacingly, "You give us the cloak of secrecy you took from us and we will stop pursuing you." Looking at Lorhan, who thought about the offer, "The PK added the other items you put up for auction, and we just want them all back." Hearing the terms of the deal and the reason why he should agree to it, Lorhan just laughed in the face of his enemies. Hearing such ridiculous terms of the agreement, Lorhan said in surprise, "Go after who exactly? I think you don't know how to make deals." Hearing that he refused the offer, one of the PKshers angrily said, "You may look down on us because of your skills, but think better of it. If you refuse our offer, we will chase you until you leave the game." Hearing such conditions and threats against him, Lorhan replied in displeasure, "You can only make deals if both parties can benefit from them. So you trying to intimidate me is not a deal, you fool." Immediately after that, Lorhan put his hand over his face and spoke menacingly, and so did the cloak of secrecy. Putting on the mask of the Lion King, Lorhan, who was preparing for battle, added, "If you want it so badly." Having withstood a small potbelly to fully put the mask on his face, Lorhan added, "You better take it away from me personally. I never thought of such an option." As soon as Lorhan put on his mask, all his characteristics increased significantly. Then he decided to try to escape from the enemies chasing the guy. One of the PCs angrily shouted out, "Enough running." Catching up with Lorhan, one of the enemies swung a hammer at him and suddenly exclaimed, "You little rascal!" Catching up with Lorcan near a tree in which he was trapped, one of the enemies exclaimed joyfully, "We managed to get him." Preparing to finish the guy off while he was at a disadvantage, the crowd of PCs shouted out, "Hold him!" Noticing that a crowd of enemies was heading towards him, Lorhan had no choice but to use his battle cry to escape from the enemy's grip and force the hijackers to stop. After using his skill, which became more powerful after reselecting the class, one of the enemies suddenly lost control of his body and nervously said, "My body." After losing the ability to move for a while, another enemy nervously said, "What the hell is going on?" Seeing that half of the enemies had suddenly died after Lorhan's last attack, one of the opponents exclaimed, "Isn't he a level 30? Immediately after saying that, one of the Assassin Guild players used his detection skill to find out why Lorhan had suddenly become so strong. Noticing that Lorhan was now at level 50, the man nervously exclaimed, "He was level 35 a few days ago. How could he have risen to level 50 in such a short time?" Realizing that they had no chance of catching or defeating the enemy, one of the PKshers said, "He's too fast. We won't be able to catch him." Watching everything that was happening on the battlefield, the girl nervously said, "What should we do if this continues?" But before she could finish, the man next to her shouted, "Shoot him!" Realizing that the enemy was too strong and we could not take him alive, the man added, "We could not bear even more losses, so do not aim, just shoot." Hearing the order from the enemy that they were shooting indiscriminately, Lorhan immediately went to one of the enemy leaders, thinking what a cheap provocation it was. Realizing what the enemy was up to, the man scaredly exclaimed, "Wait, are you crazy?" The next moment, one of the guild fighters shouted out, giving the order to shoot at the target, "Do not spare the forces, we must hit him." Quickly moving around the map and dodging the enemy's attacks, which did not stop firing for a second, Lorhan thought, "I can't let them get me." Immediately after that, the boy picked up a rock and threw it at the enemies using his throwing skill. Having knocked down the sight of one of the enemies, Lorhan managed to force them to hit his own, and then someone's indignant voice came out of the pile of smoke and fire. "You idiots, watch where you're shooting." Looking at his hand and the enemies that oppose him, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "Everything would be completely different if they used high-level magic, but there are enough stones for such spells." Looking at the heavy casualties the enemies were taking, Lorhan said in amazement in his head, "The archers and wizards were really giving it their all." Looking again at the battlefield and what was happening there, the boy assessed the situation and thoughtfully said in his head, "There are about 100 of them, so it can be imagined that they came as a guild." Thinking about how to cope with all this crowd, the guy realized that his mana was not rubber and mentally said it would not be difficult. But after the battle there would be little mana left. I have already dealt with 20. I need to destroy many more enemies. Destroying enemies with physical attacks and skills that do not require much mana, Lorhan thought he would have to drag out the battle and concentrate on not using mana-consuming skills and replenishing mana by leveling up. Destroying the enemies one by one, Lorhan suddenly noticed shieldmen near him and shouted to his enemies, "Your fellow soldiers should stay away from here." Stopping in front of the wall of shields that his enemies had built, Lorhan said in surprise, not paying attention to the enemy who was approaching him from the air, "Wow, you've already gotten your second class." Immediately after saying that, Lorhan was angry at his enemies for doing something stupid, but you're just using 2 skills of different classes at the same time. As soon as he said that, he felt chains suddenly appear on his arms to restrain him. Noticing that the boy still stopped in his tracks and fell into their trap, someone from the PC guild immediately shouted out and he took the bait. Looking at what he was chained in, Lorhan said in surprise in his head, "These chains of chains? I guess they switched to their support skills if their attacks couldn't reach me." Noticing that the enemy was immobilized due to being trapped by the chains, one of the PC guild shouted out, "This is our chance to attack him." And at the same moment, all the wizards began to gather their spells in one point, creating a powerful attack. Having created a powerful spell that was supposed to destroy him for sure, one of the PCs confidently said, "You are finished." Seeing how hard the enemies were trying to destroy him, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "I'm still impressed with your efforts." Preparing to take the brunt of the enemy's attack, Lorhan added before a powerful fireball was about to hit him, "Come on, let's wait." As soon as the powerful combined attack hit the place where Lorhan was standing, one of the PCs joyfully exclaimed, "We have won!" Before he could finish, his words were suddenly interrupted by the sight of the broken chains that were supposed to keep the enemy in the area of attack. Noticing that their enemy had somehow ended up in the sky, someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise that he had taken off. Hearing these words from his comrade, one of the enemies who opposed Lorhan said in surprise, looking up, "Are you kidding me? He's like Superman." The next moment, Lorhan beheaded the last of the enemies who remained on the battlefield, after which a system notification appeared informing you that you had leveled up. At the end of the battle against hundreds of PK shares from the Bloody Chasers Guild, Lorhan received an incredible achievement for killing hundreds of enemies. He received the title of Assassin's Killer. He was the first to receive it. After reviewing the characteristics of the new title, Lorhan was surprised to hear that it was because of the first to receive bonus, meaning that the attack bonus applies not only to users, but also to humanoid enemies. Thinking about the effect of his new title, The boy thoughtfully said in his head, "Fighting with the enemy's numerical superiority will become easier. I think I can even reach 1,000 kills with this." Thinking about the abilities of his new skill, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "If that's the case, then I hope I can get the title of killer of 1,000 people." Having finished his thoughts, Lorhan confidently said in his head, "That's all very well, but first I need to save the location in the rune book and return to the city." Recalling what he had set out on the journey for, Lorhan said in disappointment in his head, "I'm not even close to my goal, but I need to take care of the items." Having finished collecting all the items that remained after the battle with the Blood Pursuit Guild, Lorhan took them all to the auction and registered all the items there. The boy confidently said, "Okay, open the main page." Realizing what he was doing, Lorhan said in his head, "My relationship with them is completely ruined, and it looks like it won't improve even if I return the cloak to them." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan smiled slyly and added, "But they don't think they can take it away from me. They are naive. I won't give it back to them that easily." Having placed an announcement that he wanted to destroy the Guild of PK Sharers, Lorhan picked up the stone and said thoughtfully, "It's a bit expensive, but I have no other choice. One of these costs 30 silver pieces." Imagining in his head the situation that could happen to him, Lorhan thought it would be useful in case I was attacked while I was under the berserker's penalties. The level of monsters was growing, which meant that there would be more PK shares. Realizing that there will be many more obstacles in his way, Lorhan said in disappointment in his head, "This will certainly slow down my progress on the tasks, but it will not be a problem." Immediately after these words, using the book and scroll to move, Lorhan confidently said, "Well, now it's time to continue with the main story." After hearing the news from his girlfriend that his team had failed again, the guild leader KG exclaimed in frustration, "They had failed again, useless rabble." Hearing how angry her beloved was, the girl nervously said, "Baby, why don't we just give up? It's just a cape, we can get it later." Hearing the girl's proposal, the angry guild leader KG shouted at her, "Shut up, you shouldn't have brought it in the first place." Immediately after these words, the guy said irritatedly, "Do you have any idea how much it costs? This is a rare ranked cloak that allows you to use invisibility. We are very lucky to have gotten it. It's a broken item that can defeat the highest ranked players." Biting his lips in anger, the leader of the KG guild said irritably, "Just wait for me, I'll take it from him no matter what it takes." After a while Lorhan was mining resources for Materialen, there were heated discussions about the destruction of the PK guild under his post. Discussing that it was really true, someone under the post wrote recently, "A large number of PKers appeared in the sleeping area outside the city. I thought they died when they raided the boss." Immediately after these words, seeing that a considerable number of their items were up for auction, the guy thoughtfully added that perhaps Lorhan had indeed killed them. Continuing to hunt for the materials he needed to close the long loop of missions, Lorhan spoke as he worked the tree well one more time. After finishing the tree and getting a yellow stone from it, Lorhan said in disappointment, "I don't like these forest monsters. I don't like these forest monsters. Such a small chance to drop items. There are so few of them and they are still walking everywhere." Realizing that he simply had no other choice, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "Well, I guess I'll have to kill everyone in the area." Throwing his weapon on his shoulder and preparing to go in search of monsters, Lorhan said, "After all, the basis of these games is monotonous farming, because I will continue until I get what I need." After a while of farming the resources he needed, Lorhan finally managed to get what he had been searching for, namely the fruit of the forest monster. When this item was at his disposal, the boy happily said, "Well, now it's time to go look for the second item." Thinking about how to save time, Lorhan thought that maybe collecting all the necessary items and completing the rest of the quests at the same time would be more convenient, and then thoughtfully said with his finger to his forehead, what was next. Recalling where he needed to go to get the next material, Lorhan confidently shouted out a clear and bright lake. Recalling the location of the location he needed, the boy said it seemed to be in the middle of a wild forest, this very lake. Imagining that place, Lorhan mentally said, "Recalling what the water from this reservoir is for, you get a temporary improvement by drinking water from it, which is why sorcerers often pour it into the way of the bottle." Recalling the effects of water, Lorhan mentally said, "In any case, my target is the monsters that wander near the lake, the grasses that grow nearby, and the fish." Remembering the same ominous scientist, Lorhan said in his head, "Mother will immediately give me this quest because she wants to test the purifying power of the water from the lake." Heading to the lake and not meeting any enemies on the way, Lorhan was surprised to hear that there were no more PCs, just because I killed them all during the last battle. Walking back to the lake without any incident, Lorhan said disappointedly, "If I had known that this would happen to them, I would have treated them more gently." Going about his business, Lorhan suddenly heard someone's voice exclaiming irritatedly, "You are all fools!" Throwing on his invisibility cloak, Lorhan immediately went to listen to the dialogue and watch nearby. He saw familiar faces and how one of them was shouting at the other, exclaiming, "You can't even kill one person." Listening to these words from his superiors who were yelling at him for no reason, the leader of the Bloody Guild thought, "What a scoundrel." Smiling slyly at what was happening, Lorhan thought, "I've met a guildmaster of the KG Guild before. This guy must be in an unenviable position." The next moment, the guild leader of KG angrily exclaimed, "What are you going to do with this post?" To which his friend thoughtfully said, "Maybe it will disappear if we ignore it." Hearing the proposal to solve the problem, the guildmaster of the KG Guild added angrily, "Didn't I tell you that this is one of the most popular posts now? So many people have seen it, and you keep saying things like that. Do you really think that players will be afraid of pakurs when they see something like this?" Hearing the guildmaster's words, Lorhan was surprised to hear them in his head, and I wondered why they were quiet and they were just going to ignore me. But I think the guildmaster understands better. Imagining the general picture of what he was trying to achieve, Lorhan said that if they knew that the PCs were avoiding me, they would be less afraid of them. Imagining a picture where people would not be afraid of the PCs but would hunt them, Lorhan added, and then they would become the target of the hunt. Well, that's what I wanted. But, trying to calm down his leader, the guy said to Piria, "Calm down, we can handle this." To which he replied, "You can handle it. How are you going to kill yourself again and give him even more items?" Immediately after these words, Piria asked if he was sure that he did not use any cheats, to which the guildmaster replied yes. I received a response from the support team. They could not tell me anything more than that he was a regular player. Unable to contain his emotions, Piria suddenly waved his hand, hitting a direct hit and shouting at the many pieces of shit about how he was an ordinary player. The next moment, the guildmaster thought enough of these jokes. The VR game development company can't catch a single hacker, which is why they say he's an ordinary player, even though he won the battle against hundreds of people. Trying to somehow calm his nerves, Piria said angrily, "Damn, how much do you think I spent on this game?" And hearing the familiar name, Lorhan said in surprise in his head, "His name is Piria." Lorhan made a face at what he had just heard and said, "What a stupid nickname, he must be some kind of pervert." The next moment, Piria's voice was heard saying, "Then make him a hacker, we just need to control the public's opinion." Continuing to beat his subject, Piria angrily said, "Don't you know that catching a cheater is a manifestation of justice? Turn on your stupid brains for once." Recalling where he had heard that name, Lorhan said thoughtfully, remembering the boyfriend of his ex-girlfriend Pariah, so it was him. Looking at the irritated boyfriend, Lorhan thought, "I finally remembered the guy who was dating Lim Suhaye. She said he was one of the great players of the Lord. I guess she was right." Immediately afterwards, Lorhan thought that the person who had fallen off that cloak of secrecy was Lim Suhaye. Smiling slyly after realizing who had helped him so much, Lorhan happily said in his head, "I never thought she would help me so much now that I think about it. She was the beginning of everything." Thinking about his beginning as a player, Lorhan thought I only started playing the Lord because of Lim Suhaye in my previous life. Immediately after that, deciding to impress a girl, Lorhan added that he heard that she really admired him, so he wanted to win her attention in the game. Recalling the whole story of how everything happened between them, Lorhan said in disappointment, "And yet she just played me and even hired some guys to kill me." Having realized everything that happened to him in his past life and who caused all his troubles, Lorhan added, "Now I realize that they were from the KG Guild." Being under an invisible cloak, Lorhan said with a sly smile, "If I am lucky enough to meet them, I will even get back all my money and more." As soon as Lorhan stopped reveling in his excellent position, he heard from the head of the guild, "KG, send our elite to the bloody pursuers. Tell them we will help them with a set of leveling kills and don't even think about joining us until they catch that scoundrel." Hearing the order from his comrade, the subordinate immediately answered yes, and then used the scroll to teleport as soon as the guy left them. The guild leader angrily said to his soldier, "Okay, now we'll continue our hunt." As soon as the KG guild leader said this, monsters that had been hiding in the thickets of the forest until recently immediately appeared in front of them. Waiting for the fight to begin to assess the skills of his enemy, whom he would definitely have to fight someday, the boy assessed the monsters and players that were here, Lorhan thought. Considering that they were here, their level was probably around 70th. Shifting most of his attention to the enemies that looked quite formidable, Lorhan mentally added, waiting for the moment to assess the enemy's strength. Well, let's see how good you are. When the battle began, and the enemies finally demonstrated some of their skills, Lorhan, who had been watching closely, said in surprise in his head, I wonder if Branch has good skills, but he's nothing special. His skills are on par with his level. After watching the battle between the monsters and players, and seeing everything he was interested in, Lorhan turned and walked away, thinking that he was not so bad with control. That's why he was on the front line. But he wouldn't last that long just watching. I'll go to the lake. After some time of wandering through the forest, the boy finally arrived at his destination. Looking around at Lake Lorhan, he said in surprise, There is nothing here, as my luck turned away from me. Without making him wait long, the boy began to look for the enemies he needed so much. In a few seconds, he noticed the enemies in front of him and said happily, Well, let's see, blood-red bear and blue wolves. When the enemies caught Lorhan's eye, he immediately rushed to them to get the materials he needed, exclaiming joyfully, I am really very lucky. Imagining in his mind what he was so confidently achieving, the boy said in his mind the item I needed so much was clean meat. The type of meat did not matter. It could be obtained with good luck and after hunting a rabbit. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan looked at the monsters that appeared right in front of him and said thoughtfully, But if you're not lucky, you might encounter a blood-red bear or blue wolves that are above level 80. Heading straight for the enemies who also rushed to meet Lorhan, the boy thoughtfully said in his head that this time there were at least a dozen monsters. Swinging his axe at the enemies, Lorhan exclaimed joyfully, but it didn't matter at all. After finishing the battle with the monsters he had accidentally met near the lake in the center of the forest, the boy thoughtfully added hunting should be satisfying like this. Watching the KG guild made me only irritated. As soon as he expressed his opinion about how much he was disappointed with the KG guild, the guy happily said, Well, now we're getting to the fun part. The time to collect the rewards. Before he could do so, he heard someone's angry voice behind him saying, Who dares to spoil my lake? Looking back to see who had just said that, Lorhan nervously swore and shielded himself from the spray of water with his hand. He was suddenly confronted by a knight in iron armor who suddenly appeared from the lake. Looking at the enemy who suddenly appeared in front of him, Lorhan nervously said in his head, Things are bad. I completely forgot about him when I was going to this lake to get water. The same sudden enemy who appeared out of nowhere was the Lake Knight Artright, who was level 100. Looking at him, Lorhan said thoughtfully, the knight who had once fallen in love with the spirit of the lake, he continued to protect the lake even after his death. Noticing that he was at the 100th level, Lorhan became visibly nervous, and then said in his head, His level is already quite high, but there is still a very big difference between the 99th and the 100th levels. Recalling what he had learned when he first started playing the game, and also recalling the changes after reaching the 100th level, the boy added that at the 100th level, a combined skill was unlocked. Recalling the possibilities that players have after reaching the 100th level, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, They have the ability to combine skills of the first and second classes. Imagining in his head what exactly the crossing of two skills is, Lorhan said in his head along with basic skills and moves, it gives just incredible power. Realizing that this battle was not important, Lorhan thought in his head, I must come back here later to defeat a level 100 enemy. I need at least a 3rd or 4th class. I don't need that risk now. Recalling his previous battle against this monster when he had faced it in his previous life, Lorhan nervously added, Moreover, this is the hardest level 100 monster in the outskirts of Trinzik. The next moment, remembering that he had defeated it and received a reward for the victory, Lorhan said in disappointment that all he would get for the victory was the essence of the lake. As soon as he mentioned the essence of the lake, the image of Materialen immediately appeared in his mind, and the boy nervously said in his head, Wait a minute, can this be possible? Immediately afterwards, Lorhan looked at the Knight of Lake Artright and thoughtfully said in his head, If I bring the essence to the person who is researching the purifying power, then maybe I will get something for it. As the thought crossed his mind, he smiled ominously and prepared to challenge this boss, saying, The game is worth it. Clutching his weapon tightly in his hands, Lorhan prepared for battle and exclaimed joyfully, Hell yeah, I'm going to do it. Preparing to defend himself against the enemy's attack and then counterattack, the boy confidently said, Go ahead and attack, damn misogynist. Immediately after these words, Lorhan saw something strange and said in surprise in his head, You're crazy. He's been using the combined skill since the beginning. Noticing what his enemy was doing, Lorhan smiled madly and added, He's using the power skill, a basic third-rate skill that improves attack power. It's a basic third-rate skill that improves attack power by using mana on weapons, although he probably won't be able to sustain the skill since he's only level 100. Not taking into account the duration of the skill, Lorhan added nervously, preparing to block the enemy's attack. Why did he use the combo from the very beginning? But he shouted it as he heard in response the fool who decided to disturb the lake must pay the price of his life. When the enemy had already used his water blade skill and launched it at Lorhan, he had already activated the berserker skill and confidently said, "Hey, I think you'll be the one who pays the price." Putting on full equipment and a mask of the Lion King, Lorhan mockingly said, "You are the very protector of the lake who is destroying it." Immediately after these words, a fierce battle began between Lorhan and the Knight of Lake Artright, and after blocking another enemy attack, the boy nervously said, "Oh, I'll have to spend money on repairs." Having repelled another attack of the enemy who continued to attack using combined attacks with mana, the guy nervously said in his head, "My strength is leaving me because of the magical damage that is inflicted every time he hits me." Immediately after these words, preparing for the next attack of the Lake Lorhan Knight, he added confidently, "But there is no reason to worry. I can withstand it. I just need to watch his attacks." Waiting for the next attack of the enemy who continued to pour attacks, Lorhan said happily after another dodge, "I was right, he has a weakness." Using his shoulder strike to counter-attack, Lorhan ran into the enemy's defensive skill, and then said heavily, "This is not a normal barrier because it deals damage when touched, but now is my only chance, damn it. I have to attack now." Having withstood the pressure from the shield that was causing him damage during the breakthrough, Lorhan was able to break through the enemy's defense, and then continued to approach and exclaimed with joy. Just as he was about to strike the enemy used a combo skill and closed the distance with lightning speed, exhaling heavily after his attack which the enemy was able to avoid. Lorhan was surprised to hear the attacking skill that defends and the skill that allows you to survive combos. Taking a breath and looking back at his enemy who was standing behind him, the boy added, "Well, I didn't expect anything less from an enemy whose level is equal to the 100th, but he is too strong." Immediately after these words, putting back on his Lion King mask, Lorhan confidently said in his head, however, "There is one good thing about such skills. They have a very long reload time. I'll get it next time." Preparing for the attack and rushing into battle with the enemy, Lorhan shouted, "I'll be ready after exchanging a couple of blows." The guy said unhappily, "Oh man, this isn't as easy as it seemed, even considering that I'm under the effect of a berserker." Immediately after that, Lorhan nervously said, "If he attacks me with force, my berserker may be forced to shut down." Continuing to fight hard against the enemy, Lorhan added, "In addition to everything else that is happening on the battlefield." Pausing for a moment while repelling the attack of the Lake Knight, Lorhan nervously added, "My weapon may break at any moment." Closing his eyes to collect his thoughts and prepare for the next attack, Lorhan confidently said in his head, "I just have to finish everything with one attack." Immediately after that, having decided to force the enemy to expose himself to his attack, Lorhan decided to take off all his equipment to provoke the enemy to attack. Seeing that Lorhan had removed all his armor and opened himself up to attack, the Knight of Lake Artright said to him in surprise, "Do you know what you are doing now? Are you really finally preparing to die?" Hearing these words from his opponent, Lorhan smiled slyly and said something like, "I've already reached my limit." Having misled the enemy and noticed that he had bought into his provocation, Lorhan happily said in his head everything was correct, and then exclaimed, "I am completely ready to die." Hearing such words from his opponent, the enemy joyfully exclaimed, "Well, if you are really ready, then I will make sure that this time you will not be able to escape death." As soon as the enemy launched a water blade attack at Lorhan, he deflected it and charged at the enemy to strike him. Seeing that the enemy had charged again, the Lake Artright Knight said confidently, activating the water barrier. After canceling his last attack, Lorhan used a throw and then threw his axe at the enemy's barrier, piercing the enemy's dome. Seeing that the enemy had figured out how to break through his water defense, the Knight of Lake Artright said in surprise, "I praise you for finding a weakness in my barrier, but it is not enough." After successfully breaking through the enemy's barrier, Lorhan saw a system notification saying that your life energy has dropped to 14%. As soon as this message appeared, the boy smiled slyly and said, "Now I need to put on the sealed helmet of the Lion King." As soon as the helmet was put on, the knight felt a powerful surge of power in the enemy, and then nervously exclaimed that, "How is this possible?" At the same moment, Lorhan received a system notification that said the effect of the epic title, Unwavering determination is activated. Your health is below 5% and all characteristics are increased by 50. Hearing the enemy's confused voice, Lorhan spoke to him in an ominous tone. I took them off for a while to activate my title. Did you really think I was stupid enough to take them off for no reason? You really are stupid. After breaking through the enemy's barrier, Lorhan prepared to deliver a powerful blow to the enemy, confidently shouted out, "This is your end." As soon as the enemy was open to attack, the boy gripped his axe tightly in his hands and using several skills struck a critical blow, stopping at the end of the battle. The boy sighed heavily and said, "I was lucky that the blow was critical." After finishing the battle with the enemies, Lorhan smiled happily and said in his head, remembering the talents he has, "I think I needed this collection for a reason, thanks to the effects of my titles that increased the chance of a critical hit by 20%. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan happily said, "Well, now it's time to collect the drops." Noticing that his enemy was still alive and trying to crawl away, the boy caught up with him and raised his sword over him and said ominously, "Where are you thinking of running to?" Realizing that he would not be able to escape because the enemy had noticed his attempt to escape, the Knight of Lake Artright nervously exclaimed, "How can you even laugh?" As soon as the enemy was defeated, Lorhan immediately received several new levels and 2 titles, Hero of Change and First Name Hunter. Sitting down on the ground to rest after a hard battle, the boy languidly said, "Oh, cancel berserker skill." Immediately after that, he pulled out a protective stone from his inventory and said, throwing it on the ground to set up a protective fence. As soon as everything was done to set up the protective barrier, Lorhan happily said, "Well, now I don't even have to think about regenerating it." As soon as he said this, he saw a new system notification above him, which informed him that the titles Hero of Change and First Name Hunter were merging under special conditions. The new title was called Overcoming Boundaries, and after reviewing its characteristics, the boy said in surprise in his head, "I didn't even expect this. 2 epic titles have been combined into a legendary rank." Rereading the additional effects of the title he received, the boy said in amazement that with these effects, the level of all my skills increased by 1, and the penalty for the difference in levels decreased. Smiling happily after seeing this, the boy thought excitedly that these rewards were enough for me, so much so that the motherland might not even reward me for bringing him to this lake. And that was the answer. While Lorhan was rejoicing at receiving such a wonderful title and mentally saying what a wonderful game this is, "That's why I'm so addicted to it," enemies had already appeared behind him who wanted to finish him off while he was absorbed in his pleasure. The next moment Lorhan felt someone behind him, and just as he looked back he noticed a fireball coming at him. When the enemy's attack passed through Lorhan thanks to the protection stone he had activated, the guy looked at his enemies and said, "What are you doing?" Hearing Lorhan's voice addressing them, one of the attackers said anxiously, "You noticed us. I hit him for sure, but my attack went through him immediately after." Another attacker added nervously, "I knew he was a cheater. We have to tell the admins." Hearing the conversation of the attackers, Lorhan looked at the scared guys in the wake of the scared guys and then mentally said, "I already know what exactly happened. Seriously. These PKshers do not know how to give up." Running away from Lorhan after a failed attack attempt, one of the PKshers joyfully exclaimed, "I recorded a video, so let's run away from here for now. We'll see what these stupid admins will say." Now, hearing these joyful shouts of the attackers, Lorhan said with a grudging smile, "What fools they are." As soon as the boy was finally alone in the forest near the lake, he happily said in his head, "Well, it's good that these fools have run away. I can safely look at the items I received." Approaching the defeated enemy, the boy took a bottle of liquid from his body. Then a system notification appeared, saying that you have received the essence of the lake. Seeing this, the boy said excitedly, "Booga! I'm already excited to see the expression on the face of the material." As soon as Lorhan finished all his business in the forest, he returned to the city, and first of all he went to the workshop to repair his damaged axe. After completing the repair, the blacksmith wiped the sweat from his face and confidently said, "It should be as good as new now." Grabbing the newly repaired weapon and practicing with it, Lorhan said in amazement, "Wow, this is amazing." Immediately after that, looking at his repaired weapon, Lorhan happily said in his head, "Now that the repair is complete and I have taken care of all the items." He paused for a long moment until he reached the building he was looking for, and added in his head, "Now all I have to do is visit the Wizarding Guild." Arriving at the Wizards Guild, Lorhan first went to the magic shop to buy bait, and as soon as the girl sold the goods to Lorhan, he went on to the material shop and said thank you for your services. Leaving the Wizards Guild, Lorhan looked at the bait he had bought and thought, I plan to meet with material later since I haven't received the item from the quest for the fish from the Lake of Pure Light. Looking at the bait he had bought, Lorhan said in surprise, seriously, magically enchanted items are very expensive, even considering that it is a consumable. It still costs 1 gold, as it is magically enchanted. Immediately after this thought about the high price of the items he has to buy to perform the material gathering, Lorhan happily added in his head, though I can afford it after selling the items of those PK scholars. Immediately after that, Lorhan activated the runebook and moved back to the lake where he was met by monsters. Having dealt with them, the boy stood by the water now confidently. I took care of the monsters. After standing in one place for a while and looking at the views in front of him, the boy thoughtfully said, would this be a suitable place? Deciding not to waste time thinking about what will happen, Lorhan finally threw the magic item into the lake and confidently said, well, now it's time to make some money. Recalling his past experiences with fishing, the boy thoughtfully said, usually I would use a fishing rod or harpoon to catch fish, but there is a faster and more fun way. Using the skill of the magic item he had bought, Lorhan activated the lightning strike, and then said with a sly smile on his face, this yellow ball is a magic item that holds the magic of electricity, even though it can only be used 3 times. After using the ability of the same magic item twice more, the boy managed to stun a fish that was within the range of the magic item. As soon as the lightning discharge expired and the fish swam upwards, Lorhan happily added, it's just unrealistically effective. After he had finished gathering all the materials that would be useful to material and brought them to him, Lorhan noticed a system notification that said, you have completed the endless search for 15 immediately after that. Material exclaimed happily, you are pretty cool. Looking at everything that his mentor's recommended assistant brought him, Materialian added in surprise how you managed to get all these items. Looking at Materian, who got everything he needed, Lorhan said in his head, I can see that he is surprised because I completed the entire quest line in one go, but I didn't even get a title right after that. The guy heard that, and now for my next request. Immediately after these words, turning his back on Lorhan, Materian looked back at him and said slyly, no, it's too early for you. Please come back when you're stronger. The next moment, the happy Materialian went off to do his experiments, and the angry Lorhan who was watching him thought, I knew he was annoying, but I really wanted to teach him a lesson. He made me do so many sad errands, but now I'm being kicked out because I'm not good enough. Immediately after these words, Lorhan smiled slyly and said to himself, Boogeyman. But this was expected because this line of quests is only available to players of the 100th level. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately said to Mother, please take a look at what I have, and then mentally added, well, how about this? Hearing Lorhan's words, the researcher suddenly looked around and said, you're still here. I have an experiment that I'm doing. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed the essence of Lake Materian in Lorhan's hands and froze in place. Then Lorhan added, I happened to find it in the lake. Waving the essence in front of him, Lorhan said arrogantly, you don't happen to know anything about this, do you? Seeing what the boy had brought, Materian nervously exclaimed, that's it. Snatching the bottle from Lorhan's hands and examining it closely, Materian said confidently, the essence of the lake is not something that can be obtained so easily. Lorhan added slyly, I thought he would recognize it. Looking at what Lorhan Materian handed him, he asked in surprise how you were able to get it. And the boy replied, recalling a fierce battle with a monster, I defeated the Knight of the Lake. Hearing how Lorhan managed to get this item, Materian exclaimed in surprise that you defeated the Lake Knight, and you were much stronger than you look. Having calmed down his impressions of the information he had just received, Materian sighed and said, well, in that case, I guess. Looking at Lorhan with a sly glance, Materian said, then you can do something else for me. Immediately after these words, Lorhan was given a new task called the Doctrine of Death. The description said that instead of properly coming up with a cure for the disease, Materian believes that it is necessary to study not only life, but also death. Bring him an object that has the power of death. Seeing that the same task appeared in front of him, the boy joyfully exclaimed bingo in his head, I still managed to bypass the requirements for this quest. Immediately after remembering what exactly he would receive as a result of its completion, the boy thoughtfully said, one of the rewards of the quest is nothing more than the Ring of the Explorer, a powerful and rare item that I can use even after reaching the 100th level. Immediately after that, smiling happily, the boy thought, and also I will become much stronger using it. Immediately after, Lorhan exclaimed, please rely on me. Hearing such words from Lorhan, Mathejan smiled happily and said, "Well, you look quite reliable, so I'll leave it to you." Having received the order from his client, Lorhan immediately hurried out of the guild and into the city. Standing near the auction hall, Lorhan read the auction item search of the Hakkina magazine. Recalling the advice from the same Materian who had told him why not start by meeting with the Hakkina researcher immediately after the mention, the boy said in his head, "Did you really think I didn't know that?" Imagining an approximate image of Hakkina, Lorhan mentally said, "The quest tells me to find Hakkina, but no matter how hard I try, I still can't find him." Recalling how to complete this task, Lorhan said in his head, instead of trying to find him, "I must collect 15 pages from his journal that came across on the monster field." The next moment, remembering how difficult it was for him, the boy added in frustration, "But because the order of the drops was random, I spent a lot of time finding the last page in my past life." Having bought all the pages of the magazine that were at the auction, Lorhan happily said in his head, "Thank you to all those who think that these are ordinary and useless items. I have already found 11 pages at the auction. Now I have to find the remaining 4. Immediately after these words, looking through the auction and the new items on it, the guy added other pages I will also buy at the auction because I have other things to do besides the main quest. Recalling how many of his own items he had put up for sale, Lorhan happily said that this was a real auction of items. Taking a thoughtful pose to think it over, the guy said, "I still have a little time before the date. I have enough money to thank the blood hunters for that, and secondly, to destroy the blood hunters." Immediately after thinking about it, Lorhan said to open the main page and also to open the comments under my post. When Lorhan's instruction was fulfilled, the boy thoughtfully spoke in his head while considering the comments under the post. "Well, let's see, I received a lot of complaints. They still continue their activities." Recalling the comment of the last player who had left it, which reported that the PK shares had reappeared in the Goblin Forest village, Lorhan thoughtfully said the most recent comment about their location. "This is a Goblin Forest village for leveling players around the 30th level." With a sly smile, deciding for himself that he would go hunting for the PKshers again, the boy mentally said, "Those scoundrels. They are trying to kill low-ranking players because they lost to me." Preparing to go on a journey to hunt for the killers of the players, the boy added in a sly tone, "I can catch them if I hurry a little. It's not that far from here." Immediately after these words, using his invisibility cloak, Lorhan shouted stealth. The next moment, a sudden gust of wind blew through the city, and it was Lorhan who, under the cloak of invisibility, went after the souls of the players' killers. Moving through the city at breakneck speed, locals and players who felt the gust of wind were surprised to hear me say that someone had flown past me. Heading towards the enemies that reappeared in the place of the original farm, Lorhan slyly said in his head, "I want to see their expressions when I come out of my invisibility skill." Looking at the PCs who had cornered the weak players and taken the advantage of numbers, one of the hostages nervously shouted out again, "Those guys and what they want from us." Hearing the frightened voices of the hostages they had caught, one of the PCs said in a menacing tone, looking down at the bottom of the room, "If you have problems, just get stronger. And after all, PCs are also part of the game." And somewhere near the goblin base at the initial stage of pumping, in front of another group of players stood Philia, who said in a haughty tone of voice, "Hand over all your items if you want to live." Watching everything that was happening nearby, Lorhan, who was sitting in a tree, happily said in his head that they still hadn't realized their mistakes. Seeing an unprotected girl behind the two PCs, Lorhan continued thoughtfully, "Despite everything they faced, they didn't even keep their formation or post sentries." Preparing for battle and jumping from his hiding place, Lorhan happily said, "Boogaloo, although I am completely against it." Attacking a defenseless girl who was not defended by anyone, the boy happily exclaimed, "Well, thanks for the treat." Seeing what had just happened behind their backs for one moment, Philia nervously said, "What was that?" The next moment, when Lorhan finally appeared on the battlefield and was seen by the enemies, one of them nervously exclaimed, "That's the same fool. He wasn't kidding when he said he would finish us off." Running away from the battlefield with his tail between his legs, one of the PC knights ran away, shouting along the way, "Run away if he catches us! It's over!" Noticing the fugitives who decided that running away would help them save their level and loot, Lorhan shouted at the cowards, "Hey, where are you running to?" The next moment, Lorhan used his battle cry skill, and as a result, the enemies simply lost the ability to control their bodies for a while, all because the skill stunned them. Hearing the sudden scream that sounded behind them, the PKshers who were mocking the regular players froze, and one of the thieves screamed out in fright at the sight of the enemy behind him. At the same time, a girl from the group of players who were being bullied by the PK shares noticed Lorhan and said in surprise that he couldn't be the one who had started the post about the destruction of blood hunters on the forum. Watching from afar as the guy single-handedly destroyed the Packers, one of the rescued players added in surprise, "Oh my god, he's definitely an ordinary player. What level does he have?" When one of the enemies was killed and there was only one enemy left to deal with, one of the men added, "I didn't even think it could be serious." Trying to somehow resist the PK share hunter, one of the criminals screamed out in fright, "Someone do something to him, hold him back." Gloating that he would again be able to replenish his stocks and put them up for auction, Lorhan shouted in an ominous voice to his enemies, "All your items will be mine." As soon as Lorhan shouted this, the voice of one of the PCs, who was standing immobilized on the ground, shouted, "Hey, you crazy idiot." As soon as Lorhan turned his attention to the shouter, he said, "Why are you doing this to us? We promised you we wouldn't have anything to do with you anymore, so just leave us alone." When the enemy finished his ridiculous speeches, Lorhan walked to the PK-sher and said, "What are you talking about? You're out of your mind." Standing majestically in front of the murderer and swinging his axe at the enemy, Lorhan spoke angrily, "As if you had any reason to kill so many ordinary people." Immediately after that, remembering the words he had once heard from a PK-sher, the boy said with a sly smile, "If you really think it's not fair, then just get stronger." At the end of the battle with the enemies, a group of players who were watching said in amazement, "It was just incredible. He destroyed all the PK-shers in a solo. It looks like a berserker weapon." But the berserker class was worthless. The next moment, after everyone expressed their astonishment, the rescued girl approached the guy and nervously asked, "Excuse my impudence, but this one, please tell me if you are the same Lorhan." As soon as the boy heard his name, he immediately turned to face the girl, after which she continued, "My friend told me that he was attacked by a group of Pakshers near a stream in the northern part of Trinzik." Hearing such great news that allowed him to continue hunting for the Pakshers, Lorhan said in surprise that indeed immediately after that, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He took his travel rune from his inventory and added, "I'll deal with them." As soon as the portal for transportation opened, Lorhan immediately headed into it, waving goodbye and saying, "Thank you for the information. Pass on the words of gratitude to your friend instead of me." Before he could finish his sentence, because he had already entered the circle of movement, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, "I will take care of it in less than 5 minutes." Looking at Lorhan's trail, a girl from the group of rescued players said in surprise, "Wow, that was so cool." And at the same time, her friend could not calm down from the nervousness and how quickly it all happened. A few days after the hunt for player killers, Lorhan was looking at his post where he announced the annihilation of PK shares and said in disappointment, "Why no one complains about PK shares and I had so much fun." Remembering those wonderful times that were a few days ago, Lorhan happily said in his head after a few days, when the annihilation of the PCs was announced, "There were quite a few reporters there, and I went to kill blood hunters as early as I could. Ah, how wonderful those days were." Switching between tabs to find possible messages with the locations of the PK-shers, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "But since yesterday I have not received a single complaint. What are these blood hunters doing? I am so sad." The next moment, Lorhan finally saw something interesting that caught his attention, and scratching his beard, he said thoughtfully, "Well, look at that." The next moment, smiling slyly after realizing why all the PK shares had suddenly disappeared, Lorhan added happily, "Aha, that's what happened." Having understood the current situation in the game, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "Blood hunters used to be a nightmare for ordinary users, as blood hunters are a group of high-ranking players, and ordinary players thought they had no choice but to die." The next moment, recalling what he had been doing lately, Lorhan added, "But after I killed them quite often on my own." It was after all these recent events that the opinion of blood hunters changed a lot for ordinary players. Rolling on a chair in one of his houses, Lorhan said in his head, "It's not so good for me because the blood hunters gave up as soon as I came, and I had to actively search for them." Looking up at the ceiling after his thoughts, Lorhan added unhappily, "But now that they are afraid of regular users, the search will become much harder indeed lately. They are almost impossible to find." Rolling on his chair with his cheeks puffed out, Lorhan, who had nothing to do with himself, said in frustration, "Why do they all give up so quickly in this time?" Pushing himself up from the ground and leaning on the bedside table behind him, the disappointed boy said, "I had hoped I could make a living off of them longer, but I guess that time is now in the past for me." Continuing his thoughts and rolling on the chair, Lorhan suddenly said, By the way, it's almost time to start the auction of the houses. The next moment, Lorhan jumped out of his seat and exclaimed, I know what I can do. With a sly smile at how brilliant he was, Lorhan said in his head, if I can't find them myself, I can make them come to me. The next day in the town of Katong, many people gathered in the square, all waiting for one thing. The event they had been preparing for so long would finally begin. Arriving at the square where the grand show was to take place, one of the auction participants said in surprise, That's it. What's going on here? Why are there so many people here? His friend replied, Haven't you heard? Turning his gaze to his friend, who did not understand such a large number of people in one place, the man continued to hold a real estate auction in this place. Looking around to see all the leaders of the major guilds who had come to this event, the man added, I've heard that it happens quite rarely. Noticing some prominent personalities, Philia, who had also come to the auction to buy a house, thoughtfully said in his head, The heads of the strongest guilds have gathered here. Folding my arms in front of me, waiting for the beginning of this action, the leader of the KG Guild added, anticipating a good competition, although it was quite expected. Remembering what happens in real life, the guy confidently added, Given the popularity of the Lord, your rank in the game can mean a lot in real life. Firmly clenching his hand into a fist to release his anger and rage, Philia added that this is why houses play a very important role for guilds in their growth and development. Waiting for the bidding to begin, Philia confidently added in his head, It doesn't matter how much it costs. I'll get them at any price. The next moment, raising his clenched fist whose muscles continued to contract, Philip angrily said in his head, Damn, Lim Suki. I would have had much more financial freedom if it weren't for this stupid woman. Sometime later, a lot of people gathered in the square. Lorhan, who had changed his image and personality, said happily, Wow, I didn't expect so many people to come. Having attracted the attention of all those present, the gray-haired man with a long mustache continued happily, My dear customers, I hope you have raised enough money for the auction. Looking at the crowd of people who had arrived at the auction, Lorhan happily said in his head, Ooga, there are so many of you here, you are wallets immediately after that. Lorhan activated the effect of the Black Cardinal's title and personality change. Hearing the words of the man who suddenly arrived at the square and drew all the attention to himself, the girl standing on the square was surprised to hear that you were the same Krypton, the auction organizer, to which the man confidently replied that it was me. Realizing that the effect of his personality change skill would last only 1 hour, Lorhan confidently spoke to the crowd. I think you've all been waiting for this for a long time to open the inventory. Pulling out the auction table from his inventory, Lorhan confidently said, Let's get right to the auction. Seeing what the auctioneer had just pulled out, the girl was surprised to hear that such an item really existed. He was so determined. Just as the auction was about to begin, someone in the crowd shouted out, raising his hand and drawing everyone's attention to him. Hey, wait just a minute. Moving closer to the man who was hosting the event, Philia said incredulously, pushing forward, Something doesn't add up. How can we know that you are the real organizer? As soon as Branch said these words, he immediately began to blow up the image of Krypton and thought, According to the guild members, the organizer must be the same person who sold us the secret dungeon. But according to the description, he looks completely different. Hearing these words from his buyer, the auction organizer said in surprise, That means you can't trust me. To which the guild replied that at least I should use a detector. Interrupting the words of the impudent buyer who wanted to find out who he really was, Lorhan confidently added, Then you should not participate in the auction after hearing these words, the branch said in surprise. Hearing the surprise of his incredulous customer, Lorhan twisted his mustache on his hand and said happily, If you can't trust me, then you shouldn't participate in this auction. It's as simple as that. As soon as he had delivered his verdict on the impudent guest, Lorhan clapped his hands to attract the attention of the crowd and said, Well, now the first lot will go ahead without this distrustful gentleman. Grabbing his gavel to announce the end of the bidding, Lorcan confidently exclaimed, So we start with a 2-story house. Why not start with 10 gold pieces a month? Who agrees to 10 gold pieces a month? Hearing the initial price for the 2-story house that was the first lot, someone in the crowd shouted out, raising his hand, There is a bidder for 10 gold pieces. Hearing that the first bidder was Lorhan, he pointed to him and exclaimed excitedly, Very well, whoever offers the highest price for this house, there are takers. As soon as the first bidder came forward to buy the house for 10 gold pieces, the bidding was not long in coming, and the crowd immediately started shouting for a higher price. First 12 gold pieces, and then 14. As soon as the price began to rise rapidly and reached 15 gold pieces, One of the crowd raised his hand and shouted, "I am ready to offer 20 gold pieces." Hearing the price of 20 gold per month, Lorhan confidently shouted out 20 gold. Someone else, if no one else had time to finish, when Philia raised his hand in the crowd and shouted, "Wait!" Trying to shout everyone down and get ahead so that he would be noticed, Philia tiredly shouted 22 gold, MP Guild 22 gold. Hearing that he had gotten into the auction, Lorhan smiled and shouted, "If there is no one else, this lot goes to the gentleman who offered 20 gold. So what is the name of your guild?" When he heard that he had won the first lot, the boy said in confusion, "What is the name of my guild?" Hearing the name of the guild, Lorhan banged the table with his hammer and said, "Well, then sold to the Steel Squad." And the boy happily exclaimed, "We did it." Realizing that he was simply not accepted and his offer was ignored, the branch angrily said in his head, "This rascal is definitely mocking me. How dare he ignore me?" As soon as the results of the sale of the first lot with the house were announced, the host called the guy over and said, "Okay, then let's sign the contract." Seeing the contract for use in front of him, the guy replied, "Thank you. I will take good care of it." Seeing that everything was going on properly as it should be when getting a house, someone from the crowd said in surprise to his friend, they immediately filled out the contract. So it was true, to which the other replied, "No, I didn't trust him. I should have put more." Having completed the signing of the contract with the first buyer, Lorhan, adjusting his tie around his neck, happily informed the MP that the guild would not be able to participate in the second auction due to a violation of the rules. Interrupting the threatening statements of the head of the MP guild, the auctioneer said to the guy who was boiling with rage, "Please keep in mind that you have only one restriction for now." Hearing these words from the host, Philia put his head down to avoid showing his dissatisfaction, and angrily said in his head, "That damned rascal, he decided to play with me. Just wait until the auction is over and you will pay." Seeing Philia boiling with rage, the auctioneer slyly said in his head that you are already angry. I don't think now is the best time to be so angry. Recalling his plan to achieve the goal he had started all this, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head in a menacing tone during the auction, "I plan to lower your guild." Imagining how he would make his hated rival's life horrible, Lorhan added to the deepest place of hell. Continuing to conduct the auction and sell houses to the guilds, the auctioneer banged the gavel on the table and said, "Well, the fourth house was sold for 25 gold pieces." Walking up to the guild leader and holding out the contract, the guild leader happily said, "Congratulations to you, Hoffen Guild." Hearing the congratulations on the purchase, the leader awkwardly replied, "Phew, thank you very much." Looking at how happy the Faroon Guild was that they were able to buy the house, the branch disappointedly said in his head, "Damn, I lost the auction again. But there is one thing." Seeing how many houses had already been sold, the guild said in his head to calm himself down, "Now that the biggest guilds had bought a house each, I'll follow the others and buy as cheaply as I can." Noticing the head of the guild, KG Lorhan, after the sale of the fourth lot was completed, he slyly smiled and said in his head, "That fool, just look at him racking his brains." The next moment, raising his gavel above him, the auctioneer confidently announced, "Well, now we're going to the last item in this auction." And hearing this announcement, Branch nervously said in his head, "What's the last thing?" Seeing the look on Branch's face as he began to chew on his gloves, the host happily said in his head, "You're panicking now, aren't you? If you're a guild master, you shouldn't show your emotions like that." Looking at how panicked the guild leader MP Lorhan was, he mentally added, "That's why I didn't tell you the exact number of houses for sale immediately after that," the host said. "Since this is the last house, I'll start with 15 gold. Before he could even finish speaking, he was interrupted by Branch, who shouted out, "MP Guild, 35 gold, no 40 gold, I'm definitely bidding 40 gold. Hearing the bid, someone behind him said in surprise, he was some kind of crazy person to pay 40 gold pieces a month. That's $8,000 in real life. Isn't it too much? Hearing that the bid was in and there were no more bidders, the auctioneer hurriedly banged the table with his gavel and happily announced it was sold for 40 gold pieces. At the end of the bidding for the last announced lot, the auctioneer happily banged his gavel on the table and said, "The MP Guild has bought the last two-story house." Hearing this, the branch happily cheered in his head. The next moment, the auctioneer handed the contract to the MP Guild leader with a sly smile and said, "Here's your contract. Please don't forget to pay on time." Hearing this, the angry branch said in his head, "I'm going to find out who you are and kill you." Looking over the contract he had received at the auction, Branch said happily in his head, "We have finally bought a house for the guild, even though it will be financially difficult at first." As soon as the contract was handed over to Philia, who was willing to pay 40 gold pieces a month, Lorhan spoke into the gavel as a microphone and announced after a short break, "We will start the auction of the three-room house." Pointing his finger at the auctioneer, Philia angrily exclaimed, "You're a liar, you just said it was the last house." Hearing the accusation, Lorhan shrugged and replied, "I meant it was the last two-story house." Turning his head to the side so as not to mock the branch so noticeably, Lorhan said with a shrug, "And did you also plan to participate in the auction for three-room houses? Well, if you still have a lot of gold, I will not hold you back." As soon as the auctioneer said this, Philia, who was still being mocked, could hardly contain his emotions, angrily saying in his head that he was an insufferable old man. Immediately after turning back, the MP guild leader strode away from the auction, seeing him leave Lorhan Square with a wide smile on his face, mentally saying, "Well, what a fool. This should be enough to keep you busy for a while." The next moment, making a smug face, Lorhan added in his head, "Boogeyman 40 gold pieces a month is the same as paying $8,000 a month." Seeing the leader of the MP guild away from the auction, Lorhan added, "If someone suddenly destroys your guild for some reason, you will be in very big trouble." Arriving at the meeting point where he was supposed to find his friend, Philia looked around to check for a tail. As soon as he was sure that no one was following him and no one was going to spy on their meeting, Branch said, "Hey, you're here." Hearing that the leader of the MP guild had finally arrived, the same man who had been sitting in the dark immediately grabbed Philia by the neck and began to strangle him. Looking directly into the eyes of the guy who was squirming for air, the unknown figure said, "You used all our savings for a damn house. You're completely crazy." Philia, who wanted to get out of the situation, said in a hoarse voice, "Wait, let's talk about it." Hearing the request of his friend who had recklessly spent all the money, the leader of the Blood Pursuers Guild said menacingly, "You shouldn't have forgotten that." After releasing the boy from the guild, the leader of the Blood Pursuers added, "You and I are going together only because it is beneficial for both of us." Stepping out of the shadows where part of his image was visible, the man added, "And if you become useless to me?" Looking at his foolish comrade, the leader of the Blood Pursuers Guild said arrogantly, "You will not be an exception to me, Branch." Hearing these words from his comrade, Philia, who was trying to recover from the stranglehold, said with a heavy voice to open his inventory. Taking out the contract for the purchase and signing of the contract for renting a house, the guy said, "Here you go." Handing him the contract with the ownership of the house, the branch manager added, "Just take this. We'll do the right change of ownership later." Hearing that he had decided to give him the house, the leader of the Blood Pursuers Guild was surprised to hear that the MP Guild should have gotten the house first, but Branch confidently said, "That was the plan, but I changed my mind." The next moment, having drastically changed his plan of action to improve their situation, which was not in the best place, the leader of the MP Guild said, "The more I think about it, the more I realize that we have only one way to get everything we lost back." Remembering the very guy who caused them so many problems, Branch gritted his teeth and added angrily, "Everything will be back to normal as soon as I catch this scoundrel and distribute the video of the massacre to all servers." Immediately after these words, Philia looked at his friend and said thoughtfully, "It should be enough if you use all your strength, right?" Hearing these words from his comrade, the leader of the Blood Chaser Guild who had taken the deed to the house said, "I guess I just have no other choice. We can't just watch him return everything." Clutching the piece of paper about the ownership of the building, the leader of the Guild of Bloody Stalkers added menacingly, "I myself must take the first step." At the same time, somewhere in the real world, Lorhan, who was sitting in his apartment looking through his inventory, said, "Wow, it's true." Looking into his wallet with money, the guy saw a system notification about the money he had earned. Gold, silver, bronze, and then he said in surprise, "I got gold from the first month of rent. Now I'm the richest in the game." Lorhan went online and said thoughtfully, "Well, let's see, 1 gold cost about $200. Finding the price of 1 gold in real money, Lorhan happily said, "Since the guild does not have enough money now, they will buy it at a slightly lower price with great pleasure." Immediately after that, remembering and for the auction, Lorhan added, "I should also put up the Blood Hunter items at an inflated price." Bugaga, isn't that the privilege of the rich? Having solved all his business and questions, Lorhan headed for his immersion capsule, happily saying, "Yes, that should be enough for now." As soon as he logged into the game, the boy immediately took out his teleportation rune book and slyly said, "I have to check the bait I left earlier." Thinking about how he could completely destroy the guilds he hated, Lorhan said in his head that they were probably working in places where they could make good money. At the same time, Somewhere in the eastern field of Trinsic in the dark forest, quite a few high-ranking players were hunting and leveling up, and they were fighting a bear. While one was distracting the other, the teamwork of this group was at a fairly good level. As soon as the enemy turned his back on the team's tank, he immediately rushed at it with a hammer to finish it off. After finishing the fight, the Skull Crusher, who was the official face of the Bloodhunters Guild and had the 76th rank, happily said, "I can take out all the monsters with almost one hit." Hearing these words from his friend, the Spearbearer, who was the deputy leader and had the 79th level, replied, "You can take them out with one blow, and what else have you come up with? You did almost nothing while I did all the work." As soon as a verbal altercation began to develop between them, the guild leader approached them in a commanding tone and told them to stop hunting immediately. Immediately after this message, the leader of the Bloodhunters Guild ordered the guys to follow him on the road, telling me that the target was in the southern part of the city. Without giving a specific answer to his comrade's question, the guild leader opened the rune book for teleportation and said that the entire leadership of the Bloodhunters was convened. Hearing that their worst enemy, who had been ruining their plans for so long, had been found, the guild leader confidently said, "Now we will finally destroy Lorhan once and for all." And at the same time, somewhere on the battlefield where Lorhan suddenly appeared, one of the fighters of the Bloodhunters Guild, aiming his bow at the enemy, nervously exclaimed, "Leave me alone." Looking at the large number of arrows flying at him, Lorhan said in an ominous voice, "My God, I thought we were too close to each other for this." The next moment, swinging his axe to destroy the arrows fired at him, Lorhan added, "Then let's skip the sad part and get right to the fun." Watching Lorhan fight, one of the soldiers said in amazement, "That's incredible." And the other replied, "You really mean to tell me he's not a hacker? You're kidding me." Seeing that his subordinates were losing their morale and desire to fight the enemy, one of the leaders of the Bloodhunters Guild confidently exclaimed, "Don't worry, this man was the shield's pusher, an official of the Bloodhunters Guild." Pointing his hand at the enemy, the man said, "Attackers continue to attack in a shoot-and-run style. Melee fighters keep him under control and slowly retreat." Hearing the orders from one of the guild officials, Lorhan, who was fighting a large number of enemies alone, said in surprise, "You just look at them." Noticing that the enemies even put up some resistance in the battle against him, Lorhan was surprised to add in his head, "Wow, some of them are even a little gifted and look strong." Jumping up from one place to prepare to launch a powerful attack on the enemy, Lorhan said in his head, "But they are not giving their best and are not even trying to escape." After thinking about the strange behavior of the enemies for a while, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "It looks like they are just stalling for time." As soon as Lorhan realized why they were behaving so strangely, a teleporter marker appeared on the battlefield and the guild members exclaimed with joy, "They are here now. You are definitely finished. Get ready." The next moment, Lorhan felt some danger coming towards him at an incredible speed and closed with his axe, so he deflected the spear that was launched in his direction. As soon as the attack was repelled, the boy immediately got to his feet and thoughtfully asked what the spear was and where it came from. When the spear bounced off Lorhan, he said in surprise, looking at his opponent, "Wow, you were able to deflect my attack quite well." Seeing that his attack had missed its target for the first time, the guildmaster said in surprise, "I admit he is quite strong." And then the burly man added, "Boom! Now your death will be even more interesting." When two of the newly arrived fighters had already appeared in front of Lorhan, and one even managed to demonstrate his strength behind them, the third appeared and said, "You are the same Lorhan everyone is talking about." Immediately after these words, Cabal, who was the master of the Bloodhunters Guild, appeared from a pile of smoke and dust and added, "You've had a lot of fun, but now all your fun is over." Hearing that he was already being buried without even starting to fight him, Lorhan immediately grabbed his face and laughed out loud. Hearing these words from the guildmaster, Lorhan mockingly said, "When you start talking such nonsense, it seems to me that you're just a bunch of fools, and I was wondering who was the one who always ran away." Hearing this, the shieldmaker angrily exclaimed, "How dare you say such a thing, you rascal!" The next moment, in order not to delay the fight, Lorhan decided to speed up the conversation and provocatively exclaimed, "You talk too much. Come to me, you little fools." Hearing what Lorhan had just said and how much he underestimated them, the master of the Bloodhunters Guild ordered the Bloodhunters to launch a team attack. The next moment, all the major figures who were higher in rank than the others rushed Lorhan to attack him in a group attack. Noticing that a rather dangerous number of enemies were coming at him, Lorhan immediately opened his inventory and took out a Lion King helmet, which he immediately put on. As soon as he changed his equipment and gained more strength, Lorhan prepared to confront serious enemies and angrily shouted out to the small bipods to get out of my way. As soon as he had destroyed all the weaklings who also decided to attack him, the boy noticed that a huge skull crusher hammer was coming at him. After completing his attack with the hammer, the skull crusher, who managed to take the enemy by surprise and hit him, exclaimed happily, "You're pretty fast for a berserker." Leaving the area of the enemy who suddenly attacked him, Lorhan looked back and thoughtfully said in his head, "This unrealistically strong idiot has one two-handed hammer in each hand." Trying to figure out the abilities and strength of the enemies he was currently fighting, Lorhan thoughtfully added how strong this guy must be. The next moment, when the guildmaster tried to hit Lorhan again with his spear, he said in frustration, "What a failure, and he has quite good reflexes." Having dodged the enemy's attack, Lorhan still received a small cut after the spear flew near him, and mentally said in a disgruntled voice, "What a bunch of assholes." Looking at the trio that came to the aid of the rest of the unlucky guild, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "They look like the strongest of the Blood Hunters Guild." Looking first at the guild leader himself, who looked rather strange, and then switching to a couple of the others, the boy added, "They are very different from those I have ever met before." The next moment he turned his attention back to the cabal and added worriedly, "Especially that skeletal guy. He must be their leader. What was he doing there all this time?" Realizing that the guild leader was quite a danger, the boy said in his head, "I have to get rid of him before it gets worse, but to get to him I need to take care of the jerk and the douchebag." As soon as he finished his thoughts, the skull crusher jumped at him and shouted excitedly, "What are you thinking about? I'm your opponent." The next moment, the boy thought, one of them is a tank that relies only on its brute strength and endurance, and the other is a ranged weapon that deals physical damage from long distances. What a bad combination. Fully equipped with his Lion King mask, Lorhan said in his head, "I could take care of them quickly if I used berserker mode, but I must not act without knowing the consequences." Coming up with a plan of action on how he can confront the enemies, Lorhan went straight head-on to the skull crusher said in his head, "Then the only thing left for me to do." Heading straight for Lorhan, who decided to challenge him head-on, the skull crusher exclaimed, "Did you really think you could defeat me in a direct confrontation?" Just as he was about to strike, Lorhan leaped over him and headed for his friend. Realizing what the enemy was up to, the skull crusher nervously shouted out to his brother with the spear, "Watch out, he's coming for you." Frozen in place so as not to interfere with his friend, and just waiting for the end of the duel between them, the skull crusher added, "He is now aiming at you." Preparing to attack the enemy with his spear, who had chosen him as his target, the apprentice angrily said, "You miserable, impudent bastard, now I'll show you." Raising his weapon to the attack position, the guy said, preparing to throw, "Who do you think I am to do something like this?" The next moment, using a few of his skills and coordinating the attack, the apprentice threw his spear at Lorhan, who was in the air and was a fairly easy target. Having made an attack on the enemy who was approaching him, ignoring the tank, the guy with the spear smugly said, "A target that flies in the air is the easiest target to hit." Having launched an attack on an approaching enemy, ignoring the tank, the guy with the spear smugly said, "A target flying in the air is the easiest target to hit." Watching him hit the enemy, the apprentice was already rejoicing in his victory over the enemy everyone was so afraid of. Suddenly, a voice came from the enemy, which sighed heavily and said that it turns out that the officials are not as weak as they seem. Raising his head up to understand what had happened, the foreman saw Lorhan grabbing a spear in the air and smiling madly. "You almost pierced me with that thing." Seeing that his enemy was still alive and unharmed, the guy with the spear said in his head, "This can't be happening." And I even applied a spell to the throw, but how did he manage to not only dodge but also catch the spear? The next moment after the enemy's sudden attack was caught, Lorhan began to prepare to return the spear to its owner, shouting, "Here, take back your toy." Spinning the spear above him and then throwing it with all his might at the owner, Lorhan added, "I'm returning it to you." Watching his own weapon return to him, the apprentice confidently said in his head, "Did you really think that I, as the main damager, was not used to this?" Using his magical item called the Ring of the Wizard of the Frightened Cat, it allowed the owner to quickly use the skill of escape by instantly moving 3 meters back. After using his magic item, the co-master smiled slyly and said in a haughty voice to Lorhan, "I had a plan to escape from scoundrels like you." However, Lorhan had no problem at all. As soon as the enemy used his trump card, the boy used his sword-throwing skill and launched a pair at the enemy who no longer had any tricks up his sleeve. Taking the enemy by surprise with another attack that would surely hit him and finish him off, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "Oh my god, you shouldn't have used your escape skill so foolishly." Looking at the swords approaching him, the apprentice said in fright, "The bastard could not have predicted that I would use the skill to escape from the very beginning." Immediately after that, expecting the inevitable death that was about to come, he added, "Was he just playing with me?" Before he could finish, he died, and his remark was interrupted. Seeing that his comrade had died at the hands of the enemy, the Skull Crusher shouted out in fright. The next moment, as soon as one enemy was finished, Lorhan grabbed his weapon and said, "Now what are you going to do now that you are the only one left on this battlefield?" The next moment, facing his enemy, Lorcan added menacingly, "Well, why don't we start a real battle among ourselves without holding back our strength?" Hearing that he completely disrespected and underestimated him, the Skull Crusher instantly boiled over. His rage knew no bounds, and his desire to avenge his comrade only strengthened it. Gathering his thoughts, the Skull Crusher rushed into battle first. Swinging his two-handed hammer to deal a powerful blow to the enemy, the man shouted, "I'll finish you off, you scoundrel." Using his incredible agility skills combined with his talents, Lorhan found himself behind the enemy, preparing to strike him from that position. The guy added, "Even a fly can land on you with your speed." Having dealt the first blow to the enemy, who was sure that he had the advantage, grabbing his arm, he said, "What a rascal." And seeing his enemy being shaken, Lorhan said with a smile on his face, "I think you're proud of your strength." The next moment, having prepared to strike the enemy, Lorhan attacked him, shouting, "Why don't you and I have some fun together now?" Hearing that he still dared to mock him, the Skull Crusher gripped his two-handed hammer tightly and said menacingly, "You arrogant wretch." Immediately after that, the Skull Crusher, who was underestimated, shouted out, "My strength characteristics are 250 points. I am the strongest in my guild." And at that very moment, the guild leader did not even think to go and help his comrades defeat the opponent. He continued to synchronize with the environment. Having fallen into Lorhan's painful technique after a direct encounter with him, the Skull Crusher nervously exclaimed, "Wait a second." However, Lorhan did not even want to listen to him. His only goal was to destroy his enemies, and he did not expect to be pardoned. After finishing off two enemies who seemed a little stronger than the others, Lorhan happily said, "It feels so refreshing after an interesting battle." When both enemies were finished, Lorhan immediately went to the guild leader and said in surprise, "You really just sat there and watched your subordinates die like that." Rushing into battle against the last remaining opponent on the battlefield, Lorhan exclaimed in frustration, "What a bad guild leader you are." Just as Lorhan started to approach him, he said, "Now that the synchronization is complete, I can begin to confront the enemy." The next moment, all the shadows present on the battlefield were influenced by the same leader of the Bloodhunters Guild and headed for Lorhan. Trying to repel the strange attack that the enemy sent at him, Lorhan wondered what the shadows were or what they were. The next moment, as soon as Lorhan's attack was blocked and he could not strike him suddenly, the leader of the Bloodhunters Guild said, "You really want to know why I watched my subjects die?" Immediately after that, raising his hand with which he controlled all the shadows on the battlefield, the guild leader added, "I am much stronger when I fight alone using all 100% of my strength instead of fighting side by side with those weaklings." As soon as he said that he considered his subjects to be weaklings, he immediately explained that while you were fighting my subjects, I was synchronizing with every shadow in the area. Immediately after these words, raising his hand up to direct the shadows in the direction he wanted, the leader of the Bloodhunters Guild added in other words, "This area is completely under my control." Having learned what skills his opponent possesses, Lorhan said with a heavy sigh, the Shadow Master said, "Seriously, I am so lucky to have met one of them." The next moment, changing his smile to a stern look, Lorhan said in his head, "Shadow Master is one of several secret classes in the Lord. The conditions for starting the quest to change classes are very demanding, so I almost never met them even in my past life." Immediately after that, recalling his past life and some moments that were quite similar to the truth, the boy added thoughtfully, "Although, wait, I seem to remember one thing. Don't tell me what." Stopping his panic and out-of-order train of thought, Lorhan prepared for the confrontation and confidently said in his head, "No, I can't think about anything useless now. I have to concentrate on the opponent first." And then he shouted to the enemy in surprise, "Do you really think that hidden classes are that cool?" Using his skill to leap up and strike from above, Lorhan confidently shouted out, "It's all over once I deal with your main body." Hovering in the sky, Lorhan noticed that shadowy tentacles were reaching for him and would not leave him alone. Trying to break through the tentacles of the enemy, Lorhan angrily shouted, Get away from me, you nasty tentacles! Having dealt with the obstacles that prevented him from reaching his true goal, the boy searched for the enemy with his eyes. My opponent exclaimed. The next moment he was heading down again right at the enemy who was standing below him and froze in place in nervousness. After landing, Lorhan struck and cut the enemy in two, and he would have definitely been finished, and there was no chance of surviving such a wound. However, as soon as Lorhan finished the enemy's body, he noticed that it was not real. It was shadows that took the form of the leader of the Blood Hunters Guild. Then Lorhan nervously exclaimed who was here, appearing behind the boy and emerging from the shadows that covered the entire battlefield. The leader of the Blood Hunters Guild said in disappointment, "You're so simple-minded." The next moment, the enemy struck at Lorhan, who he managed to take by surprise and inflicted quite serious damage. After the enemy attacked from behind, Lorhan knelt down and put his hands on the ground and saw a system notification that said your health level had dropped by 50%. However, that was not all. After this attack, there were also consequences, which the system also reported in the messages. It said you were poisoned, paralyzed, and bleeding. Your health level will decrease by 30 every 10 seconds. Looking at the enemy, he could easily bring to a critical state with just one attack. The leader of the Blood Hunters Guild said, "That's why they called you a hacker. I'm disappointed." Hearing these words, Lorhan, who had immunity to poisons and many other talents, happily said, getting to his feet and grabbing his weapon, "Don't be disappointed before you need to be. We've only just begun." The next moment, pointing at his opponent, Lorhan confidently said, "The master of the Blood Hunter Guild, or should I say a little differently?" Smiling slyly because he recognized the owner of the shadow skill, Lorhan confidently said the one who ranks 8th in the Ragnarok Guild is in need. Hearing the strange nickname that Lorhan had just called him, the leader of the Blood Hunters Guild said in surprise, "What do you mean?" Remembering his past life in which he was very annoyed by all these players, Lorhan mentally said the King of Creation, Odin, and the Ragnarok Guild he led, which was a group of unrealistic people who cosplayed as gods. Recalling the members of this guild and what they looked like, Lorhan added in disappointment, "I hate to say it, but they were indeed the strongest organization of the Lord." Turning back to the guild leader and his guild's guidelines, Lorhan thoughtfully ranted in his head, but at the same time, something strange was happening. Reflecting on the Ragnarok Guild's charter and guidelines, Lorhan added that there was too much suspiciousness in them as well. Recalling one strange thing, the boy added that I could not really understand the fact that already prominent players joined guilds and blindly followed Odin. They left the guilds they were in, and it went so far that they could spend a large amount of money to change their nicknames. Immediately afterwards, Lorhan remembered the very opponent who was now standing in front of him and spoke thoughtfully, and among them was a problematic player who used shadows and poison. His name was Needy. Recalling the same beast of shadows that was always behind him, Lorhan said thoughtfully, as if this dragon that gnaws at the roots of the world tree in Norse myths wanted me to RP anyway. Immediately after these words, turning his gaze to the enemy who was completely covered in shadows, Lorhan said in his head, "However, there is one thing I am 100% sure of." Looking closely at the enemy who was heading towards him, Lorhan said that this man who is opposite me is a needy man before he entered Ragnarok. Listening to what Lorhan was telling him, Cabal said in surprise as he pointed his sword at Lorhan, "A needy Ragnarok? What nonsense are you talking about?" Now hearing Lorhan say that in his head, now that I think about it, it was pretty obvious. Stretching his muscles before the battle, Lorhan said happily, "I don't think you would understand even if I explained it to you right after that." The boy added mentally looking at him. It was clear that he had not yet made contact with Odin. Seeing what his opponent had just done, Lorhan mentally said this technique, just that assassin should be his first profession. And Shadow Lord, his second WoW, his level is much higher than mine, so his agility is probably twice as much as mine. Immediately after that, deciding to use his trump card, Lorhan confidently said, "I guess I just have no choice but to use this." As soon as he realized that he could not do without it, Lorhan used his second-level berserker skill to release a huge amount of power with a self-immolating anger. Seeing that Lorhan had used his profession skill, Cabal said in disappointment, "You use that skill. That's what makes berserkers so annoying." Reaching out to his opponent to remove his skill, Cabal said menacingly, "The difference between me and you is not something that can be removed by a simple skill." At the same time, Lorhan was already trying to harm the enemy, while his skill was active and his strength was increased several times. Defending himself from the enemy's attacks, The leader of the Bloodhunters Guild buried himself from the shockwave and wondered in his head if he was really that strong. Hiding in the faint shadows to avoid the enemy's attack, the leader of the Bloodhunters Guild said in disappointment, "Well, that was quite expected." Hearing Lorhan's disgruntled cry, the guild leader added, "Did you really think that would work? You'll improve your physical abilities and attack me before I know it." Reanimating his shadows to remind his opponent that he was in control of the entire immediate area, the Bloodhunters Guild leader added, "You must have forgotten that I have this entire area under my control." Gloating over the fact that he now has an obvious advantage, the leader of the PC Guild added, "As long as I'm synchronized with the shadows, I can track your every move and teleport to any place where my shadows are." Hearing the enemy confidently talking about all his skills, Lorhan happily replied, "You're quite interesting. Aren't you an antagonist from some comic book? It was very stupid of you to tell me about your abilities." Having reported the stupidity of the enemy's behavior, Lorhan exclaimed angrily, "And this is all because you will soon come to an end. A special skill of the berserker. A huge advantage of the berserker class is that you get unrealistic boosts for a certain time, but in return you get punished after the skill and your characteristics drop." Seeing that his enemy had used his last trump card, but even that did not help him, the leader of the Bloodhunters Guild said, "You've already lost when you blindly used the berserker skill." Offended by what his opponent had just told him, Lorhan shouted in a disgruntled voice, "Hey, don't you dare play with me!" And at the same time, Cabal pointed his hand at Lorhan and sent his shadows at him to detain him. The next moment, a huge cloud of shadows, which were the shadows created by his opponent, came at Lorhan. Making his way through this cloud of shadows, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "When I fought him before my regression, I was already at the 3rd class of my skills." Having dispelled the enemy's shadows with some effort, Lorhan, having lost sight of the enemy, nervously exclaimed where the rascal had gone. The next moment he noticed that swords that suddenly came out of the ground were heading for him, and added anxiously, "Earlier I could have just dispelled all the shadows with a power skill that would have covered the entire area." Trying to somehow resist the shadows that were continuously heading towards Lorhan and attacking him with high intensity, Lorhan angrily said in his head, "There is no end to them." Realizing that he would not last long at this rate, the boy smiled nervously and said, "Oh shit, I won't last long at this rate." Immediately after these words of the guy who was already at the limit of his abilities, he received a system notification that said there were 20 seconds left before the end of the berserker skill. Falling to the ground from fatigue, Lorhan waited for the moment to use the only trick he had left, calling the enemy closer with his helplessness. Approaching Lorhan, who looked completely helpless, Cabal said arrogantly, "Thank your skill that you are still alive, but soon you will die because of the skill's punishment." Approaching a couple of meters to his powerless opponent, the leader of the Bloodhunters Guild said menacingly, "But I can't let it happen like this." Preparing to deliver the final blow that will destroy the enemy, Cabal added in a haughty tone, "I must show the world how I have completely destroyed you." Sighing heavily at the words that his opponent had just said to him, Lorhan said angrily, "Damn, I'm getting really annoyed with this." Noticing that the enemy was already taking away his weapon to kill him, Lorhan added in his head, "I never even thought that everything could turn out like this in a one-on-one battle." Preparing to end the battle right now, Cabal confidently said to his enemy, "Well, great. Now die with a feeling of regret." At that moment, the berserker skill was still active for 10 seconds. Taking out a magic item from his inventory that he had bought for fishing, Lorhan said happily, "I certainly didn't want to use something so trivial." Immediately after that, the guy added, "But the situation called for it." And the next moment, Lorhan threw the ball at the enemy and shouted out a bolt of lightning, thus throwing the enemy into confusion. Not understanding what had happened, the paralyzed Cabal, who had received a direct hit of lightning on his body, nervously said, "Magic, but where did you get it from?" What Lorhan had used was just a consumable spell of a rare rank, electrical magic, a lightning discharge that was concentrated inside him. Now it had 0 uses. Thinking back to why he had bought it in the first place, Lorhan said in his head after using the first 2 for the quest, "I never would have thought I would use the last charge. This is the only way to dispel his shadows that are the cause of his power." Looking at the enemy who had lost his vigilance and connection with the world for a while, Lorhan said nervously, "But it wouldn't work for long," and by then, he had only 5 seconds left. Looking at the defenseless enemy right in front of him with no way to dodge the attack, Lorhan said confidently, "I have only 1 shot." Throwing himself at his enemy with all his might to finally finish him off, Lorhan exclaimed, "I will bet everything." Having cut Cabal into 2 parts, which meant an undeniable victory over the enemy. Lorhan added to this attack in a formidable way. Falling to the ground, the defeated Cabal said in confusion, "I can't believe it, how could this happen to me?" Starting to disintegrate into pixels after his game was over at that very moment, the leader of the Bloodhunters Guild added, "How could I ever have lost to someone like you?" At the end of the battle, Lorhan confidently walked towards his enemy and thoughtfully said, "I wonder why you were so arrogant and all that. But somehow it turned out to be rather awkward. You just underestimated me." Immediately after that, standing in front of the enemy in a victorious pose and seeing him off with shame, Lorhan added, "If you have problems, come fight me anytime, you pathetic emo jerk." Disembodied in the game after his defeat, Cabal angrily said, "I'll fight you once." But he didn't have time to finish because the system removed him earlier. When the enemy was defeated, Lorhan sat down on the ground, exhaled heavily, and said, "Ugh, I almost died in my last match against him." The next moment, the boy called up his inventory and took out a bottle of healing potion that would quickly restore his mediocre position after the battle with the enemies. Drinking the healing potion, the boy confidently said in his head, "Honestly, I was completely confident of my victory. He was the strongest opponent I had met since regression. I would never have thought that the head of the Bounty Hunter Guild would become a member of Ragnarok." Recalling his title that helped him a lot in the battle, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "I was only able to defeat him because of the titles I had gained earlier, especially the Limit Breaker title." As soon as Lorhan recovered from the hard fight, he went to collect the drops left by the enemies, picking up the ring of the Cowardly Sorcerer, the boy said happily. "But still, I was able to level up a little and get useful equipment, so I guess I forgive them." Looking at the magical item he managed to get in the battle against the enemies, Lorhan happily added in his head, "Although I can only use it once a day, even one escape skill will be very important since berserkers only have attacking skills. I can find a good use for it." As soon as all the items after defeating the enemies were collected, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "So now that I think about it." Recalling his recent victory over Cabal, Lorhan happily added, "I have already managed to defeat 2 future members of the Ragnarok Guild from my past life." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan thought in his head, "So could this mean that the future will change? For example, they will not join the Ragnarok Guild." Sitting down on the ground to continue his heavy thoughts about the changes in the future, Lorhan said, "I can't say anything for sure right now, and I can't understand how Odin gathered all the members." Recalling the same player he hated from his past life, Lorhan said with a grudging smile, Odin wondered what he was doing now. Suddenly remembering his not-so-best friend from his past life, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "I'm sure he's already started playing the Lord. I wonder if he changed his nickname in his past life." Grabbing his head while thinking, Lorhan said in frustration, "Oh shit, I still can't figure out who this rascal is. Well, that's not a problem I can solve right now." The next moment, Lorhan remembered the MP Guild leader and thoughtfully spoke in his head, "Odin is still a problem, but the main problem is the branch when he launched a full-scale attack in an attempt to catch me." Before Lorhan could finish speaking, he suddenly interrupted his thoughts and then smiled slyly and confidently said in his head, "Although I'm not avoiding any fights anyway." Immediately after these words, Lorhan looked at his hands for some reason and hummed thoughtfully, trying to figure out what was wrong with him. The next moment, he looked up and said confidently, "Well, I still think I should prepare a little better for the next time." The first thing he put on after deciding to be better prepared was a magical rank falcon armor, a steel armor with a falcon-like figure carved on the chest. The next item he decided to strengthen himself with was the gloves of an archery master, also of magical rank. And finally, Lorhan added a magical ranked death belt that gave 40 points of defense and increased the chance of a critical hit by 5%. After picking up the best items he had to increase his stats, Lorhan said it would be best to focus my entire set on increasing the chance of a critical hit. After gathering a full set of armor for his journey, Lorhan looked at his overall stats and happily said the chance of a critical hit was 20% thanks to the titles. But now it was up to 40 with my new gear. Basically, every other hit would be critical. Immediately after that, taking out the last attribute he decided to use, the boy slyly said, "And also the most interesting magically enchanted battle axe of the magic rank." Holding the rather interesting weapon in his hand, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "A decent enough item for a magic rank. I can use it up to the 100th level or so." After he put on his new gear, Lorhan said thoughtfully, looking at his balance, which was 300 gold and silver and copper coins, "I think I spent about 30 gold on all the gear. Even though I sold the gold coins, I still have money." After reviewing his rather substantial balance of savings, Lorhan said, "Well, now for the main quest. I have only one page from the journal about Hawking to complete." Deciding to look for it myself until someone else finds it, Lorhan said as he left the city, "I'll go hunting until I find it, and it's a good opportunity to test my new items." Ignoring the boy who was following him, Lorhan headed into the forest to find the last page to complete the task, and his first enemy was a large wild boar. Preparing to attack the enemy, Lorhan swung his axe and cut the monster into 2 pieces, causing critical damage. Having finished the fight with 1 blow and stopped to examine his weapon, Lorhan said happily, "Not bad." The 70th level monster died with 1 critical hit. Hearing a noise in the forest nearby, another wild boar wandering nearby heard someone's voice saying, "I think I'll stay here until I get to level 75. Angry that someone had invaded his territory, the boar immediately rushed at the impudent visitor. Seeing that another enemy was running at him, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "Right, come to me." Just as he was about to engage the enemy, a bunch of arrows shot by an unknown player flew at the monster. Immediately upon hitting, the enemy was neutralized and defeated. Having received quite serious injuries, he simply fell to the ground. Seeing what had just happened to his prey, Lorhan said in surprise what the hell was going on, looking around to find the one who had done it. Hearing Lorhan's angry voice and looking for the culprit, a guy walked over to the dead prey and said, "No, I'm sorry." Approaching Lorhan and rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, the boy with the bow added, "I accidentally hit him before you did. How could that happen?" Hearing these words from the random passerby who took his monster, Lorhan said angrily, "You've passed, but from now on be more careful in such situations." Immediately after these words, Lorhan left the boy and went on looking for possible monsters to hunt and test his equipment. Noticing a couple of strange boars grazing in a meadow, Lorhan used his weapon throwing skill and threw his axe at the boars. Unfortunately, his attack missed its target before it could hit the monsters, as a magical projectile hit them and killed them earlier. Looking around to find the one who had taken his prey again, Lorhan saw a girl near him who smiled sweetly and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you attacked first." After picking up his axe after a failed throw, Lorhan found another target and was preparing to attack when he was again interrupted. Feeling that someone appeared next to him again, Lorhan looked to the side and saw the same guy who had already taken 1 monster from him. Noticing that Lorhan was looking at him, the boy nervously sighed and said, "Oh my god, we accidentally hit the same target. Hey, how could that happen again?" Hearing what he had just said, Lorhan realized their intention and began to get annoyed that he was being tested for his resilience. Then he said menacingly, "I see you guys and girls." Pausing for a moment to look at the emblem on one of them, Lorhan added, "I'm from the MP Guild, I'm right." And the guy nervously asked what you were talking about. "What made you say that so suddenly?" Hearing such a strange question from the guy, Lorhan pointed at him and said, "You should have at least hidden your guild emblem before talking to me." Hearing that he had been caught with all the evidence, the boy nervously exclaimed that you would make all the mistakes you make during the hunt, and Lorhan just sighed heavily. After a heavy sigh, looking at the foolish behavior of that boy, Lorhan angrily said, "I'm warning you for the last time." Grabbing the boy's head and looking into his eyes with an angry look, Lorhan added, "If you continue to follow me and steal my prey, I will warn you." Pausing for a moment to terrify his annoying interlocutor even more, Lorhan added, "I will take this as an act of enmity against me, regardless of the reason." Letting go of the boy who was always bothering him and trying to steal his loot, Lorhan added, "And this applies not only to you but to the entire guild," the boy nervously exclaimed, trying to start a fight. Waving his hand after he walked away from the place where he had last encountered the boy, Lorhan said goodbye. "Do whatever you want, just don't say I didn't warn you." Seeing the way his opponent was treating him, the boy who was trying his best to make Lorhan angry smiled slyly and mentally said, "You're acting very cool, but whatever you do is useless." As he and his guildmates watched Lorhan go, the boy said in his head, "You probably don't even realize it, but all the players here want to stop your hunt." Pursuing Lorhan to further spoil his hunt, the boy spoke in his head, "Unlike the bloody hunters, the MP Guild consists of ordinary players who are known as players with good manners. Everything could be different if you didn't know that we are from the MP Guild, but if you now know, you won't be able to do anything so easily." And now let's go back a while when the branch was giving his subjects an order to bother Lorhan. Then the same guy listened to the order of the guild leader and exclaimed, "Excuse me." Immediately after he caught the attention of the guild leader, he immediately added, "You want us to just harass and bother this Lorhan?" Hearing the question from his subordinate, Philia answered unhappily, And of course do not let other players know about it? Having heard the order from the guildmaster, the subject replied, no, doing everything unnoticed is not a problem. Recalling who this Lorhan was, who they were supposed to bother, the subject said nervously, but do you really think he'll let him bother me? I heard he's a crazy and insane guy. Hearing such words from his subordinate, the leader of the MP guild told his subject that I was sure he would not just sit idly by, but that was the whole point. Recalling his plan to fight Lorhan, Philia said, we'll film him snapping at us and edit the video to make him seem like a horrible person. And if we can't do anything about him in the game, we'll just use the power of social media. While chasing Lorhan, who had already threatened them with reprisals for repeated incidents, a member of the MP guild recalled the words of the leader, who said that the only reason he had so many people supporting him was because he only hunts blood hunters, who are considered PC guilds. Immediately after that, while aiming at Lorhan's next prey, the MP guild member mentally said he wouldn't dare attack the MP guild as we are known for our good influence if I can annoy him and film him freaking out on camera. The next moment, Lorhan noticed another arrow flying right by his head and heading towards the monster. This arrow hit another monster that was right in front of him and was his prey. With a sinister smile, the boy who had been ordered to bother Lorhan said happily, oh no, my hand slipped. The next moment the boy said, I'm really sorry for that. But before he could finish, Lorhan's figure appeared right above him with an axe that he was swinging. Seeing that he was preparing to strike a fatal blow, the boy who had been annoying Lorhan said nervously, I don't understand what's going on. Are you really doing this? Swinging his axe at the enemy and cutting him in two, Lorhan said menacingly, well, now our conversation is definitely over. Seeing what had just happened to their friend, the girl who had also once stolen Lorhan's loot exclaimed in fright that he had really killed a non-PC player. Raising his head after finishing off one annoying guy, Lorhan asked the members of the MP guild in surprise, why you are so surprised, didn't I warn you? Immediately after these words, the girl began to cast a spell that covered her and her comrades with a mana barrier that was supposed to protect them. Noticing that they were trying to defend themselves against it, Lorhan used his strike skill and easily broke through the spell, which resulted in the rest of the annoying players being dealt with. After finishing off the annoying players, Lorhan ominously said boogaloo, so I tested the effect of my armor. The next moment, after these words, Lorhan suddenly heard someone behind him gloatingly exclaim, you made a huge mistake. Do you really think you can just run away after that? Hearing that there was still one of those annoying players from the MP guild, Lorhan said, blah blah blah, you're so noisy. The next moment, he attacked the last remaining MP guild member and shouted angrily, preparing to finish him off, if you have a problem, shut up and come to me. The next moment, all the players who prevented him from hunting in peace were already dead, and Lorhan just stood in the middle of the empty terrain, looking at the corpses of the players he had killed. Sometime after that, he received a system notification that said, your kill counter has increased. Immediately after, another notification was added that said you have become a killer. If you die as a killer, you will lose a large number of points. The chance of dropping your items has increased significantly to lower the counter. You need to wait a certain time or defeat creatures that have committed bad deeds. The higher the number of kills, the higher the penalty. Seeing that he was fined for killing annoying insects, Lorhan sighed heavily and said in disappointment, what a problem this will be. I expected this to happen at some point, but I became a killer too early. The next moment, realizing what had happened to him, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, it's just a small problem and nothing more, so everything is fine. Immediately after these words, remembering a more dangerous location, the boy said, if I really wanted them to leave me alone, I would go hunting in other high-level places, such as the lair of bandits of the 80th level. It would not be easy, but I could generally hunt there. Throwing his weapon on his shoulders and going about his business, Lorhan said confidently, but not turning away from any battle is my diva. Then it's time to wait and hunt quietly in peace. A few days after the incident, Lorhan was in his room and said on the phone, yes, this is the right address. Please make sure the capsule is in the best condition. Immediately after that, having arranged for his virtual reality immersion capsule to be equipped with the best equipment, Lorhan added, I will arrange everything today at the end of the day. Please deliver them within 3 days. After finishing the phone conversation with the consultant about the equipment of the game capsules, the guy hung up and said thoughtfully, well, this is over. The next moment, looking through the news feed and all sorts of other information about the game, Lorhan, lying on the bed, thoughtfully said why they hadn't done anything lately. I thought they would want to do something again. Recalling what had happened on the hunt, Lorhan thoughtfully said, Were they really so scared that several of their guild had been killed by a PKer? Scrolling through the newsfeed from the game, the guy confidently added, "No, it's just not possible. They can't just let it go and swallow it." After a while of browsing the news, Lorhan finally found what he was looking for. Smiling slyly as he looked at the post from the MP Guild, Lorhan said, "Booga, just look at this scoundrel." In his phone, he accidentally came across a video with the scandalous title, "We expose the two-faced player Lorhan," and then said in surprise what a wonderful video it was. After activating the video to see what exactly would be told there and what he would be accused of, Lorhan heard greetings from the community of the Lord. "My name is Branch, and I am the head of the Guild of Little Helpers." Immediately after that, the guild leader's tone changed from positive to angry. Then he continued, "If you have been active around the Trinsic region recently, you should have heard the name Lorhan." Inserting a photo of Lorhan so that everyone could see what he looked like, the guild leader added, "He became very famous after battles with the PC Guild Bloodhunters. Many of you know him as a defender who fights with PCs for the weak." After making an initial speech to interest the audience, Branch added that he did it all only for experience points and items given for killing Bloodhunters, and there was no record of him helping regular users or newbies. Immediately after these words, raising his hand in front of him to express his disinterest in what he was doing, the Branch said, "Well, of course he has no benefit to help other players as well as the guild's MPs, however." The next moment, after posting a video of Lorhan killing one of his guild members, the Branch said, "We recently received an unexpected video from an anonymous reporter, making up some nonsense to accuse Lorhan and make him look bad in the eyes of the audience." The Branch added that according to the reporter, the berserker Lorhan uses an illegal hacking program. He uses the program to fight bad players. Switching the collected video files to accuse Lorhan of hacking, the leader of the MP Guild said in the video we received that he had deflected countless arrows. Immediately after that, he switched to a video of a fireball being shot at him in the guild's protective crystal, adding that he also allows magic spells to pass through him and does many things that defy explanation. The next moment, he switched to a video of Lorhan killing one of the annoying gnats, and even killed a guild member who came to confirm the information. Having made all the accusations with video evidence that this really happened, the leader of the MP Guild said, "That's why I'm here today. I'm here to report the user Lorhan, whom we suspect of cheating." Watching the video where he's exposed as a criminal, Lorhan only smiled nervously while listening to him speak. "You can only decide which truth you believe. I, the branch head of the MP Guild, am disconnecting." Having watched the video with such obvious false statements, Lorhan, holding his stomach with laughter, said between pauses, "And I was thinking all this time what he was hiding from me and what was it all about?" Wiping away his tears after watching the video that made him laugh, Lorhan said, "Oh, this guy really knows how to make you laugh. No wonder Lim Sui cheated on him." Immediately after these words, recalling what had happened to the strongest of his entourage, Lorhan said confidently, "Although even if the leader of the Bloodhunters Guild could not defeat me, he would not dare to attack me in the game." Realizing what had happened in the game society and what consequences it would entail, Lorhan said thoughtfully that he had done a petty and insidious act, although I was sure it would be effective. Remembering how big the difference in reputation between them was, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "In the game, I'm just a strong lone player, and they are one of the top 5 guilds in Korea to live up to their name. They have been a volunteer guild all along." Mocking the branch that decided to set him up like this, Lorhan said, "This isn't the first time this has happened to me, so I know exactly how to fight against such sneaky tactics." Turning off the phone at the end of watching interesting news about himself, Lorhan said, "I will personally make sure that you learn my lesson properly." Immediately after that, imagining how events would develop further, Lorhan said people are more indifferent to weak hypocrites than to powerful tyrants. After what happened to Lorhan and the bad name he received, the boy went to a forest gangster den and came across the bandits, and immediately heard angry shouts at him, "You rat! How dare you come here alone? Do you even know who we are?" Reaching for his weapon, which was behind his back, Lorhan said happily, "I just wondered what if I really didn't know." Hearing such words from the boy who came into their possession, one of the bandits who noticed him among the first grabbed his sword and ran at Lorhan, angrily shouting, "I will teach you a lesson before you die." As he approached his victim, who he thought would not be long for him, the bandit said sadly. Before he could properly introduce himself, Lorhan smiled ominously and interrupted his opponent's words, saying, "Of course I know who you are." Putting his axe in front of him, ready to fight his enemies, Lorhan confidently said, You are my precious source of experience points. Looking at the many enemies in front of him, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, usually bandits in other games are just weak mobs for beginners. Immediately after these words, realizing that this game was an exception, Lorhan added, but these guys are different. Approaching Lorhan, one of the bandits shouted out to the scoundrel, how dare you? Preparing to teach the insolent man a lesson for coming to their lair alone, the bandit added angrily, I'll cut you up and feed you to my dog. Looking at the enemies before him, Lorhan added thoughtfully, they may not look like it, but they're all above level 90. Recalling how they had managed to reach such heights, Lorhan mentally said they were trained to attack and steal items from travelers, which raised their weaponry and tactics to a level above that of ordinary mobs. When Lorhan finished off one of the enemies who first decided to attack him, one of the bandits shouted in anger that he would fight alone, so let's attack him together. When the enemies decided to attack Lorhan with the whole crowd, he immediately decided to activate his berserker skill to confront the huge number of enemies. Preparing to start a massive fight, Lorhan joyfully said, despite their levels and skills, they are not even close to my strength and skills. Being in a fierce battle with a large number of enemies, Lorhan mentally said, just wait, Branch, I will also make a pleasant surprise for you. At the same time, somewhere below the video discussing Lorhan, many different comments were being posted by users, some of them saying, guys, you saw the video of Lorhan's exposure, but what about someone who didn't? I thought he was just a strong player, but he turned out to be a hacker. After watching the video of Lorhan's exposure, several other users left their comments. MPs are right. If you think about it, Lorhan did nothing for us. Wow, they say that people change their minds very quickly, but everyone changed their shoes so quickly. After watching the video and the comments under it, one of the players with the nickname Alexei Oreshnikov wrote, I didn't know there were cheats on the Lord. I've never heard of them. Although there were a lot of negative comments under the video, there were also positive ones. One of them sounded like this. I don't think we should draw conclusions based on only one side. Don't we need to listen to what the other side has to say? Show the full version of the video to this comment almost immediately appeared angry, which said that you support Lorhan, judging only by your answers. The more time passed, the more controversy there was under the video with accusations and various comments were made, such as, apart from the fight with the blood hunters, I really believe that he uses some kind of software to catch an arrow with his bare hands. He is a martial artist. Seeing that many people believed in their editing, the branch recorded another video message in which he said to everyone, I express my gratitude for the support of the MP Guild, which stands for fair play and strives to ensure that every user can enjoy playing the Lord. Immediately after these words, the self-confident branch added, we have not yet revealed all the cards, but if you support us, we, the MP Guild, will continue to collect information about the player Lorhan, who is suspected of cheating. Please support us in the future. Looking through the comments under his video appeal, the branch gloated that everyone had fallen for his cheap provocation and happily said, Bugaga idiots. That's right. That's what it should have been from the very beginning. Looking at his phone where everyone began to unite in thinking that Lorhan was a cheater, Philia mentally added Lorhan, no matter how hard you try, you are still just a regular player. Can you play the Lord when all public opinion is against you? Imagining that he had already won this information battle and stomped Lorhan and his reputation into the ground, Philia gloated in his head that this was your end, Lorhan. Disappear under the organization's power. Turning off his phone and clutching it tightly in his hand, the leader of the MP Guild said with anticipation, when he is gone, I will work with the Blood Hunters again. Before he could enjoy his triumph over Lorhan enough, he suddenly received a call. Picking up the phone, Philia said something unhappy, and the guild master nervously replied. The next moment, the guild subordinate nervously added that Lorhan had entered the game and was now in Chthon Square, and after hearing Philia's report, he replied in surprise that he was surely going to make excuses. Immediately after these words, the leader of the MP Guild asked his subordinate, You told the Windcatchers the plan. Tell them to turn the crowd against Lorhan. And the subordinate nervously replied, There's a problem. At the same time in Chthon Square, one of the players noticed Lorhan nearby and nervously asked his girlfriend, Hey, isn't that guy who just passed us by Lorhan, the one everyone is talking about? Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise that he was the aggressive cheater. Immediately after that, she looked back at the guy and aggressively said how dare he walk the streets like that. Seeing the mood of his girlfriend, the man nervously exclaimed, "Hey, stop, what if he finishes us off too?" Hearing such words from her friend, the girl confidently replied, "Don't you know that if someone commits a murder in the city, you just need to call the NPS guards and they will punish him?" Immediately after that, the girl pointed at Lorhan and aggressively exclaimed, "Hey, you're Lorhan, right?" Hearing that he was being asked again, Lorhan looked back and smiled slyly and said, "Why is it that a huge number of users need me today?" Noticing that something was wrong with Lorhan, the girl turned away from him to her friend and nervously asked, "Wait, he's supposed to be a killer, but why do his eyes look normal?" The man replied, "Because he's already lowered his kill counter." Hearing the girl and her friend talking and noticing the killers nearby, Lorhan thought to himself, "It's not easy to lower the kill counter once it's up. It goes down by itself, but it takes a few weeks. The fastest way to lower it is to kill other killers." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan remembered something else and said in his head that this is the fastest method of lowering the kill counter that the public knows about. But there are other methods that most users do not know about. Imagining powerful monsters in his head that are not so easy to defeat, Lorhan mentally added, "One of them is that some monsters also have a kill counter." Immediately after that, remembering what he had been doing lately, Lorhan continued in his mind, "That's why I was hunting mountain bandits all last night." After telling about his main purpose of hunting enemies, Lorhan added, "Of course, that was not the only reason. I was also raising my level on them. I managed to reset my score in a few hours due to the fact that the bandits had countless kills." Looking at the confused players, Lorhan confidently said in his head, "Of course this will become known to the general public when the average level of players increases, but the joy is that now no one should bother me." Noticing that he did not look like a killer, the girl nervously said, "It can't be. The kill count could not have disappeared in half a day." After standing there for a while and not receiving any questions, Lorhan said unhappily, "If you have nothing to ask me, then." Hearing these words from Lorhan, the man replied awkwardly, I'm sorry to have disturbed you." After walking a few more meters, Lorhan heard someone's voice say to him, "Excuse me, but are you a berserker, Lorhan?" Turning his attention to the man who suddenly spoke to him, the boy heard, "My name is Danos, and I'm a reporter for Galminvan. Would you be willing to give me an interview?" When Lorhan saw the reporter approaching him, he smiled slyly and thought to himself, "What better time to do this?" Recalling what he had done to make this happen, Lorhan happily said in his head, "Well, he must be here because of the bait I had set up." At the same moment, the reporter standing in front of Lorhan slyly said in his head, "I didn't expect that the user who answered my call was Lorhan Bugaga. I wouldn't miss this opportunity for a special interview." When both guys realized their benefit from this chance meeting, Lorhan smiled happily and said, "Well, why not?" Immediately after accepting the interview offer, Lorhan pointed to a nearby restaurant and said, "I'd like to choose a location for the interview. How about those tables outside the cafe?" This request surprised the reporter. Gritting his teeth at this request, the reporter said in his head, "Damn it, if I want an exclusive, the interview should be in a quiet place where no one is around." Not receiving an answer from the reporter who asked him for an interview, Lorhan indifferently said, "If you don't want to, then I'll leave." Hearing this, Danos grabbed Lorhan and awkwardly replied, No, come on." A few minutes later, after taking their seats at the table, the interview began, and Lorhan and the reporter were sitting at the same table, and the surprised crowd nearby said, "Now he's conducting an interview, what's going on here?" At the same time, Danos, who had resigned himself to the way things were going, said, "Well, I think you already know about the recent situation, so I'll be straightforward with you." Immediately after these words, the first question from the reporter sounded like this. "You are suspected of using cheats and there is evidence that you killed innocent users. What do you think about this?" Realizing what the reporter was going to ask him about, Lorhan confidently said, "Well, then I'll get right to the point." While the reporter was writing down everything he heard, Lorhan continued his story. "I never in my life even thought of cheating, and the MP Guild got what they deserved for provoking me." Immediately after these words, Lorhan tapped his finger on the table and said confidently, "From now on, I will prove everything to you slowly and surely." Hearing such confidence in the words and voice of his interlocutor, Danos was surprised to hear him say, "I can see that you are very confident in your words, but how are you going to prove it?" Immediately after this question, Lorcan asked the reporter if he had ever heard that tutors had appeared for the Lord. The next moment, Lorcan extended his hand to his interlocutor and said, "I watched yesterday's video, but when do you think it was made?" Immediately after that, Lorhan added, "If the users who recorded the video suspected that I was a cheater, why didn't they complain to the administration about me?" Danos said thoughtfully, So you're saying that. After a short pause in his words, the reporter added, "They've already complained about you, but they didn't succeed." Hearing the words of his interlocutor, Lorhan said confidently, "To be more precise, they realized that I wasn't a cheater." Immediately after these words, Lorhan added, "I'm just a gamer and I don't know how such programs work. I've never cheated, so I don't even know where to download them." Immediately after these words, Lorhan raised his hand up to dispel all doubts and confidently said, "If you suspect me, you can complain to the administration right now." Hearing these words from Lorhan, "Danos was surprised to hear you say that, so I'm complaining about you," to which Lorhan replied, "Go ahead." After complaining about Lorhan's use of cheats, Danos confidently said, "The complaint about the use of cheats has been sent. Now I'm sure you're telling the truth." Immediately after that, the reporter asked, "What about the arrow? Do you mean to say that you deflected it and caught it with your bare hands because of your ability to play?" To which Lorhan replied that there was nothing to be surprised about. The next moment, showing active gestures in the dialogue, Lorhan added that the Lord is a game in which you become stronger through the level of items and talents. After some thought, the boy who was interviewed said, "If I had chosen a wizard as a second class, I could easily destroy houses. So why is the fact that I caught an arrow so surprising to you?" Danos said thoughtfully, "You know, it makes sense." Immediately afterwards, Danos asked, "What about the spell that passed through you?" To which Lorhan replied that there was a safe zone item that you could buy at a magic shop. If you had any doubts, you could try it yourself. After hearing the arguments and such confident answers to his questions, Danos thought in his head, "I don't think he can lie or bluff." Realizing that Lorhan was telling the truth, Danos added in surprise why the MP Guild posted this video and why you did nothing in the first days. After listening to another question from Danos, Lorhan answered me, "I really should answer all these stupid questions." Immediately after these words, Lorhan added in a sly voice, "Have you ever thought that they only want to deal with me because they have something to hide?" Hearing such words from Lorhan, Danos thought to himself that they really do have something to hide, and immediately afterwards the reporter said, "What are you talking about? They really do have secrets from us." The next moment, Danos adjusted his glasses, which had fallen down a bit, and asked if he knew anything about it. And hearing the question from his interlocutor, Lorhan said confidently, "You will find out tonight." Thinking back to what the MP Guild had done to him, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "They had uploaded a video to YouTube and given users the opportunity to act as judges. I plan to do the same. I apologize for the amount of work you had to do and the lack of a final explanation. Please watch the video that will be uploaded tonight." Hearing Lorhan's request, Danos wondered in his head what could be wrong, and then answered, "Well, and now I have one last question." Looking at Lorhan with a blank stare to try to intimidate him, the reporter said, "I heard that you killed users from the MP Guild. It was true." Without hesitation, the boy confidently answered the reporter's question with a yes. Disappointed by such a quick confession, Danos asked confusedly if it was too easy to admit it, and Lorhan replied that he just didn't like to make excuses. "They annoyed me, so I finished them off." At the end of the exclusive report, Lorhan stood up from the table and confidently said, "By the way, since I had the opportunity to say it then, I should have said it then." After a short pause to catch his breath, Lorhan said menacingly, "If anyone tries to go against me." Immediately after that, showing active gestures, the boy added that they should be ready to put everything on the line. When the report was over and Lorhan returned to reality, he immediately posted the promised video with the following words from Philia. "He bluffs too much. You have to tell us after the victory over our guys." Also, in the video posted by Lorhan, there were clippings about a valuable item that he had taken from them, and they demanded it back, saying, "You just have to return the invisibility cloak that you stole from us. If you do, I will forget about everything." The next moment in the video exposing the MP Guild was a part where the guild leader said, "Oh, and also send our elite members to the Blood Hunters. Tell them that we will help with leveling up and destroying the kill counter." When the video was published, many surprised users who saw the truth wrote, "Wow, MP Guild controlled Blood Hunters. I knew Lorhan was right. He was doing justice, and he was told that the bastard changed his mind again." Under the fragment of the video with Kabas, where he met with the guild and said the difference between us is not something that can be overcome by skill, one of the comments sounded like the leader of the Blood Hunters is so cringeworthy. Also in this cut of moments was the same guy who teased Lorhan, for which he paid in the video. Cut was the moment when he took another prey on the brazenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, my arrow slipped again." On this, one of the users left a comment, "How I want to hit him in the face, they deserve to die, agree." Going to other posts that were on the game page, Lorhan saw new meetings where groups were organized to kill the MP Guild and other things. And then the boy was surprised to hear that these people were serious. Looking through the comments under the video he posted on the network, Lorhan said with a sly smile, "Just look how quickly they changed sides." After these words, gloating that he was able to punish his rivals so easily, Lorhan mentally said, "Those fools from the MP Guild. Did you really think that only you were filming? You just don't know how many problems I had when I was a runner." Recalling his past life where he also had a very difficult time in some situations, he said, "In my past life when I played the Lord, many users used dirty schemes against me." Immediately after these memories from his past life, Lorhan, who had been taught to always use a video recorder, mentally said, "That's why I always record everything when I play." At the same time, Philia, who had been exposed with all the evidence of his crimes and deeds, was angrily shouting and smashing everything that the scoundrel could get his hands on. Seeing what was happening now with her boyfriend, Lim Suhei, nervously said, "Dear, calm down." And hearing these words from his girlfriend, Philia, angrily asked, "Are you really calming me down?" Recalling the same scene when they met with Cabal, Philia nervously asked how that bastard knew about our relationship with the Blood Hunters. If only the high-ranking members of our guild knew about it. Immediately after these words, looking at his girlfriend, Philia angrily exclaimed, "Don't tell me that it was you who started these rumors." Hearing the accusations against her, the girl answered frightenedly, "No, I swear it wasn't me." Repeating over and over the name of the person who had set him up and made a fool of him, Philia angrily said, "Lorhan, that bastard is a devil, and what am I going to do now?" Interrupting her boyfriend's angry thoughts, Lim Suhei nervously said, "I think I know Lorhan in real life." And Philia angrily exclaimed that. When the girl told me about her guesses about Lorhan, Philia shouted angrily that it was your ex whom we met last time. Immediately after realizing who exactly Lorhan Philia could be, he nervously said, "What the hell does this mean?" Hearing this, the girl replied, frightened, "No matter how I think about it, it all fits." Turning her head away from her boyfriend, Lim Suhei said nervously, "He used the name Lorhan in all the games he played, and after watching the video, it seems to me that Lorhan looks and talks the same." Starting to think about all the details he had learned, and also remembering the meeting with his girlfriend's ex, Philia said thoughtfully in his head, "I remembered he said he also played the Lord Slash." Recalling what his girlfriend's ex looked like and the enemy he hated so much, Philia said nervously, "Oh shit, now that I think about it, they look identical." The next moment, gritting his teeth at the realization that everything was coming together, Philia angrily said in his head, "This asshole is real." Immediately after that, a great plan appeared in Philia's mind as he thought to get back at Lorhan. Then he suddenly called out, "Hey Lim Suhei." Looking back to his girlfriend, who was already quite scared of her boyfriend's behavior, Philia said with a terrible grimace, "You know the address where he lives." After a while, Philia, along with his accomplice and the girl, went to Lorhan's house to physically deal with him for what he had done in the game. Following her boyfriend Lim Suhei, who was also dragged along, she said nervously, almost reaching the apartment where Lorhan lived, she nervously said, "Should we do this? I think this is going too far." But before she could finish, Philia grabbed her face and angrily said, "I don't care, just make him come out." Watching his girlfriend walk towards Lorhan's door, Philia, who wanted to beat him up, said in his head, "I feel even worse for coming here. I was humiliated by a guy who lives in a rented apartment." Immediately after these thoughts, the angry guy who hid behind a corner so that he could not be seen added in his head, "But I am not like you, poor jerk. Look at my loyal assistants. They will do whatever I tell them." Watching his girlfriend press the intercom button to lure the guy outside, Philia nervously said in his head, "You had a lot of fun in the game, but today, you will die." When she called the intercom, she heard someone's voice from the apartment saying who was there, and she said uncertainly, "It's me, Suki." Hearing the name of the girl who came to the door of the apartment, the guy answered Suki, "I'm sorry, but I think you have the wrong address." Hearing that he didn't want to let her in, the nervous girl, who could get herself beaten if she didn't cope with the task, added, "Hey, you don't have to behave like that." Looking through the peephole to find out who had come to his apartment, the boy saw a girl who threw the strap off her shoulder, hinting at lewdness, and said, "Why don't we talk inside?" After swallowing hard and coming to terms with the fact that he still had to open the door to the girl and explain everything, the guy finally decided. The next moment, the door to the apartment opened, which the girl had been waiting for, and her accomplices were waiting for. Seeing that everyone was free, Philia angrily shouted, "Now we're all going to attack." Running into the apartment and starting to beat the guy they had knocked to the ground, Philia angrily shouted, "Die, you idiot!" Continuing to beat another guy who didn't understand why they were doing this to him, Filia continued his angry shouts, "You are a mere nobody in real life." Running inside the apartment, Lim Sua noticed who they were fighting and nervously exclaimed, "Honey, wait a second." Looking at the guy who was beaten in his own apartment, which they had broken into by deception and force, she nervously exclaimed that it was not him. Stopping the beating of the boy, Filia looked at him with a disdainful look and said, "What did you hear from the victim then, you crazy bastards? Who are you anyway?" Pointing his finger at the masked robbers who broke into his apartment, the beaten boy said, "You are thieves. If so, you attacked the wrong person." The next moment, the beaten boy nervously shouted out to the head of the police office in the region, "Get ready to get what you deserve." And Filia immediately grabbed his head, realizing how much trouble he was in. And at the same time, somewhere on a sun lounger under the sun, Lorhan was lying down. Suddenly he sneezed, and then said in surprise that someone was discussing me behind my back. Resting somewhere on a sunny rooftop under an umbrella with a cool drink after a hard day's work, the guy added that it simply could not be. Standing on the top of a prestigious house that he bought with the gold coins he sold in the game, Lorhan confidently said, "Who could have a better character than me?" It was only a few days after the video revealing the whole truth appeared online, but it had a great impact on the guild's MP disbandment. After that incident, the guildmaster stopped logging into the game, and people started discussing those who were in the MP guild, forcing them to leave the guild. As a result, the MP guild, which was considered the best of the rest, simply disintegrated after seeing the news of what happened to the guild. Lorhan sighed in disappointment and said, "It all ended a little boring. I thought that the guild would try to do something to improve its situation," Lorhan said, "but it was obvious that it had stopped after the incident. But in reality, it was a little different. Filia was arrested by the police for breaking into someone else's house and beating up the guy who lived there without knowing the situation." Lorhan said seriously, "What a sad guy." After finishing his vacation on a lounge chair under an umbrella, Lorhan stood up and added, "On the other hand, for me personally, it's a good ending, except for a few small things." Immediately after these words, recalling the same video where he threatened everyone who decided to attack him, Lorhan said in disappointment, "And by this I mean the interview in which I participated." Thinking back to the many dialogues he had with his annoying fans that he blocked, Lorhan said in frustration, "I was just warning anyone who dared to touch me, but it made me even more popular and I got these annoying fans." Heading to his room from the roof of the building, Lorhan continued in frustration, "I even heard that my fan site already exists, although I don't care how funny this world is." Immediately after these words, Lorhan, who also benefited from all those events, happily said, "But the best part is that after selling all the Bloodhunter stuff, I was able to get a few thousand gold pieces." Recalling how often his game was mentioned in various news reports, Lorhan spoke happily. As the popularity of the Lord was growing rapidly, the price of gold increased several times. Moving to his new rooftop home, Lorhan happily said, "Thanks to this, I was able to sell half of my gold and move to a new house. Although it may look like a huge expense, I already have a plan for future items and leveling up." After that, walking over to his new game capsule, the guy added, "And also I needed a new capsule to improve the game because it was necessary. I could not fit such a huge capsule in that small apartment." A few seconds later, after climbing into the new capsule and putting on the virtual reality glasses, Lorhan confidently said, "Then I'll start reaching the desired 100th level." Having started a confrontation against the same mountain bandits to raise his level as quickly as possible, Lorhan overcame all the enemies and heard from the last one who was already near death, "You're a pretty good fighter." Immediately after these words, the enemy, who was trying to intimidate his opponent with his last strength, continued, "But just wait until our leader comes." And before he could finish, Lorhan finished him off. Moving on through the cave to find more enemies to level up, Lorhan said in frustration, "Seriously, this is the problem with human-type mobs. Why do they talk so much?" Entering the depths of the cave of mountain bandits, Lorhan said in surprise, "Well, let's see now, he should appear somewhere." A few seconds after he said that, someone's angry shout came from the depths of the cave saying, "You rascal!" Immediately after that, a large image of someone began to emerge from the darkness of the cave, and then a man appeared and angrily said, "How dare you touch our brothers?" This large man who appeared from the darkness of the cave was the leader of the mountain bandits, Girotin, who was level 100. And as he approached Lorhan, he added, "Be glad that I, Girotin, will behead you." Trying by all means to intimidate the boy who visited his lair, Girotin saw that the boy had fallen out of reality. Then he angrily exclaimed what was wrong, To which Lorhan awkwardly replied, "Oh, nothing to worry about." The next moment, Lorhan made a provocative gesture to the enemy and said confidently, "In short, I'm a busy man, so you can shut up and attack as soon as possible." Hearing such words from the guy standing in front of him, the angry Jiroten, who could barely contain his anger, gritted his teeth and said, "You arrogant bastard!" The next moment, rushing at Lorhan, Jiroten said angrily, "Well then, as you asked, I will fulfill your wish." As soon as the enemy began to approach Lorhan, he immediately used his battle cry to lower all the characteristics of his enemy. Immediately after that, another enemy appeared behind Lorhan, and his skill was used to attack it. As soon as the disguise of the assistant leader of the mountain bandits disappeared, Lorhan looked at him in surprise and said, "Oh my God, look who we have here." Behind Lorhan stood Palkas, the 95th level deputy leader of the mountain bandits, who was about to attack the boy from behind. Seeing that his unexpected trap had been revealed, Jiroten said in surprise, "How did this scoundrel know about Palkas?" Hearing these words from Jiroten, Lorhan confidently said, "In his head, of course I knew about him." The mountain bandits' lair was the famous beginning of the quest line. Recalling the line of quests that began here, Lorhan added that it was also known by another name as the Quest of the Fierce King. There are several unique quest items in most bandit camps near the second city, and if you defeat the bandit leader and get the cross item, you will start a quest in which you will have to fight the Fierce King, who is the leader of all the bandits. The reward for this quest is an Axe of Fury, with incredible characteristics. It is considered one of the main items that a berserker should have. I had no choice but to know how to navigate the mountain bandit lair from my past life. Recalling everything about the task and rewards, Lorhan walked towards the mountain bandit's deputy and said, "This kid was a problem. He always attacked you in stealth." Swinging his weapon at him, Lorhan spoke menacingly to his enemy. "Nice to meet you. I hope I never see you again." The next moment, the boy struck the enemy and finished him off with just one shot, immediately after which a system notification appeared informing you that you had defeated Palkas, the deputy leader of the mountain bandits. Upon completion of the massacre of the annoying enemy, Lorhan happily said he was the deputy leader of the bandits, and I killed him with just one blow of the boogeyman, which is probably normal considering that he is just a bandit. The next moment, as soon as Lorhan was left alone with the enemy, he immediately attacked him while he was at a loss. Blocking Lorhan's attack, Jiroten angrily said, "You little piece of shit." Hearing the threats from his opponent, Lorhan confidently said, "Wow, how scary, but you know." The next moment, Lorhan used his trump card, the berserker skill, to raise his strength, surprising his enemy. As soon as his characteristics increased greatly, Lorhan arrogantly spoke to his arrogant enemy, "And do you have the strength to do this?" The next moment, Lorhan counterattacked and began to push the enemy a little bit, and after another of his strikes, Lorhan was able to simply cut the enemy's sword. To avoid the deadly attack, Jiroten used a combined skill to create a protective barrier around him. As soon as he created a protective barrier around him, he immediately said with confidence, "See, you really thought you were the only one who could use the enchantment skill here." When the enemy used the combined skill to strengthen his body, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "Strengthening is a combined skill that strengthens not only the body but also the equipment. I'm right." Immediately after that, approaching the enemy from behind before he could react, Lorhan prepared to strike, saying, "Let's see how strong you've become." The next moment, having struck a powerful blow to his enemy, Lorhan noticed a system notification that said, "You have defeated Jiroten, the leader of the mountain bandits. Your level has been increased." At the end of the battle, Lorhan took the letter from the Fierce King and happily said, "Good, I need to keep it." Immediately after that, walking through the cave in search of the material he needed, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "I think that item should have fallen out where it could be." After not spending much time searching, Lorhan finally found what he was looking for. Getting the last page of Hakina's journal, Lorhan happily said yes at last. As soon as all the pages were collected, Lorhan received the Hakina journal. As soon as this item was in his hands, the boy said, "Well, I am finally done with this journal collecting quest." Looking through the journal, the boy said thoughtfully, "You could consider Hakina's journal a treasure map if you put together all the many clues and information in the journal." After a short pause to recall the name of the place, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "They would lead to the same location." Recalling the exact place where this treasure map would lead him, the boy said the sealed cave of death. Making his way through the thicket and the depths of the sea, Lorhan said seriously, "They hid it so well as if someone would really try to find it." Having made his way to some crevices, Lorhan added tiredly, "It doesn't seem like you can enter a cave without a quest. I think I've explored too many strange caves lately. Having walked some more distance, Lorhan suddenly saw a very familiar face. With a sly smile, he spoke to the skeleton that lay before him, a skull head he hadn't seen for a long time. Immediately after these words, Lorhan received a system notification that said, "You have found the corpse of researcher Hacken." Combining the researcher's journal and his face lying right in front of him, Lorhan confidently said, "Yes, that is researcher Hacken, the owner of the Hacken journal." The next moment, Lorhan reached for the researcher's skeleton and took off the ring from his hand, saying, "I'm going to borrow this from you." Immediately after the object was in his hands, the boy happily walked away, saying it must be somewhere here. Waving his hand, Lorhan accidentally hit the barrier that was destroyed by the ring, and the boy happily said, "Oh, I found it." Immediately afterwards, a system notification appeared, informing him that the barrier of the Cave of Death had been broken. Seeing this, Lorhan mentally said, "Thank you. Thanks to my experience from my past life, I already knew the location and how to get here. But it was only possible when you had a quest." Recalling the moments when other players broke into this dungeon, Lorhan said in his head, "If you come without reaching the required level, or without collecting all the pages of the journal, the soul of the explorer simply will not let you through." Heading inside to finally begin the quest, Lorhan said, "This place can't be cleared by a low-level player, but my level will be more than enough for this." Lorhan was level 90 at the time. Taking a few steps forward, Lorhan received a system notification that said, "You have entered the Cave of Death." As Lorhan walked deeper into the cave, he received another system notification that said to help prevent the ancient skeletons from entering the human world. Immediately after that, a fierce struggle began, and despite the fact that he was fighting against enemies with the 95th level, he could defeat the arriving enemies with his own light skills. But even so, the enemies still put up quite a good fight, not giving Lorhan a break. After dealing with a couple more enemies, the boy said thoughtfully, "They seem to be a little stronger than the mountain bandits, which is not so bad, although there is something that worries me." Looking at how confidently the enemies were advancing on him, Lorhan added in surprise that these enemies were not afraid of death at all. The next moment, clutching his weapon in his hand, the boy spoke only in preparation for battle. Having shifted all his concentration to the enemies, Lorhan said happily, "But this only makes my job easier." After a few minutes had passed since the beginning of the battle, Lorhan was already finishing off the skeletons, destroying them in large numbers at a time. At the end of the battle, Lorhan was fixing his hair and said happily, "It's good that I didn't have to use the berserker against them. It was a bit difficult because of their number." Just as the boy wanted to take a break from the hard battle, he heard a cracking sound, followed immediately by someone's ominous voice saying, "Well, the seal has finally been broken." As soon as the forgotten skeleton general, who was the boss of the dungeon and had the 100th level, was released, he immediately spoke menacingly to Lorhan. "You will be the beginning of my mission to show the power of the Empire to the whole world." Hearing these words from the enemy, who for some reason decided that he was the most powerful here, Lorhan used his jump attack skill and shouted, "It's time for you to break." Interrupting his enemy's preparations to call for reinforcements, Lorhan heard from his enemy that "You are an arrogant creature." Pressing on the enemy with all his strength, Lorhan confidently said in his head, "Well, I stopped him from calling for soldiers." The next moment, Lorhan bounced off the enemy and began to prepare for the next step in the confrontation with this enemy, thinking that the main problem with the boss of this dungeon is that he is a general. Recalling an incident from his past life, Lorhan added that if I gave him enough time and space, he would definitely call a large number of soldiers, and his passive skill, Aura of Death, makes soldiers several times stronger, and that is why I must stop him. Looking at his enemy, whom he is trying his best to prevent from turning the tide of the battle in his favor, Lorhan added, "Of course, without soldiers he is still strong." Continuing to repel the attacks of his enemy, who had already accumulated enough time to prepare his call, Lorhan thought, "Well, now is the time to use it." While the last attack that Lorhan was trying to hold back continued, the skeleton general said menacingly, "Cut him to pieces." The next moment, as Lorhan stepped back to carry out his plan, the skeleton king said, "You little creature, you really thought you could stand on equal footing with a general of a great empire." Immediately after these words, the dungeon boss used the summoning skill, but the system notification said that the summoning was cancelled because it was impossible to find the target. The next moment, deciding to use his skill for amplification, the Skeleton King confidently said, Don't be ridiculous. Immediately after applying his death aura to strengthen his body and enhance his skills, the monster said, as long as you are still alive, you simply cannot escape from me. As soon as the Skeleton King said this, Lorhan appeared behind him, taking off his invisibility cloak and preparing to stab him in the back. This time he used his new skill that had the greatest effect on the enemy, a shoulder strike. As soon as his first attack reached the enemy, Lorhan swung his axe and mentally said, "Great, here comes my next attack." But unfortunately, the enemy dodged it as he entered the second phase. Covering his body with a green fog, entering the next phase, the King of Skeletons confidently exclaimed, "No one can stop me." Gritting his teeth at the realization of what awaited him next, Lorhan nervously said in his head that there was no way I could stop his second phase. A few seconds after entering the second phase, the dungeon boss began to use his necromancer skill and summon the dead man, shouting out to me. Upon completion of the summoning, Lorhan could see with his own eyes how his enemy summoned the undead, namely using the knight's riding skill. Immediately after jumping on the summoned horse skeleton, the dungeon boss activated the combined skill Ghost Rider and immediately headed towards Lorhan to deal him a powerful blow. As he approached his opponent, the Skeleton King shouted out, "Kneel before the power of the Empire." Without listening to his opponent's orders, Lorhan repelled the combined attack of the enemy, wiping the blood from his face and nervously said, "Oh shit, it's just a skeleton, although it feels like I was hit by a truck." Taking out a healing potion from his inventory, Lorhan used it to restore his health, thinking as he did so, "If you compare pure physical strength, I'm much stronger, but I'm losing head-to-head because of his endurance." Having restored all his health and stamina, Lorhan looked at the enemy and thoughtfully said in his head, "Oh shit, what am I going to do? I'm going to have to use a berserker." Immediately after that, Lorhan confidently said in his head, "No, I just can't use a berserker in this situation." Imagining in his head what would happen if he activated the skill, Lorhan mentally said, "I could easily defeat him with a berserker, but the penalty is too high." After considering all the possible options for how he could confront the enemy, Lorhan added my plan to quickly level up to 0. Immediately after these thoughts, the guy turned his gaze to the enemy and said, "The problem is different." Looking at his enemy who was moving across the battlefield on his horse, Lorhan continued unhappily, "He is too mobile if I can do anything about it." As soon as an idea came to him how he could fix this situation, Lorhan immediately changed his weapon to a tomahawk axe and then thought, "If I make a mistake, he will crush me to death. But I have to try." Immediately after, Lorhan threw his tomahawk axes at the enemy to distract his attention. Seeing what the skeleton general had just done, he confidently exclaimed that it was a futile trick. Having repelled Lorhan's attack with his sword, the skeleton general said haughtily, "Did you really think you could defeat the general of a great empire with such toys?" Hearing such words from his opponent, Lorhan seized the moment to attack and used a leap, saying, "I would never have thought of something so ridiculous." Looking at what his opponent was doing right now, the Skeleton King was surprised to hear that he had really decided to take the attack directly as it was without judgment. The next moment after the collision, the horse lost one of its legs and the ability to move, and realizing what Lorhan was trying to do, the Skeleton King shouted in anger. A few seconds later, after striking a few more blows, Lorhan completely took away the enemy's ability to ride his horse. Losing his horse, the King of Skeletons angrily exclaimed, "How dare you, you little creature!" Approaching the enemy, who now had no advantage over him, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "That's right, I am a small creature." Striking a flurry of blows at the enemy that he could not block, Lorhan heard from the enemy that would soon lose the Escatino Empire, the heyday of the empire. Continuing to push the enemy who kept repeating the same thing, Lorhan angrily shouted, preparing to finish him off, "You and your stupid empire." Having struck the body of his enemy, who had opened up at the time, Lorhan confidently shouted this to you for the past. Immediately after delivering a powerful blow to the enemy, Lorhan asked if your spiritualization was still recharging. The next moment, having prepared to finally finish the enemy, Lorhan angrily shouted, "And now die at last, damn skeleton." Having smashed the skull of the Skeleton King, Lorhan defeated him at the same time. The monster said in confusion, "It is impossible. How could I, the general of a great empire?" At the end of the battle, Lorhan noticed what he had come to this place for, a crystal that represented the very essence of death. Approaching this dark crystal, Lorhan saw a system notification that said the skeleton general was destroyed, and the essence of death appeared. Seeing that he had finally found what he had been looking for so long, the boy happily said, "This is the reason why Hakkina sacrificed his life to seal this cave." The next moment after Lorhan's words, a new system alert appeared, telling them to hurry up. The death entity could revive the dead, and at the same time the first dead were starting to come out of the ground. When the first skeleton soldier came out, a new system notification appeared, saying that if you do not pick up the crystal within a short period of time, the dead will continue to rise continuously. Then Lorhan slowly picked up the essence of death and happily said, "If you leave it, the dead will continue to regenerate death itself in its true form endlessly." As soon as a sufficient number of dead people appeared on the battlefield, Lorhan smiled happily and said, "This is the best thing that will help me level up quickly." The next moment, a new system notification appeared, saying that if you don't immediately raise the entity, the dead will continue to rise. Seeing the advice from the system, Lorhan angrily shouted, "You're crazy! There's an endless source of experience points here." At this time, a large army of 95th level skeleton soldiers had already gathered in front of Lorhan, whom he had been waiting for the level farm. Taking up his axe, Lorhan said in an ominous voice, "Well, now it's time to quickly level up to the 99th level." And so, from the moment Lorhan finished off the skeleton general and left the essence of death on the ground, 4 days of continuous battles to raise the maximum level have passed. Finally, after all that time and killing skeletons, Lorhan saw the long-awaited system notification that said you have leveled up. The next moment after this notification, another one appeared that said you have reached the maximum level. Now your level is 99. Recalling what he had to do to reach the maximum level, Lorhan said tiredly, "To be honest, endless spawn is a bit much, but thanks to the potions, bandages, and protective fencing, I recovered right in the middle of the battle." Approaching the crystal of the essence of death, the boy thought, "I could level up continuously for 4 days. No one in my past life had ever reached the 99th level so quickly," and then thoughtfully said, "Now is not the time." The next moment, after picking up the death essence from the ground to finally complete the mission, Lorhan noticed a system notification that said, "You have completed the story dungeon, the Death Vortex." Looking at the spells he had received, Lorhan saw a title with excellent power-ups, and then slyly said, "The effect of the title is many times better than most professional passive skills. Now I will look forward to the next battles with the dead." Holding the essence of death in his hands, Lorhan saw a system notification that said death is weakening you. Be careful if you do not act quickly. Death will swallow you. Taking the essence of death with him and preparing to leave the dungeon with the skeleton general, Lorhan mentally said, "Well, that's it for me. I'm done with business in this place." Immediately after that, watching this dungeon begin to collapse, the boy mentally said, "I have completed the quest and raised my level, well, now." Having left the item for teleportation from his inventory, Lorhan confidently said to activate the rune book. Once the rune book was activated and ready to use, Lorhan said, "Let's go to the Trinshik Mage Guild for my sweet reward." Arriving at the Wizards Guild and bringing the essence of death of the materia with him, he saw the resource and exclaimed in surprise that it was the same. The next moment, taking the crystal from Lorhan's hands, the researcher heard the boy say, "I got the essence of death in the place indicated in Hakina's diary." And upon hearing this, Materian nervously replied, "Wait a minute." Immediately after these words, Materian prepared to cleanse Lorhan of the death curse he had received while transporting the death essence. The next moment, Materian used the purification skill on Lorhan to remove the negative energy from the death essence. After the rituals were over, Lorhan nervously asked what was wrong with him, and all Materian could say was that it was not enough, and that the power of the death essence should not be underestimated. Approaching the shelves and taking out a bottle of the potion, Lorhan handed it to Materian and said, "Now give me the essence and drink this." After handing the boy the medicine for recovery and taking the essence of materia from him, he said, watching him drink it, "This is a valuable medicine that can stimulate vitality." Having drunk the last drop of the bottle, Lorhan said in disappointment in his head, "It tastes so-so," and then saw a system notification that said your body is filled with vital energy. After completing all the healing processes, Lorhan looked at his status window and thoughtfully said in his head, "Well, this should be enough to overcome death." Immediately after these words, recalling his past life, Lorhan mentally said, "The power of death will wake up again when I reach the main story quest, but for now you can forget about it." The next moment, Lorhan heard the voice of Materian speaking to him. "You are a great man because you risked your life. We were able to prevent a great tragedy." Smiling happily at the fact that the player had completed all of his assignments, Materian added, "But that's not all. Because of your incredible achievements, I've decided to appoint you as one of my researchers. Extending his hand to Lorhan to shake and congratulate him, Storoyan added, You can count on appropriate assistance in completing your tasks. Shaking Lorhan's hand, the researcher happily said, That's why you should continue to work for peace and prosperity on the continent. Hearing this, Lorhan hesitantly replied, Of course I agree, and then thought I had to do it to complete the main quest. The next moment, a system window appeared in front of Lorhan, informing him of a great achievement. You have become part of a multinational network of researchers. Having received the system notification, you are the first to receive this title. Lorhan smiled happily and hurried to see what exactly he received. Opening the tab with the titles and the last one he received, Lorhan read in its description, Rare Researcher, you have become part of a research network created by humans, dwarves, elves, and dwarves for the peace and prosperity of the continent. You deserve the respect of other races from the same region. After that, there was a description of the characteristics themselves. You are the first to receive this title. Additional effects. You can complete quests of the research group. You will be respected by other races in the same region. After reviewing the additional effects of the title, Lorhan heard the voice of Materian, who stretched out his hand to him and said, Take this. You will be able to confirm your identity. Lorhan nervously rubbed his mouth, thinking, Right, if I lose it, it will be very offensive. Taking the item that Matrion had handed him, Lorhan saw its description, which read, Researcher's Ring Level Rare Ring confirming membership in a group of researchers contains a special power that exceeds the wearer's life force, allowing the use of the skill Life Charge to restore health points once per day. Amount of rollback used. Clutching the reward in his hand, Lorhan said happily, This is a great thing for berserkers. I have 2,500 health points now, so this ring is like an extra life for me. After handing Lorhan the researcher's ring so that he could confirm his affiliation with the network, Materian said to the traveler, Now go on a journey. The world is waiting for you. After thanking and rewarding Lorhan for his efforts, Materian said in parting, Whatever your goal, I will support you, brave player. Leaving the Wizards Guild, Lorhan looked back and saw that he was waving goodbye and speaking so well of him and thought, The bastard has been leading me by the nose all this time and now he's pretending to be nice. Leaving the guild and heading further through the city, Lorhan's speech is in my head, but I forgive him, and I'm in a great mood right now, and that's why. Arriving at the Berserker Guild where he planned to get his 3rd class, Lorhan confidently said in his head, Now it was time to upgrade his profession. Going inside the building where the guildmaster was sitting, Lorhan said happily, I came to upgrade my profession. Hearing Lorhan's request, the guildmaster was surprised to hear that you hadn't upgraded it recently. But don't tell me you've given up and gotten a new profession. Hearing such words from the guildmaster, Lorhan pointed to his level and said, Hey, don't be silly, and give me a quest to level up my profession. Seeing why Lorhan had come to him, the guildmaster smiled slyly and said, It's true. There is someone who is ready to get a 3rd profession. Maybe you're even the first on the continent. The next moment the guildmaster looked at Lorhan, who had come to him, and asked, Are you planning to level up again as a berserker? Hearing this, Lorhan happily replied, Why are you asking such stupid questions? Hearing that he was really serious about leveling up, the guildmaster happily said, Well, then I'll tell you what you need to do is very simple. All classes go through the same thing. Raising his finger up, the guildmaster happily said that you need to defeat an opponent of the 100th level, no matter who he is, a monster or a guard. The main thing is that he is of the 100th level. Hearing the requirement for raising his class, Lorhan happily said, I'll give you a hint. He looks like a humanoid. Hearing these words, the guildmaster nervously asked his visitor, Don't tell me you're a humanoid. Immediately after receiving Lorhan's task, the guildmaster saw a system notification that said he had confirmed the victory over the Knight of Lake Artright. After that, another system notification appeared, saying that he had confirmed the victory over the bandit leader Guillotine. And finally, the 3rd and final system notification appeared, confirming the victory over the Forgotten Skeleton General. Seeing that he had already fulfilled the condition for leveling up, the guildmaster nervously exclaimed how he had defeated even 3. As soon as all the goals for leveling up were fulfilled, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, Well, finally, now I really feel truly powerful. As soon as Lorhan's class leveled up for the 3rd time, a system notification appeared above him, telling him that he had achieved an incredible feat. You have become the first user of the same class. This system notification was followed by others that said you have received the title of the first user of the same class. You are the first to receive this title. Smiling happily after he had upgraded his class, Lorhan said happily, Now I've finally cut out the beginner's pants. Parallel to Lorhan's joy, 2 system notifications appeared in front of him, informing him that you have reached the 100th level and have become a true berserker. Looking at the true monster that stood before him, the guildmaster said in surprise, "Who are you anyway?" To which Lorhan replied, "Why are you so surprised? There are even more surprises ahead." Immediately after these words, Lorhan looked at the guildmaster with a stern look and said, "Stop playing around and give me the upgrade reward." Hearing this, the guildmaster nervously replied, "Of course." After the guildmaster heard Lorhan's rude tone, he immediately laid out 3 types of weapons on the table and said, "As a reward, you can choose one of the 3 types of weapons. Choose what you like best." When Lorhan was looking at what he should choose from the weapons on offer, the guildmaster happily informed him that they were all high-quality and durable weapons, and that it would be hard to find a weapon better than this at your level. After a few seconds of reflection, Lorhan reached for the axe. Seeing the boy's choice, the guildmaster happily said, "As expected, you chose the axe," to which the boy replied that it was more convenient. Raising the new weapon above him, Lorhan said happily, "Oh, it's been a long time since I last held an axe in my hands. Of course you can't play the whole game with it, but now it's just right." When Lorhan tried out his new weapon with a little help, the guildmaster put the skill books in front of Lorhan and said, "Look at the skill books. You already know about the existing ones, but there are 5 new ones." Looking at the books offered to him by the guildmaster, Lorhan confidently said, "I'll buy all of these and a few more books." Hearing these words, the guildmaster nervously said, "Oh, don't tell me you already know about skill combinations." Skill combinations are unlocked after the 3rd level up and allow you to combine several skills to create a new one. They are very powerful and useful techniques, but you can only have 3 of them. Looking at Lorhan, who was standing over the skill books for creating combinations, the guildmaster said, "You already know that you need to think carefully before combining skills. The skill books will disappear if you use them to create a combined skill. If you combine them thoughtlessly, you can get something useless." Immediately after these words of the guildmaster, Lorhan confidently said the battle cry "Strike, Shoulder Strike, Strong Body 1 and 3 Books of Power." Hearing the boy's request, the guildmaster said in surprise, "Did you listen to me at all?" Resigned to what Lorhan had ordered from him, the guildmaster said unhappily, "I'd like to give you a discount, but the system won't allow it, so I have to charge you the full price." Immediately after these words, the guildmaster extended his hand to Lorhan and added, "However, I will give you something as a bonus." What the guildmaster gave Lorhan was a stone of madness that made it possible to use the berserker skill without imposing penalties. Looking at the nice bonus that he was given as a discount, Lorhan happily thought, "I didn't even expect to be able to get it here. Usually it is received later," and then said, "Thank you. I will find a use for it." Handing the guildmaster a bag of money to pay the full price for the purchased materials, Lorhan confidently said, "Here you go." And seeing the amount of money the guildmaster was handing him, he nervously said in his head that he had paid for the purchase at once. As soon as the guildmaster took the money for the materials he sold, he began to look back at Lorhan, who was leaving the guild building, and wondered if he knew about the promotion tasks and combined skills, who he was. Immediately after these thoughts, the guildmaster smiled happily and said, "Booga, I think I'm dealing with a future supreme master." Sometime after the boy received his 3rd class, he arrived at the Wizarding Guild in Katong and met Steroyan Lorhan there, and I knew I was right. "You are worthy of being part of our research team." Immediately after these words, Steroyan sipped his tea and said happily, "I'm amazed that the meticulous Materialan liked you." Hearing such words from Steroyan, Lorhan thought with displeasure, "I don't really like him." Immediately after these words, Steroyan again reached for the cup to drink tea. Steroyan said, "And where are you going now?" Hearing the question from the guild leader, Lorhan answered to the 3rd city of the crossroads. Hearing where exactly Lorhan wanted to go, Steroyan said nervously, "I wonder, but I think with my current abilities it will be a little difficult. But there is nothing to worry about now if it is you." Immediately after these words, Steroyan looked at his interlocutor and said, "I'm sure you know that, but starting from the crossroads you will start meeting other races." To which Lorhan replied, "I know about that." Immediately after these words, Lorhan recalled the sequence of cities that were located during the development of the characters. Lorhan mentally said correctly the first city was Catan, the second was Trinchik, and the third was the Crossroads, a city that could be entered from the 100th level. Immediately after that, recalling the population of this city, which he had visited in his past life, Lorhan added that in addition to humans, one could meet representatives of other races of elves, dwarves, and gnomes. And also, in addition to the non-player characters that were part of the game, other players. Having finished writing down everything he needed, Storoyan handed Lorhan an envelope and a scroll and then said, "Go to the Western Mines and find Recap there. He will guide you." Hearing this, Lorhan asked in surprise what the letter was. Hearing the question from Lorhan, Storoyan said to the boy, "I have a friend, a general of the guard named Malkin. Give him this letter." Hearing the task from Storoyan, Lorhan slyly said in his head, "He really continues to use me." As soon as the letter was in Lorhan's hands, Storoyan said the road might be a little hilly, but that was okay. Lorhan replied confidently, "Look at me, old man, I'm a berserker, so you don't have to." Before he could finish, he saw what he was going to use to get to the intersection. Then Lorhan nervously exclaimed, pointing to the cart, "Are you kidding? You really want me to ride this?" Storoyan replied, "That's right, my friend." Pointing to the cart that would take him to the third city, Recap confidently said, "This is the only way to get from Catan to the crossroads. Didn't Storoyan tell you?" Hearing Recap's suggestion that he should take a cart along the rails to the crossroads, Lorhan said nervously, "Now I'm thinking of making a detour through another town." The dwarf replied, "Follow your heart, my friend." Just as Lorhan wanted to escape from this terrible transport, the dwarf said to him in the back, "But if you suddenly choose another route, the journey will take several days, and you will face many checks along the way." Frozen in place by what he heard, Lorhan's mind immediately went through a bunch of thoughts about being the first to reach the third city, getting the first achievement, starting an important quest, being the first to reach the real estate, getting a bonus for the first title. Realizing that he would still have to ride this trolley, a disappointed Lorhan asked the dwarf if it was really a safe mode of transportation, to which Recap replied, "I'm telling you it's safe, I've never had an accident." Immediately after these words, pulling the lever that set the trolley in motion, Recap added thoughtfully, "But this is the first time I've ever put a person in a trolley." Showing him a gesture of a thumb raised up, Recap shed tears because he did not know the consequences and said goodbye and have a safe journey. Immediately after these words, Lorhan sped off in the carriage down the road toward the intersection. Sometime after the journey, an elf standing in a cave guarding the entrance to the crossroads city heard a strange noise. Looking up from his carefree guard duty, the elf saw someone approaching him. When the elf saw the unknown person in front of him, he immediately pointed at him and said menacingly, "Hey, stop! Only those who have permission can enter the courts." Holding his head after a fun trip, Lorhan said tiredly, "Oh, I'm dizzy, don't shout my head." And the elf said angrily, "I'll shoot you if you don't tell me your name." Walking slowly forward, approaching the elf Lorhan without looking up, the damned little bastard said, and I remembered his face, and at the same time firing an arrow at Lorhan, the elf shouted, "I ordered you to stop." The next moment after the arrow was fired, the elf noticed that her legs went weak. Then she said in surprise he dodged the arrow. Immediately after that, Lorhan, who was shot at, loomed over the girl with his majestic figure and swung his fist at her. Seeing what was happening, the girl covered her head with her hands and moaned in fear, but suddenly heard the voice of a guy who said in surprise, "Hey, what are you doing? You said you had to go through identification, right?" Opening her eyes and looking at the guy, the elf noticed the researcher's ring on the guy's finger. Then he said, "Researcher Lorhan, this is the entrance to the crossroads, right?" And then added, "If it's not him, I'll kill that dwarf." After passing the checkpoint, Lorhan headed to the city called the Crossroads. Crossing the gate, Lorhan said, "Wow," which was to be expected from the third city. "It is huge." Moving into the depths of the city, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "But that's not all. This is just the beginning of the boogeyman." The next moment, a system notification appeared in front of him, saying, "You have discovered a new city. You have received the title of the first visitor to the Crossroads." Seeing this, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "If only there wasn't a damn title, but it doesn't matter anyway. I already got it." The next moment, behind him, Lorhan heard the voices of the locals whispering to each other. "I've never seen this man before. He must have done something very terrible." Hearing what was going on behind him, Lorhan said something in his head that didn't seem friendly. "Those eared bastards are so cranky." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan remembered his past life and said in his head, "But this is still better compared to my previous life. There were many cases when people were openly intimidated or ignored." Immediately after these memories, Lorhan decided to take a break and log out of the game. Receiving a system notification that you are logged out, Lorhan said enough for today. Leaving the capsule for full immersion, Lorhan walked through his house and said, I've leveled up my profession and received the title. I've done a pretty good job. Immediately afterwards, when he took a bath, the guy sat down on the couch, picked up his phone and opened the news feed, and said thoughtfully, "Well, let's see if there's anything interesting here." Opening the news feed, Lorhan immediately saw the first news story about a player who had already reached the level. Then Lorhan was surprised to hear the level. Since it was an exclusive interview, it was obviously not about me. I thought I was ahead of everyone, but there was already someone with the level. Immediately after these words, Lorhan, remembering Odin, nervously said, "Don't tell me that he is the player." Opening the video, Lorhan heard in the first seconds of the video, "Hello everyone, I'm Game and Ven reporter Ruby. As we promised, today in our studio we have a special guest, introducing a player with a painted face to the public." The girl added that he was the first to reach the level in the Lord and his name is Ruby. Immediately after these words, the girl made a disappointed face and said, "You want to see his face and find out his name? Sorry, but we can't reveal it." Immediately after that, raising her hand up, the girl happily announced that unfortunately, the player agreed to an interview only on the condition of strict confidentiality, after which the player said, "Please take this with understanding. I do not want to be known." Immediately after these words, Ruby exclaimed, "I heard that only 100 players have reached the 90th level. How did you manage to level up so quickly?" To which he replied, "I didn't do anything unusual. Watching an exclusive interview with the first player to reach Lorhan's level, I heard that I analyzed the system, studied effective ways of hunting, and found suitable hunting grounds." Hearing the answer about how he reached his level, the girl asked, "Then you will soon enter the third city," to which he replied, "Yes, I will go there as soon as I level up my profession for the third time." Then Ruby added, "Lucky me, I would also like to see it." Immediately after the girl's words, the anonymous player said to me that it was uncomfortable that I was hiding my identity. "So I'll tell you something else after I get to the third city. I will create a guild." Hearing such words from the reporter, the anonymous player added, "Of course, I'm not going to recruit just anyone. I'll only take those who get the third profession upgrade." When the reporter heard how the recruitment would take place, she said anxiously, "I see you've already come up with the name of the guild." Sitting in front of the computer monitor, Lorhan, who was watching this exclusive interview, began to smile ominously as soon as he heard me name my guild Ragnarok. Realizing who exactly the first player was, Lorhan angrily exclaimed, "I'm glad to see you again, you damn bastard." After watching the interview in its entirety, Lorhan re-entered the game to practice, and upon arriving at the training ground, he mentally said, "To be honest, I was really nervous." Looking at the mannequins he was training on, Lorhan said angrily in his head, "I was worried that after all I had done after the regression, this boy would simply not appear." Immediately after these thoughts, remembering the exclusive interview with Odin in this world, Lorhan added menacingly, "But he did appear, and even faster than I thought." Continuing to destroy the dummies to vent his anger, Lorhan mentally said, "But now everything is definitely in place." Preparing to use his next skill, Lorhan took aim at the dummy and mentally recited the cause of the regression effect. Using his powerful spin attack to cover as much ground as possible, Lorhan honed his new skill. Immediately afterwards, Lorhan exhaled heavily and continued his thoughts, saying that it was somehow connected to Odin and the Lord. Recalling Odin in his first world, what exactly he was like then, the boy added in his head, "Honestly, I want to find him right now and cut his throat." Sticking a sheet with Odin's face on each mannequin, Lorhan added, "But now he is in a completely different region, moreover. He is far behind me. He hasn't even created a guild yet. What's the point of killing him now?" The next moment, remembering when he would reach his significant level, Lorhan mentally said, "But when he has already recruited people and almost reached the top." Imagining how he would deal with Odin in his finest hour, Lorhan happily added in his head, when he decided he had reached his limit. Having dealt with all the dummies that were on the training ground, Lorhan confidently continued, "That's when I'll destroy him." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "That's my way, Boogaloo. Well, get stronger, Odin." After completing the training battle against the dummies, Lorhan went on to stretch his arm and said, "That's enough for a warm-up. Time to practice using combined skills." Opening the skill table, Lorhan said to create a combined skill, after which a system notification appeared, saying please select a skill book and an action clip to create a combined skill. Picking up the 2 books he had taken out of his inventory, Lorhan happily said, "Let's start with this one first." As soon as the skills were combined, Lorhan received a system notification that said please confirm the creation of the combined skill after previewing it. If you want to see other actions, Change the action clip settings. Seeing what he needed from the combined skill, Lorhan happily said, "Great, that's what I wanted to see confirmed." Immediately after that, another system notification appeared that said, "Come up with a name for the skill." Then the guy said a frantic shout. The name of the combined skill is very important. Sometimes the name determines the effect of the skill. If you create two identical skills, their effect will be different depending on whether it is called a powerful punch or a quick punch. Looking at his new skill, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "It is not very different from the battle cry, but the effectiveness is many times higher, especially in the berserker state." Then noticing a slot for another combined skill that was dark, Lorhan said in surprise a slot for a fourth skill. How is that possible? I was sure that 3 skills was the limit. Immediately after that, Lorhan saw the additional effect of being a third-class first user. Then he said in surprise, "This is quite unexpected." Clenching his hand into a fist, Lorhan happily said in his head, "An extra slot for a combo skill is a great advantage no matter what anyone says. But the best way to become the strongest in this game is to get titles." As Lorhan continued to create his new abilities, he exclaimed with joy, "Let's keep up the pace with the next combo skill." Having finished creating all the combined skills, Lorhan first went to the guild of dwarf miners. Offering them his help with the task, the dwarf was surprised to hear, "You want to do this alone? I think you're bluffing." Trying to dispel the smoke from his cigarettes, Lorhan said confidently, "Of course not, you can rely on me," and then thought, "This bastard is smoking in my face." Looking once again at Lorhan, who offered his assistance in fulfilling the assignment, the dwarf huffed thoughtfully. Immediately after that, heading in the other direction from the guy, he thoughtfully said, "Well, you don't look very reliable, but you can try." Hearing this, Lorhan said in his head, "You scoundrels can't solve the problem on your own anyway. If you want to give someone a quest, at least do it with respect." Having accepted the quest from the dwarf, who was not very willing to entrust it to the human Lorhan, he said that the first thing to do in the crossroads was to gain the recognition of other races. Walking through the city in search of the things he needed, Lorhan mentally added only after that fashion to get the main task from their association, the camp of the 30-headed lion. Immediately after these words, Lorhan remembered the nature of one of the races of the crossroads and mentally said, "I was going to start with the dwarves because I didn't want to mess with the arrogant elves." Walking further through the city with a disgruntled expression full of anger, Lorhan mentally said, however, "These guys are just as damn racist." Immediately after that, Lorhan mentally said, "Since the condition of the task is to collect ore, most players think that if you choose the miner class and learn the corresponding skill, this task will be easier to complete." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan added that if you learn mining skills, it will only complicate the task because you will start mining not only blue crystals, but also other types of ore. Thus, they identify people who decided to take the easy way out. Having walked a considerable distance to fulfill the task from the dwarf, Lorhan said happily, "And here is the mine." At the same time, somewhere in the mine, one of the mineral managers said to his subjects in a threatening tone, "Hurry up and get as much as you can before the muscular pigs arrive." The next moment, the mining manager heard a strange noise coming from the exit of the mine, and looking back towards the exit, he saw Lorhan in front of him, already prepared to strike. Deciding not to complicate his life, Lorhan attacked the miners and ominously exclaimed, "Why should I mine ore if I can just steal it from others?" Seeing what happened to the mining manager, the ordinary workers froze in place immediately afterwards, and Lorhan shouted menacingly, "Why are you so surprised? It will be the same with you." Immediately after these words, one of the workers attacked Lorhan to try to deal with him and shouted to his comrades, "There is a trespasser here." Using first force, then a jerk, and finally a spinning attack, Lorhan easily scattered all the enemies who attacked him in the crowd. When Lorhan finished killing his enemies, he saw that all of his attacks had a critical hit effect. After dealing with the enemies, Lorhan thought in his head, "In my past life, during my first encounters with the kobolds, I had to kill them one by one, but now I can take them all out by myself." After finishing off enough enemies, Lorhan began to receive a large number of system notifications that said, "You have mined the nth number of blue minerals," and seeing this, Lorhan said happily, "I knew it would work." Immediately after he had mined about 50 of the resources he needed for the mission, Lorhan said, "But I shouldn't stop at 50 minerals." Going to the mine, Lorhan mentally said, "If I get as many minerals as the quest says, I will get a new mission to exterminate the cobalt miners." Moving on to the mine occupied by the monsters, Lorhan confidently said, "All the dwarves want is to take the mine from the cobalt miners." Clutching his weapon in his hand, Lorhan confidently said, "Well, if that was their original goal, so be it." Moving on to exterminate the enemies that occupied the cave, Lorhan added, "I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and save time." Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the cave, one of the cobalt wolves heard a strange noise and said to his subordinate, "Did you hear something?" He replied, "I don't think so, sir," and then added, "It doesn't matter, just work faster." The most formidable enemy in this cave was the cobalt wolf of the 115th level, who was watching over the miners of Kitomi. At the same time, Lorhan threw on his invisibility cloak and activated stealth and went to the enemies to reconnoiter. Seeing a powerful enemy in front of him, the boy was surprised to say, "If I remember correctly, this guy is their boss. He looks like an ordinary mongrel, but his level is 115. Looking at the number of enemies in the mine, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "Even if I use a berserker, I don't think I can deal with all the monsters at once." Thinking about how to divide the enemies to defeat them separately from each other, Lorhan's attention fell on the trolley with crystals. Then he thoughtfully said, "How can I get a better idea?" After removing the trolley from the brakes, Lorhan let it go so that it would head away from the blue minerals mining site. Hearing the trolley move, one of the workers immediately looked back. Trying to save everything they had mined, the worker immediately followed the trolley to catch up with it and not let the minerals disappear. Seeing what had happened to their blue minerals, the Cobalt Wolves' supervisor shouted out to catch up immediately. "If we let her get away, we'll be in big trouble." Immediately after, the overseer ordered his men to catch up with the trolley, and watching them try to save their work, the boss wondered why the hell they forgot to put the brakes on the trolley. When all the workers ran after the trolley with the blue crystals, the supervisor lit a cigar and took a drag, saying tiredly, "Oh, what a headache it is. You never know when the dwarfs will arrive." After exhaling the cigarette smoke from his lungs and calming down a bit after what had happened, Hitomi said, "Come out now, you little shit." Immediately after these words, the warden looked behind him and shouted angrily when his first request was ignored. "No matter how hard you try to hide, you can't hide your foul smell. Come out." Hearing that he had been seen, Lorhan moved closer to his opponent and said what was expected of a dog. Taking off his invisibility cloak, which no longer mattered much, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "You really have a dog sense of smell. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help but joke." Seeing who the warden Kitomi had appeared before him, he angrily shouted out to the offending man. Immediately after this exclamation, the boss of the Cobalt added angrily, baring his claws, I will finish you before these muscle pigs return." The next moment, the monster rushed at Lorhan to finish him off as quickly as possible, but he didn't even show any sign of fear, just stood there looking at the enemy. Seeing what the enemy was using against him, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, "You decided to start with a combined skill. That's pretty good." Immediately after these words, Lorhan prepared to demonstrate his skills and confidently said, "Well, in that case, I'll also show you something interesting." Using his combined skill, Lorhan prepared to strike the enemy back if the fight had already started. Combining 5 skills in one to use his best attack, Lorhan rushed at the enemy with his fists, angrily shouting a devastating throw. His attack included the ability to deal directly proportional damage depending on the opponent's defense, and that's why it was so powerful. With just one hit, Lorhan knocked the enemy to the ground. When the enemy fell to the ground after being hit, Lorhan took out his axe and used the strike skill to finish off the enemy, who until recently had been quite confident in his abilities. Preparing to finish off the enemy with his axe, Lorhan shouted with a crazy smile, "Well, it's your end, puppy." Trying to somehow convince the enemy to let him live, the warden of the Cobalt Wolves put his paws in front of him and scaredly exclaimed, "Wait, wait, wait!" But very quickly there were 2 wolves. At the same time, somewhere in the cave, 2 dwarfs who had been taken hostage by the Cobalt Wolves were banging on the walls and shouting angrily at the damn Cobalt. Trying to get something done with his protests, one of the dwarves shouted out to the dirty dogs, looking in the direction of where the Cobalt guards should be, who were making sure that the hostages did not escape. One of the dwarfs angrily exclaimed, "How long are you going to keep us here?" Continuing their strike, a couple of dwarves who had been taken hostage angrily shouted their demands. "You scoundrels could at least feed us and bring us some drink." Sometime after the dvoraks had started shouting, one of them heard a strange noise coming from nearby, and one of them asked what was going on. A few seconds later, the carcass of one of the kobolds flew into the cell, where the dwarves were sitting, and crashed right into the bars, followed immediately by Lorhan, who said happily, "I knew you were here." Immediately after these words, the boy approached the bars and grabbed the steel bars with his own hands and said, "Hey boys, step back a little." And seeing a human in front of him, the dwarf exclaimed in surprise, "Who are you?" As soon as the dwarfs obeyed Lorhan's request and stepped away from the bars, he immediately bent the rough steel bars behind which the hostages were sitting. Seeing what had just happened, one of the dwarves said in surprise that he had strength, after which the other added in surprise that you were a mercenary, not an adventurer. Stretching out his hand to the dwarves who were behind bars, the boy confidently said, "My name is Lorhan, and I am here on behalf of your guild." Immediately after these words, Lorhan paused for a moment and added, "You can go home now." Hearing Lorhan's words, one of the dwarves waved his hand away and sighed heavily. "I'm grateful for the rescue. It must have been difficult." Immediately after these words, recalling how they had ended up behind bars, the dwarf added in disappointment, "But now this mine was overrun by a horde of cobalt." The next moment, realizing that they would be caught on the way, the dwarf added disappointedly, "There are about 100 of them here, led by their warden, Kitomi. You've made quite a splash. They'll be here soon." Hearing these words from the dwarves he had saved, Lorhan listened to the whining of the dwarves as they continued to run away and ask for support from the guild, smiled slyly and said, "I'm glad you're worried about me." Immediately after that, Lorhan, barely restraining himself from laughing out loud, added, "But you'd better keep your regrets to yourself." Recalling what he had been doing lately for several hours to find everyone, Lorhan added, "And it was all because of this mine." Looking back at the work he had done, Lorhan said confidently, "There was not a single living cobalt left." As soon as Lorhan reported that the danger in the mine was destroyed, the dwarves confidently went to check the accuracy of the information and also to return to the guild. And upon their return, the dwarven guild leader happily said, "You are incredible. It's just amazing." Raising the glass of intoxicating drink to Lorhan, the leader of the dwarf guild said happily, "You did a great job. I didn't even know you were so talented." Hearing this, Lorhan smiled slyly and thought, "Now you understand. Then treat me normally." Opening the characteristics window to see what new things he had with the leveling and completion of the task, Lorhan heard from the dwarf, "You can be trusted. I think we will cross paths often in the future." Looking at what he had received for helping the dwarf with the task, Lorhan was surprised to see that there were improvements. The first way to upgrade a weapon is to use the upgrade scrolls. The second is to ask an NPC or another user to do it for you. A weapon upgrade scroll is a very valuable item that can be obtained as a reward for completing quests in the third city. In other words, no one sells them now, so the first method is not available. And now as for the blacksmith who can do everything for you and improve weapons, this is also not the easiest way to improve weapons. You may ask why. To ask an NPC for help, you need to be in a trusting relationship with them, and the price and quality vary greatly. The player can choose the profession of blacksmith, but mastering it is difficult. Forging weapons is considered one of the 3 most difficult skills for a reason. Of course, over time, the player will learn to make high-end items, and the day will come when he will be in the spotlight, but it will be much later, but not now. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan slyly said, "I'm the only one who can upgrade weapons, so I can make some money." With a sly smile, realizing what a gold mine he had found, Lorhan added an incredible amount. Immediately afterwards, having gained the trust of the dwarfs, Lorhan went to the forge of one of the dwarfs to use his privilege. Seeing the visitor who arrived at his forge, the dwarf was surprised to hear that the man was the friend the guild leader had been talking about. Approaching the anvil behind which the blacksmith Lorhan stood, he confidently said, "I would like to order something from you." Hearing the boy's request, the blacksmith happily replied, "Of course, whatever you want an axe." Hearing what the dwarf offered him, Lorhan thoughtfully replied that the axe would be a little later. "First make me a long sword." Hearing the customer's request, the blacksmith happily exclaimed that a long sword was easy. As soon as the order was given to the blacksmith, Lorhan mentally said, deep in thought, "The reason I chose a long sword is simple. It is often used in close combat because this type of sword has no special advantages or weaknesses." Immediately after that, the boy added in his head, "Which means only one thing, it will sell well." Lorhan asked how much I wanted to pay, and the blacksmith answered 130 gold pieces and 90 silver pieces. Hearing the price that the dwarf gave him, Lorhan said confidently, "Then make 50 pieces. How long will it take?" Hearing the order, the blacksmith replied thoughtfully, pointing to the left, 50 swords is quite a lot, but I can do it in a day. Leave all the materials over there." The only skill that a blacksmith can use is self-repair, which is why all the materials are very cheap. Knowing this information, Lorhan happily said in his head, "Thanks to this, I was able to buy everything I needed at the auction for a penny." Immediately after Lorhan left all the necessary materials for forging swords, he excitedly exclaimed something else that I had forgotten. Looking at the forge in which all this would be done, Lorhan asked its owner if it was possible to engrave each sword, and I would pay you extra for it. When the first sword was ready, Lorhan immediately picked it up to try it out, and after examining the product, he said, "Wow, it looks great, I just love dwarves." The hilt was engraved with 2 letters TK, which was an abbreviation for the king. Looking at the engraved object he had bought, Lorhan slyly said, "Is it possible to engrave items made by NPCs and sell them, or is it a fraud?" Immediately after Lorhan examined the item, he asked the blacksmith if he could upgrade it to the 3rd rank, and when he heard the request, Dwarf said confidently, "You can rely on me." After completing all the weapon upgrades, Lorhan finally got the desired result, and now he was holding a long gorged sword with improved effects. Looking at the item that was already completely ready for sale, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "And the chance of success is quite high and no rare materials are needed to make it. It is just perfect for sale." After a while, Lorhan received all 50 swords from the blacksmith and headed to the world market of the crossroads, saying on the way, "Let's see how much they can be sold for." The world market, along with all the items of different quality, is accessible from the 3rd city. Unlike all other trading platforms where you can trade only within one city, here you can make deals in real time with users from all over the world. Looking at the items he can sell, Lorhan saw the first lot and said thoughtfully, "It cost me 3 gold pieces." Taking the item out of his inventory, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "Then let's start the auction with a 6 instant bid of 10 gold to confirm." As soon as he put the item up for auction, it was already bought for 10 gold, and seeing the system notification that said your item was sold, Lorhan exclaimed in surprise that it was bought in 5 seconds. Holding his head and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Lorhan nervously said, "I can't believe it was worth about 2 million won in real money, and it was sold so quickly." Immediately after that, Lorhan, immersed in his thoughts about the hierarchical system of the game, mentally said no. If you think about it, it's quite possible that the number of players who have reached the 90th level is 1 or 2% of the total number of users. Immediately after that, remembering Odin, who had already reached the 99th level, Lorhan thoughtfully added that in this situation, finding good equipment was also quite difficult. Immediately after these words, Lorhan added, "Besides, if you remember that the interview with Odin was published the other day, I'm sure it only reinforces the fierce competition." With a sly smile because he could now instantly sell all his swords and other things for a great price, the boy said, "Booga, sometimes I wouldn't have thought I would be grateful to this bastard." The next moment, choosing the next item for the auction, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "Well, let's see how high I can raise the price this time. I'll bid 20 or 30 gold pieces." Seeing that his goods were simply swept off the shelves, Lorhan exclaimed in surprise that they bought again. "Then I will bid 30 gold pieces." Putting up his goods that he had from the 3rd city, Lorhan confidently raised the price, exclaiming 35 were taken away. "Then I will put 40 gold." Selling his goods from his inventory, raising the price more and more each time, the boy nervously said, "This is just incredible." When all of his auctioned overs were swept off the shelves, Lorhan nervously looked at the inscription, "All your goods have been sold. You have earned gold, silver, and copper coins without deduction of commission." Taking hold of his beard, the nervous Lorhan said happily, "I just made 100 million won in 30 minutes. It's crazy." Continuing his bidding, Lorhan climbed into his inventory and mentally said, "Of course, leveling up and completing the task is important, but now the priority is different." Entering the city's auction, Lorhan confidently said, imagining how much he could earn, "Let's go. Then I will buy up all the ore for the production of equipment." After a while, the management company that owned the game, the Lord Falcon, began to make some moves in connection with what Lorhan was doing. Seeing what was going on in their game, one of the developers nervously said that a violation had been detected and the monopolization of the equipment market had been confirmed. And from that moment on, 2 days passed when Lorhan started selling everything he could. When Lorhan woke up in the morning and logged into the game, he saw a new game update and said, "What the hell is this?" In front of him was a system notification that said, "The upgrade system has been updated. Starting today, you can upgrade items only 100 times a day. Please remember this during the game." Seeing the update, Lorhan said irritably, "It looks like they want me to stop doing this, then there's nothing to be done." After that, Lorhan sighed heavily and mentally said, I didn't think this trick would work at all. I should be glad that I was allowed to trade for 2 days at all. Fortunately, other players didn't see this notification because it only applies to one region, and it was meant specifically for me. The next moment, looking at his items that he had upgraded, Lorhan said happily, I was able to earn good money by upgrading items up to 5 times. After these words, Lorhan took out his upgraded weapon from his inventory and said happily, and I was able to do this. He now held in his hands the 5 times upgraded assassin's axe, which gave him the effect of increasing strength, as his health decreased for the berserker skill, which was just a great boost. Happy with what he was able to get after a short fraud, Lorhan happily said, I really like it. Thinking about where he should go now, the boy confidently said to me, I can't wait to try it out. Well, now it's time to do the next task. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan headed for the Half-Elf Guild, which was located in the Crossroads, the 3rd city in the game. Upon entering the building, Lorhan immediately saw the leader of the guild, a half-elf named Terrell, and upon seeing the guest who had arrived, she said with a displeased expression. Looking at Lorhan, who looked quite interesting and powerful, the girl said with interest, What brought you to us? Hearing the question from the leader of the Half-Elf Guild, Lorhan said happily, I was wondering if I could help you with something. I heard you were in trouble. As soon as the girl heard that the rumors about the problem had reached the human, her tone immediately changed. Then Terrell said angrily, I don't know where you heard about it, but it doesn't matter. Immediately after these words, the guild leader added unhappily, Our business is not so urgent that we can trust it to ordinary people. The girl's words made Lorhan very angry, and he was most hurt by the fact that he was considered weak. Immediately after these words, Lorhan opened his inventory and said in surprise that you said weak because of your attitude towards the one who came to help. The next moment, Lorhan pulled out his axe, which had been upgraded to the 5th level, and said menacingly, I think I looked at you too softly, noticing that something was about to happen, the girl exclaimed in alarm. Swinging his axe in front of Terrell to demonstrate his strength, Lorhan scared her well enough to show that he was definitely not weak. Immediately after that, as soon as the girl let her guard down, Lorhan grabbed her by the neck and began to squeeze her, the half-elf choking in Lorhan's arms, scared, exclaiming, What are you doing? As soon as Lorhan heard these words from the girl, he pulled her to him, and then looked into her eyes and said menacingly, Well, who is weak now? Having finished his wet dreams of what he would do with her now, Lorhan heard Terrell's displeased voice saying, Are you deaf or go away from here? Holding back his anger so as not to repeat everything in his mind, Lorhan mentally said calmly, It's all for the sake of the main quest. And immediately afterwards, reaching out with the ring to Terrell, Lorhan said, Come on, don't be a buccaneer. Smiling happily after showing his online identity, Lorhan confidently said, I'm a researcher and the Dwarf Guild has already recognized me. I'm not that weak. Why don't you just trust me? Hearing such statements from Lorhan, the disgruntled girl closed her eyes and said angrily, I think you're missing something. We don't recognize dwarves and don't want to deal with them. Immediately after that, the girl resigned herself to Lorhan's membership in the Researchers Network and said reluctantly, But that doesn't mean I won't accept you as a researcher. I'll trust you. But this time, with a sarcastic smile, Lorhan made his judgment. Immediately resigned to the fact that she had to trust Lorhan, Terrell handed the task to the boy and said, I think the group is in trouble. Please bring them back safe and sound. Immediately after these words, Terrell handed Lorhan the token of the Half-Elf Guild and added, Young half-elves are very careful with strangers. Show them this when you meet them. Reviewing all the conditions for the successful completion or failure of the mission, Lorhan thoughtfully said, as expected, there are additional rewards. With a sly smile that he knew everything in advance, Lorhan thought, and of course I know what the secret mission is. Seeing Lorhan's strange behavior, Terrell thoughtfully said, He seems strange. Can I trust him? Setting off on a journey to fulfill his task, Lorhan confidently said, My main task is to help a group of gatherers achieve their goal, which they had to fulfill from the very beginning. By purchasing a horse to help him get around the area, Lorhan gained an additional 150% to his travel speed when riding. Reflecting on the missions and the difference between the cities, Lorhan mentally said that the distances to be traveled for the quests are increasing, and starting from the 3rd city, it becomes quite difficult to move on foot. Riding his new horse to the place of his errand, Lorhan said, I bought a horse for 100 gold pieces and I must use it wisely. On his way to a group of young explorers who were lost somewhere in the forest, Lorhan met an infected forest spirit of the 115th level who stood in his way. Preparing to fight the enemy, Lorhan took out his new axe and began to test the new axe on a wooden monster. After finishing off the monster above the 100th level in just a couple of blows, Lorhan was able to level up, and then he said in surprise, "This monster is stronger than a kobold, but I dealt with it very quickly without even using skills." Immediately after that, looking at his new weapon, Lorhan happily said, "Well, this is just incredible. This weapon is definitely worth the money." Heading into the depths of the forest to find the missing half-elves, Lorhan thought in his head, "They must be here somewhere." Looking for some clues that would point him in the right direction, Lorhan added the footprints of the missing half-elves in his head. After some time of searching, Lorhan noticed a boot on the ground. Then a system notification appeared in front of him, saying, "You have found the boot of a half-elf gatherer." Then the boy happily said, "Bingo, this is it." Having found the lost shoe in the forest, Lorhan modeled the situation and thoughtfully said the shoe flew off the half-elf when the monster chased the group. Imagining how it all happened and where they could have gone, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "I'll start my search from here." Looking for any more clues, Lorhan thought, half-elves like pure elves weigh little. That's why their tracks are hard to detect. It will take a lot of time. I'll have to be vigilant and pay attention to trees and bushes to find the tracks. Continuing to look for the tracks of the half-elves, Lorhan noticed that he had arrived at the right place and said in surprise that they must be somewhere here. Not finding the researchers he was looking for, the boy was surprised to hear that I was mistaken. How could this be? The next moment, Lorhan felt an arrow flying right behind him, which was shot right into his blind spot in an attempt to neutralize him. Without hesitation, the boy immediately caught it with his hand to avoid further consequences and injuries. Clutching the arrow that was shot at him quite strongly in his hand, Lorhan said happily, "Well, it finally happened." Looking behind him, Lorhan saw a trio of young half-elves who didn't look too good. Then Lorhan added, "I found them." Looking at Lorhan, who was following in their footsteps and had just caught an arrow with his bare hands, one of the elves who had pulled on his bowstring and prepared for the next shot shouted out menacingly, "Who are you? Why are you following us?" Hearing the question from the frightened explorer, Lorhan said confidently, "My name is Lorhan. I am a human explorer sent for you by Teriel. She is worried about you." The half-elf asked Miss Teriel in surprise. Immediately after that, the young half-elf said in an incredulous tone, "But Miss Teriel couldn't have sent a human." Before he could finish, Lorhan interrupted him, waving his UKA in his face and saying, Okay, keep your doubts to yourself." Holding out the token of the half-elf guild, Lorhan said, "If you don't believe me after seeing this, then you can stay here." Seeing the token that Lorhan held out to him, the young explorer was surprised to hear that it was the symbol of our guild. Immediately after the young half-elves saw the proof that the boy was not lying, they immediately said, "We believe you." Lorhan exhaled with relief and said happily in his head, "Well, what would you have done if you hadn't believed me?" Going with Lorhan to collect everything they needed and leave the forest, one of the researchers said nervously, "But it would be quite difficult. There are terrible monsters in the forest that we have not seen before." Hearing these words from one of the half-elves, Lorhan asked in surprise, "You mean the infected forest spirits?" And hearing the boy call the monsters, the researcher nervously asked what you had already seen. Moving on with a confident step, Lorhan said, "Yes, I've already killed several while looking for you." And the half-elf replied, "You're lying. We wouldn't have been able to kill even one if we hadn't all attacked at once." Immediately after these words, several infected forest spirits appeared on the path of Lorhan and the half-elves, who had already detected them, and seeing them approaching, the elves screamed in fear. Looking at the enemies with an unwavering gaze, Lorhan showed no emotion, and so did the forest spirits who saw the strangers before them. Gathered in a bunch, the trio of half-elves prepared to die, frightened, saying what to do. "We will all die here." Hearing the frightened voices of his wards, Lorhan pulled out his axe from behind his back and said happily, "You don't have to worry about that." Immediately after that, having prepared for the confrontation with the monsters, the boy confidently added, "Open your eyes wider and look carefully." Holding onto his axe, which had been upgraded 5 times, Lorhan, anticipating the fun, said menacingly, "Well, now it's time to chop some wood." Immediately afterwards, Lorhan started to fight with the infected forest spirits and began to destroy them quite effectively. With a few swings of his axe, Lorhan easily cut through all the monsters that approached him and tried to harm the elves. After finishing the first enemy, he chopped into pieces. Lorhan landed a little further and began to look for the next victim for his weapon test. Noticing another enemy not far away, the boy chased after him and shouted menacingly, "Come here, baby, we're going to have some fun." At the same time, A group of half-elves were silently watching Lorhan skillfully defeat all the enemies that came his way. Seeing how strong the boy who had come to their aid was, one of the young elves nervously said, "This can't be true." Watching Lorhan destroy enemies with his axe using only physical strength without the use of skills, the elf was surprised to see how a person could have such strength. After finishing the fight with the enemies who met them in the forest, Lorhan confidently said, "I think this should be more than enough for the desired effect." Standing on the defeated forest spirit that he had easily finished off on his own, as well as the rest of the enemies, Lorhan added that you should no longer be afraid of these bundles of firewood. As soon as Lorhan returned to his subordinates, whom he had to return to the guild, Lorhan noticed that they suddenly bowed their heads to him, which surprised him. As soon as he noticed this, he looked at them with displeasure and asked them what they were doing. Bowing her head to the mighty warrior, one of the half-elves said, "It's certainly unconscionable of us, but we have a request. We can't go back right now." Immediately after these words, the half-elf researcher added that for some unknown reason, the forest began to become contaminated, but we have a mission that we must complete before the forest is completely infected. As soon as the elf said this, she immediately raised her head and added, folding her arms in front of her, "This is even more important to us than our own lives. Could you help us with this?" Hearing what the young half-elf had just said to him, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, "Well, I expected it," and then answered yes. As soon as Lorhan agreed to help the half-elves, he immediately added, "In that case, from this moment on, you must unconditionally follow my instructions. If you do not obey, I will force you to do it by force." As soon as Lorhan was able to press the half-elves to obey, they went in search of the material. Then Lorhan thought about what was expected of the half-elves. They become obedient when it comes to this. Immediately after these thoughts, walking ahead of the group of explorers, Lorhan added in his head, although this was to be expected since this mission was very important and connected to the main quest. Going in search of the item the elves needed, Lorhan noticed the enemy hiding behind one of the trees and showed his subordinates to keep quiet so that he would just pass by. Watching the enemy pass by, Lorhan mentally said to himself that fighting with his ears at every encounter was not very effective. He needed to get to his destination as quickly as possible. As long as he looked for a good opportunity to continue the journey, he mentally said in his head, "If someone suddenly gets in our way, then I will simply destroy them." Suddenly, not far away, one of the half-elves of the researchers, waiting for a signal from Lorhan to allow them to move on, saw what she needed. Touching Lorhan to get his attention, the girl whispered, "Mr. Lorhan, wait a minute. I think this is what we've been wandering around for." Sitting down on the ground in front of the sprout, the half-elf researcher said confidently, "I found it. We came here for this. The search is finally over." Right in front of them was the very sprout of the world tree for which the half-elves had come to this forest. Looking at the sprout that stuck out of the ground, Lorhan said in surprise. Hearing the confusion in Lorhan's head, the girl said the sprout of the world tree was exactly what it could become in the future. The world tree is a huge plant that feeds on life energy and is a symbol of the elves and their guild. This tree was the holiest of all holy trees, and the elves went to the forest to find and recreate it. However, their ultimate goal is the revival of the elven kingdom. But in the future, looking at the found sprout, the girl said of course that now it is just a small sprout, but if it grows from it, the world tree will grow. Immediately after these words, the girl confidently said, "So we will start extracting the plant, and you will protect us for now." Hearing the order, Lorhan thoughtfully spoke in his head, "As I remember to complete the quest." Immediately after his thoughts, Lorhan pulled out a medium healing potion from his inventory and held it out in front of him and said, "Hey, wait." Pushing the girl away from the sprout, Lorhan said, "Dachshund, move over a little bit now. I'm looking at what Lorhan is doing." The girl said nervously, "Wait a minute." Looking at Lorhan watering the sprout of the world tree with something, the girl exclaimed in fright that, "What are you doing to it? Stop." Taking out her bow and arrows and pulling on her quiver, one of the elves said angrily, "I knew he couldn't be trusted," and stopped her friend and said, "Wait." After watering the potion, Lorhan and the other half-elves saw the progress. Now it was a solid sprout of the world tree, absorbing the life force from the potion spilled on it. It began to grow slowly and gain strength. Seeing this, the researchers were surprised to hear it grow. Looking at Lorhan, who had guessed this, the surprised half-elves asked him if this could be possible. And when he heard the surprise in the minds of his subjects, Lorhan mentally said, "Didn't you ever think of that because you are too careful with the sprout?" Holding out the bottle of healing potion, Lorhan confidently said, "The world tree grows in places where life force is concentrated. It would be nice to grow it here. I think this place has not yet been infected. Hearing such words from Lorhan, the elf stretched out her hands to him to take the potion, and wondered how he knew about it. This information was secret even for most half-elves. Watching his subject pouring the potion on the world tree, Lorhan said, "Take your time so as not to drown it," and then thought, "I wonder if it grows much slower than I thought." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan suddenly came up with an interesting idea, and then he said, "Wait a minute, but what if you can use more than just potions?" Immediately after that, Lorhan took clean water from the lake in the forest and handed it to the elf and said, "Try this." Passing the bottle to the girl, she saw that the water from the Lake of Serenity contained pure energy capable of restoring mana when used internally. As soon as the girl poured the water of serenity on the sprout, it began to grow very rapidly, and the half-elves nervously exclaimed, "Oh, this can't be!" Looking at how the sprout grew, Lorhan said in amazement in his head, "I knew it would work, because the effect of the water could be felt just by drinking it, so I knew I had to save it for later." Immediately after that, Lorhan rubbed his hands together and said to himself, "Booga, that should be enough to get a hidden reward. What kind of reward will I get for this?" Noticing how much the world tree had grown, one of the half-elves nervously said, "Things are bad. This is very bad. We have problems." Lorhan was surprised to hear this and asked what the problem was. What was wrong with the world tree growing? And the girl replied, "Of course, it was good, but it was not good enough." Immediately after that, the girl nervously added, "As you said earlier, the world tree is fed by vital energy, but since the sprout has grown so rapidly," hearing a noise behind her that was getting louder and louder by the second, the half-elf researcher added, "It began to absorb the life energy of the forest." The next moment, right in front of Lorhan, he heard a loud cracking of tree branches and could see someone very fast approaching them, someone large and quite angry. The one who was coming towards them so fast was an infected forest guard of the 130th level. He was the field boss of this area. Seeing Lorhan and the other 3 intruders in his forest, the infected forest spirit said, "So, trespassers, who among you dared to steal the life energy of the forest?" Seeing a huge enemy in front of him, Lorhan said excitedly, "I certainly assumed that this task would not be easy enough, but I did not think so." Pulling out the items of equipment and the Lion King's mask from his inventory, Lorhan said confidently, "I will have to use all my available strength to confront him." As soon as the Lion King's helmet was in Lorhan's hands, he saw a system notification that said, "You have just duplicated the item's sealed powers." Seeing the updated characteristics of the Lion King's helmet, Lorhan happily said that it had really happened. Raising the king's mask above him, the boy happily added, "The seal is partially removed. I didn't even think that this could exist. It has something to do with the upgrade of the profession. In any case, this is great news." Looking at the mask with the restrictions partially removed, Lorhan happily added a Lion King helmet, which is probably the best equipment I have ever received. Imagining how powerful it would be when fully donned and all the seals were removed, Lorhan added, "If I can get the whole set together and get all the seals off of it." After a short pause, he added that this might be the best equipment of my life. Putting on all his equipment to confront the boss of the forest, Lorhan heard from the elf, "Mr. Lorhan, what do you want us to do?" Immediately after these words, Lorhan turned his gaze to the boss of the infected forest spirits and spoke to this guy. Taking an axe in both of his hands, one of which was 5 levels upgraded, and the other was a berserker's battle axe from the guild, Lorhan confidently added, "Leave it to me." Seeing that Lorhan was going to confront this monster alone, the half-elf researcher nervously exclaimed, "You can't face him alone, he's too strong." Immediately after these words, recalling what they had been told about this monster, the girl added that it was the guardian of the forest of Tekalon. He is an absolute creature in this forest. He has become even more dangerous due to contamination with unknown magic. Immediately after these words, the girl repeated in a frightened voice, "You will not be able to resist him alone. You need to run away from here." Hearing these words from a frightened girl who knew everything about the enemy and his power, but not about the boy's strength, Lorhan was surprised to hear who had decided so. Immediately after these words, Lorhan spoke menacingly to those who decided that no one could handle him alone. Such statements are for people like you, those who live by attitudes. Preparing to fight a powerful enemy, Lorhan said confidently, "You just sit down and watch everything that will happen here." After a short pause, Lorhan rushed at his enemy and shouted menacingly, "And all because I will turn your way of thinking in the other direction and prove that everything can be different." Looking at the enemy he was about to fight, Lorhan mentally said, "This creature used to be a forest guardian, but after being polluted it became a monster, usually encountered later in the main quest related to the world tree." Immediately after that, Lorhan nervously said in his head, he is a level 130th, but given that this is a field boss, he is many times stronger. It will be difficult to deal with him even for a group of players with 100th levels. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan spoke confidently in his head, but there is one important point that is being missed. There is no need to defeat this monster now. Having come up with a plan of action according to which they will act, Lorhan said in his head, I now just need to stall for time, so that the half-elves can dig up a seedling of the world tree. Scrolling through the scenario in his head, Lorhan added, after that we can just run away and the quest will be over. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, however, I have one small problem. Heading into battle with a powerful enemy who was the defender of the forest in the past, Lorhan continued his train of thought. My gut tells me that I can handle him. Seeing Lorhan approaching him, the infected forest guard angrily shouted out, I have detected an intruder who has entered the forest. Immediately afterwards, he reached out his hand to the boy to try to catch him and added, I need to remove him immediately. Having waved his hand and collected the top layer of soil, the forest spirit did not have time to hit Lorhan, as he had a rather high speed and agility. Preparing to strike back at the enemy, Lorhan clutched his axe in his hands and said happily, Fool, what do you expect by swinging your paws where I am not even there? The next moment, Lorhan looked back and nervously thought, did something really happen that I hadn't taken into account? Wait, don't tell me it really happened. Seeing that the fragments of rocks and earth flew at the half-elves who were digging up the seedling of the world tree, Lorhan nervously exclaimed, oh shit, I should have guessed. Meanwhile, the forest spirit continued to destroy the landscape and try to cover the half-elves with rocks and other things to prevent them from doing their work. Protecting her fellow researchers who were digging up a sapling, one of the half-elves used her mana shield skill to deflect the rocks. Realizing that the enemy had switched from him to the half-elves, Lorhan said unhappily, oh crap, this is really a very big problem. Immediately after that, he gained enough speed and began to climb vertically up the enemy. Lorhan angrily exclaimed, you don't have to worry so much. Swinging his weapon to chop the enemy into small pieces and take away his ability to attack the girls, Lorhan said, I'm just going to chop you into small pieces. Running up the enemy, Lorhan began to swing his axe, and now he had already cut off one of the enemy's limbs. Moving further along the enemy's body to chop him into pieces, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, Boogaloo, and you turn out to be not such a tough nut to crack. Seeing that his attacks were quite effective, Lorhan happily said, great, after I cut off its limbs, it will be very easy to disable the monster. Jumping down from the forest monster, Lorhan headed for one of its legs to break its stability. But as he moved, he noticed that there were some tentacles reaching right behind him. Noticing that they were too close to him, Lorhan immediately turned back and tried to fight them off, exclaiming in surprise that these tentacles were not vines. As soon as the vines of the forest monster were cut off, the enemy retreated, but it was not over. His violent reaction was caused by the fact that he saw how quickly the enemy regenerated his vines, and Lorhan said in his head, he's a pretty fast healer, and he's definitely a field boss. Immediately after these thoughts, the boy prepared to continue to confront the enemy and confidently exclaimed, but no matter what, there must also be a certain limit to his regeneration. Watching the battle, the half-elf realized what Lorhan was doing and what he planned to do next. She shouted out, we need to destroy his core. Immediately after that, the girl angrily exclaimed, pointing at Lorhan with her hand, you tried to chop him into pieces so that he could no longer regenerate. Or am I wrong? Hearing these words from the girl, Lorhan asked in surprise, looking at the girl. And how did you guess that? The girl exclaimed angrily. Well, it was obvious. Immediately after that, shifting her gaze from the monster Lorhan to the monster, the half-elf added, in any case, you will not succeed. The spirits are directly related to the forest. Having informed about the monster's connection with the place where it is now, the girl added that it can siphon energy from the forest and recover endlessly, thanks to it. Immediately after that, the girl nervously added that if this happened, the forest would simply dry up. Hearing this, Lorhan said, I know about that, stop bothering me with this now. As soon as the girl was quiet and calm, Lorhan asked where the core of this monster was located, and hearing the question from her protector, the girl answered in the center of its body. Immediately after the half-elf gave Lorhan a landmark, he took up his weapon. Noticing this, the girl nervously said, what are you going to do? How do you want to destroy such a huge thing? Before she could finish, Lorhan interrupted her, asking if it was really that simple. Immediately after realizing that in order to defeat his opponent, he needed to destroy his core, which was inside, Lorhan said menacingly, "I need to shred his entire body." Heading towards the monster, Lorhan made a crazy smile on his face and said menacingly, "This time I'll give it my all." As soon as the forest guard again noticed Lorhan on his way to him, he immediately prepared to eliminate the intruder, telling him to destroy him. At the same moment, Lorhan used his leap skill and stood above his opponent, saying thoughtfully, "Well, now I want to check." Heading straight for the enemy to get to his core, Lorhan added, "How strong I really am." Watching Lorhan fight the monster, the girl exclaimed in surprise at how reckless he was. The next moment, noticing that the boy could not stop and continued to slash the enemy despite his recovery, the half-elf exclaimed, "He will continue to heal despite your efforts." Sometime after a difficult fight, Lorhan decided to use a battle cry to lower the characteristics of the opponent, but after applying it, a system notification appeared that informed you that your opponent's level was too high and the debuff effect would be reduced. Seeing that his usual skill was ineffective against this opponent, Lorhan was surprised to hear that, "Really? What about this one?" Immediately after that, Lorhan used his combo skill, which was supposed to be more effective, and that skill was a scream of madness. As soon as Lorhan used the combined skill, 2 system notifications appeared, informing him that the enemy's defense level had dropped and that the enemy was now in a state of confusion. Gathering all his strength, Lorhan prepared to inflict serious damage on the enemy and confidently said, "Now I can afford to use my most powerful attack." Immediately after these words, Lorhan used his combined skill called the Death Blow, which allowed him to cut the enemy into 2 pieces. Feeling that his body was beginning to lose strength, the forest guard who had fallen under the effect of the infection said in confusion, "The intruder has failed. The mission has failed. Let's start rebooting." The next moment, when the enemy completely lost the ability to function, Lorhan noticed a system notification that said, "You defeated the field boss, the infected forest guard." Seeing what had just happened in front of their eyes, one of the half-elves said in amazement that it was simply incredible. Immediately after these words, the girl was surprised to hear him say that he really was able to deal with him alone, as he had promised. He really is just an incredible person. As soon as the fight was over, the bloodied Lorhan, who still had the strength to move confidently, said, "Well, we're done with that, and now it's time to go get the reward. Let's go back to the half-elf guild." After a while, when Lorhan arrived in the city of Crossroads and brought the explorers who had gotten lost in the forest to the half-elf guild, he immediately heard the leader's surprised exclamation. Holding in her hands a seedling of the world tree that had grown to an incredible size, the surprised Terrell added, "It is definitely a seedling of the world tree." Turning her gaze to Lorhan, the girl asked him, "How did you manage to do it?" And Lorhan replied, "Well, it's hard to explain because I had to use the wrong methods, but you can ask the girls who are collecting it." The next moment, Terrell left her seat at the table of the guildmaster of the half-elf guild and exclaimed joyfully, grabbing the boy's hand and greeting the adventurer and Miss Lorhan. Immediately after that, feeling some warmth on his hand, Lorhan opened his eyes and saw that one of the representatives of the proud race had just become very sincere and said thank you very much. Being in complete shock at what he was seeing before him, Lorhan could not recover from looking at the half-elf who was showing her gratitude and saying, "Thanks to you, the half-elves have a chance." Immediately after these words, Lorhan for some reason remembered the first meeting with this girl and said in surprise in his head, "This cold half-elf has changed her attitude towards me." The next moment, recalling the arrogant tone with which they had spoken to him at the beginning and how they were treating him now, Lorhan added in surprise, "I guess this world tree is really very important to them." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan confidently said in his head, "But in general, I don't care. I just want to get my reward for what I did." Immediately after, he said to the elf, "It's not worth it because I didn't do it because I'm so good." Immediately after that, hinting that he wanted to get his reward for the work he had done, Lorhan said, "You won't disappoint me, will you?" Immediately after that, Terrell took her staff and began to cast magic on Lorhan, conjuring the blessing of the spirit, and Lorhan noticed that the task was completed and he had a new achievement and the title of Friend of the Half-Elves. When the magic ritual was completed, Lorhan thought in his head, "I wonder what the blessing of the half-elf means." Immediately after that, feeling a surge of power in himself, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "You know, I like elemental defense. It is very important in magic battles. It is quite difficult to level up at high levels." As soon as Lorhan was happy that he now had the blessing of the spirit, he immediately looked back and said to Terrell, "If that's all you have prepared for me, I will be disappointed to hear that Terrell said confidently, of course not. The next moment after the girl said that the rewards did not end there, Terrell handed Lorhan a bag of gold and said, "It may not be a lot, but it's all our guild can offer." Seeing the amount of money, Lorhan said with a nonchalant expression, "You know, that's not bad. I'll take it with thanks." Accepting the reward of 150 gold coins for the task with a serious look on his face, Lorhan mentally said, "Oh, this is the best reward for completing the quest. I think that for such money you can put up with their hysteria." After handing over the entire reward for the mission to Lorhan, Terrell bowed her head and said with sincerity in her words, "Please accept my gratitude once again, Mr. Lorhan. If you need help, please contact me anytime." Leaving the half-elf guild, Lorhan heard himself saying good luck to you, and waving goodbye, he replied, "Yes, no need for more pleasantries. I'm off." Walking away from the half-elf guild, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "This time I was lucky and everything turned out fine, but I shouldn't be too happy now that they see me as the savior of their species." Immediately after these words, recalling his past life in which he had performed this mission, Lorhan added nervously, "But the moment they decide that I can harm the world of trees, they will change their attitude and do everything to destroy me." As soon as Lorhan left the half-elf guild, he headed into the city looking for the building he needed, mentally saying yes, and now it was time for the last quest for recognition. Arriving at the dwarf guild, whose recognition was the easiest of all three races, Lorhan immediately heard, "You want to be recognized by our race? Well, then you will have to work hard." Sliding a box of parts under Lorhan's feet, the leader of the dwarven guild happily said, "We don't like delicate people, so take this. It will be your task to respect." The last task was to repair an old mechanism that the dwarves had given him to put back together and put it in order, and Lorhan took the box of parts in his hands and sighed heavily, saying, "I'll be back soon." Heading to some place where he could start assembling this object, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "At first you may think that this is the easiest task of all." Having started to assemble the old mechanism that the leader of the dwarf guild had given him, Lorhan realized that he was very much mistaken. However, despite the difficulty, after some time Lorhan was able to put together the musket that was disassembled and was a test from the dwarves. Holding the gun in his hands, Lorhan saw a system notification after the assembly was complete that said, "Old and worn musket level ordinary old musket assembled from rusted parts. It is unclear whether it will work properly. To make sure it is in good condition, clean it and oil it." Seeing the look of this musket, Lorhan angrily said in his head, "This object is exactly the kind of thing that dwarves like in their mouths. Its strength is rather low. It seems that if used improperly, it can break right in his hands." Immediately after that, the boy smiled slyly, remembering that there was one trick that could be used in this mission, and said, "Ugaga, fools." Bringing the finished musket back to the guild, Lorhan laid it on the table, and seeing what had happened to his weapon, the leader of the dwarf guild exclaimed in alarm, "How could this be possible?" Right in front of him was a perfectly repaired old musket that the dwarves had given to Lorhan in a state of almost total disrepair, useless for anything. Seeing that his work had impressed the leader of the dwarven guild, Lorhan smiled happily and said, "I tried to act very carefully, if you can tell me what you think." As soon as everything worked out in the best way, Lorhan remembered what he had done to achieve this effect and said in his mind, "And the trick to this mission is this." Recalling his title, which was called a friend of the dwarves, Lorhan said with a sly smile, "The trick is that I can ask my dwarf friends for help in repairing weapons at any time." Immediately afterwards, remembering what he had been doing after collecting the sword, Lorhan happily said, "It doesn't matter where it came from. It's just a piece of equipment. All I need to do is give it to the dwarf smith for repair instead of doing it myself." Looking at the sweaty dwarven guild leader who was inspecting the beautifully repaired weapon, Lorhan happily asked the quality of the problem, to which he nervously replied, "No, wait a minute." Looking at the musket that Lorhan brought him, the leader of the dwarven guild said in surprise in his head, "I can't believe he repaired it so well and quickly. Maybe it was just replaced with a copy, although it is not so easy to find something similar in our area." Immediately after these thoughts, the head of the dwarf guild added thoughtfully, "In any case, he cheated, I'm sure of it." Having completed his thoughts, the dwarf said thoughtfully, "So did you notice anything strange about the product during its repair?" Hearing the question from the head of the dwarf guild, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "And on the inside I saw a strange engraving in the form of a gear. It seems the same was depicted on the side of the trigger." Hearing the answer, the head of the guild nervously answered, "Yes, that's right." Immediately after hearing the answer about the engraving, the dwarf guildmaster sighed heavily and said, "It's amazing that you even know about the engraving that was applied to prevent fraud. It looks like I'll have to recognize your work." Lorhan smiled slyly after his work was counted as having passed the dwarven recognition test and said, "Of course I know about the engraving. The task was exactly the same as in my previous life." After receiving the title of Friend of the Dwarves and the first achievement, Lorhan looked at the additional effects it gave him and smiled slyly and said, "Wow, I didn't even expect much, but the result is quite impressive." Immediately after that, remembering what types of transportation the dwarf company offers, Lorhan happily added in his head, "I am very pleased that I have the opportunity to ride dwarf trains and airships for half the price." Immediately after the back of such a pleasant bonus that gave him the title of Friend of the Dwarves, Lorhan thought thoughtfully, but the biggest problem is the auxiliary profession of engineer. The next moment, realizing what he could do, Lorhan rubbed his hands together and said in his head, "Becoming an engineer would allow me to study mechanical engineering, which is what dwarves specialize in, so I could learn to make my own mechanized products," he said, thinking that at best I would get a permit to trade in mechanical engineering products. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan thought of a guy from his past life, someone who had even made a name for himself on these products. For example, Krat, known as the mad scientist Krat. He was a dark sorcerer who used strange objects in battle, which misled a large number of users. Thinking back to his rise to fame, Lorhan continued his train of thought. He gained fame for his unique fighting style and eccentric nature, and even had his own fandom thanks to his concerts. Many people became interested in mechanical engineering. Immediately after completing his thoughts, Lorhan confidently spoke, pointing to himself, "Teach me mechanical engineering." And hearing the boy's request, the guildmaster spoke for his great friends, who appreciate the beauty of machines with great joy. After some time, Lorhan received the profession of engineer and could eventually learn the skills of the dwarves. And after some time studying engineering, Lorhan said, "Give me a list of parts I need to improve my skills." To which the guildmaster replied, "Of course, feel free to look as much as you like." Over time, having mastered the profession of engineer completely and gained the trust of all races in the city of Crossroads, Lorhan received a new achievement that said you became a citizen of Crossroads. Seeing the system notification that he had received the title and the achievement that was related to gaining trust with all races, Lorhan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Phew, I finally finished this damn quest." Looking at what the title of Crossroads citizen gives him, Lorhan said in surprise, "Claiming to protect the Crossroads garrison is quite interesting." Immediately after that, remembering the instructions of Guildmaster Storoyan, Lorhan mentally said the right thing if you think about it. Storoyan asked to deliver the letter to the general of the guard named Malkin. Recalling the earlier order, Lorhan went out into the square and thoughtfully said, "If I have to leave here anyway, I'll do the quest as long as I remember. It's time to visit the garrison." After a while, determined to finish everything he had to do, Lorhan arrived at the headquarters of the Crossroads garrison. Stepping inside to find the general to whom he was to deliver the letter, Lorhan said in surprise as he looked at the statues inside the garrison headquarters, which was not a small building considering the size of the city. After a while he was looking at the statues inside while waiting for Malkin, Lorhan heard a voice say anxiously, "I'm sorry to keep you waiting." Immediately afterwards, hearing Malkin's footsteps at the same time, Lorhan heard the continuation, "We were busy eliminating monsters in the area. I don't even know where to put my eyes." Looking back to see who had spoken, Lorhan saw a tall man standing in front of him. Immediately after the general of the guard arrived at the meeting point, Malkin smiled broadly and said happily, "I am Malkin, in charge of public order in Paracristok." Thinking back to the last time he met him in his past life, Lorhan said in disappointment as he extended his hand to the berserker. Lorhan immediately thought, "Every time I see him I'm amazed at his physique. He is truly a half-elf. What do they feed him?" Grabbing Lorhan's hand and shaking it hard, Malkin said happily, "You're in great shape." And hearing the compliment from the leader of the guard, Lorhan said in surprise in his head, "I really think so. It all seems rather strange." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan remembered his character from his past life and thoughtfully said in his head why he was so friendly. "As I remember, Malkin was an old elf." Greeting Lorhan as he should, Malkin said, "I've heard many things about you from Terrell. Our race owes you a great debt of gratitude." Hearing this, Lorhan nervously thought, "Oh, so that's what he means." As soon as Lorhan realized that Malkin had a very good knowledge of him, he immediately thought, "Well then, A good relationship with Malkin will make my life much easier. Malkin, the general of the Crossroads Guard, was level 200 and was a very serious opponent. But now he was friendly and asked happily, "So you say that Steroyan has been assigned to me, and how is this old man doing?" Pulling out a letter from his inventory that was addressed to him, Lorhan thought, "Surely soon I will not be surprised by the 200th level." Immediately after that, the boy replied with him, "Everything is fine. He asked me to give you a letter." Rereading the message that Steroyan wanted to pass on to him in his letter, Malkin said happily, "Wow, I see. So you're a new member of the researchers." Lorhan said uncertainly, "Yes, I am." Hearing the confirmation from Lorhan's words, Malkin laughed out loud and said, "Why did you hide it? I'm also a researcher. Let's work hard for the sake of cheese on the continent." Hearing this, Lorhan said in his head, "Of course he's a researcher, but is it necessary to say such obvious things? He's not an idiot by any chance." After laughing a little and getting to know the boy better, Malkin looked at him and said in his mind that if you close your eyes to Lorhan's level, he is just an amazing person who has a sense of authority. It seems that he has already been recognized by other races and that he is also a member of the research team. Immediately afterwards, remembering when he first approached him in the guest room, Malkin mentally said that during our first meeting, I had tested him by pressuring him with mana. The next moment, looking at the boy's reaction, Malkin added in surprise that he felt nothing, but ordinary beings feel pain or at least discomfort. Waiting for the right moment when enough time had passed to finally ask, Lorhan heard Malkin say, "It's nice to meet you anyway," and smiled slyly and spoke, interrupting his speech. Immediately after these words, looking into the eyes of the general of the Crossroads Guard, Lorhan asked menacingly what my test results were. Hearing what Lorhan had just asked him, General Malkin nervously thought that he had noticed right after the boy added that it seems that you are still not completely sure about me. Stepping closer to Malkin, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "How about this?" After a short pause, Lorhan added confidently to test me right here and now. Hearing Lorhan's proposal, the city's guard general, whose level was twice as high, was surprised to think that it was definitely a stupid idea. Looking at his opponent, Lorhan nervously said in his head, "I am now level 106. I will not be able to defeat Malkin even if the heavens part above me." Immediately after these thoughts, remembering Malkin and his character in his past life, Lorhan mentally added, "However, the NPC Malkin I know, although he's quite arrogant and proud, he is impressed by the weak." Immediately after these mentions, Lorhan remembered that these were not all of his privileges in the world and added, "I also gained the trust of the half-elves." The next moment, looking at Malkin, who suddenly became quiet, Lorhan thought, "And that's why this is crazy. I'm just sure I'm 100% sure it will work right after these thoughts." Lorhan heard Malkin laugh. Laughing happily after Lorhan's suggestion, Malkin happily informed, "I think I made a mistake somewhere." Then Lorhan saw a system notification, "You have improved your relationship with Malkin." Smiling happily that his madness had worked, Lorhan heard I was trying to test a warrior who had already reached the pinnacle of his skill. "I apologize, I did not mean to harm." Hearing the words of apology from Malkin, Lorhan cunningly said in his head, "Now is the time to receive the hidden reward." Immediately after that, he said that I do not think that ordinary words will be enough here. Hearing this, Malkin said happily, "Bugaga, yes, I will make up for it." Immediately after these words, having imagined in his head everything he could dispose of, Malkin said, "Tell me what exactly you want from me. Golden weapons or maybe some armor used in the garrison." After listing most of the possible items he could give the boy as an apology, Malkin added a high-quality healing item that we use in emergencies. Immediately afterwards, Malkin happily added, "I hope you will be responsible in your choices." Lorhan confidently said, "No, I don't need any of that." And Malkin's face changed in surprise as he replied, "Yes, you do." Immediately after refusing material goods, Lorhan kneaded his shoulder and said, "Please accept me to your garrison at the crossroads." Malkin was surprised to hear Lorhan's request and asked why he wanted you to join the garrison. And Lorhan replied, "Being an adventurer, I won't be able to work full-time, but I hope this issue can be resolved." After thinking about Lorhan's request for a while, the garrison general said, "Well, we will do as you wish." And hearing that his proposal was accepted, Lorhan happily said, "Hurrah," in his head. Arriving at Malkin's office to fill out all the necessary paperwork, Lorhan heard that if necessary, I can issue equipment and supplies that are needed by members of the garrison and tell you how to use them, to which he replied, "Yes, thank you." Having received permission and the position of one of the garrison members, Lorhan happily said in his head that very soon the players who received the third profession would begin to arrive at the crossroads. Walking along the wall of the city of Crossroads and patrolling the perimeter at the same time, Lorhan mentally said to me as a solo player, "They are only competitors." Immediately after that, Lorhan confidently added, "I will gladly finish off all those who want to stand in my way," as it happened with the Blood Hunters. Recalling how he used to level up and farm items, Lorhan mentally said, "I can't afford to waste my time on PKs now." Recalling one of the leaders of the PC guild, Lorhan added, "And all because they can unite and cause me problems in the future, as it was with the branch. I wonder what is happening to him now." Arriving at his subject, who was to tell him everything and show him around, Lorhan heard from the guard, "Honor, I have heard everything from the general. You are Mr. Lorhan, right?" Immediately after the boy's identity was confirmed, the guard handed Lorhan a chevron and said, "This is the emblem of the garrison, and you can use it to confirm your membership in the guard even without the guard's armor." Having received the badge of the city guard, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, "Thank you. Let us work together in good faith for the sake of peace in the crossroads." Looking at the garrison emblem, Lorhan smiled slyly and said happily in his head, "With this I can legally control the players who came to the crossroads." Holding the power over the players in his hand, Lorhan went to patrol the city for as long as he had free time. Looking at his emblem that put him on a par with the lawmakers of the city, Lorhan mentally said, "My job as a garrison member is quite simple." Recalling what he had been told, Lorhan mentally said either patrol the city for 1 hour or kill 20 monsters in the area. However, there is only one condition. If the crossroads is in danger while you are online, you must take part in the battle to defend the city. Having completed all his duties as a guard, Lorhan happily said in his head, "It's a little annoying, but it's definitely worth it." Recalling the privileges available to him in his position, Lorhan said in his head, "I can use all the amenities. I have a trusting relationship with all the NPCs, and I get discounts and favorable offers." Repeating in his head what becomes available to him in his position, Lorhan added, "However, these are all just trifles. The main thing is different." Remembering why he had come here, Lorhan happily said, "If I suddenly see someone violating public order, I'll call you." Having modeled the situation of the offense in his head, Lorhan added, "I can execute him on the spot without receiving any fines for it. I can even be rewarded if my execution turned out to be fair, and that's how I will rule over other players." Immediately after modeling the situation, Lorhan placed the emblem in his inventory and added mentally, "Since there are no restrictions or prohibitions, I can use my position until I go to another area or decide to quit. Well, it's time for me to do something else." Immediately afterwards, remembering his hated rival from his past life, Lorhan mentally said, "I doubt I'll ever meet Odin again, since we're in different regions, but if another level 100 player appears in the crossroads, it won't be surprising." At some point in time, Lorhan wanted to check the news, and when he opened the tab with the latest news, he saw something that surprised him, and he exclaimed in amazement that "You are serious." Right in front of him on the front page of the news was a special news story about the first player in the Lord who reached the 100th level, a player from South Korea. Immediately after this news, Lorhan immediately spoke up and said, "I need to learn more about him and quit the game." The first player in the Lord who reached the 100th level in the world of the orc race profession, Blademaster Tide exclusive interview for Game Inven. Watching the exclusive video, Lorhan heard how it feels to be the first player in the Lord to get 3 professions and the 100th level. After the reporter's question, Tide answered, "Booga, it's an honor." Sitting in front of the computer and watching the interview, Lorhan heard from the reporter that "You are a blade master, right? A kind of sword master." And seeing who exactly became the first 100th level, the guy said in surprise that it was a bald orc. Looking at the guy who was the first to reach the 100th level, Lorhan was surprised to add that it wasn't even Odin, but some strange no-name who was the first to reach the 100th level. Immediately after that, remembering the interview with Odin, Lorhan thoughtfully said the guy who was interviewed after reaching the 99th level had no reason to lag behind. Immediately afterwards, Lorhan realized what could have happened and why Odin had not reached the first 100th level, and he thought, could it be one insidious villain? Recalling Odin, who was being interviewed, Lorhan said confidently, he most likely had already reached the 100th level a long time ago. Looking at this bald orc, Lorhan added thoughtfully, and now he is quietly watching his competitors from the side. Realizing that he was doing exactly the same thing as he was, Lorhan smiled menacingly and said, "That's right. Let him continue to be so careful not to accidentally become my prey." As Lorhan continued to watch the interview, He heard the reporter ask if anything had changed at the 100th level, and Tide said, "Of course I have combined skills, I'm sure he knows." Continuing to watch the interview, Lorhan heard from the video that a game user where achievements play a key role did not mention the first achievement, which means that there is another user who was the first to get the 100th level. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and mentally said, "It's me, you fools." The next moment, Lorhan heard a rather interesting topic of discussion, where a reporter asked everyone who was interested in the third city, "What do you think about it?" And Tide replied that I was still collecting information through quests. Immediately after that, Tide smiled slyly and told the world users to just wait a little longer. Pounding his chest with his fist, Tide confidently said, "I am Tide, the first user of the same class, and I will be the first to enter the third city and share the information I have obtained with you." Hearing the promise of the first level 100 owner, the reporter happily said, "Wow, we will look forward to hearing this." Lorhan smiled unhappily and mentally said, "Damn loser, you are overboard." Immediately after that, Lorhan went to his YouTube channel and said, "Okay, this will even play into my hands. It's been a while since I updated my channel." Going to the header of his channel and looking at what is there now, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "The channel I created to teach these bastards from the MP Guild a lesson." Recalling the very times when he was actively engaged in activities against the MP Guild and the branch itself, Lorhan mentally said the videos that were uploaded became hotly debated not only in Korea, but also abroad. Recalling the excitement of uploading his videos to the network, Lorhan continued his memories. "I have more than 400,000 subscribers, even though I have less than 10 videos on my channel, and I even received some money for it." Immediately afterwards, Lorhan added thoughtfully that the only problem with not posting more videos on my channel was the lack of content that would interest viewers. The next moment, Lorhan stretched his fingers and confidently said, "Well, it's time for the divine editing. What if I upload a video from the third city, which can only be accessed from the 100th level?" Preparing to let Tide down, who was already anticipating how he would enjoy his fame through the news from the third city, Lorhan said, "You must have already thought about how successful you would become, but there should be a little of everything in moderation." After a while, a video with a rather interesting caption appeared on Lorhan's channel, "The third city in the Lord's Crossroads and Hunting Grounds." Immediately below this video, a lot of comments appeared in which people wrote how he got there at all. "This is definitely the third city. Really seriously, this is not a fake. These locations have not been shown anywhere else. I think it is really the third city." Watching the video, which also showed a moment with the infected forest spirits and their boss, viewers were amazed to see what they saw and wrote about the madness of such giant monsters appearing there. Did he defeat this thing or not? He just shot a video. Also, under Lorhan's video, there were comments like, "Wait a minute. So the first to reach the third city was Lorhan, and this bald orc, Tide or Tyr, was late, right, Boogeyman?" Seeing that a video with the landscapes of the third city had already been released on the internet, Tide angrily punched the TV and shouted, "Damn this bastard!" Immediately after that, recalling the comments that were written under the interview with him, "The world's first, and no, not true. You should be ashamed of yourself," Tide said angrily. "As soon as the video of the third city began to spread online, I was called a liar." Gritting his teeth in anger, the angry Tide added advertising contracts and participation in various show programs are canceled one after another. Damn, how was I supposed to know if no one told me anything? Blowing off steam, angry that he had been publicly humiliated, Tide said, "He dared to stab me in the back. Well, we'll see who's who." Going under his video, Lorhan saw how many views he had already received in such a short time, and said in surprise, "Wow, just look at that." Looking at the results of his video, Lorhan was surprised to add that only 1 day had passed, and the video already had 20 million views. "How much money will I get from advertising, heh?" The next moment, logging into his personal email, Lorhan confidently said, "Interview requests and offers from television are pouring in. Of course I will ignore them all. I knew that the Lord was not just a VR game." Looking at the comments under his posts and videos, Lorhan said the number of players is growing exponentially, not only in Korea but all over the world. "The game is having an impact on the whole society, which is the reason why I started playing again, even after being reborn." Being happy with the way people are reacting to his video, Lorhan happily said, "Booga, what an incredible reaction they have to all this." Immediately after these words, seeing a considerable number of requests for more reviews of the terrain of the third city, Lorhan said, "I can't ignore the requests of my subscribers." The next moment, Saying in his head that he needed to meet the expectations of his subscribers, Lorhan went to the castle to take the task. Hearing someone knocking on the door, the castle butler opened the peephole and asked who it was. Seeing that it was Lorhan, he confidently said, "A member of the Crossroads garrison. I heard that Baron Truel needs help." The butler took Lorhan to the reception room of the castle owner and told him that the Baron had arrived from the garrison, and he said, "Please come in." Hearing that he had been visited by the garrison of the city of Crossroads, Baron Truel was surprised to hear that they would send someone to me. "So you say you want to help me?" Hearing the question from Baron Truel, Lorhan happily said, "Yes, my name is Lorhan. I am a member of the Crossroads garrison, sent by General Malkin. I will do everything in my power." After introducing himself to Baron Truel, Lorhan smiled happily and said, "Of course that no one had sent me here. I was here because I knew about the quest. But if I mentioned Malkin, I would earn the Baron's trust." Leaning on his throne, Baron Truel said heavily, "The reason I live so far from the city is because of my sick daughter." Immediately afterwards, Lorhan heard from the Baron of these lands, "I will do everything in my power for my daughter, but lately I have become so weak that it is becoming increasingly difficult." After telling him why he asked for help, Baron Truel said in a tired voice, "I ask you to get the blood of a troll who lives in the cursed cave of life, and with its help my daughter will be able to recover a little." Immediately after that, a system window appeared above Lorhan, which read, "Baron Truel's daughter is healing. Number 1. Baron Truel has asked for your help in saving his daughter." Seeing what Baron Truel had asked him to do, Lorhan forced a smile and said, "Of course you can rely on me." And immediately after that, Lorhan thought, "Great, I got the quest." After a while, Lorhan arrived at the place he needed in the cursed cave of life. Going to fulfill Baron Truel's order, Lorhan happily told everyone hello. "This is the berserker Lorhan, and now we are going to one of the caves." Walking forward with his weapon on his shoulders, Lorhan added, "I'm going to try to clear out one of the public dungeons that is located near the crossroads." Continuing to record a video for his channel, Lorhan said the dungeon is not affected by external time. Immediately after that, after a short pause, Lorhan added that this means that monsters will not become stronger because of the change to nighttime. Immediately after that, the guy thought unhappily, "I have to explain such basic things." After explaining the main points of this dungeon, Lorhan said that the peculiarity of this cave is the troll monsters that live in it. After telling about the monsters that live in this cave, Lorhan continued to keep his video blog and said, "I think this is the first appearance of trolls in the territory of the Golden Lion camp." The next moment, seeing another monster hiding behind a stone in front of the cave entrance, Lorhan said, "But that doesn't mean it's just trolls. It seems like the first monster has appeared." When the monster was fully revealed and the camera captured it, Lorhan said, "The stone ape is the lowest level monster. These muscular primates are below the average statistical human." The next moment, when the enemy left its waiting position, Lorhan added attack, defense, and agility stats to the monster's attack power. The next moment, the stone monkey finally appeared, jumping out of the net and heading straight for Lorhan to slam him. However, it is easiest to hit a target that is already in the air because it cannot dodge. So Lorhan swung his axe and hit the monster and launched it into a rock near him. After this blow, a fierce fight broke out. The stone monkey tried to finish Lorhan off, but he easily repelled all the monster's attacks. After some time of fighting with the monster, Lorhan said that all the indicators are equally high. You can win with the help of strength or speed, depending on what you are more skillful and confident in. Grabbing the monster by the paw, Lorhan did not give it the opportunity to escape or dodge the next attack. The boy struck a devastating blow to the enemy. After finishing the fight and stamping the enemy into the ground with his last attack, the boy took a pretty good pose to end his fight. After completing the video lesson of confronting the stone monkey, Lorhan smiled happily and said, "Well, that was easy enough." Continuing his journey further into the cave, when he finished off one of the stone monkeys and intimidated the rest, Lorhan added that these guys had no particular reason to be in the troll dungeon. Looking at the intimidated enemies standing in front of him, Lorhan added, "They are food for the orcs. Even though they may pose a threat to the herd, they are still just food for the trolls." Immediately after these words, using his combined skill of screaming madness, Lorhan decided to deal with all the enemies at once. And he succeeded thanks to his powerful skill. All the enemies fell to the ground unable to move because they were paralyzed for a while. However, the skill did not work equally on all of them. Drawing attention to one monster that could move, Lorhan said that it was a giant bat. usually using skills such as bite or body blow. They are annoying with their ability to fly, but since we are in a cave, bats are not such a big problem. After explaining about all the enemies that can be encountered on the way to the troll cave, Lorhan headed inside and said, "Now we are entering the main troll territory." Looking in front of him at the place where the enemies should appear, Lorhan confidently said, "About 15 of these creatures appear in this dungeon." Not paying attention to one of the rolls behind him, Lorhan said, "However, they are not herd monsters and most often attack alone." Continuing his briefing and telling everything about this dungeon, Lorhan said, "Despite the fact that the troll is a playable race in the Lord, you may have never seen what they look like as monsters." Hearing someone behind him, Lorhan immediately looked back and saw a monster that wanted to attack him from the blind spot. Immediately afterwards, he threw his axe at the enemy to damage it and demonstrate its characteristics. His attack hit the troll's arm and managed to do quite a bit of damage, severing the enemy's arm at the shoulder joint. Looking at the enemy who had lost the ability to fight while he was now seriously wounded, Lorhan said that trolls are superior to humans in strength and agility. Immediately after that, watching the monster pull out the axe that had stuck in his body after the boy's throw, Lorhan said, however, their main feature. As soon as the monster pulled Lorhan's axe out of his shoulder, it immediately began to regenerate muscles and bones, and Lorhan said that it was quite fast regeneration. Immediately after the enemy began to regenerate its wounded body part, Lorhan reduced the distance between himself and the monster and said, "But you don't have to be afraid of it." Preparing to fight an enemy that wouldn't die from a few blows, the happy boy said, "Just keep attacking until they die." Seeing the boy approaching him, the troll swung his arm and prepared to strike Lorhan with a powerful blow to avenge his injury. However, Lorhan was no slouch either. Taking up a fighting stance and clasping his hands in front of him, the boy prepared for a hand-to-hand fight with the monster. Immediately after that, if the weapon does not work on the enemy, you need to work with your hands. And that's exactly what Lorhan did, pouring a barrage of blows all over the troll's body. As soon as the enemy dropped his guard and opened up for an attack, Lorhan took out 2 tomahawk axes from his inventory and prepared to strike. The next moment, he swung his bladed weapon and cut the enemy in 2, turning the area around him red. After finishing the battle against the troll, Lorhan said happily, "Well, you see, later on there may be trolls of heroic rank or even generals, but these damn trolls only have faster regeneration." Having fought several battles against the enemies, Lorhan said sadly, "I think we have destroyed all the enemies in this dungeon." When there was nothing more to shoot, Lorhan decided to stop filming and do other things, saying, "Yes, this is probably the end of our video." Immediately after that, Lorhan mentally said, "Of course, I don't have to reveal the whole quest to them, but I can cut it out later if necessary." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan took out a paring knife from his inventory and said happily, "Well, now it's time for the loot." The next moment, Lorhan saw a system notification that said, "You have successfully butchered a cursed cave troll. Because the butcher skill is low, you get less offal. The butcher skill is increased by 0.1%. After completing the carcass of the cave troll, Lorhan saw a system notification that you have received the troll's blood. After receiving the troll blood he was looking for to complete the mission, Lorhan turned his head in all directions and said, "I'm pretty sure it was here somewhere." After some time of searching, Lorhan finally saw the desired system notification that said the rare explorer skill was activated. "You have found something special." Then Lorhan happily said, "Oh, there it is." In front of him, he saw a mountain of bones with something highlighted in golden color. Searching through the pile of bones to find what he had been looking for so long, Lorhan saw a system notification that you have received a new item, a bone of a cursed beast. Finding the reason why this happened and the trolls were also cursed, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "The reason why the trolls were cursed is of unnatural origin." Immediately after that, Lorhan imagined that someone had thrown a cursed beast to the trolls as food. He also mentioned the plague rats in the sewers, which were also infected with the disease by chance and could not find it anywhere by chance. The forest spirits in the Tekalon forest, who also got infected with an unknown disease and turned into what they are now, were not left without attention and forgotten. Recalling the same mythical creatures that were the main villains, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "I think the same guys, the bastards who are trying to sow curses and change monsters and NPCs, the main villains of the main quest, had a hand in all this." Heading to the exit of the cave, Lorhan gathered everything he needed to complete the mission and what he was interested in, and thoughtfully said, "I don't remember anyone in my past life identifying these bastards." Recalling his past life, Lorhan suddenly remembered Odin and the Ragnarok Guild, after which he thoughtfully said in his head, "I was just following the plot." Immediately after that, remembering the problem that happened to him, Lorhan added, "But then I was contacted by the villains from Ragnarok." Reaching the exit of the cave, Lorhan was immersed in his thoughts, drawing lines of similarity to get to the truth using the deductive method, and said in surprise, "Wait a minute." Realizing an interesting detail that had never occurred to him before, Lorhan said in surprise, "No, this is nonsense. As far as I'm concerned, it just can't be." Having drawn all the main lines and crawled all the connections, Lorhan said in surprise, "But maybe that's why Ragnarok attacked me." Angry because of his guesses where he deduced a remarkable sequence in the actions of the guild he hated, Lorhan said, "Did they really want to prevent me from completing the main task?" Sometime after he finished his thoughts, Lorhan turned to the garrison general and held out his hand with the skull of the cursed animal. Seeing what Lorhan had brought him, the garrison general immediately grabbed the skull in his hands and said in surprise, "Where did you say you went to find it?" To which Lorhan replied, "In the cursed cave of life where trolls live." Looking at the cursed skull of the animal, General Malkin said in surprise, "I have studied mutated monsters, but I never thought that curses spread through it." At the same time, Lorhan, who was sitting in Malkin's office, heard that first the sewers, then the Tekalon forest, and now the cave. They planted the infected objects only in hard-to-reach places. When he heard that General Malkin knew where the cursed objects or creatures were found, Lorhan angrily asked if you knew anything about those who spread these curses or perhaps their targets. Hearing Lorhan's question, General Malkin bowed his head to the boy and said, "I'm sorry, but I have no leads. We have only recently begun our investigation." Immediately after these words, General Malkin handed the cursed animal skull back to Lorhan and said, "Lorhan, from this moment on, I've been studying this bone on you." Looking at Lorhan, to whom he wanted to entrust this important mission, General Malkin asked, "Now tell me if you can find other monsters that have been cursed." Leaving the garrison headquarters, Lorhan went about his business and was deep in thought, saying in his head, "It turns out that I had greatly underestimated the reason Odin tried to drag me to Ragnarok." Recalling when he offered him to join his guild, extending his hand and making promises, Lorhan added, "I thought he was jealous of my first place in the rankings, thinking that he just wanted to conquer me." Immediately after that, Lorhan pictured in his mind the image of the main villain of the game. But what if it all turned out to be false? Imagining that there could be something like an alliance between the MP Guild and the Blood Hunters Guild, Lorhan mentally added, "What if they made a deal with each other?" Grabbing his head from his own thoughts about what exactly could have been going on in his past life with all that Ragnarok Lorhan added, then it turns out that the true purpose was to prevent him from completing his main task. Walking through the city with a scary expression on his face, Lorhan scared all passers-by thinking, "Maybe I'm overthinking everything in the Lord, where the whole point is to complete the main quest. Users have no reason to cooperate with NPC thieves." The next moment, with a furious expression on his face because his thoughts had made him angry and hateful, Lorhan spoke up, "Whoever those bastards from Ragnarok were." After a short pause, the boy who frightened passers-by with his appearance added, "I will be able to ask them personally about everything before I destroy them." After some time, Lorhan finally arrived at Baron Truhl's estate and brought him the troll's blood to complete the first quest of his daughter's healing chain. Taking the troll blood he had ordered in his hands, Baron Truhl happily said to Lorhan, "You really did find the troll blood. I knew I could rely on the garrison." Immediately afterwards, Baron Truhl added, "Now I need the hot blood of the rams. You can get it by hunting the devil's rams. Please get it for my poor daughter." Having received a new task where he had to get 20 sheepskins and 20 units of sheep's blood, Lorhan went to the cave where it could be obtained. With a sly smile, remembering that Baron Truhl had said it was for his poor daughter, Lorcan said that indeed it was. Heading to the very place where these devilish rams are found under the cover of night, Lorhan added, "I guess I should play the fool." After a certain period of time, Lorhan finally arrived at the right place to get the item he needed to fulfill his mission with the Baron. Seeing that there were two monsters in front of him from which he needed to get the materials, Lorhan smiled happily and said, "So now I have to work as a shepherd." Immediately after these words, the boy entered the battle in order not to delay the time of the mission, because there was still a lot of things that had to be done in his plans. Destroying the enemies who for some reason did not even move during the battle with Lorhan, he took off his Lion King mask and wondered if it was really because they were herbivores. Putting on his Lion King mask again to make the hunt easier, Lorhan added happily, grabbing his axe and going after the next victims. They fell into a stupor when they met the predator. Having encountered one enemy that he could not destroy with just one blow, Lorhan said in surprise, "Look at that." Looking at the rather cunning enemy who was smart enough not to die from a single blow, the boy added blocked the axe with his fur. Stepping back to regroup, Lorhan mentally added these mediocre skills after a short pause. The boy confidently added that they could also be combined. Having dodged one of the enemy's attacks that tried to switch from defense to offense, Lorhan said in amazement, "Wow, that's pretty good." Immediately after that, grabbing his weapon when he was behind his enemy, the boy shouted menacingly, "But don't underestimate me, I'm not a slip-up either." Using a jerk and a jumping punch combination, Lorhan added, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to see who was stronger. Having cut the enemy in two with all his reinforcements, well-timed attack and the attack itself, Lorhan delivered a critical blow and easily won with just one punch. After finishing the battle against a strong enemy who was able to demonstrate some skills, Lorhan wiped the sweat from his forehead with a heavy exhale. Immediately afterwards, looking back at the other ram standing behind him, the boy said in surprise, "Where are you going?" "Wait, I'm not done with you yet." Lorhan smiled ominously into the enemy's face and added, "I need your blood and skin. Give it to me and I will have mercy on you." Looking at the frightened enemy who realized that he was going to die, he looked at Lorhan awkwardly and then said, "Well, that's a great deal, of course, if you can live without them." Having gathered all the materials he needed, Lorhan headed for the town of Paracrestia. Walking along the square, the boy yawned and thought, "I didn't sleep all night because of these devilish rams." Suddenly, passing by a shop with materials, Lorhan heard someone's confused voice saying, "Why doesn't anyone sell these items?" Glancing at the source of the noise, Lorhan saw 3 elves standing near the shop. Then one of them nervously added, "We can pay more if you sell us some." Lorhan, who didn't like the noise in the streets, thought to himself, "The other users have already appeared in the 3rd city. I thought they would be gone for at least a day or two." The next moment, one of the dwarves sitting behind the counter angrily said to the customers, "Be quiet, you youngsters who care only about appearance. Get out of my sight." Not understanding why everyone refuses to help them or sell them various goods, one of the players nervously said, "Why they treat us like this? Someone has done something to the inhabitants of this city." Hearing these words, Lorhan smiled slyly, realizing the reason for this behavior of the townspeople, and mentally said they were trying to trade with the NPCs without being recognized by other races. The next moment, one of the players grabbed the dwarf by the skin and angrily shouted, "What kind of discrimination was this?" And when the dwarf fell under the hands of the irritated player, he screamed out in fright. Immediately after this incident, Lorhan, who was standing near the scene, heard the player say, "Hey, calm down, let's go to another store." And he replied, "We've been kicked out of so many stores, do you really think that something will come of this?" Looking at the ugliness going on in the city of Lorhan, I heard from a local resident who was about to be beaten up, "Oh, I can die like that, save the poor dwarf." As soon as the cries of help from the local resident were heard, immediately after the players who organized the robbery, the thunderous voice of the guard sounded behind them. Looking behind them, a couple of elves nervously exclaimed that the general, right in front of them, stood the general of the Crossroads City Guard. But he wasn't the real one. It was Lorhan who had used a skill and disguised himself. Looking at the one who came to the aid of the poor citizen of the city, the players heard a menacing tone, like, "You are strangers here. What are you going to do with the citizen of Crossroads?" Immediately after his question, Lorhan heard the general of the army say, "Please help us." Immediately after the cry for help, the dwarf angrily exclaimed. They suddenly appeared out of nowhere and demanded to give them the goods. And the player exclaimed in displeasure, "What are you talking about?" Hearing what kind of accusations fell on their shoulders, one of the elves nervously said in a trembling voice, "No, we would never do that." She did not have time to finish when Lorhan interrupted her saying, "Stop the noise!" As soon as the players quieted down, Lorhan confidently said, "Whatever your intentions, I simply will not tolerate violence against the townspeople." Pausing for a moment to make up his mind, the member of the city guard added, "You've only recently arrived in the city and have already caused so much disorder. I don't want to hear anything." For a moment, pointing at the players who were insulting the dwarf, Lorhan used his guardian privilege and saw a system notification in front of him that said, "You have used the authority of a member of the Crossroads Guard to drive unworthy individuals out of the city." Continuing to cast spells on the players to drive them away, Lorhan angrily added, "Get out of the city now." Noticing that one of them was already beginning to turn into pixels to move somewhere outside the city, the girl scaredly exclaimed that, "Wait a minute." When the spell began to work on the other players who were on the team, their leader angrily exclaimed, "What are you doing? We just got here, oh shit." As soon as the players disappeared from the square, the rescued dwarf bowed his head and said, "Thank you. I was already thinking that they would bring me a lot of trouble." After these words, the level of trust with the dwarf arms dealer increased. Looking at the place where the players were, Lorhan sighed in disappointment and thought that even when facing an emergency, one should be well-mannered. So why use violence against a merchant right away? The next moment, when the disguise spell dissipated, Lorhan took off his helmet and thought to himself, "It's not that I don't understand those players. They must be very disappointed that they can't buy the material they need." Immediately after that, remembering his own first experience when he bought something, Lorhan mentally added that they just can't accept being ignored because they belong to a different race. Immediately after these thoughts, boiling with anger and beginning to crush the helmet in his hands, Lorhan continued his train of thought. "Oh, the thought of this pisses me off." Walking away from the merchant, Lorhan said thoughtfully, they had finally reached the 100th level and arrived at the 3rd city, and how disappointed they were to realize that they could not buy even one item. Thinking about selling items and all that, Lorhan suddenly had a great idea. Thinking about how he could put his plan into effect, Lorhan thoughtfully said with a sly smile on his face, "I just remembered a way I can make a ton of money in this city." Heading to the place he needed, which could become a gold mine for him, Lorhan stopped after a while in front of a huge building and said happily, "This is it." Looking at the multi-story building that stood right in front of him, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "What a huge building it is, but it needs a lot of work. I have purchased a 4-story building that will soon become the most visited place in the neighborhood." Recalling his past manipulations to get a considerable amount of money, Lorhan mentally said, "Just like in Concane, I'm going to start a real estate business." Realizing what kind of profits he could make this time, Lorhan smiled slyly and said the average level of players in Concane ranged from 2 and in Paracrystock from 2, which means only one thing. Real estate prices will only grow. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "But there is only one problem that does not give me peace of mind, and that is that Paracryst is a large city, which is why it is difficult to monopolize the market like in Concane." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan walked inside the building he had purchased and said, "That's why I need to buy the building with the best location as soon as possible." Looking at the interior and the degree of contamination of the room in which he was going to settle, Lorhan was surprised to hear that it was not as bad as it turned out. Immediately after these words, Lorhan opened his inventory to get everything he needed and confidently said, "That's why let's make a department store out of this place." Recalling the players he had expelled, the boy mentally said that users who were not recognized by other races could not shop in the Crossroads stores. In other words, the demand was high, and there was almost no supply. Immediately afterwards, imagining the excitement he would cause by building his own shop in the rented building, Lorhan said happily, "What if I open a shop for players myself?" Realizing how many customers he would have and how long the lines would be, Lorhan confidently added, "Of course they would all come to me." Immediately after thinking about setting up his own store, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "So, on the ground floor I will place bestsellers and hunting items, travel scrolls and potions. These categories of goods are necessary for everyone regardless of their cost. Of course it would be much cheaper to buy in bulk in another city." The next moment Lorhan smiled ominously, remembering the way to get to the Crossroads, but it would be terribly inconvenient. As one comes to such a place once or twice, how can one resist buying what is at hand? After discussing in his head the filling of the first floor with goods that would be sold there, Lorhan confidently said that the second floor would be for premium equipment with the best features. After deciding what would be on the first 2 floors, the guy decided to go upstairs and added that on the 3rd floor there would be branded handmade products. And here you could also find TK brand products that were made by me. Having distributed everything he had on the floors for sale and leaving all the most interesting things for the last, Lorhan confidently added, "And on the 4th floor, we will have an auction hall." Going up to the 4th floor where he was going to have the auction room, the guy saw the interior of the floor and said, "Wow, it looks pretty decent." Having done everything he had planned, Lorhan left his shop and happily said, "Take care of the shop in my absence," and was told that the boss of the shop was the NPC who had been hired by Lorhan. Leaving his commercial building, Lorhan thoughtfully spoke in his head, "But there is one weakness in my plan. Users will be able to shop in other stores when they complete the story quest after completing the task and gaining access to NPC stores." Immediately afterwards, Lorhan took a thoughtful pose and said in his mind, The goods from the second to the fourth floor will be sold because they are hard to find, but something is still missing, or there is another way to use the shop. Remembering a great opportunity to make a profit from his shop, Lorhan exclaimed with joy that there was definitely one way, and then headed for the city, saying that in the garrison there was a department that dealt with rewriting, a special department that made postcards and advertisements. Arriving at the office he needed in the garrison, Lorhan heard from an employee, "You want to place an order." Looking at the visitor, the elf asked what you need to rewrite, and Lorhan handed him a piece of paper and said, "Here you go." Seeing what exactly he needed to do, the writer looked at the text in fright and said what it was. Immediately after a frightened look at his visitor, the writer said anxiously, "Do you really want me to rewrite this?" Hearing the writer's question, Lorhan smiled slyly and said it was an order from General Malkin, after which he thought the decision to become a guardsman was simply the best one. After a while, hanging up the posters with the guides, Lorhan happily said in his head, "Well, it's not entirely a lie. Reputation really rises from killing monsters. NPCs really give quests to players with good reputation." Immediately after these thoughts, remembering the hunting sequence he had created, Lorhan said in his head, "I chose the gyropod as the first monster." Recalling its abilities, Lorhan added, "Despite its high defense level, this monster is easy to hunt because of its slow and weak attacks. Its skin and carapace are used as materials to create high-end equipment." Realizing how cleverly he had planned all this, Lorhan walked down the street with a depressing aura around him and mentally said ominously, giggling, "The only drawback of the gyropole is that it takes a very long time to hunt it. Killing only it makes it difficult to increase your reputation in a short time. If the rate of reputation increase slows down and the recognition of other users is postponed indefinitely, I will be able to continue the existence of my shop." Recalling his cunning plan, Lorhan mentally said that users who would not know the true value of leather and shell would most likely bring them to the city for sale, but since they had not yet completed the quest, they would not be able to trade with other NPCs and would only have to go to the only store that would buy these things from them. Remembering the name of his shop, Lorhan slyly shouted out the name of the shop for visitors. Immediately after discussing his cunning plan in his head, Lorhan said, "If I buy all the skins and shells at a low price and also get some improved equipment and auction it off, I'll have a real money printing factory." Immediately after these thoughts, remembering what time and date it was, the boy exclaimed in confusion, "Oh, it's been so long, it's probably time to visit the Baron." Arriving at Baron Truel's house in the countryside, Lorhan heard the ruler's surprised voice. "It's incredible! You managed to defeat the Devil's Ram, and you are much more experienced than I thought." Immediately after expressing his impressions, Baron Truelove said, "Well, this will be my last request. Take everything you have gathered and go to Triticus." Immediately after these words, Baron Truel held out a suitcase with the monster materials Lorhan had obtained from the monsters, and said that all you had to do was bring what he would make from those ingredients. Hearing Baron Truel's request, Lorhan bowed and said it will be done when the Baron heard it. He said confidently, "I'm counting on you." Bowing his head, Lorhan suddenly heard a sound of a blow coming from above, and he was surprised to hear it, to which the Baron replied, "Never mind." Trying to justify himself somehow, the Baron nervously added, "Most likely it was my subject who dropped something while cleaning the library. Come back as soon as possible." With a sly smile when he heard this excuse, Lorhan added, "I need your help to save my daughter." Seeing that Lorhan was behaving strangely, Baron Truel asked his guest what was wrong with you, to which Lorhan confidently replied that it was nothing, just a cough. Turning his back on the Baron and then looking back at him, Lorhan said, "Well, in that case," and then thought, "Yes, to save his daughter. What a stupid thing to do." Immediately after these words, Lorhan confidently added in his head that Baron Truel never had children. Leaving the Baron's castle, Lorhan mentally said that the strange thing was that he met with his visitors only at night. Starting his reflections on this topic, the boy added in his head, "The developers give an obvious clue as to why I realized this only now." Having fully understood the whole situation, Lorhan confidently said that Baron Trell is actually a vampire, a representative of a race that hates sunlight and lives by absorbing the blood of other races. At the same time, there was indeed a child somewhere in one of the rooms of the castle in the place where the noise was coming from, but it was not the Baron's daughter. The child he had kidnapped and passed off as his daughter was a creature who possessed the highest quality blood that increased the strength of vampires. She was one of the higher elves. These elves were the most noble of all the representatives of the elven race, and that is why their blood was the most nutritious for vampires. Somewhere, it was said that a vampire who managed to drink the blood of a high elf could gain incredible strength. However, because even the blood of high elves has divine powers? Most vampires cannot drink it, except for the powerful first-generation vampires. But Baron Truel is an ordinary vampire, which is why his insides melt as soon as he tastes the blood of a high elf. And that's why he decided to use magic to fix this situation. He really thinks that he can drink the blood of a high elf if he can use an enchanted object to enhance his abilities. Arriving in the Misty Valley where he was sent to deliver the materials he had obtained, Lorhan thoughtfully said that the shaman Tritica he had been talking about must be around here somewhere. Looking around in all directions to find the place where the shaman should be, Lorhan exclaimed with dissatisfaction, "But there is nothing to see here, and how do you order me to look for him? Why is this forest so big?" Continuing his journey, and not noticing that someone was already following him, Lorhan confidently said, "If it were someone else in my place, he would hardly have coped with this quest and would have given up long ago." Suddenly behind him, Lorhan heard someone's angry roar. It was the hyenas that were devouring the fog of the 115th level. Turning around to see who it was, the boy was surprised to hear that there were monsters and quite a few of them. Resorting to a tactical retreat, Lorhan said in his head, "I'm here to complete the quest and not waste my time on these dogs, so I'll just run away from them." Seeing that the boy began to run away from them, the animals, confused at first, came to their senses and immediately chased their prey, which is not so often found in these parts. Running away from the monsters, Lorhan, who had been running away from the bottom quite effectively, said in surprise in his head, "They are much slower than I thought. Some of them even fell behind." Immediately after these thoughts, realizing that he could easily get away from them, Lorhan said in his head, "Great, I just need to increase the distance." But as soon as he said it, he felt the ground disappear under his feet. Falling down the cliff, Lorhan said in confusion that when he realized what had happened to him, he added irritably, "The damn fog is all because of him." Having expressed all his dissatisfaction, Lorhan landed directly on his feet after flying a certain distance from the cliff due to his inattention and the thick fog in front of him. The next moment, continuing his escape, Lorhan saw a considerable number of monsters in front of him and said in surprise, "Aha, so I understand." Looking at how he was surrounded by monsters on all sides, Lorhan nervously said, "So I'm in their lair." Raising his head up, Lorhan said in surprise that they were deliberately keeping their distance from me and driving me in the direction they wanted. Realizing everything that had happened to him, the boy took out his new weapon from his inventory and said, "Well, if things are going to go on like this, then I'll have to deal with them myself." Immediately after these words, throwing his heavy sword to the ground, Lorhan added, "I just needed to protest a little." Preparing to confront the monsters that trapped him, Lorhan said thoughtfully to me, "And I wondered how many I could kill with my skills." As soon as these words came out of Lorhan's mouth, he smiled ominously and said, "You will be my guinea pigs." Grabbing his weapon in his hands, Lorhan prepared for a brutal massacre and a test of his new weapon, mentally saying the only drawback of the berserker class is its vulnerability to the sweat of a group of enemies. Destroying all the enemies one by one, Lorhan said in his head in frustration, "In a one-on-one battle against berserkers there is simply no equal." However, due to the lack of skills with area damage, they cannot attack several opponents at the same time. Continuing to fight a fierce battle with a large number of monsters, Lorhan nervously added, "That is why facing weak opponents can be a big problem if they all attack at once." Preparing to use his trump card, Lorhan spoke confidently to compensate for this disadvantage that exists in the berserker class. Preparing to strike a powerful blow at the square, Lorhan shouted with impatience, "I combined my berserker skills and created something with a wide radius of destruction." Swinging his sword above him and preparing to use his combined skill, Lorhan shouted out a devastating blow and then thundered to the ground. Having finished the fight with just one blow, Lorhan joyfully said, "Just great, I killed 80 hyenas in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Looking at the dead bodies of the enemies he had easily killed, Lorhan said happily, "Even sorcerers would be jealous. The combined skills would not only allow them to fight effectively one-on-one, but also smooth out the vulnerability of berserkers to a large number of opponents." Before I could even rejoice that he had finished off so many enemies with a single blow, Lorhan said, "No, that's not enough for me. It's only good enough for average users." Immediately after these words, recalling his past life, Lorhan confidently said, "If I went back, it would clearly not be enough for me to fight an equal battle with Ragnarok." Recalling how he was defeated by using the blade rain skill, Lorhan added thoughtfully, "I won easily because the monsters were on the same level as me, but for Ragnarok, I need a skill that will inflict more serious damage on my opponents. Thinking about how this combined skill of his worked, Lorhan mentally said, Destructive Push is more of a jerk than an area damage. This skill allows you to move in a straight line and only damage those who are on the way. It is difficult to use on enemies who are far away from each other because the trajectory cannot be changed. The next moment, remembering his hated enemies, Lorhan angrily said in his head, in order to defeat the villains of Ragnarok, I need to capture a large territory, especially when it comes to Odin. Immediately after that, Lorhan pointed to the sky and shouted angrily, Just wait for me, Odin. I will create a skill to strike the area and destroy you. Immediately after these self-confident words, Lorhan calmed down his fiery passion and willingness to work for the goal and said calmly, But first, I need to complete this quest. Walking further in the forest covered with thick fog, Lorhan thoughtfully said, as he directly related to increasing the radius of my attacks in a battle with multiple enemies. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a strange man in a cloak who stretched out his hand in front of him and shouted, Stop where you are. Immediately after these words, the strange man banged his staff on the ground and said, I think you have come from Baron Truel, for I am right. As soon as the strange man asked about the purpose of the visit, the strange figure said, I am Shaman Tritica. Put all the materials on the ground and move away. Pulling out a suitcase from his inventory with the items he had been mining, Lorhan sent them to the ground as ordered by the shaman and mentally said to think about it, only he came to me. Moving away from the suitcase with the materials for the ritual, Lorhan raised his hands and said, This will work for you. As soon as everything was prepared for the ritual, the shaman began to read the spell in order to create a material scroll that would help Baron Truel drink the blood of the High Elf. Looking at what was happening in front of him, Lorhan wondered in his head if his aura and actions looked strange enough to be witchcraft. After completing his ritual of creating the scroll, the shaman Tritica held out the result of his magic to Lorhan and said, You can take it, it's ready. Picking up what the shaman had created, Lorhan saw a system notification that said you have received a blood seal, a rare quest that allows you to make an imprint on your body that resembles a tattoo to enhance the vampire's energy when used. The effect of the blood seal is activated. Holding the seal created by the shaman in his hands, Lorhan mentally set an item that enhances Baron Truel's abilities. If he uses it, he will be able to drink the blood of the higher elves. The next moment, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, Now all I have to do is bring this scroll to the Baron. But all this time I didn't want to get the reward for the quest. I wanted this scroll. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately activated the scroll of the blood seal to apply this effect to himself. Seeing what Baron Truel's messenger was doing with the scroll, the shaman Tritica angrily exclaimed, What the hell are you doing if you use this scroll on yourself? Before he could finish, Lorhan had already activated it on himself and said happily, Finally, I have it now. Immediately afterwards, a system notification appeared, informing me that you had used the blood seal. As a result of the use, many notifications appeared that reported the effects of the amplification, which said, You have learned the skill of absorbing life when hitting the target at a rate of 3%. Imprints cannot be amplified or removed, depending on the type of imprint. The amount of absorption is determined by the number of imprints available. Smiling ominously, Lorhan, who had gained an incredible ability, happily said looking at the shaman, The best imprint for fighting multiple opponents is life absorption. Lorhan was giggling ominously in the middle of the forest and said happily in his head, This is exactly what I wanted for so long. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan imagined a fight with the members of the Ragnarok Guild in his head and confidently said in his head, Of course, when facing multiple opponents, the strength of attack is very important. Continuing his thoughts on how to fight properly and effectively against a large number of opponents, Lorhan added that regeneration also plays a significant role in this situation. Looking at his blood seal that granted him a vampirism skill of 3%, Lorhan confidently said in his head, Now that I can absorb the health of my opponents with the blood seal, I will be able to last much longer. Recalling the upcoming negative updates where the percentage of absorption would be reduced from 3% to 1% on hit, Lorhan mentally said in his mind, I don't care if the ability is reduced in the future. Immediately after that, smiling slyly looking at the table of his skill, he happily added, however, Players who received an imprint before the patch for some reason retain the original percentage of absorption. Now I am one of them. Before he could fully enjoy his skill, a fireball flew right at him and hit him in the face. Immediately after the hit, Lorhan, who took the full impact, heard the shaman's angry voice saying, How dare you take the scroll that was meant for the Baron, you insolent lowlife. Meanwhile, Lorhan, who had half of his face and body burned by the fireball, sighed and said that it tickled. And immediately after these words, he mentally said that it was obvious that he had spent his life energy to create the print. Finishing his thoughts, Lorhan, who had received damage from the enemy, took out his weapon from the inventory and said, "I just wanted to test the effectiveness of the imprint I received." Without forcing himself to wait long, the guy used the skill of strike and instantly moved towards the opponent, taking his head off his shoulders and being behind his back. Having destroyed the enemy without even realizing it, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "I would be very happy if the creator of the skill himself would take part in its testing." Looking back after he heard no response but only the dull sound of a blow, the boy saw that the enemy's head was lying near his body and said in surprise that I had killed him with one blow. Immediately after hitting the enemy, the skill of absorbing the enemy's health began to work, and recovering from the fireball, Lorhan happily said, "This is just an incredible effect that completely restores health." Also noticing that Tridic's head appeared in his inventory, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "Since he was a monster, I even got loot from him that Tridic turned out to be a goblin." Having understood how the vampirism skill works in a battle against enemies, Lorhan took up his beard and said thoughtfully, "I would certainly like to test the bloody print." Continuing his train of thought, he continued, "But for that I need to do it to the fullest." Immediately after that, the boy went to the crossroads to do something. His journey ended at the Berserker Guild of the Third City, and it was here that Lorhan was going to gather everything he needed to fully test his skill. Standing in front of the guildmaster of the Berserker Guild, Lorhan confidently said, "Please give me a book on the strength and hard body rolls and also give me a book on the assault skill." As soon as all the necessary materials were in his hands, Lorhan started the process of combining. When this process is completed, the skill books will disappear, and the boy will automatically receive the combined skill. When the process of creating the combined skill was completed, Lorhan happily said, "That's great." And immediately afterwards he saw a system notification that said, "After reviewing the combined skill, please confirm its creation by clicking the Finish button." After completing the creation of the combined skill, Lorhan had to create an action clip of the application. Then he mentally said, "First, we transfer all the weight to one leg." The next moment, while continuing to implement his plan, Lorhan mentally added, "And now I have to spin like a spinning top and also swing the axe in my hands." After the demonstration of the new combined skill, Lorhan saw a system notification saying that the action clip was recorded. The next moment, when everything was finished, the last system window appeared, which said, "Please enter the name of the combined skill in this ribbon." And Lorhan wrote a vortex. As soon as everything was ready and the skill was added to his skill list, the guy immediately jumped out of the guild exclaiming, "This is my first skill with the ability to hit the area. I need to test it immediately." His choice for testing his new skill was to come to the cursed cave of life, where trolls with the ability to regenerate lived. Confidently moving forward, Lorhan, who was burning with impatience for the battle, angrily exclaimed, "Well, where did you all disappear when you were so needed?" Looking around, perhaps somewhere behind him, one enemy appeared. Lorhan shouted out, "Hey, who will be the first victim of my skill?" And immediately after these shouts, Lorhan thought that there was no such skill as whirlwind in the Lord. Remembering how this skill was used somewhere else and he remembered it, the boy added, "I created it under the impression of another game. I'm just sure that even Odin would not have thought of such a boogeyman." The next moment after his thoughts, Lorhan heard someone growling, which meant only one thing. The enemies had arrived and the training would begin soon. Looking around and noticing how many enemies had arrived, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "It's great to see so many of you here." Immediately after these words, Lorhan smiled ominously and said with a slight disappointment in his voice, "I was hoping to meet more powerful monsters than hyenas, but this will do." Spreading his arms to embrace all the monsters that surrounded him, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "Well, come to your daddy now. We're going to have some fun." The next moment, a considerable number of enemies sank their teeth into Lorhan's limbs, and he just stood there waiting for the system notification that would give him the opportunity to act. As soon as his health dropped to 20%, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "Well, now it's time to start testing forward." After dealing with the enemies that clung to his body, Lorhan swung his axe to the center of the crowd of wolves and exclaimed, "I'm doing great." Preparing to use his new skill in combination with his vampirism skill, Lorhan mentally said, "Now it's my turn." Firmly clutching his axe in his hands, the boy confidently shouted out the use of Lorhan's new technique. Entering the stream, destroying all the enemies in his path, Lorhan shouted out the use of the combined skill of the vortex. Spinning like a whirlwind and chopping down everything in his path, Lorcan not only took away the enemy's ability to attack him, but also effectively destroyed all the monsters he was surrounded by. After finishing the battle with the enemies who were no longer left on the battlefield, Lorhan happily said, "My health is fully restored." Looking at the enemies chopped into small pieces, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "A bloody imprint absorbs only 3% of health, which is quite a lot, especially in a battle against several opponents." Turning his gaze to the battlefield, which was covered with the corpses of 120th level werewolves, the boy thought in his head, "If you can quickly restore mana, you can hunt indefinitely, right?" Immediately after these thoughts, looking at his seal, Lorhan happily said in his head, "This should be more than enough to deal with Odin's group." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan, hiding his weapon back in his inventory, thoughtfully said, "Well, this is the end of his skill testing." When all the work was done, Lorhan suddenly remembered Baron Truel and thought, "I stole a quest item and killed a shaman. Baron Truel must be incredibly angry right now." With a sly smile after a brilliant idea came to his mind, Lorhan thought, wouldn't it be better to get rid of the vampire and get a reward from the High Elves? Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan rushed to the garrison headquarters in the city of Crossroads to report the information he had received. Holding out the goblin's head to the garrison general, Lorhan said, "This is the head of a goblin shaman named Tritica." Seeing what Lorhan had brought him, the garrison general nervously exclaimed that there was a goblin hiding somewhere near us. The next moment, taking the head of the defeated monster, General Malkin nervously added that the goblins belonged to the army of the Black Dragon, the main enemy of the Golden Lion. "Where did you find him?" Before he could finish, Lorhan interrupted him, saying that he was a servant of Baron Truel. Immediately after the report, Lorhan added in a calm tone that the Baron was also a vampire, holding a high elf hostage. Looking at the head of the goblin shaman, Lorhan said with the help of the shaman, Truel was going to use a strong spell to be able to drink the blood of the high elf which contains divine power. "I killed the shaman before Truel could complete his plan." Having reported all of Baron Truel's plans, Lorhan confidently said that nothing irreparable had happened, but if left as it was, the Baron would continue his dark deeds. Immediately after these words, gritting his teeth in anger, General Malkin added, "I will not allow any high elves to be harmed in my jurisdiction." The next moment, preparing to deal with the insolent Baron, the general shouted out to gather the garrison, "We are leaving immediately." Hearing the confidence in General Lorhan's voice, he held out his hand to calm him down, saying, "Listen to me." Immediately after that, recalling who their enemy was, Lorhan said invading a vampire in the middle of the night could be tantamount to suicide. It would be better to go before dawn and kill him while he was sleeping. Hearing Lorhan's proposal, General Malkin grabbed his head and said in disappointment, "I was influenced by emotions, you're right. We'd better wait until dawn." Having dissuaded the general from his plan to go to the Baron right now, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, "While you are waiting, I will visit the Baron." Glad that he was able to calm the garrison general's temper and dissuade him from going right now, Lorhan added, "I have something more important to do than just catch Truelove." Thinking of the girl he was keeping in his castle, Lorhan added, "I have something more important to do than just catch Truel." He added that he would rescue the High Elf before the garrison and get special thanks for it. And at the same time, Baron Truel could not wait for the scroll to be brought to him, and that is why, having come to the elf's room, he said in a hungry voice, looking at her neck, "I will finally drink your blood." And so, after a short period of time, Lorhan finally arrived at the very house in the countryside where Baron Truel lived. Looking up to see the castle behind the high gates, Lorcan smiled slyly and mentally told Truel that he must be thrilled to be able to taste the blood of a higher elf very soon. Immediately after these words, Lorhan thought in his head, "I'll give Malkin a reason to wait until dawn to attack, for I have my own goals to pursue." Scaling the wall to get inside the building uninvited, Lorhan said in his head, "All to test his own strength when this bastard is at his peak." Immediately after that, he added, "I just have to defeat him alone so that I alone can earn the reward of the High Elf." Climbing to the right height, Lorhan looked into the reception room without finding the Baron there. The boy said in his head Truel was not visible. Climbing into Baron Truel's castle, Lorhan thought in his head, so the taller elf seemed to be somewhere upstairs. Quietly moving along the corridors, Lorhan reached the room that was located on the top floor. Opening the door inside, he thoughtfully set it here. Entering the room, Lorhan saw that the girl was still sleeping, which surprised him greatly. However, he was not disappointed. Looking at the girl who was lying in bed, Lorhan happily said in his head, bingo. He did not think that everything would be so easy. Reaching out his hand to the sleeping girl to try to wake her from her sleep, Lorhan said hesitantly, "Hey, high elf lady." Touching the girl and shaking her to wake her up, the boy tried his best to wake her up from her sleep without making too much noise. Looking at the girl who still could not wake up, Lorhan was surprised to think that nothing was happening. The high elves are very sensitive to sounds. She should have woken up as soon as I entered the room. Is she under the pills? Immediately after that, Lorhan took a hand to his beard and thoughtfully said in his head, "It will be quite problematic if I miscalculate the force and she gets hurt. How can I wake her up without resorting to violence?" Remembering that he had an engineering skill, Lorhan opened his inventory and used the materials he had to create a primitive alarm clock to wake the girl. Adjusting the time of the signal, the boy smiled slyly and said in his head, "I never thought I would create something like this as a test to improve my engineering skills." Putting his engineering contraption down next to the girl, Lorhan said to activate the primitive alarm clock. Covering his ears with his hands to block out the noise of the alarm, Lorhan nervously said, looking at the girl, "My eardrums are going to burst. She has to wake up." When the bell finally reached the girl and she woke up, she immediately covered her ears with her hands and shouted out to stop. Taking the alarm clock from the girl's bed, which continued to make noise, Lorhan awkwardly said, "You're awake," to which the girl replied, "Please get rid of that sound somehow." As soon as the alarm was turned off, Lorhan asked the elf if you were all right, noble lady. And hearing these words, the girl immediately stood up and looked at Lorhan in surprise and said, "You woke me up." Bowing before the high elf to introduce himself, Lorhan said, "Yes, my name is Lorhan. I am the guardian of the crossroads," and then thought, "High elves are born noble." Realizing the situation he was in, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, since they were members of the royal family like General Malkin, I should be polite. Hearing the name of her savior, the girl put her hand to her chest and said, "Irakin, thank you so much for coming to save me." Lorhan extended his hand to help the girl up and said, "I'm sorry I had to use such a barbaric method." And she replied, "It's okay. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to wake up from the nightmare." Immediately after these words, the girl said nervously, "But wasn't it too unreasonable to make so much noise?" As soon as she said that, she heard footsteps that grew very fast, and then the door to the room swung open, and Iraheen screamed out in fright. Looking behind him, Lorhan saw Baron Truel running toward the loud noise coming from his hostage's room. Seeing that Lorhan had woken the girl and wanted to kidnap her, Baron Truel shouted angrily, "You rat!" Seeing that the vampire Truel had come to them, the frightened elf said to Lorhan in a trembling voice and asked what to do now. But Lorhan seemed to be even happy about this development. Seeing that the enemy came to him and he did not have to look for anyone, Lorhan said menacingly, "You showed up. How wonderful. I was going to save the noble lady first and then find you." Immediately after these words, Lorhan took out a weapon from his inventory to deal with the enemy who suddenly ran into the elf's room. But it seems that he will have to change his course of action a little. Hearing the self-confident words of Lorhan, who invaded his castle and tried to kidnap his hostage, Baron Truel told you not to escape from here no matter how hard you try. Immediately after that, crossing the threshold of the room where Lorhan and the hostage Iraheen were, Baron Truel angrily exclaimed, "How dare you disobey my orders?" Seeing Lorhan's insistence, the frightened high elf nervously asked if you were really going to fight a vampire, and after receiving the question from the girl, Lorhan confidently said, "Please, I'll ask you to stay here for a while. I won't keep you waiting long." The next moment, having prepared for the battle, Lorhan said in an excited voice, anticipating an exciting battle, "Hey Baron, listen to me. You don't want the girl behind me to get hurt." Immediately after that, Lorhan rushed at the enemy and exclaimed, "How about we move to some other place that is more suitable for a fight?" Using his skills of jerking and boosting his strength, Lorhan struck the enemy with a shoulder strike, which was the strongest of all the usual strikes. Thanks to him, Lorhan managed to break through the wall with his opponent and get him out of the girl's room. But that was not all in the flight. Lorhan continued to strike the enemy with a series of blows until he was grouped and open to attacks. Having received a considerable number of blows from Lorhan at the very beginning of the battle, Baron Truel, who was completely unprepared for this, was lying on the ground moaning heavily trying to recover. Throwing his axe over his shoulder, Lorhan approached the enemy and said, "Well, how does it feel to be hunted by a human?" After coming to his senses after a series of blows, Baron Truel pulled his claws out of his hand and shouted angrily at Lorhan, "You impudent rascal! I'll show you now." Using his existing strength to increase his characteristics, the Baron added angrily, I will drink your blood until you are nothing but skin and bones. Hearing such self-confident words from his rival, Lorhan happily said, swinging his axe, "Well then, show me what you can do." Smiling ominously and preparing for a fierce fight, Lorhan exclaimed, "I want to taste your life force." Hearing what his opponent had just said, the confused Baron Truel exclaimed in surprise that you had just said life force. Immediately afterwards, he saw that Lorhan was already right in front of him and ready to attack. After striking the enemy with his axe but failing to penetrate the defense he had created with his claws, Lorhan said in surprise, "I wonder if the vampire's claws are really that strong." Immediately after the unsuccessful attempt to attack the enemy, Lorhan broke the distance between himself and the Baron and said in surprise, "Not just impressive, you really are a vampire." As soon as Lorhan was a few meters away from the Baron's maidens, he noticed something strange on the boy, and then pointing a finger at him, he said, "You bastard, these patterns are not real." Interrupting the Baron in mid-sentence, Lorhan happily replied, "You did notice." Raising one of his hands above him to demonstrate the pattern from the scroll, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "It's a blood seal." Seeing that he had used the scroll that Baron Truel was supposed to bring him, he thought to himself, "Has he really been obeying me all this time just to get the scroll?" Immediately after that, remembering where he had met him, Baron Truel nervously added in his mind, "Right, he had just tried to kidnap my high elf. It was all part of his plan." After realizing what had happened, Baron Truel spoke angrily, growing his fingernails even longer. "How could a mere human have deceived me?" Unable to contain his anger at the way he had been treated, Baron Truel rushed at Lorhan and shouted angrily, "I will never forgive you for this." Having missed one of Baron Truel's attacks with his claws, Lorhan saw that the cuts were deep and bleeding. Trying to avoid direct hits, Lorhan thought, as expected, the Baron was no ordinary vampire. Reflecting the enemy's serious attacks to slowly reduce his health, Lorhan said confidently, "I'm deliberately missing attacks from him." Defending himself from direct hits from the Baron, who was quite serious, Lorhan added nervously, "But as I see it, he is not worth joking with." A few minutes after the battle began, Lorhan saw a system notification that said, "You have less than 20% health left. Your physical capabilities are reduced." As soon as the message came, Lorhan hid behind his axe and thought to himself, "I've never heard of Truel being a true vampire. If he was, he wouldn't need the blood seal." Immediately after these thoughts, finding a great opportunity to attack the enemy, Lorhan happily said in his head anyway. Preparing to take the initiative of the battle into his own hands, the boy smiled ominously and thought that this did not change the fact that he would die today, after which he said menacingly to the Baron, "You liked my blood." Immediately after these words, Lorhan used his combined vortex skill. With that, Lorhan, who was able to regenerate his health through the blood seal, said, "Your blood seal is incredible." Looking at his health bar, Lorhan happily added, "I was able to fully restore my health with just one whirlwind strike." Pointing to his life bar, Lorhan confidently said, "If it is used by a vampire, the seal allows you to enhance its blood-sucking abilities, and if a human, it gives you the ability to absorb life force." Looking at his enemy, who was very confident in his knowledge, Baron Truel just laughed at his guess, not understanding why he was behaving so strangely. Lorhan heard the Baron ask if he was so sure of this, and if it was really limited to this. Licking a drop of Lorhan's blood from his hand, Baron Truel said slyly, "You may not have known it before, but you did." After drinking the boy's blood, the Baron was completely healed and then said, "However, absorbing life force is a special ability of vampires." Immediately after that, pointing his finger at his opponent who was standing right in front of him, Baron Truel added arrogantly, "Even if a human uses the seal, he will not be able to unleash its potential as we vampires do." Immediately after that, using his bloody skill of releasing full soap, Baron Truel said, "Let me show you." Transforming into something incredibly large and terrifying, the Baron added a gap between me and you. The next moment after the transformation was completed, a large monster appeared in front of Lorhan. It was not even a vampire, but a beast. Looking at what Baron Truel called the gorge between him and himself, Lorhan said in surprise, "You look like a monster, so it turns out that you are not a vampire at all, but a wolf werewolf." Immediately after these words, Lorhan grabbed his axe and swung it, saying, "That's even better." Glad that it was some mutant he could practice on, Lorhan added confidently, "You're just the perfect test subject." Immediately after these words, the boy struck his first powerful blow at his enemy, who accepted his new identity. Having carried out his attack, Lorhan also opened himself up to the enemy's attack, and he was able to get him with his claws. Tearing his shoulder open, looking at his wound, the boy said in surprise in his head, Recovery is not working. Seeing that Lorhan was worried after receiving a wound that would not heal, Baron Truel happily said, "Didn't I warn you that a person using a print would not help him much?" Pointing his long-clawed paw at Lorhan, the self-confident Baron mockingly said, "You'll die much faster than you'll recover your health, you boogeyman." Looking at the drops of blood dripping from his wound, Lorhan thought in his past life, the prints were restricted. I don't know if it happened in the present. The next moment, looking at his shining axe, the boy confidently said in his head, "If the rate of life force absorption is low, then I can use my other method." Rushing headlong at the enemy with his weapon in hand, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "I just have to keep hitting him with all my might." This determination in Lorhan's eyes, which even under such circumstances did not give up and continued the attack, frightened Baron Truel. The next moment, Lorhan struck a couple of blows that could inflict considerable damage on the Baron. Continuing the fierce battle with the enemy, Lorhan saw a system notification that said, "You have 10% health left." But Lorhan confidently said, No, I'm fine." Rushing back at his enemy who was standing right in front of him, the boy shouted. The harder and faster he swung the axe, the more damage would be done. Receiving a considerable number of blows and not being able to attack normally, Baron Truel waited for a good opportunity and angrily exclaimed, "You crazy bastard! By rushing at your opponent to deal him a powerful blow from the doula, do you really think that a vampire will play with some human?" Hearing these words from his opponent, Lorhan, who finally waited for the enemy to lose his temper and mindlessly rushed to attack, Lorhan swung his axe and confidently shouted, "Yes, you lost!" Immediately after that, he used the berserker skill and prepared to finish off the annoying enemy. Immediately after these words, Lorhan confidently spoke, swinging his axe and inflicting critical damage on the Baron. "As you can see, I am not an ordinary person at all." Having destroyed the enemy in the berserker state, Lorhan stood in the rain of blood created by his enemy and sighed heavily at the end of the fight. Looking at what was left of the enemy as a result of his loss, Lorhan said in disappointment that there was only a pool of blood. At the end of the battle, while watching the large pool of blood, Lorhan received a system notification that said your health is fully restored. Seeing that he had fully recovered after the battle with the enemy, the guy happily said, "Thanks to you, I drank enough blood." And then he fully mastered the skill of the blood seal. Scratching his head after receiving so many bonuses, Lorhan happily said, "Health is there. Complete mastery of the blood seal is also there. I feel much better." Immediately after these words, the guy smiled slyly and said, "Well, now it's time to go get something that even hundreds of millions can't buy." At the same time, 2 squads of elves had already gathered under the castle of Baron Truel to deal with this vampire and save the highest elf. Then the general shouted to the squad to form up. Standing behind his subjects, General Malkin confidently said to his subjects, "We are beginning operations. To eliminate Baron Truel, break down the door." Immediately after that, swinging his spear giving the order, General Malkin added menacingly, "You can tear the evil vampire apart, but do not forget that not even a hair should fall from the high elf." Hearing the order to attack from the garrison general, all the subjects under his command ran to attack to save the high elf. Approaching the main entrance, one of the soldiers was already preparing to knock down the door. But something went wrong. Right in front of him, he saw that the door suddenly began to be kicked in from the inside, despite the fact that the lock was on the other side and could be simply opened. The next moment, there was a loud sound of impact, as a result of which a considerable number of elves flew away from the entrance, caught in the shockwave. Seeing what had happened to his subjects, General Malkin nervously exclaimed that vampires should be weaker at dawn, and how could he have such power? Having destroyed the main gate leading to the castle, Lorhan, who came out from inside, said in surprise, "I'm sorry, I thought it was something that couldn't wait." When the dust cleared, the garrison general exclaimed in surprise that Lorhan and the high elf with him were wondering what was going on. Hearing the garrison general's nervous voice, the high elf said that I was fine and Baron Truel was fine. Pointing to the hero who had done it alone and stood with her for a moment, Iraheen added confidently, "He was defeated." After a short pause, the taller elf pointed to Lorhan and happily informed the man. Hearing that his subject had killed a vampire with his own hand, the garrison general exclaimed in surprise that Lorhan, "But Baron Truel was your superior." Hearing that his victory surprised General Lorhan, rubbing his neck confidently, said, "I arrived early, as I was afraid that the lady might be eaten, as I was afraid to leave alive the one who decided to encroach on the lives of the elves." Hearing this, the general's assistant said to his commander in surprise, "Do you think he's telling the truth, General? Not that I don't believe him, but it's hard for me to believe that a man could defeat the one who needed 2 elven units to destroy him." Immediately after these words, the subordinate added, "He is trying to deceive us after hearing the cruel slanders against Lorhan Malkin," said confidently, "Don't you see it, you fool?" Hearing that he had called him a fool, the assistant nervously exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" Seeing that the ceremony had begun, the garrison general spoke to his subject who did not believe in Lorhan's achievements, saying that the higher elves were endowed with a special right. Observing this unique phenomenon, which happens very rarely, Malkin added that the fulfillment of the promise had already begun. Looking at what was happening before his eyes, General Malkin's subject said in amazement that this could not be possible. She had made a promise to an ordinary person. Hearing the question from his assistant, the garrison general answered correctly, "It cannot be bought even for hundreds of millions, nor can it be valued in material terms." Watching what was happening in front of his eyes, Lorhan said in his head, "This is what I've been looking for." Looking at Iraheen handing him a crown symbolizing that he had the promise of a high elf, Lorhan happily added the same promise of a high elf. Holding out the crown to Lorhan, the girl said to the brave man who defended the honor of the high elf, "I swear by my name and promise that the high elf Iraheen will be the support for the berserker Lorhan." Immediately after these words, Lorhan saw a system notification that read the legendary achievement of the high elf Iraheen's oath. Kneeling down on one knee so that he could put on the crown, Lorhan kissed the elf's hand and said, "I am honored, noble high elf." Immediately after receiving the oath, Lorhan mentally said, "This title is unique. It does not increase the characteristics but has an effect that no money can buy." After these thoughts, Lorhan saw a system notification that said the right to advance in the Society of High Elves is unlocked. You can spread your influence in the Society of High Elves. The Society of High Elves is a closed council of nobles in this concentrated enormous power. No race has managed to approach it. The choice is yours. Luck is also on your side. Do not miss this opportunity. Seeing what the system notifications said about the High Elf's oath, Lorhan was surprised to hear that it was a network. Concentrating on the thought of the influence he had gained, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "If I can get the council to side with me, it will be a great asset in the fight against Lorhan." Looking at the elven soldiers from the garrison who bowed before Lorhan with an incredibly high title, he in turn thought about getting this achievement. After a short pause, Lorhan happily added in his head, "I delayed the garrison and saved the highest elf on my own." Looking at Lorhan, who had received the oath from the high elf, the garrison general was impressed and said, "Lorhan is an incredible man. Maybe even he can rewrite world history." Having received everything he wanted from Iraheen, Lorhan bowed and said, "Well, let me be the first to bow out." Hearing Lorhan's request, Iraheen nervously exclaimed, "Wait a minute, I would like to introduce you to the council. Why don't you come with me to rest and have a meal with us?" Hearing this suggestion, Lorhan, who was trying to force a smile out of his face, thought, "Damn, she's annoying me. I don't know where Odin is now and what he's doing. I need to improve my level." Immediately after that, he remembered the task given to him by the garrison general and recalled in his head the quest from Malkin's mutated monsters, which I had forgotten about. There is nothing better for leveling up than mutated monsters. Opening the book for teleportation, Lorhan chose a teleportation point and politely told the girl, "Let's do it some other time. I hope you'll take care of yourself." The next moment, a column of light appeared above Lorhan, which was supposed to move him to another location where he wanted to be. In a few seconds, Lorhan was already on the island where he was supposed to find the mutated monsters and fulfill Malkin's task. Looking at the sea, which was not far from him, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "Well, I'm here. It's definitely a white beach, and what's next?" Throwing his hand behind his head to scratch the back of his head, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "I wonder where they are now, one of the mutated monsters." Hearing some noise behind him, Lorhan looked back and saw the very monster he was looking for, and then said a razor-armed dance ominously. Looking at the pair of enemies who had found him, Lorhan said happily, "Oh, it's you guys. Now wait a minute, it won't take long." Unable to contain his crazy smile that he didn't have to waste time searching, Lorhan happily said in his head, "I'm glad there's only one monster." Taking out his axe from his inventory, Lorhan said, "Well, now let's finally level up." Pointing his weapon in front of him, Lorhan, who was ready for the battle, happily shouted to the mutated monsters, "Come to daddy." At the same time, somewhere else, Odin found his first henchman and showed him how to use more effective techniques and fight enemies. Using the skill only once, the boy happily exclaimed that it really works. Immediately after that, turning to Odin, the boy exclaimed in amazement, "It's just incredible. You have discovered the weaknesses of an unknown monster. How did you find out about them?" Hearing the question from his ward, Odin said with a grudging smile, "It was rude of you to ask me personal questions." Hearing Odin's dissatisfied voice, his student answered frightenedly, Okay, I just shut up and continue to raise my level with you. It's much faster." Looking at his ward, who was killing monsters with lightning and raising his level, Odin nervously said everything seemed to be going according to plan, but still something seemed wrong. Imagining in my head the mechanism that Odin had created, I still have a strange feeling, as if there really is some foreign object stuck somewhere in the mechanism I created that can ruin everything. At the same time, Odin's ward grabbed his ball and said angrily, "Oh damn it, where's the title for the first achievement again? Who dared to do this? Who got the first title for these bastards?" Hearing such words from his ward, Odin confidently said that there was no need to rush things. Those who were destined for the same fate would meet anyway, no matter how much they wanted to. At the same time, Lorhan, who was preparing for a battle with a flock of mutated monsters, confidently said, "Well, now it's time to level up." Rushing at the crowd of monsters that was heading straight for him, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "I will tear you into small pieces, so come on, attack me." As soon as the fight began, Lorhan saw that the enemies were attacking him one by one, which was very disappointing to him, as he quickly dealt with the enemies with just one swing of his axe. Not understanding the reason for such a tactic of fighting enemies who can do much better, Lorhan nervously exclaimed, "I don't understand why this is happening at all." Smiling ominously right into the face of his enemies, Lorhan said confidently, "It's too easy, you bastards. The rest of you attack me too. Why are you standing around?" When a crowd of monsters began to run at him, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "That's right, attack me first. It will be even easier for me to stick to the same mode and strategy." When he was attacked by a large number of monsters, his destruction efficiency and productivity became much greater. Then the boy joyfully exclaimed, "So it's even better for me to level up." When enemies surrounded him, Lorhan used a vortex to quickly deal with a large number of opponents. Having dealt with a large number of enemies who were coming at him for profit, Lorhan finished using his combined skill and exhaled with relief, waiting for something more interesting. Raising his head to see if there were any more monsters nearby, Lorhan said, "Compared to Baron Truel, who I fought, these look like bugs." As soon as all the enemies were defeated, Lorhan's level began to grow rapidly due to the large amount of experience gained. And after receiving a system notification that you had defeated the first mutant monster, Lorhan looked up and saw the boss nearby and said, "It's about time you saw the second mutant monster in the field boss." After a short pause, Lorhan saw the boss of the first mutants, the razor-armed demon, walking towards him. Looking at the monster who was trying to show off his strength, Lorhan confidently said, "I already know your weakness is the core that is in your chest." Immediately after Lorhan identified the monster's weakness, he did not run recklessly at it, but froze in place. He said in his head, "It is very dangerous to attack the weakness from the very beginning. If I want to successfully complete the task, I need to be patient." Standing still and waiting for everything to happen for the mission to be successful, Lorhan said, "That's why we'll just wait, if we stall for time." After a short pause, when the field boss of the razor-armed Dans gathered all the remains of the fallen monsters, Lorhan said in his head, "The monster will merge with the other Dans corpses." When the collection of materials for the transformation was completed, Lorhan added then he will evolve into his final form. After collecting all the remnants of the subordinates, the boss finally took his final form. He was 130th level and already had 6 limbs. Looking at his opponent who had gathered in a heap, Lorhan said thoughtfully, after defeating the final form of this creature, "The task will be considered completed." Immediately after that, Lorhan rubbed his neck and said thoughtfully, "There is something else to do besides the quest, isn't he a field boss?" Rushing at his opponent, who already contained everything the boy had been waiting for, Lorhan joyfully shouted, "Give me the rare item that drops from the final form." Approaching his enemy, Lorhan confidently said in his head, "This scoundrel may annoy me a lot, but I know how to defeat him." Dodging the enemy's attack so as not to accidentally fall under his powerful battle arms, Lorhan added, "My strategy is this." Swinging his axe to counterattack before he opened up for a strike, Lorhan cheered and shouted not to waste a second and not to give the enemy the opportunity to attack. Using the strike skill, Lorhan struck the enemy's head, shouting menacingly, "I will attack as if every attack is my last." Dodging the enemy's attacks and then trying to counterattack, Lorhan mentally said, and then, swinging his axe, he added a quick attack. Having knocked the enemy to the ground and continuing to strike at his core, Lorhan confidently said and attacked. Trying to break through the enemy's defense that prevented him from hitting the core, Lorhan spoke and attacked again. Breaking through the defense, Lorhan continued to hit the enemy's core, but he could not destroy it yet. Every time he tried to hit the weak point, Lorhan hit his armor, which prevented him from reaching the very center. Then he said in his head how annoying it was to hit the core through the armor in this case. Preparing for a powerful blow to destroy the protective layer of the cannonball, Lorhan shouted loudly, "I will break his armor!" After hitting his enemy with all his might, Lorhan saw a system notification that said, "Weapon destruction status has been placed on the opponent. You have destroyed the razor-armored demon's armor. The enemy's defense is 50% destroyed." Seeing this, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, "Works great." Looking at his enemy, who he had driven the axe right into the core, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "If I continue at this rate then." When the enemy was almost defeated, he used his dying skill. Seeing something strange happening to the enemy, Lorhan said nervously, "The scoundrel is he." Continuing to press down on his axe to destroy the enemy as quickly as possible before he used his skill, Lorhan angrily shouted, "How dare you!" Immediately after that, Lorhan used his defensive attack called Destructive Push, during which his defense and movement speed increased by 200%. By pressing the axe fully, the boy finally forced the enemy's core to split into two parts, and this finally led to the death of the opponent. When he finally passed out, Lorhan was surprised to hear that it had really happened. But unfortunately, it was not over as soon as the monster was finished. His entire body began to glow and light penetrated through all the cracks, and Lorhan immediately realized what was going on. Looking at the preparations for self-destruction, Lorhan exclaimed in fright in his head, "Oh shit, I forgot about this last feature of this opponent." As soon as it started to smell fried, Lorhan immediately ran away from the monster to avoid being hit by the blast wave from the explosion of the monster's body. Watching the magnificent fireworks that signified the victory over the razor-sharp boss from a distance, Lorhan happily said, "Oh, powerful rascal, he almost killed me." Immediately after that, approaching the materials that remained after defeating the boss, Lorhan said happily, "And I still got a fairly rare loot. What a joy." Picking up the fragment of the demon's razor, Lorhan thoughtfully said from the critical hit to the bleeding effect, "I think I need to try it right now." Stuffing the piece of the razor-armed monster's blade into his axe, Lorhan saw a system notification that you have upgraded your equipment. Now hits will apply the bleeding effect. After improving his weapon with the help of field methods, Lorhan happily said, "Great, the upgrade is over." Heading further through the terrain, Lorhan confidently spoke before finishing off the last monster. "To complete the task, I'm going to linger here for a while." Looking at the crystal clear water where you could see everything, Lorhan mentally said, "And all this because you can get such a valuable item as colored pearls? It's a whole farm of shellfish." Looking at the ship which was sailing away from the shore, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "I hope it's worth the effort." Recalling who exactly lived in that wreck, Lorhan thought, "As far as I remember, he was quite strong, so we should be more careful." Meanwhile, somewhere in the sunken ship, which did not sink completely because it stuck to the back, someone lived. It was an incomprehensible sea monster with sharp claws that hid in the dark so that it could not be seen, taking care of it until someone approached it. Sorting through all the shellfish to find the pearl he needed, Lorhan said in disappointment, "What a waste of mana. I've got another pearl of mana." Opening the next clamshell, Lorhan said with a grudging smile, seeing that it was certainly quite an expensive object inside, but it was about time it appeared in this shell. Seeing in the clam what he had been looking for so long, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "This is exactly what I have been looking for so long. I am finally in luck." Taking the pearl in his hands, which glittered with all the colors of the rainbow, Lorhan said happily, "Finally a multicolored pearl," and immediately afterwards a system notification appeared. "You are the first to find it." Holding the long-awaited find in his hands, the boy happily said, "There is nothing better than this pearl to raise the level of protection." Grabbing the next pearl to open it and see its contents, Lorhan said happily, "So now we'll quickly move on to the next one." Opening the shell, Lorhan saw a task in front of him that said to search for the traces of the Lion King, and immediately after that he exclaimed in surprise that it was a Lion King quest. Immediately after that, putting his hand to his chin, Lorhan thoughtfully said that if you think about it, you can say that all armor is pulled together. Immediately after that, deciding that his helmet would show him the way, Lorhan opened his inventory and pulled out his helmet, calling out the helmet of the Lion King. Seeing that it looked and behaved strangely near the place where the rest of his costume was hidden, Lorhan confidently said in general as expected. Looking at the new task that suddenly appeared when he opened the shell, Lorhan happily said in his head, so this quest will allow him to find another piece of the Lion King's armor. Shifting his gaze from the system window to the possible places where the other part of it could be, Lorhan confidently said the only place nearby where it could be is that sunken ship. Smiling happily that he would be able to get another part of the suit, Lorhan said happily, "In any case, I had to go there first because of the mutated monster. Then I would kill two birds with one stone." Looking at the top of the ship that hid another part of the Lion King's armor, Lorhan happily said, "I have already received a multicolored pearl. I can go there." After a while, diving into the water, Lorcan headed for the sunken ship, and while underwater he received a system notification that said that thanks to Murloc's gills, you can breathe underwater. Touching his gills, which allowed him to stay underwater for quite a long period of time, Lorhan happily said, "What a useful item." Heading towards the sunken ship, Lorhan happily added in his head, "It's good that I met the purloins on the beach. Thanks to them, I can now breathe underwater." As he got closer to the wreck, the boy looked around for the entrance and thoughtfully said in his head, "I wonder if it should be around here." Noticing the main entrance from the deck of the ship, Lorhan confidently said, "I found the captain's cabin, the boss's room where the last monster who managed to mutate lives." Looking from which side the mutated monster should attack him, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, "Why are you hiding? Come out to me." As soon as he said this, the wall of the cabin suddenly broke and a dark figure flew out and immediately crashed into Lorhan. Lorhan groaned and flew back a few meters, regaining consciousness, and looked at the enemy who had crashed into him and said, "Finally, you've appeared, Captain Murloc." Looking at Lorhan, who had broken into his domain uninvited, the monster leader angrily said, "How dare a mere mortal appear here?" Immediately after that, rushing at Lorhan to strike him again, the leader of the Murlocs shouted out in anger, "What is the purpose of your coming here?" Hearing the question from his opponent why he had come here, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "Why do you need to know if you are going to die soon anyway?" Immediately after these words, Lorhan used a return attack and struck the enemy with a powerful blow as he approached him. Looking at how little damage he had done to the enemy, Lorhan said in frustration, "This is why I hate fighting underwater. All the attacks and movements are so slow." Looking at his bloody paw that Lorhan had cut, the Murloc general said, "This is a nasty situation. How dare you, an ordinary person, do this to me?" Before he could finish speaking, he turned his attention from his paw back to Lorhan and noticed that he was gone and wondered where he had gone. The next moment, the Murloc captain saw that Lorhan was already approaching him from above, confidently exclaiming, "Killing you is the easiest thing to do." Trying to defend himself from Lorhan's attack, the Murloc captain used his skill and called one of the sailors to take the blow instead. After breaking the Murloc general's subject, Lorhan, who had missed with his attack, angrily spoke and decided to use his subject as a shield to protect his own skin. After blocking his opponent's attack, the Murloc captain looked up at Lorhan and said, "Boogaloo, what a great view, and where is your arrogance?" Raising his head up to see the enemy, Lorhan angrily said to the rascal, "You can't even defend yourself without using your subjects." Looking at the enemies summoned by his enemy, Lorhan angrily said in his head, "How annoying I am with those purloins summoned by the captain. They block my attacks." Immediately after these words, Lorhan decided to drop all his jokes and use the most powerful power he had, smiling slyly and saying in his head, "But if that's the case then." Using his berserker skill, the boy's ominous and powerful aura spread over a considerable distance, and the surprised captain of the Murlocs screamed out in fright at what it was. Putting on the mask of the Lion King, Lorhan walked towards his enemy and angrily exclaimed, "I'm going to tear you all to pieces and make myself some Murloc sashimi." Moving quickly between the enemies, Lorhan destroyed each of them with a single blow, quickly approaching their leader to get even for the recent abuse. Looking at Lorhan, who suddenly possessed such great strength, the nervous captain of the Murlocs was frightened by how fast he had become. Seeing Lorhan approaching him closer and closer, Captain Murloc drew his weapon and put up a block, but his swords were quickly cut into small pieces, and due to the superimposed effect of weapon destruction, his attack power dropped by 10%. Throwing the weapon out of his hands, which was no longer suitable for fighting, Captain Murloc turned his head in all directions and nervously exclaimed, "Where did you go, you rascal?" Appearing right behind the enemy's back, ready to strike, Lorhan said to his opponent in surprise, "What are you looking at on the battlefield?" Having chopped the enemy into small pieces, Lorhan confidently said, "Well, now everything is ready for sashimi from Murloc." Immediately after the battle, Lorhan hurried to the surface, finding himself on the deck above sea level. Lorhan said heavily, Phew, barely got out. The berserker is great in everything except for the rollback. Immediately after that, taking out the coin he had received from the monster from his pocket, Lorhan said in surprise, "By the way, the captain of the Murlocs lost something. It seems that in his past life this item was a collectible, wasn't it?" The next moment, a bright light appeared behind Lorhan, blinding the boy, who tried to look at it and exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" As soon as the bright light disappeared, a lion's head with a box in its teeth appeared in its place, and the boy was surprised to see it and said, "Is this a clue to the quest? Or is there something in its mouth?" Taking the box out of the lion's mouth, Lorhan said in surprise, "Interesting, a box. But instead of a lock it has a round hole. I wonder what it's for." Deciding to use a coin to try it on to see if it would fit, Lorhan saw a system notification that you used an ancient coin, and immediately after that the box began to open, and Lorhan said in surprise that it was a key. Immediately after that, the helmet on the guy's head began to shine brightly, and Lorhan said in surprise, "The helmet on my head is lit up." Looking at the contents of the box, Lorhan happily said, "I'm crazy, I don't understand what that was all about." Looking closely at the contents of the box, Lorhan saw a large coin with the symbol of a Lion King on it, and reaching out to it, he said in surprise, "I've never seen such an object before." As soon as the object was in Lorhan's hands, it began to shine immediately. Not understanding why this happened, Lorhan said in surprise, "What the hell is going on?" Immediately after the shining disappeared, Lorhan saw the symbol of a lion and picked up the object and exclaimed with joy that it was part of the armor of the Lion King. Immediately after that, imagining in his mind where this coat of arms could be placed among all the armor, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his mind, "Wait, but there was no symbol among the armor, and yet this disc is part of it." Looking at the characteristics of the item, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in amazement in his head, "Look at that. This thing increases intelligence and stamina by 100, and that's like 40 levels." Looking at the symbol with the lion, Lorhan said thoughtfully, wondering how much in total he hadn't finished speaking, when his attention was drawn to a box that continued to glow, signaling that there was something else valuable in it. Approaching it, the boy said in surprise that, "Why does it still continue to glow?" Noticing that there was something else under the coin, Lorhan added in surprise, "Isn't it just a piece of cloth?" Pulling the cloth out of the box and spreading it out, the boy saw some drawings on it, and then said in surprise that it was the same cloth with the images of the Lion King, and he was passing his kirasa to the Murlocs. Delighted that he could find another kiras in these parts, Lorhan began to turn his head in all directions, thinking that somewhere here was hidden the kiras of the Lion King, but there was nothing under the rubble. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan remembered what had happened to the Murlocs in the past and thought for a second. If the Murloc treasures had been looted by the Pirate King, could they have taken the cuirass as well? The Pirate King said in disappointment in his head he was not going to be able to get the Lion King's cuirass. He was a level 3 boss, and his area was quite far away from here, so it would be quite difficult to get the cuirass right now. Immediately after that, raising a coin with the emblem of the Lion King above him, Lorhan happily said, "Well, this will be enough for me now that I know the location. I will definitely find it." After a while, Lorhan returned back to the city of Crossroads to hand over the completed assignment to the garrison general to destroy the 3 mutant monsters. With a sigh of relief after a difficult mission and journey, Lorhan said, "Now I can rest in peace." Walking a little further, Lorhan approached his shop and saw a huge crowd of people in front of him who were shouting angry words and many insulting words. Not understanding what was happening there, Lorhan was surprised to hear what kind of noise it was. Looking at what was happening in front of him, Lorhan said in frustration, "This is my store." And immediately after that, Lorhan heard the angry voice of one of the customers shouting, "Take your hands off me." From that moment on, Lorhan heard more and more often the angry shouts of customers who were fighting for the goods, shouting, "Hey, I took it first." And he heard the first one to eat it. Realizing that everything was going exactly according to his plan, Lorhan smiled happily and said, "Booga, as expected, at this rate I will soon be a millionaire." Seeing that everything was going more than fine with the trade, Lorhan headed to the headquarters of the garrison of the city of Crossroads, saying happily that if we had already dealt with the store, now we could continue with the quests. As soon as the door to Captain Malkin's office opened, he immediately looked up to see Lorhan on the threshold, and he happily said, "Who is it?" Rising from his chair to look at his guest, Guard General Malkin exclaimed happily, "Lorhan, it's really been a long time since you've seen me." Hearing such warm words from his commander, Lorhan said, "Congratulations, Sir Malkin. I have killed 3 mutated monsters." Hearing that the task was completed, but there were more than one mutated monster, the garrison captain nervously said mutated monsters. They multiplied so quickly. Immediately afterwards, the garrison general spoke to his subject. "Well done, Lorhan. You've helped us a lot," he said, holding back his emotions to appear tactful. Immediately after these words, standing confidently in front of the general, Lorhan said, "Do you have any idea why the mutation is happening? If there is anything else I can do to help, just tell me." Hearing Lorhan's question, the general said thoughtfully, "I wonder if there is another force involved, but I can't tell you all the details yet." Immediately after that, the garrison general folded his hands in front of him and said sternly, "If I find out anything, I will let you know. But in the meantime, keep getting stronger. If you meet them now, you won't be able to survive." After receiving a new task where he had to reach the 150th level, Lorhan left the garrison and said thoughtfully, "Damn, I can't continue the quest because of the level restrictions. I need to go to the same dungeon to raise the level. Then I need to prepare." Immediately after that, Lorhan used a scroll to increase his magic resistance on his equipment, and immediately after that, a system notification appeared informing him that his defense against magic had increased by 9 units. Having become a little stronger thanks to the scroll, Lorhan happily said how great it was that I bought the scroll in advance. Now I can go to the same dungeon to raise my level to the required one. After a while, Lorhan found himself in the southwestern part of the city of Crossroads, where he was to begin his hunt and level up. Preparing to go to the dungeon, Lorhan began to cut down the logs he would need in the future. With one swing of his axe, he immediately cut down a considerable number of trees. Having finished cutting down the forest, the boy received a system notification that said you have received 10 logs. Having collected the right amount of wood, Lorhan happily said, "Since I have the logs, I can." Before he could finish speaking, he heard a noise not far from him, and coming closer, he saw several players and said in surprise that people did not know anything about this dungeon yet, where they came from. And at that time, a verbal altercation arose between the people. Then one of them angrily exclaimed, "Do you have a conscience at all? Do you even realize who you are stealing from, you scoundrel?" Hearing such words from his opponent, the little player brazenly asked you what you signed on these hunting grounds, or why it is not possible to hunt freely for everyone. Hearing the question from the kid, the angry half-elf said exactly that. "You little rascal, you took my prey at the last second." And Mitty shrugged and said, "You were hunting for something." Immediately after these words, Mitty began to make faces and added, "I thought you were itching for something or something, but it's all because you're too weak, so I'm sorry." Unable to restrain himself after such an impudent attitude, one of the half-elves pulled his aunt's bow and shouted angrily to the scoundrel, "Well, if you don't want to part on a good note, give me back immediately what you took from me, you worthless piece of shit." Having fired an arrow at the little dwarf, the half-elf player could not hit such a small target, which also moved and dodged every attack. Angry that his attack had missed his opponent, the angry half-elf clutched his bow and shouted angrily, "Come here, you little bubbly thing. This time I won't miss." Watching the skirmish between the players, Lorhan happily said in his head, "This very scoundrel is Mitty, the thunderstorm of evasion in his past life. He was quite a famous person." Watching the toddler dodge all the attacks, Lorhan mentally said he had created the smallest character possible out of an already small dwarf, and now he could dodge every attack. Watching the confrontation between the baby and the pair of half-elves, Lorhan continued in his thoughts. This is why he was nicknamed Mitty the Dodging Storm. Avoiding all the half-elf arrows, Mitty fired his crossbow, shouting, "Take that!" Groaning in pain when Mitty's arrow hit his leg, the half-elf angrily said, "Oh, that hurt so bad." Immediately after that, deciding to deal with him himself without the help of arrows and shooting, the half-elf rushed at the little man with his fists, shouting menacingly, "I'm sick of you. I'll make a cutlet out of you." Before he could carry out his massacre, he suddenly heard someone's voice behind him, which shouted to him menacingly, and the half-elf immediately froze in place. Immediately after that, the garrison soldier said, "I regard your actions as an attempt to harm an innocent user." Seeing the garrison soldier in front of him, the confused half-elf exclaimed in surprise that where did the garrison member come from? It was just a misunderstanding. Hearing these words, the garrison soldier, who was Lorhan, used his disguise skill to say Anu those to everyone. Immediately after that, the garrison soldier reprimanded the offenders, a right that can only be used by garrison members. After analyzing the log of violations and confirming the violation, the reprimand took effect and sent the offending half-elves to prison. Seeing what had just happened to his enemies, the frightened middy said in a trembling voice, "Wow, I'm saved thanks to you, Mr. Garrison Soldier." Hearing these words from the little boy, Lorhan shouted angrily, "You will also receive a warning. Get out of here immediately." Hearing the warning from the soldier, Middy immediately turned on his heels and exclaimed, "Yes, I obey you." When all the enemies were driven away from the entrance to the cave, Lorhan took off his disguise and said happily, "Wow, that was close. It almost went wrong if the fight had dragged on." Preparing to fight his way to the entrance to the secret dungeon, Lorhan said confidently, "I would have discovered a secret passage to the dungeon that only I know about." Having activated the mechanism that would open the way to the dungeon, Lorhan thoughtfully said the dungeon opens only after hitting an old tree. Whoever came up with such an idea? Going inside the dungeon, Lorhan confidently said, "Well, great, I got into the dungeon. Now you can start raiding inside it." Taking the newly found multicolored pearl from his inventory, Lorhan squeezed it in his hand as soon as it broke. A system notification appeared informing him that you had broken a multicolored pearl. Once the process was complete, Lorhan said, "First, I will increase my defense." Immediately after saying that, another system notification appeared when the pearl was activated, informing him that you had used the multicolored pearl powder and that your defense against all elements was increased by 10% for 3 minutes. Immediately after that, Lorhan took out the logs he had cut in the forest from his inventory and confidently said, throwing them in front of him, "Let's use the logs we got." As soon as the logs fell to the ground, they activated several traps that were placed on the ground right next to the entrance. The next moment, when the mechanism was already running, the magic circles were activated. The first were pyro traps that activated 2 powerful explosions that no one could resist. Having cleared some traps at the entrance, Lorhan warmed up before leaving and said happily, "Now I shouldn't stay here. I'd better clear it out as soon as possible." Walking through the magic dungeon, Lorhan thought in his head, the main difference between a magic dungeon and an ordinary one is the huge number of magic traps that are placed at the entrance. Looking in front of him, where there were a considerable number of axes suspended from the ceiling and an even greater number of hidden traps, Lorhan mentally said, "One wrong step, and an ordinary player is doomed to instant death." After thinking about how dangerous this dungeon was for ordinary players, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "However, they are dangerous even for me, even though my level is above average." Recalling how he had cleared the first traps at the entrance, Lorhan said in his head, "No matter how well I remember my past, I don't know the exact placement of the traps, which is why I chopped wood to prevent trouble." Immediately after these thoughts, the boy confidently walked forward and said, "But now that I have no more logs for the booby traps, I will have to deal with the rest of the traps myself." Moving forward to the area where he had not cleared the traps, Lorhan had to try hard not to fall under any of them. The first test was a bunch of arrows that he had to dodge and not activate the traps nearby while dodging. There were also traps with giant stones that he had to run away from so that they wouldn't crush him while rolling down the hill. Having already passed most of the dungeon, Lorhan roughly understood how the traps were arranged and confidently said, "I'm starting to understand how everything works here. Now a new trap should appear." As soon as he dodged the next trap, he heard the voice of a monster approaching him and saying, "Yes, we have a visitor." Lorhan, who was ready for the spirit to appear, said, "Finally you've come." Looking at the spirit of the magical dungeon named Spectrum, who was 120th level, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "Come on, attack me, you ghostly rascal." Trying to defend himself from the enemy by stepping back and driving him into the right place, Lorhan said in his head, "Since the Spectrum is a disembodied spirit, it is not affected by physical attacks, no matter how strong they are." Immediately afterwards, he took out a fire scroll from his inventory and immediately used it. Lorhan said, "And that's why I have something special for him." When his axe was engulfed in flames that could burn a spirit, Lorhan, who was able to defeat the enemy even with a physical attack, confidently exclaimed, "I can destroy even a ghost." Heading for his enemy who met him in the magical dungeon, Lorhan mentally said, "You need to give it your all. No matter what you do, this is your last battle." Having used all his strength to defeat the enemy, Lorhan was able to overcome him, which was confirmed by a system message that said, "You defeated Spectre immediately after the battle." Lorhan said unhappily, "Damn, there's a lot of dust." The next moment, when the dust settled on the surface, Lorhan noticed that a magical item had fallen from the enemy, and he said in surprise that something else had fallen. And immediately after that, a system message appeared saying that you had received a magical scroll, a fire arrow, And Lorhan said in disappointment that it was only a magical scroll. Disappointed with the reward he received, Lorhan said with a heavy sigh, I thought I would get magic items, something more useful. Continuing his journey through the dungeon, Lorhan thoughtfully spoke in his head, coming to another room. Well, I don't need to rush. Looking at the room that was just filled with spirits, Lorhan said in frustration in his head, until I get to the boss room, I will get a dozen of them. Having finished all the monsters in the room, Lorhan said in surprise, now it's definitely over. The last ghost is defeated. Easily dealing with all the enemies he met in the room, Lorhan said in surprise that they were always so easy to kill. I had high hopes because the monsters were created by a wizard at the end of this battle. The action of the magic scroll ended. Walking across the room, Lorhan said confidently, well, then we can go. And suddenly in the middle of his path, he saw a treasure chest standing somewhere near the wall, and he said in surprise, is it really? Looking closely at the chest, which was standing near the haunted room, Lorhan said in surprise, a treasure chest is a must-have item in the dungeon. Will I finally get a decent reward? Joyfully rushing to the treasure chest, Lorhan said, not letting go of his weapon, how long has it been since I opened the treasure chest? I must open it quickly. Immediately after these words, he chopped the treasure chest that was standing on the floor and slyly added, that's what I had to say. You really tried to deceive me in such a primitive way, really. Immediately after receiving the damage, the chest opened and a monster was sitting in it. And Lorhan said, as expected, it was a mimic. There could not be normal treasure chests in such a dungeon. Not having destroyed the enemy the first time, Lorhan chopped the mimic for the second time, but with much more force, shouting, shut up and give me my item immediately after a system notification appeared. You have destroyed the mimic. As soon as the monster was destroyed, Lorhana received 2 new items. A cowardly sorcerer's protective ring that allowed him to use the shield twice a day, and a portable mana charger that allowed him to restore 150 mana units after shouting, which was charged by mana pearls. Rejoicing that he had finally gotten a non-disposable item, Lorhan happily said, but all the magical items for escape like the cowardly mage ring I got earlier. Putting the ring of protection on his left hand, Lorhan confidently said, it's great. It suits me better to have a defense item than an attack item with mediocre characteristics. Immediately after that, Lorhan headed further down the dungeon to the boss's room and said happily, I'm still excited about what I'm going to get today. As Lorhan walked rapidly down the long corridor leading to the boss's room, he cheerfully said whatever was there. Swinging his axe at the door that separated him from the boss's room, Lorhan prepared to take it out, confidently said, it will be mine. Breaking down the door to the boss's room, Lorhan excitedly shouted, hey, you cowardly piece of sorcerer, ready to fight me? Seeing that an intruder had broken into his room, the frightened sorcerer exclaimed, how could you get so far after hearing these words? Lorhan thought in his head, this is the boss of the dungeon and the creator of my rings. Immediately after these thoughts, preparing to destroy the enemy with a single blow, Lorhan said, it's none of your business. Activating his dash and strike skill, Lorhan quickly approached his opponent to overcome him and shouted menacingly, just die at last and we will end our conversation. Seeing the enemy approaching him, the cowardly sorcerer cast a spell of grease and slipped on the spell, and Lorhan mentally said, this spell cancels out the friction force from the foe. Recovering from his crash into the wall and cleaning his boots from the grease spell, Lorhan rushed at his opponent and tried to strike him again, but missed. Looking at the place of the hit, the boy exclaimed in frustration and ran away again. Finding himself behind Lorhan while he was looking for where the opponent had fled, the cowardly sorcerer said, preparing to cast a spell, stop scaring me so much, fire. And hearing the voice of the enemy, Lorhan exclaimed in surprise. Looking down at his feet, the boy saw a magical seal inside which he stood, which meant only one thing. All the mechanisms that could fire were pointed directly at him. Seeing how hard it was for Lorhan to catch up with him, the cowardly sorcerer said in a trembling voice, if you continue to scare me like this, I will have no choice but to kill you. Waiting for the right moment, Lorhan was in the air and heading straight for his enemy, and angrily shouted, I'm ready to finish him off, I hope you've said it all. Immediately after that, Lorhan finally hit his opponent and shouted angrily, well then shut up and die at last. After hitting the enemy with his skill, Lorhan noticed that this cowardly sorcerer was not even a sorcerer, but a level 130th spectrum disguised as one, which distracted his attention. Looking at his enemy who was now unmasked, Lorhan thought irritably, the coward disguised himself as a specter, as if his clothes were a conduit for the spell. Realizing what a scam he had fallen into, Lorhan shouted angrily at the cowardly sorcerer. "Hey, what are you up to? Where are you going? Come out here!" The next moment, the ground in the boss's room began to crumble, and after a while, a huge hand appeared from the ground, followed by a mini golem, and the boy was surprised to see it and said, "Oh my God, you're kidding." Realizing that he would now have to fight against the cowardly sorcerer's mini golem, Lorhan angrily said why this scoundrel kept sending his minions and not coming out himself. Having dealt with a considerable number of golems, Lorhan saw that another one was wriggling in front of him and said in his head how annoying he was, even summoning mini golems. Suddenly behind the golem, Lorhan noticed a red bridge on the wall that glowed brightly, and the boy thoughtfully set in his head a magic circle, but only just. Rushing at the enemy who decided to block his way, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "Do you really think that a golem with a defensive skill alone can stop me?" Immediately after that, having prepared for the next devastating attack that destroyed everything in its path, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "Well, then try to block this." Hearing that he was about to attack with a mini golem, he immediately took a defensive stance to resist the next blow of his opponent. As soon as the enemy closed and completely switched to a defensive stance, Lorhan was able to fly past his opponent without much effort. Having fooled the pebble, Lorhan began to laugh ominously and shouted, "Boogeyman Stone dumbass, where are you looking at? You were so easily wrapped around your finger." Preparing to strike at the magic seal, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "From the very beginning, my target was this magic seal that for some reason appeared very suddenly on the wall." After hitting the wall with the magic seal on it, Lorhan happily said bingo in his head. "I realized where the cowardly rascal was hiding. His control room was hidden by magic just like the entrance to the dungeon was hidden." As soon as the blow hit the seal, the wall immediately parted. Then Lorhan saw the system notification that said you entered the hidden room and exclaimed happily, "I'm inside." As soon as he found the entrance to the boss's room, an arrow from a fire ballista shot at him from the threshold, which the cowardly sorcerer had fired at Lorhan. Hoping that he had already defeated Lorhan, the cowardly wizard Chorgi joyfully exclaimed, "Booga, it worked, it's my best skill. Who let you come in here in the first place?" The next moment, when the image of Lorhan rose from the dust and began to move towards him again, the cowardly sorcerer exclaimed in confusion that it simply could not be my fireball. Right in front of him, he could see a huge shield that protected him from his opponent, and it was this shield that the charge of his fire ballista hit, but he could not pierce it. He had created it himself. Looking at his enemy who had attacked him so suddenly, Lorhan, angry at such warm greetings, said, "You worthless rascal, I almost died from your greeting." Realizing that his only trump card did not work and there were no more charges, the cowardly sorcerer scaredly exclaimed, "Oi golem, stop this intruder, save me from him." As soon as this order was given, the mini golem was right behind Lorhan and was ready to inflict irreparable damage. Despite the golem behind him, Lorhan used his dash skill to instantly dash in front of the cowardly sorcerer, who in turn saw Lorhan in front of him and thought how fast he was. The next moment, Lorhan prepared to strike as soon as he approached his opponent and immediately struck him in the body, hitting his armor. The cowardly sorcerer, unharmed by the enemy's attack, exclaimed joyfully as he landed on his feet after Lorhan's attack, "Boogeyman, I blocked your attack. No wonder I spent so much money on protective gear." Hearing what he had just said with great confidence in his words, his opponent Lorhan began to laugh out loud at the way he was mocking him. The angry sorcerer shouted in a trembling voice, "Why are you laughing?" Hearing the question from his opponent, Lorhan said between laughs, "No, I am so grateful to you that I just can't stop laughing." Hearing this, the cowardly sorcerer said in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Hearing that he still didn't know what had caused such a violent reaction, Lorhan exclaimed in surprise, "You idiot, you still haven't realized that this armor slows you down. You're just a walking punching bag." Finally realizing what Lorhan was getting at, the cowardly sorcerer said to his opponent, "Let's see how long you can hold out in this armor." Realizing that it might be very difficult for him in the near future, the cowardly sorcerer shouted out to the golem, "Help me grab this guy." Dodging the mini golem's attack, Lorhan said in his head, "Even if you destroy it, it will continue to rebuild from the stones scattered around." Looking at the annoying golem, which was causing him enough problems in the battle, Lorhan thought in his head that if I kill its owner, it will automatically stop, so I can ignore it. Swinging his axe at the golem behind him, Lorhan shouted angrily, "You keep pissing me off, let me hit you once." The next moment, aiming at the golem that was getting on his nerves, Lorhan prepared to destroy the pile of stones that was only held together by magic. After smashing the golem to pieces, Lorhan ominously exclaimed, "Boogaloo! Now I feel much better after destroying this trailer." Immediately after that, looking back at the other golems that were also nearby, Lorhan shouted menacingly, "You are the next in line pieces of garbage." Using his combined vortex skill, Lorhan shouted, "I will destroy you all here," smashing the entire army of the cowardly sorcerer. Seeing how quickly his army was being destroyed right before his eyes, the cowardly sorcerer thought to himself, "My God, he defeated the golem army so easily, he must be a monster or something." Having dealt with all those who could interfere with him, Lorhan shouted menacingly as he approached the cowardly sorcerer, "Well, now only you and I are left on the battlefield. It's time to get into a serious fight." Preparing to strike a serious blow with his next attack, Lorhan shouted angrily, ready to throw out all his anger, try to dodge the cowardly scoundrel. Lorhan's next attack hit the target and struck it 100%, piercing the protective armor of the cowardly sorcerer who had placed high stakes on it. Preparing to finish off his enemy, Lorhan swung a second time and ominously shouted, "This is the end of you, die at last by my hand." After delivering the final blow, which was indeed decisive, Lorhan saw a system notification that said, "You have defeated the sorcerer Chorgi." After the battle, Lorhan immediately took out a medium-quality regeneration potion and immediately drank one bottle to restore his health after the difficult confrontation. Recalling what exactly made him resort to extreme measures, Lorhan mentally said after drinking the potion, "During Chorgi's first attack, I unconsciously activated the berserker mode. I thought I would die from the consequences of this skill." As soon as all the recovery processes were completed, Lorhan got to his feet and confidently said, "Well, I have sufficiently restored my endurance. Now you can see what fell out of this cowardly scoundrel." Approaching the trophies that remained after the victory over the enemy, Lorhan noticed something interesting among the pile of drops and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, that's it." Picking up a magical level escape ring that allows you to leave the dungeon once a day, Lorhan exclaimed in surprise how many items he had created to escape, and then he created the ring again. After reviewing the use of this ring today, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, wondering who he was. Thinking about the person who made Chorgi flee from the dungeon from him, Lorhan thought about the enemy who had scared Chorgi so much. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan thought, "If I think about it seriously and search my memories, I might be able to find a clue." The next moment after the boy plunged into his memories, he was able to recall what he needed to find out the truth, and then he confidently said that he remembered the exact place. Recalling the secret entrance to another room, Lorhan mentally said the place that automatically opens after clearing the magic dungeon. Arriving at that very secret place where he could find a lot of necessary information, Lorhan confidently said in his head, "Chorgi's hidden room, I found it." Looking at the amount of different garbage in the cowardly sorcerer's room, Lorhan said, "Oh my God, it's so dirty here. I must have gotten there. It's definitely his room or maybe some kind of dump." Looking at the objects that were in Chorgi's room, Lorhan suddenly saw a box with a large number of books in it, and one of them was illuminated. So Lorhan said in surprise what kind of box it was, and why there were so many books in it. Pulling out one of the books that I had been beckoning him to, Lorhan exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this is the same book, I'm not mistaken." Immediately after he pulled the book out of the chest, a system message appeared that said, "You want to learn the shield skill book since you were the first to clear this dungeon. You can learn one of the skill books in this room." Seeing this message, Lorhan exclaimed in surprise, "I found the skill book." Looking at the system notification that came to him, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, "The reward for the first passage of this dungeon is items that can give a skill regardless of profession." Going through the skill books to find the one he needed, Lorhan mentally said, "I can use them to create new combined skills, so let's see if that skill is here somewhere." After some time of searching for the book he needed, Lorhan joyfully raised the skill book above him and said, "Hooray, I found it, the book of damage type selection." Immediately after that, a system notification appeared that said you want to study the skill book of damage change. Damage change is a skill that can change the physical type of damage to magic and vice versa. Now, players know little about magic attacks and defense, which is why this skill is just imbe. Looking at the learned damage change skill, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "If I turn my physical damage into magic damage, I'm already drooling over the idea of how cool it would be." As soon as one of the skill books was studied, Lorhan saw a system notification that said, "You have selected a skill book. Other skill books will become unavailable." Preparing to leave the dungeon, Lorhan, who had gotten everything he could have ever wanted, confidently said, "I can go now, but why is there something still glowing?" Picking up the glowing book, Lorhan was surprised to find out that it was the diary of the cowardly wizard Chorgi, and that it might help him find out what he was so afraid of. Opening Chorgi's diary, Lorhan said thoughtfully as he read the lines in the diary, "They instructed me to create a cursed item, but it's wrong. I can bring this world to destruction. Maybe it doesn't just disfigure monsters." The following lines reported the following information. "I have nowhere else to go. I will be killed as soon as I try to escape. I have no choice but to join them." When the date of the entries changed, the diary said that the time had finally come. They would leave for a short time to take part in a joint meeting, and on the same day I would try. After some time, new entries reported that my escape was successful. I lost some of my artifacts while hiding from the pursuit, but I managed to survive. The next entry contained the following information. Hearing the constant voices in my head repeating, "I will kill you," I realized that I did not need them anymore, but if I already knew who they were. Bringing his story to the dungeon where he was hiding, the cowardly sorcerer wrote in his diary, "I must hide as deep as possible in a place that no one knows about." Hiding somewhere under a tree at a depth of several meters from the surface, the cowardly sorcerer wrote in his diary that he was already in his equipped hiding place, but that even then I would be found. After reading all the entries of the cowardly sorcerer in the diary, Lorhan said in surprise, "So this guy was being persecuted, and that is why he was hiding in this place." Thinking about the information he had learned from the cowardly sorcerer's diary, Lorhan mentally said, "Cursed object and curse." The next moment, holding the battered diary in his hand, Lorhan added in his mind, "If this is the same curse I know about, I might learn something new." Recalling what he knew about mutations and monsters, Lorhan spoke in his head sometime after the mutated monsters appeared. After taking a short pause to think about everything in his head and draw the threads of connection, Lorhan mentally added defiled monsters. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan said in surprise in his head, "I knew of course that there was a group that was involved in mutating monsters, but who would have thought that the Chorgi, or that humans, were behind this organization?" Continuing his thoughts and remembering his past life, Lorhan nervously said in his head, "The defiled monsters had become a problem not only for the Golden Lion camp, but also for the Black Dragon camp. I guessed that it was the work of one faction, but it was not." The next moment, Lorhan pulled Chorgi's diary away from him and closed it thoughtfully, saying, "I think it's not as simple as it might seem at first glance." Putting Chorgi's diary back in his inventory, Lorhan said, "I need to give this diary to the research team. Maybe it's a clue for the main quest." Immediately after that, thinking about what he still needed to do, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "If you think about it, the condition for the next quest was the 150th level. I still need at least 30 levels. Imagining how long it would take him to raise 30 levels with normal quests, Lorhan mentally said, "Raising 30 levels is not an easy task." Imagining how other players achieve this by doing boring work for a long time, Lorhan said in his head, "Doing quests for hunting or scavenging, I will barely level up." With a sly smile after he thought about what exactly he needed to do, Lorhan said, not taking the usual types of leveling up, "Well, this doesn't suit me at all." The next moment, Lorhan pulled out a rune book from his inventory and said, "Let's start summoning the rune book." The next moment, having activated the teleportation point, the guy confidently said, "I have already completed all the preparations for quickly pumping my level to move to the city of Crossroads." Selling the scrolls he found in the dungeon, Lorhan said happily, "The magic scrolls I got in the dungeon were useless to me, but they can be sold for a pretty good price." Immediately after that, looking around to see his shop, Lorhan nervously said, "By the way, my shop is doing well. Last time it was just bursting with customers." As he approached his building in which he set up shop, Lorhan exclaimed happily, "Just fine. There's still quite a few. No need to worry about that." Smiling ominously at the realization that his monopolization of the market was going quite well, Lorhan mentally said, "At this rate, all the money of the Crossroads will be mine." Immediately afterwards, arriving at the Berserker Guild located in Crossroads, Lorhan mentally said that there are things more important than money. Going to the tab for his combined skills, Lorhan saw a system notification. Please select the combined skill to be deleted. He thought about which of the available skills he needed the least, and then pointed his finger at the destructive offensive skill and set it. And after selecting it for deletion, Lorhan received a system message that said the destructive offensive skill was deleted. Thinking about how he had used it, Lorhan mentally said, "It's a pretty interesting skill, but when you use it, You can only move in a straight line, and I can achieve the same effect with other skills. Immediately after that, Lorhan said disappointedly, "It's a shame about this skill, but I'll have to delete it, and that's because of this." After a short pause, the boy happily said, seeing the system notification, "Please select the skill book and action clip to create a combined skill." After which he added in his head, "I can create a combined skill that will be much better." Immediately after saying this, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "Since I can't combine the meager berserker skills with anything else, I'll have to." Immediately afterwards, he pulled out the damage change book and confidently said in his head, "The damage change skill book found in the magic dungeon would be a great component." Placing it with the rest of the components to create a new combo skill, Lorhan confidently said in his head, "Thanks to it, I will be able to create something new to compensate for the berserker's weakness." Creating a new combo skill for which he spent the book he found in the dungeon of the cowardly wizard, Lorhan happily exclaimed what I had wanted for so long. Having created his new combo skill, the boy happily said in his head a skill that transforms magic damage into an explosion called bombardment. Looking at the description of the new combo skill, Lorhan nervously said, "A 5-second knockback is a significant drawback, but one hit might be enough to get the desired effect." Immediately afterwards, Lorhan, who could not contain his joy at having gained a new combined skill, happily said, "Now I can only wait for the rewards to fall at my feet." Smiling slyly after receiving the new skill, Lorhan confidently said, "Wait a minute, Odin. One day I will use this skill on your face." Sometime later, Lorhan arrived at the dwarf weapon shop, mentally saying, "While I'm waiting for that day, I should prepare myself." Seeing that a new customer had arrived, the dwarf sitting behind the counter happily said, "Welcome to our shop. Are you looking for something in particular?" And hearing the question from the consultant, Lorhan confidently answered yes. Immediately after these words, Lorhan joyfully said, "I want to buy all the axes you have." And the shopkeeper was surprised to hear that he had all of them. Immediately jumping up from his seat, nervous about this order, Dvorak said, "Wait a minute, I'll bring the goods." Hearing this, Lorhan waved his hand and said, "Yes, yes, bring them quickly." Standing behind the cash register, Lorhan suddenly heard the voice of one of the visitors who thoughtfully said, "Isn't it too expensive?" Looking at the sword that was in the dwarf's shop, the girl said in surprise that the store was much more expensive than here, to which the guy replied that the store had a much better selection. But hearing the customers' conversations, Lorhan said in surprise that the players were surprised. Looking at the couple who came to choose their weapons, Lorhan wondered if they had come to the dwarf armory. They had already completed the dwarf quest. They had come so far. Immediately after that, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, "But they shouldn't worry about it, as there was one more obstacle on their way that would not allow them to grow so rapidly." Recalling one very interesting quest that will soon take place, Lorhan mentally said the confrontation of the camps is PvP content that will soon become as popular as the main plot of the Lord. Immediately after these words, Lorhan, recalling his past life, confidently said that the battle with the representatives of other camps is much more interesting than hunting. Many people lost interest in pumping and enjoyed battles. Recalling these wonderful times, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, "Boogaloo, I liked it a lot at the time too." As soon as he finished his thoughts, he heard the voice of the dwarf saying, "Here are your axes." Hearing that his order was ready, Lorhan handed the dwarf a bag of coins for the goods and happily said thank you very much. Leaving the dwarf shop, Lorhan heard the seller running out of the store to say goodbye. "Thank you, come back to us." And then Lorhan threw his weapon on his back and said confidently, "Let's go." Arriving at the neutral territory where the lands of the two camps intersect, Lorhan said nostalgically, "It's been a long time since I've been here, and it seems like everything feels different." Imagining the map and his location in his head, Lorhan mentally said, "The Cholin outpost is located on the front lines with the Black Dragon camp. Not many monsters live here, but if you go deeper, you can meet NPCs from the other camp of other players." In other words, recalling what exactly happened in this zone usually during these confrontations, Lorhan said that this zone was directly created specifically for battles. Opening the entrance to the tent, Lorhan happily said in his head, in theory, "To get here you need 150th level, but there is a reason why I came so early." Arriving at the senior sergeant who was registering everyone who wanted to take part in the battle, Lorhan heard from the manager that he wanted to register as a free mercenary. Hearing the question from the senior sergeant, Lorhan confidently said that everything was correct. Then the sergeant was surprised to add, looking at Lorhan's level, that anyone with your level could register. Immediately after that, having registered Lorhan as a free mercenary, the The senior sergeant said, "Well, you should know that your level is too low, do what you want." To which Lorhan confidently replied, "Thank you very much." Leaving the registration place, an angry Lorhan who was still registered with great reluctance said, "That bald rascal looks down on my level." Immediately after that, having taken the starting position for the sprint, Lorhan said, "But I registered anyway, so I don't care, now we can move on." Starting sharply from the spot, Lorhan confidently said, heading to the place where he will pump his level, "My next destination is a deep canyon." Arriving at his destination, Lorhan deactivated his invisibility cloak, which had helped him get this far. Looking down at where he had arrived, Lorhan thoughtfully said to himself, "This is the place, the deep canyon, and now it's time to start preparations." Recalling how much effort it had taken him to get here, Lorhan thought, "It may have taken me a long time, but thanks to my cloak I was able to get here without any incident, no matter how strong I am. Fighting enemies of the 150th level is quite a burden." Looking down at where the work was being done, Lorhan mentally said, "This canyon is used as a route to supply the Black Dragon camp. That's why there is a lot of security here." Immediately after that, pulling out everything necessary for the preparatory processes from his inventory, Lorhan ominously said in his head, "Here I am," and no one even thought that someone could get here. Having fixed the rope on the top of the mountain, Lorhan, going down slowly, confidently said, "Well, the preparatory processes are already completed." Taking a hammer in his hands to hollow out a small pocket under the mountain for himself on which he could stand, Lorhan confidently said, "And now we can get to work." Having completed his work on creating a pocket in the rock to hunt enemies and level up, Lorhan happily said, "Oh, it turned out pretty good." Taking all his belongings with him, Lorhan said, looking at the result of his work, it turned out to be a wonderful place. Immediately after that, putting a mark in front of him for teleportation to this place, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "First, you need to leave a mark here. Then the system notification will inform you that you have entered the teleportation point in the rune book." After completing all his preparations and removing all the possibilities to get to him, Lorhan happily said Booga with all the preparations now also finished, and now, taking out one of the axes he had bought from the dwarves, of which he still had 98, Lorhan said it was time to quickly raise his level. At that time, the Black Dragon army guards were walking near the cliff below, who were 150th level, when one of them heard a strange noise that was getting louder by the second. Looking back and raising his head up, he saw that some unknown spell was flying right at him, aimed at him, and the guards screamed out in fright. Destroying enemies from his position in the rock, Lorhan hunted the defenseless guards of the Black Dragon camp and joyfully shouted, "What do you think of my bombardment skill?" Immediately after that, imagining what his hunting scheme looked like, Lorhan mentally said, "If you make a depression inside the rock, you can easily hunt enemies from below with the ranged combat skill without worrying about the guards above." Noticing where the shells were coming from, one of the guards of the Black Dragon camp pointed to the rock and said, "There is definitely someone on the rock." Realizing that he had been spotted, Lorhan, preparing for his next bombardment, joyfully exclaimed, "Boogaloo! And now you understand, but what's the point? You still can't do anything about it." Applying his combined bombardment skill again on the next axe from among those bought from the dwarves, Lorhan ominously exclaimed, "Just shut up and become my experience points." Throwing another projectile at the enemies in the palm of his hand, Lorhan saw a system notification that said, "You have defeated a soldier of the Black Dragon camp and have increased your level." Lorhan was pleased with his leveling scheme and said happily, "Well, let's continue to advance to the 150th level in this way." And after equipping the axe, he had 95 more to go. After a period of time, Lorhan finally completed his bombardment of the Black Dragon camp soldiers and said with a sigh of relief that he was done with the sad business. At the moment he had 0 hand axes in his inventory, but his level had reached the 150th. So Lorhan said in surprise, "How many days have I been doing this kind of nonsense? I thought I would die of boredom." Immediately after that, with a sly smile, the guy added, "Well, now we need to get back to the main quest. I wonder what the others are doing now." As soon as the desired level was completed, Lorhan, who had been in one place for a day, thoughtfully said yes to activate the rune book and moved to the Cholan outpost. As soon as he arrived at the outpost, he immediately went to the sergeant major where he signed up for free mercenaries, where he heard his surprised voice saying, "You really did it." Grabbing his head, the senior sergeant who was conducting the registration looked at Lorhan's card and said in surprise, "You really did it yourself." Hearing such words from the senior sergeant, Lorhan smiled ominously and asked what was the low level or what, to which he nervously replied, "Oh no, no, we are very lucky to have people like you in the camp." Immediately after that, having stamped Lorhan's application for enlistment, the sergeant added, "Congratulations, you are now a soldier." As soon as he was accepted into the army as a soldier, a system notification appeared over Lorhan's screen showing his merit points, and seeing what he had on his account, Lorhan happily said, "Great, let's start with a soldier." Recalling what exactly his duties and powers were, Lorhan mentally spoke even though the soldiers could not do anything. However, as they advance in the service, they can get more missions and the opportunity to perform tasks with other NPS soldiers. Immediately after that, Lorhan added that the difficulty of completing these missions and the rewards for them are skyrocketing. Remembering that there is quite a decent pay with the increase of your rank, Lorhan said in his head, "But I joined this system not only because of that." Looking at the balance of his points that he currently had on his account, Lorhan said, "I was so confident in my desire to get merit points." Recalling what exactly they are for in this system, Lorhan said in his head, "These points can be used to buy special items that are sold in the merit market." Immediately after these thoughts, the boy calculated what was there at what prices and said, "For starters, this is a very good indicator, but it will not be enough for the thing I want to buy." Immediately after these words, Lorhan took out a book of runes from his inventory and said, "I need to accumulate more points to activate the book of runes." So we go to the crossroads. Arriving in the city of the crossroads, Lorhan said with a sigh of relief, "It's been a long time since I was here, and I was not very happy to be here again." Immediately after these words, Lorhan heard a noise that was spreading more and more. He could not help but attract the boy's attention. Grabbing his head, one of the players angrily exclaimed, "Damn kids, these partisans have come running." To which the other replied, "I haven't been able to complete the quest for 3 days because of them." Hearing what the local players were complaining about, Lorhan realized what was going on and mentally said that the very villains the players were talking about were users from the enemy faction of the Black Dragon. Recalling their confrontation and hatred between each other, Lorhan continued, "Starting from the third city, a fierce struggle is waged between the factions. A very interesting fact is that when asked about the murders of one of the Black Dragon factions, he confidently replied that you are asking why to kill representatives of another faction." Immediately after that, showing himself to be an intelligent and applied player, the man said, "Well, it's all because after killing the enemy, you can use his equipment for it, gives you a lot of experience points." However, no matter how confidently the players talk about it, it's all an outright lie. Even though the excuses sound very plausible, the real reason is something else entirely. Recalling even himself in the past, because he decided to do so himself, Lorhan imagined the dominance of a strong warrior over a weak opponent and spoke of the pleasure a player feels from killing an opponent who is weaker than him. Recalling himself when he fought monsters and not only and defeated them, Lorhan confidently said, "I know this better than anyone else. It is the instinct of any player." Immediately after his thoughts, Lorhan approached a couple of angry players and said, "Excuse me, where did you see them?" Hearing Lorhan's question, one of the players replied confusedly that he was the one who had seen them. Looking back at Lorhan, the player said in the area where the stone-hoofed boar lives, "But you better not go there, there is a team of 10 people now." Moving away from the pair of players, Lorhan immediately thought, the habitat of the stone-hoofed boar. But isn't this hunting grounds that are very close to the crossroads, and the front line has moved so much in our direction? Immediately after that, Lorhan smiled slyly and said to himself, "I have an interesting idea, but how did it come to this? Maybe they are underestimating us." The next moment after he finished thinking and made his decision, Lorhan took out a call whistle from his inventory and blew it. The whistle was immediately answered by a black stallion who immediately appeared in front of him, climbing onto his saddle, and Lorhan prepared to leave. Sitting astride his black steed, Lorhan angrily shouted out, "You bullshit bastards, do you really think everything will go according to your plan?" At the same moment, Lorhan took off in the direction of the hunting grounds and shouted, "Wait here, I'll arrange it for you soon." Looking at the trail of Lorhan, who headed off in an unknown direction, one of the players nervously asked if he had gone there alone, to which the other replied, "Hey, I just can't do that. Going there now is tantamount to suicide." At the same time, somewhere in the habitat of the stone-hoofed boar, players of the Black Dragon faction caught representatives of the Golden Lion faction and continued to mock them. Trying to resist the battle and protect her comrades, the elf angrily asked, "Why the hell are you doing this? We gave you our items, let us go." Hearing such words from a 110th level opponent, The representative of the Black Dragon faction, who was 120th level, ominously said, "Why are you asking?" Immediately after hitting the girl again, the Black Dragon faction representative arrogantly shouted that it was all because killing the weak was so much fun. Running up to their friend who had just received a serious blow, the other members of the Golden Lion team nervously exclaimed, "Hey, are you okay?" Approaching the rest of his enemies, the skeleton swung his large two-handed sword and shouted, "Die." Before he could carry out his attack, he heard something happen behind him, and someone's voice shouted, "Bombing." Looking back, the representative of the Black Dragon faction exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, a shell hit the skeleton that was threatening his fellow faction members, hitting him in the head. And seeing what happened to their leader, the troll shouted in confusion what was going on. Looking around him to find out where it came from, the orc noticed a rider approaching them and shouted to his comrades, "The enemy is approaching us." Noticing that there was only one guy and a horse among the enemies, the troll who took command shouted menacingly, "There is only one person there, surround him." Hearing the order given to his subordinates by the Black Dragon's command, Lorhan immediately laughed and shouted, "You're joking. Get ready to die as a team." Hearing the threats from his opponent, one of the Black Dragon's team members pulled on his tetavi and angrily shouted, "You're crazy. You're going to get it." Before the enemy could shoot at him, Lorhan had already knocked his head off his shoulders, shouting, "You're too slow for me, goblin." Approaching the enemies at the right distance, Lorhan stopped his horse to avoid accidentally destroying it and jumped up. Seeing what had just happened before his eyes, the ogre, who could see his opponent's actions with his own eyes, exclaimed in surprise that he was crazy to jump up and down. Once high in the air, Lorhan, preparing to strike his enemies with a powerful blow, confidently shouted, "Here you go." Applying his combo skill to his main weapon, Lorhan shouted out the power of damage modification. The next moment, his modified axe with the bombardment skill flew directly at the squad leader who was giving orders to his team. Having destroyed the bulk of the enemies, Lorhan took his axe and threw it over his shoulders and said menacingly, "Let's play with you a little bit." Hearing the arrogant voice of Lorcan, who arrived on the battlefield, one of the enemies angrily exclaimed, "You have got some nerve. How dare you do this to us?" Gathering all together, one of the enemies who remained on the battlefield exclaimed, "Let's crush him." And all the enemies who were still able to fight flew at Lorhan, deciding to take him by force of arms. Preparing for his attack, Lorhan smiled ominously, anticipating an interesting battle, and said, "Who are you going to crush here, tell me?" Seeing what happened to their comrades in a matter of seconds, a couple of support players from the Black Dragon team screamed out in fright. He had destroyed the melee players with high defense in one hit, to which the other added that he was some kind of monster. Having dealt with the enemies on the battlefield, Lorhan noticed a couple more hiding a little further and exclaimed in an ominous voice, "I found the rats hiding." Having quickly dealt with all the enemies on the battlefield, Lorhan received 1 point of merit for each enemy killed. I said disappointedly, "I didn't even have time to warm up." Looking at his profile to view the number of merit points, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "Interesting. Merit points are awarded in the same way as for killing NPC soldiers." Looking at the defeated enemy, the guy added that you are a level NPC or a level player. There is no difference between them, and it is clear to a donkey that you have more profit from this. After completing the battle and rescuing his comrades, Lorhan activated the rune book and said, "It's time to work, but first I'll return to the crossroads." Arriving at the temple in the crossroads, Lorhan made a donation and received a temporary character boost, after which he joyfully said, "Excellent. The blessing of the priest is the name of this ritual, and depending on the amount of the donation, you can get different types of boosts." Reflecting on how effective such a waste of money is, Lorhan mentally said that although the boost lasts only a few hours, it is very important to get it before going hunting. After receiving some of the enhancements in the temple, Lorhan looked at what else he could improve and said, "Okay, next up are the equipment sets." Looking through the sets he had, the boy said thoughtfully, The first set is for critical hits, the second for defense, and the last one is for attribute resistance. It only takes 3 seconds to change equipment, but it's a very useful thing." After completing all the preparations to go get the merit points, Lorhan smiled slyly and confidently said, "Boogaga, now we can definitely go after the prey." The next moment, activating his system window to write a message, Lorhan said, "Now is the time to cast the bait." Before he could write anything, a few seconds later he received a new comment, and after reading it, Lorhan exclaimed, "Wow, that's a quick response. Looks like they're in a pretty tight spot." Seeing how many similar requests there are, Lorhan said happily, looking through the offers. Booga, those rascals from the Black Dragon Army took my bait. They quickly raised their level and are now so confident. Immediately after that, Lorhan smiled ominously, happy about this development, and said to himself, I'm even grateful for that. If they had hidden with their tails between their legs, I would have had to search for them for quite a while. Launching the live broadcast of his hunt for enemies, Lorhan happily said in his head, well, wait a little longer. I will meet all your expectations. A few minutes after the broadcast was launched, 2,114 viewers had already gathered and comments were pouring in like, wow, God, Lorhan is back at it again. Watching him go somewhere, new comments appeared under the broadcast. He started broadcasting hunting, which is an advantage for enemies. It seems to me that it does not matter where he is going in complete silence. Arriving on the battlefield, Lorhan saw a large number of enemies at that time. One of the Black Dragon faction oppressing the Golden Lion player said menacingly, if you had calmly given your items, nothing would have happened, to which the elf replied, don't be ridiculous. You planned to kill me from the beginning. Hearing his opponent's guess, the orc immediately laughed and then said, you're right, you think so. Immediately after these words, jumping above the ground and swinging his sword, the orc shouted, if you already know it, then die. Before he could carry out his massacre, Lorhan entered the fray and blocked the enemy's attack. The next moment, swinging his axe, the boy prepared to earn as many merit points as possible in this battle. With just one blow, he destroyed the orc that threatened his comrade by chopping it in half. Immediately after that, a system notification came, and Lorhan earned 1 point of merit for killing Badul. Having dealt with the first enemy, Lorhan said in a menacing voice, well, how does my blade taste deliciously praiseworthy? Immediately after the first enemy was defeated, Lorhan used his dash skill and headed to the middle of the enemy army to disperse and not hold back his power. Looking at the confused enemies who did not understand how this had happened, Lorhan joyfully shouted, hey, why are you drinking your mouths open and trying to stop me? The next moment, he killed another enemy while they were trying to recover from what they had seen. Watching Lorhan's stream, who stood alone against the army of the Black Dragon faction, one of the viewers wrote a comment asking what level of crazy streamer he was. Watching his comrades die at the hands of one opponent, one of the army commanders exclaimed, stop panicking. We are much more likely to fight together. Hearing the order from their commander, all the players of the Black Dragon faction rushed at Lorhan together, hoping that it would bring them some benefit. Seeing the crowd of enemies running at him, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, you're so primitive. You think just like those scoundrels. And immediately after that, he took his hand axe out of his hands. Immediately after that, jumping into the air to prepare for the attack, Lorhan shouted joyfully to his enemies, if you really attack me all at once, it will be even better. Rising above the crowd of enemies who were already very close to him, Lorhan began to use his combination attack, which was designed for such cases. Using the vortex, the guy was able to quickly deal with all the enemies, chopping them into small pieces and earning a considerable amount of merit points, after which he canceled the skill. Receiving system notifications about killing enemies and getting merit points for it, Lorhan happily said Booga, it was easy. Having dealt with one team of enemies, Lorhan decided to tease his opponents, and for this purpose he switched the video camera to the front. The next moment, Lorhan made a disappointed face and said sarcastically, Black Dragon Army, I'm very disappointed that this is all you've got. Immediately after that, he added confidently, why don't you try your hand at it? I don't care if there are 10 or 20 of you. Immediately after that, the boy opened his inventory and took out one of his swords, which had quite powerful characteristics, and said to the one who could defeat me, putting in front of him a long sword of a royal knight with a 10-fold improvement, Lorhan confidently said, I will give this. Immediately after these words, Lorhan lowered his head down and said, if you are confident in your abilities and want to receive this sword as a reward, then come and kill me soon. Immediately after these words, Lorhan laughed ominously directly into the camera and confidently exclaimed, if you have the strength to do so, of course. Looking through the comments to his broadcast, Lorhan mentally said to himself, Booga, that should be enough to provoke them, and it's a good thing I brought a gun from the store. The next moment, Lorhan realized that now danger could lie in wait for him anywhere, and he thought to himself, I can be attacked by my own people, but I can also defeat them. Immediately after that, Lorhan used his whistle to call for the enemy to go further in search of enemies and not to stagnate in one place. Climbing on his raven horse, Lorhan began to choose a place to continue hunting enemies to earn merit points. Opening the system window, Lorhan looked at the comments where there were still fights and a large concentration of enemies, and then said, Let's look further. We have the Wind Plateau next, so I need to move north. Having chosen the course he needed, Lorhan began to ride his horse to get to the right place as quickly as possible, joyfully exclaiming, "Great, then let's fly there at full speed." Sometime after Lorhan announced the bounty on his head, active discussions began in the comments section of the internet, with one of the players writing, "Did you see Lorhan's stream? I heard that he had to pay 800 silver coins for this sword." In addition to discussions about the value of the sword, there were also recruitment for raids, and one player wrote a comment with the following content: "Urgent recruitment to the guild for the raid on Lorhan is open." Seeing that someone was also going to raid Lorhan, a considerable number of players got angry and started verbal skirmishes in the comments, such as, "Hey you scoundrels, we were the first to target Lorhan. If you dare to touch him, you will pay for it." Looking through the comments under his stream, Lorhan saw a comment, "Someone find him already. I want to see the pisser boogeyman." And seeing that everyone was already preparing to raid him, Lorhan said happily, as expected, "Everyone wants to kill me." Immediately after these words, the guy looked up and said in disappointment, "I wonder why everyone is just writing about it, but no one is even going after me." Standing on the mountain of corpses of his defeated enemies, Lorhan said to me in disappointment that the battles with the enemies were over too quickly. Watching what was happening on the live broadcast, one of the representatives of the Black Dragon faction said in fright that he was really going crazy. He had really finished them all off. Immediately after that, looking at his comrade who was most likely also preparing to go after Lorhan's head, the same orc said anxiously, "Brother, we're in trouble." To which the commander replied, "I know, don't worry." Hearing the order to calm down, the nervous orc said that but before he could finish, the same bald orc whose reputation Lorhan had destroyed said angrily, "In any case, there were only weaklings in the plateau. This outcome was obvious." Immediately after these words, without even looking back at his comrade, the commander of the team to destroy Lorhan said, "Don't worry, there are many of us and we are strong." Immediately after that, having prepared to finally go on the road, the commander said, "Let's hurry up. The plateau is very close," to which his subordinate replied, "Yes." At the same time, Lorhan, who was expecting a new wave of enemies to come after his head, saw a huge army in front of him and said in surprise, "Wow, just look at them. They are serious." Looking at the enemies waiting for the order to attack, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "There are 30 or 40 of them. No, there are at least 50 of them. Some of them are of a good level. This is serious." Seeing what kind of opponents he would have this time, Lorhan opened his system window with equipment and changed it to a set of protection for the current situation. Immediately after, when everything was ready to start the battle with such an army, Lorhan swung his axe and happily said that these were just perfect conditions to go on a rampage. Having taken full combat readiness to confront a large army of enemies, Lorhan confidently shouted to his rivals, "Well, what are you all standing there, and what are you waiting for? Attack me, you bastards." Heading towards Lorhan, the commander of the Black Dragon faction, who was going into battle with the soldiers, shouted, "Don't stick to each other. We must surround him, keeping a distance from him." As soon as the enemies began to approach Lorhan, the first thing he did was to use his combined bombardment skill. Launching his axe at the enemies, seeing something flying towards them, the commander nervously shouted out this bombardment carefully. Seeing where Lorhan's attack came from, the commander, who was among the first to retreat from the line of fire, exclaimed in confusion that he did not understand why he was aiming at the edge of the plateau. Fleeing from Lorhan's attacks, the Black Dragon army screamed in fright, knocking down their comrades. "Get out of the way! Move your feet faster!" Having run a sufficient distance from the attack zone, the squad leader thoughtfully said, "Just a minute. Don't tell me this is all just a trick to get everyone in one place." Catching up with the enemies who deviated from the course and driving them to the rest of the crowd to make it easier to deal with Lorhan, joyfully exclaimed, "Boogaloo, of course, what did you think?" Having dealt with 5 enemies in one blow, Lorhan moved to the center, seeing a good position to attack. One of the warriors shouted out, "That rascal is finally in the center. This may be our only chance to keep him out." As soon as Lorhan was in a favorable position for the enemies, one of the Black Dragon faction decided to attack him alone. Seeing that the situation required radical measures, Lorhan used the cry of fury when the skill affected the enemy, who covered his ears and exclaimed in confusion, "I can't move. What kind of skill is this? A cheat ability?" Hearing that he was being accused of cheating again, Lorhan angrily exclaimed, preparing to strike, "I'm a cheater, kiss my ass, you're too early to be surprised." Immediately after that, having gathered a sufficient number of enemies in one place, Lorhan shouted out a combined skill. Immediately afterwards, He used a vortex that vacuumed up a large number of enemies and lifted them above ground level, tearing them to pieces in the stream. As he chopped the enemies into small pieces with his combo skill, Lorhan shouted out menacingly, "I'm going to chop you all to pieces, you bastards!" But suddenly the boy heard someone's voice, which was getting louder by the second, and he shouted, "Stop, it's your end, Lorhan!" Not realizing who it was, Lorhan looked up and saw the enemy preparing to strike him in the fall, overconfident in his abilities, thinking he could defeat him. Having blocked the enemy's attack, Lorhan even moved away from his place from which the previous players could not move him. Then Lorhan said in surprise, "And you are strong? Are you really a worthy opponent?" Pointing his sword at Lorhan, one of the Black Dragon Army said, "I am one of the runners of the Black Dragon Army Tide. Remember this name because I will finish you." Hearing a rather familiar name that Lorhan had heard before, he thought back to what it was and said thoughtfully, "Tide, this is not the bastard who bragged about being the first to reach level 100. Immediately after thinking about it and remembering where he had heard the name, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "You're a runner for real." Immediately after that, Lorhan decided to provoke the enemy and asked the lowlife who boasted of getting the 100th level before anyone else and was humiliated by me when he heard what Lorhan had just asked him. The angry Tide said to the rascal, "What you just said." Immediately afterwards, crossing his two swords in front of him, Tide shouted angrily, "You insolent bastard! I could have let you live if you had just given me the long sword, but I see I'll have to teach you some manners." Hearing that Tide was overconfident in his abilities, Lorhan used his jerk skill and said, "I'll show you that there is also a division among the runners into strong and weak." Immediately after these words, Lorhan was behind Tide, bypassing his defense and reaction time, and then prepared to strike. Preparing to test the arrogant man, Lorhan said menacingly, "Now feel what a real runner is." Lorhan's attack was quite powerful, but it failed to cut the enemy in two the first time. Although he failed to destroy the enemy with one blow, Lorhan launched it with incredible force somewhere far away from him, expecting that it would soon return to answer it. Rejoicing that he had managed to hurt his opponent so easily, Lorhan spoke Boogaloo. "I knew that this lowlife was just a big pig. He was very slow." The next moment, focusing his attention on the opponent who had just been in front of him, Lorhan saw only an empty landing spot and then exclaimed in surprise that he did not understand where he had gone. Starting to turn his head in different directions to determine the location of the enemy, who might be lurking to attack, Lorhan nervously exclaimed how quickly he ran away, just retreated without finishing the fight. Waving his axe, the angry Lorhan exclaimed, "I thought I could finally have some fun." And at the same time Tide, hiding behind his soldiers, was pounding out regeneration potions. Having restored his health, Tide came out of hiding and joyfully exclaimed, "What's all the shouting? Now let's start a battle for life and death, Lorhan." Seeing the enemy, who was filled with potions to the brim, Lorhan said in surprise that seeing such a reaction to his proposal, Tide angrily exclaimed, "Hey, what a reaction." Looking at his opponent, Lorhan said in surprise, "Hey, don't tell me you drank the potion because you were afraid you'd die from just one of my blows." Hearing this, the reddened Tide nervously replied, "What are you talking about?" Immediately after Lorhan's question, the angry Tide exclaimed, "What are you insinuating? I just drank the potion, you know." And hearing his opponent's angry shouts, Lorhan turned his head away and said, "Well, there's nothing wrong with that." Immediately after these words, pointing to the broadcast icon, Lorhan said, "Hey, you haven't forgotten that I'm streaming. More than 30,000 people have seen your dirty trick." Seeing the comments that poured in after Tide used the regeneration potion, an angry player shouted that you said dirty trick. "So Lorhan, you are a scoundrel. You are crossing all possible boundaries." Preparing to use his super powerful skill which he had, Tide angrily exclaimed, "I will now teach you a lesson in combo skills." Rushing at Lorhan with his combo skill, Tide confidently shouted out a dance of blades. Seeing that his enemy was completely out of his element, Lorhan took his weapon out of his hands and confidently said, "I can take care of you with my bare hands." As soon as Tide noticed that his opponent had taken his weapon out of his hands, he immediately exclaimed with confidence, "Boogeyman took his weapon out? What a pity. You also lost your thirst for victory after seeing my deadly skill." As soon as the enemy approached him, Lorhan grabbed Tide by the head. Seeing that he was stopped with his bare hands, Tide said in surprise that the skill immediately after Lorhan imprinted his opponent into the ground. Immediately after that, the boy received a system notification, and Lorhan received 1 point of merit for killing Tide. Standing tall in front of Tide, Lorhan said menacingly, "You runner, really, don't make me laugh, it's just impossible." Immediately afterwards, Lorhan thought of a guy in his head who had killed enough powerful enemies to level up and said, "Those who will be called that later." For some reason, Lorhan immediately thought of Odin confronting a powerful serpent and continued in his mind that perhaps even now they continue to harden themselves. Immediately after the mention of the Rangers, Lorhan said unhappily, "I just can't believe I remembered that rascal. It made me feel lousy, and what should I do about it?" Feeling that someone was behind him, Lorhan looked back and smiled ominously and said in a menacing tone, "I think you boys can cheer me up." After a while, having finished hunting enemies and stopped streaming, Lorhan arrived at the crossroads and said in frustration, still receiving notifications about the crediting of merit points, "Lord, how long will the notifications appear? It seems that they come with some kind of delay or something." Suddenly behind him, Lorhan heard someone's voice shouting out happily, "Mr. Lorhan, I'm a fan of yours." And immediately afterwards, Lorhan looked back to see who was talking to him. Immediately after that, the guy continued to be careful. "These rascals are forming an army of more than 200 people. You better avoid fighting them." After hearing the news, Lorhan mentally said, "More than 200 people you say?" After thinking about the news, Lorhan said happily, "Thank you, but where are they now?" Hearing the question from his idol, the boy said nervously, "They say they crossed the gray zone." When Lorhan heard where the crowd of enemies was, he smiled ominously and said in his boogeyman, "Merit points are just asking to be put in my pocket." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan told me to open a merit shop, and as soon as his request was fulfilled, he began to look for a product for which he collected those merit points. Clicking on the badge of honor, Lorhan mentally said, "I still have time before they arrive, but in the meantime, I will buy a badge of honor in advance. This badge cost 500 points. The badge of honor is a rare magical sign of a respected warrior. Those who have the badge can increase their level of honor. Reputation points will be awarded depending on their combat experience. The badge holders are awarded additional merit points." Holding the purchased item in his hands, Lorhan happily said, "The badge of honor costs 500 merit points, but thanks to it I can get extra reputation points for killing an enemy faction. It's definitely worth the money." Immediately after this thought, Lorhan opened a system window and said it was time to earn those points properly, but there was something else to do before doing so. The next moment, Lorhan looked at the camera and said, "This is the end of my stream. I will resume it later, please wait a little bit." As soon as the stream stopped, Lorhan went to the garrison general and saw who Malkin had come to see. He was surprised to hear that you had become so strong. "I can rely on you now." As soon as the general said this, Lorhan received a system notification that said you have earned the trust of the general of the Crossroads Guard Malkin. Having received what he had been waiting for so long, Lorhan thought to himself, "Great at last." Immediately afterwards, General Malkin said, "Now listen to me carefully. I have observed the mutated monsters you have discovered, and I want to tell you that this is only the beginning. Some of them have not fully completed the mutation process. These monsters are much stronger and more cunning than the other mutated ones." Immediately after the report on the observations, General Malkin spoke. "We have decided to call them defiled monsters." Folding his arms in front of him, the garrison general continued, "We have captured several of them and are continuing to study them. But such creatures should not exist in our world. So if you encounter a defiled monster in the future, kill it and bring me its eyeballs." Immediately after these words, the general added, "If anything, their eyes glow green, which is why you will be able to identify them very quickly." After hearing the hint, Lorhan happily said, "I will keep in mind." Immediately after that, looking at the new task, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "Desecrated monsters are a kind of additional income. I can make good money from this, not to mention simple rewards for quests." The next moment, Lorhan smiled slyly, imagining what he could get, and said in his mind, "It's great that I can get everything at once, and the rewards from defiled monsters are better than from normal monsters, so it's useful to hunt them down and kill them." Looking at the new task that he received from the garrison general, Lorhan spoke in his head, looking at Malkin too. "You mean you can't trust me even after I raised my level to 150? Immediately after that, folding his arms in front of him, Lorhan said in his head, "I just have to kill one and come back. In any case, everything that falls out of it will be mine." Lowering his head, Lorhan headed for the exit and said, "Okay, then I'll be back as soon as I finish the task." And Malkin waved goodbye and exclaimed, "Take care, Lorhan." Approaching the exit of the room, Lorhan exclaimed, "I almost blew my lungs out. I wanted to tell you something." And hearing that he still had some information, Malkin asked in surprise what it was. Approaching the general of the garrison's guard, Lorhan decided to make his job easier and report the approach of a large army of the Black Dragon faction. Hearing what was about to happen, General Malkin nervously exclaimed what you just said. After a while, the Black Dragon faction army gathered right in front of the gate to Crossroads City and angrily shouted, "Hey, stop hiding Lorhan, come out and fight." Not receiving any response, one of the players asked his friend, "Hey, are you sure he's here?" And he answered him, and that's how the broadcast ended. A few seconds later, the gates to the crossroads began to open, and the Black Dragon army shouted with joy and someone came out. It was Lorhan. Unfortunately, their guesses were wrong. It was not Lorhan, but the general of the Crossroads garrison who came to defend his city from the attackers. Seeing who came to meet them, one of the Black Dragon faction nervously exclaimed, "What the hell?" And then another added, "Why the garrison is here because we did not attack the city." Interrupting the din of the enemies standing in front of the gate, Guard General Malkin, who was level 200, shouted out, "How dare you come here, you filthy creatures!" Immediately after these words, unleashing his subordinate MPS soldiers on the enemies standing at the gate, Malkin shouted out to leave no one alive. Not realizing why the garrison army had come to meet them, the confused fighters of the Black Dragon faction ran away scared and shouted out, "What the hell could have happened?" Meanwhile, Lorhan started the broadcast and happily said, "There's no picture, but if you press this button, it's working. So I apologize for the delay. As you can see, I've gone quite far." Leaning away from the camera to see the environment around him, Lorhan confidently spoke about where I was now. Moving the camera to the scenery, Lorhan stepped aside so as not to block the view and said, "This is the third city of the Black Dragon camp, the City of Ashes." Looking at the town of the enemy faction in front of him, Lorhan happily said, "The view from here is incredible, isn't it?" After telling about where he is now and how beautiful it is here, Lorhan rubbed his hands and smiled ominously and said, "Okay, now let's try to rob this empty town." Arriving in the city, Lorhan happily said in his head, "Booga, everything is exactly as I thought. Those who were talking about killing me have gone to the crossroads, leaving only the weaklings in the city." Taking out his weapon from his inventory, Lorhan said in frustration, "I don't enjoy killing innocents, but I have to achieve my goal. I just have no other choice." Immediately after that, Lorhan rushed at the enemies present in the city and ominously said, "Don't be offended by me." Destroying all the enemies on his way, Lorhan headed to the city to surround it until there was no one here, and joyfully exclaimed, "Well, here I am." Arriving at the hunting grounds of the Black Dragon faction, Lorhan joyfully said, "There's no one here." Preparing to start hunting monsters, Lorhan thought that there are also defiled monsters in the Golden Lion camp, but it would take a long time to find them and catch them. Despite the great risk, it would be better to kill such a monster in the territory of the Black Dragon army. Recalling what he had told the garrison general about the enemy army's advance, Lorhan confidently said in his head, "Malkin will cover me, which is why you don't have to worry about the intersection for a while." Imagining how much fun it was at the gates of the crossroads, Lorhan mentally said, "By the time I got to the City of Ashes, the broadcast was turned off, and it would take the Black Dragon army a ton of time to find me." Smiling sinisterly at the fact that he had come up with such a truly devilish and cunning plan, Lorhan said in his head, "Booga, this way I can concentrate on the hunt." The first thing Lorhan met on his way was a gray-fanged wolf that was 140 level. It was obvious that the enemy was too nervous and would not go down without a fight. Picking up his weapon, Lorhan prepared himself until he attacked, thinking, 140 level, wow! Since this area is inhabited by defiled creatures, the normal monsters will be much higher than average, right? Immediately after these words, Lorhan spoke menacingly to his enemy. "I'll just squash you like a fly. I just don't have time for pettiness like you." Only the wolf wanted to attack when suddenly both fighters heard a loud roar of a monster that was clearly more dangerous. And Lorhan said in surprise that it was the same sound. After a while, Lorhan turned his head and saw his pet dinosaur Jaros Tyler, who was a level 181. Being glad that now he didn't have to spend time searching, Lorhan said joyfully, "Lord, I am so grateful to you. You came right into my hands." Looking at the enemy with whom he would soon have to fight, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed the defiled monster Tyler. Immediately after these words, Lorhan smiled happily and said, "Who would have thought that the pet dinosaur of the garrison general of the City of Ashes would be a defiled monster?" The next moment he imagined the leader of the garrison of the City of Ashes speaking in his head. Even if someone knew about it, no one dared to attack him. Otherwise, Jaros would become their enemy, because Jaros is as important to the Black Dragon army as Malkin is to the Golden Lion camp. Thinking out loud about why no one dared to go against this pet dinosaur, Lorhan noticed the wolf running away and mockingly said "Boogaloo" and kicked the wolf's slippers as if his life depended on it. The next moment, turning his gaze to the enemy, Lorhan spoke confidently, but to be honest, who in their right mind would fight him? Putting forward his guesses, Lorhan shouted out to his opponent to anger him. "Or maybe I'm wrong, nasty reptile. Attack faster, I'll make a scarecrow out of you." Immediately after that, the monster made a U-turn, demolishing everything in its path with its tail. As soon as Lorhan dodged the enemy's attack, he managed to turn around and was preparing to grab the boy with his teeth. Seeing what he was planning, the boy was surprised to hear the monster say in his head, "He turned around so quickly, he's so fast." Immediately after that, the enemy clenched his teeth and managed to grab his opponent. Seeing what he had on the battlefield, Lorhan said, "Oh shit, he grabbed my leg." However, that was not all, as the dinosaur threw Lorhan into the air and hit him with its tail, launching him somewhere far, far away. Angry at the way he was treated, Lorhan angrily said there is an expression that goes something like this. Using his berserker skills to defeat a rather powerful opponent, Lorhan mentally said, "Don't let the beast that bit the man go." Preparing to strike, Lorhan, who had already approached the enemy, said menacingly, "You better clench your teeth harder now because I'm going to take your head off." As soon as he was ready to strike the enemy a powerful blow, he not only managed to dodge it but also repelled it without suffering any damage. Seeing what had just happened during his last attempt to strike, Lorhan angrily said in his head, "Damn, he was able to parry my attack with his tail. It's the size of a mountain. How did he get that speed?" Immediately after these words, Lorhan took the battle axe from his hands to try another way of fighting and said in his head, "Well, if that's the way things are going, then." Emptying his hands, Lorhan grabbed the dinosaur by the tail during its last attack. As soon as the enemy's tail was firmly in his hands, Lorhan began to spin the dinosaur around, repeating the vortex attack, but not with an axe but with a monster. When the speed was optimal, Lorhan let go of the monster, launching it somewhere upwards so that it fell to the ground. Immediately after this was done, Lorhan pulled his axe out of his inventory and used a jerk to run after the monster, which had just landed on its back. As soon as the monster was fully exposed and vulnerable, Lorhan used the strike skill to prepare to deliver a powerful blow. Approaching his opponent, Lorhan, who was about to reach his goal, gloatingly exclaimed, "Now try to get up on your feet and block my attack with your tiny legs." Having dealt a good blow to the enemy, Lorhan broke his protective shell and stepped back, saying with satisfaction, "Boogaloo, just fine. I did quite a bit of damage to him." Sometime after this prank, seeing that the enemy began to mutate to its final phase, Lorhan said with anticipation, "And now everything is just beginning." Looking at the enemy that appeared before him after it had mutated into its final form, Lorhan said in awe, "Lord, I knew something about the power of defiled monsters, but not this." Once Jaros Tyler's pet dinosaur had completed its mutation process, it was unrecognizable, a completely different monster, far more formidable than anyone could have imagined. Looking at the monster he was about to fight, Lorhan nervously exclaimed, "You're out of your mind." And this was just the beginning of the second phase of the mutation. Looking at the enemy that now stood before him, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "The power of the defiled monsters is unique to each individual." Lorhan added nervously, "Tyler is not the only monster that can grow in size, but he has one interesting key feature." Noticing that the enemy decided to attack first without waiting for his invitation, Lorhan immediately jumped up to dodge the attack, but his tail followed him, and Lorhan nervously said in his head, "I'm crazy. It was just the tail that ricocheted. Did he know I was going to dodge?" Unable to dodge in midair, Tyler's sharp tail reached Lorhan, hitting him right in the stomach. After reaching the second phase, he not only gained the ability to ricochet and increased in size, but the surprises didn't end there. In addition, his characteristics, including strength and agility, also increased despite his large size. Landing on the ground after the enemy's attack, Lorhan groaned heavily and said as he crawled out from under the rubble, "Oh, it hurts so much." Putting one of his hands on his chest where the attack had taken place, Lorhan said nervously, "He almost made me a donut to do so much damage in one ricochet. What kind of monster is he?" Looking at the dinosaur he had to defeat, Lorhan said nervously, "I hate to admit it, but this guy is the first serious opponent I've faced since regression." Getting to his feet and putting on his helmet, the sealed helmet of the Lion King, the monster confidently said, unlocking the tainted power that raised his level by 20. The next moment, after a short pause, the boy added that if the enemy's level increased by 20, then he exceeded the 200 mark. Preparing for a serious confrontation with a powerful enemy, Lorhan said, "Anyway, everything is going very well." Swinging his axe behind him, Lorhan said, "And that's because right now I'm going to check the level." Rushing at the enemy, who was just heading towards him with his full combat equipment, Lorhan said, "My current abilities." Striking the enemy's skin, Lorhan's axe simply bounced off him, and the guy said with a grudging smile, "This guy is a tough nut to crack if I don't manage to find his weaknesses." Jumping back, Lorhan looked down and saw the wound he had left before the mutation, and he said in surprise, "I left this wound before he became a giant, so it appears that the wound has grown as his body has grown." Having found the weak point of his enemy, Lorhan, having found hope for victory, joyfully exclaimed, preparing to apply the next gift, "I will do great." Changing the weapon in his hands to one of the hand axes, Lorhan used his combined bombardment skill to distract his enemy. As soon as the enemy turned his head away and revealed his weakness, it was time to act. Seeing that the perfect moment had arrived, Lorhan used a net to quickly close the distance and shouted it was a deceptive maneuver. "Scoundrel, get ready to serve." Approaching the enemy's wound, Lorhan plunged his axe into him with full force. As soon as the enemy growled in pain, Lorhan shouted menacingly, "Don't pretend this is just the beginning." Retreating from the enemy after successfully hitting a vulnerable spot, Lorhan stood on the ground and said happily, "Boogaloo, you damn lizard. How did you like it? And your head feels fresh now, right?" Using several skills to get closer to the holes in the enemy's scales, Lorhan was able to pull off the dinosaur's scalp, enraging it to the point of infuriating it. When the enemy was sufficiently wounded and Lorhan had the opportunity to deliver the final blow, the boy confidently said, "Let's end this sad battle." Preparing for his next attack, which should be the last in this fight, Lorhan confidently shouted out a combined skill. Jumping to the side of the enemy to finish him off, Lorhan confidently shouted out a fatal blow. As a result of this attack, Lorhan managed to cut the enemy into two parts, starting with his head, which no longer had hard skin on it. After the victory, he of course received the first achievement and a unique title called the Defiler of Filth. Looking at the title and its additional characteristics, Lorhan wiped his mouth after using the regeneration potion and said happily, "It was damn hard to defeat a level 200 monster while being at level 150. Looking at the additional effects of the title, Lorhan saw that the damage dealt by the defilement was reduced by 2 more F that's been hidden, and Lorhan said in surprise, "But the reward was clearly worth it, and all because in the main quest I would have to fight defiled monsters." Immediately after these words, looking at the next ribbons of additional effects, Lorhan said in surprise, "But what are these question marks? Why are only numbers displayed? You need to kill more than 2. While looking at his new title, Lorhan suddenly saw a sudden system notification saying that the garrison general of the City of Ashes, Yaros, had learned of the death of his pet dinosaur. "Be careful, Yaros will be here soon." Immediately after receiving the notification, Lorhan nervously said in his head, "Damn, he's obviously going to come here with a horde, but it's hard for me to stand up to one of my opponents." Well, in that case, choosing the most optimal solution for this situation, Lorhan kicked his slippers and confidently said in his head, "I will run away to survive." Walking away from the territory of the Black Dragon, Lorhan happily said in his head, "It's time to get out of here, especially since I already know where I'm going next." Arriving at the ash forest, Lorhan said thoughtfully as he looked around him, "It was definitely around here, but it was so long ago that I don't remember." Recalling exactly how everything happened here and where the place he needed was, Lorhan mentally said, "This is a hunting ground for level 110 players, but there is also a great secret hidden here." Equipping his axe, Lorhan approached the right place and confidently said, "If my memory serves me correctly, it was somewhere around here." As soon as Lorhan arrived at the right place, he threw his axes into the trees at approximately the same height in all 3 trees in front of him. Seeing the mechanism activated, the boy happily said he had hit the bull's eye. Immediately after the correct activation of the mechanism, a rock appeared, showing him the way to the right place where the clue was located. Approaching it and looking at the direction, Lorhan said, "Well, finally it's here." Walking forward a little, Lorhan saw a place where the ground had collapsed a little, which meant that there was a passage to the dungeon. Picking up an axe to clear the entrance, Lorhan said confidently, and then everything was much easier. After receiving a system notification after clearing the entrance, which said you entered the place where the legend of the hunter began, Lorhan said, "Yes, it's been a long time since I was here." Walking down the stairs that led him inside, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "In order to find this place you need to complete a chain of quests and find clues, but I don't have to do that, do I?" Recalling what those clues were, Lorhan said in his head, And it's because I already know what I need to do to open the passage. Aim and attack from a long distance, and have a skill that can crush stones. After passing all the steps that led him down, Lorhan happily said, "Well, now I'm definitely here." Looking around the room he was in, Lorhan thought to himself, this is one of those trials where you can get someone's will like in a hero's trial. What makes a hero's trial different then? Perhaps because its founder is still alive, unlike the Lion King. Looking at the emblem that was depicted on the floor, Lorhan confidently said in his head, "This man is a real living legend, the troll hunter Kiarus." Recalling the story of this living legend, Lorhan, immersed in his memories, said in his head a long time ago, in the era of tribal wars, there was a legendary hunter at the forefront of the Black Dragon who made his enemies tremble. Immediately after this short story, Lorhan smiled slyly and spoke, equipping the axe in his hands. But even Cyrus could not know that the first to visit this place would be a berserker and not a hunter or archer. But that's not my business. Preparing to continue the tests that are in this dungeon after the system announcement of the beginning, Lorhan confidently said, "I will eat everyone here." The condition for passing the first stage was to find the light in the darkness. As soon as the test began, the light in the room went out. Holding a small axe in his hand, Lorhan said with a sinister smile, "Oh my God, what a riddle to find light in the darkness. Seriously, what a nasty dungeon this is." Walking in the darkness, Lorhan felt someone appear behind him. It was clearly not a friend, and he was threatening his life. With a swift punch, Lorhan cut the enemy in two, eliminating one of the problems that awaited him. Having dealt with the enemy only because he already knew what was going to happen here, Lorhan confidently said, "For a regressor like me, this is the easiest thing to do." Illuminated in the dark room by a stream of light, Lorhan could see enemies approaching him from all sides. Swinging his axe in different directions to cut down the enemies, Lorhan mentally said in the first stage, cutting down the enemies one by one. The boy added that the enemies that appeared from the darkness were very weak, so it was very easy to defeat them. Immediately after that, Lorhan said, "But you can't just cut everything, you have to be very careful." Noticing that he was not facing an enemy, Lorhan thought to himself, "This is because of this." Stopping his axe a few centimeters from the target's head, Lorhan nervously said, "Ugh, I almost fell through, it was pretty close and dangerous." Looking at the young goblin standing in front of him, Lorhan said in his head to find the light in the darkness is to find the young troll among the crowd of enemies. Looking at the young troll who was smiling because the mission was accomplished and he was not hurt, Lorhan said in his mind, "I chose an axe with a long range of attack." As soon as the first stage of the test, called the Eyes of the Hunter, was completed, the room became light, and Lorhan saw that the troll had pointed him in the right direction, and he said in surprise, "That way." Heading in the direction, Lorhan took his weapon out of his hands and mentally said, "The next stage and test must be somewhere around here, right?" Leaning against the wall, Lorhan began to feel it, trying to find a secret entrance, saying during the search for the button, "Well, let's see what we have here." Sliding his hand along the wall, the boy accidentally found the very secret button and was able to activate it, happily saying that he had found it. Everything seemed to be fine, but this button opened a secret passage under his feet. The floor disappeared and Lorhan flew down. As soon as Lorhan made a solid landing, he looked up and saw a system notification that said the second stage of the test was about to begin. And seeing the name of the test, he said in confusion that, "What the hell was I supposed to do? I had to destroy it." A few seconds later, Lorhan was in the air as he stood directly on the head of a golem that appeared out of nowhere. Then Lorhan shouted the goal of the second stage is to destroy the stone golem Kiarus. Equipping himself with a battle axe to confront the enemy, Lorhan said in surprise, "Wait a minute, why did he suddenly appear out of nowhere?" Jumping down from the stone golem on whose head he was standing, Lorhan nervously said in his head, "The stone golem is Kiarus, like all golems. It will regenerate until its core is destroyed. This stone is probably its core." Seeing that there was a large red stone on his chest, Lorhan used his dash skill to rush at the enemy with the words, "This is all too easy." Approaching the enemy, Lorhan used a cry of madness to weaken the enemy, then confidently said, "Come on, break," and hit the golem's core. But unfortunately nothing happened. It was too strong. Bouncing back from the enemy who was not so easy to defeat, Lorhan mentally said in frustration, cycling how tough he was, which was expected from Cyrus, who was called the King of Trolls. Seeing the enemy preparing to fire a shot, Lorhan said in surprise, "What the hell is he doing defending himself?" The next moment, looking closer at the place where the energy was gathering, Lorhan exclaimed in surprise, "No, I finally realized that the real core of his head was in his head. Standing at a distance from the enemy, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "He showed me the location of his core. I just need to destroy it. So with this test, they want to test my destructive skills." Taking his battle axe out of his hands and picking up an ordinary one, Lorhan mentally said it wasn't even funny, and then surprisedly asked the golem, "Do you want to see what I'm capable of?" Immediately after that, Lorhan launched his axe at the golem and used his combined bombardment skill to destroy the enemy in front of him. Having smashed the enemy to smithereens with the use of only one combined skill, Lorhan confidently said, "You are not even close to me." As soon as the golem was destroyed, Lorhan saw a system notification that you have passed the second stage of the hunter's strength test. Imagining a slightly different picture with the possession of another weapon, Lorhan mentally said, "Contrary to the name of the test, the hunter's test has no class restrictions, but if I had a bow, it would be much easier to pass the test." Hiding his axe back in his inventory, Lorhan said happily, "But this is not a problem for me even in the current situation. So what is the next test?" As soon as he said this, a system notification appeared in front of him, saying that the third stage of the hunter's test was about to begin, and Lorhan said in surprise, "Wow, I don't even have to go anywhere. I like this pace." Suddenly, Lorhan saw in front of him the very troll he had not killed in the first stage, and now he was heading towards Lorhan. The troll, enveloped in a strange dark aura, was heading toward Lorhan with unclear intentions. Grabbing his axe and preparing for a sudden battle, Lorhan shouted out menacingly, "Hey kid, if memory serves, this is the last test." Asking the enemy a question, Lorhan did not receive an answer, but it was not surprising. Looking at the young troll, it was clear that something was wrong with him. Using the jerk skill, Lorhan decided to quickly end the strange troll by approaching him and preparing to cut him in two with a shout of, "What the hell is going on here?" But for some reason, there was a barrier around the young troll that prevented him from being harmed while he was unconscious. When Lorhan saw that his axe had hit something without reaching the target, he nervously exclaimed that the protective barrier was not clear where it came from. Immediately after realizing that it smelled like kerosene, Lorhan immediately broke the distance with his opponent and began to watch from afar what would happen next. A few seconds later, the young troll found himself in the dark sphere. And then Lorhan received a system notification that said, "You have detected Cyrus's murderous mood." The next moment, the dark spheres began to grow larger and larger, but they were smaller at the time Lorhan received a new system notification that said you have withstood the sinister gaze of Cyrus. After completing all the tests that took place before the battle, Lorhan looked at the enemy who appeared somewhere out of the darkness and received a system notification that said he would now demonstrate his true power. The next moment, when the enemy appeared in its full glory, Lorhan received the last system message that set the condition for the test, which sounded like this: "Defeat young Kyarus." Taking up his battle axe, Lorhan said happily, "Finally, he's here. You know how hard it was to meet you." Rushing at the enemy who was standing right in front of him, Lorhan shouted out, "Maybe I'm wrong." Stretching his hand out to Lorhan, the young Kyarus said using his summoning skill, "Come to me, my dear friend." Immediately afterwards, a monster appeared from the darkness near him and was summoned by the young Kyarus. This summoned monster was the head of a herd of wolves with a frosty mane named Kant, who was 145 level. As soon as the monster was summoned by the young Kyarus, he immediately ordered his subject to tear him into small pieces by Kant. Shielding himself from the enemy's jaws with his axe, Lorhan, whose weapon was being sinking into the monster's teeth, angrily exclaimed, "Damn, what kind of cheap tricks are these?" Throwing the monster off the handle of his axe, Lorhan angrily exclaimed, "Come here, you want to taste it?" As soon as the frosty-haired wolf rushed at Lorhan again, he put his axe blade under the bite to further realize his cunning plan. The next moment, Lorhan lunged for his opponent, who was standing at a distance, and with a jerk shouted out in anger to catch his friend. Cutting the monster in two during the attack, Lorhan tried to hit the young Kyarus, but he escaped from the area of damage when Lorhan completed his attack, and Kyarus saw what happened to his subject. The troll nervously exclaimed, "It can't be Kyarus." Seeing that he had escaped from his attack without even trying to catch his pet, Lorhan exclaimed in anger, "My God, you decided to abandon your friend and run away alone. If he is so special to you, you should die with him, you rascal." Hearing this after his pet had been destroyed, the young Kyarus, who had been pissed off, said angrily, "You smug bastard, I will make you pay for your sins." Immediately afterwards, using his skill, young Kyarus shot down arrows of justice at Lorhan. Dodging each of the arrows, Lorhan mockingly exclaimed, "Ugaga, where are you aiming at?" Immediately after all the enemy arrows passed him, Lorhan shouted menacingly, clutching his battle axe tightly in his hands. Well, now it's my turn. Having missed the enemy again, Lorhan angrily cursed in his head. He could be mistaken for a young hero, but he was fast enough and a goalie, and the battle would not end at this rate. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan suggested one possible way he could defeat his opponent by thinking, if he uses it, then I can easily defeat him. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan decided not to waste time and used the jerk skill and said in his head, I have no time to think, I need to act. Seeing that Lorhan was using the same skill over and over again, the young Karus said another jerk, what simple patterns, apparently you are not learning anything. Dodging another of Lorhan's attacks, young Karus exclaimed, here you go, and used a coercive chokehold on Lorhan as soon as the attack hit the boy. Karus exclaimed happily, Boogeyman, you look great, now you're a live target. Grabbing the biceps, Lorhan said happily as he gripped it tighter and tighter, I'm so grateful to you, thank you for using this, I was counting on this. Immediately after that, Lorhan, excited by the possibility of defeating the enemy, pulled the ropes that had tied his arm to the enemy and exclaimed joyfully, I finally caught you. Realizing what a mistake he had just made, the frightened young Cyrus nervously exclaimed, oh no, my rope, I'm in trouble. Hearing these words from his opponent, Lorhan, who was ready to smear his enemy for all the time he had been getting on his nerves, angrily exclaimed, it's too late, fool. Using only one skill, Lorhan easily defeated the young Kiarus, who had no chance to escape from him. As soon as the enemy's heart stopped beating, a system notification appeared saying that you defeated the young Kiarus. Immediately afterwards, a new system message appeared that said you have proven your strength to Kiarus. Seeing this, Lorhan said confidently, the bugger is a damn rat, he's showing off. After defeating the enemy, Lorhan noticed a strange object near him that the young Kiarus had left behind, and as he approached it, a system notification appeared that said, put the heart of a level monster. Immediately wondering where he could get material suitable for placing it inside, Lorhan said thoughtfully, remembering the defeated dinosaur heart of a monster whose level meant more. With a sly smile, Lorhan said happily in his head, I have just recently had one in my possession. Opening his inventory, Lorhan pulled out Tyler's heart, which he was about to place in the mechanism. Holding the monster's heart in his hand, Lorhan said happily, it was hard enough to kill this scoundrel. How angry I was when only scales and heart fell out of him, but it turns out that even they can be used. After putting the monster's heart to the strange object that fit the parameters, Lorhan saw a system notification that said, you have brought Tyler's heart. Immediately after that, another system notification appeared that said the imprint of the power that pierces the soul was received. Looking at what he had received, Lorhan said in amazement, a gift from Cyrus and a reward for testing the imprint effect. Thinking about what exactly he had received, Lorhan confidently said that it was a must-have for all archers, because this imprint increases critical damage, and I knew about it even in my past life. Looking at the additional effects of the imprint, which said critical hit chance plus critical damage, plus can increase the level by absorbing tainted power, Lorhan said in surprise. But this is the first time I've seen a skill with a growth mark. So the imprint is able to absorb tainted power is already impressive, but to grow. After receiving the widow's reward for passing the test, Kiarus Lorhan happily said, this is great, I'll be able to go up a few more levels. Wait for me, Odin, I'll be there soon. After defeating the monster and completing the dungeon, Lorhan headed to the garrison headquarters of the Crossroads City, where Malkin saw Lorhan in his office with good news and exclaimed joyfully, you have already defeated the defiled monster. You are truly incredible. You have exceeded all my expectations. Hearing such warm words of praise from Malkin, Lorhan said awkwardly, oh my God, you're flattering me. And immediately afterwards, the general said, okay, I'll share the information with you as promised. Immediately after, the general of the garrison spoke quietly, recalling the whole truth about the abomination. Listen to me carefully, Lorhan. There is a secret power behind the creation of the defiled monsters. Immediately after that, General Malkin turned his gaze from the table to Lorhan and added that the defiled monsters can be found not only here, but also in the center, so you can see how dangerous the situation is. Hearing the rather interesting information from the garrison general, Lorhan said in surprise that in the center, it seems that he was talking about the central continent where the fourth city is located. Immediately after that, the boy was surprised to hear in his head that information about him was already being entered. Immediately after that, General Malkin added that some of them not only show aggression towards other races, but also attack cities and behave quite strangely. Recalling how he had sent his researchers to gather information, Malkin said that our research team is finding out what caused this, how it can be fixed, and who did it. Immediately after these words, Malkin said disappointedly, "But so far we have not been able to find out anything at all about this." After such sad news, Malkin said confidently, "But now that you can work on your own, I would like you to actively help us with gathering information about the defiled monsters." Hearing that he had accepted his offer, General Malkin spoke happily, handing Lorhan a scroll, which was expected, "Take this, it will help you." Picking up the scroll, Lorhan received a system notification that said you were eligible for an individual mission. Immediately afterwards, Lorhan added it would be useful in the hunt against the defiled monsters. Rejoicing at what he had just received, Lorhan happily said in his head, "Oh my god, this is just an incredible thing. This item will allow you to get quests about defiled monsters without having to go back and forth, a valuable thing that saves a lot of time and minimizes fuss." Having received everything he needed to go hunting, Lorhan happily said as he left the general's office, "Thank you. I will try to return as soon as possible with good news." To which Lorhan replied, "Good luck to you." Leaving the building of the Crossroads Guard headquarters, Lorhan happily said, "It's just great. I got the right to an individual assignment." Having received everything he wanted, Lorhan happily said, "Well, now I can go there." After a while, Lorhan arrived at the Human Guild, which was established in the city of Crossroads. Looking at the abandoned building, Lorhan said in surprise, "This is exactly where I was right." It may sound strange, but there is also a guild in Crossroads City for people other than the 3 other races that are part of the Golden Lion faction. However, there is one strange thing about this guild. For some reason, there is no one at all. Opening the door to the guild, Lorhan called out, trying to determine if anyone was even here. Crossing the threshold and looking at the interior of this room, Lorhan said frightenedly, "Oh, it looks like a haunted house. As representatives of other races say, who look down on humans, the Human Guild is in complete disarray." Hearing that someone had arrived in the guild, a suspicious old man named Harvin appeared out of nowhere and asked why you were an adventurer and why you came and made so much noise. Looking closely at the old man, Lorhan saw a golden emblem on his chest and then thought, "At first glance this old man seems to be nothing special, but this emblem indicates that he is a member of parliament." Recalling his past life, Lorhan thought to himself, "The details will become known later. The parliament is an organization that was created by the central continent for the prosperity of mankind." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan confidently spoke in his head, considering what was to come. "It was better for me to show courtesy immediately." After putting his hand to his chest in a bow, the boy said, "Greetings, old man. I am a berserker of the 160th level Lorhan." Immediately after that, Lorhan confidently added, "I am the one who seeks to achieve the prosperity of mankind, and I came here to find out if I can be of any use to you." Seeing the boy's manners, Harvin said, "Wow, just look at him. People like you are rare in our time." Taking hold of his beard and starting to twist it around his finger, Harvin said thoughtfully, "Well, if you want to promote the prosperity of humanity, I have an interesting job for you." Choking on his saliva, the old trickster said, "I think it will be good for you." Having given Lorhan the order to destroy and deliver to him 10 carcasses of iron turtles that interfere with the movement of the steamer, the boy smiled slyly and said in his head, Yes, they interfere with the steamer. Yes." Looking at the old man who was trying to keep a low profile, Lorhan mentally said, "Some people just like turtle meat." And then Harvin said, "Those tasty, disgusting turtles, get rid of them as soon as possible." After receiving the instructions from the old man, Lorhan mentally said, "Leaving the guild, I need to win the trust of the parliament in any case," and then said, "Trust me," to which the old man, holding a fork in his hands, happily said, "Come back soon." Leaving the guild of people, Lorhan sighed heavily and said how difficult it is to communicate with old people. "You need to hold out a little longer now. This quest seems insignificant, but over time." Recalling why he was doing this at all, Lorhan slyly said, "The reason I came here is one of the main quests of the game, the race quest." Moving on to the coast where steelhead turtles are found, Lorhan said that it was necessary to activate the rune book on the east coast step by step. Arriving at the right place, Lorhan headed to an unnamed island near the east coast, where he hunted for steelhead. Having obtained 20 carcasses of steelhead turtles to have a reserve, Lorhan said tiredly, "Well, I think that should be enough." Walking along the coast of the island, Lorhan happily said in his head, "It's good that in my past life I paid a lot of attention to the race quest, so it was easy for me to hunt turtles." After walking a few meters, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head. Even more so, immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan encouragingly said, I wonder if it might be worth digging here. Starting his search for valuable treasures that are not as easy to find as they seem, Lorhan said, It will be great if I find it on the first try. Please be here. Finding what he was looking for, Lorhan was surprised to say that luck was on my side as he found the eggs of an iron turtle. Eggs that can be used in rare spells and have a great taste and high value. Taking the iron turtle egg in his hands, Lorhan mentally said that he had heard that by obtaining an iron turtle egg, one could meet a special creature, and then happily added, All the preparations are complete. Picking up the steel turtle meat, which had been cut into separate pieces, Lorhan put it over the fire to start roasting. Blowing on the almost cooked meat, Lorhan mentally said, The one I'm about to meet is the only intelligent life form on this island, and the strongest creature in the region. He doesn't belong to any faction, and if I make him angry, I won't be left with a wet spot. Noticing a feather that fell from the sky and flashed in the sun, Lorhan mentally added instead of being afraid, I need to be careful to get it for sure. Hearing a noise behind him, Lorhan prepared himself for what might happen and nervously said in his head, He's here. Coming out of the bushes in which he was hiding and watching Lorhan, the angry griffin left the hiding place and said menacingly, Who allowed you to come here? Immediately after these words, the fearsome beast smelled the roasted meat and softened in surprise, having smelled it for a minute. Paying attention to the fire that was in front of the boy and the meat being roasted on it, the formidable beast exclaimed in surprise, Wow, this is steelhead meat, right? Looking at the meat being cooked on the fire, the beast said joyfully, This is priceless meat. Yes, iron turtle meat can be eaten without any seasoning. I don't know who you are, but you have the taste of a true gourmet. Looking at the roasted meat, the great birdman Temmin swallowed his saliva and thought it must taste delicious, while Lorhan, who was sitting next to him, thought, So Temmin is the special creature I was talking about. Making a sly and smug face, Lorhan thought to himself, Usually you have to lure him out for a long time, but a piece of meat is much more effective than any words. Standing behind Lorhan, Temmin spoke awkwardly, trying to negotiate with Lorhan about sharing the meat with him. You don't want to tell me anything. To which Lorhan only turned away from him. Raising the stakes, Temmin ran from side to side and tried to get in touch again, saying, No, if you've come this far, you definitely have a case for me because I'm right. Trying not to show interest, Lorhan said in an indifferent voice, I don't know. I have nothing to say to you. Feeling the smell of the meat becoming more intense, Lorhan slyly rubbed his hands together and said in his head, This is just great, and the next quest will depend on how I use this ace. Feeling cold from the guy who was grilling meat in front of him, Temmin exclaimed in surprise, I don't believe you. You don't need my help. The whole island is under my control. Just tell me if you need anything, even if you want to return to the mainland. Hearing that he had already reached the peak point, Lorhan said in his head and then pecked at the bird, and then set a ticket to the sky. Stretching out his hand to Temmin, Lorhan repeated, Give me a ticket to the sky and then I'll give you all the meat, Mr. Temmin. Temmin closed his wing against Lorhan's cunning and nervously exclaimed, You rascal! So that's what your true intentions were. Hearing that he was refusing, Lorhan held out another log to the fire and said, Well, if you don't want to, then you can go. Seeing what Lorhan was about to do, Temmin nervously exclaimed, Wait, if you throw another one, the meat will burn. Hearing what he had just said, Lorhan reached into the bag for the turtle's eggs and thought, What a simpleton, you are almost at my mercy. And then said to Temmin, I forgot I had more. Pulling an egg out of the bag and showing it to Temmin, the surprised bird nervously exclaimed that it was the same egg of the iron turtle. Hearing Temmin's guess, Lorhan confidently said, imagining the full dish correctly, The taste of fried egg with iron turtle meat is well known to you, Mr. Temmin. Hearing Lorhan's question, Temmin said, Yes, of course you are. After which Lorhan added, This is not an act of goodwill nor a request. I am offering you a deal. Opening the bag in front of Temmin, which was filled to the top with eggs, Lorhan added, Well, isn't it worth it to you in any case, neither hot nor cold from this ticket? Seeing how many eggs were in the bag, Temmin exclaimed in surprise, Iron turtle eggs! Where did so many come from? Closing his wings against the temptation, Tamir said no. I can't, fighting his true desire. A little broken, Tamir still listened to his feelings and said, Oh well, it will be okay. I'll give you a ticket to the sky. Immediately after that, he tore one feather out of his tail and gave it to Lorhan, and grabbed the meat of a steelhead turtle and a bag of eggs, saying, Lord, take this much rubber for the sake of a feather. Flying away from Lorhan, the offended Tamir exclaimed, People are damn snobs. Continuing on his way somewhere farther away where he could enjoy the taste of meat and eggs, Tamir added insultingly, "Don't ever come back here again." Twirling his feather in his hands, Lorhan joyfully shouted goodbye to Tamir. "See you later, Mr. Chicken." As soon as Tamir flew away, Lorhan, holding the ticket to the sky, slyly said in his head, "Boogaloo, now I finally have a ticket to the island of Heaven Feather from the tail of a choose." Raising his head up, Lorhan added, "I don't know about the others, but I just can't pass by the Sky Island. And that's because the Sky Island makes even those who have climbed higher descend." Looking at the sky and the sea with its beautiful views, Lorhan happily said in his head, "I will soon come and sweep away everything in my path." Having obtained all the necessary materials for the task and for his own needs, Lorhan returned to the only guild of people in the crossroads. Seeing Harvin at Lorhan's doorstep, he said in surprise, "You really managed to catch them." Tongue falling out of his mouth at the sight of the steel turtles on his table, the old man happily said they were in perfect condition and tasted simply delicious. Immediately after that, deciding that he needed to remain tactful, the old man turned serious and said, "I wanted to tell you that you have helped the Parliament a lot seeing what just happened," the old man said in disappointment. Immediately after Lorhan handed over all the turtles to the old man, Harvin said to Lorhan, "By the way, I have one more request for you." When Lorhan received the following quest from his grandfather, he saw in front of him, "Collect flowers. The Kingsington Parliament has instructed you to study death and rebirth. Find the space flowers that grow on the earth. Rebirth condition. Collect 5 flowers. Reward 5 gold experience." Seeing this, Lorhan was surprised to hear this quest in his head. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan confidently said in his head without a doubt, "Even though it looks quite simple, this is the beginning of a race quest." A racial quest is where each race strives to complete its mission as quickly and as well as possible. The task of the High Elves is to grow the world tree. For dwarves, the racial quest is to create the strongest weapon, and the dwarves are restoring an ancient city to fulfill their racial quest. Performing small tasks that are necessary to achieve the final result, they slowly reach their goal. However, the quest of the human race is radically different from all the others. The main task in the human race quest is the resurrection of the Emperor and the Crusaders. The whole point of this quest is to regain the once executed world glory, and for this you need to revive the Emperor and his strongest army. While his grandfather was dragging the steel turtle into his room, Lorhan was deep in thought, saying in his head that he was no different from the dead, and that to revive the Emperor he would have to go against nature itself. Immediately afterwards, Lorhan smiled slyly and said happily, "As expected, being a human is quite fun. This time I'll start by completing the human quest." Leaving the human guild, Lorhan slammed the door of the building and said confidently, "I'll take it one step at a time." Reopening the system menu to see exactly where he needed to go, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "I wonder if the land of rebirth is interesting." Imagining a map in his head, Lorhan said thoughtfully, imagining where that land was located approximately from the intersection. It was quite far from the intersection. Moreover, it was difficult to get to it since it was not marked on the map. Recalling from his past life where he had to get these flowers, Lorhan mentally said, "I need to find a special greenhouse where the half-elves grow sacred herbs, although it is too large to be called a simple greenhouse." Immediately after he remembered where he could find those flowers, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "But still, I am somewhat interested in how I should get inside." As he began to think about this, a brilliant idea came to him, and Lorhan exclaimed, "That woman gave me something." Recalling the same woman guildmaster from the half-elf guild, Lorhan said in his head, "The half-elf guildmaster Terrell." Feeling some coldness on her skin and unpleasant sensations, Terrell said, "Somewhere in her guild who remembers me," and at the same time Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, "Lord, even that bitch can be useful. Everything is going like clockwork." Warming up for the long journey, Lorhan said happily, "Things are looking up and I'm excited. I just won't let myself quit halfway through this task." Rushing off to meet the adventure, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "Well then, let's have fun. Wait for me, land of rebirth. I will come to you." After traveling for some time in search of the place he needed, Lorhan opened the map to check and said, "Finally I'm here. The village of the half-elves, which is not on the map. Here is the land of rebirth." As soon as he wanted to take the first step towards the village, 2 spears closed the road in front of him, and one of the guards said menacingly, "Stop right there." Immediately afterwards, one of the guards menacingly added, "This is half-elf territory. Give your name and class before entering." Hearing the need to introduce himself, Lorhan smiled slyly and mentally said, "It's about time I took advantage of that effect." Putting his hand to his chest, Lorhan said confidently, "I am the berserker Lorhan. Being a friend of the half-elves, I came here to see if I could be of any help. Hearing who it was, the two guards who were his fans nervously exclaimed, Lorhan, the one who helped me find the seedlings of the world tree? Welcome. I wanted to meet you personally, the boy said happily in his head. It worked. Immediately after that, one of the guards said, So you want to help us? And then the other added, We can always find you a job, even if it's not much. But we have a request. Seeing the task given to him by the guards at the entrance to the village, Lorhan happily said in his head, It's just great, thanks to my title. I immediately received the quest in the greenhouse. Immediately after that, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, Boogeyman, as expected, it was a piece of cake. Remembering the guildmaster of the half-elf guild again, Lorhan happily said in his head, Thank you, Terrell. Grabbing Lorhan's hand, one of the guards led him to the greenhouse and said, Let me show you our greenhouse, to which Lorhan replied, Yes, of course, come on. Arriving at the secret greenhouse of the half-elves, Lorhan saw how huge the plants were and was amazed to hear the words wow as expected. Being in the secret place of the half-elven race, Lorhan mentally said in this greenhouse of half-elves grow magic herbs, and also here is the laboratory for the revival of the world tree. Passing by a ladybug that was as tall as Lorhan himself, he was impressed, and that's why the flora and fauna in this place is unusually large. Looking up at the grass that was taller than his head, Lorhan joyfully said, Lord, it feels like I've become smaller. Suddenly Lorhan saw something pass by him very quickly, and without realizing what it was, the boy said in surprise that it was just near me. Sensing something wrong, Lorhan, who was standing behind a giant beetle that was already sharpening its legs, said in surprise that something had just passed by. Having finished off the beetle that had flown by him, and then wanted to finish him off, Lorhan angrily shouted to his dead opponent, That's why I hate beetles. Looking at the way he looked now, Lorhan exclaimed, You ruined my stylish clothes, that's just too bad. A few seconds after killing the beetle, Lorhan saw a system notification above him that said, You have completed the quest. Return to the entrance to receive the reward. You can get additional rewards by killing more beetles or fertilizing the plants. Looking again at the beetle he had just killed, Lorhan said in surprise that this rascal was the quest monster. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan said confidently, But anyway, it was too early to turn back now. The quest has an additional condition. After rereading the last system notification again, Lorhan confidently said, The reward depends on the results of the execution. Killing 100 bugs, I can get a special reward. Immediately after these words, Lorhan said thoughtfully, clutching his weapon as tightly as possible, Beginners may not even understand how it is possible to even find so many bugs. Immediately after these words, raising his head up, Lorhan slyly said, But this city is teeming with all kinds of insects. There are more than enough of them to kill hundreds of pests. Going on a rather interesting journey through the garden, Lorhan found some insect on his way and immediately engaged it in battle to fulfill his plan to kill hundreds of them in battle with one of them. Preparing to cut the enemy into 2 parts, the boy menacingly exclaimed, Come to daddy, my protein. At the same time, somewhere in the greenhouse, a couple of mercenaries were trying to kill a bug that got in their way, and one of the fighters shielded himself from the enemy's attacks and exclaimed tiredly that they had to finish it. Hearing this, the archer, who was sitting somewhere on top, shouted angrily, Shut up, I can't concentrate because of you. As soon as the shield man's comrade complained about his comrade, he angrily shouted that you just said bastard, to which the archer replied that you have some problems there. Seeing that her boys started to fight with each other, a girl who was far away from the battlefield joyfully exclaimed, Stop fighting. Aaron will be cheering for you from here. Hearing the words of support from their sweet friend, a couple of soldiers awkwardly exclaimed, We're not fighting. It's just a work dilemma. Immediately after the girl encouraged them, the archer gripped his bow tightly in his hands and mentally said, I'll show Aaron a class, and then shouted at the bug that was chasing our Aaron, Get ready. Applying his skill, the archer confidently shouted out, firing a projectile at the enemy through an arrow, but the attack did not do much damage to the beetle. Immediately after that, deciding to also hit the girl, the shield maker mentally said to the scoundrel that you think that one is so cool. Immediately after that, he confidently exclaimed, He felt all my power. Using his skill to finish off the monster, the shield maker shouted out with a shield pressure. However, their attacks could not harm the beetle, but only angered it, and the insect opened its wings and flew towards the girl who was standing behind them. Seeing the beetle flying toward her again, the frightened girl exclaimed in alarm, Oh, what is it? Why is it heading in my direction again? Closing her eyes and clasping her hands together, she screamed out, Hurry up and protect me, you scoundrels, do something about it. As soon as the beetle approached the girl at a distance of 10 meters, Lorhan appeared from the sky and killed the insect with just one blow, burying it in the ground. Seeing the strength of the man who suddenly appeared, the girl immediately set her eyes on him, and at that time Lorhan joyfully said, without a second thought, 70 more to go. Meanwhile, a couple of battle-weary guys who couldn't defeat a single bug together were walking toward their friend, shouting out, "Eren, where are you? Tell me you're okay." After walking a few more meters, the guys saw something that plunged them into shock. They saw their friend acting like she had never acted before. Pointing a finger at Lorhan, one of the guys said, "You're an asshole, our dear Eren." Hearing the accusation, Lorhan said, "Who is this Eren of yours?" Looking around him, Lorhan saw a girl clinging to his hand and flying in his dreams. She happily said, "Oh, my dear." Immediately after that, the girl, trying to flirt with Lorhan, sweetly said, "Thank you. I survived thanks to you." Not realizing who this girl was, Lorhan thought to himself, "Who the hell is she? What kind of leech is stuck to me, and how can I get rid of her now?" Gritting his teeth in discontent, Lorhan thought to himself, "I'm busy. Why are you clinging to me at all? I just need to get rid of these three somehow." Approaching his friend, one of the guys nervously said, "Eren, we have a lot of hunting ahead of us. Let's join us." And hearing this, the girl replied with a haughty look, "And who are you for the first time I see?" Hearing such a response from a girl who had recently been very favorable to them, the boys were shocked and dropped their jaws and said sadly that Eren, looking at the girl who had betrayed them at the first opportunity, the angry boy clenched his fist and said, "I thought you were different." And at the same time, Lorhan thought, "I think I know what's going on." Looking at the girl who was hitting on everyone, Lorhan said in his head, "She is a queen bee. She is hitting on men who are very fond of women, doing nothing but getting everything." Recalling such individuals in the game, Lorhan said in his head, "She's a common sight in the Lord, though she looks different every time. And she even changed her class to priestess, which is worth its weight in gold." Disappointed that such a trouble was now attached to him, Lorhan clenched his hand into a fist and said angrily in his head, "Damn, what am I going to do now? She's annoying me. If it wasn't for the penalty for killing players, I would have just..." Immediately after that, Lorhan's head came up with a great idea. Then he suddenly thought, "Wait a minute, what's the penalty?" Immediately after these thoughts, the guy smiled slyly and said in his head, "I definitely have one way to get rid of this annoying leech boogeyman." Deciding that he needed to act according to the plan and teach this girl a lesson, Lorhan began to act immediately after he grabbed the girl's hands and nervously said, "This is simply not possible." Trying to make the right impression, Lorhan gently said to Eren, "How could such a beautiful girl be here? Are you hurt by any chance?" Hearing what Lorhan had just said to her, the girl replied confusedly, "Oh no." After receiving the answer about Lorhan's health, he put his hand to his chest and bowed. "I am the berserker Lorhan. If you don't mind, then join me. I promise to give you an experience you have never experienced before." Hearing the offer from the mighty warrior, the girl fell into the arms of the boy and exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, I'm honored, Lorhan Eren." Lorhan was so excited to hear that he said happily, "Well then, let's go." Seeing how quickly the girl exchanged them for a more promising guy, the pair of losers said in disappointment, "But why can't we just be happy, even in the game?" Walking next to Lorhan, Eren looked at the guy and thought, "That's great. He's got me hooked. I'll level up in a matter of days. I need to make the most of it." Walking behind Lorhan, Eren, who was imagining how much she could get out of him, was just blooming and smelling like a very productive period of her life. However, Lorhan was no pushover as it seemed to the girl. He was doing everything he was doing for a reason, and he had a cunning plan to teach the impudent brat a lesson, continuing to destroy the monsters at the same productive pace. But with the trailer, Lorhan fulfilled his plan to kill hundreds of insects for a special reward. No matter what enemy appeared in front of him, Lorhan would engage in battle and easily defeat it, and that's how Lorhan and Eren's journey continued. Watching her friend easily kill the bugs, the girl was amazed and said in her head, "My God, he's cooler than I thought. If I let this express bus go to the high levels, I will regret my whole life. This time I have to prove myself." As soon as Lorhan dealt with the next bug, Eren exclaimed, "Wow, that's just incredible." Drawing Lorhan's attention to her, the girl said, trying to make a good impression, "You're so strong. Can Eren help you with anything?" Eren would love to. Hearing this, Lorhan forced a smile, showing his irritation, and mentally said that he would. Smiling at the girl, Lorhan thought to himself, "What an annoying rascal," almost over the word Eren, Eren, how much noise she was making. Looking at the girl who was trying to get as much benefit as possible from the guy, Lorhan mentally said, If the queen bee is so active, then my performance was quite effective. I should finish with her. Immediately after that, Lorhan decided that it might be time to act and thought, should I throw bait immediately after that? Lorhan said, actually, I wanted to ask you something. Hearing that he had a request for her, the girl joyfully exclaimed, God, of course, ask Lorhan. Putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, Lorhan said confidently, I'm going to need your help to defeat the boss of this giant bird greenhouse, Aaron. Hearing this, the girl repeated in surprise that the boss. Breaking the drama to make the girl feel useful, Lorhan confidently continued correctly, and only you can help in this matter. Aaron, please help me in this difficult matter. Hearing that she would have to help Lorhan in a battle with a boss, the girl nervously said in her head, oh, what a boss, how scary, but I can't let this express bus miss. Immediately after thinking about the benefits they would get from this deal, the girl said awkwardly, yes, of course I'll help you. Lorhan heard this, and the guy who had already pretended to be a real Pinocchio said happily, wow, what could you expect from Miss Aaron? Let's go to him right away. Putting on the costume that Lorhan had given her, the girl stood in the middle of the lawn and said, yes, yes, an important role, yes. Holding a berry above her head that the bird was supposed to fly to, Aaron exclaimed angrily, becoming the bait is the important job according to you? Well, darn it, lucky me. Recalling the plan Lorhan had told her, she nervously said in her head, as long as I attract the big bird's attention with the fruit, it's sitting in ambush. Easier said than done. Continuing to portray the bait with the fruit in her hands, the girl continued in her head, why should I be so humiliated? I thought he was in love with me. But what went wrong? Continuing to attract attention, the girl confidently said in her head, you will see, I will definitely seduce you and make you my slave. And at that time, Pla already noticed the girl with the fruit. Continuing to hold the fruit that she had already placed on her head, the girl said tiredly, oh, my hands are already hurting. When will she arrive? And meanwhile, the bird was already circling over her head in the sky. A few seconds later, this huge bird landed right behind Aaron, aiming for the berry she was holding. Clutching the berry in her hands, a frightened Aaron ran away from the bird, trying to save her life, mentally saying calm, only calm. Aaron, according to Lorhan, the big bird will not attack first. Trying to escape from the beast, the girl held a fruit in her hands and said, the reason it's chasing me is because of the fruit I'm holding. Continuing her sprint for survival, the girl added in her head that if I stay calm and distract the bird, Lorhan will immediately come to my rescue. Continuing to run away from the bird, the girl could not remain calm even knowing all of Lorhan's instructions, but only continued to run from the beast. Unable to resist fear, Aaron screamed out in fright, no, why doesn't he come to save me? Where is this Lorhan he promised? Running away from a huge bird that continued to chase her to eat the fruit, the girl, not letting go of the fruit from her hands out of fear, continued to run with it, scared, shouting Lorhan. At the same time, somewhere in a tree, Lorhan took out popcorn and glasses for her and continued to watch this fascinating sight of the girl chastising herself for her actions, saying happily, what a sight! Raising his glasses to get a better view of the scene of atonement, Lorhan said ominously, as befits a hardworking bee, you will work to death, you want to live, run! Looking at the girl who was already showing the result of a good sprinter, running a considerable distance at such a high speed, Lorhan said, and the big bird had not even started to attack yet. Stumbling over a pebble, the girl fell to the ground and dropped the fruit from her hands, and immediately afterwards she covered her hands and closed her eyes and screamed out in fright. Not feeling that anything was happening to her, she opened her eyes and saw that the bird was really only interested in the fruit. Watching the bird eat the fruit she had been running around with for so long, she wondered why the hell it was really only after the fruit. Seeing that she had finally realized that the bird was not going to harm her, Lorhan began to laugh as he sat in the tree and watched her. Continuing to laugh at the girl, Lorhan exclaimed in between laughs, what a sight, our queen bee almost made a mess of her pants. Looking at the bird, which was quietly and peacefully eating the fruit, Lorhan said that she had never hunted before, and that is why she has no idea about monsters and does not understand when they are serious about killing you. Immediately after that, Lorhan looked at the frightened girl and said confidently, well, now that she's been under such stress, she shouldn't show off for a while. As soon as he said this, he saw that the girl was about to do something really thoughtless, and he wondered what she was going to do. Gritting her teeth in despair, the girl said sadly, I wanted to sit on 2 chairs, so I agreed to this strange guy's offer and became the bait. Clutching a pebble in her hand that she had found somewhere, the angry girl added, he promised me that he would save me, but he didn't even show his nose. I tried so hard. Immediately after that, She threw the stone directly at the bird's head and exclaimed angrily, "You're really annoying me, I just can't put it into words." Seeing what she had just done, Lorhan nervously said that she was completely out of her mind. Or what if she attacked the bird then? As soon as the pebble hit the animal's head, it became very angry and was no longer neutral toward the flower that was carrying its fruit, which it had recently eaten. Immediately after that, the bird flew up into the sky and with its claws ready, aimed at the rival standing right in front of it. Seeing what was happening below, Lorhan said nervously, "What a fool, the big bird is not a threat as long as it is not touched. But if it is annoyed, it will fight until only it is left alive." Immediately after that, Lorhan saw the bird flapping its wings and carrying the girl away from him. Watching what was happening from below, an angry Lorhan said, "I thought she would just start quarreling. Who knew that she would immediately start a fight? Now her death is just a matter of time." After sitting on the tree for a while, Lauren sighed heavily and said, unable to watch the bird fly towards the girl, "Well, that should be enough to make her stop showing off." Rising from his seat and preparing to stand up for the girl who was only annoying him, Lorhan said in surprise, "Am I really that soft?" A few seconds later, the bird hit the girl so hard that she lost consciousness and followed her to tear her into small pieces. At that very moment, somewhere behind the bird was a larger fish, and Lorhan swung his axe and prepared to give the bird a boost to land. By disrupting the bird's flight path with his blow, Lorhan was able to save his temporary partner from dying so senselessly, and then shouted, "Where are you looking, fool? Your rival is me." Jumping on the bird's back to tease it and slap it on the neck, Lorhan tried to stay on top of it and shouted, "Hey, stay put, be careful." Realizing that there was an enemy on its back, the bird tried to throw it off and quickly headed upwards, hoping that it would come off at high speed, but Lorhan grabbed onto it tightly and nervously exclaimed, "Wow, what a speed! I'm going to fall off like that." Immediately after that, seeing a tree in front of him, the guy exclaimed in fright, "Damn, you're going to get rid of me like that? Oh shit." Using the berserker skill to increase all his characteristics and get even with the bird, Lorhan angrily exclaimed, "No way." Equipping an axe in his hand, Lorhan used his combined bombardment skill to change the bird's course. At the same time, the girl who had woken up from the noise near her was surprised to hear the sound and added what it was. After the bird flew down after being hit by the bombardment skill, Lorhan enlarged his axe 100 times and swung it menacingly, saying, "This is not the end. Here's an appetizer for you." Noticing the danger coming right behind him, the bird tried to somehow resist Lorhan, but the latter, following him and repelling all the enemy's attacks, joyfully exclaimed, "You idiot, you're going crazy. Do you really think it will work?" When the bird's last attempt to resist Lorhan failed, and it saw a huge axe coming straight at it, realizing that it was the end, it fainted from fright. The next moment, Lorhan cut the bird into 2 pieces immediately after the system alert appeared, saying, "You have gained the upper hand on the big bird." Rising from the ground, Irene, who had attacked the big bird, said in a tearful voice, "Lorhan, you came to save me after all." Pressing her hands to her chest, the girl nervously said, "Oh, my heart is beating so hard I want to become stronger." Looking at her hero who came to her at the most necessary moment to save her, the girl barely holding back her tears added as Lorhan. Meanwhile, Lorhan, who had defeated the giant bird, immediately went to its nest and found the eggs he had been thinking about and said happily, "Now it's time to collect the trophies." Taking one egg from the bird's nest, Lorhan happily said, "Wow, it's just great, it's strong." And immediately afterwards a system notification appeared. "You have received an egg of a large bird." The next moment, looking at the bird's egg, Lorhan slyly said in his head, "If I manage to tame the chick, it will become a wonderful air transport, in which case the title for the first flight will also be mine." Taking the egg to his inventory, Lorhan jumped down from the tree and happily said, "2 birds with 1 stone. And by the way, Erin, or whatever her name is, had already regained consciousness." Seeing that the girl had disappeared, the boy was surprised to hear that no one had killed her. A few seconds later, noticing a letter in an envelope in front of him, Lorhan was surprised to hear that she had left. Picking up the envelope with the letter, which was pressed for him, Lorhan was surprised to hear what the letter was, or why it was here. After reading the contents of the letter, which said, "Lorhan, thanks to you I've understood a lot. Now I will hunt alone with love, Erin." Who read the letter, Lorhan said in surprise that she was completely crazy after a couple of blows to the head. Immediately after reading the letter from the girl, Lorhan tore open the message addressed to him and smiled happily and said confidently, "But in any case, she is not a complete fool." Immediately after taking out a battle axe from his inventory, Lorhan, who had to interrupt his work for another mission, happily said that it looked like the re-education of the queen bee was complete. Looking at the garden in front of him, Lorhan confidently added, "Now I can safely continue with my plan to kill hundreds of beetles." After some time in the city of Crossroads, after completing the errand, Lorhan happily said, "I'm starting a new quest. I need to get some new armor before I go out." Looking into the dwarf shop, Lorhan received the new breastplate he had ordered. Handing the order to the guy, the dwarf said while scratching his beard, "It turned out pretty decent." Holding the new armor in his hands, Lorhan exclaimed happily, "Oh, beautiful." Looking at the quality of the armor he was holding in his hands, Lorhan happily said in his head, "If the dwarf speaks decently, then the item has at least a magical level." Looking at the characteristics of the new armor he had purchased, Lorhan said happily, "I just love gloves and armor, it's the best thing for me." The berserker breastplate he had purchased had an increase in the intimidation effect, and an increase in strength based on the number of enemies hit by the attack, and the gloves reduced mana consumption by when applying the strength effect, which increased by. Immediately after that, seeing how great the characteristics of his new armor were, Lorhan happily said in his head, "I also have the ability to increase defense and attack power if I destroy enemies in a row, a very useful characteristic for one-on-one battles." Recalling that this was not the last quest in the human guild, Lorhan imagined a picture with the old man where he said, "Incredibly, want to be my student?" To which he replied, "Give me the next quest." After these thoughts, Lorhan folded his hands in front of him and smiled slyly. Mentally, he said he would be just perfect for the next quest. It will make it easier to fulfill my plan. Having received everything he needed, Lorhan confidently said, "Well, great, let's go to the next location." Having received the task of researching the bones, Lorhan had to go to Leech's laboratory and find research materials there. After a rather long journey, Lorhan nervously said, "Well, I finally arrived here." Looking at the rather eerie landscape of the village in front of him, over which lightning was constantly raging, Lorhan said, "The village of the dead is a lullaby of the dead." Thinking about what exactly he had to do here, Lorhan mentally said the main goal of this quest, Lich the sorcerer who defied death. He not only has extensive knowledge of mechanics, but also revives no matter how many times he is killed. And the reason why he is so famous is hidden in his vault, which is located in the Cradle of the Dead, which is difficult to get into even with a level. Heading to the entrance to be able to get inside, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "I have to get to the village, but there is one problem." Seeing a crowd of dead people standing in front of the main entrance to the village, Lorhan added in his head, "If I remember correctly, it is guarded by an army of dead people, which is about 50 enemies." Looking at the armored men standing at the gate, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "Nothing is impossible to deal with 50-level guards, but the problem is their regeneration. No matter how good my weapons are, I'm not at a very good advantage." Immediately after the guy came up with a brilliant idea of how to fix it, he smiled slyly and said, "Well, in that case I have something interesting that might work." The next moment, the guy activated the live broadcast. The notification instantly spread and more than 7,000 people immediately came to the stream, and the number was only growing. Seeing the notification on his account, one of the Black Dragon faction members said in surprise, "Lorhan went live." Why did his comrade answer him, "It's true, we lost our items in the battle with him." At that time, the same powerful sword that was the reward for killing him appeared on all the monitors and screens of the viewers watching Lorhan. Only this time, the boy drove it into a stone. Immediately after that, the boy stood on the top of the mountain in front of the enemies, who had already arrived at the place, and confidently shouted, "I am the berserker Lorhan." Immediately after these words, he decided to inflame the enemies even more, and shouted from that very moment the conditions for receiving the reward were changed. Pointing to the sword that stood in front of him, Lorhan confidently added, "The one who pulls out this sword will become its next owner. You don't even need to kill me." Hearing the new conditions for obtaining top equipment, a couple of orcs exclaimed in surprise that simply pulling it out of the stone, even without a fight, would somehow give it all away. At the same time, a large number of players from the Black Dragon faction pulled out their weapons and wrote confident comments under the stream saying, "Hey, this time we'll definitely finish him off, so create a guild soon." Seeing the place where the live stream was broadcast, many players from the Black Dragon faction wrote Cradle of the Dead before going to the right place. So I'm going to turn the corner and go, I'm also close by. It seems to me that everyone in the Black Dragon camp has already moved out. Seeing how many enemies were heading towards him, Lorhan, whose plan had worked perfectly, smiled ominously and said in his head, "That's how they took the bait." Looking at how many enemies appeared in front of him who wanted to get the sword, Lorhan happily said in his head, "The preparations are complete." Pointing at Lorhan, one of the Black Dragon faction's crowd confidently shouted, "No matter how strong he is, we still have the advantage. Let's all attack together and take the sword." Seeing that the enemies were approaching him, Lorhan took an ordinary axe from his inventory and, using the combined bombardment skill, fired a projectile at the enemies who were approaching him. With just one hit, a large number of enemies were defeated, and hearing the screams of the wounded soldiers, the remaining faction members wondered if it was really worth it. As soon as the enemies were defeated, Lorhan received a system notification. Consecutive kills, attack power, and defense increased by units. The effect is summed up to times. Immediately after that, Lorhan heard the voice of the same Black Dragon faction fighter, who was raising the morale and confidence of his soldiers by shouting, "Don't stop! Don't give him time to attack!" Hearing that the hunting season had been opened for him, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "Boogaloo, so you attack like that then." Taking out a battle axe from his inventory, Lorhan left his post with his sword and headed downstairs to deal with the crowd of enemies who were heading towards him. As Lorhan walked toward his enemies, he shouted joyfully, "I will also cut you down without a break like this." While the fierce battle was going on somewhere in the distance at the foot of the mountain, and the cries of the wounded representatives of the Dark faction were heard from there, one of the cunning men came from behind and drew his sword. Stretching his hand to the coveted trophy, the cunning goblin said happily, "You stupid fools, do you really think you can do it if you fight him head on? Thanks to you, this sword is mine." Just as he was about to touch the sword, Lorhan flew out of a pile of smoke and dust, ready to destroy the cunning enemy, who had avoided a fair fight with everyone else and acted viciously. Preparing to punish the insolent Lorhan ominously exclaimed, "You damned rat! Now I will teach you a lesson for your tricks." Having completed the battle with the enemies, Lorhan finally raised his characteristics to the maximum total value. His attack power and defense increased by 200 units. Pulling out an axe from his inventory for a combined skill, Lorhan smiled madly and said, "Well, now I can go to battle against the army of the dead." Trying to get up after a hard battle with Lorhan, one of the defeated army of the Black Dragon faction said in a hoarse voice, "Oh, Lorhan, I never thought he would be so strong." Noticing that he was using his combined bombardment skill again, the frightened Black Dragon faction soldier nervously exclaimed, "Damn it, this bombardment skill again." When the skill flew over his head, the confused soldier exclaimed in surprise that he had hit the village of the dead. Did he really miss it? Is it possible? Immediately after that, a magic circle appeared in front of the wall, and a system notification appeared on the screen of all players who were nearby, warning that the village had been attacked by an enemy faction and that guards were called to protect it. These sentries were a battalion of the dead who crawled out of the ground. Noticing the enemy who attacked them, the battalion of the dead immediately gathered to go to him. Seeing what had just happened, one of the soldiers of the Black Dragon faction exclaimed joyfully, "Here they come, Lorhan, you thoughtless fool!" Looking at how the army of the undead was approaching him, in which there were soldiers of different levels from the 150th and inclusive of the 190th orc, joyfully exclaimed, "You can never cope with the guard yourself." But unfortunately, the joy of the Dark faction soldier did not last too long. Lorhan, raising his axe up first, caught the lightning, which fortunately near the cradle of the dead was plentiful due to the constant thunderstorm. Immediately afterwards, he smashed the entire army of undead that was so confidently marching towards him to eliminate the attacker with just one blow. But they failed. Seeing what had just happened before his eyes, the frightened representative of the Black Dragon faction exclaimed, "This is just crazy. It's just not possible. How did he destroy the guards? It's just not possible." Hearing what his opponent, who was still conscious after the fight with him, had just exclaimed, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "Impossible." Immediately after that, he fired one last bolt of lightning at the surviving enemy who could not lie down and shut up. Lorhan shouted menacingly, "It was possible because you losers have become my characteristics." Having finished with the army of the Black Dragon faction and the army of the guards of the village of the dead, Lorhan made a face at the camera and said, "Hey viewers, watch carefully. The real battle is just beginning." Walking a little further, Lorhan met more undead guarding the village. Recalling the movements of the monsters he had to fight, the boy mentally spoke from left to right. By dodging each enemy attack that he spoke in his head, Lorhan was able to prevent the damage that could have been done by the enemies. Recalling all the movements of the enemies, the boy said in his head, even though the guards are dead, they are still AI. And if you know their patterns, counterattacking is not as difficult as it might seem. Immediately after these thoughts, deciding that there was no point in simply dodging, Lorhan confidently shouted, "You talentless wretches, I will make you all dead with just one blow." Seeing Lorhan heading straight for him, a frightened member of the Black Dragon faction shouted out, "He's crazy! He's heading straight for the village!" Immediately after that, pointing at his rival, the Dark Faction soldier nervously shouted out to the guards, "What are you doing? He's heading straight for the village. Do something about him." As soon as these words came out of the orc's mouth, the seal of summoning from which the guardian dead appeared right in front of him. Realizing that he has a significant advantage over his enemies, Lorhan confidently shouted out, "Everything you are doing now is useless, remember?" Immediately afterwards, all the conscripted undead guards who had just appeared to defend the village scattered in different directions after Lorhan hit their cluster. Having dealt with all the enemies, the boy said menacingly as he approached the last remaining member of the faction, "I found a rat." Looking at the inevitable death of a rat heading towards him with wide strides, the frightened player of the Dark Faction shouted out to the guards. Approaching the rat that was calling out to the guards to make an unnecessary noise, Lorhan swung his axe and said, "I just eliminated the 50th guard. It will take time for them to regenerate." Having dealt with all the enemies in his path, Lorhan returned to his sword and pulled it out of the stone. Then holding the weapon in his hands, the guy said disappointedly, "I even turned on the broadcast. Is there really no worthy opponent? I'm waiting for him." Immediately after these words, realizing that he was still wrong, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, "Although there is one guy who can match my strength." Recalling his hated rival from his past life, Lorhan said in his head, "Odin." Immediately after this memory, the guy looked up into the sky and said angrily, "Well, wait a bit. One day I will tear you into small pieces." Heading inside the village, Lorhan said in amazement as he walked through the field of spider lilies. The garden of flowers in the village of the dead was as exquisite as ever. Arriving at the place where the entrance to the dungeon was supposed to appear, Lorhan mentally said, "This is the only place in the village where there is life, the entrance to the life lab. I eliminated the players and destroyed the guards, so it was easy enough to get here." The next moment, Lorhan stretched out his hands in front of him and said, "Well, let's get started." He took off his glove and made an incision in it to let the blood flow, which would activate the entrance. When all the conditions were met, Lorhan saw a system notification that the Resurrection Garden had detected the life force, and the gate was activated. Seeing the entrance that appeared in front of him, the boy happily added, "Finally they opened." Walking through Lich's vault, Lorhan was amazed to see that although it was somewhere underground, it was bright enough thanks to the phosphors. Looking at the lamps that hung along the road, Lorhan mentally said, "I'm sure it's one of these lights." Before he could finish, he decided that he needed to stick to his original plan and said, "No, I'm good. I just need one item, and I need to finish this case as soon as possible." Arriving at the room at the end of the corridor, Lorhan happily said, "Here is Leech's laboratory." Seeing that a guest had arrived at his research laboratory, death researcher Lich Solonian said menacingly, "How dare you, a human being, enter this place? You don't expect to get out alive." As soon as Lich finished his speech, Lorhan changed his weapon and used the combined bombardment skill to launch a projectile at the enemy. Immediately after the sudden attack on the enemy without warning, Lorhan rushed at him and shouted menacingly, "You're a fucking dead man. You only know how to use your tongue." Preparing to strike the enemy with a critical blow, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "Just shut up and give me the object I came here for." Although Lorhan's attack was quite unexpected, Lich managed to think and took out his shield, which also protected him from Lorhan's axe attack. Holding back the onslaught of the intruder who broke into his domain, the angry immortal Lich said, "Get out of here, you little shit." Immediately after that, he used a skill in his shield that shot at his enemy as Lorhan flew into the wall. Lich exclaimed arrogantly, "Boogeyman, what a sight. How does my shield taste?" Immediately after that, as soon as he had a free moment, Lich immediately decided to call for help using the summoning skill and said, "Come on, my servants, rise up." Looking at the number of dead guards that appeared from the ground, the immortal Lich confidently added, "Wake up and stop the foolish intruder." And at the same time, Lorhan, who was somewhere in the wall after a powerful blow from the enemy, said in disappointment, "Oh, I underestimated you. I was hoping to just knock him out and take the item for myself." Immediately afterwards, he added in an angry voice, "But now I have to finish you off." Immediately after these words, Lorhan began his search for the vessel of life in which Lich's life force was hidden. The first in line was a red luminous lamp that was located directly in Lich's laboratory room. Smashing it! Lorhan said in disappointment as he headed back down the hall to find the original Fu was just a fake. Seeing that Lorhan was running away from him, heading for the corridor where the exit was, an angry leech shouted after the boy, "You damn coward!" Trying to catch up with Lorhan, who was destroying all the phosphors in his path, Lich angrily shouted, "You're running away in the middle of a battle and calling yourself a warrior!" To which Lorhan replied, "Who would ever do that?" Continuing to destroy all the lamps on his way, Lorhan mentally said Lich is excited, and all because his vessel of life is in one of these phosphors. As he continued to destroy all the phosphors on his way on both sides to find the original life vessel, Lorhan said in his mind, no matter how many times Lich is killed, he will continue to be reborn. But if the life vessel is destroyed, he will not have time to squeak before he dies. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, destroying everything in his path, "Well, it's no big deal. I just need to destroy everything I see in front of me." Seeing that Lorhan had already come quite close to his vessel of life, the immortal Lich shouted out menacingly, "How dare a mortal dare to confront me?" Immediately after that, he took out his shield, which had ranged attacks, deciding to shoot at him from a distance until he caught up with the ineffective ones. Slamming the shield on the ground, the immortal Lich found a stable position and began to prepare for a powerful shot that should not leave even a wet spot on Lorhan. Looking back, Lorhan saw that danger was already lurking and that he would need to do something immediately to avoid being accidentally killed by the next attack. Releasing the mechanical tentacles from his shield, the immortal Lich shouted menacingly, "I'll show you who is the master of this dungeon. You'll regret coming here." Hearing this, Lorhan, who realized that ignoring it any longer would simply work out, said in surprise that this was another trick you were playing to force me to fight you and give up the search for the vessel of life. Immediately after accepting the challenge and swapping his battle axe for 2 normal combo skills, Lorhan prepared to act faster. Rushing towards his enemy, whose side still had the luminoforms, Lorhan angrily shouted, "Come on, let's attack and see who's who." As soon as Lorhan rushed at him, the immortal Lich, happy that Lorhan had backed down from his plan to destroy the phosphors, confidently exclaimed, using his skill in controlling mechanical tentacles, "You are finished, rat." But Lorhan did not give up on his plan to find the vessel of life. Leading the attack on the enemy and dodging his attacks, Lorhan launched a combined bombing attack against Lichoff, destroying a large amount of phosphor. Continuing to search for the vessel of life he needed, Lorhan aimed at the next phosphor and tried to destroy it, but it was strong enough not to collapse. Realizing what had happened, Lorhan mentally said that only this one was so strong that he could not break it. Looking back at the phosphor, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "I found it. It is definitely the vessel of the immortal Lich's life." Trying to stop after the high speed of movement, Lorhan, who had found what he was looking for, confidently exclaimed, "Great. Now all we have to do is break it into small pieces." Picking up a common axe, Lorhan used his combined bombardment skill and fired a projectile at the vessel of life to break it into small pieces. However, his attempt failed as Lich used his mechanical tentacle to protect his vessel of death. Immediately afterwards, the immortal Lich, who saw that Lorhan had targeted one luminiform, said in displeasure, "You found him, though." Realizing that he couldn't let it go, the angry Lich shouted out, "How dare you! Don't even hope to leave here alive." The next moment, the immortal Lich took his vessel of life from the place of the flashlight in the corridor and began to inlay it into his body to protect it from sudden encroachment. As soon as the vessel of life was in the body of the immortal Lich, a system notification appeared in front of Lorhan, which said Lich Silonian will absorb his vessel of life. As Lorhan watched the enemy grow muscle and skin, he saw the next system message. The enemy had regained the power it had originally had in the vessel. The next moment, Lorhan could see the true form of a complete immortal Lich at the peak of his powers. Placing his vessel of life in his chest, the Silonian at the limit of his powers, who was at the 180th level, said menacingly, "Well, I'm ready for battle." As soon as he said this, he saw that the enemy was no longer in front of him. Lorhan was behind him and was already preparing to strike. His attack was powerful enough to destroy even Lich at the limit of his strength, and as a result of the hit, Lorhan knocked the enemy to the ground with just one blow. As soon as the enemy was on the ground and Lorhan landed after his strike, he immediately prepared for the next one, confidently saying, "You idiot, you yourself consumed the vessel. You know why I didn't fight you and only sought it." Standing in front of his enemy as a formidable figure, Lorhan spoke confidently still, only because fighting you without destroying the vessel of life would have been a waste of my precious time. Getting to his feet after receiving a blow, the immortal lich said in a disgruntled tone, "This is all nonsense. I am the strongest here now." Immediately after these words, the immortal lich rushed at Lorhan, using his Darkness Destroyer skill to defeat him with a single blow. However, despite Lich's self-confidence and high level, Lorhan was able to easily cut him into 2 pieces. Immediately afterwards, having struck several blows to the vessel of life in the enemy's chest, Lorhan confidently said, "I told you about this before." Having destroyed his arrogant opponent who thought he had an advantage over Lorhan, the boy confidently added, "It was too boring with you. I'm even a little disappointed." As soon as the immortal lich's life vessel was destroyed, a system notification appeared confirming the victory and informing you that you had defeated Cylonian at the limit of his strength. Looking at what was left of the enemy after his death, Lorhan happily said, "You fool! He has consumed the vessel of life himself, and that is why all I had to do was finish him off." Immediately after defeating the enemy, Lorhan smiled slyly and confidently said, "It's just great now that the dungeon boss is defeated." Moving to the laboratory where the dungeon boss lived, Lorhan confidently said, "Well, now it's time for the farm." Finding a scroll that contained records of research, Lorhan saw system notifications that said, "You have received materials for bone research and you have completed the bone research quest," and said happily, "Okay, the task is complete." Immediately afterwards, Lorhan looked around in the hope of noticing something unusual and said excitedly, "I wonder if there's an extra reward somewhere, just like with Chorgi." Turning his attention to the table that was placed in the corner, Lorhan exclaimed happily, "I finally found the spell books I can take." Going through the books, Lorhan found the skeleton uprising skills and the curse of weakening. After asking to study them, the boy threw them away, saying it was all garbage. When he found the book of the cursed doll, Lorhan threw it away again and said in disappointment that it was also garbage. After going through all the books at the very bottom, he finally found the book he picked up last, and then a system notification appeared in front of him. "You have received the book from the third hand." Having finally received something useful, Lorhan mentally said, "Third hand is a skill that allows you to create a hand from mana by concentrating your thoughts. This strange skill allows you to create as many hands as you have mana and concentration." Holding the useful book in his hands, Lorhan said happily, "This already sounds much more interesting. This skill can take you to another level." While Lorhan stood there looking at the book and happily saying the trick of this book is how to use it, enemies have already appeared behind him, quietly sneaking up on him from behind. Picking up the book, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "I wonder if I'll keep it for now. If I get a chance, I'll try to use it." And at that moment, one of the enemies was already standing behind him. Having gotten a good distance to Lorhan to strike, one of the skeletons that rose from the ground was already prepared to strike. But at the last moment, Lorhan, who felt someone behind him, grabbed the enemy's head and began to squeeze it to destroy the enemy before he could harm him. Looking at the skeleton that had already appeared after a while, Lorhan happily said, "So I've been waiting for you, you bastard." Immediately after these words, Lorhan crushed his skull into small pieces. As soon as the enemy was destroyed, the guy said happily, "You idiot, you should have attacked as soon as you had the opportunity." Looking in front of him at the entrance to the laboratory, Lorhan could also see that the enemy was not one skeleton. Many had risen, and all because the vessel of life that Lorhan had broken remained on the ground. Looking at the crowd that stood in front of the threshold, the boy said in surprise that indeed you even brought your friends. "But what about you? You are already dead." Immediately after these words, Lorhan took out a battle axe from his inventory to deal with the rest of the monsters that had already arrived. But don't be disappointed. You will see them soon. Throwing himself at the crowd of skeletons who came for his soul, Lorhan shouted menacingly, "Bring your skulls here now, we're going to fight." Having dealt with the first wave of enemies, which were no more than a dozen, Lorhan went a little further to the crowd of skeletons where there were more of them, and they all followed him to destroy the intruder. As he destroyed the crowd of rebellious skeletons who had suddenly decided to rise up even without a summoner, Lorhan mentally said to himself, "All the guys who are on the battlefield right now are damn skeletons." Recalling what he had done and what it had led to so far, Lorhan said in his head that if the vessel of life was left unattended, it could contaminate the environment with death mana, cursing the earth. Recalling what this entailed, Lorhan added in his head as he watched the skeletons continue to rise from the ground, and until all the death mana was gone, monsters of level 160 would appear. As he approached the army of rebellious monsters that could be used to farm experience points, Lorhan said in his head, "If you are an expert user, you will quickly deal with the rest." But interrupting his train of thought, Lorhan shouted in a frantic tone of voice, "Stupid nubs!" Continuing to destroy enemies that were perfect for training, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "I will never miss such an incredible opportunity to raise my level." After dealing with several enemies in a row, Lorhan saw a system notification in front of him that said consecutive kills, attack power and defense increased by 10 points respectively. Immediately after that, the guy happily exclaimed, "Boogaga level and abilities continue to grow. Let's move on." After a while of confrontation with the skeletons, Lorhan saw that the enemies began to appear less and less, and eventually they stopped rising at this rate. Having destroyed the last enemy on the battlefield, Lorhan saw a system notification that said, "You have defeated all the damned skeletons." Looking at what he now had at his disposal, Lorhan confidently said, "The armor effect has reached the maximum just in time. I was planning to return, but with the characteristics I now possess." At the same time, somewhere in the village of the Lullaby of the Dead, one of the members of the Black Dragon faction arrived back at his village and was able to see what was left after the terrible events. Looking at the ruins and the beaten players who had to face Lorhan, the level 140 researcher Kogwar, who belonged to the Black Dragon faction, said this in surprise. Seeing the wounded fighter in front of him, the researcher said in surprise that the village was completely devastated and the users were destroyed. This was the work of Lorhan. This guy was a real monster. Recalling exactly where he was when the broadcast started and the news reached him later, Kogwar said with a nervous sigh, "I'm glad I found out about the broadcast too late. If I had participated, I can't even imagine what would have happened next." Seeing a guy with a huge bag behind him, one of the players of the Black Dragon faction shouted out to Kogwar, "Hey, do you have a regenerating potion with you?" And hearing the question in his address, the guy replied that yes, I do. Holding out the regeneration potion to the beaten man, Kogwar nervously asked what happened here. And when the beaten player received the question, he replied disappointedly, "Don't even ask, it's a real disaster." Opening the potion of regeneration, the man immediately said Lorhan is a scoundrel. He invaded the village and destroyed all the guards and users, and since there was no one to fight with, he turned off the broadcast and disappeared. After hearing the explanation of the situation that took place here, the researcher Kogwar said in surprise that that was all, and then why it was necessary to create such chaos. And what he heard in response, I have no idea. I have no idea that he was completely out of his mind. Hearing what had happened in his village recently, the recently returned researcher Kogwar thoughtfully said in his head that no matter how crazy he was, he must have had a goal. As soon as he thought about it, a system notification appeared and Lorhan went live, immediately followed by a screen with the broadcast, and the guy screamed out in fright that Lorhan was on the air. Immediately after that, the researcher Kogwar looked at the headline of the broadcast in surprise and squinted his eyes and said, "Wait, but what is the topic of this broadcast?" Having examined what exactly was written in the topic, Kogwar read the capture of the Cradle of the Dead at the same time Lorhan was already behind the guy. Seeing him right in front of him, Kogwar's interlocutor only managed to open his mouth wide and point behind him. Picking up his weapon, one of the remaining players who still remained in the area nervously exclaimed, running outside, "He's crazy, this just can't be," his comrade exclaimed. "The scoundrel is back." Looking at the powerful enemy who was destroying everyone in his path, one of the Black Dragon faction nervously said Lorhan. Noticing the enemies behind him, the boy ominously said, "Hey trash." Turning his head to the potential victims that would soon fall from his weapon, Lorhan said menacingly, "I hope you didn't really think that it could end so quickly." At the time, there were heated discussions under the live broadcast, but Lorhan did not read them. He had more important things to do. Right in front of him, the city's guards were called to destroy the enemy that threatened the city. As soon as one of the guards started to run at Lorhan, he immediately rushed at him and cut the skeleton of the guard into 2 pieces. Seeing what happened to the guard, one of the villagers nervously said, "You must be crazy to use the same trick as last time. How is it possible to destroy the guards with 1 blow? He's a hacker." Hearing the discussion of his identity and the accusation of hacking, Lorhan said in an angry voice to the warriors of the Black Dragon faction, "You're damned useless. You keep telling them the same thing and they still don't believe you." Immediately after that, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "Well, if that's the case, then it's time for a special tactic to dispel all misunderstandings and build confidence." Immediately after these words, Lorhan took out a Lion King helmet from his inventory and put it on. The next moment, as soon as he put on the helmet, he said to the live camera, "There are definitely still some of you who do not believe me because I am right." Immediately after these words about self-confidence, Lorhan confidently added, "It doesn't matter if you ask me why I say that." Immediately after that, Lorhan confidently said to the broadcast camera, "Whether you believe me or not, I will kill everyone who is here." Capture the Zone is a large-scale combat content that recognizes occupation only when the enemy is destroyed or expelled from the settlement. However, due to the fact that users of the enemy faction are constantly reborn and 50 guards appear for each offender, a whole clan is needed to capture the settlement. Going on a raid on the village, Lorhan destroyed everyone he could see, and when he encountered one of the enemies, Lorhan heard from the player how you can occupy the territory alone. Usually a whole clan comes. Hearing how the territory is usually occupied, Lorhan laughed madly and said, "Why do I need a clan if I can do it all on my own? Then why share the reward with someone?" Surrounded by enemies who were ready to attack him all at once, Lorhan confidently said, "As a rule, players with or without whom you go on a raid are just numbers." Immediately after these words, Lorhan looked around to not miss a single enemy attack, and confidently added, in the face of overwhelming inequality of power. Having dealt with all the enemies that surrounded him for a few seconds, Lorhan stopped again in the middle of the city square looking for any more hidden rats. Seeing what had just happened in front of him, one of the players of the Black Dragon faction biting his nails and said in fright, "You can't be crazy, he killed them all. The guys who had just opposed him were the strongest." Grabbing his head with his hands, the frightened player of the Dark faction shouted out in fright, "It's over before the guards revive. More than half of the users have already been destroyed. Can we really be captured by one person?" Looking out from around the corner, Lorhan found a rat that was hiding from him with a menacing voice, saying, "That's right." Immediately after these words, looking at his opponent, who was already scared to death, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "Since you gave the right answer, you will receive a super prize." After dealing with all the enemies that inhabited the Cradle of the Dead, Lorhan saw a system notification that you have captured the Black Dragon Camp Cradle of the Dead. Users belonging to the Black Dragon faction will not be able to choose the Cradle of the Dead as a revival point for 3 hours. Immediately after the announcement of this event, a new system notification appeared, informing you that you have captured enemy territory on your own. After the announcement of the capture of enemy territory, Lorhan also received a system notification informing you that you have been awarded the title of Tyrant. Looking at the effects and additional effects of his new title, Lorhan happily said, "The effect of the title is just incredible since I was the first to do it." Immediately after that, going to the comments under his stream, Lorhan happily said the reaction of the audience was simply incredible. The comments under the stream were very diverse, from positive to negative in the mix. Looking at the comments, Lorhan happily said that the occupation is over. Now you can go back to your place and relax, and then continue the main quest. Being in a great mood, Lorhan saw a sudden comment written by one of the users Lorhan saw ahead of him and said confusedly what was ahead. The next moment, an opponent appeared right in front of Lorhan, ready to finish him off, though at that moment his fury and power could be felt at a considerable distance. As soon as the enemy approached Lorhan, he immediately struck him in the body, causing serious damage until he took off his armor after the battle to relax. When he was a few tens of meters away from his position, Lorhan stopped in his tracks when he was struck by an enemy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Raising his head after regaining consciousness from the sudden attack, Lorhan angrily said that all the bastards from the Black Dragon faction were dead. Walking towards Lorhan, whom he had just thrown into the wall, the silhouette of the enemy slowly appeared from the wall of ash and said, "I have been sharpening my sword of vengeance for today. Who would have thought that this is the best you can do? My dear Tyler must be crying in heaven." The jubilant general of the garrison of the City of Ashes, Yaros, who was 200th level, exclaimed arrogantly, "Isn't that human?" Looking at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Lorhan angrily said in his head, "I can't believe this guy is here. Where did Yaros come from? Did he really look for me because of Tyler?" Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan nervously said in his head, "Damn, at a time like this maybe I should really run away like I did the other day to avoid facing him." Thinking about what he should do in this situation, Lorhan looked at the comments under the stream and thought, "There are too many unnecessary eyes. I won't get any benefit from this fight. I'd better run away." The next moment, looking at his wound, Lorhan said nervously, even though it was a surprise attack and he had only struck one blow, There was a very big difference between the 199th and 200 levels. Staring at the enemy who had found him, Lorhan nervously said in his head, "I'm sure Jaros is much stronger than me." Immediately after these thoughts, he added what was to be expected from Jaros, who, like Malkin, was the general of the garrison and was on about the same level as him. Imagining in his mind the lion that caught the rabbit, Lorhan mentally said, "There is no doubt he is a high level." Recalling how Odin had taken his head off the first time in the first fight with him in his past life, after which everything went wrong, Lorhan added in his head high level. Recalling the look of disdain Odin had given Lorhan when he had once again refused to get his hands dirty with him when the latter had lost his title as King of Cruelty, Lorhan added a high-level predator. After thinking about how he saw his opponent, Lorhan exhaled heavily and got to his feet, then said, "You are the strongest here," to which Jaros replied in surprise that he was not sure what he was talking about. Immediately after these words, Jaros added in surprise, "I can't understand what you are afraid of or what suddenly happened to you," to which Lorhan replied with a displeased tone, "Shut up." The next moment, Lorhan picked up his axe and said, "Come on, answer my question." Pointing his weapon at his opponent, Lorhan said menacingly, "If I kill you, then I can become the boss of this place." Hearing Lorhan's question, Jaros immediately laughed and then said, "You're a pretty interesting guy. You're the leader of this place, so yes." As soon as Jaros asked Lorhan about his question, he confidently exclaimed, anticipating an unrivaled fight, "Yes, you are absolutely right. If you can kill me, you will be the strongest before you go to the continent." Immediately after these words, Jaros began to beat his chest and exclaimed, "I guarantee you this as the general of the garrison of the City of Ashes like this." Hearing the confirmation of his words, Lorhan prepared for the battle with the enemy general of the garrison and said, "Well, then that's all I wanted to know." Taking up a fighting stance, Lorhan prepared for an unforgettable experience and shouted menacingly, "Well then beware, you rascal, I'm coming for your head." While waiting for the battle to begin, while Lorhan was negotiating with his enemy, we may wonder why it is important not to engage in futile fights, which is the basis of all the basics. Bravery and recklessness are completely different things, so why engage in combat against an enemy who clearly outnumbers you? What exactly could have made Lorcan so reckless? But at that moment Lorcan saw the image of Odin somewhere in the sky, whom he wanted to surpass and defeat. After Lorhan decided to fight Jaros, he changed his outfit, taking off his protective gear and putting on the one that gives him critical hit bonuses and increases his chances. Looking at his opponent, with whom they will soon face off in battle, Lorhan mentally said, "This guy can wield a hammer with ease. There is no point in relying on armor that adds protection." Completing his preparations for the battle, Lorhan also put on the helmet of the Lion King and then confidently said in his head, "I will finish him off with just one blow." At the same time, there were heated discussions under the stream, and one of the commenters nervously wrote that it was Yarom. Oh shit, Lorhan is definitely okay in the head. Immediately after that, the camera panned to Jaros, and the commentators began to write that this was the general of the garrison of the City of Ashes. Even for Lorhan, it was too much. This time, he would definitely be taught a great lesson. As soon as the battle started, and the two opponents started to attack each other, Lorhan immediately used his berserker skill, without which he simply would not stand against the general. The next moment, a fierce fight broke out between Lorhan and the garrison general Jaros, both of whom had incredible abilities, and their battle could have become a legend. When the battle was only slightly advanced, Jaros joyfully exclaimed to his opponent with whom he crossed his weapons, "And I see that you are a little red. Not bad, baby. You're feeling good." Hearing these words from his opponent, Lorhan angrily exclaimed that really, if you want it so badly, I can also paint you red. A few seconds later, the fight started again, only gaining momentum as both fighters exchanged blows, and Lorhan tried his best to keep up with the general. After some time of fierce struggle, Lorhan managed to break through his opponent's defense, striking him hard and driving him to the ground. As soon as the enemy dropped his guard, Lorhan immediately went after him before he could recover from the damage and swung his axe and shouted, "Die!" Using his strike skill, Lorhan prepared to finish off the enemy, but he was able to avoid fatal damage, although he was quite critically injured. Looking at his opponent, who was not looking so good but was still able to match his strength, Lorhan mentally said, "As expected, although the fight is hard, it is worth it." Immediately afterwards, he looked at his newly acquired title after the capture of the village, and mentally said, "Now I can feel the title of tyrant that I have recently received." Immediately afterwards, Lorhan heard someone's voice getting louder by the second, which meant that someone was approaching them and shouting out the general over and over again. Arriving in the city to pick up his general, who had left earlier, one of the garrison soldiers nervously exclaimed, "We are here, General Yaros." Shaking hands with his leader, one of the soldiers said, "You're fine, General. I understand that you were in a hurry, but why did you leave us alone on the battlefield?" Seeing that more enemies appeared on the battlefield, Lorhan nervously said in his head, "Oh trouble, he is the general of the garrison. The garrison came with them." Immediately after these thoughts, watching the soldiers of the garrison arrive, Lorhan said in amazement in his head, he wanted revenge so badly that he ran away with one Yaros hard to fight and everyone else. Upon arrival to his general, one of the soldiers of the garrison said happily, "You should treat your wounds and take a break." And at this time, hearing the proposal from his subordinate, Yaros exclaimed in displeasure. Immediately after that, preparing for a serious confrontation with Lorhan, Yaros said to his subordinate menacingly, "Know your place, who you are trying to protect." Activating his true power, General Yaros said confidently, "You must have heard of General Malkin, the general of the garrison of the city of Paracrestia." Immediately after these words, the general of the garrison of the city of Ashes confidently spoke, "As strange as it may sound, but I felt his presence. He is one of those strong guys I recognize." Immediately after these words, Lorhan received a system notification that said the general of the garrison of the city of Ashes, Yaros, recognized you as a strong opponent. Immediately after that, seeing what was happening to Yaros, Lorhan received another system notification that explained what was happening there, saying that he was ready to show his true colors and fight you to the best of his ability. Taking on my true form, the general of the Yarrow garrison, approaching Lorhan, I exclaimed, "I am the general of the garrison of the city of Ashes." Preparing for a serious battle and picking up his new hammer, the garrison general added, "Man, tell me your name. I will remember you as a glorious warrior, I promise." Realizing that it was going to be very hot, the guy got to his feet and confidently said, "My name is Lorhan, a true berserker, Lorhan." Approaching the opponent, General Yaros exclaimed, "I will remember you, Lorhan." Angry at what he heard, the guy shouted back to his opponent, "Actually, those were my words." Keeping the enemy in sight, Lorhan suddenly lost him in a pile of kicked-up dust of the enemy who had just been in front of his eyes, and he said in his head that he had disappeared. But the next moment, Lorhan heard a strange noise and looked up to see the enemy he had recently lost, Yaros, in midair, dragging the entire house with him. Trying to somehow avoid the attack, Lorhan tried to defend himself with his axe, nervously saying in his head, "It's too late, I won't make it." Catching the house that Yaros threw at him, Lorhan barely restrained himself from falling, straining his legs and trying his best to stand on the ground. A second after the house was on Lorhan, General Yaros kicked it, splitting it into two pieces and putting even more pressure on Lorhan. Feeling even more pressure on himself, Lorhan felt a large amount of blood just go through his mouth from the excessive strain. But that wasn't all. Yaros grabbed his weapon and headed towards Lorhan to finish him off while he had the chance. Looking at the enemy who was approaching him but blurring in his eyes, the boy nervously said, "No, my eyesight seems a little off." As his eyes began to blur and his life began to fly before his eyes, Lorhan suddenly remembered all those moments when he was killed by Odin, but he came to his senses with one memory when he was supposed to kill him for the last time before being reborn. When everyone from the Ragnarok Guild looked down on him, Odin, whom Lorhan had tried to fight over and over again, at one point said, "You are simply not worthy of death." Recalling this moment, Lorhan immediately got to his feet. The adrenaline in his veins was simply boiling. Then Lorhan used a cry of madness and shouted, "Shut up, you scoundrel!" Surprised by such a sudden surge of strength to his opponent, Garrison General Yaros barely had time to defend himself from Lorhan's attack, who suddenly attacked him after a few seconds of knockout. Happy that this battle was not over yet, and he could still have some fun, the Garrison General exclaimed that it was incredible. Immediately after these words, General Yaros waved Lorhan's axe aside and said in disappointment, "But you're not going to get anywhere with that." Having driven Lorhan's weapon into the ground so that he could not counterattack or defend himself, General Yaros prepared for his next move. Turning his gaze to the malfunctioning weapon that had just been thrown aside, Lorhan nervously exclaimed, "No, my weapon." As soon as his opponent was distracted by his weapon, General Yaros used his right hand to punch Lorhan right in the jaw. Paying the price for his carelessness, Lorhan was again hit with a powerful blow from which he did not defend himself due to his attention being focused elsewhere. Demonstrating his superiority in this fight, General Yaros confidently exclaimed, that there is a difference in our strength, Lorhan. Once again seeing flashbacks of Odin in his dream, Lorhan pulled his hand in front of him. Striking a series of blows to Lorhan, the garrison general suddenly saw something interesting in front of him that he clearly did not expect in this situation, and his phrase "feel it," and was interrupted. This surprise was caused by the fact that Lorhan pulled out an axe in front of him, which he had used only once before, but this trick put his enemy in a state of confusion. As soon as the preparations were complete, Lorhan confidently launched his combined bombardment skill. Flying away from the blast wave at a great distance from Lorhan, the general of the Cradle of the Dead garrison exclaimed in surprise, "You're crazy to use an explosive spell right in front of your nose." Immediately after these words, Lorhan, who was at the end of his rope, angrily exclaimed that "I will definitely finish you off no matter what it takes." Hearing that he was indeed such a desperate and confident fighter, the garrison general Yaros joyfully exclaimed, "You are indeed the best, Lorhan." Immediately after that, he confidently said, "I'm ready for the last confrontation, so come on. I'll hit you with all my might. You really deserve to see it." The next moment, Garrison General Yaros used his special skill called a flurry of crushing fists, preparing to see which of them would survive the last fight. Lorhan and Yaros shouted together, preparing to take the blows to the ground. As a result of the last confrontation, a powerful explosion was heard in and around the city, which could be seen from a considerable distance. Having finished the fight with a worthy enemy whom he recognized as worthy, the general of the garrison joyfully said it was simply incredible, Lorhan. These words were the last for Garrison General Yaros, who challenged Lorhan while standing with his back to his opponent, whom he cut in two. After Yaros was defeated, the broadcast immediately ended, and everyone who watched it just remained silent in their seats, impressed by what they had seen. A few seconds later, when the viewer came to his senses, he exclaimed in surprise, "This is just crazy! Yaros is dead! Is it even possible that this NPC could be killed?" Approaching his friend Odin, Zeus said menacingly, and hearing his mentor's heavy voice, the guy said nervously, "Yes, I'm listening to you." Looking at his friend, Odin asked menacingly, "What did you say his name was, this berserker?" After completing the battle with Yaros, Lorhan immediately moved to the city of Crossroads upon arrival. He immediately began to take out regeneration potions from his inventory as soon as he was in a safe area. Starting to recover after a difficult battle with a powerful opponent, Lorhan mentally said, "I'll tell you what, it was pretty close and where Yaros could have come from." Immediately after these words, Lorhan happily said, "It's not as bad as it might seem, but I was able to make quite a bit of money thanks to this." Looking at his video with the title about the hunt for Yaros and the capture of the Cradle of the Dead, which has already had more than 1 million views, the guy happily said in his head, "If you count all the profits from advertising and donations, booga, how much will I get?" While he was going about his business watching and uploading videos to online platforms, Lorhan finally felt relieved and headed to the United Guild of People. Stretching his hand, the guy said happily, "Finally, I'm free of this annoying debate." Smiling ominously after these words and realizing how far he had come, Lorhan said slyly, "Now it's time to do the next quest." Arriving at the United Human Guild where he was met by the same old man, Lorhan heard him say in a joyful tone, "There you are. You've done everything quite quickly, just as I thought you would." After handing the human guildmaster the scroll with the Lich research, Lorhan received a system notification that said you have completed the bone research quest, and then heard the old man's voice saying, "Thanks to you, I will make progress in the study of flesh and bones." Immediately after that, the old man said the following, "I may be in a hurry, but I think you can handle it. There is no time limit, so you can come back at any time." Having heard that Harvin has a wonderful attitude towards him, Lorhan said confidently, "Boogaga, and don't worry, sir." Looking at the task that the guildmaster had assigned him, Lorhan happily said in his head, "Well, I finally got it. The last quest that can be obtained in the third city." Looking at the condition of its fulfillment in which it was written to get the blood of 44 different monsters, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "It seems very simple, but there is one deadly trick, and this trick is hidden in the condition of fulfillment." Recalling what exactly was so deadly, Lorhan said in his mind, "The blood in question must belong to monsters of level 160 or higher, and all of them are of different species." Immediately after mentioning a problem that not everyone knows about from the beginning, Lorhan added, "In my past life, I had to work hard for this quest, but even knowing about this trick, it is not so easy to deal with." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan mentally said, "In each camp, you can find a maximum of 20 types of monsters of level 160 and above, so even if you clear 2 camps, 4 will still be missing. After remembering that all the monsters he cleared would still not be enough to complete the task, Lorhan mentally said, which means that I have to kill orcs, trolls, and goblins and all the undead, except for such special NPCs as Yaros and Karos who live in the Black Dragon camp. Thinking about this, Lorhan said, that's the problem. And plunging into his thoughts, the boy mentally told me that he didn't care that he would have to hunt players, but there were no players of the 160th level and above. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan nervously added, besides, I don't have much time yet. I can't just storm the settlement and occupy it. I can't kill the guards and get the blood I need. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, well, all right then. If it comes down to it, I have only one way, and that is this. The next day, just after dawn, Lorhan found himself in the northeast of the crossroads in the Forest of the Blind, hunting stone moles in the blind forest to get their blood. Lorhan said wearily in his head, I had to put a lot of will and effort into this. Holding the blood of the stone mole in his hands, Lorhan exclaimed joyfully, I finally did it. I finally got what I've been wasting my time for so long. Looking at the huge number of corpses, Lorhan tiredly said in his head, I knew about this, of course, but the probability of a hit is so small. Tired of having hunted moles all day and having completed only one of the 44 points of the task, Lorhan said wearily in his head, I spent the whole day hunting and got only one. After these thoughts, holding the long-awaited blood of one of the monsters in his hands, Lorhan said, however, with this method, albeit slowly, I am making progress. Going further in search of monsters above the 160th level to extract their blood, Lorhan said confidently, exclaiming in his head, there is no time to be upset here, we must move on. And so it went on for quite a long period of time during the day. Lorhan extracted blood from the monsters he could find and kill, and at night, he leveled up the Black Dragon camp to the 160th level, leaking information and strategies for hunting near the City of Ashes, and writing guides on leveling up. He also earned experience from time to time to improve his skills by completing minor quests from other races. Having been in this position for quite some time, Lorhan, having completed one of the parts of his plan, wondered how many days had passed at such a frantic pace. Having finished hunting all the usual animals from which he could get blood, Lorhan happily stretched after a hard day and said, well, I'm done with that. Now the hard part is over. Remembering what he had to go through today, Lorhan said sadly in his head, thanks to the steel rhino I caught in the Black Dragon camp, I finished hunting the normal mobs. The steel rhino has high defense, which is why I had to sweat a lot. Immediately after these thoughts, heading to the computer, Lorhan happily exclaimed, great, there are only 4 representatives of different races of players from the Black Dragon camp left, but tonight I'm going to have a party with chicken and beer. Leaning on the computer table, Lorhan said thoughtfully, perhaps before they bring me an incredible chicken, I should find some YouTube video to eat too. When Lorhan saw the first video in the recommendations, announcing that an entire guild from the Black Dragon camp had reached level 160, he cheered and shouted, finally, there are people of level 160 and above, rejoicing that he had just managed to collect the blood of ordinary monsters and, with the completion of helping other victims raise their level, Lorhan happily said, Booga, I did a good job. It will be much easier for me because I managed to level up a bunch of players at once. Immediately after these sits, Lorhan thoughtfully said, interesting, but there was still one more problem. How to lure them out and catch them to get their blood. Remembering how he had killed Yaros, Lorhan said thoughtfully, we can wait until they come out to hunt, but if the word has already spread, this place is now avoided by everyone after I defeated Yaros. Everyone avoids me. While thinking about how he could lure the players of the guild he needed to catch, the guy noticed a video of a do-it-yourself scarecrow in the recommendations, after which he thoughtfully said, ho ho scarecrow, meaning. Immediately after this video, Lorhan came up with a brilliant idea, and then he confidently said, if everyone is avoiding me, then I will make them not even realize that they are approaching me. Arriving at a certain area in the territory of the Black Dragon faction, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, it's great, there's no one here. Such a remote place will be just right for my plan. Pulling out a magic item from his inventory, Lorhan said to use the merchant's scroll. Immediately after using it, an NPC merchant appeared in front of Lorhan and happily said, welcome, Lorhan. After these words, the merchant immediately added the highest quality goods, but as soon as he said this, Lorhan threw a black cloak on him. The next moment, while changing the merchant's clothes, Lorhan happily said, First, I'll change my appearance so as not to arouse any suspicion. Then I'll remove all restrictions on selling to other races. Immediately after that, opening the merchant's inventory, Lorhan went to the merchant's product registration and said, "Now I will fill his inventory with magical and rare items." After completing all the processes of changing clothes and filling the inventory, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "Everything is ready, Boogaloo, and it's just perfect, even I would fall for it." Smiling slyly at how brilliant his plan was, Lorhan mentally said, for the sake of the good items that literally fell from the sky, they would want to make a deal with this NPC. Putting the NPC in the middle of the field so that he looked in his location, Lorhan confidently said, "Well, the bait is ready and now all that remains is to do it." With a sly smile, the guy added to use it and it was all in the bag. At the same time, somewhere in the City of Ashes, one of the guild members, where all the players had reached the 160th level, said in surprise, "Hey, just look at this." Hearing that his friend had found something, one of the members asked what was all the fuss about and was told that, "You know the guy who released the leveling guides." Hearing this question from his friend, he replied, "Of course, only thanks to him our entire guild reached the 160th level immediately after the answer." His friend told him that he had uploaded a new post. Looking at the new post that Lorhan had uploaded with a description of a secret shop near the City of Ashes, the guy was surprised to see it and said, "It looks like there's a secret shop on the outskirts of the hunting grounds." To which he was surprised to hear, "Wow, really?" After looking at the geolocation of this secret shop, which caused a lot of different experiences, the guy said in the Forest of the Red Moon. Watching his NPC whom he left as a bait, Lorhan slyly said in his head, "Hurry up, my short prey, I'm waiting for you." Arriving at the Forest of the Red Moon, one of the guild members was frightened and said, "Everything is strange here. Let's come back later with the other guild members." To which his friend replied, "Why is there suddenly nothing there? Let's check it out first." Immediately after these words, one of the players whispered to his friend, grabbing him by the arm and pulling him along, to which the other player exclaimed in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Looking out from his hiding place into the clearing and pointing to his friend where to look, one of the players said, "Hey, just look over there." To which the other replied that he knew where to look. Seeing a familiar guy near the merchant, one of the guild members said in surprise, "Are you crazy? Isn't that Lorhan?" And the other replied, "I mean, what is the monster who killed Yaros doing here?" Hearing this question, one of the players said in confusion, "And how do I know that he disappeared somewhere?" When Lorhan disappeared from view, one of the players asked what it was and if we could come closer to see it. As they approached a man in a black cloak, one of the players asked who the NPC was, to which the other replied, "Isn't that the special merchant from the main page?" Approaching the merchant, one of the players was surprised to hear the window appear, and at the same time the other, holding his hand on his weapon, said nervously, "But we're seeing him for the first time, so be careful." Seeing the goods for sale at this merchant, one of the players exclaimed in amazement, "Such rare and good goods here. No wonder Lorhan was so strong. He used such a wonderful shop alone." Immediately after that, one of the players was disappointed and said, "The prices are too high, of course, and there is a limit on the purchase per player." To which the other replied, "Let's call all the guild members and take as much as we can." Hearing exactly the words he had been waiting for, Lorhan, who had been watching them from a hiding place, smiled slyly, and then heard a boom. "That's the jackpot. Let's go after the rest." Finding the rest of his guild members, one of the pair of guys who found the merchant pointed out the way to him excitedly shouting, "Come on, let's go quickly." Seeing that his fellow soldier from the Black Dragon faction was still standing near the merchant, he asked if we had come to see anyone, to which the other replied, "No, we hadn't." Approaching the merchant, the rest of the guild members saw the assortment of goods and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this is really the first time I see such cool items." To which the comrade replied, "Isn't it amazing?" Seeing that his comrades appreciated the find, one of the players happily said, "Now we can become as strong as Lorhan." Looking at the assortment of goods, one of the players farted and said, "Boogaloo, let's chip in and buy everything we can." After which his friend asked him, "How much you have?" "You need to collect as much as possible." Not hearing an answer from the rest of his comrades, the orc repeated unhappily, about to look back, "Hey, why are you silent? How much do you have?" Angry that he was being ignored, the orc looked back and exclaimed, "Hey, why don't you answer when I ask you?" At the same moment he realized why he did not get an answer from his comrades. They were all dead. Contemplating this picture, the orc nervously said, "What the hell?" Coming out from behind the merchant, Lorhan slyly said, "What did you ask?" Immediately after these words, Rushing at a couple of remaining enemies, Lorhan ominously shouted bait and a big catch of fools. Having received 4 tubes of undead blood of an orc troll on a goblin, Lorhan joyfully said, "What a stroke of luck! All 4 in one fell swoop. What a stroke of luck!" Looking at his trophies from his enemies, Lorhan happily said, "Booga, maybe it's all because they are players. The chance of trophies falling out of them is much greater." Immediately after that, Lorhan came to his merchant and said happily, "You did a good job too, and now you can go. You're free to go." Immediately after these words, a system notification appeared, saying that you had fired the merchant. As soon as the merchant was fired, all the goods he was selling returned to Lorhan's inventory, and the guy happily returned the items so he could go to the old man. Having brought the guildmaster of the human guild all 44 test tubes with the blood of different monsters, Lorhan was able to complete the quest and get everything he needed. Harvin exclaimed to Lorhan, "You're just incredible. Thanks to you, my position in the parliament has been significantly strengthened." Holding out a scroll to Lorhan, Harvin said joyfully, "Take this, it is a scroll of gratitude from the Kensington Parliament." Taking the gratitude of his grandfather in his hands, Lorhan said thank you. Looking at the letter Harvin handed him, Lorhan said in disappointment in his head that this was all I got for my efforts and time. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, "This piece of paper does not give me experience points, but I will need it later, so I will put it aside." Bidding Lorhan goodbye, his grandfather exclaimed happily, "If you are ever in the capital, support the kings in parliament. You can help restore the glory of the human race." Lorhan waved goodbye to his grandfather and said, "Yes, if I have time," exhaling a heavy sigh after he walked away from the human guild house. Lorhan mentally said, "I'm done with all the quests in the 3rd city, and now it's time for me to head to the 4th city to the capital." Immediately after recalling how everything happens there, Lorhan mentally said, "The only problem is that there are no level restrictions in the capital, but the road to it is a real challenge." Recalling the road to the 4th city to which he needed to go, Lorhan mentally said to get to the capital he needed to swim across the sea. Immediately after these words, recalling the large octopus that lives in it, Lorhan added that creatures that live in the depths and are incredibly dangerous will certainly interfere. Deciding that he would not go to the capital for now, Lorhan said confidently, "I should prepare myself first, so I'll take my time and go there." Arriving at the ruins in the northwest of the city of Crossroads, Lorhan thought to himself, "Many people have been here, but they are no longer interested in this place because there are no special items left." Looking at the ruins to which he had come to receive the secret reward, Lorhan said in his head, "There is another secret here that no one has been able to reveal." Immersed in his thoughts, Lorhan was flying in his thoughts when he suddenly heard someone's voice asking if we need to come here like this. Hearing the voices, Lorhan looked at a pair of dwarves, the barrier warrior Guki, who said, "Well, what a job," and the guide Miyuki, who confidently added, "We will let you know as soon as we have explored the area." Hearing these words, Lorhan said, "Ah yes, thank you," and then mentally said, "This couple of dwarves NPC mercenaries I paid." Immediately after these words, Lorhan headed inside the ruins and mentally said, "To pass these ruins you must go in a group, which is why I spent a lot of money on smart mercenaries." Smiling slyly that he was so cunning and had thought it through so well, Lorhan happily said in his head, "Of course it was expensive, but still better than sharing the reward with other players." Arriving at the central room of the ruins, Lorhan said, "We're finally at the crossroads, Guki Miyuki. Listen to me carefully." Looking at the pair of mercenary dwarves, Lorhan said, "Guki, you go to the right, Miyuki, and you will need to go to the left." Immediately after that, imagining the appearance of those rooms in his head, Lorhan added that if you go straight ahead, you will come across a room covered with slabs. Recalling the peculiarity of this room and how to find what you need, Lorhan added that if you look closely at the tiles that will be there, you will notice one tile with patterns. After explaining how to get to the right places and how to determine the right place, Lorhan added, "You must step on them and stand until I call you. No matter what happens, do not go off these slabs," which is clear to what the dwarves confidently exclaimed. When a lot of time had passed, Lorhan said in surprise, wondering why nothing had happened yet. They should have already reached the right places. A few seconds after he said that, the central room suddenly shook, and Lorhan exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, it's finally happening." Realizing that everything was going according to plan, Lorhan happily said that they had both managed to find the right plates. Immediately after that, Lorhan saw a system notification in front of him that said, "You have discovered the secret of the ruins. The guards will stand in your way." And seeing him, the guy happily exclaimed, "Okay, finally it's my turn to do something." Seeing the enemies that began to appear in front of him, Lorhan exclaimed in surprise, "I was expecting this. Why are there so many of them?" The next moment, Lorhan took his battle axe from his inventory and prepared for battle, confidently saying, "Of course, I don't really want to say such a banal phrase, but..." Pointing his weapon at the enemies that appeared before him, Lorhan added, "However, I will destroy all of you who dare to stand in my way." After these words, one of the golems, who had the 165th level, rushed at Lorhan to destroy the intruder who decided to get to the bottom of the truth and open the secret room. Destroying the enemies one by one, Lorhan flew across the battlefield like a butterfly, not giving his enemies a chance. Smiling happily after defeating half of the enemies, Lorhan confidently said in his head that it was still quite easy. Thinking back to his travels and hunting various monsters for blood, Lorhan mentally said, "Trying to complete the quest was terrible, but there was no denying the fact that it helped me level up." Feeling like a dry leaf in the wind, Lorhan said in amazement, "Both my body and my axe feel so light." Licking his battle axe, which he had already been through a lot with, Lorhan said happily, "And you know I like it." At that moment, Lorhan was at level 190. Running around the room with the golems again, Lorhan smashed each of the stone giants one by one, knocking out their colored cores. As soon as this happened, a giant column of dust from the golems that fell to the ground immediately rose behind Lorhan. After a while, when everything started to happen exactly as Lorhan said it would, a couple of golems arrived at their employer's place, and Guki said, "We're back as you ordered." And then Miyuki added happily that there were no guards in the room. Seeing that the guards were in Lorhan's room, the girl didn't even have time to finish her sentence. But all the enemies were defeated, and that was the most important thing. The danger was over. Grabbing the core of the destroyed golem, Lorhan began to pull it towards him to collect one of the 4 keys needed to advance. Looking back after collecting all the cores, Lorhan happily said, "Oh, my friends dwarves, here you are." Taking all 4 cores that were in the golems in order to open the secret room, Lorhan said, "Don't just stand there, help me open the door." After moving and inserting all 4 cores into the lock, Lorhan saw a system notification informing him that the guard's key had been confirmed. The next moment, a wall parted in front of Lorhan and the pair of dwarves, and a system notification appeared, informing them that the real entrance to the ruins was open. Looking at the passage that opened before him, Lorhan thoughtfully spoke in his head about the weight of the ruins at about level 170. Looking back at himself, Lorhan thought to himself, "This place is full of heavy traps and monsters, but these 2 are level 180, they can easily clear this place." Arriving at the central room in the dungeon where they found the real entrance, Lorhan happily said, "It's great, it's finally starting." Imagining what awaits them ahead, Lorhan excitedly said to his mercenaries who were traveling with him, "There are monsters and dangerous traps everywhere." Immediately after telling them what awaits them ahead, Lorhan confidently spoke, naming the names of his assistants, Guki Miyuki. Sending the mercenaries forward to clear the way for him, Lorhan confidently added time to earn the money he had received for the hire. "Show me what you can do." Hearing the order from her employer, Miyuki said, "I accept, I'm going into research mode." And Guki added, "I accept, I'm going into combat mode." The next moment, Miyuki used her exploration skills to begin a detailed analysis of the dungeon to find out where the dangers were. Using the explorer skill, Miyuki was able to see all the hidden traps, their activation point, and area of effect. Looking over the area, Miyuki confidently said, "I have found numerous traps, and I will lead you along a safe path. Follow me closely." Following the dwarf girl, Lorhan and his team were able to avoid all the traps that came their way, thanks to Miyuki's analysis skills. Upon entering the maze, the girl also took the situation into her own hands, paving the right path to get to the right place. Walking ahead, she exclaimed, "Turn left and now right, we're almost there, follow me." Noticing the door they were heading for, the dwarf girl happily announced that she had found it, and it was the exit we were looking for. Touching the door with her hand, Miyuki received a small discharge from the protective barrier that closed it, and nervously said, as I had guessed it would. Looking back to Lorhan, Miyuki said, "I think it was installed by a very experienced person. It will take me a while to deal with it." Lorhan asked how long it would take you. Miyuki thought about how long it might take and answered Lorhan, "About 10 minutes, and I'll be able to remove this barrier from the door." Hearing exactly how long he would have to hold back the monsters together with Guki, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "Okay, so 10 minutes you say. Taking out his weapon from his inventory, Lorhan said, preparing to fight the monsters that were approaching them, "Do your job and we'll take care of them." Hearing that she would be given the time she needed to remove the barrier, Miyuki replied, casting various spells and seals on the barrier. "Thank you, I'll leave the monsters and my safety to you." As soon as the monsters got close enough, Lorhan rushed at the slimes, which he easily destroyed, and shouted out, "Enough with the squelching, get out of here!" At the same time, Goki, using his combined skill, also did not stand aside and quite effectively destroyed enemies by applying a freezing spell to them. After a while of Lorhan and Guki's confrontation with the poison slimes, Miyuki happily announced, "I opened them after a while." Immediately after the barrier was removed, the door opened automatically, and Lorhan saw a system notification informing him that the labyrinth had been cleared and the depths of the ruins were open. As soon as the door opened, an old man came down the stairs toward Lorhan and his companions, saying happily, "I was just about to look for you, but I see that you came to me." Spreading his hands in front of him, the old man, who was afflicted with evil eye, exclaimed, "Now I will demonstrate to you by a clear example the horror of the power of evil eye." Looking at the strange old man who was saying something to them, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, taking out his weapon from his inventory, "This creature is the boss of the dungeon." Looking again at the old man standing in front of him, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "This is the second defiled monster after Tyler." Directly in front of Lorhan and the pair of mercenary dwarves was the boss of the ruins, a mad wizard who was drunk on the effects of the vicious power. Looking at Lorhan, who was at his eye level, the arrogant old man said to the boy with a displeased cackle, "If you could make it this far, you're a pretty capable guy." Immediately after that, the disgraced wizard used his skill to prepare the battlefield for the battle with the guests. As soon as the skill worked, clouds curled around the room, twisting in a circle, and in the center of them the sunlight shone through and a vine stretched out. Then the old man exclaimed, "But here you will meet your end." Immediately after that, the grandfather exclaimed joyfully, calling to his loyal subjects, my subjects, come out and bring them all down." Looking at the bars around them that separated the individual rooms and suddenly rose, Lorhan mentally said he could change in size like Tyler. As soon as the enclosures with his subjects opened, the mad wizard immediately used his special skill that allowed him to control the minds of the defiled monsters. Seeing that sharks with legs that were 150th level ran out of the newly opened enclosures, Lorhan said that he was controlling the monsters, turning them into his subjects. As soon as the first wave of enemies headed down, Lorhan noticed the danger and immediately shouted to his mercenaries Guki Miyuki to get to their positions immediately, to which they responded so accurately. After receiving the order, the dwarves ran to remote places in the arena so as not to interfere with Lorhan in his battle, while Guki defended his friend if necessary. Meanwhile, Lorhan could move around without worrying about hitting his comrades, hitting the first shark with his axe that wanted to get around him. Lorhan shouted out in displeasure, "Where are you going?" The next desecrated shark flew directly at Lorhan, trying to grab hold of his body and inflict damage with a bite. But it didn't succeed, and Lorhan easily chopped it into a couple of pieces without even raising an eyebrow. Laughing at his opponent, who had such a weak army, Lorhan haughtily exclaimed to his grandfather, "The bugs have imagined themselves to be somebody else, hey fool, and that's all you're capable of." Seeing that all his subjects were defeated, the angry grandfather exclaimed to Lorhan, "You insolent human scum." Listening to the words of his grandfather, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "Ugaga," and he was trembling. Looking at his grandfather, who began to squirm with anger, Lorhan mentally said, "I would immediately do the same to him as to the others, but unfortunately I cannot." Turning his attention to the problem of why he could not do so, Lorhan said, "Because he is protected by the barrier of evil power, I cannot harm him until I destroy the barrier." Holding the axe in his hands, Lorhan mentally said, "I must hold out until the monsters he summons appear from the pens." Immediately afterwards, Lorhan asked his subjects, "Guki Miyuki, you are not tired yet?" Hearing the question from their mercenary, the pair of dwarves were just destroying the defiled monsters that were attacking them. Having dealt with their enemies, Guki spoke confidently and without any problems, after which Miyuki added that it was quite easy. Hearing this, Lorhan exclaimed joyfully, preparing for the next battle, "Then great, because we have 4 more waves of enemy attacks ahead." After a while, Lorhan was looking at the dead, defiled tiger of level 161, which he had defeated in the 3rd wave. Looking at the mountain of slain monsters, Lorhan saw a system notification that said, "You have defeated all the monsters." which meant that this wave of attack was repelled. The next system message that came up informed him that you had defeated the third wave of defiled monsters. Lorhan said happily in his head, "There are a lot of them, but I noticed the effect of the blood seal. I don't care how badly I'm wounded. The longer I fight, the more blood I get." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan folded his arms in front of him and confidently spoke to the crazy old man. "There are only 2 more minutes left, so you're starting to get worried, you crazy rascal." Hearing what the boy had just asked him, the angry old man shouted angrily, "How dare you!" The next moment, raising his staff up using the skill and opening the next gate, the furious old man said menacingly, "I will make sure that you will not be able to open your mouth again." Opening the next cage with his subjects whom he could control, the mad old man joyfully exclaimed, "Come out, my masterpieces." As soon as the bars were raised, one of the representatives of the 4 races of the Golden Lion came out from behind them, and immediately afterwards the mad old man shouted to his subject, "Show them what despair is." Immediately after these words, a new opponent appeared on the battlefield, a filthy half-elf of the 172nd level. But that's not all. A defiled orc of level 172 also came out from behind the bars. Seeing that this time he released all the monsters he had left at once, Lorhan was surprised to hear him say, 2 waves at a time, Boogaloo. You really are very angry." Preparing for the last fight with the defiled enemies, Lorhan pulled out his weapon and said, "Friends, you are a half-elf and I will deal with the orc." Hearing the order, Guki replied with an acceptance, after which Miyuki added, "Yes, sir." Immediately after that, the enraged grandfather set his defiled subjects on his enemies, who in his opinion were supposed to cope with the impudent guests. Then the grandfather shouted, "Die somehow," and the 4th and 5th waves began. Accepting the enemy's attacks and easily blocking them, Lorhan said to the defiled orc with a haughty tone, "You are so pathetic it hurts to see you." Immediately afterwards, Lorhan struck his enemy and destroyed him with a single blow, adding that such a weakling he was. The next moment, Lorhan looked back at his comrades who were confronting the defiled half-elf and asked them how they were doing. At that very moment, the pair of elves used their combined skills to defeat the enemy. Guki had a frost sword and Miyuki had a fire sword. They complemented each other perfectly. Using their skills of freezing and burning, the pair of elves managed to defeat the defiled half-elf. After defeating the enemies, the barrier of vicious power that had been covering the mad grandfather was destroyed, and he could now be punished. Seeing that the access to the grandfather was opened and his protective barrier was destroyed, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "I have been waiting for this moment for so long." Immediately after that, he rushed at his opponent, who was now unprotected, and Lorhan smiled ominously and shouted, "Die, you crazy bastard!" As soon as Lorhan approached him, the crazy old man used his Annihilation Light skill, which could have easily finished Lorhan off. Hearing what skill the mad old man was about to use, Lorhan immediately became confused, unable to dodge, and mentally said, "Damn it, I forgot about that." Looking at the enemy firing a powerful volley at him, Lorhan nervously recited in his head the algorithm of instant death after waves of monsters. Seeing that his attack could not reach Lorhan because it was blocked by Goki with his shield, the old man angrily exclaimed, "Hey, you little one." Seeing that the little dwarf had protected him, Lorhan said in surprise, "Goki, how did you manage to block that attack?" Barely holding his shield with the last of his strength, the tired Gauki said, "I have almost no stamina and mana left." And at the same time, somewhere behind the old man, Miyuki appeared and tried to harm her grandfather with a fire blade. She did not do any critical damage with her arson attack, but managed to interrupt his attack and draw attention to herself. As soon as her friend's attack reached the mad grandfather, the Annihilation Light disappeared, and Guki could rest without worrying that he would die as soon as he lost consciousness. Stopping his attack to repel the enemy's onslaught behind him, the mad old man shouted angrily, turning to Miyuki, "Those little shits are bothering me so much, it's beyond words." With a swing of his staff, the mad old man struck the girl, shouting angrily, "Get out of here, don't annoy me or I'll kill you." Rushing after the girl to finish her off as soon as she lost consciousness after his last attack, the mad old man added a hammer to his staff and shouted out, "Die!" After striking at Miyuki's phantom, the mad grandfather, confused by what he saw, said in surprise, "Your body can withstand this attack seriously." At that time, Lorhan was already returning his mercenaries to the guild, so that they would not overexert themselves and get hurt accidentally in the battle against the mad grandfather. Seeing that after returning they could no longer be called upon, Lorhan accepted this condition. Sighing heavily after he returned the assistance, the boy said, "Guki Miyuki, you did a good job." Preparing to deal with the enemy, Lorhan said, "Thanks to you, I will be able to completely clear this place." Hearing that Lorhan was sending them back to the mercenary guild, a tired Guki said, "We're going back to the guild." And then Miyuki added, "The order to return is accepted." Immediately afterwards, Lorhan saw a system notification near him that said Guki and Miyuki had returned to the mercenary guild. Seeing that Lorhan had sent his comrades back to their guild, the angry mad old man shouted "Boogaloo" as it was unwise of you to do so, now you are alone. Preparing to destroy Lorhan with his hammer that he had created, the mad old man rushed at the boy and shouted angrily, "I will turn you into a cake." Jumping up before striking, the mad old man used all his strength to finish Lorhan off. But after being hit, he said in confusion what it felt like. Looking up at his opponent, the mad old man continued, "I don't understand this wall. I just don't understand how this miserable human being could make me feel so powerless." Immediately after Lorhan saw that the crazy old man had lost all desire for revenge and his fighting spirit, Lorhan said to him, "Hey, I heard the bald man." Drawing the attention of the crazy old man to himself, Lorhan smiled slyly and said ominously, "I need something from you. Don't you want to suffer for it?" Leaning over the frightened old man who had threatened to kill him a few seconds earlier, Lorhan called out in a menacing voice, "You won't mind, I hope so." Not understanding how a person could have such power, the frightened old man exclaimed, "Don't be ridiculous. I was chosen by a vicious force, and only you will suffer here." Immediately after these words, breaking the distance between himself and the boy, the frantic old man nervously exclaimed, "It looks like you're pretty good at physical attacks, but..." The next moment, deciding to use a magic attack that he hoped Lorhan would not be able to repel, the old man shouted out in a sphere of despair. At the same moment, Lorhan put down his battle axe to take on his grandfather, who had decided to use a magic spell against him. Seeing the huge explosion that took place in the place where Lorhan stood, followed by the sphere of despair, the furious old man exclaimed joyfully, "You were so smug, and now you are just a handful of ashes." The next moment he felt someone behind him. It was Lorhan, whom he thought had been destroyed by his magic attack. But unfortunately for him, things did not turn out well for his grandfather. Looking behind him, the frantic old man screamed in fright when he saw Lorhan behind him, preparing to finish him off. The next moment, Lorhan's fist hit the old man's face, knocking him out, which was very unexpected for him. After sending his grandfather flying after the first punch, Lorhan angrily shouted out to Guki and Miyuki. This attack was so powerful that a shockwave appeared behind Lorhan's opponent and even demolished the floor. Continuing to beat his enemy, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "Stop pretending, what do you think? I haven't even played yet." The next moment, Lorhan grabbed his opponent and used a slamming attack to drive his grandfather headfirst into the ground to inflict more damage. After this move, Lorhan picked the old man up from the ground and began to pummel him with a barrage of blows that left his face spinning in all directions. Receiving blow after blow, the confused old man nervously said in his head, unable to resist him, "It just can't be. He has dealt with me alone." Looking at Lorhan, who threw him to the ground and prepared to deliver the decisive blow, the beaten old man, in his dying state, mentally said, "Damn it, if it's like this, at least I'm not." Activating the self-destructive skill to destroy Lorhan and the entire dungeon of ruins with him, the mad old man confidently exclaimed, "I'll take you with me." As soon as the crazy old man used his self-destructive skill to take Lorhan with him and exploded, the boy who was watching the action smiled happily and said in his head, "I did great." At the end of the battle, after removing the berserker effect, Lorhan also saw a system notification that said that within a certain time, the effect of immortality would also disappear. Then Lorhan happily added Boogaloo, "Finally, I did it." The next moment, after regaining his health, Lorhan headed to the epicenter of the explosion to find the remains. Wandering around the room, he said, "So it destroyed itself, but something must have fallen out of it." Noticing a tainted sphere not far from him that remained after the self-destruction of the mad sorcerer, Lorhan exclaimed happily, "Here it is." He found it quickly enough. Approaching the drop after the death of the defiled sorcerer and picking it up, Lorhan exclaimed with joy, "Booga!" He found it immediately after that. A system notification appeared that said you have received a sphere of defiled power. Looking at the green orb that he received as a result of the battle with the enemy, Lorhan joyfully said, "A hidden object that falls out only from a mad wizard, a sphere of tainted power." Recalling some cases when the outcome of the battle was without the drop of this item, Lorhan mentally said, "If I had killed him with my own hands, the sphere would have been destroyed, and an undamaged sphere can only be obtained if the sorcerer blows himself up." Immediately after receiving this item, Lorhan used the runebook and said happily, "Since I have this thing, it's time to pay the bills and use the runebook in the crossroads." Arriving at General Malkin's office, Lorhan held out the item he had received from the last battle, and seeing it, Malkin nervously exclaimed, "I don't believe it, really. It's the same thing." Taking the defiled sphere in his hands, General Malkin asked, "Where did you find it?" To which Lorhan confidently replied, "I got it after killing the defiled monster. I think that's why the defilement progressed." Immediately after these words, General Malkin, approaching the exit of his office, joyfully exclaimed, "This is a great find. Wait a little while when the results appear. I will reward you generously." Hearing these words, Lorhan waved goodbye and said, "Okay, then I'll wait." As soon as General Malkin left his office and left Lorhan alone, he opened the system window with the news and said happily, "Boogaloo, what will be the reward while I wait? I need to see if there was any news on the internet." Noticing one very unpleasant news item on the front page, Lorhan nervously said what was the truth. On the main page, there was a post with a photo and the caption, "Fourth city across the sea. We are going to the capital for the first time. Members of the Zatzian Guild are going to the continent yesterday. Around 3 in the afternoon, members of the Zatzian Guild set off for the capital." Lorhan shouted out in a fit of rage at the news before me. Looking through the latest news on the game's website, Lorhan saw a post about someone who had already gone to the fourth city and angrily said that some nobodies had gone to the continent before me. Continuing to look at the news and continue his angry thoughts, Lorhan said, "These scoundrels must know about the title of Pioneer." Reopening the post about some guild with a player roster of 160 and 170 levels, Lorhan spoke with such levels otherwise they would never have agreed to such an unreasonable challenge. Walking around the general headquarters in thought, Lorhan leaned on the fence near the stairs and spoke thoughtfully. With their characteristics, the probability of success at best is about 2%. Sure, it's unlikely but not impossible. Immediately after these words, recalling the very personnel of the guild who were going to the capital, Lorhan added, "Besides, if they are so open about it, then there are other groups that have already sailed or are preparing to sail." Grabbing his head, realizing that he was being outrun and forced to take radical action, Lorhan said angrily, "What if one of them actually manages to get there? I will lose my precious title of first." Realizing the magnitude of the problem he faced, Lorhan said, "I can't stop the ships that have already set sail and are now at sea, and even if I set sail right now, it will still be quite difficult for me to reach the capital first." Thinking about what he should do in this situation, Lorhan began to bite his nails and said nervously, "Damn, that place is my only option. If I go through that place, I will definitely be able to get ahead of them." Remembering what kind of monster lives in those places, Lorhan said nervously, "But it's almost impossible. That place is so impassable that even in my past life I had to slowly conquer it after I arrived in the capital. The percentage of success is too low." Well, clutching his head, not knowing what to do and how to act in this situation, Lorhan nervously exclaimed, "Oh shit, how can I do the right thing?" At the same moment, Malkin returned to the office and said, "I'm late, Lorhan." Hearing the voice of the garrison general, Lorhan said joyfully, "Finally, you've returned." General Malkin said, "I've brought you something special." Holding out his hand with an object from the last dungeon, General Malkin said, "You brought me a sphere with a tainted power, and it was undamaged, and in return I have prepared a reward for you as a token of my gratitude." Hearing that the reward was ready, Lorhan exclaimed with joy as he saw the system notifications informing him of an incredible achievement. "You are the first to discover what caused the tainted power. The title of the one who overcame the taint turns into the Taint Hunter. You are the first owner of this title." Looking at his new title, which now added the ability to detect evil, in addition to reducing its damage by 10%, Lorhan said happily, "My stats have improved quite a bit." Immediately after, he noticed that the number of additional stats in the title had now increased and amounted to. Seeing this, he happily said, "In addition, there is this hidden option, so there will be another buff." Immediately after these words, folding his arms in front of him, Lorhan happily said, "Well, now I look forward to my reward for the work I have done." Having received additional power-ups, Lorhan suddenly turned his attention to his tattoos on his arm and said thoughtfully, "What about Boogeyman?" Opening the skill description window, Lorhan confidently said, looking at its content, "I have one of those too." Seeing that the description of his skill had changed as the skill was upgradable after absorbing a certain amount of filth, Lorhan exclaimed happily, "It's increased by 1 in 10%. Of course the increase is not great yet, but there is potential for growth in the future. Holding up a special reward for bringing in the filth sphere, General Malkin said, I think their tracking and research will be greatly accelerated thanks to you. And thank you again, and this is the last reward I'll give you. Holding out an incredibly interesting book with a special skill, Garrison General Malkin happily said, Here, take this too. This item should be perfect for you. Taking the book that General Malkin handed him, which was illuminated in gold, Lorhan said in surprise, what was it? And hearing Malkin's question, he replied, A book of special skill, I think you'll need it. Take a look. Looking at the description of the book, which said 2 hearts, the skill book creates a second heart in the user's body that contains magical power, adds a magical heart to the body, significantly increases vitality and endurance, slightly increases strength, agility, and intelligence. Seeing the description, Lorhan said in surprise, I'm crazy, what is this? Immediately after these words, looking at the item handed to him by General Malkin, Lorhan said in amazement in his head, This cannot be true. Even in my past life as a ranger, I have never heard of such an imbibe item. Seeing that Lorhan suddenly fell silent and stunned after receiving this reward, General Malkin asked happily, How do you like the reward? Hearing this question, Lorhan confidently exclaimed in a joyful voice, Yes, very much. Hearing that he was able to please his irreplaceable comrade, General Malkin said happily, I am very glad it will be useful to you during your trip to the capital. Hearing that he had suddenly mentioned a trip to the capital, Lorhan nervously exclaimed that, How did you know I was going to go there? Hearing such a strange question from a boy, General Malkin just laughed in response. After a few seconds of calming his laughter, the general confidently said, The goal of such a strong adventurer is definitely a place like this. It's just obvious. Looking at the confused look on his friend's face, who was suddenly stunned by his guess, General Malkin said confidently, Lorhan, you are quite strong, perhaps even much stronger than me. Recalling the same incident when Lorhan had caused a stir in the territory of the Black Dragon faction, General Malkin said confidently, You proved it in the Cradle of the Dead to a large extent. Immediately after these words, General Malkin looked at the book he handed to Lorhan and said confidently, You may take this book, which I have given you as a reward for your mission, as a token of my respect for you. The next moment, as soon as the words of respect for the boy were spoken, General Malkin added joyfully, Although we were together for a short time, it was an honor to work with you. Extending his hand to Lorhan to shake his hand as a sign of respect and gratitude, General Malkin said, May you be blessed in your future journey. Shaking hands as a sign of gratitude and respect after their fruitful and pleasant cooperation, Lorhan confidently said, It was an even greater honor for me to meet you. Immediately after the farewells and warm words that Lorhan and Garrison General Malkin said to each other, Lorhan left the garrison headquarters and went to the private training ground. Standing on it, the guy happily said, I heard that the personal training ground is great, and it is. Immediately after these words, Lorhan held out the skill book he had received from General Malkin and said to use 2 hearts. The next moment, as the skill book was in his hands, Lorhan looked at it and said, I have a rough idea of what this skill is, but I'll have to learn the details in practice. Pulling the book above his head to use it on himself, Lorhan confidently shouted out the mastery of the 2-heart skill. As soon as Lorhan used the 2-heart skill book, a huge arrow appeared in front of him, its tip shaped like a heart and looking like it had just come out of the fire. When Lorhan saw the large thing that appeared in front of him, he was surprised to say that it was like that, and immediately afterwards he noticed some movements and mentally said that it was flying. Standing firmly on both feet so that it would not knock him to the ground, Lorhan prepared to take the skill, but he still did not take into account something after the hit. The guy felt incredibly painful. As soon as the entire arrow was absorbed into Lorhan's chest, he grabbed the right side of his chest and said, Oh, it hurts so much. I've never felt pain like this before. Immediately afterwards, Lorhan felt something new in his body and exclaimed, Wait a second, what is it? Feeling the heartbeat in his chest from 2 different cities, Lorhan said in surprise, I can definitely feel it in me, and there is indeed another heart beating. Immediately after that, Lorhan decided to check what exactly he had gained after using this skill on himself, and immediately hurried to open the window with the last skills he had gained. When he saw the description of the 2-heart skill, which added 300 health points, increased stamina by 100%, and increased strength, agility, and intelligence by 50 points, Lorhan said in amazement, This is crazy. This is just incredible. Smiling happily after he received this skill, Lorhan confidently said, Not only have my characteristics increased, but I also have a blood flow boost that temporarily increases a person's metabolism. This ability can be very useful in combination with other skills. Looking at all the enhancements that this two-hearted skill gave him, in addition to the increase in basic characteristics, Lorhan happily said, and then there was the option at the end. Realizing how cool this skill was that he had mastered, Lorhan said happily, "This will really help me in clearing the same place." Heading to the seaport of the third city to get to the continent, Lorhan confidently said with his arms at his sides, "I've got all my equipment packed. I haven't forgotten anything, so we can go and get going." Heading to the right place to start his journey to the capital, in order not to lose the title of Pioneer, who gives good reinforcements to the first player, Lorhan said in his head, "There are two ways to the capital." Confidently stepping step by step, Lorhan happily said the first way to get to the capital is the easiest to organize. You need to get on a ship and go on a trip to the continent, but the second way is the easiest. Arriving at a building that was supposed to help him get to the continent faster, Lorhan confidently said to go through that place. Going inside the strange building, Lorhan confidently said that this way, you can get to your destination twice as fast, but due to the high level of difficulty and the limited number of people, no one has ever managed to pass there before the 200th level. Immediately after these words, Lorhan smiled slyly and said happily, "But that was before, but I am not one of them, and now I will try to do it without reaching the 200th level." Arriving at the place he needed, which opened the passage to the secret passage that led to the capital, Lorhan knocked on the wall and said confidently, "Well, actually, if you act correctly." Noticing that the path was open, the boy mentally added that in order to find this very place, he first needed to complete some tasks and find clues that would indicate where to look for this path. Seeing a passage in the wall in front of him, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "Great, I found it right after these words and actions to find it," Lorhan said in his head, "but I already know where it is, so I can just skip this stage." Going inside, the boy saw in front of him a tall passage from which the sunlight made its way directly to him. Then Lorhan confidently said in his head, "I will definitely conquer this place." Once inside the secret way to the capital that could lead to twice as fast, Lorhan said in surprise, and here as before, everything remained quite incredible. This place was an underwater tunnel, almost like an aquarium, but it led to the capital along the seabed, and those who decided to go here might have difficulties along the way because it was twice as fast. After taking a few steps, Lorhan suddenly heard someone's angry voice saying to him, "Who the hell are you?" Turning his gaze from the beautiful scenery from the seabed, Lorhan noticed a giant uncle in front of him who angrily said to him, "Why did you come here? And now tell me quickly." Realizing that he needed to show respect to this man, Lorhan bowed and said, "I am Lorhan, a man and a true berserker. I would like to use the underwater tunnel, so I ask for your understanding." When the man heard who had come to his underwater tunnel, he was confused by this introduction and said in surprise that it had been a long time since I had people here. After some thought about what he should do, the manager of the underwater tunnel aide nervously said, "Well, I still need to think about the underwater tunnel, but for now, follow me." Walking ahead of Lorhan, the underwater tunnel manager nervously said the settlement is in that direction. Exhaling heavily after what he had just experienced, Lorhan said, surprised, "It went well." The next moment, Lorhan saw a system notification in front of him. As soon as he stepped into the settlement area, "You have discovered an underwater settlement. A great achievement, you have discovered a forgotten territory." Immediately after receiving the achievement, Lorhan also received the title of Pioneer, which gave him the effect of favoring the neutral NPCs who lived in this underwater settlement. Happy that he already had a good relationship with all the inhabitants of the underwater city, Lorhan slyly said in his head, "Thanks to the title, nothing is impossible. Their favor towards me has increased and become friendly, and I have already passed the first stage of the test." Following the head of the underwater tunnel, Lorhan mentally said, "But it is too early to relax because there are still many more checkpoints to pass." Following the man he had first met in the tunnel, Lorhan noticed that all the underwater inhabitants were looking at him strangely. Paying attention to another group of inhabitants who were staring at him for some reason, Lorhan mentally said, "They keep looking at me without even trying to look away. Probably because I am a guest whom they are seeing for the first time in a long time, as if I have become a celebrity." Having walked some distance behind the man, the manager of the underwater tunnel aide said unhappily, "So why are you going to the central continent?" Hearing this question, Lorhan said in surprise, "What do you mean?" Immediately after these words, Lorhan remembered what had happened to him in his past life and thought that the second exam had already begun. If so, Then after these thoughts, Lorhan said, I am a member of the research team. Immediately after these words, Lorhan began to load his uncle with information, saying, I have discovered that there are significant anomalies in the world. I am going to the central continent to pass on all the information I have collected and continue my research. Hearing this answer, the manager of the underwater tunnel, Aid, said thoughtfully, Wow, a member of the research team then. When the manager of the underwater tunnel, Aid, thought about Lorhan's words, the boy confidently said, showing the ring on his finger, I even have a sign of belonging to the researchers. Immediately after that, he mentally said a group of researchers is a key word that should work with underwater inhabitants. Recalling the history of this underwater place, Lorhan mentally said, imagining in his head the underwater knights, the underwater inhabitants from ancient times took over the management of the underwater tunnel. Immediately after that, remembering the time when shipping and shipbuilding began to develop, Lorhan mentally added, however, with the development of shipping and magic. Realizing how much the underwater settlement had fallen into decay, Lorhan continued his story. The number of people visiting the underwater tunnel was slowly decreasing, and so on the ground, they forgot about the race of the underwater inhabitants. Immediately after mentioning this story to make a good impression on the manager of the underwater tunnel, 80, Lorhan said, You have faced a lot of difficulties during this long time. Hearing Lorhan's voice suddenly speak to him, the manager of the aid looked up and saw Lorhan bowing before him and said, As a member of the research team, I recognize that we have neglected you during this time, so I want to formally apologize to you. Immediately after these words, Lorhan spread his arms around him and said, I want you to know something. Our research team will never forget your noble sacrifice. Seeing that his speech had the best effect on the residents, causing them to cry and be moved, Lorhan continued confidently, How can we possibly understand all the pain you have endured for so long? Playing his role perfectly in front of the naive inhabitants of the underwater world, Lorhan mentally said, Boogaloo, the effect is just incredible. And then lowering his head and shedding a few tears, he confidently said, Of course, this will not be enough to pay for your hard work. Immediately after Lorhan noticed the desired effect from the inhabitants, he mentally said, Now that I have touched their hearts with my speech, it's time for compensation, or more precisely, a bribe. Seeing what Lorhan had pulled out of his inventory and placed on the ground in front of him, the underwater tunnel manager, Aid, exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, Lorhan pointed to the potions, supplies, and other items he had offered as a bribe, and confidently said, You haven't had any supplies for a long time, so you must have been struggling, but now it's all yours. Looking at the goods that appeared at their disposal, the touched resident said, Oh, this is a golden needle. With this we can save Iorona, and this is an intermediate detox potion, if only we had it a little earlier. Seeing what was happening to its inhabitants, the manager of the underwater tunnel, Aid, said, Stop making a fuss. You can examine the items later. We have no hurry. Immediately after these words, the manager of the underwater tunnel, Aid, approached the boy and said unhappily, Hey, what's up, Lorhan? And seeing that something was wrong with Aid, Lorhan nervously replied, Oh, yes. As soon as Aid's tone of voice made Lorhan nervous, he smiled happily and winked. Your intentions and those of your research team are clear. We will gladly use your gifts, but don't forget that you still have to pass the qualification test. Hearing that he still had to pass this qualification test, Lorhan said in his head, Damn it, it didn't work, and then answered, Of course. As soon as the manager of the underwater tunnel, Aid, heard that he was ready to start, he immediately said, Great, let's start your test. Go up to the platform. Being on the platform after he passed the qualification test of the underwater inhabitants, Lorhan was waiting to see what would happen next and what his results would be. Kneeling down in front of Aid, who was reading out the results, Lorhan heard, I, Aid, the underwater tunnel manager, will now announce the results of the qualification exam of the human and true berserker Lorhan. Immediately afterwards, the underwater tunnel manager, Aid, confidently spoke the first proof of value to prove that you are worthy of going to the central continent. Immediately after that, Lorhan heard past being a member of the research team. You have already proven your worth. Hearing this, Lorhan happily said thank you, and then said in his head, well, partly it was expected. After these thoughts, Lorhan heard from the manager of the underwater tunnel, Aid, the second challenge to prove your honor, to prove that you are not a thief, was passed. Recalling all of Lorhan's past exploits, which even reached them, the underwater tunnel manager, Ada, told him that those who have already demonstrated their honor and reputation do not need this test, and that being one of the defenders you have already sacrificed yourself for others, so it no longer needs to be proven. Watching all the videos and photos shown by the underwater resident, Lorhan nervously said in his head, "That's nice to hear." After announcing the 2 tests, the underwater tunnel manager, Aid, continued with a third proof of respect to honor the souls of those who sacrificed themselves in creating the underwater tunnel and to show their generosity in helping to maintain and repair it. Immediately afterwards, the underwater tunnel manager, Aid, confidently announced the passing of the test upon hearing that he had completed 3 of the 3 tests. Lorhan joyfully exclaimed in his head, "Yes, I did." After announcing the passing of the 3rd test, the manager of the underwater tunnel, Aid, said, "The items you gave us will help us a lot. Thank you on behalf of all the people of the city." Hearing these words, Lorhan replied awkwardly, "No need." And smiling slyly, he thought, "It was so easy that I'm even starting to look for some reason for all this." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan looked up at the manager of the underwater tunnel, Aid, who was announcing the results, and nervously said in his head, "Frankly speaking, the main test of this exam is the 4th. The next moment, the underwater tunnel manager, Aid, shouted out, "I will give you the 4th test for the last time." Tearing up the sheet of paper with the results, the underwater tunnel manager, Aid, shouted out, "Proof of protection. This test determines whether you are worthy of protecting the underwater tunnel." Immediately after these words, the tunnel manager, Aid, shouted in anger, "Dive down and catch the newt right now." Hearing the order from the manager, Lorhan obediently shouted yes, and then slyly said boogeyman in his head, as I generally expected from him. Triton, he unlike mermaids specializes in close combat. Moreover, although mermaids are usually slow in the water, he is characterized by higher speed. Going into the water to catch the Triton on the orders of the manager of the Aid, Lorhan mentally said, "There is of course one way to lure it to land and kill it, but because as soon as I leave this place my test will be reset." Moving forward and continuing to think about how he could end this test, Lorhan said, "I have no choice but to risk my life to face him face to face." Heading to the place where the Triton should be, Lorhan said happily without the underwater skill, "It would be very difficult." Immediately after these words pounding his chest, Lorhan added, "And with this subject it is a completely different conversation." Immediately after these words, Lorhan said confidently, "Well, let's get started." The next moment, he took the Triton's call horn into his hands, originally intended to communicate between mermaids, but it was taken away by the underwater inhabitants. The next moment, the sound of the horn was heard all over the ocean floor, and of course Triton heard it and immediately responded to the call. Pointing his axe at the enemy who came to the call of the horn, Lorhan confidently said to Triton, "Well, come on, come to me. What are you waiting for?" Immediately after this provocation, the seabed dweller could not ignore the boy's words and immediately attacked him with his trident. Having blocked the attack of his opponent, who reacted quickly enough to the provocation, Lorhan spoke menacingly to the ugly fishhead. Hearing such words addressed to him by a person who is not even in his environment, Triton angrily exclaimed, "Calling on me so fearlessly, I will destroy you." Immediately after these words, Triton suddenly retreated, swimming away from Lorhan, whom he had just threatened to kill for his insolent behavior. Seeing how fast his opponent was moving in his natural environment, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "So that's how fast you are in the water then? In that case." As soon as the newt began to circle around Lorhan to confuse him into attacking by surprise, the boy confidently said in his head now, and then used his combined skill of screaming madness. With this, he was able to help himself in the confrontation with the sea creature by making it freeze in place and grab his head from the stun effect. Closing his ear canals to avoid serious damage from the opponent's sudden attack, the angry Triton said to the guy, "Damn, you're a rascal." As soon as Lorhan had a great opportunity, he couldn't help but take advantage of it, and immediately swung his axe and shouted, "Die!" and struck a powerful blow. After completing the attack, Lorhan did not feel that he had hit anything with his weapon, and he was surprised to say that he had dodged it. Immediately after expressing his surprise, Lorhan heard Triton's voice next to him saying in a haughty tone, "You stupid human, you haven't realized yet." Starting to swim quickly around Lorhan again in different trajectories, Triton confidently spoke to this cold depth of water. Putting Lorhan in a state of confusion, Triton found a great opportunity to attack and stabbed the guy from behind with his trident, saying, "No one can defeat me." Feeling the pain of being stabbed in the back with the trident, Lorhan immediately lost consciousness from the painful shock. Looking at his opponent, who was no longer moving after just one trident stroke, the smug newt said arrogantly, "I like what I see. You are so brazen but so pathetic." Immediately after these words, Triton gripped his trident tightly and confidently said, Well, now it's time to finally deal with yourself. Continuing to gloat over the fact that he had defeated his impudent opponent, Triton said arrogantly, "Even though I hit your heart, you don't have to worry much." Rushing after his enemy, who did not even move after the accurate hit to his heart, Triton shouted menacingly, "You are dead anyway." Immediately after this incident, another heart started beating in Lorhan's chest and took on the role of survival and bringing the whole body to life. The next moment, Lorhan regained consciousness and grabbed his axe and knocked the enemy's trident out of his hands, simultaneously stunning him into a stupor by the fact that he could move despite the broken heart. Not understanding why Lorhan was still moving after his last attack, Triton nervously asked what the hell was going on. "I thought you were dead." As soon as these words came out of his opponent's mouth, Lorhan immediately grabbed him by the neck and held him tightly in his hand so that he would not accidentally run away. Holding the enemy in his arms, Lorhan used his strike skill to speak ominously. "I finally got you, you damned rascal. I had to try hard to catch you." Looking at his enemy, who had suddenly come back to life, Triton said in confusion, "This is simply not possible. I have definitely pierced your heart. How can you still be alive?" With a sly smile after his opponent's question, Lorhan confidently said, "You should have checked how many hearts I really have." Swinging his axe, Lorhan prepared to finish off the annoying fish to fulfill his task set by the manager of the underwater tunnel, Aid. Bringing the enemy's death to his head, Lorhan shouted out a menacing farewell to the ugly fish head. Realizing that this is where his end would come, Triton, frightened by this development of events, suddenly shouted out halt. Immediately after the battle with the newt, Lorhan drank a regeneration potion to restore the normal functioning of his heart, which had been pierced by the enemy. As he continued to drink the regeneration potion, Lorhan said in disappointment, "I lost one heart. It's a shame that the skill's effect is gone, but I can restore it once I get to the central continent." Thinking of how he could restore his lost heart, Lorhan mentally said that if he made a donation to the temple in the capital, any wound, severed arm, or damaged internal organs could be healed. Standing on the seabed, Lorhan continued to drink the elixir and thought, of course, it would be quite expensive. But at the same time, the manager of the underwater tunnel, Aid, seeing that Lorhan had coped with the task, simply patted his hand, impressed by the fight. Arriving back in the underwater tunnel, after passing the fourth test, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed to the manager, to which he replied, "You have proven that you are strong enough to protect the tunnel. Now you can use the underwater tunnel." Immediately after that, Lorhan saw system notifications that said you have been authorized to use the underwater tunnel. Now you can use the underwater tunnel anytime you pay the passage fee. Then Lorhan happily said in his head, "Booga, great things are slowly getting better." The next moment, looking at Lorhan, the manager of the underwater tunnel, Aid, said nervously, "But there is one problem," and the guy was surprised to hear that the test was not over. Immediately after that, the manager of the underwater tunnel, Aid, said nervously, "The tunnel hasn't been monitored much lately, so I think it will be difficult to get through. It would be great if you could clear the way." Having received the task from the manager of the underwater tunnel, Aid, to clear the tunnel, Lorhan looked at the award and was shocked, and said in his head that the high-speed train was not bad. Immediately afterwards, Lorhan shook hands with the manager of the underwater tunnel, Ada, and confidently said, "I'll do it," to which he replied, "Good luck, Lorhan." Arriving at the right place where the monsters were blocking the way to the high-speed train, Lorhan said in surprise, "I have to do it," or else he meant it. Looking at the water creatures that were on land, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "It seems that all the monsters that live nearby have gathered here. It looks like a fish market." Noticing the dangerous devilfish in front of him, which is quite dangerous in the water, Lorhan said confidently, "At great depths they can be quite dangerous, but since they can barely breathe here, their combat power is quite low." Pouncing on the first of the enemies he needed to finish off, Lorhan said confidently, "Well, this is just a living lump of experience that needs a couple of blows." Having cut down the giant fish with one blow, it was not difficult for Lorhan to deal with the other enemies because they could not even resist, let alone fight him. Having made a great deal of progress in killing his enemies, Lorhan shouted in a frantic tone as he cut down the enemies one by one, "So which of you should be cut by Lorhan's next sashimi omakase openly?" Sometime after Lorhan began to destroy the enemies, he finally finished killing all the monsters, and then joyfully announced that the assorted sashimi was ready. Immediately after that, preparing to conquer the capital after receiving the first achievement, Lorhan happily said boogaloo. All that was left was to take the first express train to the capital of lightness. Having reached the trolley that would quickly take him to the continent, Lorhan got on it and started the journey before he even had time to drive a mile before he exclaimed in fright. The road was not the best. It was even steeper than a roller coaster. The paths intertwined a large number of times. There were many ups and downs and loops on the road. Heading to his destination, Lorhan spoke angrily in his head, remembering a dwarf he knew. I suspected it would be something like that trolley, and I was right. Thanks to the damn dwarf race. After some time, the trolley finally left the cliff. But the road ended right at the exit, and as a result, Lorhan flew off the road and continued his journey on his own. His flight was not long and the landing was quite hard. The Gnome Express was fast enough, but no one can guarantee safety. Coming to his senses after stopping with his head in the ground, Lorhan pulled his head out of the ground, took a deep breath, and nervously exclaimed, "I have risen from the dead!" Immediately after that, seeing the capital in front of him, which was already within reach, the boy said happily, "I finally made it." The next moment, Lorhan noticed a system notification in front of him, informing him that he had accomplished an incredible achievement and held the first title for reaching the capital. Looking at the incredible number of additional effects that this first title gave him, Lorhan was surprised to say not just incredible, but incredible. Seeing the main effect that interested Lorhan sounded like this. The reputation of NPCs in alliance camps and neutral camps in the central continent increases by 1 level. Then the guy was amazed to hear that in particular, if the reputation rises by several levels from the effect, then the NPCs will be very friendly to me from the very beginning. Also, with the receipt of this title, Lorhan received many titles that he already owned and which received new enhanced effects when summed up. Then the guy was surprised to say, "Wow, where did so many titles of the first one come from?" After removing all the titles he had already seen, Lorhan suddenly noticed one called Searching for Traces of Wild Wind, which fulfilled the second point, which was the first passage through the underwater tunnel. Then Lorhan said in surprise, "And this is what I forgot about the high-level training ground, which was useless anyway." Removing the title of the storm search, Lorhan plunged into thought saying, "I wonder if it's really true," and then suddenly exclaimed, "Maybe it is." Heading for the capital, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "My hard work will be rewarded, but I'll deal with that a little later." Immediately after these words, looking down from the cliff at the capital, which was on another continent, Lorhan smiled slyly and mentally said that the most important quest was the central continent. Recalling the first 2 cities where he had completed all the tasks quickly enough, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head if the first 2 cities were needed for training and the third was a beginner's zone. Approaching the edge of the cliff, Lorhan saw a beautiful landscape of the capital, which was already within easy reach. And then he said, "In the fourth, the system is already working at full capacity. I wonder if I can change my class." Thinking about such a fraud, Lorhan remembered that he would have to work a little and mentally said, "I will need an imperial mark in the amount of 300 pieces. To get these imperial marks, it was necessary to defeat the giant ogres after defeating them, and a mark of 1 piece per enemy was issued. Having found the first opponent to receive the imperial sign, Lorhan saw that this monster was 199 level. Then he mentally said, "Well, I need to finish off as many as 300 giant ogres." Preparing for the battle with the first enemy, he happily exclaimed, "Well, let's not drag it out, let's go." Stretching out his hand and grabbing the axe in it, Lorhan prepared to attack the enemy and confidently said in his head, "No matter how many useful titles I have." Immediately after these thoughts, looking at his level, which was at the level of 190, the boy added disappointedly, "I will not be able to do anything in the central continent unless I get the 200th level or higher." Heading for the first orc from which he would receive the first sign of the Emperor, Lorhan confidently exclaimed, "I still need to do it and I have enough time, and that is why the time has come." Rushing at the enemy who would be his first prey on the hunt for the Emperor's marks, Lorhan shouted out to enjoy the pumping. Jumping up and throwing himself at the orc from above, Lorhan hit the staff with his axe, which the monster used to shield himself from a direct hit. However, his magic staff was not strong enough to withstand the direct hit of the axe and continue to function, and as a result of the blocked blow, it broke into 2 pieces. Seeing his weapon shattered, the frightened orc immediately scrambled, unable to defend himself against his opponent's next attacks. However, he didn't have to suffer for long, as Lorhan destroyed the giant orc's magic staff and immediately moved in for the next blow, delivering a fatal blow. As a result of using this powerful attack, the boy easily cut the enemy into 2 parts without giving him a single chance to survive in this battle. After the battle was over, a giant ogre club with a magical level remained on the ground, and it was his weapon that did not help him. Picking up the item left behind by the monster, Lorhan went on to find something that was truly valuable to him, and seeing a coin nearby, Lorhan immediately reached for it, which turned out to be an Imperial token. Holding in his hands the Imperial token he had received after killing the giant orc, Lorhan heard a noise behind him and thoughtfully said it seemed that they smelled the blood of their comrade. As the enemies began to approach and the noise grew louder, Lorhan put the first coin in his inventory and said happily, "There are still 299 pieces left." When the enemies were in front of him, Lorhan prepared for the next fight with a crowd of enemies and shouted in a provocative tone, "Hey mobs, attack! I'm waiting for you." Having dodged the first attack of the giant who was running directly at him, Lorhan said excitedly, "I wonder if he is so healthy and uneducated. He has a lot of strength but no intelligence." The next moment, rushing to his next enemy, the guy simply cut him into two parts with great preparation. He did not need enemies strong but stupid to do this. Having destroyed another enemy, Lorhan stopped behind him and then felt that there was another enemy behind him. Quickly turning around and striking him, Lorhan said this. Having cut the enemy into two parts, which was the last one on this battlefield, the boy confidently added, "I will strike the last blow." Picking up the last coin that fell out of the giant orc, Lorhan lifted it up and exclaimed joyfully, "Finally I did it!" After completing the task of collecting coins to change his class, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed all 300 pieces. "I collected them, although it took a while." Also, upon completion of the collection of Imperial tokens, Lorhan was able to raise his level to 200 after killing the last monster. Seeing this, he happily said, "Great, the level is appropriate." Standing among a large number of dead giant ogres, Lorhan said arrogantly, "They call themselves kings of the forest, and I found them easier to deal with than trolls." Having completed his hunt for the pharmacy of Imperial tokens, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "By the way, I still have time to gain experience and increase my level." Looking back into the forest where there were supposed to be more enemies, Lorhan smiled ominously and said thoughtfully, "Well, what other mobs are there?" Hearing a noise coming from the forest, Lorhan was glad that his hunt would not end there and said happily, "Great, I was just planning to hunt." Arriving at the place where the noise was coming from, Lorhan suddenly saw an enemy with whom he did not want to engage in combat, and as a result quickly hid behind a tree. Again, Lorhan looked out from behind the tree and said, "Why the hell did this monster appear now?" Right in front of him, Lorhan could see a two-headed orc that was out hunting and looking for something to eat. Observing the monster's behavior, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "It looks like a normal two-headed monster." Noticing that he had found his prey, which was a deer grazing in the meadow, the monster immediately attacked, and Lorhan thought to himself, but its true power can only be seen in real combat. Looking at what was left of the unfortunate animal, the boy who continued to follow the enemy mentally said, "He is a berserker like me, just a level higher." Watching him eat the deer he had just killed, the boy added in his head that there was a very high probability that he could use the same skill. Deciding to hide out of sight of the monster so that it wouldn't accidentally notice him, Lorhan mentally said, "I don't know about the other classes, but two berserkers is pretty dangerous. I think I'd better back off now." Opening his rune book to travel to the capital, Lorhan mentally said, "I'll deal with him after I'm done with the fourth shift." Arriving at the Berserker Guild in the capital and bringing with him everything he needed to level up, Lorhan said to the guildmaster, "I would like to do the fourth shift. I have collected all 300 Imperial marks." When the guildmaster heard that the boy, who was level 200, had already collected all 300 Imperial marks, he was surprised to hear that he had collected such a large amount. Grabbing the boy's hands and jumping up from his seat, the Berserker Guild Master exclaimed in amazement, he was a truly outstanding hero. Immediately after that, trying to somehow restrain his emotions, the Guildmaster looked at the guy with a loving look and said, "You are the first such perfect berserker in my life." Barely restraining his anger, Lorhan said unhappily, trying to take his hand away, "Thank you," and then mentally said that if he praised him, then let him give me a reward. As soon as Lorhan thought of this, he heard the Guildmaster say, "Wait a bit," and the boy was surprised to hear him say that he would indeed give a reward. The next moment, Lorhan had a berserker crystal in his hands, and then he saw a system notification in front of him that said, "You have become the first expert in the class." Immediately after, 2 more system notifications appeared, saying that you received the title of the first expert in the class. You are the first owner of this tootle. Looking at what exactly he had received this title, Lorhan saw in the description under the title, First expert in the class, a unique title that is awarded to the first person to become an expert in their class, the effect of adding a slot for the creation skill. Seeing what he got, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "That's great," and then mentally said, "Only a player who has reached the 200th level can become an expert." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan felt that he had become even stronger, and happily said in his head that the one who became the first specialist in his field also had his own bonuses. Thinking about what opportunities he now has, Lorhan said thoughtfully as he looked at his profile, "So I finally have the skills to create, yes." Recalling what exactly makes these new abilities stand out when reaching the 200th level, Lorhan thoughtfully said creation skills can only be used by experts in the classroom. These skills can be used in conjunction with combined skills, and there are many applications for them. At first glance, this may not seem as surprising as it seems, but if you add combined skills to the mix, imagining the great effectiveness of combinations of creation skills in combination with combined skills, Lorhan mentally said, "Despite the fact that the use of mana will become very large, an incredibly strong effect will be available." Thinking about what he should do, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "So what I get from the 4 combined skills, I can make 4 creation skills." Looking at the guy who was thinking about the creation skills, the guildmaster said to him, "You need skill books. Let's see. You still need to learn the amplification skills." But as soon as he said that, he was surprised to hear that you had learned them as well. Disappointed that he could not help him, the berserker guildmaster said sadly, "You have learned all the basics perfectly." And Lorhan, proud of himself, mentally said, "Thanks to the experience gained through hard work." After placing an order for skill books, Lorhan heard from the guildmaster who put the books on the table, "So you need all the existing skills to strengthen. It will cost gold, and there are still skills: fortified heart steel muscles, unbridled offense frenzy mana, controlled destruction of weapons armor penetration." After placing an order for all existing skill books, the berserker guildmaster said 7 more books in total, for a total of gold. And hearing the price of the remaining books, Lorhan said, "Yes, that's right, here's your gold." Waving goodbye to Lorhan, the berserker guildmaster happily exclaimed, "Come back again." But Lorhan was not too keen on coming back again without needing to. After leaving the berserker guild in the capital, Lorhan looked through one of the skill books and thoughtfully said, "I'll have to study all of this." As soon as he studied all the books that he had acquired, all his skills increased and new ones appeared that he did not possess. Seeing this large number of notifications, the guy was surprised to say how much there was. Having nailed down all the skills that he was not interested in at the moment, Lorhan said, "I can use these 4 skills directly. That's enough. I can make combinations of them." Seeing a system message that said, "Please specify a skill group or skill book for the skill combination," Lorhan moved the skills around and said, "Power attack, jerk punch, strong body, unbridled attack. Choose rampage," creating a new skill combination. Lorhan named it murderous frenzy. When the rest of the created skills were registered, Lorhan immediately went to test them, and he headed to the same area with the orcs. Walking forward, the boy threw a stone at one of them to attract attention. As soon as the enemy drew attention to him, Lorhan immediately rushed at the orc, shouting unbridled advance, and, swinging his axe behind him, Lorhan confidently delivered a fatal blow. Immediately afterwards, Lorhan's weapon grew in size. The next moment, this created attack hit his opponent directly, cutting him in 2. Having tested the creation of the attack, Lorhan, after completing the battle, went to the system menu and said the registration of the created counterattack skill. And immediately after that, a system notification appeared, informing him that the created skill was registered. Seeing that a description of the skill appeared in front of him, and confetti appeared from somewhere, the guy was surprised by this greeting and said that, "Wow, it was registered." In front of him, Lorhan saw a note from the berserker guildmaster in which it was written to the future High Master. "In fact, I have been waiting for a berserker like you for a long time. I am sending you the promised gift in the hope that it will definitely come in handy and you will accept it." After that, Lorhan received a system notification that said 1 slot for created skills was added. Throwing the note behind his back, Lorhan said unhappily, "You still can't calm down. You admire me and now you've given me a gift, even though I don't like it. But it's free, so I have to make the most of it." Immediately after these words, seeing the next enemy in front of him, Lorcan said joyfully, "Well, we're done with that now." Rushing at the next enemy who came his way, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "Perhaps it is time to complete his preparations." Striking the enemy with his axe after testing the skills he had created, and the new skills he had learned after moving to the 4th level of the profession, Lorhan added before meeting him. After killing all the enemies on his way, Lorhan happily said in his head when he saw the same two-headed monster near him, I finally finished with the registration of the created skills. When everything was ready, Lorhan could finally confidently engage in battle with the two-headed orc who was level 200. As soon as the enemy saw him, the boy decided to provoke his attack and waved his hand to him, calling him over and shouting, Come here! Hearing that he had just been called to him, the two-headed orc first became confused and then rushed to Lorhan. Approaching the boy, he struck with his two axes at the place where Lorhan stood, who in turn jumped up and mentally spoke, obviously because his main weapon was an axe in each hand. Lowering his eyes down to follow the movements of the weapon, Lorhan mentally added that it would be quite difficult to attack him from both sides. When the enemy's axe was almost at his temple, Lorhan looked at the enemy and said, But I have this. Recalling his skill that he had created, which allowed him to dodge the enemy's blow and hit him 1.5 times harder, Lorhan said counterattack. After applying the counterattack skill, Lorhan was able to inflict irreparable damage on the enemy. One of his heads was removed from his shoulders, and he could no longer wield two axes at the same time. However, after losing one head, the two-headed orc activated his berserker skill, falling into a fit of rage after a serious wound. Defending himself against all the attacks and blows of the enemy, which he could read like an open book, Lorhan said in his head, I know berserker skills better than anyone else. Waiting for the best moment to deal good damage to the enemy, Lorhan mentally said now. Then he used his disarming skill. Seeing a huge magic circle behind Lorhan, the two-headed orc froze in place in fright, not knowing what to do and what was about to happen. Having destroyed one of the enemy's axes, Lorhan pointed at him and confidently said, Boogeyman, despite the fact that you used the berserker skill, if I destroy your weapon, you will be finished. When he had only one axe left in his arsenal, the two-headed orc gripped his weapon tightly and prepared to fight in a new style, preparing to end the fight with one blow. Immediately after that, striking at the place where Lorhan stood, the two-headed orc heard the voice of a guy who exclaimed, Hey, what are you looking at? Being behind his opponent, preparing to use a powerful attack, Lorhan said menacingly, Can't you see I'm right here? Bouncing off his enemy's head, Lorhan asked in surprise, Wait a minute, I'm not just imagining things, you're really a berserker. Continuing to use the evasion skill, Lorhan simply teased his opponent, trying to have some fun with him from time to time, shouting provocative words like, Why are you so slow? When the enemy determined the location of his enemy and calculated where he would be, he immediately reached out for Lorhan, trying to catch him, listening to the guy say that you are a disgrace to all berserkers. When the opportunity arose, Lorhan folded his arms in front of him and used the skill he had created to bury the enemy in the ground. Having completed the use of his created skill, Lorhan did not even look back at the enemy and jumped from one stone to another, saying thoughtfully, Was my created skill just too fast? Immediately after that, looking back at his enemy who could barely get up, Lorhan spoke to him, but it didn't matter anyway. Preparing to finish off his enemy who could no longer continue to fight, Lorhan confidently said, I can only recognize in you one desire to continue fighting. Picking up his axe and aiming it at the enemy, Lorhan spoke formidably of a battle between two berserkers. The next moment, Lorhan used his newly created skill called Berserker Kill, and with this skill he quickly struck a large number of blows, chopping the enemy into small pieces. After the battle against the two-headed orc, Lorhan, fixing his hair, said disappointedly, And this one I was able to defeat, maybe it's time for me to return to the capital. Deciding that he had nothing else to do here, Lorhan took out a book of runes from his inventory and said to use the book of runes to move to the capital. Returning to the central square of the capital, Lorhan opened his profile and looked at the characteristics and said, Wow, I don't have much mana left, because as I thought I wouldn't be able to use the creation skills often. Continuing to explore his profile, Lorhan said with a sly smile, but still, clicking between the tabs in his profile, switching his skills over and over again, Lorhan happily said, This is not a bad thing. It's a pretty good result for me. But before he could finish, he heard someone behind him exclaim in surprise that it was true, not understanding why all the people suddenly ran to the same place, telling everyone they met to follow me. She was there, Lorhan said in surprise in his head, looking around at the people and did not understand what the sudden noise was. Not understanding what exactly had caused such a stir that all the people were running to one place, Lorhan mentally said that she was there. Immediately afterwards, Lorhan realized who it could be, and suddenly said in his head that person. The next moment, Lorhan heard someone in the crowd shouting, The saint has come to pray for us. Heading with the crowd to the place where the saint was healing all who needed help, Lorhan mentally said the right thing. Smiling ominously at the very moment he remembered his two hearts, Lorhan said in his head, "Because she is definitely there, right?" While the Holy Virgin was healing one of the needy, other people from the crowd who also needed her help shouted out again and again, "Help the sick man with your holy radiance, show your mercy to my prayers." Taking the wounded man by the hands, the Holy Virgin who was to heal him after a difficult battle in which he was injured said, "Please continue to take care of us." Looking at what was happening on the pedestal where the Holy Virgin was standing, the amazed citizens who were waiting for their turn exclaimed in amazement at the sacred radiance of the healing wounds. Walking among the crowd, Lorhan, who did not pay attention to the simple, moved forward, listening to the amazed words of the townspeople, as expected from a saint, "I am next." Once in front of the Holy Virgin, Lorhan, who did not even wait for the man to leave the pedestal, said, "You are the same saint from the settlement of Taimura on the central continent." Immediately after that, the boy told me my name, Lorhan, and I am a member of the Crossroads garrison currently exploring the central continent. When she heard who exactly had arrived, she was confused by this visitor to the party and asked anxiously, "Well, what business do you have with me?" Rising to her feet, the nervous girl did not understand what she had done, or whether something terrible had happened that a member of the garrison, who was also a member of the research team, had come to her. Pulling out a bag of coins from his cloak as a payment for the service, Lorhan smiled and said, "Please accept this donation to your temple." The next moment, indicating what exactly was bothering him and what needed to be treated, Lorhan said, "And you in return for me." After revealing the place where he needed to be treated, Lorhan said, "Please fix my heart, and if you can, please do it without waiting in line." As soon as the treatment of the second heart was completed, Lorhan walked away from the temple, and after a certain distance he exclaimed joyfully, "So this is how things are done. So this is how it feels." Recalling how it all happened, Lorhan was surprised to say that the rank definitely has a good effect, but I could not even imagine that the saint would personally heal me right there. When all Lorhan's problems were solved, he was satisfied with the work done and the feelings of the power of the two hearts. He said happily, "Now before the guys from the other guilds arrive in the capital, I think we should prepare a little." Walking through the streets of the capital, Lorhan looked for the building he needed and said, "First, I need to officially register as a citizen of Timur." After completing the first item on his to-do list upon arrival in the central continent, Lorhan said in his head, "That's pretty easy since I have the title of first visitor to the central continent." After receiving the registration, Lorhan went on with his business, saying in his head, "Secondly, I need to buy a property for a shop near my place of residence. I haven't decided what I will sell yet." Imagining in his mind the incredible wealth from sales, Lorhan said happily, "But I will take the best place in the capital. The successful location of the store should definitely increase my profits, because I am right." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan headed for the Dwarven Forge, thinking, "And then I must put to good use all that I have gained in the battle with the ogres." After hearing Lorhan's request to make an order, the dwarf decided to ask him again to confirm what he had heard. "So you want to create a customized weapon?" "I'm right." Immediately afterwards, the dwarf asked Lorhan if he had brought all the materials needed to create it with him. The next moment, Lorhan put the axe he had taken after defeating the two-headed orc on the dwarf's table. Seeing the blank for an individual weapon, the dwarf exclaimed in surprise, "How is it that this is not a battle axe of a two-headed orc?" Hearing that his workpiece was appreciated, Lorhan said confidently, trying not to exalt himself too much, "So with this, I want to create individual protective equipment." Looking at Lorhan, who had made this request, the dwarf said happily, "It looks like you have plenty of money." Hearing such words from the blacksmith, Lorhan thought to himself, "So he can do it after all." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan recalled his analysis of all the forges and thought, "But isn't it obvious that the reason I chose this particular one of the 5 forges in Timur is because of the possibility of creating individual equipment here?" Looking at his profile, Lorhan thoughtfully said in his head, "Of course I'm sorry to lose the effects of my current equipment, but the new one will be truly invincible, and the dwarves are the best smiths." Immediately after that, Lorhan the dwarf looked at his customer and asked what effects you need. And hearing the question, Lorhan confidently replied, "I need a critical hit probability." Hearing the order with an additional characteristic that the customer wants to receive, Lorhan mentally said, "Well, then there will be 6 parts including neck, shoulder, arm, and chest protection, as well as pants and shoes will do." Immediately after announcing which parts of the armor would be made, The dwarf said to Lorhan, "We can only make 5 parts in one day, so you better come back the day after tomorrow." Hearing the date of his armor's production, Lorhan said in his head, "It used to be that anything could be created in the crossroads if you paid for it, but it seems that because of people like me, new restrictions have been imposed." Resigned to the fact that his order would take 2 days to create, Lorhan continued walking and said in his head, "Well, I can do other things for now. There is one last and most important order to prepare." Arriving at the Tower of Evidence where he had some business, Lorhan was confronted by a pair of guards who blocked his path and asked him to identify himself. Hearing the demands from the guards, Lorhan bowed before the soldiers and said, "I am a true berserker. My name is Lorhan and I want to challenge this tower." Looking at the characteristics of the boy who arrived at the tower, one of the guards said in surprise, "You are quite a capable man. The entrance fee is 5 gold pieces, no extra charge regardless of which floor you can reach." After paying the entrance fee, Lorhan was able to move on immediately after the barrier was opened in front of him and allowed to go inside. Crossing the threshold, Lorhan heard himself follow. "Unless of course you die, well, good luck to you." As soon as the door closed, a system notification appeared, announcing that the test of the first floor of the test tower was about to begin. The Tower of Proof is a tower of respect and challenges where users prove their strength. The higher you climb, the stronger monsters you have to face and start fighting. The structure of the tower allows you to move to the next floor only when the player has defeated all the monsters on the previous floor. Although these monsters do not give any reward, they reward the top 100 users every month, which is a very valuable reward. Arriving on the first floor, Lorhan saw the first enemy that inhabited this floor, a level 1 defiled squirrel. Seeing the enemies in front of him on the first level, Lorhan pulled out his battle axe from his inventory and said in disappointment that this was my first enemy. The next moment, waving his weapon and destroying all the enemies in his path, Lorhan nervously said, "I'm going to feel guilty for killing them." As soon as the first floor of the tower was cleared, Lorhan received a system notification telling him to go to the second repeated call to surrender. Immediately after that, Lorhan did not even hesitate to press the redial button because he had one goal to achieve. After clicking on the recall, Lorhan began to wait for all the mobs on this floor to rise again, and while they respawned, the guy mentally said, "I would have gone to the second level earlier." As soon as the enemies were revived again, it was possible to pass it again, Lorhan said in a sly tone in his head. "But by repeating the test again, I will be able to get this and this too." After that, Lorhan began a group extermination of the defiled squirrels, killing them over and over again as soon as they recovered from choosing to take the test again. The squirrel genocide continued for the 384th time, and after a while Lorhan had already destroyed the defiled squirrels for the 618th time, but he still needed to destroy them 1,000 times. After fulfilling the condition for the title, Lorhan destroyed the squirrels for the 1,000th time and received a system notification that said, "You have received the title of One-Hit Wonder. You are the first holder of this title." Finally, having completed this continuous genocide, Lorhan could stop. Having received what he wanted in the description under the title, it said, "One-Hit Man. We are impressed with your impudence. You killed 1,000 monsters that were weaker than you in one hit. You are the best hunter of the weak effect. If the opponent's health decreases by 20% or more, after one hit, he will die instantly. Reputation is reduced by..." Smiling ominously after receiving this title, Lorhan happily said in his head, "Booga. It is the ability to instantly kill an opponent with a single blow, a title that is suitable for killing ordinary people." The next moment, Lorhan opened his profile window and said happily, "My reputation is already at a pretty high level. I got it by defeating the Black Dragon faction." Going to the second floor after the 1,000th genocide, Lorhan saw a system notification that said the current ranking first place, first floor higher ranking resets every month, and rewards are awarded depending on the ranking for everyone in the top 100. Looking at his place in the ranking, Lorhan happily said in his head, "I took the first place. I'm the first contender, even among ordinary users of the 200th level. For some time, there will be no one who can break this record of the first floor." Immediately after these thoughts, heading to the second floor, Lorhan happily said, "The job is done. I'll deal with the rest much faster. Time to move on." Stepping on the first step that led him to the second floor, Lorhan smiled slyly and said ominously, "Well then, let's go to the second floor." Having defeated the enemy of the 54th floor, Lorhan saw a system notification that said you have scored the highest score. The result will be noted in the rating. Immediately after that, Lorhan received a system notification that said you have reached the 54th floor of the evidence tower. Move to the floor to repeat the test and surrender. After passing the 54th floor, Lorhan took the first place in the top and then left it. Moving back to the entrance, the guy saw a system notification that said that the evidence tower was reset to the original one, with only days left. As soon as he was outside the evidence tower, the guy said, "I used the berserker effect, so I need to rest immediately to look at the rewards or something." Having opened the possible rewards for each place in the ranking, Lorhan said disappointedly, nothing interesting. Immediately after viewing the rewards for his efforts, the boy said happily, "But despite this, I received many hidden titles that I managed to collect in the tower." After reviewing what he had received, the guy said happily, stretching after a long stay in the test zone, "Especially the sixth sense. This perfect skill without a level is enough for me. And the reward for first place in the ranking of the Tower of Evidence will have to wait another month." Immediately after these words, Lorhan stopped thinking about the tower and said thoughtfully, maybe I should have some fun now. Immediately after these words, Lorhan headed to the central arena of Timur, where various fights and competitions were taking place and many other interesting things could be taken part in. Upon arriving at the arena, Lorhan immediately looked at the registration desk, where he could also sign up for the fights in the arena to have some fun after fighting the monsters. Seeing that a guy they had never seen before had arrived, one of the fighters surprisedly said, "Wow, a newcomer." And then another added, "A little mouse slipped in here again." Approaching the reception desk, Lorhan said, "I would like to register for the arena." And hearing Lorhan's request, the manager smiled slyly and asked what rank you have. Hearing the question from the guy, Lorhan answered the soldier immediately after the manager checked and said the soldier's rank is confirmed. Immediately after completing the registration, the manager handed Lorhan a coin and said, "Take this when it's your turn. Go straight to the arena and you will participate now." Hearing the manager's question, Lorhan took the coin in his hands and smiled happily and said, "Of course. The rules in this arena, or if it is called a chicken coop, are quite simple. 2 opponents face each other until one of them dies. Of course, there are no penalties outside the arena. And even if you kill someone inside, there are no penalties. But that's not the best part of it all." With a sly smile, waiting for his turn, Lorhan mentally said that every round the berserker effect reloads, is there another battle where my rage will be so appropriate. Hearing that he was invited to the ring, Lorhan took his moment in hand and mentally said, "Well, finally, it's my turn. Since there are no ordinary users here and battles are fought only with NPCs, finding a partner takes little time." Rising from his seat, Lorhan mentally said, "The maximum level of the NPC opponent is 190th. Such battles allow me to warm up better than in battles with users." Immediately after that, using his coin given to him by the manager, Lorhan said the move command and then began to be transported to the arena, to the opponent. Once in the arena, Lorhan thought in his head, "So let's see who my opponent is this time." Before Lorhan was his swordsman Mashimu, who had killed a dozen people. His level was 150th. An interesting opponent, but rather weak. Preparing for the battle, Lorhan looked at his opponent and thought, "I wonder if this NPC is the maximum level for the rank of a soldier." Pulling his sword from its sheath, the swordsman Mashimu said arrogantly to Lorhan, "This is your first fight in this arena, kid. You have nothing to worry about." Immediately after these words, the swordsman charged at Lorhan, confidently saying, "You'll be my 11th victim anyway, and it will all happen quickly enough." Preparing for the enemy to launch his attack, Lorhan mentally said, "After about 10 victories, I'll be put in a normal opponent to use." Having destroyed his first opponent, the swordsman Mashima, with just one swing of the axe, Lorhan mentally said after each series of victories, a small bonus is added to the points. After killing the enemy in a matter of seconds, Lorhan said in disappointment, "Well, everything is clear." And immediately after that, he received a system notification that said, "You won the competition." Immediately after that, another system notification appeared, telling him that you had received 10 arena points. Seeing what had just happened to the powerful NPC who had defeated 10 enemies in a row without losing, one of the spectators exclaimed in amazement that he had finished Mashima with one blow, to which another replied that he was just an incredible newcomer. Seeing how many points he got as a reward for the enemy, Lorhan said in disappointment in his head, "I got only 10 points in one round, and it seems that I can only hope for a bonus for a series of victories." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan prepared to continue the challenge against the NPC fighters in the arena and shouted out with anticipation, "There's nothing you can do about it. Having defeated a certain number of enemies in a row without losing, Lorhan received a system notification due to a series of victories. Your skills have been recognized, soldier. The level of the opponent will be changed. Seeing that the next enemies should be stronger, Lorhan happily said in his head, just like I thought, I will be able to level up when I move to a higher level here. Lorhan's next enemy was an NPC who was level 167, nicknamed the Stone Fist, and as his victory streak grew, so did the level of the enemies he encountered. Pouncing on his new opponent, who already had slightly better characteristics, Lorhan mentally said in his head, I will do the same as always. Thus, Lorhan defeated many more enemies thanks to his outstanding skills, and the low level of enemies who could not even do anything to fight against him. After cutting another enemy into two, Lorhan began to feel sad that all of his enemies were so weak that he couldn't even fight them. Having defeated an incredibly large number of players, Lorhan sat down on a pile of their corpses with his head propped up by his hand, waiting for the next opponent. His current point balance was 30,276 units. Looking at his point total and victory streak in the arena, Lorhan said in disappointment, I have exactly 300 victories in a row in just 2 days. The next moment, Lorhan snorted and scratched his beard and said in his head, I don't like the fact that the system only records a maximum of 50 wins in a row, but I got one useful title and that's enough for me now. The next moment he decided that his arena points would definitely be useful for something, so he said to open the arena shop. Immediately after that, he clicked on an item in the shop called Warrior's Honor, a type of magic that increases your reputation by 100 points when used, and after reading the description, Lorhan said, let's see, let's buy 20 of them. After this purchase, Lorhan had 276 arena points left, but his current reputation was 2,096 units. After purchasing the reputation, Lorhan said with a grudging smile, if my reputation hadn't been ruined by scoring points on squirrels, I would have had more arena points left. Immediately after these words, Lorhan walked away from the arena when the daily limit was reached. So there will be no problems with getting the first place in the first season. Walking around the city, Lorhan said in surprise, and Taimura is quite large for the first city, but I will still leave it after completing a couple of tasks. Noticing the building he needed while traveling around the city, Lorhan suddenly stopped and exclaimed, I need to go here. In front of Lorhan was a giant building that was the Castle of the Knights, and Lorhan planned to look into it soon, and that moment came. Going inside, Lorhan arrived at the reception desk and spoke to the manager, bowing before him. I would like to get the rank of knight. Looking through the papers after the boy's request, the manager said thoughtfully, let's see. After a few seconds, the manager told Lorhan you meet all the requirements. And the next moment, the boy saw a system notification that said, the check of the conditions for knight rank is complete. The manager handed Lorhan a letter in which he swore to protect the people and not to harm the city, and said, sign the oath here. Having drawn his seal on the document to raise his rank to knight from an ordinary soldier, Lorhan received a system notification that said, you are now a free knight. The next moment, Lorhan received a system notification that said, a knight is someone who serves his master. We hope you find a master to whom you will dedicate your sword. As Lorhan put the pen on his upper lip, he heard a soldier ask him if there was a master you wanted to serve. Immediately afterwards, the soldier added, you are the first knight among the visitors. If you have no other options, I will introduce you to a very good man. Hearing this, Lorhan mentally said, I don't need to. It's not appropriate for my rank. Recalling the condition of receiving the title, Lorhan mentally said that to become a true knight, you must find a master to whom you will dedicate your sword and sign the oath of a knight, which is probably why the notification of the new title has not yet appeared. Immediately after the soldier's offer, Lorhan stretched out his hand to the soldier and said, I'm sorry, but I have a man I want to serve. Shaking hands with the new knight, the manager happily said, great, then I wish you good luck. Leaving the knight's castle, Lorhan thought that there are many advantages to working under a high-ranking nobleman, but it is quite easy to get caught up in it and then not return to normal life, especially if the lord has an intermediate rank, such as a window or count. The restrictions are even stricter. Imagining a situation where a gentleman says to him, you're going to get a rank higher than I think, Lorhan mentally said, even if the user meets the conditions for obtaining a high noble title, greedy and selfish NPCs can block my knight's path. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan thought about how he could get the title, but without consequences, and said, however, This does not mean that I am going to remain a free knight. There is one place where I can get help, but should I go there? Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan sighed heavily and said, "Okay, I'll take care of more important things later." Arriving at the Guild of People, Lorhan confidently said, standing in front of a large building, "If I have already arrived here, I need to complete a racial quest. Since I have reached the rank of knight, I can skip the secondary quests." Entering the Guild of People, Lorhan immediately handed the guildmaster the letter that Harvin had left him. Picking it up and unsealing it, the guildmaster of the capital said in surprise, "Harvin sent you." Hearing the question from the guildmaster, Lorhan answered, saying that once I was on the central continent, I should definitely come to you and ask for help. Throwing Harvin's letter away, the guildmaster said, "Well, I have many worthy knights under my leadership." Immediately after that, Lorhan took out a sack with some kind of filling from his inventory and added something else. Leaving the sack on the guildmaster's table, Lorhan added, "He ordered me to thank you for finding time for me in your busy schedule," he said. Seeing that he was being offered a bribe by a guildmaster of people on the central continent, he said in an indifferent tone of voice, "I'm not the kind of person who can be bribed with something like that." Lorhan opened the bag with the parcel and showed its contents as soon as the guildmaster saw what was inside. He exclaimed in surprise. As soon as the guildmaster was interested in the gift, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, "I thought that if I filled the bag with gold it would be too heavy, so I filled it with precious stones. And when the surprise master saw how much money was in it, he exclaimed that it was 2 or 3 times more valuable than gold coins." Immediately after that, accepting the modest gift of his guest, the guildmaster awkwardly dragged the sack behind him and said, "Well, if so, I have one request for you." Immediately after that, Lorhan received a system notification stating that the level of favor of the carbon representative had increased significantly. After hiding the bag of gems in his closet, the guildmaster Carbon asked Lorhan if he knew the legend of the pyramid. Hearing the question from his grandfather, Lorhan confidently answered with a sly smile and mentally said, "Of course I do. I spent a lot of time there." Immediately after the answer that he had information on this matter, Carbon said, "I heard that inside the pyramid there are creatures that do not die or decompose. You should learn about them." Accepting the request from Carbon, Lorhan bowed and spoke with joy immediately after he received a task from the guildmaster. The condition of the task was to make sure that there were monsters that did not decompose. Immediately after that, looking at the reward he would receive for this quest, Lorhan said thoughtfully, "So the reward depends on what results I achieve, yes." Setting out to investigate the pyramid and determine the existence of those very creatures, Lorhan thought, it means that this quest cannot be completed simply by confirming completion. Realizing what would definitely happen to him in the future, Lorhan said in his head, "As soon as I can detect them, a battle will certainly begin between us." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan remembered how to complete this quest and said in his head, "If I bring the bloodstone from where it came from, the quest will be completed, but now it will be too difficult." Looking back at Carbon, who could not be happy with the jewels he had received, Lorhan said in his head, "As far as I remember, the level of those creatures is about 240. Perhaps it was because of the bribe, but the difficulty of the quest has become very high." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan continued his thoughts about raising the difficulty of the dungeon and mentally said, starting from the 200th level, the stats increase more and more with each level. The additional ability points given for reaching the level also doubles. Having mentioned the already bad news about reaching the 200th level, Lorhan also mentioned a problem that could greatly hinder him in the mission. Namely, he mentioned that monsters sometimes have titles and special effects. Leaving the human guild in the central continent, Lorhan mentally said that soon users will come here. First of all, I will do everything I can. Going to the arena in Timur, Lorhan arrived at the reception and received a new badge, after which he received system notifications that said, "Your rank in the league has been changed to Knight. Defeating enemies, you can earn more arena points. For arena points, you can buy more other goods." After taking the emblem to participate in the battles, Lorhan heard from the manager whether you will participate right now, to which Lorhan replied no. Leaving the arena in Timur, Lorhan mentally said, "If I catch the eye of another nobleman while trying to accumulate arena points, I will be in trouble now. My main quest is a priority." Arriving at the headquarters of the garrison of the central continent, Lorhan came across a couple of guards who blocked his path. Then one of them said, "Who is this name yourself?" When he heard the question, the guy said, "I am Lorhan, a member of the Crossroads garrison." After checking the information, One of the guards said his identity was confirmed, and then he was allowed to pass the guards. And Lorhan looked back and nervously said in his head, "Wow, his body is almost the same as Malkin's." The next moment, Lorhan found himself inside the general headquarters of the garrison in the capital. Approaching the receptionist, he said, "Greetings, I would like to get some information about the defiled monsters." Raising his head to see who was speaking to him, the man sitting behind the desk in the gas mask said, "A newcomer who promised to return. If you have a map, give it here." Pulling out the punishment from his inventory, Lorhan immediately handed it to the employee, saying happily, "Here you go." After marking where the defiled monsters were, the manager handed the map back to Lorhan and said, "Catch 3 of them and come back. Then I'll give you something good." When Lorhan saw what he had to do, he happily said in his head, "Wow, they gave me this quest right away. I guess I got extra points for revealing the reason for the defilement of souls earlier." Taking the map in his hands, Lorhan headed for the exit and said, "Great, I'll do it." And waving goodbye, the manager shouted good luck. Leaving the garrison headquarters, Lorhan walked around the city and mentally said to the dachshund, "First I'll deal with the small tasks that take almost no time." Having finished with all the short tasks that were easy enough to complete, Lorhan stretched and said in his head, "Now let's use this thing." Arriving at the place he needed, Lorhan mentally invoked the pride of Timur, the teleportation magic circle. Smiling slyly at the fact that he could easily afford to use it, Lorhan said in his head, "For other users this service may be quite expensive, but for me, it is a reasonable price." As Lorhan approached the wizard who was moving people, he heard him ask what was your destination, and he replied, "Remington, please." Hearing where exactly the client wants to go, the sorcerer was surprised to ask Remington, "Are you serious?" Seeing that he was serious about going to that city, the sorcerer lowered his head and said, "As you wish." When Lorhan settled into the magic circle, the sorcerer said that soon the magic would begin to work at the destination of Remington. Moving to the desired place, Lorhan stretched deliciously and said, "Oh, it's so slow. I'm so annoyed that I haven't reached my final destination yet." Looking around the area where he found himself, Lorhan mentally said, "This is not where I want to go. I'm heading to the countryside, which is not accessible by teleport." Heading to the stables that were in the city of Remington, Lorhan mentally said when he saw a sign with a horse, and there was only one way to get there, and that was by good transportation. Having rented a horse to get to the place he needed, Lorhan exclaimed, "Well, now let's hurry to meet the adventure." Although half of this territory is only mountains, only a small amount of copper is mined here, but due to the large number of monsters, even this mining becomes impossible. Having already seen a huge castle in front of me, Lorhan confidently said that this Renai is my true destination. Arriving at the gates of the castle and dismounting from his horse, Lorhan heard from the guard that an outsider on what business you have come here to us. Looking at Lorhan, who had arrived in such a distant land, the guard of the castle Renai heard that I am here because I want to become a knight of this place. And the surprised boy exclaimed that he was a knight. Opening the gate and running inside the castle, the guard told the newcomer to wait a little while. "I will be back soon." Looking in the guard's wake, Lorhan was surprised to hear in his head, "Wow, guards with a level below 200 really exist." And immediately after these thoughts, the owner of this place ran out to meet Lorhan, surprised to hear that you came to become a knight. Looking at the lord of this place, Lorhan sighed heavily and said in his head, "The lord does look very pitiful, but that's why I chose him." Reflecting on why he had traveled so far to come here, Lorhan said in his head, "The first reason I chose this territory is the concept of a fallen aristocrat. The second reason is the potential of this territory. Sooner or later it will be absorbed by Remington, but this territory will hit the real jackpot." Imagining what riches he could expect in the future, Lorhan bowed before the Lord and mentally said, "I just can't miss it," and then said, "Yes, I would like to become a knight of Renai Castle." Hearing the request from Lorhan about his desire to become a knight in these lands, the Lord said to Lorhan, pointing to the castle, "Well, let's go inside and talk first." When Lorhan entered the Lord's room and took a chair, the Lord folded his hands in front of him and said sadly, "We are left with only 2 people, so I will tell you honestly that our estate does not have the reserves to pay you." When Lorhan heard about the payment, he said happily, "It's okay, I won't demand it from you." Hearing that he had not come here for money, the Lord asked him in surprise if you had any other conditions. Immediately after the Lord's question, Lorhan said instead, "Give me the land." Hearing the request of the knight who came to serve them, the Lord was surprised to hear that the land. Hearing that he was a little nervous about the land, Lorhan continued, "I am not asking you for all the land. but you can give me a part of this mountain as long as I am your knight." Immediately after the evil words, Lorhan said the contract would be for 1 year. Immediately after the announcement of this offer, Lorhan thought to himself, "If everything goes according to my plan, 1 year will be enough." Hearing Lorhan's offer, the Baron rubbed his beard and said thoughtfully, "You want to sign a contract as a mercenary? Don't you think I need time to get to know my master and know whether I can trust him?" Immediately after that, Lorhan added confidently, "I will tell you right away that I will not ask you for the mines that are necessary to manage this estate, and if an ore vein is found on this territory, I will return it to you and take another land for myself." Hearing such words from a knight who wants to serve him, the Lord was surprised to ask, "If you don't need the right to mine, then why do you need the land?" And Lorhan replied, "Give me full rights to the monsters that are hunted on this land." Hearing what exactly the newly arrived knight was interested in, the Lord said thoughtfully, "That's it. But when you go on a raid on the monsters, you will have to take 3 soldiers with you." Hearing the condition from the Lord of these lands, Lorhan happily said well immediately after he mentally said, "NPC is NPC. He is only doing this because I am targeting the corpses of monsters." Immediately after that, the Lord added, "I also hope that you will follow my instructions and actively work on the development of the territory." Hearing this, Lorhan mentally said, "Of course I will do my best." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan took the oath and knelt down on one knee before the Lord and said, "It is a great honor for me to serve you." Pulling out my sword, the Lord of the lands of Rinai confidently said, "I, Dekarn von Rinai, appoint Lorhan as my knight." The next moment, Lorhan noticed a system notification that said, "You have become a knight of the Rinai estate." Upon learning this, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "And all this is only because of this land." Preparing to benefit greatly from this place in the near future, Lorhan set in his mind a valuable place that will strictly be mine. Immediately after the dedication, Lorhan raised his head and said that I could look at the soldiers right now, and the Lord was surprised to hear the request and exclaimed that right now. Hearing that Lord Dekarn was confused, Lorhan got to his feet and said, "If you are very busy, I can do it myself." Hearing this, the Lord nervously replied that indeed I have work for you. The next moment, the Lord went to the table and told his new knight that soon I would need to leave the castle. With a sly smile, Lorhan mentally said, "It's a good thing he allows the newly arrived knight to command everything here. In other lands and estates, I would not be allowed to lift a finger." Immediately after that, going to gather the soldiers, Lorhan mentally said, "Honestly speaking, I'm the only knight here, so this should not bother me at all." Heading to the gathering of soldiers that he would also need to hunt monsters, Lorhan mentally said, "By the way, here are monsters of the highest level, which I think is about 240, yes." Recalling what kind of monsters are found here, Lorhan said nervously, "Of course the level is not that high, but it's even better." Imagining the monsters that lived here in his mind's eye, Lorhan mentally said hunting grounds above the 250th level were still a dream that would never come true. Pointing his hand at the soldier standing at the entrance, Lorhan said, "From this moment on, we will launch a raid on the monsters near the town and the mine. Gather as many soldiers as you can to protect the castle and the townspeople." Looking at all the soldiers that he could gather, Lorhan asked everyone here. Immediately after these words, having received no answer, Lorhan, imagining himself a military commander, shouted once again a loud and short answer, "Understandable to you." The next moment, Lorhan said to Lorhan Descartes, "Well, we have to go," and he told Lorhan to be careful. Going to the hunt, Lorhan mentally said, "Anyway, all I'm doing now is putting on a show to gain the Lord's trust. The soldiers just need to follow me." After a while, having arrived at the place, Lorhan mentally said, "And not to let the monsters escape, after which we will tell the subordinates to stop everyone." Seeing the monsters in front of him, one of the soldiers scaredly said that it was really monsters. Right in front of the army of soldiers was a werewolf of the 213th level, and not just one, but a whole herd of werewolves with whom Lorhan would soon engage in battle. Immediately after that, Lorhan was eager to demonstrate his power to his subjects and impress them, and he rushed at the enemies, saying in his head, "Let them tremble at the power that I, as their leader, will now show." Preparing for the attack, Lorcan pushed off from the ground and broke the top layer of stones under him, loudly exclaiming, "How dare you trespass on the land of the owner?" Approaching the herd of monsters, Lorhan, not showing his joy, shouted menacingly, imagining himself as the new owners of these lands, "You scoundrels! Now I'll show you who's the boss." Destroying the enemies with a crazy smile on his face, Lorhan angrily exclaimed, Now you will pay for all this with your insignificant lives, you scoundrels, I promise you that. Having dealt with one enemy in front of him, Lorcan walked towards the rest of the werewolf herd standing nearby. Then he shouted, "Hey, you boys don't want to pay your overdue debts, do you?" Looking through the report on the monster raid, the Lord was impressed with the results and said, "You single-handedly dealt with all the monsters that were around the city in just one day." Immediately afterwards, the Baron added, "Very well. You are already showing incredible results." And Lorhan mentally said, "Booga, probably hard to believe." Immediately after that, the Lord said to Lorhan, "If you sell all the loot from the monsters, the affairs of these lands will become better." Hearing this, Lorhan said in his head, "He probably thinks that I will take all the loot from the killed monsters for myself and not share it with him." Immediately after that, Lorhan happily announced that I would sacrifice everything for the estate, and the Lord blossomed and exclaimed that he would. Looking at what he had in his inventory, Lorhan smiled slyly and mentally said, "Of course, I already have quite a few items and experience points from these monsters." Starting to write something on a piece of paper, the Lord said to Lorhan, "It would be great if you could share this with our people." And Lorhan replied, "I will," smiling slyly. Lorhan, who had already planned to do so, said in his mind, "This will be the basis for everyone's love and obedience to me. And once I have earned more trust in myself, I will begin the main work." Going on his next monster raid, Lorhan shouted to his fellow soldiers that the safety of the inhabitants was paramount. Continuing to destroy all the monsters in his path, Lorhan said, "Block everyone who tries to escape from the battlefield," to which he received a short and clear answer, yes. Having destroyed the last monster that was in the area, Lorhan told his subordinates who were with him on the hunt, "Well, in general, we have already finished." The next moment, handing his soldiers a sack of shit, Lorhan said, "Sprinkle it on the place where the monsters were expelled. Sprinkle it well and don't miss anything." Opening the sack to get to work, one of the soldiers asked what it was, and Lorcan replied that it was a product to prevent monster invasion, created by wizards by imitating the smell of a predator's body. Looking at his subjects who now have to do a rather interesting job, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head that it is called predator excrement. As he watched his subjects work and chatter, "Don't you think the smell of that thing is strange?" Lorhan thought to himself, "It will help increase the land that the people can use in just a few days, and another mine will be large enough to be developed and used." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan mentally said, "As soon as this happens, the attention of the Lord and the people will be focused on it, and in the meantime I will implement the plan on my land, but of course first." Immediately after the raid, Lorhan used the rune book to move to the entrance to the dungeon that was hidden in Lord Dakarn's lands. Then Lorhan mentally said, "I have to take care of something." Upon entering the dungeon, Lorhan received system notifications that said, "You have entered the Cave of Silence dungeon. Since you are the first to enter this dungeon, you receive a bonus plus to experience on the probability of dropping items for a period of 3 days. Immediately after that, he received another 10% bonus for his title of Pioneer. Then the guy happily set in his head the bonus for the first entrance. Going to clear this dungeon, Lorhan happily said in his head, "I can't leave this just lying there. If I don't take it, someone else will." Having cleared one dungeon, Lorhan went to another holding a rune book and saying, "I must clear all the dungeons of Timur. I will move so that my rune book is smoking." Looking at how his lands were beginning to get into a rut and prosper a little bit, the joyful Lord said to the boy Lorhan, "Thanks to you, today we finally started the development of the second mine." Hearing this, Lorhan said, "And that is why I will strengthen the security around the city and the mines." Hearing this, the Lord said happily, "As I expected, you grab everything on the fly." Seeing that everything was going according to his plan, Lorhan smiled slyly and mentally said, "The Lord is busy developing the mine, so now that I have gained a certain level of trust, it is time to go to my lands." Putting his hand to his chest, Lorhan bowed to the Lord and said, "Well then, I will go on patrol." And the Lord replied. Going to his lands that Lord Dakarn had given him, Lorcan said in surprise, "So this is the land I received, yes." Immediately after that, rummaging through his inventory, Lorhan said, "Well, let's see what I bought in Timur." Finally pulling out a blueprint from his inventory, Lorhan said happily, "I finally found it. This is my house plan, and now I need to build it somehow." Using a little magic of resources and mana, Lorhan created the house in an instant when it appeared in front of him. Lorhan said the type of house was a hut. Entering his house, which is located in his lands, Lorhan smiled happily and said, "Well, now that I have a house, no one will even pay attention to what I do." Arriving at the point he needed, Lorhan thoughtfully said, Here I must find the exact location. Immediately after that, he chopped the floor of the house with his axe and opened a passage for himself and the opportunity to test his guesses. Immediately after the floor was destroyed, the boy joyfully proclaimed that he had found the passage to the secret dungeon the first time he tried. Having found the secret passage to the hidden dungeon under his house, Lorhan thoughtfully said, that's the last thing. Swinging his axe across the floor again, Lorhan said, I'll break this and this. As soon as he broke the floor under him, he saw that the blue crystal he was looking for flew out of the ground, which was exactly what he needed. Right in front of him, he saw a huge stone of reinforcement that he had been looking for so long. As soon as one piece fell out of it, Lorhan said happily, Booga, I did it. The next moment, Lorhan saw a system notification in front of him that read an ancient stone tablet of strength. Then he confidently said, I did it, as I thought I would. To enter, you need to do the same as before. Looking at the huge stone tablet, which was a stone of reinforcement, Lorhan confidently said, I can use it again. It's just fine. Having found everything he needed in these lands, simply because he became a knight here and diverted all the attention of the inhabitants and the lord to the mine, Lorhan spoke happily too simply. With a sly smile after his discovery, Lorhan confidently said in his head that he came to this dungeon because this area has great potential, and there are power stones that fall out only here. Power-up stones are usually divided into regular and high-quality ones. Regular power-up stones increase the probability of a 6th-level power-up, and high-quality ones increase the probability of an 8th-level power-up. Although these stones drop from all monsters above level 200, the normal power stones drop from them with a 5% chance, and the high-quality stones drop from them with only a 1% chance. Immediately after that, Lorhan looked at the find he had discovered, namely an old stone tablet, and said happily, but here the probability of falling out is at least 10%, or even about 20% according to my feelings. However, since this is a secret dungeon that also has a limited number of clears, it is quite obvious that the enhancement stones have become quite rare items that sell for a very high price. The next moment, Lorhan threw his axe on his shoulder and prepared to mine the magic stones, and said happily, the users are already starting to take an interest in the augmentation system, which means it's time for me to fully augment my equipment as well. As soon as he said these words, he immediately smiled slyly, intending not to leave even a crumb behind, and said slyly, so let's sweep this place clean. Entering the Dungeon of Spirits where he could get magic stones to strengthen himself, Lorhan noticed a mysterious stone spirit near him, who had the 213th level. Having already destroyed several of its remnants, Lorhan thought to himself, they are quite annoying opponents, as they not only attack with stones, fire, water, or wind, but also with physical attacks. Looking at the enemy in front of him, Lorhan changed his battle axe to a normal one, so as not to go head-to-head with the enemy, and said mentally, of course, this might work with someone else, but not with me. Unleashing a combined bombardment attack on the stone spirit that stood in his way, Lorhan noticed that after the explosion, a golden piece flew into the air, and he immediately shouted out the exact cannonball. Preparing to get to the same core that had just appeared in front of him, Lorhan skillfully jumped to it, and with just one blow cut it into 2 pieces, saying in this system they continue to respawn unless I destroy their core. Using his deadly strike skill to destroy it with precision and have nothing more to do with it, Lorhan finished off the enemies in his path in this place. The next moment, as soon as the core was destroyed, Lorhan landed in front of him and saw a strange frosted sphere lying on the ground, and he was surprised to see it. Reaching for it with his hand, Lorhan noticed a system notification that said you have received a mysterious shard, and picking it up, the boy said in surprise that it was a bonus for the first pass or something. The next moment, Lorhan pulled the mysterious shard up to his eyes and said thoughtfully, of course, if I'm unlucky, it might drop some useless thing, but I'll use the mysterious shard. As soon as the mysterious shard with the random item drop system opened, Lorhan saw a high-quality, large-sized power-up stone in his hands, and he said in surprise, wow, I got a power-up stone the first time. Holding in his hands the very item for which some players would have to sweat a lot or pay a lot of money, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, this is the taste of a rare item. This was the beginning of the guy's journey and clearing the dungeon, as the next stage of the dungeon was waiting for him, with mysterious fire spirits of the 215th level on his way. Rushing at the enemies from whom he could get quite valuable items, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, you're next in line. I'll deal with you now. Finding himself in the midst of the mysterious fire spirits who lived in this dungeon, Lorhan looked around and said, "Well, who should I destroy first?" Having dealt with all the enemies on his way, Lorhan had already reached the next location where the mysterious water spirits lived. Then he thoughtfully said, "I can't just spend bonus time for the first visit. I would be very grateful if you would be exposed yourself." After passing the dungeon and destroying all the enemies that came across his way, Lorhan sat down in the dungeon cave and said in disappointment that I had already defeated everyone. Immediately after these words, building his guesses, he added that somewhere in the near future the boss of this dungeon should appear in front of me, because I am right. Noticing a couple of bright lights in front of him that began to glow brightly in the darkness, Lorhan smiled ominously and said stone spirit. Perhaps he was something like an enhanced stone spirit. As soon as he said this, a giant stone hand began to reach out of the darkness toward him. Having dodged the first attack of the enemy, which was quite large and rather clumsy and slow for him, Lorhan was able to counterattack. Using a rampaging sword attack, Lorhan struck the enemy with a considerable number of blows, aiming at his chest to expose the core that must be destroyed for victory. The next moment, a huge hole appeared in the enemy's body, where glimpses of the same core could be seen. But the enemy began to rage with his explosive stone attack. Having dodged all the enemy attacks, Lorhan made a dash toward the enemy and said, "Do you really think you can stop me?" and then used his fatal blow. Having destroyed the core of the boss of the mysterious spirits of the dungeon, Lorhan again increased his level by a certain number of points. Heading to the trophy that fell from the enemy, Lorhan said, "The problem is that I can't just destroy it because of the core." Picking up the same item that fell from the dungeon boss, Lorhan received a system notification that said you have received a mysterious fragment. After which he said happily, "But I'm glad that the boss has a 100% chance of dropping high-quality power-up stones." Recalling the history of how the events of this manner would have developed if Lorhan hadn't come here earlier, the boy mentally said from the very beginning, the lord of this land would have discovered this and sold tickets to this dungeon for a high enough price. Immediately after that, building his own schemes of earning money on this business, Lorhan continued his thoughts. It would be more profitable to sell the highest quality power-up stones in non-entry tickets, but it would be too difficult for the NPCs. Immediately afterwards, holding another power-up stone in his hand, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, "But since I discovered it, things will be completely different, no matter how unhappy the user is. But 3,000 units of high-quality power-up stones can be obtained by simply dealing with the boss." Realizing that he already has an incredible amount of money in the product that he can manipulate in the market, Lorhan smiled slyly and added, "I will be able to control the prices of power stones in the central continent for a long period of time. And power stones really do give you real power." After getting everything he needed from this dungeon, Lorhan decided to finish some of his work. So he took out a rune book from his inventory and said to use the rune book in Timur. Arriving at the forge in Timur where Lorhan was placing an order, the boy took a table outside and reached for one of the mysterious shards he had obtained from the dungeon spirits and said to use the initial capital of the bonus for the first entry to use the mysterious shard to enhance. Opening the first mysterious fragment, Lorhan received a shiny stone. Disappointed that he got a piece of junk, the boy said, "What kind of garbage is this?" Throwing back all the garbage that was of no value to him, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "I wonder if I could use it with him." After some time of using the trick, Lorhan received a considerable amount of high-quality power stones, and placing them on the blacksmith's table, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "Keep these high-quality power stones." Seeing the amount of money and other currencies in front of him, which was brought to him by just one dwarf boy, he exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, that's a lot of money." The next moment, trying not to brag, Lorhan, who was still proud of himself, said to the dwarf, "Please upgrade my equipment to the 7th level." And immediately after these words, he mentally said, "If it doesn't work, the equipment won't be destroyed." Looking at how many times the attempt failed, Lorhan said in his head, "I don't care how many attempts it takes to upgrade. The amount is not important, but upgrading to the 7th level is important." Having finished upgrading the equipment to the 7th level, the dwarven blacksmith smiled happily and said, "So everything is ready." As soon as Lorhan heard that, he immediately asked me for another favor. Pulling out a bag of high-grade enhancement stones, Lorhan happily said, "Enhancement with high-grade enhancement stones," and then mentally added, "From the 8th level on, be sure to use high-grade stones." Looking at how the dwarf blacksmith continued to upgrade his weapon to the 8th level, Lorhan mentally said in his head, "If he failed with ordinary enhancement stones, the equipment would likely be destroyed starting from the 9th level. if he failed to use high-quality enhancement stones, there was a certain chance that the equipment would be destroyed. Looking at how many futile attempts had already been made to upgrade the equipment to the 8th level, Lorhan mentally said, I wonder if it will work or not. But that's what the blacksmith does. After upgrading the equipment to the 8th level, the blacksmith swung his hammer and told Lorhan, well, I'm done, or is there anything else I need to do? And seeing what he was about to do, the boy scaredly exclaimed no. As soon as Lorhan took his weapon from the anvil, so that the dwarf would not accidentally destroy it during the next attempt to improve it to the 9th level, the blacksmith said unhappily, I'm done. Why are you shouting? Take your weapon, looking at his axe. Lorhan said in fright in his head and almost screamed. When everything was ready, Lorhan gathered all his equipment in one pile and said to use the equipment, and then all the armor began to be put on him. As soon as everything happened, the boy could see a powerful aura around him that radiated from the armor. Then Lorhan said in surprise, wow, isn't it cool? Immediately after launching the system window, he said disappointedly, but I'd better turn off the effect of the equipment. It will quickly attract all the attention of the enemies. As soon as the boy paid the blacksmith for all the work he had done, he immediately left the forge. Then taking out the rune book, Lorhan said with amplification, I finished. Activating the rune book to move back to Lord Dakarn's domain, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, let's start the active cleanup. After completing the dungeon once again, Lorhan saw a system notification informing him that the bonus for the first entrance to the secret dungeon had expired, and Lorhan said tiredly, oh, I've been hunting for 3 days. Now I'm going to die of fatigue. Taking his axe out of his hands, Lorhan opened the game's news site and said, walking through the forest, well, let's see if any useful information has been published. Seeing the sensational news about the first arrival on the continent, Lorhan angrily exclaimed at these scoundrels. Right in front of Lorhan's eyes was an article that said the first guild to reach the central continent was the most talked about guild, the Hellhounds. Recalling his past life in this very guild, Lorhan said in his head in his past life they were called hunting dogs. Their main feature was that they could do anything for their own benefit. Also recalling how he had met them, Lorhan added angrily, but they will not even raise an eyebrow for a cause that does not bring them at least some benefit, and once I was unlucky enough to encounter them. Recalling how this meeting with the hunting dog guild went, Lorhan added in his head, of course this meeting brought me a lot of problems. I died several times and my level dropped and items were lost. Recalling how their encounter took place, the boy continued in his mind, and at that very moment hunting dogs appeared in front of me, and took the opportunity to overwhelm me by the scruff of the neck. Immediately after these memories, Lorhan said in his head, as far as I remember, the first guild to reach the central continent was Ragnarok. Thinking back to the hunting dog guild in the past, Lorhan looked at the news and angrily said in his head, those rascals, I don't know what tricks they used to steal this chance. Immediately after that, Lorhan smiled ominously and did not disappoint, but said cunningly, well, that's even better, so instead of Ragnarok, I will give them a decent welcome. Looking back to where the villains were, Lorhan said happily, there is only one port where they could have arrived, and it is there. Logging out of the game, Lorhan hurried to take a seat at the computer. Typing in information and smiling evilly, the boy said, I'll upload some videos before I go to meet them. After uploading a few videos to the network with the captions Road to the Central Continent, first open show of the 14th city, Lorhan said, I thought that these videos could attract a lot of new players. That's why I prepared the video introduction, but it doesn't matter anymore. Smiling slyly, Lorhan said, no, it will only matter to one guild, the one who introduced the city and the one who just left the dock. I think it will be immediately clear who arrived here first, won't it? And at the same time, somewhere near the wharf, the head of the Hellhounds Guild asked his subjects if everyone had taken rune books, and he heard a clear answer, yes, exactly. Heading further to the city of the dog god, the leader of the Hellhound Guild said, it's great that I managed to save the rune books. After killing the first enemy that came their way, the guild leader said, this is a new continent, but why are the monsters so weak here? Even their level 190 seems to be about 20% stronger than the guys in the third city. Immediately after these words, the guild leader looked back at his subjects and said, now be careful. If you die before reaching the next city, then everything will be over. The road is closed to the public. Be careful. Looking between his subjects, the leader of the Hellhounds Guild spoke menacingly. No matter what, our Hellhounds Guild will retain the lead. Going forward to scout the road, one of the guild players nervously exclaimed that the fog was too thick, and the leader replied to him, get rid of it. After giving the order to get rid of the fog, the guild leader shouted out to the wizards, who came forward and confidently shouted forward. After firing a few shots to dispel the thick fog that was blocking their path, one of the wizards said in confusion, "The fog is coming back too fast." Continuing to unsuccessfully attack the fog, one of the wizards added as if the field itself was opposing us. Immediately afterwards, the guild leader waved his hand and told the wizards to retreat. Hearing some strange noise from the fog, the guild leader added that who knows what exactly was hidden behind the fog. The next moment, ordering another group of his subjects to come forward, the leader shouted out to the priests to follow him, and they obediently did so. Listening to the noise made by the monsters hiding in the fog, the guild leader spoke, and you can guess what kind of monsters just by the sound of it. Seeing the desecrated dead in front of him, the guild leader nervously shouted at them to be on guard. Directing their swarm at the enemies, the priests charged forward using their skills and shouted holy weapons for a quick attack. When the first wave of enemies was destroyed, the squad of sorcerers began to reorganize at the order of the guildmaster, who shouted to everyone to watch their mana control. Watching his subjects destroy the enemies one by one, the guildmaster confidently said, "If we continue at this pace, we will soon destroy them all." Continuing to destroy the enemies, one of the saints who was destroying the enemies, having closed the next wave, noticed that the defiled dead were still coming at them, and exclaimed in fright that how many more would be there. Sending his subjects to help the priests, the guildmaster said, "We are not the kind of people who go forward, so let's join forces and go ahead." Having also taken his weapons from the inventory, the guildmaster prepared for the battle and exclaimed, "Let's start a long struggle." Now the right to command passes to the commanders of their groups. Having destroyed a considerable number of enemies, and having lost his initial strength, the guildmaster said nervously, looking at the endless number of opponents, "Those scoundrels, how many more of them will appear?" Wiping the sweat from his face, the tired guildmaster said, "There has always been such a fast respawn here. There are no other users here, so why do they keep appearing?" Sometime after the battle with the enemies, one of the guild players suddenly exclaimed that now I hear a different sound, to which his friend replied that other monsters are coming. Everyone be on the lookout. Looking back, one of the players saw a horse approaching them. Then he exclaimed from afar, looking like a man, after which the other surprisedly added that it was an NPC who would save us. Continuing to observe the sudden arrival of another participant, one of the guild members shouted out in fright that he was approaching. "Everyone get out of the way!" Arriving at the right place, Lorhan whispered flying on his horse across the battlefield to use the rune book to save the mark. Flying past the players, Lorhan, who had come for his own purposes, happily said in his head, "You guys are scared. I see that you are very scared, so let's have some fun." The next moment, using the invisibility cloak, Lorhan hid from the eyes of the enemies. Losing the rider from his sight, one of the players said confusedly, "There was definitely a person here and he disappeared." Trying to find the rider he had just seen with his eyes, the boy confusedly said where he had gone, seeing a monster behind his comrade. A guild member nervously exclaimed, "A second in front of you." The next moment, one of the guild members screamed out in fright, alerting the crowd of zombies to the danger. Preparing for a hard battle against the crowd of zombies heading towards him, the guildmaster angrily shouted, "This guy has lured even more zombies to us." Looking at how great everything was going down in the canyon, Lorhan said happily, sitting on the top of the mountain, "It was interesting. It turned out even better than I had originally planned." Realizing what fate awaits these brazen men who dared to take all the glory and even annoy Lorhan in his past life, the guy smiled ominously and said that if this continues, they will soon become weak because the endless battle with mobs will soon shake their psyche. Having given the order to attack and regroup the troops, the guildmaster shouted to the surviving subjects, "Let's hurry up as soon as they are resurrected and get back in line." Continuing to storm the enemies to get to the entrance of the city, the guild leader confidently shouted, "We must pass before the zombies at the entrance resurrect." Damn, it's not normal to die 5 times because of a bunch of zombies. The next moment, his subject ran to the guild leader with an open system window and nervously said to the leader, "Look here." Hearing that he was distracting him from important matters, the guildmaster angrily said, "I'm busy, what's going on?" To which the subject nervously replied with a video of Lorhan's video. Hearing that he was watching a video on the internet in the middle of a difficult mission, the guildmaster said unhappily, "You have time to watch such a thing, it's no use to you." To which he exclaimed, "Take a look first." Only after looking at a part of Lorhan's video, the guildmaster was instantly confused And then the subject angrily exclaimed, "This bastard Lorhan is here!" Looking at the area where the video was filmed, the guildmaster exclaimed in confusion, "This is the same gorge where we were killed." Continuing to watch the video, the subject added that not only here but also here and here are all the places where these zombies killed us. Hearing that Lorhan was here all the time and recording more videos, the guildmaster said angrily, recalling the huge crowds of zombies, "Did that rascal bring this crowd?" Immediately afterwards, the guildmaster, bursting into a flame of irresistible Utah, exclaimed, "I finally found her!" Having realized who was the culprit of all that was happening here and their futile attempts to arrive in the city, the guildmaster added the reason for our deaths. Recalling the very moments when a rider passed them every time in the gorge, the guild leader continued, "A rider passed us every time we crossed the gorge." The guildmaster gripped his weapon tightly in his hands and shouted angrily at the hellhounds. The guildmaster exploded in a figurative sense with rage and shouted angrily to his subjects to bring Lorhan or whatever his name is. Walking in front of his subjects who had gathered in one place, the angry guildmaster said to Lorhan, "This bastard, before visiting the third city, we avoided the places where he had been and had never met him." Trying to somehow stop his rage, the guildmaster said it was obvious that he wanted to stop us. He had arrived in the central continent earlier and was trying to stop us because he was afraid we would catch up with him. Raising his head up, the angry guildmaster said, "Oh, I didn't see him on the ship either, so how did he get into this narrow gorge?" While thinking about how Lorhan was able to cross this gorge, the guildmaster suddenly exclaimed, as if hearing that he had suddenly realized something, and the subject said in surprise that he had. Immediately after that, the guildmaster said that the horse had crossed this narrow gorge with its help, and the subject said joyfully that it could be. Immediately after that, recalling how he had led crowds of zombies to them, the subject said, "Just like Lorhan drove the crowd, we can get around the zombies using our maneuverability." Immediately after that, looking back at the guild members, the boy spoke nervously, but hearing the uncertainty in his subject's voice, the guildmaster asked what was wrong. Looking at the size of the guild members, one of the subjects said to give them all horses worth gold, to which the guildmaster replied that "You are joking, you have a lot of money or something." Looking at his subjects, the guildmaster said that a minority of the guild's elite would go first. Hearing what the guildmaster had just said, one of the subjects asked in confusion what the minority of the guild's elite was. Hearing the guildmaster's instruction, one of the guild members asked his friend in surprise what it meant that the captains would go first, to which he replied, "No, I didn't come here for that." The next moment, one of the crowd of ordinary guild members looked up and said, "You mean you're going to take only the captains and leave us behind?" And hearing what he was saying, his friend nervously exclaimed, "Wait a minute." Immediately after this question, one of the Hellhounds guild members pointed upward and nervously exclaimed, "Look up there." Directly above them, Lorhan was sitting at the top of the stairs, and when he was noticed, he said in an ominous voice, "Hello boys, you missed me." Seeing that Lorhan was near them and made contact, the nervous guildmaster suddenly exclaimed, "Just in time, you rascal. What have we done to offend you so much that you are doing this to us?" Jumping down from the mountain and landing not far from the guildmaster, who was standing with his members near the fleet after another death, Lorhan replied, "You don't need to know that." Looking back at his opponents who were clearly angry and offended by him, Lorhan shouted to them, "Just attack!" Taking out a weapon from his inventory, the angry guild leader said angrily, "So you're saying that talking here will be unnecessary, right?" The next moment, the head of the Hellhounds Guild shouted to everyone to get ready for battle, after which one of his subjects added to find his weaknesses. Trying to see the player's level and other information, one of the Hellhounds confusedly exclaimed, "Damn it, his status window is hidden," to which he was surprised to hear that it was possible to hide absolutely everything. Hearing the confusion in the words of his enemies, Lorhan mentally said, "Of course you can hide it for a small fee." Angry at the fact that the guildmaster had encrypted himself as much as possible from them, he said angrily to the shameless guy of the A formation. Giving an order to his subjects, the guildmaster confidently exclaimed, "Well, we'll see how long you can brag about your skills." Looking at the enraged enemies, Lorhan mentally said, "They came by steamer and I was already worried that they were gone for a long time, but it turns out they got the effect of shaping it can fall out of monsters. But the probability is very small. It looks like they were lucky." Preparing to fight against Lorhan, the guildmaster angrily shouted out, "Make this impudent man regret his actions." Lorhan smiled slyly as he waited for the battle to begin, thinking to himself, "Usually a guild leader who is watching from the sidelines only makes the last strike, but judging by the fact that he is standing in the front row and rushing into battle, he is confident in his abilities. As soon as Lorhan was attacked by the Guildmaster of the Hellhounds, he received a system notification that recognized his actions as self-defense. Taking out his axe from his inventory, Lorhan mentally said that due to his overconfidence, he had no chance of success in this battle. The next moment, using a combined skill, Lorhan launched a bombardment skill at the enemy. Seeing Lorhan's attack heading straight for them, the leader of the Hellhounds Guild shouted to all his subjects to keep the line. Looking back to see the effects of the combined bombardment attack on them, the Guildmaster added, "If you break up, your defense will be wasted, so wait for the right moment and attack him altogether." Hearing that he was trying to resist him, Lorhan said, preparing for the next attack, "You idiots, you can just wait for your death." Immediately after that, Lorhan used his combined skill Shout of Madness to destroy the enemy's A formation. Hearing the sudden buzz that caused their heads to ring, all the guild members grabbed their heads, covering their ears with their hands and shouting in confusion what was happening. Looking at the enemy who had suddenly disappeared from sight, one of the Hellhounds Guild members said in surprise what kind of sudden attack it was. As soon as he said this, he noticed that a shadow appeared right above him, which was getting bigger and bigger with each passing second, and he looked up to see Lorhan standing above him. Before he even had time to react, he felt Lorhan's boot on his face and knocked him to the ground. After Lorhan's sudden attack on the Guildmaster looked at his fighters fleeing and shouted out that such an attack could not be blocked by the formation effect. Looking at the enemies running away from him, Lorhan said in disappointment, "No, it won't work." Immediately afterwards, he rushed after the fugitives, and with the help of successive jerks, managed to kill several soldiers in a couple of seconds. As the guild members continued to save their lives, they were frightened and asked how he could move so fast, and he was told that he used the berserker effect. He didn't have a berserker artifact, which is very rare. Running up to his guildmaster, one of his captains nervously told the captain that we would all be killed here, so we should retreat now. Hearing the suggestion from his subject, the angry guildmaster clutched his weapon and shouted angrily, "Do you really think he will let us go just like that?" Immediately after these words, he said to his subject, "If we don't finish him off now, this matter will not be closed." At the same moment, he saw the captain of his guild fall to the ground dead. After Lorhan's sudden attack on the guild leader and driving him into a dead end, he sat wounded on the ground and confusedly said in his head how he could do it without using skills. One way or another, I definitely made a mistake, damn it. Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan appeared in front of him, having already dealt with the rest of the fighters who still hoped to defeat him. Approaching the wounded leader of the Hellhound Guild, Lorhan said menacingly, "I can only tell you one thing." Taking out his battle axe from his inventory and pointing it at the leader of the enemy guild, Lorhan said menacingly, "From that moment on, if I see even one guy who is in your guild, I will finish him off immediately." The next moment, continuing his dialogue with his opponent, Lorhan added, looking back at the frightened members of the Hellhounds Guild, "So if you want to live, leave the guild or stay in the third city until I move to another territory." Immediately after these words, Lorhan turned his gaze back to the enemy guild leader and smiled ominously. "However, I gave you a chance to choose." Looking at Lorhan, who had finished stating his terms, the beaten and tired leader of the Hellhounds Guild said, "Why are you doing this to us? Tell us why." Hearing the question from his opponents, Lorhan said in surprise that, "Why is this happening to you all of a sudden, and is it so important?" Recalling the same moment from his past life where he was treated exactly the same, and in some moments even worse, Lorhan smiled ominously and said to you, "It was not important either." Throwing away his weapon, the leader of the Hellhounds Guild lost his thirst for battle and exclaimed, "I understand, and now I'm leaving." Hearing what he had just said, Lorhan immediately took his head off his shoulders in an instant. Seeing what Lorhan had just done to their guild leader, who had admitted defeat and surrendered, the members of the Hellhounds Guild shouted in fright, "What are you doing? You said you would spare our lives if we left." Hearing that they had dared to draw their swords against him, and even to prove something to him, Lorhan leaned over the dead leader of their guild and said, "Didn't I tell you that I would kill everyone who came to my attention?" Immediately afterwards, swinging his axe in search of the next victim, Lorhan added with a crazy smile on his face, "Well, that's what the next one will be." Having finished the hunt for the Hellhounds Guild and their destruction, Lorhan exhaled a sigh of relief and said happily, "I was so glad to meet you that I had unknowingly overreacted, but thanks to them I felt better." At the end of the battle, Lorhan moved back to Lord Deckard's estate, and as he approached his mansion, he heard a soldier running to meet him, nervously shouting, "Mr. Lorhan, have you returned, seeing such a rush?" He huffed in surprise. Putting his hand to his head to greet the knight who had arrived at the manor, the soldier said, "The Lord was looking for you urgently." After hearing the report, Lorhan said in surprise that the Lord. The next moment, realizing that there might be something serious in the pace, Lorhan walked toward the manor and said, "I'm coming," and then thought, "Has the time come yet?" Seeing his faithful knight in front of him, Lord Deccan joyfully said, "Lorcan, please come in." Hearing the greeting from his master, Lorhan asked, "I heard you were looking for me. Something happened when the knight was already standing in front of him." And the Lord answered. Holding out a sealed letter to Lorhan that he had received, Lord Decarnus said, "I have called you to my office to discuss this." Looking at what it was that he wanted to discuss, Mr. Lorhan was surprised to see that it was a letter. Looking at his master, Lorhan mentally said, going through the possible options, "Well, it's clear who could have sent it. The only one who could have written directly to Lord Rene." Recalling the very prominent figure of a ruler who has the whole city under his control, Lorhan mentally said Lord Remington, although he is a baron like Lord Rene. Immediately after these thoughts, recalling his bad character and the development of events from his past life, Lorhan continued his financial situation is better, and he is more greedy and selfish. And in his past life he took these lands from Lord Rene. Picking up the letter that Baron Remington had sent him and unsealing it, Lorcan read the contents and thought to himself, but this time the letter came much earlier than he was going to meet. After reviewing the contents, in which he congratulated him on the development of the land and asked to exchange people to share experiences, Lorhan said in his head that he was offering to send people to him for a kind of exchange. Immediately after that, Lorhan smiled ominously and said in his head, "What a nerve, he's openly telling us that he wants to send his spy to us." Being in a very difficult situation, Lord Decarnus asked Lorcan in a confused tone what he thought we should do in this situation, and he confidently said, "Go for it." Immediately after that, Lorhan crossed his fists and smiled ominously and said, "I will go from your lands to his," and then mentally said, "If you have such an opportunity, you should take advantage of it." A few days passed in the meantime at Baron Remington's estate. Arriving at Baron Remington's estate, Lorhan scratched his beard and thought to himself, "The people the Baron sent to our lands should have arrived long ago." Immediately after that he added, "Unlike us, the owner of this estate sent experts in mining and administrators to us. Their goal was not to exchange pleasantries but to study how developed the territory was." The next moment, realizing the danger that lurked in his lands, Lorhan said in his head, "Of course I explained to the Lord how to prepare for such a meeting, but I still worry about him." As he waited for someone to approach them to meet them, Lorhan mentally said to himself, "They should finish all the business here as soon as possible and return immediately afterwards." He heard a voice speak to them. "You have come from Lorhan Rene." Lorhan looked up and saw a regular guard, Remington Hansen, who was level 200, and then the guard said, "Come this way." Seeing who it was that greeted them, Lorhan was disappointed with the reception and said in his head, "It would have been nice if we had been greeted by their captain, but they sent us a regular guard. They're trying to kill our confidence from the start." Immediately after that, hearing the words of his soldiers who said, "Look at his chainmail, I envy him," Lorhan mentally said, "Although it's good that they look down on us, it makes them less vigilant." Immediately after these words, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, "That's why I brought Rene's soldiers here." Bringing the soldiers who had come in exchange to Baron Remington, Lorhan heard, "Wow, everyone is talking about you like that." Shaking hands with Baron Remington, the boy said, "I'm a furious berserker," to which Lord Remington Sackenkun von Remington replied. Looking down at the dwarf, Baron Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, "He's behaving much better than I thought. He's trying so hard to win my lord's favor." Immediately after the greeting, the Baron smiled happily and said, "You must be tired, so let's get some rest and talk about everything over dinner." Hearing this suggestion, Lorhan smiled awkwardly and thought, "I am really tired, but I won't show it." As soon as Lorhan finished his thought, he bowed and spoke to the Baron. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm here on business. If you don't mind, I would like to see your estate." Hearing Lorhan's request, the Baron replied awkwardly, "Yes, I have heard of your loyalty, of course." Going with a couple of guards who were assigned to him to inspect the estate, Lorhan heard where you want to start with the village farm, to which Lorhan replied interestingly, "Well." Immediately after he heard that he could decide where to start, Lorhan said, "I would like to start with the dungeons," and hearing the guest's request, the guard replied confusedly that I did not hear any dungeons. Immediately afterwards, one of the guards whispered to the other Hansen, "Go and tell the Lord everything," and he replied, "Okay." Looking at the confused soldiers, Lorhan mentally said, "Like the Dungeon of Secrets in Renai, there is also a special dungeon with a limited number of entrances." Continuing his thoughts about secret dungeons, Lorhan continued, "Since the items from there bring a significant amount of profit to the territory, information about this dungeon is hidden from the outside world." After running to Baron Remington with a request to show the dungeons and returning with permission, Hansen reported to the Lord that he had been granted permission. Hearing that his request had been granted, Lorhan smiled happily and said, "Oh, really, I'm grateful for that." Immediately afterwards, he added in his head, as expected, "Lord Remington treats me in a special way. Perhaps he wants to gain my trust." As soon as the permit was in hand, Lorhan and a couple of guards headed for the hills near Remington's estate where the secret dungeons were located. Entering some woods a short time after they set off on their way to the secret dungeon, Lorhan happily said in his head, "Wow, they are much closer than I thought." Passing by all these trees, Lorhan suddenly remembered a special product that is produced here, and mentally said, "The special honey that is produced here is a specialty of Remington, and is also quite healthy." After walking through the forest for a while, Lorhan finally arrived at a huge tree, which we pointed out to him and told him on the spot that the level of its dungeon was quite high, so good preparation was needed. The next moment, pointing to one of the branches on the huge tree, the guard said, "It looks like an ordinary old tree, but if you look closely you will notice an old beehive. You must knock it down." Looking at the soldier who went to his friend with the bow, Lorhan thought to himself, "Do they want to help, or do they think I could not do it alone?" They described everything to me in great detail. The next moment, one of the soldiers pulled his aunt's bow and fired at a beehive hanging on one of the tree branches. After one aimed shot, the hive was knocked down and fell to the ground. Immediately after the fall, the entrance to the dungeon appeared in front of the tree. Watching the guards enter the dungeon first, Lorhan, who was standing behind, thought, "This dungeon will definitely benefit me. It's hard to find a level 1 dungeon in our territory." When all the guards went inside, Lorhan took out a rune book from his inventory and mentally said to use the rune book to save the mark later. "I will study it in more detail immediately after that." A system notification appeared that said the mark was added. As soon as Lorhan entered the dungeon behind the guards who showed him its location, the boy saw a system notification that said a secret dungeon, Sweet Death, had been discovered. Immediately after that, other system notifications appeared, informing him that the experience gained here and the probability of dropping drops had been increased by 3 days, and that the bonus for the first entry had been increased by 10% due to the pioneer effect. With a sly smile after he received an additional bonus to the original one for the first entrance to the dungeon, Lorhan happily said in his head, "It's good that I still have the first entrance bonus." When everyone was inside, one of the soldiers said to Lorhan, "Mr. Lorhan, before the wave of monsters begins, I will briefly tell you about this dungeon." Imagining in his mind the monsters of the bees that live in it, Lorhan heard the structure of the cave is quite simple. After defeating a group of killer bees, you need to destroy their hive. After telling the main points about clearing the dungeon, the soldier added that after destroying the hive, a queen bee will appear in front of you, the dungeon boss, and after killing it, the dungeon will be considered cleared. Immediately after that, the soldier said to Lorhan, "Do you want to join us in clearing the dungeon now?" To which he awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and said, "No, I will only get in your way." Refusing to participate in the raid on the dungeon where he was invited by the soldier, Lorhan said in his head, "Of course that this is all nonsense. Bees can be killed even with their eyes closed, but now I'd better not get involved." Immediately afterwards, Lorhan stayed behind the guards at the entrance to the dungeon and heard one of them say, "Well, we'll handle it ourselves." And Lorhan said in his head, "The more these guys underestimate me, the easier it will be for me." Arriving at his comrades, one of the guards said that they were going on the raid alone, and the first guard asked him in surprise that he would not participate, and the other one replied that he was afraid. Looking at the arrogant guards who considered themselves much better at everything, Lorhan smiled and said, "That's why our Lord treats him like that." Waiting for the guards at the entrance to the dungeon near the tree, Lorhan saw them return and said happily, "You are truly incredible. I admire you." To which one of the guards replied that you are our duty. Immediately after that, Lorhan added, "I should also follow your—" Before he could finish speaking, one of the guards who had arrived from the manor called out to Lorhan, "Mr. Lorhan." When the boy looked back to see who was calling him, he heard the guard say, "The Lord is calling you to dinner. Come, I will take you to him." After a while, Lorhan found himself at the table with Lord Remington, sitting on opposite sides of a wide table with plates of steaks in front of them. Picking up his fork, Lord Remington asked his guest, "So how was your tour of my domain?" Cutting off a piece of meat from his plate, Lord Remington said, "I hope you felt something there." Hearing the question from the Baron to whom he had come on an exchange, Lorhan happily replied, "Yes, since your territory is more developed than ours, and the technology here is not—" Before he could finish, the Baron interrupted him, saying, "No, that's not what I asked you." Cutting off the next piece of steak, Baron Remington added, "You should know that the Renai territory has no bright future. Soon their lands may simply disappear." Looking at the Baron, who spoke confidently to him while sitting at the dinner table, Lorhan heard what would happen if the mines that were being developed found nothing. The territory would perish, and the lands and rights you had acquired would lose their value. Having reported on the plight of the Renai lands, Baron Remington said, "Come to us, Lorhan. If you agree, I will give you 3 times as much land, or 5 times as much." Hearing this offer from Baron Remington, who wanted to win him over, Lorcan smiled slyly and said, "As expected of you, you seem to understand the situation very well." Immediately afterwards, Lorcan added, "Well, I'm also quite a greedy man, although you wouldn't think it." But when the Baron heard this, he asked, "But what?" Sticking his fork into a piece of meat on the table, Lorhan shouted 10 times. Starting to barbarically devour the steak that was in his bowl, Lorhan confidently added, "If you give me 10 times that, then I will think about at least helping you." Hearing the offer from Lorhan, whom he wanted to win over to his side, Baron Remington thought to himself, "He's a tough guy. I'll offer him 10 times as much." Looking at the Baron's reaction after his offer to increase his fortune 10-fold if he chose his side, Lorcan slyly said, "It looks like you don't mind a 10-fold increase." Immediately after these words, Lorraine smiled menacingly and said in a stern tone to Baron Remington, "Do you really think I have no idea what you are up to?" After that dinner, Lorhan returned to his room after a difficult conversation about which side he would choose. Inspecting his weapons, the boy happily said, "The axe is now complete." After completing all the preparations for the dungeon raid, Lorhan happily said how good it was that I took his goal that I had originally set for myself upon arrival was achieved. Recalling how he had shown himself in front of the guards and at the dinner with the Baron, Lorhan mentally said, "I've already made him think of me as an incompetent knight who is only interested in wealth to ease their wariness of me and Renai." Smiling slyly as his plan went exactly as planned, Lorhan continued to think in his head that this would make them act arrogantly, thinking that the recent changes in Renai territory were mere coincidences. Looking out of the window where the guards were smoking cigarettes and talking, "Aren't you following the knight Renai?" the other replied. "Yes, I will when he goes outside," Lorhan thought, "and they will be less likely to follow me." Smiling ominously at the fact that his plan was now going almost perfectly, Lorhan said happily, "Thanks to this, I will be able to safely clean out their honey dungeon. My mouth is watering." The next moment, Lorhan pulled out a rune book from his inventory and immediately used it to move to the honey dungeon. Arriving at the entrance of the Sweet Death dungeon, Lorhan mentally said, "It's a shame that teleportation doesn't work even if I put a tag on it, because this dungeon is part of Remington. We only stayed in Remington for 3 days." Remembering the very arrogant Baron, Lorhan added in his head, "It's a little disappointing, but since Lord Remington has already made his conclusions about us anyway, we can ignore him now." Throwing the axe at the hive that was supposed to open the entrance to the dungeon, Lorhan added, "But nevertheless, I can safely clear the cave for these 3 days." As soon as the beehive landed on the ground, a portal appeared in front of Lorhan, transporting him to the secret dungeon of Sweet Death. When he entered the hidden dungeon and saw that the light was burning quite brightly, Lorhan was surprised to hear that it was still quite bright in the cave. After stepping over a certain mark, Lorhan activated the dungeon and a system notification appeared in front of him, informing him that a wave of monsters was beginning and a crowd of bees was immediately behind him. Noticing the enemy in front of him, the bees immediately rushed to the offensive, pointing their stingers at the enemy to pierce the intruder. Thinking about how he could quickly clear this dungeon, Lorhan thought in his head, "If I break the hive, I will immediately move on to the battle with the boss." But it won't work that way. After fighting with the enemies in an unusual way, Lorhan received a system notification that said, "You have irritated the hive, and a new horde of killer bees is approaching." Seeing that even more enemies would soon arrive, Lorhan took a water bomb from his inventory and said, "Well, let's continue." The next moment, when the bomb was in his hands, the boy threw it up to the bees, and when it was at a sufficient height, he activated it and washed away all the enemies, bringing them down to the ground. Climbing up on a pebble, Lorhan waited until all the water from the water bomb flowed down, saying happily that when it was done, the water was refreshing. When all the water from the water bomb was gone, Lorhan approached the wet bees lying on the ground and said happily, "That should be enough. Now we can start farming." After going through all the enemies and pulling out the stinger from each bee, Lorhan held the precious materials of the boogeyman in his hands just fine. Looking at the collected stingers from the bees neutralized by the water bomb, Lorhan said happily, "Usually these items fall out with very little probability, but if you take it from living bees, the probability of getting a good item is equal." Looking at the hive after all the enemies were defeated, the boy happily said, "Well, now there is only one left." Having dealt with all the enemies, Lorhan launched his axe at the hive to start the battle with the boss, using a combined bombardment attack. As soon as the hive was destroyed, Lorhan saw the boss in front of him, who was a queen bee of the 239th level, and it was her who had to be defeated to finally clear the dungeon. Seeing what kind of enemy appeared before him, Lorhan laughed arrogantly and said, "Boogeyman, and this is your so-called queen. Even for me, such a shot can be fatal." Starting to run around the arena, dodging the attacks of the dungeon boss, Lorhan exclaimed joyfully, "By the way, you can just not get caught in her attacks and that's it." As soon as the enemy made the next attack and missed, Lorhan saw a chance to attack and immediately took out his axe and prepared to attack. Swinging his weapon in front of the enemy, he became the last thing the queen bee saw in her life. After finishing the battle with the queen bee, Lorhan received a bee sting and some honey that was poured all over his body. And now, 3 days have passed since Lorhan went to raid the dungeon. And after completing his campaign in it and the exchange period, the boy finally returned to his lord in the Renai estate. Putting the honey from Remington on his lord's table, Lorhan heard him exclaim in surprise, "What is this?" To which he replied, "It's nothing." Immediately after these words, the guy confidently added the branded product of the Remington estate, "I brought it just for you, so just eat it for health and enjoy its taste." Hearing that this was all for him, the lord, confused by such generosity, said awkwardly, "Thank you. You must be tired. Go and get some rest." And hearing the order from his lord, Lorhan bowed and said thank you very much. Arriving at his room, Lorhan happily said, "Well, now that I've had a little rest after my last adventure, I can see what's going on in the community." As soon as he went to the news tab, he saw the first news item with a dead dog and the headline, "The hounds of hell are on the verge of collapse." Recalling the same moment that had happened to him at the last meeting, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "It seems that because of that incident, most of the guild members left the guild. Boogeyman just fine." Looking through the other news that was happening in the community, Lorhan said disappointedly, "Well, let's see if there is any other interesting article." Turning to the next page, Lorhan saw a news article that said that the Black Dragon Corps was moving to the continent, and Lorhan was surprised to hear what it was and how they had moved. Starting to look for news about how they managed to cross the sea, he saw that it was all made possible by the Guild Alliance. Then Lorhan added, "Ah, so that means that it was quite good." Immediately after watching this news, Lorhan got up from his bed and said, "But I still needed it to fulfill my plan, so it's even for the best in some ways." Immediately after these words, the boy smiled madly and said ominously, "So let's prepare a solemn greeting for them." Sometime later, after Lorhan had checked the news from the game's community, he headed for the Twilight Valley, which was located on the central continent. Once in the right place, Lorhan remembered that he had last been here in his past life and smiled slyly, saying, "It's been a long time since I've been here." Recalling the route the faction soldiers would take, Lorhan mentally said this was the mandatory place the Black Dragon Corps would have to pass through on their way to the fourth city. Walking through the ruins and ruins to get to the place he needed, Lorhan said in his head the reason I came here before he could finish when he saw something strange and said, "I wonder if there must be something here." Arriving at the castle where the special unit was stationed, Lorhan found the leader of the soldiers and asked him to join him, who, hearing the request, was surprised to hear that he wanted to join the special unit. Hearing the question from the commander, Lorhan said, "I have a strategy that I would like to offer you." To which he replied, "Wait, do you think you have the skills to join us?" Immediately after that, Harun, the commander of the special unit, who was at level 280, sat down and thoughtfully said, "Self-confidence is one thing, but here's the thing." Hearing that he did not believe him, Lorhan smiled happily and said, "How can I prove to you that I am a worthy candidate?" Thinking about how to prove his abilities, the commander of the special forces, Harun, looked back and exclaimed, "Well, I have one way, Maron. Come here." But hearing the commander's voice, the guy who was just training answered, "Yes now." Approaching Harun, Marin, who was a Special Forces soldier and had the 250th level, said, "Yes, I'm here. My name is Commander." Pointing to Lorhan with his hand, Commander Harun said, "Arrange a sparring match with him." Hearing the order from his leader, the soldier was surprised to hear that he was talking to him. When Lorhan saw who his opponent in the sparring was, he laughed softly and said, "Out of respect for you, I will take off all my extra equipment before the fight." Lorhan looked at his opponent and said something menacingly. "Are you scared?" Hearing that he was clearly underestimating him, the angry Maron said in his head, "Damn, where did this guy with a level lower than mine get such equipment?" When the pair of fighters took their place in the arena, the commander of the Special Forces announced the main condition of the fight, which sounded like this: "The use of weapons is prohibited." After announcing the main condition of the battle, General Harun added that the main condition for winning this fight was that whoever falls first will lose this fight, something like that. The next moment, waving his sword between the two boys standing in the ring, Commander Harun called for attention to begin. As soon as the fight started, Marin rushed at Lorhan, mentally saying what a cheeky boy he was. "Now I'll lower your self-esteem." Having made the first direct strike aiming at Lorhan's face, Marin felt that his attack seemed to hit a wall. After hitting the enemy's block that he had set up at the last moment, Marin heard his friend Marin say to him, "Stop joking around and finish it." To which he angrily replied, "What are you yelling about?" Immediately after these words, looking at his opponent, Marin nervously said in his head, "Damn, what the hell was that? He didn't even move from my punch." Preparing for another powerful punch to defeat his opponent, Marin said in his head, "I will show you the difference in our levels." As he approached Lorhan, he swung his fist and jumped up a little to hit him harder, ready to end it all right now. Watching the enemy continue to stand still, perhaps because of the old age, he was frozen and unable to move. Marin said happily in his head, "I've got him." However, at the last moment, right before he struck, the enemy suddenly disappeared and his attack only hit the air. At that moment, Lorhan was behind him and prepared to counterattack, already swinging for the kill. Realizing the gap between his opponent's abilities and his own, even though he was 20 levels lower, Lorhan spoke too slowly. Just as he was about to strike at the enemy, his attack was stopped by Commander Harun, who caught his fist as it was heading toward the opponent. Perhaps due to the fact that the commander stepped in and stopped Lorhan's attack, the fight ended without injuries and casualties. Looking at Lorhan, who had knocked his opponent to the ground, the captain of the Special Forces, Harun, said to his newcomer, "We can end your fight here." Looking at Lorhan, who was already preparing to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent by entering the flow and taking this fight seriously, Harun added that this would be enough. Hearing that the test was over, Lorhan bowed and said to his sparring partner, "You did very well in this battle, thank you." Looking at Lorhan, whom he had clearly underestimated, Marin breathed a sigh of relief after the battle, and then Captain Harun said, "Well now." Bowing before Lorhan, the Special Forces general added confidently, "You have really proved to us that you are on the same level as us." Hearing this, Lorhan mentally said, "Of course." Walking away from the battlefield, the defeated Maron said, "Damn." And Lorhan said, "If you want to beat me, you'll have to go through special training about 100 times. After Lorhan proved his strength, the captain of the special squad said to the boy, "Now it's my time to keep my promise." With a sly smile that he had succeeded in getting his way, Lorhan heard from Commander Harun, "So what's your plan? Tell me, I'm listening." Hearing that his plan would now be listened to, Lorhan happily said, approaching the commander, "Well, it's nothing complicated. It consists of the following." After telling his plan about how to drive out the undead that kept coming to the pier and were becoming more and more every day, Captain Harun was shocked by this approach. Lorhan began his speech by explaining what exactly should happen and what needs to be done, saying that most of the members of the Black Dragon Legion arrive at the dock after the Hellhounds and they are dead. There is only one secret that allows players of the undead race to achieve these results without any special abilities, and this secret lies in one very famous user of the undead race. Indahenum, nicknamed the Four-Dimensional Player, reached the 100th level only thanks to guides in search of content. He found that many members of the Black Dragon Legion were disappointed by the lack of information about arriving at the continent's pier. And that's exactly why Indahenum decided to spontaneously take the initiative as a representative of the race of the dead and began to claim that he would arrive at the pier on his own. Of course, none of those who saw this news believed him, and all the notices and statements he posted were ignored. Continuing to tell the story of a rather interesting guy, Lorhan added that his drive to create interesting content was unstoppable. And so, finally figuring out a way he could bring his plan to life by finding a pair of weights and attaching them to his legs, Indahenim arrived at the port. As soon as all the preparations were completed, he jumped into the sea with the weights on his feet. The only unique ability that the dead had was their ability to breathe underwater, which helped Indahenim come up with this brilliant idea. And on the same day, using his only unique ability that the undead had, he was able to detect the undead. He was able to find out how to get to the pier on the continent. And when he got out of the water at the pier of the capital, Inda joyfully shouted Boogaloo, which was really quite cool. Seeing the continent for the dead in front of him, Indahenim finally realized that this was the content he had been looking for so long. And so, following Indahenim's example, the rest of the players who also possessed the undead race repeated his journey by tying weights to their feet and walking along the seabed. After listening to the full story of how the dead get to the continent, Captain Haroon confidently said that it is true that more and more of them have been arriving lately. Recalling one of the battles where he had to fight against the wet undead, Haroon said it was certainly very strange that all the newcomers were soaked through, but he did not pay much attention to it. Your board is definitely good enough. Immediately after these words, he looked at Lorhan, who had proposed a rather desperate plan to deal with the dead. The captain asked if you really wanted to do this. Hearing the question from his captain, Lorhan confidently said yes. They would probably try to keep their union on the central continent. Imagining in his head the approximate number of enemies that had arrived in the central continent, Lorhan thoughtfully said, "Of course, it would be quite difficult to deal with the group on the dock." Immediately after these words, imagining how his plan might affect the plans of the undead and how much his appearance would surprise them, Lorhan said ominously, "I want to add a little more difficulty to it." As soon as Lorhan said this, he immediately turned his gaze to the old man and said, "You have nothing to lose either, after all." Haroon thoughtfully replied, "Yes, that's true, but..." Hearing these words from the old man, Lorhan spoke menacingly and walked forward. "Then you have nothing to think about." Grabbing Lorhan's hand, the old man said to him, "Wait, do you want to start right away or what?" Hearing the question from Commander Haroon, Lorhan looked around at the soldiers standing near him and said slyly, "You have a lot of busy people here." Immediately after these words, looking back to the captain of the Special Forces, Lorhan happily announced, "That's why let's hurry up and welcome the brazen men of the Black Dragon faction." And at the same time, somewhere on the foggy dock, one of the dead who used Indahenim's idea said, "Fortunately, none of us froze to death in this sea," to which the other added that we had already arrived. "I thought I would soon die of cold." Climbing out of the cold water of the seabed, one of the dead said, "But nevertheless, Indahenim made a really great discovery thanks to him and his guild, and arrival here went quite quickly." After getting out of the seabed, one of the dead who was already sitting on the pier said tiredly, "Let's first of all have a little rest." Only a couple of the dead suggested taking a break after a hard journey, when suddenly one of the newly arrived who had not yet sat down anxiously exclaimed, "Hey, wait a minute, look." But his friend heard him and asked where he was going. Looking into the thick fog from which a silhouette was coming, one of the dead nervously said, "Don't you think someone is approaching from there?" To which his friend replied that it was not the second player from the race of the dead. As the silhouette approached the group of dead, one of them nervously exclaimed, "Wait, look closely, it's the same thing." Lorhan was riding his horse right at them, and one of the dead men screamed out in fright, "Lorhan, the killer of the Black Dragon Legion, oh shit." Stopping a few meters away from his enemies, Lorhan said menacingly, "Hey, you dumbasses." The next moment he smiled ominously, realizing that the enemies now did not have so much power left after a long and difficult journey. He said, "You spent a lot of energy on the road." Immediately after these words, Lorhan looked around to estimate the number of enemies and added, "I think you are very happy that you have reached this place, and that is why I have prepared gifts for you." Raising his hand up and giving the order to the soldiers from the special unit, Lorhan shouted to start the operation. Immediately after these words, a whole army of people emerged from behind him one by one from the thick fog directly at the dead. When his assistants took their positions, the boy said menacingly, "I am the true berserker Lorhan, and I am here." Driving his horse forward to charge with his battle axe in hand, Lorhan shouted menacingly to take this place. When the dead had time to react to Lorhan's words and rise to their feet after a welcome respite after a hard journey, they noticed that a whole group of enemies was already standing around them, taking them in a circle. Then one of the dead nervously said, "We are surrounded. Do what you can." The rest of the dead who were not yet surrounded and stood closer to Lorhan said nervously, looking around, "Oh shit, he took the NPC with him." Looking at the enemies who simply surrounded them and continued to watch, one of the dead exclaimed in surprise, "But something strange is happening to them. Why aren't they attacking us?" Hearing that the NPCs were not attacking them, one of the undead army angrily exclaimed, "Is that scoundrel Lorhan going to confront us alone?" To which the other added that he was ignoring us. Looking at the army of enemies, Lorhan mentally said, as I had said, they are quite stupid to fight him with a group that does not know their fighting style is more risky than fighting them alone. Immediately afterwards, hearing a soldier speak to the mage girl who had arrived on the battlefield, he asked her, "What were you doing here?" And she replied in surprise. Weren't they all supposed to be gathered, Lorhan thought? And besides, not everyone in the group was moving well, so it would be rather pointless to gather and attack. Jumping down from his horse, Lorhan said in his head that in such situations a different tactic was needed, and then shouted to the enemies, "Listen carefully, you useless dead men who have nothing but bones." Hearing how Lorhan addressed them, a couple of dead from the Black Dragon faction exclaimed in surprise that they were only bones, to which the boy replied from that very moment. Drawing the attention of all the undead on the pier who had arrived on the continent, Lorhan shouted, "I declare a battle for the occupation of the pier." As soon as the battle for the pier was declared, a system notification appeared over Lorhan, announcing that the battle for the pier was about to begin, and the boy said with a sinister smile, "Boogaloo, let's get started." When Lorhan got the flag of the pier in his hands, he immediately noticed a system notification in front of him that said the occupation was considered complete when all enemies were killed or a flag was placed in the specified place. When the rules were announced to all participants in this battle, another system notification appeared, which said the battle for the pier, capture the pier of the Black Dragon Legion's death fog. Immediately afterwards, a brief description of the task and rewards appeared as in a normal task, which described the conditions for setting the flag in a given place, the reward, the title for the feat, the reputation, the title of the first occupation army. After reviewing the rewards that he would receive for the occupation of the pier, Lorhan said disappointedly, "I thought the rewards were not the best," and then mentally added in the status window that this operation was described as a slightly provocative occupation or whatever. Seeing a system notification that said if the pier is destroyed or captured, the passage will be suspended, then one of the dead said in surprise that it means that other Black Dragon hulls will not be able to come until the steamers resume operation. At the same time, from the side of the pier, Lorhan stood behind Captain Haroon, putting his hand on his shoulder and confidently said, "Good luck to you, these guys." Hearing the hopes and expectations of his special forces captain, Lorhan smiled happily and said, "Don't worry." Seeing that they had little chance of winning on their own, and the developments were not in their favor, one of the dead suddenly shouted out to her, "No, it won't go like that. Call the guards." The next moment, the guards were automatically summoned, and they arrived when the alien faction invaded the land. Pulling out 2 axes to confront the undead army that rose up to defend the pier, Lorhan shouted in a frantic tone, "Well, try to stop me." Noticing that when a large number of enemies appeared, 4 titles were activated, which strengthened him well. Lorhan joyfully said, "The effects of the titles are so powerful that I can fight even with my bare hands." Rushing at the enemies, who became many times more after the call of the guards, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed, "Well, let's start the slaughter." As he approached one of the enemies, Lorhan swung his axe and prepared to strike. His first victim was a skeleton from the army of guards, which Lorhan, despite its high level, was able to destroy with just 1 blow. Continuing to storm towards his goal and destroying everyone in his path, Lorhan shouted, "Hey, bones become dust." Destroying one of the enemies in 1 hit, Lorhan received a system notification that said the effect of the rare title, "One Hit Guy," if you reduce the enemy's health by 1 attack by % or more, he instantly dies. Seeing the title working, Lorhan smiled ominously and said in his head, "Booga, it works like this, destroying all enemies with a single hit." Lorhan mentally said he was just perfect for fighting pesky bugs like these. After taking 1 non-lethal hit, Fabitas, who had leveled up, said in surprise as he noticed his health level plummet to 0. What was that? Seeing what was happening on the battlefield, one of the dead men exclaimed in fright that he was crazy and that such creatures existed, after which another dead man added that he was able to defeat so many of us on his own. Immediately after that, Noticing that the rest of the soldiers were just standing behind with their arms folded, one of the dead said in surprise that these people would just watch from the outside what their plan was. While the pair of dead men standing behind him were thinking, Lorhan was already aiming at them with his weapon from the sky. As he prepared to finish off a couple more of his enemies, Lorhan shouted out, "Get out of here, you crow counters!" Seeing that Lorhan was already approaching them, a couple of dead people just froze in place, frightened, looking at their deaths approaching them. Having destroyed the frightened dead with the help of the strike skill, Lorhan felt that some kind of magic spell called the Curse of Eternity was used on him from behind. By defending himself against it with the effect of the epic title of Unbridled Will, Lorhan was able to prevent it from harming him. Realizing that his attack was useless and that Lorhan was now targeting him, the frightened dead man cried out, "No such luck." The next moment, Lorhan used the jerk skill to rush at the enemy and cut him into two pieces, destroying him in an instant. Standing in one place after hitting the mage who wanted to destroy him from the blind spot, Lorhan shouted out menacingly, "Did you really think it would work on me, you fools?" Having defeated a large number of the enemy army, Lorhan found himself in the very center of the battlefield where he was surrounded by enemies on all sides and confidently shouted out, "Attack all together!" When the enemies swallowed his provocative cry and rushed at Lorhan, he took a steady pose and began preparing for mass destruction. Exhaling heavily, the boy let out steam from his mouth and recited a combined skill. As soon as the enemies got close enough, he used his skill called the Wheel of Wind and ground all the enemies that got into his range. As soon as the skill expired, Lorhan looked at how many enemies he managed to defeat at once and exclaimed, "I thought you would buy it." After that, jumping up from the ground and aiming at the tower where the flag was to be installed, Lorhan exclaimed that at this rate, the plan for conquest would be successfully completed. Seeing his comrades and subjects being destroyed by just one enemy, the commander of the Dead Mist Wharf Guards angrily exclaimed that this was absurd. Seeing that the enemy was approaching the tower to complete the task of occupation, the general of the guards joined the battle and prevented him from doing so. Having repelled Lorhan's attempt to reach the top of the tower, the captain of the Dead Mist Pier Guard, who had the level of a dead fog, said menacingly, "As long as I block your path, you will not succeed." Seeing before him a more interesting and powerful enemy who should not crumble after one blow, Lorhan joyfully exclaimed and rushed at him, "And now let's play with the big bones." Having started a fierce battle with the enemy, Lorhan noticed that his attacks did not have time to reach the target because the enemy managed to block them. Keeping the pressure on the enemy with his axe after another blow, Lorhan mentally said that this guy is much faster than he looks. Looking at the enemy who pushed back his attack and tried to attack, Lorhan mentally added, "I must somehow make him open for a counterattack." Deciding to use his trump card, namely provocation, to anger the enemy and make him fight more awkwardly, Lorhan shouted out, "Hey knucklehead, you're the one they call the king of the guard. You're too weak." Hearing that he had just been called weak, the irritated general of the wharf guards angrily shouted out what the impudent leather sack had just said. Using his combined mace skill, the enemy decided to explain to Lorhan that he was very much mistaken in his statements. Seeing the gap in the enemy's defense when he used his combined skill, Lorhan said in his head, "This is my chance." Preparing for the enemy's attack, Lorhan waited for the right moment to use his creation skill to dodge. As soon as the enemy attack came close enough, the boy used his creation skill to avoid the enemy attack. As soon as the enemy lost his vigilance and lost the ability to block his attack, he saw that something terrible was about to happen, and the captain of the guards nervously exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" At the same moment, Lorhan, using all his skills in turn, was preparing to use the skill of creation on the fly to deal a critical blow to the enemy and quickly finish him off. The next moment, using his strength and speed skills, Lorhan sent his enemy flying. As soon as the enemy was free-flying through the sky, Lorhan took his battle axe out of his hands and picked up a flag to be placed on top of the building. Jumping up to catch up with the enemy, the boy prepared for the last attack, waved the flag and shouted to the commander of the guards, "It's time to finish with you." Seeing that the enemy was about to make a real dead man out of him, the captain of the guards shouted out in fright, "Wait a bit, let's talk." Lorhan pointed the enemy captain at the flag and sent him to the top of the tower, and with a powerful blow, imprinted it in the right place, establishing control over the pier. After completing the occupation of the enemy's pier, Lorhan smiled ominously and said, "You know, it was too easy, boys." At the same time, the commander of the special forces, Harun, was heading with his men to the task that Lorhan had given them to fulfill his part of the plan. Following his leader, one of the soldiers suddenly shouted out, "Hey, Commander!" And hearing a question from a subordinate, he suddenly looked back and asked what was going on. Then the subordinate nervously asked, "Are you really going to do what this guy told you to do? I respect you, of course, but this operation is quite reckless." Hearing these words from his subordinate, Captain Haroon smiled slyly and said, "Boogeyman, you know, I wonder if you will say the same thing after you see the battle." Imagining in his mind Lorhan fighting like a madman, Captain Haroon said confidently, "He was destroying everything in his path. He was a berserker, that's for sure." Immediately after these words, recalling the image of Lorhan when using the berserker skill, the commander of the special forces said that no matter what method he uses, he will always succeed, which is why we have nothing to worry about. And at the same time, a system notification appeared on the Death Fog Wharf to all those present in the area, informing them that Lorhan had captured the Death Fog Wharf and asking the dog guards guarding the Death Fog Wharf to return to the city. Immediately after that, another system notification appeared, informing all users who were in the vicinity of the Death Fog Wharf were forcibly moved abroad. Seeing this, one of the dead exclaimed in confusion, "Oh shit, is this possible?" And at the same moment, Lorhan, who was standing on top of the tower, was laughing happily, shouting, "Boogaloo! The bugs couldn't even handle me, even a huge crowd." Looking at the new title, which was called the First Occupation Warrior, which increased the characteristics of defense and increased endurance, Lorhan exclaimed in amazement that this is the effect of the title tick, and thought that the effect would only apply to defensive battles. Clenching his hand into a fist, Lorhan exclaimed joyfully, "It may be only for a moment, but I can still feel it." The next moment, Lorhan received a new system notification that read, "You have captured the Death Mist dock." Immediately after that, Lorhan was faced with the choice of deciding the fate of this dock. He received a system notification with a choice that said save or destroy. Decide what to do with the occupied territories. Immediately after each choice, there was a description that said, if you choose to save, then the quest to protect or return the territory will begin. If you choose to destroy, users of the Black Dragon Legion will not be able to use the Death Mist Marina for 7 days. After Lorhan read the detailed description, when choosing each option, 2 buttons appeared in front of the guy, save and destroy. Immediately after these words, leaning toward one choice, which was his plan, Lorhan confidently said, "Booga, and what to think here, I don't understand." At the same time, one of the transferred dead from the pier of the Fog of Death came to his senses and nervously shouted out this place, to which he was told to calm down, "This is our base." Immediately afterwards, he told his comrade that this place was not so far from the death dock, and that we were called here after the occupation battle. After explaining where they were and why the nervous dead man said this guy is a monster, he really did take over the dock by himself, and because of that, we will not be able to use the dock for 7 days. As soon as he said this, he saw a system notification in front of him that said an urgent quest to return the Death Fog Marina before the quest started in 59 minutes. Looking at the urgent quest that appeared before them for the second time, the dead man exclaimed in surprise, "Lorhan, is it really him?" And at the same time, Lorhan chose to save the pier and began to wait for the start of the defense quest, expecting a large number of enemies who would try to take away his rightful place. 50 minutes after the announcement of the urgent quest, the surroundings of the foggy forest were already teeming with the dead. Seeing how many enemies were now heading to storm the pier, one of the dead surprisingly told the people here, to which they replied to him about 100 users near the NPC. Hearing how large the army was heading to the pier, one of the dead exclaimed in surprise that the war was going to be crazy, or that only 1 or 2 of us had already faced Lorhan and all the users must have gathered here. Immediately after these words, one of the dead said with a sly smile, "Lorhan must have gone crazy to challenge so many enemies." Heading for the pier where Lorhan was to fight a defensive battle, one of the dead men shouted menacingly, "Get ready, Lorhan. I will avenge you for your destruction." And finally, when the war for the pier was about to begin, a huge army of the dead gathered on the bridge, all thirsty for his blood. Stretching out his hand in front of him, the commander of the army of the dead shouted out menacingly, "Come out, Lorhan. Pay for what you have done to the Black Dragon Legion." As soon as this phrase was heard throughout the dock of the Fog of Death, a giant gate began to open in front of the crowd of dead. Seeing what was behind that gate, one of the crowd of dead exclaimed in confusion what the barricades were. Coming out of the narrow passage in the open gate, Lorhan, who had been trying to defend the dock alone, said in surprise, "Wow, there are so many of you here." The next moment the boy exclaimed haughtily, "How do you like it? I built and decorated it all in a hurry while I was waiting for your visit." Seeing that the entire pier of the Fog of Death was enclosed by a huge wall, one of the dead exclaimed in surprise, and in a defensive battle function, he barricaded the pier. Immediately after these words, paying attention to the full scale of this gigantic structure, one of the dead said, "It must have cost at least several hundred gold pieces. What an inexperienced boy." Immediately afterwards, one of the dead said in surprise, "But isn't it strange?" And the other replied, "What are you talking about?" Recalling the usual defensive battles, one of the dead men said thoughtfully, "Usually in defensive battles they put up ballista turrets or something like that." Immediately after these words, the same dead man added, however, he simply built a huge wall around the pier, leaving a narrow gap as an entrance. The next moment, immediately turning his gaze to the enemy, who already looked quite dangerous and ominous, the dead man added nervously, as if this were not a war for territory. Looking at Lorhan, who suddenly had a crazy smile on his face, the dead man added, "It's a hunting trap." Immediately after these words, a system notification appeared to all the participants who had arrived at the pier, informing them that the battle to retake the pier from the Fog of Death was about to begin. Immediately after that, another system notification appeared, informing them of the time limit of 1 hour for the battle itself, with merit and reputation doubling. While Lorhan was looking at the enemy army leader, the bell rang and a system notification appeared with a timer that the battle was about to begin. As soon as the battle began, the leader of the army of the dead shouted out to the throwers to charge forward. The next moment, as soon as the first wave of arrows hit the guy, he just stood still and looked up at the sky as enemy shells flew past him. After the shelling ended, Lorhan continued to stand on his feet, even though he had been hit by many arrows. Exhaling heavily, Lorhan looked at his abilities, which were described as Knights Dominating due to the rare title of First Knight. And during a defensive battle, all abilities are increased by 10%, and said impressed, "This is quite a strong ability." Looking at the body that the arrows were breaking on, Lorhan said in surprise, "Of course I expected it, but I didn't think it would be so powerful." Immediately after that, another system inscription appeared above Lorhan, which informed him of the effect of the unique title of the First Occupation Warrior, which increases attack and defense power in proportion to the difference in personnel and attackers, and Lorhan cheered even more than I expected. Seeing that Lorhan was even still standing after being shot at, one of the dead men nervously exclaimed that he had not a single scratch on him, so it was definitely not a mistake. Immediately after that, Lorhan pulled out an axe from his inventory for a combined attack and happily said, "Booga, I thought someone was talking about mistakes like that." Immediately after that, taking a fighting stance for a throw, Lorhan angrily exclaimed, "Well, get ready, Bugs, because you're going to be very hurt. In the whole world, there is only one simple and clear way to prove your strength." Continuing to tell the story in his head, Lorhan mentally added, and all the gamers absolutely agreed, "The only way each player can prove their strength is through incredibly high damage." Recalling the obvious things that everyone ignores, Lorhan said in his head, "There is no point in hitting harder than necessary. But despite this, gamers are trying to do it. Everyone tries to make the most powerful blow they can, and they do it just to get drunk on the refreshing taste of high damage." Looking at the large army in front of him, Lorhan added confidently in his head, "And in this situation, even a rogue like me is no exception." Immediately after these words, looking back at himself and gazing at the high wall, Lorhan said, "Why did I build a defense structure without any towers at all? Isn't it obvious?" The next moment, when Lorhan put on the helmet of the Lion King, a system notification appeared above him, informing him of the effect of the unique title of the First Occupation Warrior. Immediately after all the thinking, Lorhan confidently said in his head, "Of course, this is all about looking at their strongest blows and showing them his own." Immediately after that, Lorhan prepared to strike by jumping up and swinging his axe. As soon as all the preparations were completed, Lorhan confidently shouted out and threw his axe at the crowd of enemies. Noticing that the first shell had been launched at them, the commander of the army of the dead shouted out to the approaching enemy. After being informed that an enemy attack was approaching their army, the commander of the dead shouted out to immediately open the protective barrier. Seeing that Lorhan's attack had stopped at the protective barrier, one of the dead said in surprise that they had blocked it. Immediately after these words, the barrier began to crack and Lorhan's attack began to break through. The next moment, the protective barrier broke and the guy's attack hit the target, killing a large number of enemies. After hitting and breaking the enemy's formation, Lorhan approached the enemy leader and joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, what a pity!" Stretching his arms before starting a fight with the strongest enemy present, Lorhan added, "Your precious characteristics are completely useless like this." Immediately after these words, Lorhan smiled slyly and said, "In my head it was even better than I thought. Even for a brief moment I felt it." Recalling that very moment of hitting the enemy army with his attack, Lorhan joyfully added in his mind the pinnacle of this blissful feeling. Looking at the aftermath of Lorhan's attack, one of the Black Dragon faction screamed out in fright, "You're crazy, what is this?" To which one of the dead added, "Our protective barrier collapsed in an instant." Immediately after that, a considerable number of enemies opened their system windows and screamed in fright, I cannot move to the base." Trying to get back, the fighters of the Black Dragon faction saw an error that prohibited escape from the battlefield. Seeing that escape was impossible, the frightened fighters shouted out one by one what it meant. Seeing that the enemies could not leave the battlefield before the end of the time, Lorhan smiled slyly and said happily, "It's not too late." At the same time, soldiers of different races began to receive notifications that said the Golden Lion Squad's forward base Kolstein was occupied and destroyed. Seeing that their bases were destroyed and that is why they could not return, the frightened members of the Black Dragon faction exclaimed in confusion, "Oh my God, what a mess! They cleaned out our base while we were gone." And then his fellow dead man added, "Oh, and our base too." Hearing that his plan had been executed in the best possible way, Lorhan, preparing for mass destruction, happily said, "Booga, and now you understand the situation." Preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the army of enemies standing right in front of him, Lorhan added, "The idiots themselves entered this hellish zone." Looking at how Lorhan was carrying him to his inevitable death, one of the players of the Dark faction scaredly exclaimed, "I don't want to fight such a guy." Seeing who they would have to fight, the other members of the Black Dragon faction, frightened by Lorhan, exclaimed in fright, "If the movement does not work, then we must at least try to escape." Seeing that his subjects really began to flee the battlefield, the general of the Dark faction army immediately beheaded them. The next moment, showing what would happen to those who would try to repeat this escape attempt again, the general said menacingly, "Anyone who leaves the battlefield will be immediately punished. If you are a warrior of the Black Dragon Legion, you must fight and die with honor." Seeing what had just happened to his comrades who were trying to escape, the dead man said frightenedly, he was just furious, and then the ogre added that they should not run away. Seeing what the general of the enemy army had done to his subordinates, Lorhan exclaimed joyfully, "That's the spirit of a samurai. It seems he's too scared to play games." Immediately afterwards, Lorhan smiled ominously and said in his head, "Boogaga, I'm grateful that he prevented me from losing experience points." The next moment, the general of the Black Dragon faction walked over to the boy and stood beside him saying, "Your name is Lorhan, and I appreciate the bravery in which you are fighting alone." Immediately after grabbing his katana with both hands, the third-ranked warrior Kurobi, who had the level of a fearsome man, said, "Your attempts to harm the Black Dragon Legion have hurt me too much." Seeing that the enemy was facing him alone, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head in astonishment, "Wow, he wants to win in a one-on-one battle." Immediately after that, remembering his last massive attack, Lorhan mentally said that it was worth a try. Apparently, the last battle had led them to believe that a fight with me was not profitable for them. After these thoughts, modeling a strategy that the enemies could use, Lorhan mentally said he wanted to be the leader and the others would support him from the rear. After thinking about this strategy, Lorhan smiled slyly and said in his head, "Boogaga, that's a pretty wise decision, but he chose the wrong opponent." Recalling the effect of the first occupant's title, Lorhan said in his head, "I have the effect of the title." Watching his enemy's movements, Lorhan happily added in his head, "That's why your entire rear is not a help, but rather just extra baggage." As soon as he thought about it, the enemy had already moved from his position and was above him, preparing to strike, and the guy was surprised to hear that he was quite fast. Having blocked the attack of the enemy, who was attacking him quite quickly and moving around the battlefield, Lorhan immediately shouted in anger to inflict mental damage on the enemy. Immediately afterward, Lorhan himself joined the battle to try to take the initiative. After a few fights and deflecting a few blows, Lorhan said in his head, "This guy is pretty strong, but for the title effect, it would be quite difficult for me." Immediately after these thoughts, Lorhan clutched his weapon in his hands and said, "Even though it is possible." Looking at his opponent who was showing quite good results in the battle with him, Lorhan added in his mind, "Even now it is quite difficult for me." Immediately after these words, Lorhan launched a counterattack on his opponent, to try to take the initiative of the fight to himself. Over the next few seconds, Lorhan began to push the enemy further and further away from the pier. Noticing that his attacks were ineffective, the general of the Black Dragon Army, Kurobe, prepared for the next attack and shouted out the first Hukayama. Immediately afterwards, General Kurobe swung from behind his back to the spot in front of him and shouted out the Night Slash skill. Seeing the enemy's powerful attack, Lorhan, who rushed back into the fight, exclaimed in a frantic voice, "That's pretty good. That's your signature move." Immediately after this question, Lorhan decided to use his signature skill and immediately shouted out a dance of madness. When General Kurobe saw that phantoms of his personality appeared around Lorhan after using the skill, he exclaimed in confusion that they were duplicates. Watching a huge number of enemies approaching him and each one hitting him with his axe, General Kurobe mentally said, "No, this is an illusion." Trying to figure out where exactly the real Lorhan was, the general of the Black Dragon faction thought to himself, "Where the hell do I start?" Before he could finish, the first attack that reached him was real and caused him critical damage, putting him out of action for a while. Immediately afterwards, the angry general of the Black Dragon faction, who had recovered from the powerful blow, angrily said in his head, "Don't make me laugh." Trying to catch his phantom moving across the battlefield with incredible speed, General Kurobe exclaimed in his head how a human could be so fast. As Lorhan was preparing to use his newly created racing skill, his opponent grabbed his katana, which was still in its sheath, and prepared to strike him with a crushing blow to finally end the battle.